Family, who would have thought? In front of the Yonko Shanks, I drew my sword and instantly defeated the bounty of 800,000, the mountain bandit King Sieg. I have traveled to become Karp's grandson and gained strength through the skill simplification system. Soon after, Luffy accidentally ate the gum-gum fruit and was captured by bandits, and a great battle was about to break out. Let me tell you, it was simply amazing. Right in front of the Yonko Shanks, I drew my sword and took down that 800,000 bounty mountain bandit king in one move. Who understands that moment? I felt like the whole atmosphere in Windmill Village went silent. This story needs to start from the beginning. I am Monkey D. Lu Chun, a proud traveler. As soon as I arrived, I fell into the sea and almost became fish food, but luckily I was rescued by Old Man Karp. Upon hearing that this is the world of One Piece, I didn't hesitate and immediately recognized my family, becoming Karp's chief grandson and a brother to the future Pirate King Luffy. That day, I was enjoying food and drinks with Luffy at Makino's Tavern, accompanied by none other than the living Shanks. My CPU was nearly overheating. This is the future Yonko. Sitting next to him were Ben Beckman and others, an absolute all-star lineup. To survive in this world of divine battles, I could only rely on my golden finger, the skill simplification system. This system has one amazing function, skill simplification. For example, my swordsmanship was simplified to swing sword. While others toil for decades, what do I need to do? Just swing the sword. Swing wants to gain a bit of experience, focusing on the idea that quantity can lead to quality. Just as I was pondering how to exploit the system, my silly brother Luffy started acting up again, hugging Shanks' leg and shouting, "Shanks, take me to sea. I want to be a pirate too." Shanks laughed heartily. "You, a pirate?" Luffy's face puffed up with anger. "My punches are as powerful as guns." Shanks teased him, "Is that so?" With that tone, he casually handed over a cup of juice, and Luffy, without a second thought, gulped it down. "See, you're still just a little kid." Shanks laughed, slapping the table. Everyone in the tavern joined in the laughter, making Luffy jump up and curse. I also got a cup of juice, to be honest. It didn't taste great. Luffy leaned over and asked what I wanted to do in the future. I said I want to be a Marine, specifically to catch him. He put his hands on his hips and shouted arrogantly, "I'm going to be the Pirate King." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the tavern door was kicked open. A tall mountain bandit, with a knife at his waist, swaggered in with a few lackeys behind him. "Huh, is this how pirates behave?" he scoffed. I squinted my eyes, realizing that this was the mountain bandit King Sieg, with a bounty of 800,000 berries, known to be the only person who dared to challenge a Yonko with a bottle of wine. A notification rang in my head. Defeat Sieg. Reward energy points 2, quick sword 1. Well, I had to step up for this one. The tavern owner Makino quickly approached with a smile, but Sieg demanded 10 barrels of wine. When Makino said they were sold out, he immediately became displeased, pointing at Shanks and the others. "So what are they drinking? Plain water?" Shanks, with his good temper, raised an unopened bottle of wine and handed it over. "Sorry, we finished it. Hey, race this bottle for you." Guess what happened next? Sieg smashed the wine bottle right on Shanks' hand with a punch. The wine mixed with glass shards splattered all over Shanks. "I'm an 800,000 bounty man. Is one bottle enough to rinse my mouth?" I saw a flash of killing intent in Shanks' eyes, but it disappeared instantly. He was still apologizing to Makino for messing up the floor and asked for a cloth to clean it up. Sieg was getting more excited, drawing his knife and smashing the cups and plates on the bar, arrogantly saying, "You love cleaning, right? Now you have plenty to clean." He turned to leave, cursing coward. Luffy was shaking with anger, but I couldn't let him go. I stood up and coldly shouted, "Stop." The bandits laughed. "Kid, looking for death?" I said expressionlessly, "You broke my friend's wine. Either pay for it or apologize." Makino turned pale with fright, urging me to sit down. Although Shanks and the others didn't say anything, their eyes were already locked on those bandits, ready to move at any moment. One of Sieg's lackeys grinned and charged at me with a knife. To me, his movements seemed slow, full of openings. I dodged to the side and countered with a knife, cutting a gash in his back. He screamed and fell. Sieg's face changed, and he personally stepped in. "Kid, you have some skills, but in front of me, the mountain bandit King Sieg. It's not enough." He swung his knife at me with real strength. I blocked it with my sword, but was nearly knocked back. This guy was at a higher level than me, pressuring me with his attacks, clanging loudly, forcing me to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong with my sword. Looking down, I saw a crack on the blade. This broken sword, could it be from a bargain bin? Sure enough, when Sieg swung down again, with a clang, my sword broke in half. "Huh, no sword now, let's see how you fight me." Sieg laughed madly. But I wasn't afraid. I charged forward with the half-blade, taking advantage of his moment of distraction to slash at his waist. He cried out in pain, completely enraged, "Kid, you will die today." Seeing that he was about to go all out, Shanks suddenly shouted, "Liu Chun, catch the sword." A magnificent western sword flew over. I jumped up and caught it. Whoa, it was his weapon, the Griffin, one of the 12 great blades. With this divine weapon in hand, I was bound to soar. Sieg didn't recognize the sword and insulted it as the sword of a foolish pirate, then swung down at me. I took a deep breath, sheathed the Griffin at my waist, and assumed a stance to draw my sword. Luffy was anxiously yelling my name, but Shanks held him back. At the moment Sieg's knife was about to hit my head, I moved. One sword style, draw slash. A flash of silver light cut through the air. Sieg froze in place, his knife clattering as it broke in half, and then a spray of blood erupted from him as he fell straight to the ground. The remaining bandits were terrified, screaming the captain is dead, and fled in a panic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards. Quick sword 1. Energy points 2. Awesome. I returned the sword to Shanks, who looked at me with admiration. Who taught you that swordsmanship? I smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. Just as I was saying this, there was a commotion on Luffy's side. Shanks turned around and turned pale. Luffy, did you eat something from that box? Luffy was holding half of a purple strange fruit. Shanks grabbed Luffy's ankle and shook him frantically. Spit it out. Quickly, spit it out. As a result, Luffy's legs stretched out like rubber bands. Wow, that fool actually ate the gum-gum fruit. He'll be a landlubber for life. It was hilarious. When the tavern quieted down, I noticed Sieg's body was gone, leaving only a trail of blood on the ground. I knew this guy had a hard life and wouldn't die so easily. Just right, I could still use him. I walked out of the tavern and heard singing from the ship. It was Yuta. I went over to chat with her for a while, and the system chimed again, giving me a new task to help Yuta lift her curse on Music Island, with a reward that was shockingly generous. All right, you'll remember this. Back at my place, I took out the new dagger I earned from the system rewards. Although it couldn't compare to Griffin's, it was much better than my broken one. I then started swinging the sword wildly in the yard. Watching my experience points rise by 11, it felt incredibly satisfying. Early the next morning, I was awakened by the urgent knocking of Makino. "Liu Chun, Luffy is missing," she said, holding a note that read, "Trade the knife for the person, Sig's Mountain Bandits." I couldn't help but feel a thrill the bait had been taken. I immediately put on a serious face and pulled Makino to find Shanks. As soon as Shanks heard this, his expression darkened instantly, his killing intent almost overflowing. "Let's go. We need to bring Luffy back." We charged towards the village entrance, and sure enough, we saw Sig and his gang flaunting their power while holding Luffy captive. Sig even had the audacity to slap Luffy. Shanks' crewmate, the chubby Lucky Roo, was munching on a large drumstick. When he saw a bandit pointing a gun at Shanks without a second thought, he pulled the trigger, and the guy was gone in an instant. Clean and swift. Ben Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, coldly remarked, "Despicable? Do you think your opponent is a saint? What stands before you is a pirate." Sig panicked completely, putting a knife to Luffy's neck. "Aren't you afraid he'll kill him?" I was right beside them, and Shanks' aura was something else. He took a step forward, his voice not loud, but every word struck deep. "You can throw wine at me, spit on me, and I can laugh it off. However, no matter what reasons you have, I will not allow anyone to harm my friends." Let me tell you, as soon as Shanks said that, the leader of the bandits, Sig, completely disregarded him. That guy was furious, glaring with bulging eyes, and yelled for his underlings to charge at us. What happened next? Shanks didn't even need to lift a finger. His first mate, the older brother Beckman, stepped forward casually, looking completely unfazed. I was also filled with adrenaline, thinking this was the perfect opportunity to complete a task, so I grabbed my knife and shouted, "Uncle Beckman, I'm here to help you." The end. The household in question is utterly unnecessary. I just felled one adversary, while another over there has already unleashed a whirlwind of chaos. Moving with the swiftness of a dark bolt of lightning, brandishing a long spear in a frenzied dance. The bandits fell like bowling pins. My mind was still ringing with the commotion when I was asked if I wished to learn any martial arts. I promptly declined. What a jest. If I were to learn, it would be the highest caliber. In the blink of an eye, all the minions were sprawled on the ground. Beckman pointed his gun at that Shiga, sneering, "If you wish to make a move against us, at least bring a warship." Luffy, standing nearby, looked utterly stunned. His mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. Upon witnessing the shift in the atmosphere, the bandit leader immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. In response, Shanks cheerfully inquired about the worth of his head. The fellow was so terrified that he fumbled a smoke bomb, smashing it to the ground. With a loud bang, when the smoke cleared, he had vanished, taking Luffy with him. Shanks, the master of theatrics, clutched his head and began to perform, lamenting, "Oh dear, how careless of me. What shall I do now that Luffy has been captured? I was nearly unable to contain my laughter. Dear friends, who could appreciate such acting? It would be a shame not to win an award for it. I felt no concern. After all, Luffy is the protagonist and cannot perish. With my task accomplished, I had secured 1 energy point, feeling quite pleased. Everyone split up to search, and naturally, I followed Shanks. Meanwhile, that foolish bandit had ventured onto the sea, still believing himself to be the chosen one, and threw Luffy into the water. In the next moment, a grotesque creature emerged behind him, the Near Sea King, who devoured him and his rickety little boat as if they were mere snacks. Then, the monstrous being set its sights on the flailing Luffy. I was rowing my little boat, frantically, internally shouting, "Shanks, wait until I get closer. Let me snag a skill." Just as that gaping maw was about to snap shut, Shanks dashed over, running across the water, and swooped Luffy into his arms. The creature, realizing its meal had escaped, was about to take another bite when Shanks turned and shot at a fearsome glare, simply uttering, "Scram." I tell you, at that moment, even from a distance, I felt every hair on my body stand on end, an invisible pressure pinning me down. The Near Sea King, more cowardly than I, promptly performed a magnificent underwater retreat, fleeing faster than anyone else. In that instant, a realization struck me. The skill conqueror's haki. Would I like to learn it? Yes, I must learn, without hesitation. I spent 1 energy point. Then, an idea struck me. I decided to spend another point. System, simplify it for me. The next moment, a notification appeared. Conqueror's haki, sleep mode. It dawned on me that sleeping could make one stronger. Was this not the life I had always dreamed of? Once Shanks had placed Luffy aboard my ship, I noticed that his left arm was missing. An empty sleeve flapped in the breeze. My heart sank. Was it worth it for one of the 4 emperors to gamble away an arm in the East Sea? Upon returning to the village, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing Shanks' arm, no one could muster a smile. As I prepared to return home for training, Yuta came to find me, informing me that she would be leaving the next day. Upon hearing this, I panicked, exclaiming, "Leaving so soon? I haven't even gleaned the armament haki or observation haki from Shanks yet." It seemed she misunderstood. Her cheeks flushed. I immediately adopted a dramatic persona, making heartfelt promises to her. As expected, the system chimed in, presenting me with yet another task, this time with a grand reward. After finishing my conversation with Yuta, I hurried home, eager to test my newly acquired Conqueror's haki. I aimed a fierce glare at a vase, and to my surprise, it cracked. I felt faint and blacked out. When I regained consciousness, it was the next day, with Luffy shouting outside, saying that Shanks and the others were leaving. Checking the system, I was astonished to find that after a night's sleep, my Conqueror's haki had leveled up. Upon arriving at the dock, I witnessed the iconic moment when Shanks placed the straw hat upon Luffy's head. I approached Shanks and revealed that the one who taught me swordsmanship was none other than our and Luffy's grandfather, Monkey D. Garp. Shanks' expression was one of sheer shock, his eyes nearly bulging. He must have been thinking about how he had tricked the grandson of a naval hero into becoming a pirate. What a turn of events. Shortly after Shanks and his crew departed, Sister Makino mentioned that my grandfather Garp would be arriving in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, I sensed an opportunity. Following Luffy into a life of piracy seemed unpromising. I needed to glean from the Navy instead. The system, ever astute, immediately provided me with a task to join the Navy. In the afternoon, Garp arrived just in time to find Luffy showing off his rubber powers in the tavern, landing a punch squarely on Garp's face as he entered. It was a hornet's nest stirred. The old man immediately unleashed a flurry of love-infused iron fists. And despite Luffy being a rubber man, he cried out in pain, 3 large lumps appearing on his head in an instant. I quickly discerned that there was something unusual about those punches. Sure enough, the system chimed in. Skill, armament haki detected. Would you like to learn? Absolutely. Why refuse a gift? Luffy, ever the stubborn one, dared to declare in front of Garp that he would become the Pirate King, only to be punished once more. Garp then turned to me, asking if I wished to become a pirate. I shook my head vigorously. I had no desire to endure those punches. Subsequently, the old man took Luffy to the bandit den at Dawn Island, and I followed along. There, I encountered Ace. This fellow was rather cool. Immediately throwing a stone at me, which I easily dodged. His gaze shifted upon seeing me. I felt a twinge of discomfort. This guy would soon perish in the Marineford War. Just as that thought crossed my mind, the system presented me with a formidable task: save Ace during the Marineford War. The rewards were so generous that I gasped in shock. This task was one I must undertake at all costs. After ensuring Luffy was settled, I boarded the warship with Grandpa Garp, officially embarking on the journey to the Navy headquarters. During my time on the ship, I did not idle. I wielded my sword on the deck during the day and slept soundly at night, my swordsmanship and Conqueror's Haki experience points skyrocketing. I even honed my skills to the point where I could slice droplets of sweat, leaving Garp astounded. Meanwhile, in the New World, Mihawk sought out Shanks. The two faced each other, unleashing a clash that split the sea. Mihawk inquired about Shanks' arm, to which Shanks replied that he had wagered it on the New Era, mentioning that he had encountered an interesting little swordsman in the East Sea, suggesting that Mihawk's title as the world's greatest swordsman might be at risk. He must have been referring to me. After spending 18 days at sea, we finally arrived at Marineford. I checked my status panel. Level E, Swordsmanship D, Conqueror's Haki, and my newly learned Armament Haki was still a G. My strength had taken a significant leap forward. As soon as we disembarked, a man wearing a gray round hat and possessing a slender figure approached, bowing respectfully and addressing Garp as Vice Admiral. The old man pointed him out to me, saying, "Lucan, this is my aide Bogart. If you have any questions about swordsmanship, just ask him." My eyes lit up upon hearing this, and I quickly approached to greet him. "Vice Admiral Bogart, I look forward to your guidance." I must tell you, this Vice Admiral Bogart is undoubtedly a formidable individual. When I scanned him with my system, I was taken aback. His level and skills were all marked with question marks. What does this imply? It indicates that he is so powerful that the system cannot even detect his capabilities. My heart sank. I realized I would need to be particularly respectful when seeking his advice on swordsmanship. Following that, the old man led me straight to the top building of the Navy headquarters, intending to handle the paperwork in the Admiral's office. The attention we garnered was overwhelming. 100% of the people turning to look at us. Everyone whispered among themselves, "Who is this?" Following Vice Admiral Garp, a newcomer, perhaps, a swordsman, likely someone with connections. I tell you, it felt akin to a giant panda parading through the streets of a zoo. Upon reaching the Admiral's office, Garp instructed us to wait while he kicked the door open. Bogart and I stood at attention outside, listening to Garp's booming voice echoing like thunder within. "Sengoku, sign this. Let my grandson join the Navy training camp." There was a brief silence before the voice of Zhangguo emerged, likely thinking that the old man was referring to Luffy or Ace, given Ace's identity, which is well understood by those in the know. The old man, while absent-mindedly picking his nose, declared, "Not them. It's my newly recognized grandson, Liu Chun." He then slapped my information onto the table. I could almost envision Marshal Zhangguo adjusting his glasses, wearing an expression that suggested, "What kind of nonsense is this?" However, he ultimately signed off, as it was Kapua's influence at play, and promptly arranged for me to enter the intermediate training camp. As the old man departed, he casually mentioned, by the way, "Find the best swordsmanship teacher for my grandson." Once the old man left, he tossed the documents to Bogart, instructing him to take me to complete the necessary procedures. And then he vanished. A chime echoed in my mind. The task was accomplished. The system rewarded me with 1 energy point and a swordsmanship manual titled Si Fong Zhan. Without hesitation, I began to study it immediately. Then, with determination, I utilized that precious energy point to simplify my armed color haki. But alas, my family members were bewildered. A line of text appeared on the system panel. Armed color haki, taking hits. I was momentarily stunned. Taking hits? Practicing haki equates to seeking a beating? What kind of cybernetic awakening is this? This system certainly knows how to ramp up the intensity for me, just as I was questioning my existence. Major Bogart patted me on the back and said, "Liu Chun, let us go. I'll take you to the intermediate training camp." He kindly reminded me that the intensity there would be quite high, suggesting I prepare myself mentally. I thought to myself, is there any training more direct than taking hits? Bring it on, I am ready. A few minutes later, we arrived at a small affiliated island, which served as the training camp. The playground was filled with sweat-drenched Navy personnel, the shouts of battle echoing loudly. Bogart led me straight into the office of the chief instructor. The instructor, named Peter, frowned upon seeing me. A newcomer? So young? You're going straight to intermediate? Bogart handed over the documents, and upon glancing at them, Peter's eyes widened as he pointed to the name Kapu, asking, "What is your relation to Vice Admiral Kapu?" I stood at attention, smiling, and replied, "Report, instructor. He is my grandfather. But please, do not give me any special treatment. I prefer to be treated the same as everyone else." The instructor nodded, and after Bogart completed the handover, he left. Peter then took me to the training ground. Goodness, 50 robust young men stood rigidly, resembling clones. After introducing me, the instructor had me stand at the back of the line, a clear indication of my status as a newcomer. Just as I settled in, a blue-haired fellow erupted, stepping forward to question the instructor. "Report. I refuse to accept this. Who is this guy? Why does he get to skip ahead to the intermediate camp? We fought tooth and nail to emerge from the beginner camp. What does it mean for him to be a favored child? Where is the Navy's justice?" This outburst ignited the anger of everyone present, and their disdainful glares pierced through me as if they were daggers. The instructor's face darkened, and he shouted back, "This is a special approval from the marshal. If you have an issue, take it up with him." But the stubborn blue-haired lad persisted, defiantly shouting, "I refuse to accept this. It's unfair." The instructor was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing the situation escalate, I couldn't help but smirk and step forward. Addressing the blue-haired fellow, "Stop your whining. If you're dissatisfied, let us settle it with a fight." An immediate silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixed on me. As if I were a fool, the instructor was taken aback. "Luchun, are you sure? His name is Barton, one of the top 5 from the beginner training camp." I nodded confidently. "Absolutely. I welcome the challenge." I added a wager. "If I lose, I'll leave. If I win, you'll be my sparring partner from now on." "Deal." Barton agreed without hesitation. I secretly scanned him with the system. This guy was rated E, excelling in physical combat. He was practically a custom-made experience point generator for me. As the duel commenced, everyone cleared a spacious area. Barton, fists clenched and roaring, charged at me with surprising speed. However, as he reached me, he noticed I hadn't even drawn my weapon, merely standing still. Assuming I was too frightened to react, he landed a solid punch directly on my chest. Bang! The sound echoed. I staggered back several steps, yet in my mind, I heard a heavenly chime. "Ding, congratulations! Armed Color Hockey Experience 20. Unable to contain my amusement, I laughed aloud. I dusted off my chest and beckoned him with a finger. "Hey, buddy, have you eaten today? Is that all the strength you can muster?" Barton's face turned a shade of purple with rage, and he charged at me, unleashing a flurry of punches, each landing squarely on me. I merely guarded my face with my hands, passively enduring the blows, retreating step by step. To the onlookers, it appeared as though I was being thoroughly thrashed, utterly defenseless. The other trainees jeered, of course. The favored child can't hold his own. Go home. The instructor was frantic, wringing his hands, and even Marshal Jean-Gua, who was watching from a distant high-rise, furrowed his brow. Yet, unbeknownst to them, I was reveling in my good fortune. Ding! Armed Color Hockey Experience 30. Ding! Armed Color Hockey Experience 40. Ding! Congratulations! Armed Color Hockey leveled up. I discovered that the harder I was hit, the faster my experience grew. This was no mere beating. It was a VIP experience buffet. After a quarter of an hour, Barton, panting heavily like a dog, finally stopped. In contrast, though I bore bruises, my spirit remained high, and I smiled at him. "Hey, don't stop now. Let us keep the music playing." Barton's expression turned to one of confusion. He likely realized my strategy. "You're trying to wear me down? I won't fall for that." Seeing this, I sighed. "All right then, since you insist, I suppose I'll have to knock you down." With a disdainful look, Barton replied, "You think you can?" He had barely finished speaking when I was already in motion. Whoosh! A swift draw of my sword. A flash of green light passed, and I was suddenly behind him, my sword sheathed once more. Not a single person in the audience saw how I struck. The next moment, a sickening sound echoed as Barton coughed up blood, a deep gash appearing on his chest, and he fell to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone's jaws nearly hit the floor. I turned around, smiling, and asked now, do I have the qualifications? No one dared to respond. The instructor hurriedly stepped in to mediate, officially announcing my admission and ordering for Barton to be taken to the infirmary. Thus, I stood proudly in the fourth position, which had originally belonged to Barton. The system notified me that the task was complete, granting me another energy point. Delightful. Next, Instructor Peter began outlining the training curriculum, the Navy's 6 styles. The requirement for the intermediate camp was to master 3 styles to graduate. Today, he would teach the first style, iron block. The instructor demonstrated lifting his shirt to reveal an impressive set of abs, allowing a trainee to strike him with a knife. The blade clanged against him, sending sparks flying, and the blade curled. Everyone watched in awe, except for me, who felt utterly unmoved. Iron block? I already had armed color. Wasn't this redundant? The system prompted me to learn or not, and I promptly declined. So when the instructor declared that we would be practicing this for the next month, I raised my hand. Instructor, may I opt out? Once again, the room was filled with shock. Instructor Peter turned pale. Why? Do you already know how? I scratched my head. I suppose you could say I know it. He instructed me to demonstrate, promising a month off if I truly knew it. I stepped forward and extended my arm, addressing the same trainee from earlier. Come on, give it a try. In the midst of his hesitation, I activated my armed color hockey. My arm was instantly enveloped in a dark hue. With a crisp sound, his knife was sent flying. At this moment, the gazes directed towards me transformed entirely, shifting from disdain to admiration. The instructor recognized that this was no mere iron block, but rather hockey. However, he chose not to disclose this, likely to avoid disheartening the new recruits. Thus, he granted me my leave. To my dismay, my moment of joy was abruptly interrupted as I witnessed the commencement of their training. To my astonishment, pairs of individuals were seen colliding fiercely against one another, clutching large wooden stumps and targeting each other's midsections. The training ground echoed with cries of agony, instantly igniting a spark of excitement within me. Was this not the very paradise of experience accumulation I had yearned for? Regret washed over me as I approached a solitary fellow, unabashedly offering my assistance. Brother, since you have some spare time, shall we practice together? The individual, named Slayedthe, appeared taken aback but readily agreed. Thus, I spent the following day immersed in the resounding crashes and the delightful chimes of experience notifications. Instructor Peter observed me with a look of utter bewilderment, likely pondering whether I was a latent masochist. This rigorous training persisted for an entire month. I practiced my swordsmanship in the mornings and sought out Barton and Slayedthe for sparring sessions in the afternoons. My mastery of Haushika hockey flourished during my slumbers. While Busashiva hockey increased as I endured their blows, my strength surged remarkably. By the end of the month, 23 individuals in the training camp had mastered the iron block technique, shattering Instructor Peter's previous record. As the new curriculum commenced, Instructor Peter introduced the technique known as SwordsmanWho. He briefly elucidated its principles, describing it as the generation of explosive speed through rapid, short-distance leaps. Demonstrating the technique, he vanished from his original position in an instant, reappearing several meters away, leaving the students in awe. Barton's eyes gleamed with anticipation, likely envisioning the moment he could seek revenge on me. Meanwhile, I remained quietly fixated on the system panel. At that very instant, a notification chimed in my mind. Ding. Skill Marine's 6 styles, SwordsmanWho acquired successfully. Had Barton known of my newfound ability, I suspected his demeanor would shatter instantly. Just then, as Instructor Peter was preparing to initiate a brutal leg strength training session, a Navy recruit rushed in, breathless with urgency, announcing orders from above. We, the intermediate trainees, were commanded to board the ship and join the fleet in eliminating pirates. Upon hearing this, Instructor Peter's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he commanded, "All hands, arm yourselves and follow me." Excitement erupted among us as we scrambled to gather our weapons. I was bewildered and quietly inquired of Slayedthe, "Brother, what is happening?" Aren't we in training camp? Why are we engaging in actual combat? Shiza, with a knowing expression, replied, Ah, this is quite common. The seas are tumultuous, and the Navy is severely understaffed. We often participated in skirmishes during our time in the junior training camp. He glanced at me curiously and asked, by the way, Is this your first battlefield experience? I nodded, having advanced a level. He patted my shoulder reassuringly, advising, Be cautious. Today, as pirates are not to be underestimated. Our strength is limited. Prioritize your safety and avoid direct confrontation. I nodded in agreement and followed the main contingent aboard the warship. The scene was exhilarating, with the deck crowded with personnel and our fleet of warships surrounding us, numbering at least in the dozens, creating a formidable display. Instructor Peter donned a cape emblazoned with the word justice, the sea breeze billowing, and the war drums resonating, heightening the atmosphere. Leading us was the largest warship, where a lieutenant stood at the bow, shouting, Set sail. With that command, dozens of ships surged forward in perfect unison. As I surveyed my surroundings, it became evident that our group was the only cadre of novices from the training camp. The rest were seasoned Navy personnel. I leaned toward Shiza again, asking, Do you know the specifics of the mission? It was reported that a Navy vessel had been attacked by pirates, and we were to render assistance. Whose ship? I inquired. Colonel Monka. My heart sank upon hearing that name. Monka, infamous as the Axeman, was the unfortunate soul who had been defeated by Luffy early in the Pirate King saga. And Zoro had made his debut aboard his ship. How could he have been ambushed? The plot seemed awry, indicating that there was likely a mission at hand that could simplify my recently learned sword technique. After approximately an hour of sailing, we finally arrived at the scene. In the distance, two vessels were visible. One was a Navy ship, while the other bore a Black Cat flag. I recognized it instantly. The Black Cat pirates. How had they found themselves in conflict? The lieutenant immediately commanded, All forces accelerate. Surround them. Not a single one shall escape. As we drew nearer, the stench of blood wafted through the air. I observed the Navy ship's deck littered with fallen comrades, blood flowing freely, with not a single survivor in sight. At that moment, another notification resonated in my mind. Mission triggered. Eliminate Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. Reward: 2 energy points. 2 points of energy. It seemed Captain Kuro was a formidable foe. Instructor Peter turned to us, his expression grave, warning, Be cautious. The Black Cat Pirates are cunning, and their Captain Kuro is known for his treachery. Do not underestimate him. With the instructor's command, we charged forward, our voices raised in battle cries. With a flick of my foot, I leaped onto the pirate ship, chaos erupting around me. Following closely behind Instructor Peter, I steadied myself just in time to evade a hefty blow from a rotund man wielding a spiked club. I swiftly drew my Lingfeng knife, delivering a decisive strike to his arm, severing it cleanly from his body. Blood sprayed across my face as the man writhed in agony on the ground, momentarily rendering me speechless. No one could comprehend my shock. Having been a law-abiding citizen in my previous life, I had never encountered such brutality. Luching, what are you dawdling for? Kill him. Shiza's furious shout jolted me back to reality. My senses sharpened, and I remembered that this was no mere game. The pirate, sensing my hesitation, attempted a counterattack, lifting his remaining arm to swing the spiked club at me. I reacted instinctively, disarming him with a swift motion and swiftly slashing across his neck, severing his head, which rolled away. Shiza approached, patting my back. It's all right. You'll get accustomed to it after a few kills. We all went through this. I nodded, the initial discomfort fading away. This was no longer my previous world. Here, it was a realm of survival of the fittest, where it was either kill or be killed. With this realization, I transformed entirely. I assure you, my speed with the knife was astonishing. It felt as if I were an AI in a video game, moving so swiftly that I left after images in my wake. I navigated through the throng effortlessly, evading any attempts to strike me. As the blade flashed, another pirate fell. Instructor Peter observed, mostly refraining from engaging, instead leaving the opportunities for us, only intervening to assist those struggling. Upon noticing my performance, he smiled broadly. This lad is impressive. He truly is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. In mere minutes, I had dispatched most of the minor foes on the deck. However, I sensed something was off. Why were they all merely F and E rank lackeys? Where was my target, Captain Kuro? Had he retreated to the Navy ship? I recalled that in the storyline. The Navy mistakenly believed Kuro had perished, while he had executed a clever escape. Without hesitation, I leaped onto the adjacent, eerily silent Navy vessel. The deck was strewn with corpses, each marked with 3 distinct claw marks, unmistakably the handiwork of Kuro. Cautiously, I made my way towards a cabin, fully aware that he was likely hiding within. Upon entering the cabin, I spotted a robust man draped in a Navy cloak lying on the floor, his jaw shattered. Yet I recognized him instantly. Monka! It was then that I understood how he had obtained that iron piece on his chin. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept down my spine. A wave of lethal danger washed over me. Instinctively, I activated the Sora technique I had just learned, propelling myself forward like a cannonball, landing 5 meters away. And I turned just in time. Standing where I had just been was a man with black-rimmed glasses, wielding 10 razor-sharp claws. It was Kuro. Character: Slayedthe, level C. Skill: Silent Step, C. The naval training camp? How could it possibly evade my attack? He adjusted his glasses, somewhat astonished. I gritted my teeth, my back searing with pain from 3 deep lacerations. Fortunately, they were merely superficial wounds. It would be an exaggeration to say I evaded the attack. I merely survived. A wave of trepidation washed over me. Had I hesitated a mere fraction of a second longer, I would have been cleaved in 2. The fellow flashed a sinister smile. I surveyed my surroundings and provocatively inquired, "While your crew is out there fighting valiantly, isn't it rather unbecoming for the captain to hide here?" His smile widened in amusement. "They are merely a component of my grand plan. But you, a mere child, truly believe you can defeat me alone without summoning assistance?" We were both probing each other, testing for hidden trump cards. In truth, I was aware that his core crew had long fled. As for me, driven by the promise of a task reward, I had to eliminate him. It appeared I had encountered an arrogant naval officer. "Very well, let us make you a part of my scheme." Slayedthe sneered, crossing his hands like claws, and in an instant, he vanished from my sight. His speed was so astonishing that not even a shadow remained. Ding! Skill Silent Step detected. Would you like to learn it? My scalp tingled. This silent step was infuriatingly elusive, silent as a whisper. At that moment, a faint breeze brushed past my left side. My gaze sharpened, and without a moment's thought, I thrust my left hand forward. Armed hockey. A crisp sound rang out as Slayedthe's claw struck my hockey-clad arm with tremendous force. Yet my defense held firm. His expression transformed. "What is this? Hockey? Huh?" I scoffed internally. The opportunity had arrived. Seizing on his moment of confusion, I drew my blade. One sword style. Draw slash. The blade gleamed, slicing through the air towards his form. Yet he reacted swiftly, retreating half a step. His chest torn open with a wound deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing forth. I cursed under my breath for being a fraction too slow. Had I been quicker, that strike would have finished him. Slayedthe adjusted his glasses, malevolence radiating from his eyes. "Youngster, though you wield hockey, you are far too arrogant. Shall we see?" I gripped my sword, fully focused. "Spoon!" He suddenly bellowed, his body swaying like a drunken man before he vanished once more, this time executing a random attack. Ding! Skill Spoon detected. Would you like to learn it? My brow furrowed. This move was even more troublesome than Silent Step, unpredictable in its trajectory. I immediately maximized my armed hockey, enveloping my entire form. Boom! The crate behind me shattered into splinters. Almost instantly, a tremendous force slammed into my chest, and with a resounding crack, I was propelled backward, crashing against the ship's wall. My shirt tore, but I remained unscathed. My hockey absorbed the impact. The sounds of his rapid-fire attacks reverberated around me as he wreaked havoc throughout the cabin. I took a deep breath, centering myself, my eyes locked ahead. Suddenly, I caught sight of a fleeting shadow. Now it was the moment. 4 direction slash. My right hand lifted seemingly slowly, yet it was swift enough to conjure four illusory blades, unleashing a barrage of cutting energy from four directions, forming a diamond-shaped net of blades that sealed off all his escape routes. Boom! A colossal noise erupted as a massive square hole was blasted into the cabin wall. Slayedthe found himself at the center of this blade net. The right half of his body cleaved cleanly off, collapsing into a pool of blood. Only after confirming his demise did I allow myself to breathe deeply. I was utterly exhausted. At that moment, a white figure darted in. It was that Major. Upon seeing Slayedthe's lifeless form, his jaw nearly dropped. "Slayedthe, you actually killed him." "A stroke of luck," I humbly replied. He scrutinized my face for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. "So it's you? Luchun, correct? I am Rabbani, and I shall await your arrival." With that, he departed, leaving me bewildered. Who was that fellow? Never mind, it slipped my mind. I seized Slayedthe's head. After all, it was worth 16 million berries. Money cannot be forsaken. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 2 energy points. Ding. Simplification of Naval 6 styles. Shave successful. Naval 6 styles. Shave learned. I was overjoyed, gaining strength simply by walking. This system truly understands my needs. I exited with Slayedthe's head in hand, and the battle outside had concluded. Instructor Peter's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets upon seeing my prize. "Slayedthe's head? You truly managed to kill him solo." I tossed the head to him. "Sharp eyes, instructor. Don't forget to assist me in claiming my bounty." Back at the naval headquarters, I plunged into rigorous training once again. However, this time was different. I practiced my armed hockey while simultaneously racing around the training ground, accumulating experience in shave. Shiza watched me darting about like a headless chicken, nearly dizzy from my whirlwind motions. Days later, my grandfather Karp made an unexpected visit. He held my bounty document, beaming like a child weighing 200 pounds. "Well done, lad. You actually managed to kill Slayedthe. Although I could take him out with a single punch, it's quite an achievement for you." He clapped me on the shoulder, stating that once I entered the advanced training camp, he would ensure my admission into Zifa-sensei's elite camp, where he would disown me as his grandson. Ding. Task triggered. Join Zifa's elite training camp. Reward, 2 energy points, 1 fine blade. I accepted this task. Karp, observing that I had learned shave, waved his hand. "Perfect. I'm heading back to East Blue to check on Luffy. I can't be bothered to go. You can go in my stead. Consider a vacation." Goodness. He was too lazy to move himself and wanted to shift the responsibility onto me. However, I too wished to visit Windmill Village, so I agreed. Karp directly spoke with Admiral Sengoku, arranged my leave, and placed me in Vice Admiral Tsuru's unit, instructing her to escort me back to East Blue. Karp proudly introduced me to Vice Admiral Tsuru. "Little Tsuru, this is my grandson Luchun. He managed to take down Slayedthe after just a few months in service." Vice Admiral Tsuru, affectionately known as Granny Tsuru, gazed at me with warmth, joking with my grandfather about whether she should introduce her granddaughter to me. My mind went blank. Tsuru's granddaughter? Konka, the user of the whip fruit? The image of a sultry woman wielding a small whip against me sent shivers down my spine. Never mind. Let young people handle their own affairs. Thus, I boarded Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship, embarking on my journey back to East Blue. On our vessel, I felt truly safe. We encountered not a single ill-fated pirate along the way. For 2 months, my days consisted of training my conqueror's hockey while sleeping, wielding my sword during the day, and practicing shave during evening strolls, my routine as precise as a machine. After 2 months, we finally reached East Blue. Vice Admiral Tsuru transferred me to another naval ship, agreeing to meet me here a month later to return to headquarters together. After bidding her farewell, I watched her massive warship sail away, silently vowing that one day, I too would possess my own vessel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Achieve the rank of Lieutenant Junior Grade and obtain a personal warship. System rewards: 1 warship, 3 energy points, 1 sword technique, 1 martial technique. I must say, upon receiving these rewards, my heart felt at ease. With a warship secured and a Lieutenant Junior Grade rank established, it was time to return home. A few days later, I found myself aboard the Navy ship heading back to Windmill Village. Even before the vessel docked, The pier was bustling with people, all eagerly awaiting my return. As word spread of my arrival, the voices of the local uncles and grandfathers grew louder. The moment I disembarked, I was nearly overwhelmed by a swarm of relatives, inundating me with inquiries about my romantic life and suggesting potential partners, leaving me wishing for a hole to swallow me whole. After an arduous struggle, I finally broke free and made a beeline for Sister Makino's tavern. As I gently pushed open the door, her eyes sparkled with an enchanting brightness, resembling a startled doe. She rushed over, grasping my hands and inspecting me anxiously, murmuring about how hard I must have worked, commenting on my sun-kissed skin and newfound strength, clearly displaying her concern. I felt my cheeks flush with warmth, a silly grin spreading across my face. And I couldn't help but boast about having just defeated a notorious pirate worth 16 million berries. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, showering me with compliments. Yet Sister Makino appeared troubled, her eyes filled with worry as she inquired about any injuries I might have sustained. Ah, such tenderness is hard to withstand. The village chief, leaning on his cane, approached to ask about my return. I explained that my unreliable grandfather had sent me to Gerbo Mountain to check on those two rascals, Luffy and AC. It dawned on me that I must bring Sister Makino along. She missed Luffy too. Thus, we ventured into the mountains together. Not far into our journey, a group of mountain bandits suddenly sprang from the woods to block our path. Sister Makino, frightened, sought refuge behind me. I boldly declared my grandfather's illustrious name, Kapu. The bandits turned pale, hurriedly retreating to report back. I quickly reassured Sister Makino, telling her not to be afraid. These bandits were mere acquaintances of my grandfather, emphasizing the notion that one does not truly know another until they have fought together. Before long, a burly woman named Dayton emerged from a nearby dwelling. Upon recognizing me, she wasted no time and bluntly stated that Luffy and the others were not present, having gone off with AC to a decrepit trash heap. I casually inquired about Sabo, but she looked utterly bewildered, claiming not to know him. Understood. The plot had yet to unfold to that point. The trash heap was no place for anyone of quality. I instructed Sister Makino to wait for me among the bandits. Then, with a swift motion, I disappeared in an instant. The bandits and Dayton were left in stunned silence, likely pondering what kind of extraordinary training camp the Navy had established. I can tell you, that place was a colossal mound of refuse, the stench wafting towards the heavens from a distance. My pristine attire made me a walking target, and soon enough, a few brazen thugs surrounded me. A system notification chimed, and I chuckled. This was a golden opportunity for experience points. Without a moment's hesitation, I struck with my blade, sending two of them crashing to the ground. I held my knife to the throat of the last thug, demanding to know ACS whereabouts. Terrified, he stammered that they were holed up in their pirate lair. After extracting the information, I kicked him away, crushing his heart in the process. Remember, dear friends, villains perish from excessive chatter. Showing mercy to foes is cruelty towards oneself. Following his directions, I made my way to the pirate haven just in time to see AC and Sabo burst into a dilapidated building, attempting to rescue someone. Peering through a crack in the door, I discovered Luffy bound and helpless, while AC foolishly attempted to hold off a muscle-bound brute named Boergiemi. As AC was on the verge of being struck down, both Luffy and Sabo were restrained, crying out in desperation. At that critical moment, I sprang into action. With a swift movement, I appeared before AC. The muscleman's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. I flashed a grin and drew my sword. In a dazzling arc, I severed his weapon, sending him flying, a deep gash opening on his chest, blood gushing forth like a fire hydrant. In the next instant, Luffy's rubbery arm wrapped around me, clinging to my face, wailing inconsolably, his snot and tears covering me completely. I yanked him off in distaste. Upon hearing that my grandfather was not present, he visibly relaxed. I asked if he wanted to join me in the Navy, to which he vehemently shook his head, declaring his desire to be a pirate. Very well, as long as he was happy. Sabo urged us to flee, fearing the pirates would summon reinforcements. I halted them, insisting that those who bullied my brother could not go unpunished. Alone, I would take down their stronghold. Of course, the system had issued another mission with enticing rewards. However, The three young rascals, each more stubborn than the last, insisted on following me. Fine, we would go together. After all, the protagonist's halo would protect us from harm. We stormed into their lair. Upon noticing our approach, the leader, SwordsmanWho, was overjoyed, waving his hand to signal his minions to swarm us. I couldn't help but chuckle. He inquired about my laughter, and I simply replied that I was about to unleash my full power. With a thunderous roar, I unleashed my conqueror's haki. A palpable aura erupted, and all his lackeys, save for him, fell to the ground, their consciousness slipping away like wheat being harvested. The scene was a testament to my unparalleled efficiency in clearing the field. Luffy and his companions were utterly astonished, asking what kind of ability I had just demonstrated. Next came my one-on-one duel with SwordsmanWho. I had no intention of finishing him off quickly. This D-class adversary would serve as the perfect training partner for honing my armament haki. I allowed him to land a few blows, and the system chimed with experience points. 50, then 30. The satisfaction was immense. As he continued to strike, he began to sense something was amiss, questioning whether I was truly a Navy officer. He even attempted to ingratiate himself, claiming connections with the nobility. I cut him short, reminding him that he was merely a pawn, disposable once used. His demeanor shattered, and all composure crumbled, leading to erratic attacks. Once my armament haki reached D rank, it was time to conclude our training session. With a swift movement, I appeared behind him, delivering a decisive strike that ended the confrontation. Mission accomplished and energy points secured. Just as I was preparing to bag his head for a bounty, I sensed someone lurking among the refuse nearby. I called out, "Friend, no need to hide. I've already discovered you." To my surprise, an elderly man with a tattered top hat emerged. Upon scanning him, I was astounded to find he was an A-class figure. It turned out to be Slayedthe, a formidable individual who had once faced off against Rouge. I quickly extended my courtesy and requested that he look after my three younger brothers in the future. After returning with the three rascals, I bid farewell to Sister Makino. Her gaze was laden with unspoken emotions. In a month, I would depart, but I vowed to return to visit her. During that month, aside from my daily training, I dedicated my accumulated energy points to enhance the system, which gained numerous new functionalities. I also sought out Master Slayedthe to learn observation haki, which the system simplified into 6 senses. I tell you, this was a game changer. I earned experience points while eating and sleeping, effectively engaging in continuous training. Before I knew it, a month had swiftly passed. I found myself aboard a Navy vessel, preparing to rendezvous with Major Hay. While relishing the sea breeze and the thrill of earning experience points, a pirate ship approached. Its black flag emblazoned with a red shark, the notorious dragon pirate crew. The sailors on board were pale with terror, clamoring to turn back. I realized this coincided with Along's nefarious intentions to wreak havoc in Kekiaxi village. Nami. Sure enough, a system mission materialized, with bountiful rewards, including a formidable blade. Engaging a pirate crew in single combat? How exhilarating. I instantly became incensed, bellowing at the cowardly Navy sailors. "Stop right there." To my surprise, they actually halted, staring at one another in bewilderment. I was incensed, my frustration boiling over as I berated them. "Look at your cowardice. We are the Navy. Turning tail at the sight of pirates? What a disgrace that would be. You are tarnishing the Navy's reputation." The sailors, chastened, lowered their heads. Seizing the moment, I continued to rally them. "I'm going to take down these fishmen who will join me. Regardless of the outcome, we will be the pride of the Navy." But what transpired? They exchanged uncertain glances, yet no one moved. At that moment, a Navy chief petty officer named Jesai, with a woeful expression, lamented, "Brother Lou, it's not that we don't want to go, but that is the dragon pirate crew. With our numbers, it would be akin to delivering ourselves as a meal." I had anticipated such a response. I swiftly played my trump card. "What are you afraid of? Use the Den Den Mushi to call for reinforcements. Inform headquarters that Kapu's grandson is here and requests urgent support." The moment those words left my lips, chaos erupted on the ship. What? Kapu's grandson? The one who chased the pirate king, Rouge, across the seas? My goodness. I had inadvertently become the prince. Chief Jesai's eyes sparkled with hope. This was a connection beyond measure. He hurriedly dashed to make the call, excitement bubbling within him. Hello, is this headquarters? We have located the Dragon Pirate crew. Kapu's grandson is aboard our ship. Yes, we are preparing to engage them. Please send assistance immediately. I assure you, his voice was filled with such urgency. Fearing that headquarters might not hear the pivotal phrase Kapu's grandson. After hanging up the phone, he approached me with a sycophantic expression. Brother Lou. They said they're sending someone right away. I nodded in agreement. All right, then what are we waiting for? Let us follow them. With my unreliable grandfather backing us up. What is there to fear? Meanwhile, aboard the dilapidated ship of the evil dragon pirate crew, Along was casually picking his teeth when one of his subordinates reported a naval vessel trailing behind. Along disdainfully scoffed upon observing the small ship through his binoculars. Humph, just a tiny vessel. I can't be bothered with them. We must prioritize collecting our dues from the village of Cocoa West. Little did he know, this was an omen of disaster. At the naval headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had just concluded a phone call, looking utterly dazed. He turned to my grandfather, who was idly picking his nose, and unleashed a tirade. Garp, you troublemaker. You just dealt with Crocodile, and now you're stirring up trouble with Along. For the first time, my grandfather's playful demeanor vanished, and he solemnly inquired, Have you dispatched reinforcements? Sengoku sighed. Of course I did. Do you think I wouldn't? Only then did my grandfather relax, sauntering away while still picking his nose. As for us, we trailed the evil dragon's ship at a cautious distance, eventually arriving at Cocoa West Village. We watched as Along and his crew disembarked to wreak havoc. The naval soldiers aboard began to tremble. Gus suggested a flanking maneuver for a surprise attack, but I firmly rejected the idea. No need. We will confront them head-on. Gus turned pale. Head-on? That's like walking into the line of fire. I shot him a reassuring glance. Trust me, I have a plan. Seeing my expression, he recalled my grandfather and reluctantly agreed. When our ship reached the shore, the fishmen on the opposing ship noticed us. The leader, Kurubi, resembling a blue catfish, assessed our crew of merely 20 to 30 men, none of whom were officers, and chuckled, What is the panic? Just a bunch of rabble. Eliminate them. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen fishmen dove into the sea like dumplings, charging toward us like torpedoes. The naval soldiers were so frightened they could barely hold their weapons steady. I patted Gus on the shoulder, maintaining my calm. Leave the blue-skinned one to me. Handle the rest as you see fit. Gus's face lit up with delight, eager for me to take on the toughest challenge. As the fishmen boarded our vessel, Kurubi snarled, baring his jagged teeth. Chop them up and feed them to the sharks. I couldn't help but laugh, thinking to myself, who will be feeding whom? I planted my right foot firmly on the ground and executed the Six Styles technique, shave. In an instant, I vanished from my spot, reappearing behind Kurubi, drawing my blade in a swift arc. With a sickening sound, I cleaved a deep gash into his back, blood spraying high into the air. This tough adversary, gritting his teeth against the pain, retaliated with a brutal fishman karate elbow strike. My goodness, his speed was astonishing. I could only raise my arm to block. The impact was thunderous, and I felt as if my arm had been struck by a battering ram. Immense pain coursing through me as I staggered backward several meters. A glance at my arm revealed a large bruise. I silently exclaimed, This fishman karate packs a punch. Yet, the more it hurt, the more exhilarated I became, for I heard the system notification, armament hockey experience points, increasing. Kurubi was equally bewildered, likely struggling to comprehend how a seemingly inexperienced individual like myself could wield the Six Styles with such speed. I flashed him a grin. You're quite impressive. Let's have some fun. With that, I employed shave once more. We were soon locked in a fierce exchange. I must say, while his fishman karate was formidable, each of his blows was merely a means to help me accumulate experience points. Moreover, my blade was a swift one, no matter how tough he was. He couldn't withstand it. In no time, he was riddled with cuts resembling a fishing net, blood pouring from him like a flowing river. As for me, aside from a slight numbness in my arm, I was unscathed. His strikes felt like mere tickles. Gasping for breath, Kurubi looked at me as though I were a ghost. I beckoned him with a finger. Is that all you've got? Your so-called 10-ton punch and 100-ton punch are utterly useless against me. Don't you have any other tricks? Provoked, he yelled, muscles bulging. Arrogant brat, prepare to witness my 1,000-ton punch. My eyes widened in excitement. He had a big move? I quickly assumed a fighting stance, eagerly anticipating his performance. Kurubi was completely taken aback, likely having never encountered someone who actively sought to be struck. However, consumed by his rage, he charged at me with a furious roar, raining down punches on my chest like a torrential downpour. Bam! 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 The scene was quite the spectacle. He was exerting himself, while I was reveling in the experience. My mind was filled with notifications. Armament hockey experience points, 20, 30. It was sheer bliss. After his final punch, I stepped back a few paces, brushing the dust off my chest. My armament hockey having leveled up, I chuckled. Seems like you're not all that impressive after all. Kurubi was utterly defeated, his hands swollen, pointing at me in disbelief. Demon, are you even human? I shook my head, my gaze icy. It's you who is too weak. Game over. Hearing this, he turned to flee into the sea. Not a chance. I executed shave and followed with a one-sword style slash. Instantly, I appear behind him, my blade flashing as I cleave him in half, sending him tumbling into the water, staining the sea red. I jumped into the water, severed his head, and tucked it into my system backpack. This was a bounty. Back aboard the ship, I swiftly assisted the other naval soldiers in dispatching the remaining fishmen, intentionally allowing one to escape to deliver news. Gus grew anxious. Hurry. Chase after him. If he escapes, won't he long find out? I laughed. What is there to fear? I want him to report back. We'll execute a feigned retreat. I plan to have him set fire to the evil dragoness ship while leaving our naval vessel as bait, allowing us to stealthily infiltrate the village. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before a tremendous explosion echoed from the village. A long-ass ship had been destroyed. Along, collecting protection fees in the village, turned pale as the fleeing fishermen scrambled back to report. Captain, the Navy is here. Kurubi is dead. Along erupted in fury, dispatching his subordinates, Xiao Ba and Jiao, to assess the situation. Meanwhile, he caught a whiff of the cooking smoke from the Belmere household and headed there with his crew. I, along with several naval soldiers, stealthily entered the village, dealing with a few lingering fishmen, and made my way toward Belmere's South Orange Grove, relying on my memory. Upon arrival, I was taken aback to find Along had already captured Belmere, using his massive steel teeth to snap her weapon in half. Instead of confronting him directly, I circled to the back door, coincidentally encountering Nami and Nojiko being restrained by the village doctor, preventing them from returning home. At that moment, Belmere's anguished screams echoed from the front door, causing the two girls to tear up with worry. I approached and gently patted their heads. Don't worry. I'm here. She'll be fine. With that, I strode toward the front door, just in time to see Along aiming his gun at Belmere's head. Grinning maliciously, inferior race, perish. Bang! The gun fired. In the instant the bullet was discharged, I executed shave, positioning myself in front of Belmere, and with a swift motion, I cleaved the bullet in two. Along's eyes turned crimson. A mere naval soldier dares to obstruct me? I pushed Belmere aside and pointed my blade. Along took a bite, and with a sharp clang, his own teeth shattered. He stood there dumbfounded, and I had no desire to linger with him. I covered my left hand with hockey, seizing his shark-like jaw, rendering his struggles futile. Then, I enveloped my nearly shattered blade, Ling Feng, with armament hockey, transforming it into a pitch-black sword. I raised the black blade high, bringing it down upon Along's head as if slicing a watermelon. With a splatter, blood erupted, and Along's head was cleaved in two. The remaining fishmen rushed towards me in a frenzy, and with a focused gaze, my conqueror's hockey erupted. Scram! An invisible shockwave radiated outward, causing all the lesser fishmen to foam at the mouth and faint. Exhausted from the exertion, I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Belmere, accompanied by Nami and Noki, approached to express their gratitude. Little Nami even ran up to ask for my name. I told her I was Lu Chun and teased that she might have to take care of my foolish younger brother in the future. After resting for a while, I made my way to the shore, where Vice Admiral He's warship had arrived to clean up the aftermath. A notification indicating the completion of my mission rang out, and a reward was credited to my account. A brand new greatsword. It was twice as wide as Ling Feng, entirely a dark shade, and I named it Aaron. Vice Admiral, he suddenly appeared before me, gazing at Along's severed head in shock. Did you really kill Along? I nodded, and her eyes reflected a change in perception. Without further inquiry, she instructed me to hurry back to the base. I followed her aboard the ship and took a shower, only to realize I had no change of clothes. Just as I felt awkward, Vice Admiral He's voice echoed from outside the door. Lu Chun, are you there? As I opened the door, she tossed me a set of brand new clothes along with a justice cloak. Put this on. I looked and thought, wow, a justice cloak. And it's for a warrant officer. I was momentarily stunned and asked Vice Admiral what is this for? Isn't it a bit premature for me to wear this? Without turning back, she coolly remarked, the pirates you took down, along with those two from the Evil Dragon crew, have already earned you enough merit. This is just a little advance benefit. With that, she walked away. I quickly called out, thank you, Vice Admiral My heart swelled with joy. Finally, I had new clothes to wear. The ones I had were almost rags. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the ship finally returned to the Navy headquarters. Just as I was about to disembark, I spotted a familiar figure on the dock, donning a doghead hat, dozing off while nodding, with a massive snot bubble on his nose. Indeed, it was my unreliable grandfather, Carp. Vice Admiral, he was astonished. Wow, how surprising. Carp actually came to pick you up. I could only chuckle dryly. Whether he comes or not, it's all the same. Nothing good ever comes of it. Sure enough, as soon as his aide reminded him, the old man vanished in an instant, only to reappear beside me, his enormous palm slapping my shoulder with such force that I nearly fell apart. Ha ha ha, good grandson. You've really made Grandpa proud. You've become a warrant officer. I gritted my teeth, forcing a smile. That is all thanks to your excellent teaching, Grandpa. My shoulder felt like it was about to shatter. I sneaked a glance at the system, and to my astonishment, Carp's attributes were all SSS. Was this the strength of a Navy hero? It was terrifying. However, the old man's next words shattered my composure. He shouted to Vice Admiral so how about it, shall he? Introducing your granddaughter to my grandson Isn't a loss, right? Vice Admiral, he rolled her eyes almost to the heavens. How old is the peacock? What are you so obsessed with? The old rascal then smacked his forehead. Oh right. He dragged me off the ship, boasting to everyone we encountered. Look, this is my grandson, Lu Chun. He seemed intent on ensuring everyone knew our relationship, leaving me feeling rather embarrassed. Nonetheless, the ordinary sailors saluted me, greeting me as warrant officer, and I must admit that feeling was quite pleasant. Before long, we arrived at the training camp. Instructor Peter was leading my old classmates in practicing paper drawing, and they looked like they were cramping up, with not a single one having mastered it. The moment we entered, all eyes immediately focused on us. Wow, Lu Chun is back. What do you mean, Lu Chun? Now it's Warrant Officer Lu Chun. Instructor Peter hurried over to salute. Vice Admiral Carp. My grandfather nodded and pointed at me. I brought him back. Make him train hard. Don't give him any favors. After delivering his orders, he turned to leave, but after just a couple of steps, he stood there and fell asleep again. Instructor Peter, unfazed, smiled at me. Lu Chun, it's been a few months. You've become a warrant officer. Your strength must have increased, right? Just as I was about to modestly respond, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Instructor, I want to challenge Lu Chun. I turned around to see my old acquaintance, Barton, stepping forward with a defiant look. He probably felt that after months of diligent training in the 6 styles, he was ready to reclaim his pride. Thinking he could take advantage of my still learning status in Moonwalk and Galefoot, his challenge instantly ignited excitement among the crowd. Barton is challenging Lu Chun again? He seems quite confident this time. He had mastered most of the 6 styles and might actually have a chance. Instructor Peter didn't intervene, but looked at me. He asked, challenging you. It's your decision. Before I could reply, the system chimed in with a task. Defeat Barton again. Reward. 1 energy point. Well, an experience package delivered right to my doorstep. How could I pass that up? I readily accepted. All right, I'll take it. Perfect. I could also extract a few skills from him. The crowd quickly cleared a space for us. Barton came up with a fierce declaration. Lu Chun, if I win this time, I won't be your sparring partner anymore. I chuckled. Let us see if you can win first. Take this. As soon as his words fell, he activated Shave, appearing before me in a flash, launching a powerful punch straight at my face. Having long anticipated his little schemes, I didn't even bother dodge, crossing my arms instead, instantly enveloped in armament hockey. With a dull thud, I was sent sliding back several steps, but after regaining my footing, I smiled at him. Not bad. You made quite a bit of progress. His lips curled up, about to revel in his moment, when his gaze froze upon my darkened arm, his jaw nearly dropping. Hockey? You actually mastered armament hockey. Of course. Did he think I wasted the past few months? Barton's face turned pale, but he still wouldn't concede, roaring. So what if you can use hockey? He then went berserk, raining down punches like a storm, employing all sorts of techniques, including Thousand Shadows Fist, creating a gust of wind. To be honest, I felt no disturbance within. I even wanted to laugh. While he was busy flailing, my mind was filled with system notifications. Ding! Armament Hockey Experience 20. Ding! Armament Hockey Experience 20. This was practically my personal power bank. I casually learned his D-grade martial art and simplified it into movement. After a prolonged exchange, it was Barton who first gasped for breath, retreating a few steps, bewildered. Why are you completely unscathed? I chuckled. Perhaps your strength is just too weak. His face turned purple with anger, gritting his teeth. Just you wait. You'll see my newly learned Navy 6 styles. Good. That's exactly what I'm waiting for. Gale foot. He suddenly lifted his leg, unleashing a vacuum slash aimed at me. In that instant, I heard the system chime. Skill Gale foot detected. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Ding. Skill Gale foot simplified into walking. Goodness, another walking skill. As I effortlessly retreated with Shave, I awaited the system to finish. Barton, thinking I was frightened, called out triumphantly. Lu Chun, you can't dodge. I thought to myself, who is dodging? I halted my feet and kicked out in response, unleashing an identical Gale foot to meet his. Bang! The two slashes collided midair, sending a cloud of dust swirling. Now the entire crowd was stunned. What? Lu Chun can also use Gale foot? Didn't he never learn it? Barton recoiled as if he had seen a specter. When on earth did you learn that? I replied with unadorned honesty. Just now. Naturally, he refused to believe me. If you're going to lie, at least pick a more plausible excuse. He bellowed. I admit I can't best you, but neither will you ever defeat me. In his eyes, I was flaunting innate talent. Mastering a technique on the spot? Preposterous. I sighed, shaking my head with quiet resignation. Truth, it seemed, had grown as scarce as trust in this age. Enough pretense. With deliberate calm, I drew my new blade. Hey Run, the black blade. The moment its obsidian edge emerged from its scabbard, every gaze in the chamber snapped toward it. Barton's breath hitched. His memory instantly resurrected the terror of being felled by a single stroke the last time we crossed blades. I spared no words. In an instant, I activated Shave, vanishing in a blur and surging forward. Barton reacted with lightning speed. His legs coiled and sprang, launching him skyward via moonwalk. Ding! Skill moonwalk detected. Learn? Yes. Ding! Skill moonwalk simplified into walking. Perfect. Another of the Rokushiki secured, drifting effortlessly in midair. Barton smirked with smug confidence. Lu Chun, I told you, you'll never lay a finger on me again. I smiled faintly. Playing aerial games with me? Very well. Allow me to deliver a modest, systemic revelation. Gripping the black blade with both hands, I unleashed my aura, deep, seething, and suffused with hockey. Obsidian armament hockey surged up my arms and flooded the blade, igniting its edge with writhing, sable flames. Montak-yan-san, with a thunderous swing, I loosed a colossal crescent slash, a vortex of black fire tearing through the air, cleaving the heavens with impossible velocity. Barton's face drained of color. There was no escape. Just as the blade neared its fatal descent, whoosh, a streak of white materialized before him. My so-called grandfather, Captain Kapu, had awakened again. His right fist clenched, wreathed in crimson lightning, the pinnacle of armament hockey. He met my infernal slash head-on. Iron fist. Boom! The cataclysmic impact shattered my technique like fragile glass. A rain of obsidian embers cascaded from the sky, silent, luminous, and haunting. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. My lips parted instinctively. Incredible ding. Host has discovered the hockey technique, hockey infusion. Learn? Yes. Before elation could settle, Kapu landed before me and delivered a thunderous, affectionate iron fist straight to my skull. Ow! I yelped, clutching my head as a swelling knot rose instantly. In that moment, I felt an eerie kinship with Liu Fei's childhood. You brat, he barked. Who taught you swordsmanship? Using such merciless techniques against your comrades. Rubbing my throbbing temple, I replied, voice thick with wounded sincerity. I taught myself. He shot me a sharp, skeptical glare, but asked no further. Instead, he commanded, voice firm yet layered with quiet expectation. The advanced training camp selection begins soon. Pass it. Earn a place in Admiral Slayedthe's elite division. Understood? Yes, grandfather. Only after he strode away did Barton approach, crestfallen and subdued, conceding defeat. My mission, duly completed, left me quietly jubilant. What followed was relentless, unyielding training. 1 month later, the advanced training camp selection commenced. The moment I entered the arena, familiar faces emerged from the crowd. Simaga, the silver-haired enforcer. Ion, her cerulean locks gleaming, both destined for greatness. And, as Kapu's grandson, I became the epicenter of envy, awe, and thinly veiled resentment. Glances sharp enough to draw blood. Then, silence. A towering figure strode in, an elder with violet-hued hair and a physique carved from granite. Admiral Slayedthe, an SS-rank sovereign. The moment he stepped onto the dais, his presence descended like a physical weight, crushing, inescapable. His gaze swept the assembly, icy and unblinking. Among you, how many dare claim, with absolute certainty, that you will enter my elite division? Not a whisper, not a breath. Slayedthe's lips curled into a sardonic smile. So all cowards? At that precise instant, my system chimed anew. A directive. Shift Slayedthe's perception. Very well. Time to restructure the workplace. I raised my hand. He gestured me forward. Name? Luchin. His eyes flickered. Recognition, subtle but unmistakable. You believe you're guaranteed entry? I shook my head. No. A collective gasp tore through the hall. Was I mad? Daring to defy Admiral Slayedthe? Even he bristled, his voice sharpening to a blade's edge. Then why step forward? I met his gaze, unflinching, voice clear and resonant. Instructor, may I ask, does uttering such a claim alone secure admission? If not, why utter it at all? Excellence ISNT proclaimed, it's forged. Confidence is meaningless unless backed by action. He froze, genuinely stunned. Minutes passed in contemplative stillness. Then slowly he nodded. You speak truth. A pause, then decisive. To test your mettle, I shall have the quota. Only 25 shall pass. A chime echoed in my mind. Mission accomplished. My heart soared. Yet the dozens of murderous glares stabbing into my back sent a chill down my spine. My sincerest apologies, comrades. Above, on the observation platform, Admiral Zhonghua. Hey. And Kapu watched, amused, intrigued, utterly unflustered. Slayedthe raised his voice. Selection begins now. The final 25 standing shall advance. His words had barely faded when a tsunami of Conqueror's hockey erupted. Raw, overwhelming, seismic. Instantly, scores collapsed, trembling, drenched in cold sweat. I, however, exulted. This oppressive aura? A bounty of experience. Ding. Armament hockey experience 60. Ding. Congratulations, host. Slayedthe intensified his assault. Mocking, goading, relentless. One by one, aspirants fell, until only Simaga and I remained, locked in silent, stubborn defiance. We exchanged a glance. No words needed. First place, non-negotiable. Slayedthe's eyes gleamed with rekindled interest. Ah, you again. Let us see just how far your limits stretch. Boom. The pressure doubled, suffocating, absolute. Simaga staggered, then, cheekily, dissolved into smoke. That trick eased his burden, but for me, it backfired spectacularly. The full force of Slayedthe's Conqueror's hockey now bore down on me alone. It felt as though a mountain had settled upon my shoulders. My knees buckled, my body plummeting, on the verge of kneeling before him. No, I would not kneel. My eyes flared. A crimson aura erupted. Conqueror's haki, raw and unfiltered, colliding with his, halting the descent mid-air. I straightened, breathing deep, victorious. Slayedthe's expression shifted, astonishment, then a slow, knowing grin. Ah, this year holds a surprise. Conqueror's haki was rarer than legend. Among his decades of students, only the 3 admirals possessed it. Yet here stood another, unbroken, unyielding, rather than relent. He amplified, his aura igniting in a searing scarlet, crashing over me like a tidal wave. Slayedthe, already at his last gasp, crumpled entirely, his smoky form scattering like ash. All pressure converged, onto me alone. I was a lone skiff in a maelstrom about to shatter. Can he endure? Wait, he's got Conqueror's haki too. Of course I could. At this point, hiding was futile. I drew Hey Run, activated armament haki with my right hand, and Conqueror's haki surged up my arm, fusing with the blade. Electric crimson lightning crackled across its edge, brilliant, fierce, breathtaking. Flowing draw slash. I struck, not at a person, but at the pressure itself. A streak of incandescent red cleaved the sky, parting Slayedthe's aura as if it were mist, slicing through clouds above, scattering them like torn parchment. The weight vanished. The silence that followed was profound. Slayedthe's jaw hung slack, his eyes wide, his mouth agape as if swallowing an egg whole. His mind screamed, "Haki infusion! How does this boy master everything?" He'd forgotten to press further. On the dais, the admirals erupted. Zhangguo pointed straight at me and shouted, voice ringing across the arena. K with Macron P. You, ungrateful wretch, possess the mastery of haki, and yet you have also learned the intricate technique of haki wrapping? This is a skill known only to the most formidable warriors. You taught him? My grandfather, Carp, casually dug into his nose, exuding an air of nonchalance. Lu Chun is my grandson, so what if I taught him? Though he uttered these words, I would wager that he was as bewildered as anyone else, undoubtedly pondering. When did that brat learn this? I never taught him. Observing the situation unfold, I realized the show had reached its climax, and hastily raised my hand. Instructor, I concede. It would be folly to continue. Who knows what tricks this old man might have up his sleeve? Just moments ago, I was the only one left standing, and yet he pressed on, undoubtedly intentional. Old Zephyr cleared his throat awkwardly and conceded. Very well. Consider the first round passed. The rest of you may leave. No sooner had he spoken than a notification chimed in my mind, confirming the system's reward, which delighted me immensely. The once bustling training ground of the Navy was now empty, leaving only a solitary group of 25 individuals. A glance around revealed that only Barton and I remained from our cohort. Zephyr surveyed us and began to dispense motivational words. Youngsters, do not celebrate prematurely. This is merely the first hurdle. A new era has dawned, with the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords emerging one after another. The world is far from peaceful. We, the old guard, are no longer capable. The future belongs to you. Go forth and let the banner of justice wave in the new world. His speech ignited a fervor within us, and we cheered loudly. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. All right, return and prepare. We shall commence formal training tomorrow. As the crowd dispersed, I was about to leave when he called out, Lu Chun, stay. My heart sank momentarily. Surely this old man was not planning to take me aside for special treatment or settle some score. Once the area cleared, Zephyr leaped down from the platform, fixing me with a penetrating gaze. Haki wrapping. Did Carp teach you that? Just as I was about to confirm, a familiar voice interjected. Old man, Lu Chun is my grandson. His mastery of haki is not my doing. Who else could it be? My grandfather Carp approached, munching on a donut, accompanied by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Carp, unabashed, claimed all the credit without hesitation, as Sengoku and Tsuru attempted to inquire further. My grandfather firmly grasped my arm. All right, I've taken my grandson. No need for an interrogation. With that, he whisked me away. Once inside his office, he closed the door and his expression turned serious. Lu Chun, tell me honestly, Who taught you hockey? Was it red-haired Shanks? I replied candidly, I taught myself. His brow furrowed in disbelief. Naturally, who would accept that such a young individual could master hockey rapping? After a long silence, he sighed. Regardless of who your teacher was, from now on, say it was I who taught you. Understood, grandfather. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of earnestness as he advised me. This world is more complex than you realize. While I'm still here and able, take the opportunity to forge your own path. No matter the trouble you stir, I will ensure you are shielded. I ask only one thing. I felt a bit dazed. It was rare to see him so earnest. What is it, grandfather? Luffy and Ace, those two troublemakers, are bound to stir up chaos. As their brother, lend them your support. He smiled, yet that smile held a trace of resignation and understanding. I was acutely aware of the weight his words carried. His son, Dragon, is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, while Ace is the son of Roger, both thorns in the side of the world government. During the Marineford War, he witnessed Ace's demise and felt utterly powerless, which must be the deepest wound he carries in his heart. Rest assured, grandfather, they are my brothers, and I will certainly protect them, I vowed earnestly. After leaving my grandfather's office, I returned to my dormitory. The elite camp offered luxurious accommodations, including a single room. After a refreshing shower, I lay on my bed and checked the system panel. To my delight, my mastery of armament hockey had elevated to C rank, and I had accrued 6 energy points. The system also rewarded me with a fine blade, identical in appearance to my Ling Feng, which I promptly named Ling Feng 2, simple and straightforward. The following morning, I arrived at the training ground, where Smoker unexpectedly approached me, extending a hand. Hello, Smoker. I shook his hand, and though he had a fierce appearance, he was genuinely a decent fellow. As soon as Zephyr made his entrance, the entire area fell silent. He ascended the platform and cheerfully announced, the elite training camp is not a place for the faint-hearted. As part of the graduation assessment, each of you must single-handedly defeat a pirate crew. The faces of the gathered trainees turned pale. One person against an entire crew? What absurdity was this? Zephyr, seemingly pleased with our reaction, continued. From today onward, I will teach you hockey. We shall begin with armament hockey. You will advance to the next level only when you have mastered this. Excitement surged through the group. Zephyr then turned to me, while the others learn armament hockey. Luchun, you shall study observation hockey with me. I smiled and replied, Instructor, I have already mastered that. Is there anything else I may learn? Zephyr was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. The surrounding new recruits gaped in astonishment, their disbelief palpable. They must have been thinking, is this even fair? After a prolonged silence, Zephyr waved his hand dismissively. Fine, fine. You may practice on your own for now. Having taught for over a decade, he had never encountered a student so adept. He was at a loss for what to teach next. While I practiced swordsmanship nearby, Zephyr eventually approached me. Speak, what would you like to learn? Swordsmanship, I replied cheerfully. He pondered for a moment before saying, I will find a way to help you with swordsmanship. For now, focus on perfecting your hockey. With that, he turned to leave, but I called out, Instructor, I wish to learn how to release hockey externally and how to execute internal damage. Oh, upon hearing this, Zephyr's face lit up with a triumphant smile, as if reclaiming the dignity of his role as an instructor. Excellent. Follow me. He led me to an open area and demonstrated. He extended his finger, enveloping it in armament hockey, wrapping it in hockey. And purple lightning flickered before he unleashed a burst of hockey, creating a clean hole through a wooden post. Ding, skill hockey release discovered. Would you like to learn? Yes. Next, he demonstrated internal damage, delivering a punch through the air, the force of which carried hockey, leaving the exterior of the wooden post unscathed while obliterating the interior. Ding, skill hockey internal damage discovered. Would you like to learn? Yes. I expressed my gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, instructor. My heart was already elated. If Zephyr were to discover that I had grasped it all at a glance, his jaw would surely drop in disbelief. That evening, upon returning to my dormitory, Shiza sought me out and announced that we had a holiday and planned to visit the Slayedthe archipelago. Upon hearing this, I was eager to join. We boarded a boat and arrived within half an hour. The Slayedthe archipelago, I must say, is magnificent, composed of immense red trees that form 79 islands, each with its own unique function. We agreed to explore separately and meet up in the evening. However, just after parting ways, I spotted 3 children clad in black cloaks, moving furtively around a street corner. Scanning my system panel, I was astonished. Character, Boa Hancock, the Empress, in her younger form. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Assist Boa Hancock and her sisters in escaping Slayedthe archipelago. I watched as the 3 of them seized some food, while the vendor was distracted and dashed away, only to be pursued by the vendor, shouting for someone to catch the thieves. Hancock instructed her 2 sisters to flee while she held the rear. Without hesitation, I stepped in front of the vendor and produced 1,000 berries. I will pay for what they took, seeing that the money far exceeded the value of the goods. The vendor's face lit up with joy. I calculated their escape route and realized they had not yet encountered Rayleigh. I followed them into a narrow alley, where the 3 sisters had just divided the stolen food, with Hancock taking the smallest portion. Suddenly, a repugnant voice rang out. So, the 3 of you slaves are here. A pig-like celestial dragon, adorned with a bubble helmet, led a contingent of Navy soldiers surrounding them. Upon closer inspection, I recognized him as St. Charlos. This foolish creature ordered with a sinister grin, "Shoot their legs." Dozens of Navy soldiers raised their guns and opened fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Hancock stepped in front of her sisters, arms outstretched. "Sister," they cried, panic-stricken. As the bullets approached, I swiftly executed a dodge and positioned myself before her, whispering, "Let your aura reign." A crimson energy enveloped me, forming a protective shield that deflected all the bullets, which clattered to the ground. Hancock recognized me as the one who had just provided the funds. Meanwhile, the celestial dragon continued to taunt from a distance. With a cold gaze, I unleashed my conqueror's haki, causing that group of inept fools, including the celestial dragon, to collapse in a stupor. As I inquired if she was unscathed, Hancock fixated on my eyes. I mused to myself, this young empress possesses an undeniable charm from such a tender age. At that moment, I raised my voice toward the alley above and called out, "Your Excellency, having observed for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself." In an instant, a figure of an elderly man with white hair appeared before me, swiftly placing himself between me and the 3 sisters with astonishing speed. "You, young lad, possessed the conqueror's haki at such a young age. Remarkable." I scanned his profile and was astounded to discover his identity. Character, Silver's Rayleigh, level SS, bounty 4 billion. The Pirate King Rayleigh. The narrative finally aligned, yet his gaze bore a hint of hostility. "Who are you, and what are your intentions?" I feigned ignorance. Rayleigh chuckled softly. "Young brother, why not remove your mask and show your true face?" He likely mistook me for a Navy officer, concerned for Hancock and the other's safety. Realizing this, I removed my mask. Rayleigh scrutinized my youthful visage, his brow furrowed, perhaps unable to fathom my significance within the Navy. Ignoring him, I turned directly to Hancock, saying, "Come with me. I shall lead you away before the Navy arrives." "All right." Hancock nodded without a moment's hesitation, even taking my hand in hers. Her trust in me was evident, especially after I had just dealt with a celestial dragon. Observing this, Rayleigh appeared somewhat helpless and hastily added, "You are from Amazon Lily, correct? Your 3rd-generation empress entrusted me to rescue you. Her name is Gold, Roger, and she is at my bar." Although Rayleigh's words were credible, Hancock clung tightly to my hand, asserting, "We shall follow him." Rayleigh, at a loss, proposed, "Why not visit my bar first?" I pretended to ponder before nodding in agreement. Thus, Rayleigh guided us to Island 13, where a sign hung at the bar reading Shacky's Rip-Off Bar. I thought to myself, who would dare enter with such a name? Rayleigh scratched his head awkwardly. Here we are. As we stepped inside, a young woman with black hair, smoking a cigarette, stood behind the bar, adorned with a string of pearls around her neck. Despite her youthful appearance, she was actually over 60, remarkably well-preserved. She was Shacky. Before I could introduce myself, Shacky's demeanor sharpened, and she abruptly discarded her cigarette, pointing at me and addressing Rayleigh. "Why have you brought an extra person? And a Navy officer at that?" To my surprise, The elderly lady beside her nearly gasped at the mention of the Navy. Rayleigh remained composed, waving his hand. No need to panic. He saved Hancock and even dealt with the celestial dragon. Shacky raised an eyebrow, smiling, but with an air of scrutiny. You know he is from the Navy. But do you know who he is? He is the grandson of Monkey D. Garp. Rayleigh burst into laughter, thumping his thigh. I brought back Garp's grandson. If that old man knew his grandson was taking down his own kind, his face would surely turn green. The three sisters stared at me in astonishment, their expressions filled with questions. Indeed, a Navy officer, a grandson of a Navy hero, why would he assist them? I thought there was no reason to conceal the truth. So I laid it out plainly. Indeed, my grandfather is Garp, yet that is separate from this matter. I simply cannot tolerate the actions of the world nobles. They offend my sensibilities. Does Garp know of your bravery? Shacky teased, releasing a puff of smoke. I shot her a look. Do you wish for my grandfather to come and deal with me tonight? This amused Shacky, who responded with a smile. You are quite to my liking. Since you are involved, your identity as a Navy officer will facilitate their escape. Absolutely. I agreed without hesitation, not even pausing to think. Naturally, with the system's mission at hand, refusal was not an option. Shacky seemed taken aback by my willingness, decisively stating, very well, return here at this time tomorrow. And remember to wear your Navy uniform. I will handle the rest. Understood. I nodded, then squatted down to the three sisters, retrieving 100,000 berries from my pocket and handing it to Hancock. Take this and buy yourself something delicious. I must return. See you tomorrow. Little Hancock, clutching the money, felt her eyes welling with tears as she whispered, Thank you, brother. I ruffled her hair gently. Be good. Everything will be fine tomorrow. With that, I turned and left. As I walked away, I heard Rayleigh's voice behind me. This lad is intriguing. He does not seem to be feigning, and his talent is astonishing. Shacky's voice followed. Not only that, he is already a worn officer, having taken down 3 pirate crews. Had it not been for this promotion, I would not have known such a person existed within the Navy. Garp truly has a remarkable grandson. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, chaos reigned. The assault on a celestial dragon was a monumental affair. In the marshal's office, Sengoku's forehead glistened with sweat as he tossed a document to my unreliable grandfather, Garp. A celestial dragon has been assaulted. You must investigate. My grandfather, nonchalantly picking his nose, firmly declared, Not going. I am too busy. Sengoku's expression darkened. The assailant possesses conqueror's haki and is quite powerful. If you don't go, who will? I'm too busy. My grandfather repeated like a broken record. Just then, nearby, Instructor Zifa, a cunning old man, leisurely spoke up, Sengoku, if you promise Garp one request, he will undoubtedly comply. Sengoku paused. What request? My grandfather's curiosity piqued. Zifa smiled knowingly. How about finding a master swordsman for Liu Chen? What do you think? Family, who understands that this is a trait of my future for my grandfather's KPI? Sengoku hesitated, but ultimately gritted his teeth and agreed, likely thinking he could find someone to placate Garp. Upon hearing this, my grandfather perked up, immediately accepting the task and striding off. They never imagined that the one who had caused such a stir was me. The following morning, Instructor Zifa approached me mysteriously. Liu Chen, I have found you an extraordinary swordsmanship teacher. Prepare to learn well. I hastily expressed my gratitude and casually inquired, Instructor, who is the teacher? Classified. He was playing this game with me. Forget it. I had to focus on helping Hancock and the others escape first. By afternoon, donned in my warrant officer's uniform, I strode confidently towards Shacky's bar. Wearing this attire made a noticeable difference. Along the way, small pirates veered away from me, feeling as though the entire Sabiti archipelago had become my runway. Upon reaching the bar, Rayleigh and the others were ready. The moment Hancock and her sister saw me, they initially beamed with joy, only to retreat in fear upon noticing my Navy uniform. I quickly squatted down. It's me, Liu Chen. Finally, they timidly approached, sweetly calling out, Brother Liu Chen. I produced the candies I bought on my way and offered them. A simple treat was enough to win them over. Seeing everyone gathered, Shacky extinguished her cigarette. We leave now. It will be more stringent at night. Thus, we promptly embarked on a ship that had been prepared in advance. Hancock and her sisters concealed themselves in the cabin while I stood at the bow of the ship in my Navy uniform, resembling a guardian spirit. Riley lounged nearby, indulging in his drink, exuding an air of leisure. Shortly after we set sail, a naval patrol boat intercepted us. A chief petty officer shouted, "Halt! Routine naval inspection." I stepped forward, asserting my authority with a commanding voice. "Step aside. Do you not recognize me?" Upon seeing my insignia, the officer immediately saluted, "Warrant officer." However, he still refused to let us pass, looking troubled as he explained, "Warrant officer, this is a direct order from above to apprehend criminals associated with the Celestial Dragons. All ships must be searched, including those of admirals. I hope you understand our predicament." A pang of anxiety coursed through me as I glanced back at Riley, who gestured for me to refuse the search. I felt cornered, forced to enact a scene of righteousness against my own kin. Just then, a familiar voice echoed, "I will conduct the search." Everyone turned to see an elderly man in a doghead hat leisurely munching on a snack, sauntering towards us. I nearly blurted out in surprise, but managed to swallow my words. It was my grandfather, Carp. He feigned ignorance and boarded the ship, exchanging a silent but meaningful glance with Riley. Then he entered the cabin and quickly spotted Hancock and her sisters hiding in the corner. I hurried in after him and whispered, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" To my relief, he replied, "Thank goodness it's you. Did you cause this mess?" I feigned innocence, my expression pure and unassuming. "How could it be me, grandfather?" Astonishingly, he believed me. He likely thought I was still too young to exhibit such audacity and shifted the blame onto Riley, undoubtedly cursing him for leading his beloved grandson astray. He sighed and waved dismissively. "Fine, pursue your desires. I won't stop you. Take them away." A heavy weight lifted from my heart. "Thank you, grandfather." Carp exited the cabin, gesturing to the naval officers. "All right, inspection complete. Let them go." With the words of a vice admiral, who would dare to defy, our ship swiftly set sail, departing from the Shambadi archipelago without a hitch. As we sailed further away, I couldn't help but ask Riley, "You must have known my grandfather would be the one to inspect us, right?" Riley took a swig of his drink and shook his head with a smile. "I had no idea. It was all Shocky's doing." I mused. Those old-timers are all master strategists. The three sisters of Hancock emerged from the cabin, joyfully expressing their gratitude. I pinched her cheek and promised, "One day, I shall visit you on Daughter Island." "Great. I'll be waiting for you, Brother Lu Chun." A notification chimed in my mind, signaling a new task: fulfill your promise and journey alone to Daughter Island. Goodness, that place is within the doldrums, surrounded by sea kings. To go alone? That would be perilous. After contemplating, I entered the cabin and retrieved my cracked old sword, Ling Feng, offering it to Hancock. "Here, a keepsake for you." Hancock gingerly accepted the sword, cherishing it dearly. Seeing her delight, I couldn't help but think, a good wife should be nurtured from a young age, fostering a sense of joy and growth. Half an hour later, Riley and the others switched to another ship, preparing to return to Daughter Island. Hancock stood at the bow, frantically waving at me. "Brother Lu Chun, you must come find me." "I will definitely come," I responded loudly. Task complete. The system rewarded me with a book titled Dual Sword Style, Tornado. The following days were tranquil. Carp's task was effectively evaded, and he specifically sought me out, instructing me to gather my belongings for a visit to a swordsmanship instructor. On Carp's warship, I inquired multiple times about our destination, but he remained tight-lipped. After over a month at sea, my grandfather finally transferred me to a smaller vessel, and we set out alone. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Grandfather, can you finally tell me where we are heading?" "Krykana Island." I was momentarily stunned. "Krykana Island? Isn't that where Hawkeye resides?" My grandfather managed to enlist the world's greatest swordsman to teach me swordsmanship. What a remarkable connection he has. As our small boat approached the shore, the island appeared foreboding, resembling a scene from a horror film. My grandfather pointed towards a massive castle atop a distant mountain and patted my shoulder. "Do you see that? That is where your teacher, Hawkeye, resides. Walk there on your own. This is your first test. Whether you gain his approval depends entirely on your efforts." With that, he sped away in the small boat, leaving me alone at the shore. Ah, the depths of our grandfather-grandson bond. The system task also activated. Complete Hawkeye's test and reach the castle. Gazing at the dark, foreboding forest ahead, I sensed the challenge would be formidable. Indeed, after just a few minutes of walking, a large baboon wearing a steel helmet and wielding a massive sword leaped down from the trees, launching a slash at me. The system panel indicated this creature possessed sea-level strength. I swiftly used Shave to evade, countering with a blade-drawn slash imbued with Haki, instantly dispatching it. These baboons were akin to AI training partners, merely mimicking Hawkeye's techniques without adaptability, making them vulnerable to my observation Haki. Thus began my 9-day journey of combat and leveling up within this forest. Each day consisted of battling baboons or fleeing from packs of them. I bore many injuries. Yet my Haki and swordsmanship experience soared. On the 9th day, the castle was finally within sight. However, an unprecedented horde of baboons, numbering over 20, gathered ahead. Led by a colossal baboon king with B-level strength, the weapon it wielded was a shabby imitation of Hawkeye's black blade. I had to confront them today. With determination in my gaze, I drew my blades. Roaring, the baboon king commanded its minions to charge at me. Taking a deep breath, I crossed my blades and spun rapidly. Dual sword style, tornado. A whirlwind of sword energy erupted, expanding like a colossal meat grinder into the swarm of baboons. With one strike, I felled a significant portion of them, leaving only the B-level baboon king and a few injured minions. The baboon king, witnessing its fallen comrades, was enraged. It unsheathed its large sword and unleashed a devastating slash towards me. I quickly employed Shave to evade. With a thunderous crash, the ground where I had just stood was cleaved open, revealing a deep crevice. This baboon king clearly understood power scaling. Its basic attacks were as potent as a special move. Yet, I evaded several of its strikes, and it began to show signs of frustration, abandoning its ranged attacks. It charged at me, intent on a close-quarters battle, so it sought to engage in melee. I was ready. I sheathed Ling Feng and brandished my black blade to meet it head-on. The scene was nothing short of a cosmic collision, with sparks flying as our blades clashed, neither of us able to gain the upper hand. However, as the battle progressed, I realized something was amiss. The baboon king was overpowering me. Its swordsmanship was textbook level, swift and lethal, devoid of any extraneous movements. Each strike aimed at my demise, its strength overwhelming and forcing me to retreat. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. My mind raced, desperate for a solution. Just as it unleashed another brutal strike, inspiration struck. Instead of blocking with my sword, I decided to absorb the blow with my body. Armament Haki, hardening. I shouted, the black Haki enveloping my shoulder. The impact was immense, as if a mountain had descended upon me, causing the ground beneath me to sink. I nearly toppled over, but managed to hold my ground, seizing its sword. It attempted to withdraw its weapon, but found it stuck. I couldn't help but chuckle, a grin spreading across my face. Well, it seems my turn has finally come. On the black blade in my right hand, explosive energy had already coalesced, with dark might entwined around crimson lightning, exuding an aura of undeniable coolness. Moyenjan. My gaze turned icy as I swung the blade with determination. The baboon king attempted to flee, but the weapon was firmly in my grasp, and he hesitated to let it go. In that moment of indecision, the enormous black sword energy engulfed him completely. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath me was cleaved, creating a fissure over 100 meters long, and the black flames raged unabated. As for the baboon king, he lay motionless on the ground, oblivious to his fate. The remaining baboons regarded me with terror in their eyes. I bellowed scram, and they immediately scattered, leaving a clear path for me. Thus, I stepped forward into the foreboding castle. Once inside, I could no longer hold on. I coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the floor. That last onslaught had fractured several of my ribs. Thankfully, the mission was accomplished. The system chimed, ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. Reward, 2 energy points. Swordsmanship, level 1. At that moment, A man with hawk-like eyes appeared at a window on the upper floor of the castle, revealing a knowing smile. He murmured to himself, "I never expected such a monster to emerge from the Navy. No wonder they sent for me to teach." Unaware of the eyes upon me, I lay in the hall, unconscious for an entire day. When I awoke the next day, my body ached as if a massive truck had run over me. I stretched my shoulders, preparing to seek out the legendary eagle-eyed Mihawk. I searched through the castle room by room until I finally found him on the top floor. While I was exhausted, he appeared relaxed, leisurely cutting steak and sipping red wine. What a life, I thought, enviously. Upon noticing me, he simply remarked, "You've come." I nodded, my eyes fixated on the system panel displaying his attributes. Astonishingly, a series of SSS ratings graced his profile, rivaling my unreliable grandfather, Carp. Truly, he was the world's greatest swordsman. He gestured for me to sit and said, "Come in, eat, and after we finish we will train." I immediately sat down, cheerfully exclaiming, "Yes, master." However, he poured cold water on my enthusiasm, stating, "I am not your teacher and will not instruct you. You will simply reside here for 2 years." What? I was utterly bewildered. "So, you're not here to teach me, but rather to have me as a neighbor for 2 years? I suspected this might be some sort of arrangement between him and Carp, but I did not pry further. He placed his wine glass down and added, "The healing medicine is on the 5th floor. Go get it yourself. After eating, join me on the 1st floor." With that, he departed. Fine. I quickly polished off the steak, made my way to the 5th floor for some medicine, and then headed to the open space on the 1st floor. Mihawk was already there, sword in hand. Upon seeing me, he spoke, "Your swordsmanship is commendable, but you rely too heavily on hockey. Prepare yourself. Unleash your strongest attack and receive my strike." What the heck? I was taken aback. This wasn't how it went when you trained Zoro, was it? No instruction. Just a challenge to take a strike? Disregarding my confusion, he drew his supreme blade, the black blade Yuru. Upon seeing that sword, my face darkened. You used a small cross for Zoro, and now you're bringing out the big guns for me? I could not afford to be careless. So I enveloped myself in hockey. I unleashed my blade. He slowly raised the black sword and gently waved it in my direction. I must say, that single motion seemed unremarkable, yet the overwhelming pressure instantly immobilized me, rendering escape impossible. I felt as though I was facing not a man, but a primordial beast. With a roar, I steel my resolve, gripping the black blade tightly, driving my hockey to its zenith, summoning a 10-meter-long black flame blade. Moyen Jean. I summoned all my strength to meet his cut head-on. My massive attack seemed laughable against his simple slash. Upon contact, with a resounding bang, my assault was cleaved in two, bursting apart like dark fireworks. What? My eyes widened in disbelief. To make matters worse, his strike, having shattered my ultimate move, continued towards me with relentless force. With no way to evade, I was left with no choice but to brace myself with both hands on my sword. Bang! The moment our blades met, an overwhelming force surged through my arm. I felt as if I had been struck by a high-speed train, hurtling backward, crashing through countless trees before finally coming to a stop. I landed heavily on the ground, coughing up yet another mouthful of blood. I looked up at Mihawk in the distance, too furious to articulate my thoughts. Had I not been in such pain, I would have shouted, "Is this how you teach?" Instead, he simply chuckled and left me with a parting remark. "Understand it for yourself. When you can take my strike, you may leave." And then he walked away. I lay there, feeling as though my insides had shifted, just as I was about to question everything in life, when suddenly, ding. The system chimed, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the skill Swordsmanwho. Would you like to learn it?" Yes. I promptly agreed to learn. In an instant, an enigmatic sensation flooded my mind. Ding. Successfully simplified skill sword intent to sword intent grip sword. Incredible. As long as I held the sword, I could accumulate experience for sword intent. I laughed, realizing that the reason why Mihawk was so formidable was due to this sword intent, transforming every ordinary strike into a grand move. Thus, I lay on the ground, clutching my sword, recuperating while accumulating experience. Mihawk in the castle was likely still indulging in his wine, pondering when I would grasp this concept. Days passed, and eventually, I regained my mobility, launching into a frenzied training regimen. By day, I practiced swordplay, and by night, I engaged in battles with baboons, honing my skills in all aspects. The system even triggered a new task. Within 2 years, withstand a strike from Eagle on Mihawk. Mihawk was quite surprised to see me comprehend sword intent in just a few days, and he became more lenient with me. Before long, he announced that he would be leaving for 6 months, leaving me to fend for myself. Once he departed, I had to cook my own meals, which turned out terribly. Reluctantly, I simplified the skill cooking. After more than half a year had passed, while I was swinging my sword, the system presented me with another task: rescue Nico Robin's mother, Nico Alvia. I was taken aback. Was the system asking me to become a historical corrective figure? However, the rewards were generous, and there were no penalties for opting out, so I had to accept. I approached Mihawk to inform him of my intention to venture out for training. He scrutinized me and surprisingly agreed, stating that I indeed needed practical experience. I set sail on a small boat, my destination, O'Hara. To my astonishment, as a naval elite, I got lost at sea, just as I was in disbelief. A naval warship appeared on the horizon. Through my telescope, I recognized the giant rear admiral, Hukavardi Sarlon, the one who saved Robin's mother. The timing was perfect. I quickly donned the black attire I had worn when I confronted the celestial dragons at Slayedthe Archipelago, and I steered my small boat towards them. The Navy on board spotted me and quickly reported my presence. Sarlon approached the stern of the ship, his brow furrowing at the sight of my black garb. I leaped onto his ship, lowering my voice as I demanded, "Release Alvia." Upon hearing this, Sarlon's expression shifted. "Who are you? The black-clad figure from Slayedthe Archipelago?" I thought to myself, if you say so, I'll play along. I continued with my bravado. "Release Alvia, or face my wrath." I struck a pose, having rehearsed my lines, ready for a showdown. To my utter shock, the giant admiral capitulated. With a serious demeanor, he replied, "Very well, I am willing to hand over Alvia, as long as you spare us." I was left speechless. This was not how the script was supposed to go. He was surrendering without a fight? This was a complete twist. Later, I came to realize that he was cleverly using my hand to facilitate his escape. Before long, a strikingly beautiful woman with flowing white hair was brought forth. It was our Wei Ya. Salong summoned her over, and without hesitation, I wrapped my arms around her waist and leaped off the ship, leaving behind a cool remark. "Tell the Navy, just say hey yeah, am grateful." The more mysterious, the better. Once aboard my small vessel, I shattered the chains binding our Wei Ya with an air of dominance. She inquired about my identity, questioning whether I was with the Revolutionary Army. I found no inclination to elaborate and simply informed her, "Do not return to Alhala. It shall soon fall to the demon extermination order." To my astonishment, she insisted on going back, claiming she needed to rescue her companions, and I could not deter her. Reluctantly, I had to turn the ship around and take her back, thinking to myself that as long as I was present, I would ensure her safety. As we neared Alhala, the system chimed, "Ding. Task initiated. Retrieve the historical text from the all-knowing tree in Alhala." What'd I need that for? Nevertheless, since it was a task, I would proceed to acquire it. Upon arriving on the island, our Weya headed straight for the all-knowing tree while I stealthily followed. Seizing the opportunity while she conversed with Dr. Kaloaba, I slipped into the basement. The basement was filled with books, and after searching for considerable time, I could not locate the historical text. Just then, a bookshelf unexpectedly swung open, revealing a young girl who inquired about my identity. To my surprise, it was none other than a young Lua being. An idea struck me, and I deceived her, saying, "Dr. Kaloaba sent me. Your mother has returned, and the Navy is on its way. Hurry outside." Upon hearing that her mother had returned, little Lua Bean's eyes sparkled, and she darted out, forgetting to close the secret door behind her. I swiftly entered the concealed passage where, indeed, I found a massive historical text. Without hesitation, I placed it in my system backpack. Task accomplished. When I emerged from the basement, I overheard Lua Bean asking Dr. Kaloaba, "Did you not call for someone to bring me out?" She pointed to my previous position, exclaiming it was him. Naturally, nothing was visible now. At this juncture, our Wei Ya had resolved to confront the Navy herself, distancing the scholars from a situation. This woman truly had a penchant for courting trouble. My mission was to rescue her, so I could only continue to shadow her. Sure enough, she was soon captured by the CP9 officer, SwordsmanWho. That worthless old man. I refrained from intervening, fearing it would attract the attention of an admiral. I followed them back to the all-knowing tree, where I discovered that doctor. Kalua Ba and the others had all been apprehended, including little Lua Bean. In quick succession, Dr. Kalua Ba began to communicate with the 5 elders via a transponder snail, revealing the truth about the ancient kingdom. Before he could finish his statement, the 5 elders on the other end issued a command for his immediate execution. Just as I was listening, cannon fire erupted outside. I tell you, I had yet to finish my snack, and the booming sounds echoed like firecrackers during a festival. I turned to see that the entire Auhala was surrounded by naval ships, with shells raining down like hail from the sky. The demon extermination order arrived without hesitation. That coward, SwordsmanWho, upon witnessing such chaos, cursed and fled first, resembling a rat with its tail stepped on, prioritizing his own survival over his comrades. Meanwhile, the all-knowing tree was ablaze, resembling a colossal torch. Yet our Wei Ya and Dr. Kalua Ba pressed on into the inferno, insisting on saving the books. At that moment, I was astonished. These scholars truly valued knowledge above their own lives. Suddenly, I noticed a familiar large figure, Salome. He was carrying little Lua Bean as he fled, indicating a close bond. My heart sank. Why had he returned? But there was no time to ponder. Saving lives was paramount. I activated my Songshin technique, transforming into a shadow as I dashed towards the flaming world tree. By the time I arrived, the great tree was nearly consumed by flames, and ordinary folk could not enter. Yet I could still see the scholars inside, desperately tossing books out of the windows, hoping to salvage at least a few. Frankly, this was futile. Even if the books were not burned now, the Navy would annihilate them during the cleanup. Without a second thought, I looked up at the window from which they were throwing books, gathered my strength, and propelled myself upward. Upon reaching the window, several books flew out. I frowned and swatted them away before leaping inside. The heat was staggering, and the thick smoke stung my eyes. Many scholars had already collapsed. Only our Wei Ya and a few others remained, persevering against the flames. Upon seeing me, the figure clad in black burst in. She recoiled several steps in fright, but quickly recovered, explaining to the others that I was a rescuer. I had no time for pleasantries and got straight to the point. I am here to take you away. She hesitated, biting her lip as she asked if I could save the others as well. I flatly declined. I can only take one. This was an extreme rescue, not a bus service. Upon hearing this, her face reflected guilt as she insisted I take someone else, declaring she would stay behind to atone. Who understood the gravity of the situation? This was not the time for a tragic drama. The elderly scholars beside her, displaying remarkable fortitude, urged her to leave, stating she was the one who should survive to carry forth the truth of history. Observing the heart-wrenching scene of farewells dragging on, I hastily urged her, if you do not leave now, the fire will consume us all, and no one will escape. My concern was not solely for the flames, but for the monstrous figures of Akiji and Akainu. If they arrived, escape would be impossible. With a determined bite of her lip, our Wei Ya finally resolved. All right, I will go with you. Without further ado, I stepped forward, wrapping my arm around her waist, and leapt from the window, as she was moving too slowly. I opted to scoop her up in a princess carry, and began to sprint at full speed. Our Wei Ya was likely dazed, pressed against my chest, the wind howling in her ears as shells rained down from above. Yet I maneuvered gracefully, avoiding every single one. In her mind, she must have wondered who this imposing figure in black was. Upon reaching the shore, I was taken aback. A naval warship was barreling towards us with a prominent doghead insignia. I recognized it well. It was my grandfather Ka Pu's ship. On board, a young naval soldier spotted us through a telescope and hurried to report. Vice Admiral Ka Pu, Vice Admiral Kuzan has spotted a black-clad individual and a scholar. Ka Pu seized the telescope, and I could only imagine the shock he felt upon recognizing my silhouette. Why does that figure seem so much like my unfortunate grandson? Kuzan initially stood to pursue, but was halted by my grandfather, who calmly stated, This black-clad individual is on a mission from Wegwa. You stay here. My grandfather's excuse was remarkably clever. I would give him full marks for it. Kuzan, pleased to have a moment of leisure, likely preferred not to engage personally. Having spotted his friend Salong, I leapt aboard my small vessel with our Weiya and set sail. However, we had not ventured far when my grandfather's ship caught up to us. I inwardly fretted. Grandfather, you must recognize your own grandson. As it turned out, he had long since recognized me, and I imagined his face darkening with displeasure. Nearby, the naval officers foolishly inquired, Vice Admiral Kapu, shall we open fire? Kapu cleared his throat and commanded, bring out the cannons. I shall take matters into my own hands. I tell you, the most audacious maneuver was about to unfold. He stripped off his righteous cape, grabbed a cannonball, and hurled it towards me as if it were a shot put. One cannonball after another whistled through the air, causing our Weiya to scream in fear and shield her head. Yet, using my Kinbunchika haki, I found it amusing. Each shell seemed to have a mind of its own, either striking the left or right side of my vessel, creating great waves that propel my small boat forward even faster. Was this not the purest form of firepower suppression escort? My grandfather continued to hurl cannonballs while shouting, "You shall not escape." The thoughts in her mind likely echoed with a reprimand. "You little rascal, just wait until you return. I shall make you pay." With his assistance, I swiftly evaded the range of attack and vanished beneath the horizon. Once the cannon fire ceased, Olivia dared to open her eyes, astonished that we had emerged unscathed. At that moment, a chime resonated in my mind, signaling the completion of a task and the arrival of a reward. As Olivia regained her composure, she expressed her desire to see her daughter, Robin, understanding a mother's sentiments. I softened and acquiesced. We turned the ship around, and indeed, soon encountered her. Young Robin was alone on a small boat, weeping inconsolably, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Olivia gazed from a distance, tears streaming down her face, yet she recognized that as a fugitive, she could not approach without endangering her daughter. Ultimately, she wiped her tears and said to me, "Let us depart." Then, lowering her head, she asked if she could remain by my side. Considering the system's insistence on saving her, I reasoned it might be advantageous to have an ally, and thus I agreed. A fortnight later, we returned to the eerie Kelaikana island where Eagle Eye resided. The fellow had already fled, leaving behind a note stating he would return in a year. Quite the irresponsible mentor. I settled Olivia comfortably, informing her that she would reside there, with fields behind the castle and provisions aplenty in the cellar. All I required was for her to prepare meals and to refrain from wandering, for there were baboons outside. Afterward, I removed the long-worn black cloak. Olivia was left utterly astonished, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. She likely never anticipated that the enigmatic figure who saved her was merely a handsome youth in his teens. Days later, the newsbird delivered the newspaper. The headlines proclaimed Olivia's demise in the O'Hara incident, likely an effort by the Navy to suppress the information. The most shocking revelation, however, was that my alias knight had been placed on a bounty. The initial bounty was a staggering 100 million berries. I was momentarily dumbfounded, staring at the multitude of zeros, wondering, am I truly worth this much? This would undoubtedly cause Robin to swoon with infatuation upon seeing the newspaper, while in Navy headquarters. My grandfather Carp would likely be scratching his nose, furiously exclaiming, "You little rascal, you made quite a name for yourself. Just wait until you return, and I shall teach you a lesson." And thus began my year-long, frenzied training on the island. Olivia became my devoted support, occasionally accompanying me on archaeological excursions. Time flew swiftly, and far across the EC, Ace had already set sail to establish his own pirate crew. One fateful day, while Olivia and I were joyfully sharing a meal, an overwhelmingly familiar and potent aura descended upon us. I immediately set down my utensils and said to Olivia, "Prepare yourself. We may need to leave." Without hesitation, she retreated to gather her belongings, displaying unwavering trust in me. Grasping my black blade, I descended the stairs to find Eagle Eye awaiting me in the castle's courtyard. He regarded me with a smile and asked, "Have you emerged? Are you confident in delivering a full-force strike? Come at me." I replied as I slowly drew my black blade. Over the year, my swordsmanship had indeed improved. Eagle Eye, this time, was not holding back. He unsheathed his black blade, Knight, radiating an overwhelming sword intent and presence, vastly superior to a year prior. I, too, unleashed my full potential, intertwining my conqueror's haki and sword intent around the blade, crackling with red arcs of electricity. He appeared to effortlessly swing his sword, unleashing a white slash that tore through the air, hurtling toward me. I refrained from employing any flamboyant sword techniques, with both hands gripping the blade. I met his strike head-on, delivering my strongest blow. With a resounding crash, the red and white slashes collided, fracturing the ground instantly. A brilliant flash and shockwave toppling everything around us. As the light faded, I stood firm, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet ultimately remained standing. I had withstood the assault. Eagle Eye sheathed his sword and, without a backward glance, walked toward the castle, leaving me with a simple statement. All right, you may leave now. I strained my body, bowing deeply to his retreating figure. Thank you, master. Regardless of the circumstances, having such a mentor instilled confidence in me. Who would dare to challenge me in the future? Olivia hurried out, offering me a change of clothes. After we had donned fresh garments, we boarded the ship. This time, I had no intention of returning to Navy headquarters. Bringing back a fugitive would be tantamount to courting death. I planned to revisit the EC, as it had been many years since I last saw Luffy and Ace. However, just a few days into our voyage, our small boat succumbed to a violent storm. Olivia and I found ourselves clinging to a makeshift raft, and she chastised me for my ominous words, having just uttered that the ship was in disrepair. Before she could finish, she pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Lucan, look over there. Is that a pirate ship? There are so many." Following her gaze, I was taken aback to see a dark fleet of ships, at least dozens of war vessels, with a massive flagship among them. I pondered for a moment and realized it was none other than the infamous cliquey pirate crew, self-proclaimed rulers of the East Sea, claiming to be a formidable force. They were, in truth, utterly weak. A smirk crept across my face as I said, "Stay right there. Our new ship has arrived." Olivia was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended my intent, revealing a knowing smile. Without hesitation, I activated my moonwalk and soared toward their flagship. The pirates attempted to bombard me with cannon fire, yet I effortlessly sliced through the projectiles mid-air, transforming them into a dazzling display of fireworks. I landed gracefully on the deck, leaving the pirates in a state of shock. One young pirate scurried to their captain, Cliquey, stammering incoherently, "CC Captain, he's here." Cliquey, a rather foolish individual, arrogantly brandished a golden axe and inquired who I was. I smiled and introduced myself. "Lieutenant of the Navy, Lucan." A quick glance at his stats revealed his rank to be D, pathetically weak. Upon realizing I was Navy, he audaciously attempted to play tricks, drawing a gun and firing at me. I effortlessly dodged, countering with a swift slash that severed his golden axe and his arm in one stroke. Terrified, he fell to his knees in supplication, but seizing the moment, he released a gas grenade. I was utterly unimpressed. What a bore. Did he truly believe such petty tricks could harm me? I strode through the gas, undeterred by its effects, as my haki rendered me invulnerable. In Cliquey's astonished gaze, I raised my blade, sending him to meet the Sea King. With their captain's demise, the pirates were paralyzed with fear, crying out for mercy as they attempted to flee. My gaze turned icy, and I unleashed my conqueror's haki, causing everyone aboard the ship to foam at the mouth and succumb to unconsciousness. Observing other pirate ships attempting to turn and escape, I sneered. "None of you shall escape," I declared, my eyes like daggers, fixated on those foolish enough to attempt flight. Initially, I had no desire to engage, but the infernal system insisted on issuing a mission that required me to annihilate Cliquey's crew. How could I allow them to escape without completing my task? Raising my right hand, my black blade ignited with a dark aura, coalescing into a colossal flaming sword several meters in length, creating effects akin to hellish VIP privileges. "Demon flame slash," I bellowed, cleaving down towards the pirate ships. The spectacle was reminiscent of divine retribution as a black fire line descended from the heavens, directly targeting the foremost vessel. Boom! A tremendous explosion érupted. The ship was cleaved in twain, its hull plunging into the ocean, creating towering waves that shattered the nearby smaller vessels as if they were mere toys. As the waters calmed, the once mighty fleet of 50 ships was reduced to mere splinters and floating corpses. I scanned the scene, noticing the absence of Akin and the Iron Wall man, but it mattered not. The system chimed, indicating the mission was complete, rewarding me with 1 point of energy. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. I sheathed my blade and turned to find Olivia. Upon reaching her, I was taken aback to see her completely drenched. I was momentarily stunned, inquiring about her predicament. She shot me a glaring look, exclaiming, "Isn't this all you're doing?" It dawned on me that I had applied too much force earlier, causing the wave to knock her down. I couldn't help but chuckle and extended my hand, saying, "Come on, I prepare the boat for you." To my surprise, as Olivia stood up, she naturally leaned against me, leaving me momentarily bewildered. I pondered her intentions. Did she think I was going to embrace her and take flight again? In a moment of impulse, I quipped, "Oh, so you enjoy this kind of thing?" Of course. While my lips uttered those words, my hands were not idle. I instinctively wrapped my arms around her slender waist. The sensation was electrifying. As her damp clothing clung to her body, I felt a surge of excitement and quickly executed a graceful step, swiftly hopping aboard the ship we had seized. Eager to set sail, once I had secured her safely on the deck, I exhaled in relief and said, "We've arrived. You should head to the cabin to rest while I instruct these captives to operate the ship." Blushing, she nodded and scurried into the cabin like a little rabbit. As for me, I proceeded to rouse the few captives I had intentionally left alive, pressing a blade against their throats and commanding them to serve as my unwitting labor force. Half a month later, the ship finally arrived at my hometown, Slayedthe, swaying gently. However, upon reaching the dock, I was taken aback. There wasn't a soul in sight. The entire village resembled a ghost town. Olivia questioned, "Are you certain this is your hometown?" We walked all the way to Gia Makino's tavern, yet still encountered no one. Just then, the tavern door creaked open, and Gia Makino peeked out cautiously, as if we were thieves, and pulled us inside, whispering, "Keep quiet. The Click pirate ship is approaching." Hearing that, I couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, Gia Makino, don't worry, that ship is mine. As for the Click pirates, they've already been fed to the fish." The expression on Gia Makino's face was a mixture of shock and joy as she hurried to inform the villagers. Olivia nudged me and quietly asked, "Is she your sister?" I nodded, replying, "More or less. She took great care of us when we were young." When the villagers emerged and learned that I had vanquished the notorious pirate, the scene was extraordinary. They surrounded me, showering me with praise, and one of the older women even offered to introduce me to 2 wives. Overwhelmed, I quickly sought an excuse to slip back to my old room for some rest. After settling Olivia in Slayedthe, I ventured alone to Gurbo Mountain. Upon arriving at Dayton's doorstep, I called out, and a woman with a cigarette stepped out, squinting at me for a moment before recognizing me. "You are Luchen's brother." I inquired about Luchen, and Dayton informed me he was out training. Just as I settled down inside, I heard a familiar voice bellowing from outside. "Luchen Gu." Before the words had left his mouth, Luchen burst through the wooden door like a cannonball, wrapping his rubbery arms around me tightly, grinning from ear to ear. "Luchen Gu, why have you come back to see me?" Goodness, after years apart, he had grown significantly taller, and his strength had reached C-grade. Truly fitting for a protagonist. I teased him. "I'm on break, came back to check on you. I feared you'd be in trouble with Grandpa again." Upon hearing this, he immediately released me, grinning sheepishly. I realized that his earlier grip had been born out of fear of facing my wrath. I chuckled, "You little rascal. Are you afraid I'll hit you? Come on, try my current strength." "All right, you hit," he eagerly replied. This was indeed his own challenge. Without hesitation, I unleashed my haki and landed 2 solid punches on his head. Instantly, 2 large bumps rose on his forehead, causing him to jump around in pain, exclaiming, "That hurts." "Luchen Gu, why are your punches so painful?" I laughed heartily. This was a lesson in love. After spending a few days in Slayedthe, I prepared to depart. It was much safer for Aoruia to remain here than to return to the Navy headquarters with me. Moreover, the system had assigned me a new mission, to venture to the Sky Island and acquire the Rygene fruit and the historical text. A month later, I arrived at Gaia Island in the North Sea. I selected a few clever captives from the Click Pirates, offering them 1,000,000 berries to modify the ship and add wings for flight. Then, I ventured into the town for a leisurely stroll. Not far along, I spotted some familiar figures, the Hoyuan pirates. I immediately recognized the one resembling a monkey. I thought to myself, wasn't he the guide to Sky Island? I approached them enthusiastically. Wow, my friend, you look just like a true primate. Upon hearing this, the monkey man beamed with joy, thumping his chest. Brother, just tell me what you need. I'm looking for the descendants of Mont Blanc Noland. Upon hearing this, he became suspicious. I quickly clarified that I was not after gold, but rather to reach Sky Island. Though still skeptical, I earnestly assured him, I have heard that if a primate does not keep its word, it will regress into a monkey. His face turned pale, and he quickly complied, leading me to his leader. His leader was the one sporting a chestnut on his head, Kalikai, possessing sea-grade strength. I stated my intentions directly. Uncle, I wish to go to Sky Island. Kalikai scrutinized me for a long while, discussing the various aspects of the red line and the knock-up stream. Yet he had no way of reaching it himself. I replied, just tell me where the red line appears, and I will seek it myself. Without further ado, I dove directly into the sea area he indicated. Not far into my swim, a B-grade sea king charged at me with its mouth wide open. I simply commanded, get lost. Drawing my sword, I executed a swift slash, and the blade sliced through the water, severing the creature's head, bathing the sea in crimson. Kalikai and his crew on the shore stared in disbelief. Upon reaching the ocean floor, I realized there was no hollow space at all. It was merely a gigantic underwater volcano. My mind clicked into place. This was a natural rocket launcher. All I needed to do was wait for the red line to drift above the volcano, then trigger an eruption, and I could ascend. I returned to the shore and shared my discovery with Kalikai. His eyes widened with understanding, and he became overly excited, insisting on joining me to witness the existence of the Golden Bell. After waiting 2 days, the ship was finally modified, and the red line had appeared. The sky was dark and heavy, with the enormous silhouettes of Sky Islanders visible amidst the clouds. We hurriedly sailed beneath the red line. Kalikai began to fret. Oh no, if the volcano doesn't erupt, we can't ascend. Do we have to wait for the next time? I walked to the bow of the ship, unsheathed my blade, and smiled. No eruption? Then let us make it erupt. I unleashed my full power, enveloping the blade in hockey, channeling my sword intent, and a massive black flame coalesced into a giant sword. Aiming at the volcano's location as I recalled it, I executed a powerful strike. With a resounding split, the dark sword energy cleaved through the sea surface, plunging into the depths, and with a thunderous boom, it detonated with precision. The underwater volcano erupted instantaneously, creating a massive whirlpool at the sea's surface, followed by a terrifying current that sent our 2 ships soaring into the sky like toys. I swiftly severed the ropes and unfurled the wings of the ships. Riding the current, we broke through the clouds, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 7,000 meters, finally bursting into a vast expanse of white ocean. What can I say, my friends? The ocean at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The scenery was simply breathtakingly surreal. Kalikai was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, shouting that I was no fraud. I paid him no mind and took out the south bird Kalikai had captured to guide us. Before long, we spotted an island. I urged my crew to accelerate. Racing ahead, once we reached the shore, I cautioned the captives not to wander off, and then I leapt into the forest alone. To find the Rygene fruit and the historical text, I first needed to locate a local to inquire for directions. As I pondered, a small white fox darted past me. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than Kinesai's pet. Without hesitation, I pursued it, and indeed, I found the stunning, angelic figure of Kinesai on Tinsure Beach, with magnificent white wings adorning her back. I directly inquired, "Where is Shandoola?" She pouted and retorted, What do you want to do there? Chuckling softly, I swiftly drew my blade and pressed it against her snow-white neck, smiling as I said, "Oh, nothing much, just curious to see. A beauty like you surely would not want any scars on that lovely face, would you?" She was so frightened that tears streamed down her cheeks as she trembled and pointed me in the right direction. Following her guidance, I raced into the depths of the forest. However, I had not ventured far before I was met with a cacophony of voices ahead. "You wingless mongrel, go back to Qinghai." I edged closer and was taken aback to see several winged inhabitants of the empty island surrounding a man without wings, mercilessly beating him. Gazing intently, I was stunned to recognize the man being assaulted. Was that not Ainolo, the future god, being bullied here? The absurdity of this world was becoming increasingly apparent, showcasing a stark contrast. That iconic long-eared visage and those squinting eyes unmistakably belonged to Ainolo. I casually glanced at the panel, which clearly displayed skill, beaten, level G, bounty none. Was this not the time before he had consumed the rumble fruit? What was I waiting for? An opportunity had presented itself. Without delay, I unsheathed my sword and charged forward, unleashing a wave of sword energy that instantly reduced the bullies to mere remnants. Blood splattered across Ainolo's face, and I expected him to be frightened. Yet to my surprise, he smiled. I stealthily positioned myself behind him and remarked, "You don't seem afraid at all." Startled, he jumped up and glared at me. "Who are you?" Could I confess that I was here to seize his future fortune? Certainly not. I waved my hand dismissively, claiming I was merely a passerby, free to do as he wished. With that, I turned to leave, intending to follow him discreetly until he found the rumble fruit, at which point I would act. Just as I was about to depart, he called after me, asking if I was searching for the golden land, Shanduola. To my astonishment, he proposed a trade. He would lead the way in exchange for a share of the gold. I chuckled inwardly. Was this not serendipity? I was well aware that he had ulterior motives, likely aiming for the rumble fruit himself. Unable to handle it alone, he wanted me as his muscle. Very well, I would play along. I readily agreed. Ainolo led the way, twisting and turning as if he were a taxi driver deliberately taking the long route to boost his earnings. Strangely enough, he adeptly evaded all patrols of the divine officers. After half an hour, a resplendent city of gold appeared before us, and I was astounded. Even the bricks beneath our feet were made of gold. I had never seen so much wealth in my life, and my eyes widened in disbelief. Ainolo gestured towards the golden city, saying I could take what I wanted since he couldn't carry much. I scoffed inwardly, wondering how much he could truly take. To my shock, he began to collect small pieces of gold, clinking them together against a larger piece. A sudden realization struck me. This was a signal. Sure enough, in the next moment, the ground trembled violently as a colossal serpent, at least 50 meters long, emerged from behind the golden city. It was Ningji, the master of the void. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at Ainolo. Observing the glint of delight in Ainolo's eyes, I instantly understood. This was intentional. He wanted to be swallowed by the serpent, knowing the treasure must lie within its belly. Would I allow him to succeed? I swiftly executed a Marine six-form technique, appearing beside him and pushing him aside while feigning concern, then allowing myself to be consumed by the serpent. Ainolo was momentarily stunned, likely pondering how I could be braver than him. As I slid down the serpent's throat, I discovered a veritable treasure trove within. Gold, stones, and even human bones littered the interior. After searching for what felt like an eternity, I still couldn't find the rumble fruit. Something was amiss. Ainolo had gone to great lengths, so there had to be something of importance here. I realized I needed to think from Ainolo's perspective. Lacking strength, he had 3 possible escape routes. First, to break free from the serpent's belly, which was beyond his capabilities. Second, to exit through the mouth, which was even less feasible. That left the third option, escaping from the serpent's rear. The thought was maddening. For the sake of the rumble fruit, I was to become a master of such an unseemly endeavor. The stench was overwhelming. Yet, there was no other choice. For the sake of power, I had to commit. I activated my haki to shield myself from the foul remnants within and ventured deeper into the digestive tract. To my astonishment, I discovered a corner of a chest nestled within the flesh, having fused with the serpent's meat. I deftly extracted it with my black blade and opened it to reveal the azure, rumble fruit, crackling with arcs of electricity, just as I was about to devour it. I hesitated, recalling the fruit's natural habitat, and decided to clean it first before consumption. Upon placing the fruit in my system's backpack, a prompt appeared, offering to simplify the fruit for 10 energy points, allowing me to bypass the weaknesses of seawater and hockey. Without a second thought, I opted for the simplification. The system's products are always of exceptional quality. I then sliced through the serpent's body and emerged triumphantly, while the serpent itself lay unconscious from the pain. Without pause, I raced back to Shandoola and retrieved the historical texts as well. Just as I finished, Ganfuer, the current deity of the empty island, surrounded me with his followers, demanding to know where the inscriptions were. I shrugged, feigning innocence, and he surprisingly believed me, instructing me to leave quickly. Finding a secluded spot, I meticulously washed the rumble fruit 8 times before consuming it in one go. To my delight, it was unexpectedly sweet, likely a result of the system's simplification. An invigorating energy surged through my body, and arcs of electricity crackled around my hands. The system notified me that I had completed the task and unlocked 2 skills, electrocution and divine punishment. Even more intriguingly, I simplified the skills developed from the fruit, transforming them into sleep. The concept of lying down to attain divinity had never been so appealing. I lounged on the ship for 3 days, awaiting the return of Kalikai and the others, when I heard a commotion ahead. To my surprise, Kalikai and his companions were being pursued and battered by Ganfuer and a multitude of divine officers. The system task prompted me to assist them. I drew my sword and shouted, "Everyone get down!" Upon seeing it was me, Kalikai immediately understood and instructed everyone to drop to the ground. I unleashed a strike filled with concentrated sword intent, and Ganfuer attempted to counter with his own strike, but his attack disintegrated before me, akin to paper, and he was sent flying, crashing into several trees and spitting blood. Seizing the moment, I flashed in front of him and demanded a passage permit, threatening to eliminate them all otherwise. Ganfuer, stunned by my display of strength, immediately complied, handing over the permit without protest. Returning to the ship, we followed the river of clouds safely back to Qinghai. After bidding farewell to Kalikai, I directed my crew to set sail for the Marine headquarters. After more than half a month, we finally returned. I dared not seek out my grandfather, Kapu, and instead stealthily returned to the elite training camp. Teacher Zifa was currently conducting practical training with Smog and AIN. Upon my arrival, all activity ceased. Teacher Zifa beamed at me, exclaiming that I had finally returned. No sooner had he spoken than he asked who wished to spar with me. To my astonishment, Smog and 3 others stepped forward, their enthusiasm palpable. The system task then appeared, instructing me to defeat all challengers. Rather than face them one by one, which would be tedious, I proclaimed, "You 5, come at me together." The crowd gasped, believing I'd lost my mind. Teacher Zifa, however, understood my intent and urged them on. "What are you waiting for? Do you really think 5 of you can defeat him?" As soon as those words were spoken, Smoker and his companions were instantly ignited with fervor, charging towards me aboard their sleek vessel. I assure you, it felt akin to an adult engaging with a child. With a single stroke of my 4-square slash, for streams of sword energy sealed the space, sending Ayan and her 3 companions flying, crashing through the walls of the training ground. Smoker, relying on his Logia abilities, managed to evade by dissipating into mist, yet his frustration led him to attempt a display of strength with his hardened fists. However, he met with my sword energy, imbued with haki, and sustained a wound. Even Teacher Zephyr could no longer bear to watch, bluntly declaring that he had already mastered the externalization of haki. Smoker was left dumbfounded. Undeterred, the 5 of them charged at me once more, opting for a relentless wheel battle strategy. Ayan attempted to flank me using her retrospective fruit abilities. I had anticipated her move. With a swift, dual-wielded tornado, I lifted all 5 of them into the air, only for them to crash down, wounded and in disarray. Teacher Zephyr rose to declare their defeat, stating that I had not exerted my full strength. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Smoker and his companions turned pale. Just as Teacher Zephyr mentioned stepping into the fray against me, a furious voice erupted. "Zephyr, how dare you teach my grandson a lesson? Allow me to test this lad's prowess." To my astonishment, my grandfather, Carp, stormed onto the training ground, exuding rage. The task had shifted. I now had to endure 5 minutes under Carp's onslaught. My nerves frayed, I stepped forward with a forced grin, saying, "Grandpa, take it easy." He paid no heed, charging at me without hesitation, his hockey-imbued fist carrying an earth-shattering momentum. And with a single blow, he sent me crashing into the wall, leaving a human-sized hole in the process. Emerging from the rubble, dazed and bleeding, I protested, "Grandpa, it's just a sparring match. Must you use such force?" At that moment, I was incensed. I tell you, that old man was simply out for blood, glaring at me, urging me to come forth and endure more punishment. Fine. If he wished to be ruthless, then I could no longer hold back. My aura surged, the ill-level sword intent soaring skyward. The onlookers, fellow students, turned pale, exclaiming my strength, noting that I had not even used my full power. Indeed, had I exerted my full might, would the wall have merely sustained a hole? The old man cursed, claiming I dared to show off before him. Yet I discerned satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. I thought to myself, isn't this what you provoked? Wiping the blood from my mouth, I raised my black blade, unleashing the one-sword flow, celestial blossom. Thousands of delicate sword energies, akin to cherry blossoms, surged forth, blanketing the battlefield. The scene was utterly enchanting, though each petal bore lethal intent. He, too, was formidable, casting aside his justice cloak before unleashing the meteor fist, his blows resembling a Gatling gun, shattering most of my sword energy. Nevertheless, a few managed to slip through, leaving a small cut upon his visage. The ground behind him was reduced to ruins. After the clash, he casually dusted himself off and declared the bout over, heading back to sleep. Who among my family understands? This old man thrives on spontaneity. Thankfully, he departed. Another 5 minutes, and I would surely have been reduced to a pulp. Just as I exhaled a sigh of relief, a notification chimed in my mind. Task completed. Reward secured. Pure bliss. Yet, scarcely had I caught my breath when Teacher Zephyr pointed at the gaping hole in the wall, commanding me to repair it. Very well, I shall mend the wall, taking the chance to rest a bit, for that last punch had left my energy surging. That evening, Teacher Zephyr summoned me, revealing my graduation task, to eliminate a pirate named Diablo Diaz with a bounty of 60 million. 2 notifications chimed in my mind. One task was to slay Diaz, while the other was intriguing, entailing the rescue of all crew members aboard Teacher Zephyr's future training ship, with a particularly generous reward, a supreme great blade. It dawned on me. Teacher Zephyr's mechanical arm was severed by the self-proclaimed Whitebeard II, Weevil, aboard that very ship. This task was clearly to pit me against that S-level monster. But I was only A-level. How could I possibly contend? It was akin to embarking on a hellish difficulty level. In the following days, I trained fervently while seeking information about Diaz from Aunt Sia. However, she audaciously demanded 100,000 berries, an outrageous extortion. Fine, I would rely on the Navy's free intelligence instead. Upon reviewing the data, I discovered that Diaz was affiliated with Doflamingo, specializing in slave trading. Suddenly, it became clear. This task was not merely for my graduation, it was a means for the Navy's higher-ups to utilize me to send a message to Doflamingo, treating me as a pawn. Days later, intelligence arrived. Diaz was set to conduct a transaction at the Slayedthe archipelago. I set sail upon a humble vessel, waiting for him at sea. Before long, a pitch-black pirate ship approached. The lookout spotted me and hurried to report. From a distance, I could hear Captain Diaz laughing, questioning whether a mere Navy ensign warranted a report. I thought, laugh now, for soon you shall find no reason to smile. Without further ado, I executed a shadow flame slash, unleashing a colossal sword energy engulfed in black flames, cleaving his ship in two with a resounding crash. The vessel erupted into chaos, screams echoing as casualties mounted. I leapt onto the wreckage, scanning for Diaz, only to find a number of enslaved individuals, predominantly fishmen, whose appearances left much to be desired. As I searched for Diaz, an audacious soul charged at me. Without turning, I effortlessly severed his neck with a swift strike. The others stood petrified, too frightened to move. I seized a hapless minion, demanding to know Diaz's whereabouts, and he trembled as he pointed the way. At last, I laid eyes upon that wretched figure, grotesque and sporting a middle-parted hairstyle. Scanning him with the system revealed his B-level status, utterly weak, relying solely on Doflamingo's reputation for support. As I approached, he dared to boast of being a warlord of the sea. I could not be bothered to acknowledge him, drawing my blade instead. In a desperate attempt to save himself, he seized a nearby fishman as a hostage, threatening to kill him should I strike. I found this amusing, retorting, "Go ahead and kill him. I care not. I am here to eliminate you. Their lives mean nothing to me." He stood there, bewildered, likely unaccustomed to such a ruthless Navy officer. I unleashed 2 streams of sword energy, which he hastily countered by summoning 2 shadowy clones to shield himself. Intrigued, I mused, is this his devil fruit ability? Then chaos erupted as he conjured dozens of identical black monsters to swarm me. Just as I prepared to unleash a clearing attack, I sensed something amiss. My observation, hockey blaring warnings. These clones were set to self-destruct. He shouted, "Demon explosion," and, in an instant, the surroundings erupted into a fiery inferno. Giascaclet. Believing my demise was assured. As the smoke cleared, I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, emerging relatively unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled. I remarked, "Your fruit ability is quite fascinating." This left him momentarily stunned, his complexion paling. In a frenzy, he merged with a massive black entity, transforming into a towering giant over 20 meters tall. His strength had increased, yet his speed was akin to that of a snail. I thought, very well, if you wish to transform, I shall match your intensity. Drawing my dual blades, enveloping them in hockey, I unleashed the dual blade flow, Demon Slash. An X-shaped crimson specter of sword energy cleaved him and his sword into 4 pieces. His true form attempted to escape from the pile of debris, but there was no chance. I swiftly pursued, and with a decisive strike, severed a head from its body. Task accomplished, I concluded my work. Carrying Diaz's head back to headquarters, everyone stood in stunned silence. I sought out Teacher Zephyr, who glanced at my trophy and declared my graduation, even promoting me to lieutenant. An extraordinary exception. Hearing that he planned to take students out to sea for practical experience, I hastily applied to join. This was none other than the task that promised the supreme Great Blade. I simply had to go. After graduation, I celebrated with Aunt Sia, and Uncle Rayleigh tossed me a pink envelope, one from the beautiful Hancock. Inside was a photograph. I must say, after years apart, that young lady has blossomed into a true beauty. Aunt Sia was peering over at me, leaving me utterly speechless. A few days later, I embarked on the practice ship with Teacher Slayedthe. That afternoon, the sky suddenly darkened, and an unsettling feeling washed over me. Sure enough, a vessel appeared on the horizon, and at the bow stood the unmistakable figure of Weibel, with his 2 prominent white whiskers. I hastily instructed someone nearby to summon the teacher. My gaze remained fixed on the ship, where aside from the bumbling giant Weibel, there was also a short, unattractive old woman, his mother, Bajin. I quickly scanned them with the system and had an epiphany. Indeed, Weibel was an S-rank powerhouse, but his mother Bajin was the true ability user, an A-rank fruit specialist in the auxiliary category. It made sense now. How could Weibel possibly contend with Teacher Slayedthe? Someone was clearly providing him with an unfair advantage. When Teacher Slayedthe arrived and recognized them, Bajin immediately commanded Weibel to attack. A massive slashing strike came hurtling towards us. Teacher Slayedthe, however, was formidable. He leapt up and obliterated it with a single punch. Weibel, roaring in anger, charged at him, only to be pinned down and subdued by Teacher Slayedthe. I shook my head in disbelief. This was not the true capability of Weibel. The real threat was that old woman. I had to find a way to eliminate her first. I swiftly executed a shave technique and stealthily approached her ship. To my surprise, the cunning old woman noticed me immediately. shouting for Weibel to come back and protect her. The fool, upon hearing his mother's cries, became enraged, ignoring teacher Slayedthe entirely and swung a blade at me. The force was astonishing. I blocked it with my sword, but was sent flying several meters away. His strength was overwhelmingly immense. Seizing the opportunity, teacher Slayedthe delivered a punch to Weibel's face, but it was as if nothing had happened. He retaliated with another slash. In that moment, I understood. This brute was practically invincible. Just look at those stitched scars on his body, his head, his arms, all sewn together. His regenerative ability was akin to that of a mobile fountain. The true turning point lay with that old woman. At that instant, a notification from my system chimed. I had leveled up. It granted me a divine insight, allowing me to perceive others' fruit abilities. I scanned the old woman and discovered the truth. She was Weibel's mobile blood bank. Sensing danger, she promptly commanded her dim-witted son to attack me. I exchanged a knowing glance with teacher Slayedthe, signaling him that I would distract them while he dealt with the others. Teacher Slayedthe understood immediately and turned to assist the other students, instructing them not to be worn down by the reckless minions. The pressure on me was immense. Relying solely on my swordsmanship was insufficient. I had no choice but to activate my powers. System, maximize my sword intent. As soon as my S-rank sword intent was unleashed, my entire aura transformed, and the rain could not touch me. I unleashed a powerful technique, a one-sword flow of celestial blossoms. A tempest of pink sword energy filled the air, resembling a romantic cherry blossom shower. Yet each petal bore my sword intent, targeting their wounds. This maneuver delivered a mildly painful but highly humiliating experience, causing Weibel to howl in agony, while his mother urged him on. Son, hold your ground and defeat him. At this critical moment, teacher Slayedthe descended like a divine warrior. He suddenly appeared behind the old woman and declared, "You old hag, it's time to go," with a resounding punch. He sent her crashing into the sea. A user of the duck fruit, she floundered for a moment before sinking to the depths. Game over. Upon witnessing his mother's demise, Weibel broke down in despair, crying out to retrieve her. Would I allow him to escape? I executed a dual sword technique, Ghost Slash. Teacher Slayedthe held him back with an Iron Mountain block as my strike landed solidly on his back. Without his healer, his flesh could no longer withstand the blows. His eyes rolled back, and he plummeted into the sea. The other students watched in astonishment, exclaiming that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. What nonsense! This was clearly the power of investment. Mission accomplished. The system rewarded me with 20 energy points and bestowed upon me the magnificent supreme great knife, a sight to behold. Teacher Slayedthe was generous, attributing all the credit to me. Upon returning to headquarters, I became a celebrity. Wherever I went, people would point and whisper, "Look, it's him, the one who defeated Weibel. He is bound to be promoted to Rear Admiral." My grandfather, Carp, a heavyweight himself, greeted me with a loving iron fist before informing me that I had indeed been promoted, but to the East Sea. Upon hearing this, I realized that it was my hometown. How wonderful! My grandfather grumbled about the higher-ups' lack of vision, but ultimately whispered to me, "Be sure to visit Luffy. And don't let me know if you cause any trouble out there." Family, who understands? This was essentially an official license to roam free. News of my exploits spread like wildfire across the globe, reaching the likes of Doflamingo, Shanks, and Mihawk. Amusingly, Shanks was taken aback to learn that I was a disciple of Mihawk. My younger brother Luffy, upon seeing the newspaper in Windmill Village, excitedly exclaimed that he needed to set sail quickly, fearing I would return to catch him. Hancock, blushing while clutching my newspaper, sighed. The love of the Empress was indeed overwhelming. Days later, I set sail back to the EC aboard a grand naval ship, accompanied by Ein and Barton. Ein had become my first mate, and Barton had been promoted to lieutenant, both basking in my glory. The old men back at headquarters, including Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and my grandfather, stood on the city wall watching me depart, their expressions somber, as if I were leaving to demolish a building rather than taking up my post. Over a month later, I arrived in the town of Shells in the EC. Lo and behold, the welcome was quite grand, with a fellow sporting an iron plate on his chin named Monka leading the entire Navy in a parade to greet me. I offered a few words of formality about upholding justice and rallied their spirits. Then, I passed the grueling 6-month training task on Oine and the others. That evening, I changed into civilian clothes and strolled out, only to spot a green-haired fellow with 3 swords strapped to his waist. Good heavens, it was none other than Zorro. The system immediately issued a task, instructing me to subdue him and make him see me as a new goal. This required careful planning. After finishing my meal, I left. But I could feel that the young man was eyeing me suspiciously, likely sensing the overwhelming aura of power emanating from me. In the following days, the naval base was filled with cries of despair. Ein and the others finally found an opportunity to unleash their frustrations on the new recruits, returning the hardships they had endured under teacher Slayedthe in kind. Monka and I observed from the sidelines, shaking our heads. These novice recruits had remarkably poor physical conditioning and needed to train much harder. To be honest, these rookies were on an entirely different level compared to the elite forces at headquarters. They were worlds apart. As I continued to shake my head, 2 conspicuous figures in the crowd suddenly silenced me. One had shockingly bright yellow hair and a chin resembling a butt. The other sported pink hair and wore glasses, looking fragile and feeble. Family, who understands? This was none other than Bellamy and Kobe, those 2 clowns. I was surprised they had actually made their way into the Navy. It was a pity they missed the chance to become Karp's disciples. Just then, a notification chimed in my mind. A system task had arrived. Recruit these 2 as disciples. Reward 5 energy points. Well, this was a golden opportunity. I couldn't help but feel delighted. I stealthily approached Monka, nudged him with my elbow, and pointed at his disappointing son. Old Monka, that yellow-haired one is yours. ISNT, Monka beamed with pride. Yes, Rear Admiral. That's my son. From a young age, he aspired to be a righteous Marine. I roll my eyes, thinking to myself that he could forget about that. However, I said, oh, he seems quite dedicated, and the pink-haired one too. Both possess some talent. I was just talking nonsense. These 2 were clearly favored by Karp, with talents that were undoubtedly exceptional. Upon hearing my words, Monka's eyes widened like saucers, his face beaming with joy. Rear Admiral, do you mean? With nothing better to do, I feigned boredom and said, well, since I have some time on my hands, I might as well take them under my wing. As soon as the words left his lips, Monka nearly fell to the ground, overwhelmed with excitement and stumbling over his words. Then I must thank you on behalf of Slayedthe, Brigadier General. I am immensely grateful. By nightfall, the new recruits had disappeared without a trace, leaving only Kubai and Slayedthe on the training field, engaged in a strenuous weighted run, competing with one another like 2 spirited roosters. I considered it was time to make my presence known, and with a swift motion, I appeared before them. The 2 were so startled that they plopped onto the ground, as if they had seen a ghost. Brigadier General, they exclaimed, quickly scrambling to their feet and standing at attention. I crossed my arms and leisurely remarked, you are quite diligent, though I wonder about your actual capabilities. Come, let's exchange a few moves. They exchanged a glance and charged at me with fervor. I must say, their punches were so feeble that they felt more like gentle tickles upon my skin. With a delicate tap of my toes, I executed a suru, disappearing from their sight and reappearing several dozen meters away. They were left bewildered, scanning the area in confusion. Where did he go? I leisurely sauntered back into view, explaining, this technique is called sir from the Marine 6 styles. Would you like to learn it? Instantly, their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and they nodded vigorously. We want to learn. It's incredible. Very well, I replied with a smile. When there are no others around, you may call me teacher instead of Brigadier General. A chime echoed in my mind. 5 points of energy acquired, and a new task had emerged, to guide these 2 novices to D rank. So be it. I would focus on a nurturing companionship. As I exited the training ground, I encountered Ein, leaning against the wall with her sword in hand. She raised an eyebrow and teased, oh, Brigadier General Liu, do you have time to play kindergarten principal? I shrugged, feigning exasperation. What can I say? It's terribly dull. My bones are nearly rusting. Ein's eyes lit up. How about we go out tomorrow and clear the surrounding area of pirates? I clapped my thigh in enthusiasm. Absolutely. Let us visit the renowned sea restaurant Slayedthe for a feast. The following day, Ein and I decided to skip work, leaving Barton behind at the base as the drill instructor. We basked in the sun on the deck of the warship, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze. Soon, a large fish-shaped vessel appeared on the horizon. It was Slayedthe. However, I quickly noticed something amiss. A Navy ship, a pirate ship, and lo and behold, wasn't that Luffy's going merry? Ein's hand had already reached for her sword's hilt. Lu Chun, shall we engage? I quickly restrained her. Hold on. Today we are here to dine, not to fight. Just then, a cannon fired from the nearby Navy ship, and a figure in a straw hat was sent flying, crashing through the roof of Slayedthe. I sighed. Luffy, you never fail to cause trouble. As our ship approached, I noticed Zoro and Usopp, their faces pale with fear. Thinking yet another wave of Navy personnel was about to obliterate them, I positioned myself at the edge of the ship, offering what I hoped was a friendly smile. Long time no see. Zoro remained in shock, while Nami leaped from their ship and embraced me tightly, exclaiming, Brother Lu Chun. For those who understand, this little girl bombarded me with questions. What are you doing here? I saw in a newspaper that you became a brigadier general. Why haven't you visited me all these years? Dazed by her rapid-fire questions, I quickly patted her back. Hold on, let me catch my breath. Come, let us eat. It's my treat. Upon hearing my treat, Nami's eyes sparkled with delight as she tugged me towards the restaurant. Upon entering, we spotted a pompous Navy ensign named Habapati, who immediately leapt to attention upon my arrival. Brigadier General Lu Chun. Laughter erupted as all eyes shifted from him to me, and what a delightful feeling it was. I secured a table for Nami and the others, but soon found myself sandwiched between Nami and Ein, who flanked me on either side. Just as I was about to order, a blond lad with curled eyebrows approached, showering Nami and Ein with flattery, while completely ignoring my presence. I grew weary of his antics and pulled out a box of money from the system, slamming 1,000,000 berries onto the table. Bring one of everything on the menu. The lad persisted. Can you finish all that? We do not permit waste. I was incensed, my gaze cold as I unleashed a hint of my conqueror's haki. That is none of your concern. Also, keep your distance from them. If you continue to annoy us, do not blame me for being impolite. His face drained of color, and he fled to the kitchen in a panic. As the food arrived, Luffy bounded down the stairs, looking rather aggrieved. I beckoned him over. Luffy, come eat. He wasted no time, devouring the entire spread in a whirlwind of appetite. Just as he finished with a satisfied burp, an old man with one leg burst forth, brandishing a spatula, ready to strike Luffy. You little rascal. I didn't ask you to come here to steal food. With a light flick of my finger, I repelled his spatula. The old man, none other than Redfoot Zeph, stumbled back several paces, his expression transformed. I inquired, what did he damage? How much will it cost? Will my millions suffice for compensation? Zeph nodded. That will cover it. I turned to Luffy. You're free to go. Just as we were conversing, a gang of pirates burst through the door, and upon recognizing the two leading figures, I couldn't help but chuckle. Akin, an Iron Wall Baru from the Kuro pirates. Is it? Long time no see. Akin, upon seeing me, wore an expression of sheer terror, stammering, It's you. As Iron Wall Baru shouted run, they attempted to flee, thinking they could escape. Not a chance. Without fully drawing my sword, I unleashed 2 slashes of crimson sword energy. In an instant, they were bisected, their upper bodies flying forward while their lower halves crumpled to the ground. The sight was quite the spectacle. The remaining lackeys met a similar fate as Ein charged out, dispatching them with ease. I exchanged pleasantries with Zeph before feigning modesty. Ladies and gentlemen, please, as a member of the Navy, it is my duty. I was convincing even to myself. Luffy inquired about my swordsmanship, and when I mentioned the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro's eyes turned red with determination as he stood up. Let's have a match. Very well. I offer you this opportunity. We took our positions on a combat platform, and I drew the supreme blade granted by the system, the Warlord's blade. Upon seeing the sword, Zoro's face paled. I instructed him to use his strongest technique, and he charged at me, shouting about his 3-sword style, great thousand worlds, a flurry of flashy moves. I could hardly be bothered to use my sword energy. I simply waved my blade, and it sliced through his chest. With a single strike, he fell, his two swords shattering into fragments. Luffy shouted at me for being too harsh, while Zoro, clinging to life, raised the remnant of his blade, vowing through tears, "I will never lose again until I defeat you and become the world's greatest swordsman." Pirate King, do you have any objections? Luffy grinned, none. Witnessing this scene, I chuckled softly. This lad has some spirit. I waved goodbye to them, departing with Ein, Luffy, Nami, Zoro. Farewell. I hope the next time we meet, you will have grown even stronger. As our Navy ships sailed away, I glanced back at their small vessel, pondering the upheaval I had caused in their narrative. They had missed out on numerous opportunities for growth, though whether this was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. For now, the Navy hierarchy seemed to disregard Luffy and his crew entirely, not even issuing a bounty yet, merely invisible entities. Nevertheless, I mused that my system would ensure I remained occupied, with a plethora of tasks awaiting me in the future. As long as the rewards are substantial, I would gladly take on any role, whether as a caretaker or even as a father. Just as I was pondering this, the young lady Anne approached, whispering softly. I never anticipated that Admiral Karp's two grandsons would diverge so dramatically. One has joined the Navy, while the other has surprisingly turned to piracy. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle, waving my hand dismissively. Ah, that rascal Luffy is just like that. Let him be. Even my grandfather struggles to rein him in. He is a true wild stallion. Ain nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries about family matters. Just as I turned to head back to the cabin for a brief respite, a sudden realization struck me. Tasks had arrived. The system promptly assigned me 2 missions, reminiscent of KPI targets. The first was to rescue Luffy from Logtown, rewarding me with 50 energy points. The second was to confront Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, in Alabasta, liberating the entire nation, with an impressive reward of 500 energy points and a supreme blade. I mused to myself, rescuing someone from Logtown should be a straightforward affair. Why would it be worth 50 points? Yet, I dismissed the thought. Any reward is welcome. These energy points are treasures, capable of directly enhancing my skills, akin to premium in-game currency. For the sake of those 500 points and the Supreme Blade, I would brave even the perilous depths of Alabasta. A few days later, we returned to the Navy base in the East Blue. Upon entering, I was greeted by the disgruntled face of Barton, as though someone had owed him 8 million. He launched into a tirade. You too are living the high life, gallivanting about while I toil here with the new recruits. Ain and I exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. I patted him on the shoulder. Fear not. Ain will take over for you. You deserve a break. Ain, however, was not pleased and rolled her eyes at me. Oh, so you want to be a hands-off manager now? Believe me, I could easily turn you into a baby. Those words sent chills down my spine. Her backward fruit, which rejuvenates the elderly, would send someone like me in my 20s straight back to kindergarten with just a touch. Who could withstand that? I quickly made my escape, calling back. You first have to defeat me. Yet, I must admit, her ability does have its merits. Last time, she reverted Robin to a youthful age of 18. And it was quite the captivating sight. That evening, I strolled through the training grounds, observing how Kobe and Balumber were faring. To my surprise, they were quite adept, even practicing with weighted leg straps for their Soru technique. After more than a month of rigorous training, their strengths had risen to F level, showing promising progress. 2 months passed, and one late night, Ain and I returned to the training ground, just in time to see the 2 boys remove their weights. Suddenly, with a resounding thump, Kobe launched himself off the ground and vanished, reappearing several meters away. Although he stumbled upon landing, his excitement was palpable as he jumped around exclaiming, Balumber! I've learned it. I mastered it, Soro. Balumber, landing gracefully, replied with a grin, I've learned it too. At that moment, Ain and I emerged from the shadows, and I nodded approvingly. Not bad. After 2 months, you finally grasped it. Upon seeing us, they immediately stood at attention, saluting Commodore. Instructeur Ayon. Balumber, ever the sycophant, grinned and asked, Commodore, can we now learn the other 6 techniques? I straightened my expression and doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Not yet. Spend a few days perfecting SwordsmanWho first. Don't let a little progress make you arrogant. It took you over 2 months to learn it, while in the Navy headquarters. Prodigies completed in a month. Their faces fell in disbelief. A month? AI chimed in. Indeed, our Commodore learned it in just 1 day. 1 day. Kobe and Balumber's jaws nearly hit the ground, staring at me as if I were a monster. I waved my hand dismissively. A hero does not boast of past glories. All right, you two remain here and let Ian teach you the new 6 techniques while I set sail for patrol. After instructing Ian to keep an eye on their training, I turned and vanished into the night. Once I was gone, Kobe curiously asked an instructor, "Is the teacher off to hunt pirates again?" Ian nodded. "Yes, your teacher has nearly eradicated all the pirates in the East Blue over these months." Little did she know, I was merely farming monsters to earn energy points. Draped in a black cloak and donning a hood, henceforth, I would be known as the bounty hunter of the night. I boarded a small vessel, heading straight for Lowtown. Calculating the time, Luffy and his crew should be arriving soon. Meanwhile, at the Navy station in Lowtown, smoke swirled like a mystical fog. A frantic young soldier rushed in. "Colonel Smoker, trouble. The Straw Hat Pirates are heading our way." From within the haze, a figure rose sharply, growling silence. "Who told you to raise such a ruckus?" It was none other than the natural-type devil fruit user, the white hunter, Smoker. With 2 large cigars clenched in his mouth, he nonchalantly remarked, "What's the fuss? Since I took charge of this town, has any pirate ever escaped my grasp? Let us go catch them." On the other side, I had already reached the execution square. Standing in the corner, I gazed at the platform where the pirate king Roger once met his demise, feeling quite contemplative. Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a strikingly beautiful woman with long legs sauntering by. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Slayedthe. After consuming the slippery slipper fruit, she had undergone a stunning transformation. Following her gaze, I noticed several shadowy figures cloaked in gray, one of whom had a distinctive red nose. None other than the clown Buggy had arrived. It seemed the main cast would soon make their entrance. I remained patient, finding a spot beneath the execution platform to wait. That fool Luffy would undoubtedly climb up to experience the view from the Pirate King's vantage point. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before a pair of rubbery arms extended, grasping the edge of the platform as Luffy catapulted himself up, exclaiming, "Wow, is this the place where the Pirate King was executed?" The officers below shouted through bullhorns, urging him to come down, but he ignored them, engaging in banter. At that moment, Slayedthe swung a spiked mace, knocking one of the officers unconscious, and began to fawn over Luffy, wanting him to be her man. Luffy, utterly bewildered, failed to recognize the stunning beauty before him. Shortly thereafter, Buggy and his crew ripped off their gray cloaks, making a flashy entrance, chattering incessantly about their trivial matters. Luffy, furrowing his brow in thought, finally blurted out, "Who are you again?" "All right, you're called Dung." I nearly burst into laughter, Buggy's face turning a deep shade of green, resembling a matcha cake. "I am Buggy the Clown." Amidst their commotion, Buggy's subordinate Kabaji seized the opportunity to ambush Luffy, pinning him firmly to the execution platform. Buggy, reveling in his triumph, ascended the platform, brandishing a sword, ready to execute a grand public display. Just as I prepared to intervene, I felt a chill sweep through the air, and the sky darkened ominously. My heart skipped a beat as I realized something was amiss. The dragon was coming. Luffy's elusive father. I had to act quickly before he arrived. I was determined to seize those 50 energy points. Without hesitation, my right wrist transformed into a pure white arc of electricity, and I pointed skyward, shouting, "Divine retribution." A dazzling bolt of lightning shot from my fingertips, soaring into the heavens, and thunder roared throughout the sky. On the execution platform, Buggy remained oblivious, grinning maniacally as he swung his sword towards Luffy's neck. Just then, a colossal lightning bolt, thicker than a barrel, descended from above, striking the execution platform directly. A resounding blast erupted, and amidst the blinding white lightning, only the harrowing wails of Ba-G could be heard, his skeletal frame laid bare. The entire execution platform was instantly shattered into ruins, engulfed in a thick, swirling black smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a figure rose from the debris, grinning widely and foolishly proclaiming, "I'm alive, ha ha. This little brat, Lu Fei, is indeed the nemesis of lightning with the gum-gum fruit. I am unscathed." I chuckled inwardly, thinking, why not run? What are you waiting for? Looking back at Baji, he had become a charred silhouette, propped up by his subordinates, still coughing out black smoke. At that moment, smokers stormed in with a large contingent of Marines, surrounding the square. Realizing the dire situation, Ye Ta and Ba Ji hastily prepared to make their escape. Lu Fei also took advantage of his rubber elasticity to swiftly leap out of the encirclement. Observing Smoker, I mused that he was indeed a troublesome character. To ensure the mission's success, I needed to witness Lu Fei's safe departure from the sea. Thus, I swiftly pursued Lu Fei's direction. However, just as I ventured a short distance, I felt a chill creeping up my back. I immediately halted, addressing the empty alley coldly. "Sir, there's no need to hide." No sooner had I spoken than a man clad in a green coat, with a checkered tattoo on his face, emerged slowly, his sharp gaze fixed on me. "Why did you attack Lu Fei?" My heart sank as the system panel automatically displayed. Monkey D, Dragon, SSS rank. Goodness, a top-tier figure. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Lu Fei's father. Dragon repeated his question. "Who are you?" I shook my head and lowered my voice. "You need not know who I am, only that I harbor no ill will towards Lu Fei." I certainly did not wish to reveal my identity just yet. This man was unfathomable. Dragon clearly did not believe my words, snorting coldly as he raised his right hand, gathering a small whirlwind in his palm, which grew larger until it transformed into a terrifying tornado. "Are you serious?" I frowned tightly. I could not match his strength at this moment. "Tornado," Dragon gently pushed, and the destructive whirlwind surged towards me. I dared not be careless, instantly enveloping my hands with armament hockey. With a powerful thrust of my right hand, I unleashed a palm strike that echoed with explosive force. Mountain-shattering palm. The massive palm shadow collided fiercely with the tornado. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated, and the violent energy exploded outward, leveling the surrounding walls. The tornado dissipated, and my palm shadow vanished. However, the outcome was that I was thrown back several steps before regaining my footing, while Dragon had only retreated 3 steps. Companions, this is the disparity in strength. You are formidable, but there are no bounty hunters of your caliber in the East Blue. Dragon regarded me with keen interest. I had no time for idle chatter, urging, "Stop guessing, someone is coming. Smoker and his crew are pursuing us." Dragon glanced at me, uttering a phrase about fate before taking flight, vanishing into the sky. "Well, you run off and leave me to deal with the Marines." Huh? As the Marines charged in droves, I raised my right hand, crackling with electricity, and smirked. "Discharge 1,000,000 volts." In an instant, immense currents surged along the damp ground, electrocuting the Marines into charred figures, foam spewing from their mouths as they collapsed. Only Smoker managed to avoid the fate due to his elemental transformation, but by the time he regained his form, I had long since disappeared, infuriating him to the point of throwing away his cigar. I concealed myself in the shadows of the dock, watching as Lu Fei's small boat gradually sailed away. The system prompt echoing in my mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward. 50 energy points. Finally accomplished." I glanced at my attributes. My energy points had reached 119. Without hesitation, I spent 80 points to elevate my Devil Fruit development ability to level C. Having wrapped up matters in Road Town, I set sail alone towards the Grand Line. My destination, Alabasta. Days later, I entered the first half of the Grand Line, and, upon reaching the waters near Alabasta, the system alert chimed again. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Obtain the historical text from the ancient ruins of Alabasta. Reward. 50 energy points." Slayedthe. I pulled out my map and saw the shadow of an island ahead. That must be Little Garden. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Defeat Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week, Mr. 5, and Miss Valentine. Reward. 100 energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Resolve the conflict between Dory and Broggy. Reward. 100 energy points. Well, The system is certainly ramping up the intensity. Tasks are coming one after another. It would be foolish not to seize the rewards, so I swiftly turned my ship towards Little Garden. Minutes later, I landed on this island, teeming with prehistoric beasts. Shortly after entering the forest, a shrill cry echoed, and a large blue bird lunged towards me, seeking death. Just as I felt hungry, I would make you my dinner. A smirk crossed my lips as I released my conqueror's haki, causing the bird to roll its eyes and crash to the ground. Approaching, I drew my long sword, Tianjin, and kicked the bird's corpse into the air, my wrist flicking as the blade glimmered. By the time I sheathed my sword, the large bird had been neatly processed, leaving only edible chunks of meat. I gathered some dry twigs and ignited a fire using my thunder fruit, starting a barbecue. With B-grade cooking skills and my own seasonings, the aroma of the roasted meat was divine. Just as I cut a piece to savor, the ground trembled violently. I turned to see a giant clad in armor, wielding a massive axe and round shield, crouching down with wide eyes fixated on my barbecue, drool nearly dripping. "Hello, the meat you roast smells amazing. Could you spare me a bit?" I glanced at his profile, captain of the giant pirate crew, Broggy. I handed over the remaining roasted meat to him. He devoured it in a few swift bites, wiping his mouth and saying, "Friend, thank you. I am Broggy, the strongest warrior of Elbaf. Call me Lu Chun." We exchanged pleasantries when suddenly a deafening roar erupted from the distance, signaling a volcanic eruption. Broggy stood up. "Lu Chun, let us drink together next time. I must go to battle." With that, he dashed towards the volcano. I knew he was off to duel with the other giant, Dory. These two had been battling over trivial matters for a century. Watching them clash sent tremors throughout the island. I paid them no mind and continued deeper into the island. The urgent task was to deal with the Baroque works pests. Soon enough, I stumbled upon a peculiar white structure made of candles in the forest, standing out starkly. Inside, a man with a hairdo, shaped like the number 3, was leisurely sipping tea with a little girl next to him, munching on sunbae. It was none other than Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek. I let out a cold chuckle, appearing directly at the entrance. "So, you've been hiding here? Who?" The two sprang up in alarm. In the next instant, I was upon them, the glimmer of my sword slicing through the candle house, cleaving it in two. Brandishing my long sword, I confronted them again. "Prepare to meet your end. The Marines. Retreat." Mr. 3's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly pulled Miss Goldenweek back, simultaneously flinging his arms, causing a torrent of wax to gush forth, solidifying into a thick wall before him. Candle wall. Yet the very next second, I cleaved through it effortlessly. I tell you, the man was utterly dumbfounded, likely not anticipating that his trick would falter so swiftly. But he reacted quickly, squeezing out more wax from his body and desperately constructing an even thicker, more absurd wall, whimsically naming it the extra-large service candle wall. Goodness, he at least had a knack for naming. Unfortunately, in my presence, no wall could withstand a single strike. With another thunderous crash, that wall shattered more thoroughly than the previous one. At last, the two had no barriers left, finally seeing my face clearly. The individual known as Mr. 3 was nearly wide-eyed with astonishment as he pointed at me and exclaimed, "Navy Brigadier, you are Lu Chun. Aren't you stationed in the East China Sea? What brings you here?" Amused, I replied while brandishing my sword, "To capture pirates, of course." "What? Do you think I've come for a holiday? Your inquiries are rather excessive." I casually glanced at their data. One was a B and the other AC, with their combined bounty barely reaching 100 million. They were truly insignificant, particularly the young lady named Miss Huang Jinzhou, who surprisingly lacked any fruit abilities and could merely influence emotions through her artwork. If she were to pursue a career in management, she would undoubtedly become a leading figure. Seeing that Mr. 3 felt dismissed, he grew agitated and shouted, "Don't think I fear you just because you're a brigadier." As he spoke, wax began to ooze from his body, and before long, he had encased himself in a towering suit of wax armor, resembling a low-grade Gundam. The young lady beside him pulled out a palette and swiftly painted his white armor in a spectrum of colors. Candle champion armor, successfully colored. He struck a pose he believed to be impressive and cackled. "You didn't see this coming. Today, I shall achieve the feat of defeating a Navy brigadier." At that moment, My expression mirrored that of an elderly subway rider engrossed in their phone. What era are we in to still be playing such flamboyant games? I could hardly muster a response. Instead, I activated my haki, enveloping myself in an overwhelming aura, while the sword in my hand transformed into an inky blackness. Flames erupting from it to form a colossal black sword several meters long. Demon flame slash. I bellowed, striking down towards his champion armor. He was instantly terrified. Where could he run from a sword of such magnitude? He could only brace himself, swinging his waxen fist at my blade while shouting something about the championess fist. Ridiculous, his waxen fist, when confronted with my black flames that meld all, would be akin to ice cream plunging into a hot pot, instantly dissolving into a puddle of wax. He could only watch helplessly as the great sword descended upon him. With a thunderous crash, the ground was struck, creating a massive pit. He fell into it like a tattered doll, unconscious. The artist, Miss Wang Jinzhou, was also knocked out by the shockwave. How tedious. I shook my head, approached, and bound the two with sea stone chains, dragging them towards the shore. Just as I was about to use my din mushy to call my Navy colleagues, I suddenly furrowed my brow, sensing something speeding towards me. Without a second thought, I lifted Mr. 3 and Miss Wang Jinzhou as makeshift shields. With a loud bang, a small black projectile exploded against the unfortunate duo, enveloping them in smoke. A woman's voice echoed from above, 10,000 gene weight. A figure plummeted like a cannonball. I had already anticipated her arrival. With a swift shave, I evaded to a distance of several meters, letting her crash into the ground and create a large crater. It was then that I clearly saw two more individuals, a blonde woman wielding a yellow umbrella and a dark-skinned man with curly hair. Clutching what appeared to be a black bomb, I glanced at their data, Miss Kingrenji and Mr. 5, yet another pair from the Baroque works. The woman had a splendid figure, but her intellect seemed lacking. In frustration, she stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Ah, I missed." Mr. 5, the calm one, glanced at his unconscious comrades and addressed me with a serious demeanor. "Navy, we are subordinates of the warlord Crocodile. If you dare to harm us, are you not attempting to breach our agreement?" I chuckled. "You sought me out. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. Now, it seems I have a complete set for a game of mahjong." The man, realizing he might be outmatched, attempted a sneak attack. With a flick of his finger, he launched his bomb towards me. I tilted my head slightly to avoid it, but as it zipped past my ear, it detonated remotely. "Ha ha ha!" Mr. 5 laughed triumphantly. "Did you think you could evade it? I am a bomb man." As the smoke cleared, I stood unscathed. I admitted I had been careless and nearly overlooked that detail. However, with such feeble power, even my hockey shield could withstand it. "Your fruit is impressive, but alas, you are far too weak," I remarked with a cold smile. He stood in shock, his expression one of disbelief, before he pulled out two more bombs and aimed them at me. This time, I cannot be bothered to dodge. With a swift shave, I appeared behind him and struck down with my sword before he could react. Blood splattered as he flew away, a deep wound now visible on his back. Seeing the dire situation, Miss Kingrenji turned to flee, utilizing her fruit ability to make her body as light as a feather, attempting to slip away with the wind. "Can you truly escape?" I chuckled, casually slashing my hand towards a retreating figure, a blade of air instantly pursuing her and bringing her crashing down, where she joined her companion on the ground. Mission accomplished. I had captured all four. I bound them together with sea stone and dragged them towards the shore. Shortly thereafter, my friend Shiza's warship arrived. With a firm motion, I tossed the four of them onto the deck as if they were sacks. Shiza pulled me aside and quietly warned me that these individuals were under Crocodile's command, and my capture of them might provoke trouble from the rear admiral overseeing this sea. I waved my hand dismissively. "Do you not know who my grandfather is? Should I fear him? Just escort them to the Navy headquarters and spread the word that Crocodile's men were taken out by a mysterious Navy officer. But do not mention my name. I want to see how Crocodile reacts." After sending off Shiza, I turned back to the depths of the island in search of the two giant brothers. Upon my arrival, I found them exhausted from a recent clash, sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily. Spotting me, Brokey smiled and asked why I was there. I replied, I came to see if the strongest warriors of your giant village emerged victorious. The other giant, Dongli, was displeased by this remark. Who are you calling the strongest warrior? That would be me. Good heavens, as they continued to bicker, I swiftly intervened. Gentlemen, there is no need to quarrel over this moment. You can resume your battle once you have rested. They both agreed and promptly lay back down. I looked at the two of them, suddenly struck by inspiration, and suggested, since you both claim to be the strongest, why not compete in a different manner? Surely, you do not wish to spend your lives here fighting. They exchanged glances and found merit in my proposal. Brokey suggested, all right, let us see who can hunt a larger sea creature. You will be the judge. Very well. Donnelly quickly concurred. Without delay, the two giants rose and headed to the shore to hunt. I too busied myself, delving into the forest. 3 hours later, as dusk approached, the two giants returned, dragging their catch that resembled small mountains, and once again began arguing over whose was larger. Enough. Allow me to demonstrate. I pointed behind me. They looked in the direction I indicated and were bewildered to see a massive wooden platform floating at the water's edge. What is this? They both exclaimed, utterly confused. I smiled and explained, this is called science. We shall play a game akin to Chow Chong weighing the elephant. We will place one catch on the platform. Note how deep it sinks, then switch to the other. The one whose catch causes the platform to sink deeper will be declared the heavier and larger catch. How does that sound? They found my method reasonable and agreed. I began measuring their catches. Ultimately, the result revealed that Brokey's catch, a plump fish-like sea creature, outweighed Dongley's by a slight margin. Ha ha ha. It appears my catch is indeed larger. Brokey laughed with pride. Though Dongley was reluctant to accept, he ultimately conceded, agreeing to a rematch the following day. Observing their reconciliation, I cheerfully suggested, why not roast these two catches and enjoy some drinks? Excellent. They both exclaimed in unison. That night, the three of us gathered around a bonfire, feasting on meat and drinking heartily, reveling in sheer delight. A century's worth of strife seemed to dissolve before the allure of a barbecue. Meanwhile, in Alabaston, a man puffing on a cigar received news of his subordinate's capture. Erupting into a strange, mirthful laughter. Ha ha ha, how audacious for the Navy to lay hands on my men. Mr. One, go fetch me the head of that reckless Navy officer. At dawn the following day, I bid farewell to my two giant companions, who expressed concern for my safety. Warning me about the treacherous territory of a creature-infested island I would traverse en route to Alabaston. I waved them off, assuring them, do not fret. It is merely a small monster. I can handle it. After all, a system task awaited me. Offering a reward of 50 energy points, there was no way I would let them take that from me. As I set sail on a small boat, not long after departing, the waters ahead surged dramatically, resembling a volcanic eruption, as a colossal goldfish, comparable in size to an island, breached the surface, opening its enormous maw, poised to devour my vessel. Its size was impressive, yet I wondered about the taste of its flesh. Rubbing my nose, I drew my sword, Wu Zhuang, enveloping it in the aura of haki, the blade shimmering with crimson arcs of energy. With a decisive strike, I unleashed a formidable attack, cleaving the air with a terrifying wave of blood-red sword energy that split the clouds above. The creature emitted a roar that abruptly ceased. As my sword energy seamlessly sliced it in two, its blood staining the sea of vibrant red. Sheathing my sword, I turned to wave at the two giants on the shore, who stood in stunned silence. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave. Days later, as I reclined on the boat, I sensed a sudden chill in the air. Rising to consult my map, I estimated I was nearing the kingdom of Magnadrome, a perfect opportunity to check on Chopper. However, before I could draw closer, I noticed smoke billowing from Winter Island, suggesting a battle was afoot. A group of soldiers, clad in royal uniforms, was desperately fleeing toward a large ship, led by an individual adorned in opulence yet grotesquely unattractive. Furrowing my brow, I approached cautiously. To my astonishment, it was none other than Warbwa. The system chimed, eliminate Warbwa to earn 50 energy points. This task appeared rather straightforward. As I steered my boat nearer, the soldiers spotted me. One soldier hurriedly reported to Warbwa, Prince, someone is approaching. Warbwa filled with excitement, inquired, "Is it the Navy? Is it the Navy?" "Splendid. Truly, it is the Navy. Quickly, let me see them. With the Navy here, we have nothing to fear from those pirates." His joy was palpable. However, as he reached the ship's edge and caught sight of just me aboard a small, shabby vessel, his expression morphed from elation to fury. Suddenly, his arm transformed into a spear, and he fired a shot at the soldier who had alerted him, bellowing, "You fool. Just one Navy officer. And you dare inform me it's the Navy?" With a single shot, he eliminated his own man and then aimed his weapon at me, cursing, "Useless Navy. Arriving now. What good can you do?" The bullet whizzed toward me. Indeed, he was a tyrant who deserved his fate. I merely tilted my head slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he panicked. Remarkably, he did not evade. Instead, he transformed his other arm into a second firearm, unleashing a barrage toward my small boat. The bullets rained down as if they were free, this man clearly believing himself a Gatling gun, taunting, "Let's see how you evade this." I could not help but laugh aloud. Evade? Did he not understand? There was no need for evasion. With a subtle push of my toes against the deck, I vanished. Yes, you heard correctly. I disappeared into thin air. Utilizing moonwalk, I soared into the sky, observing Warbois floundering below, shouting, "Where is he? Where is he?" Suspended in midair, I could not even be bothered to grant him a glance. My voice icy as I declared, "Dare to lay a hand on a Navy rear admiral? I hereby pronounce your sentence. Death." His eyes bulged in disbelief as he gazed up at me, and as he opened his mouth to utter something, I swiftly unleashed a wave of sword energy. He reacted quickly, conjuring a thick iron wall as if from a 3D printer, and transformed himself into a diminutive fortress, which he dubbed Warbois House. What a farce! It was as if he was playing a simulation game. Regrettably for him, his shoddy construction was no match for my prowess. My sword energy sliced through the iron wall with ease, cleaving it as one would butter, and obliterating his little fortress in the process. Warbois reverted to his human form, a crimson line spreading from his head, his eyes wide with incredulity. "You dare to kill me?" What a ridiculous question. Having already attacked, what was there to hesitate about? His mind could not fathom how a mere Navy officer could dare to end the life of a prince. In an instant, blood erupted from him, and he crumpled to the ground, sprawled beside the soldier he had just slain, their expressions of disbelief eerily similar. The soldiers aboard his ship, upon witnessing the prince's demise, erupted into chaos. "The prince is dead. Run. The Navy is killing us." Their cries mingled in a cacophony of panic. I scoffed, what a joke. They had witnessed my act of slaughter. There was no way I would allow them to return alive to spread rumors. My sword, Wu Zhuang, ignited with a blood-red aura as I swept it toward their ship, executing a decisive strike. The vessel and all aboard were instantly shredded into a tempest of splintered wood and crimson mist. With a resounding crash, the sea lay serene, as though nothing had transpired. Just as I turned to depart, a voice, weathered and profound, interrupted my thoughts. Who would have thought that a distinguished Navy rear admiral would take a prince's life? I furrowed my brow, spinning around to find a burly man standing behind me, a presence I had failed to perceive until now. His rugged appearance resembled that of a wild boar, adorned with chains and rings, his smile revealing a set of crooked teeth. The system chimed again. Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard, an S-rank menace. Though his bounty was a mere 10 million, a paltry sum, he was destined to become one of the 4 emperors. The system thoughtfully provided me with a new task: eliminate Blackbeard. I thought to myself, how foolish it would be to engage him now. It would be akin to handing him my lunch. This task bore no time constraint, so I decided to accept it. I regarded him with a superficial smile. My affairs seem to have little bearing on you, do they? Blackbeard erupted into raucous laughter, his voice grating on the ears. You are correct, it is of no concern. I had intended to kill him myself. You have merely saved me the trouble. His eyes glinted with recognition, clearly aware of my lineage as Garp's grandson. Known from the papers. Casting a glance towards the smoldering Magnet Drum Island, I directly inquired, did you orchestrate this devastation? To my surprise, he unabashedly confessed, indeed I did. By the way, my name is Marshal D. Teach. I hope you will inform the Navy of my good deeds, and perhaps request they raise my bounty I was momentarily taken aback. What kind of mindset was this? Eager to be a wanted criminal while lamenting over insufficient performance metrics? Truly, a paragon of abstract thought. Though he belonged to the same clan as Luffy and Garp, he was their polar opposite, an embodiment of what not to emulate. Nevertheless, his demeanor suggested he would not engage me at this moment, so I chose to ignore him. Until we meet again, I remarked, turning to depart. The affairs of the kingdom of Magnet Drum seemed trivial. Perhaps its downfall would benefit the common folk. Blackbeard watched my retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Days later, I finally arrived in Alabaston. The landscape stretched before me, a vast expanse of yellow sands, the heat nearly unbearable. As I set foot in the desert, barely having taken a few steps, I spotted a figure ahead, its bald head glinting under the blazing sun. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Mr. One, the top subordinate of Lao Sha. His eyes, sharp as knives, fixated on me. "You are the one who took down Mr. Three and his men?" I nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Have you been waiting for me here for long?" A notification chimed in my mind, rewarding me with 80 energy points for defeating Mr. 1. Physical transcendence, a means to relieve stress. Mr. Zero sent me to eliminate you. Prepare to meet your end. Without further ado, his arms transformed into razor-sharp blades. Lunging towards me, I stood still, nonchalantly unleashing a wave of sword energy. Mr. One, initially brave, charged forward with a fierce cry. But the moment his blades met my sword energy, his expression twisted in shock. With a pair of sickening cracks, his arms flew away, blood gushing forth. He let out a cry of despair, crumpling to the ground, clutching his severed limbs, his face contorted in agony. How pathetic, I scoffed. Dispatching such a weakling who relied solely on his abilities was akin to a dimensional assault. Undeterred, he struggled to rise, his body enveloped in steel blades, presenting himself as an immobile iron hedgehog, challenging me to strike. Such an absurd demand I had never encountered before. Very well, I shall oblige. I cloaked my right fist in an inky aura of dominance, my sword entwined with the same energy, and casually sliced at his neck. A flash of crimson marked the severing of his head. His bald cranium rolled to my feet, eyes wide open, refusing to close. How dull. Standing there to receive my strike. I collected his head and was about to leave when a familiar voice called out, "Lu Chun." Turning around, I was surprised to see Ace, my younger brother. It had been years since we last met. He had grown taller and matured considerably, with a bounty of 550 million already. "Ace," I exclaimed. He approached, astonished. "I never expected your strength to have grown so formidable." Naturally, I replied, "I've been enhancing my abilities." I teased him. "You're not doing too shabby either, having become the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates. Grandpa has been mentioning wanting to bring you back for some pampering." The mention of Carp darkened Ace's expression. We chatted for a while, and I learned he was pursuing Blackbeard. Alas, his stubborn nature had not changed one bit. Even Whitebeard could not dissuade him from this reckless quest. However, during the Marineford War, I could rely on him to rack up a hefty amount of energy points. We walked together for a while until Ace turned to wait for Luffy. I let him go and continued my solitary journey towards the capital, Erebarn. After approximately 10 days, I finally arrived. Finding a spot to rest, I waited until nightfall, then swiftly slipped into the royal palace like a ghost. The guards at the entrance and the hidden agents were as inconsequential as wooden stakes in my eyes. In the king's office, King Cobra sat with his two strongest guards, Hu Lang and the Falcon of Bell, lamenting over his daughter Vivi. Their lamentations were bothersome, so I emerged from the shadows, stating bluntly, "Your capabilities are indeed limited, for you are far too weak." "Who?" The two guards instantly drew their swords, visibly tense. I shed my black cloak, revealing the Navy Admiral's cape beneath. Declaring my identity, Navy, Monkey D, Lu Chun, grandson of Carp. Upon hearing Carp's name, the king's expression softened slightly. I cut to the chase, no more idle talk. Hand over the historical text within the palace, and I shall assist you in eliminating Crocodile, the sand crocodile. The moment Cobra heard this, his expression darkened again, questioning whether the Navy also sought ancient weapons. It is I who desires it, I stated candidly. He scrutinized me for a full minute, as if weighing a monumental gamble, before gritting his teeth and conceding, fine, I agree. As long as you can eliminate crocodile, the historical text is yours. A deal struck. I offered a faint smile. His guards attempted to dissuade him, but were swiftly silenced. A king of fortitude, willing to forsake ancestral relics for the sake of his people. Before I departed, I released a hint of my conqueror's haki to caution him against treachery, then vanished into the night. Of course, one does not leave empty-handed. I conveniently pilfered a few items from the palace as a token of good faith, which seemed quite reasonable to me. Meanwhile, in the rain-soaked region, Crocodile had just hung up the den mushi, aware of my approach, and feigned nonchalance, proclaiming he would await my arrival. Robin nearby brightened at the mention of my name. I lacked the patience to let him wait. I stealthily approached his lair, executing a stylish window shatter, sword in hand, smirking as I greeted him in my native dialect. Crocodile, Sazui Boidana. Long time no see. Lao Sha was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized me. Monkey D. Lu Chun, Carp's grandson. While assessing him, I taunted, what? The 7 warlords can act with impunity in allied nations? Do you truly believe the Navy is unaware of your misdeeds? It was a blatant provocation, but he fell into my trap, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Sandstorm. His right hand conjured a small tornado of yellow sand, hurling it towards me. I effortlessly sidestepped with a swift shave, condemning him. How amusing. A dignified warlord resorting to ambush? I shall arrest you for assaulting the Navy. He cackled wickedly, his form transforming into yellow sand, charging towards me. I deftly led him into the vast desert, his domain, where he reveled. You have chosen well. This shall be your grave. Is that so? I replied. He unleashed his full power, his arms morphing into colossal sand blades, descending upon me. I made no attempt to evade, enveloping my arms in armament haki as my twin swords crackled with energy. Twin blade demon slash. I crossed my blades, unleashing a dual strike that coalesced into a massive demon, meeting his sand blade head-on. With a thunderous crash, sand erupted into the air. At that moment, I felt a chill on my back. Desert Greatsword. The fiend had attempted a sneak attack from the sand beneath my feet. A gigantic sand sword aimed at my back. Alas, my observation haki was no mere decoration. I hardened my back with armament haki, absorbing the blow. Yet the force sent me careening, skidding across the sand for several meters before coming to a halt. I brushed off the tattered remnants of my cape, cursing, damn it. This was a limited edition Navy Justice cape. How can I endure this? I glared at him, coldly chuckling. You're surprisingly strong. As soon as I spoke, we both paused, appraising one another. Lao Sha wore a serious expression, knowing my haki countered his, yet he remained brimming with confidence. Alas, you cannot defeat me. He suddenly struck again, his arm transforming into a crescent-shaped sand blade. Familiar with this move, which drained moisture from its victim, I swiftly dodged. As I landed, the sandy Lao Sha floated behind me, aiming his golden hook at me. I countered with a swift slash, creating distance. It was time to escalate my intensity. I inhaled deeply, channeling my haki and dark energy into my sword, crafting a colossal black flame, sword dozens of meters long. Demonic flame slash. As I swung down, the massive blade surged with cataclysmic force towards Lao Sha. Terrified, he transformed into sand to evade, but my attack was swifter. Boom! A resounding explosion shook the ground, raising sand like a cascading waterfall. I peered through the swirling dust, unable to discern his whereabouts. He had melded with the sand once more, proving to be a formidable foe. Just then, I felt a tightness at my feet. A small clump of sand suddenly coalesced behind me, transforming into that poisonous golden hook, piercing sharply into my right foot. Crocodile's form reformed behind me, a triumphant sneer adorning his face. I told you, you cannot defeat me. My golden hook is laced with venom. You are doomed. Oh, is that so? Lu Chan suddenly replied with a smile. Before one's eyes, the right foot that should have been struck transformed into a dazzling electric limb, crackling with the fury of thunder. The sting had indeed landed, yet it failed to poison Lu Chun. With a surge of energy, Lu Chun unleashed a torrent of electricity that coursed through the golden poison hook towards Crocodile. The crackling electricity enveloped Crocodile, scorching his body to a charred black, revealing the white bones within. A cry of agony escaped Crocodile's lips as he collapsed to the ground. His expression one of disbelief. The devil fruit. You too are a wielder of power. From the information he had gathered, Lu Chun was not supposed to be a user of abilities. He never anticipated that Lu Chun possessed the rumble fruit. A cold smirk graced Lu Chun's face as he raised his hand, channeling his sword intent and domineering aura into a single, decisive strike. The Vajra Sand Desert Blade. Crocodile's countenance shifted slightly as his hands morphed into 4 massive sand blades, striking out. In that instant, as the sword energy met the sand blades, he transformed into grains of sand and sprinted away, aiming to create distance between them. You think you can escape? Not a chance. Yet, Lu Chun had already discerned his trajectory. With a concentrated gaze, he soared into the air, wielding his long sword with precision, targeting Crocodile hidden amidst the desert. One strike after another, each swing stirred up vast amounts of yellow sand, creating deep craters in the ground. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the sandstorm, crashing heavily to the earth. It was Crocodile, who had just fled moments ago, now adorned with numerous wounds and a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. I never would have guessed such strength from someone so young. It's no wonder you are hailed as a marine supernova. You must be the strongest of this generation of supernovas. Many pirates will surely fall before you. Thank you for the compliment, but I shall not let you go. Lu Chun replied with a faint smile. Crocodile suddenly erupted into an odd laughter, his form dissolving into yellow sand, which began swirling with the surrounding grains, forming a dust storm that rapidly expanded. It engulfed everything in its vicinity, transforming into a towering sandstorm, as if it aimed to devour all. Anything that entered would be drained of its moisture in an instant. Heavyweight sandstorm. In an instant, Crocodile's voice echoed from within the massive sandstorm, charging toward Lu Chun's position at breakneck speed. I have been waiting for you, Lu Chun replied with a smile, raising his sword high. He struck at the empty air, not directly attacking the oncoming sandstorm. As Crocodile pondered this, he noticed dark rain clouds gathering above, unbeknownst to him until that moment. That previous strike had accelerated the descent of the rain clouds, transforming them into raindrops that began to fall. A torrential downpour ensued. This was all part of Lu Chun's meticulous calculations. The dance powder obtained from the palace was, of course, the very evidence Crocodile had used to frame Cobra. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Lu Chun's lips curled into a smile as he gently raised his right hand, gathering countless brilliant bolts of lightning. Arcane energies crackled around him. A colossal Thunderbird materialized in his grasp. With a sweeping motion, the Thunderbird shot towards a sandstorm at incredible speed. The lightning struck the sandstorm in an instant. Boom! The sound echoed. The Thunderbird shattered into myriad bolts of lightning, merging seamlessly with the sandstorm. While dry sand might have sufficed, the rain rendered the sand conductive. Crocodile, concealed within, was inevitably affected by the Thunderbird's onslaught. The storm of electricity relentlessly ravaged the sandstorm, transforming it from a mere yellow sandstorm into a tempest of electrified chaos. Moments later, Crocodile's voice emerged from the storm, his cries of distress mingling with the dissipating yellow sands, which transformed into charred stones cascading from the sky. The once yellow sands now lay blackened by the relentless electricity. With a heavy thud, Crocodile crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun appeared at his side, binding Crocodile with sea stone chains, achieving victory. At this moment, Crocodile lay unconscious, his abilities quelled by the sea stone, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events around him. After neutralizing Crocodile, Lu Chun prepared to depart. However, a multitude of residents suddenly surged forth, brandishing various sticks and encircling him. Release our hero. Yes, let Crocodile go. He is the hero of our Alabastic kingdom. Marine, free him. The sounds of their battle had long since attracted the attention of the surrounding populace. In their eyes, Crocodile was undeniably a hero. Foolish rabble, to place your hopes in a pirate. Lu Chen barked unceremoniously. Get lost. He raised his sword and struck. The fierce sword energy collided with the ground, sending a cloud of yellow sand soaring. Boom! The crowd recoiled in terror, those closest engulfed by the sand. Moments later, as the sand settled, a gaping chasm several meters deep and over 10 meters long appeared in the ground. The residents trembled in fear, deterred from speaking further, lest this reckless pirate unleash his blade upon them. Dare to obstruct me, and you will be charged with the crime of assaulting a Marine colonel, Lu Chen declared, sword in hand, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, none daring to act. Silence fell over them, and they instinctively parted to create a path. With a light chuckle, Lu Chen was about to drag Crocodile away when a figure clad in a Marine cloak stepped forward, flanked by a dozen Marines. Character: Alabaster G in position, Marine Lieutenant Fruit, none rank. B skill: Martial Arts, B. Bounty: none. The leading Marine was a slender lieutenant with shifty eyes, striding forward with a frown. Which Marine are you? How dare you cause a disturbance in our territory? East Blue, Colonel Lu Chen. Lu Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Jian's expression shifted in shock. Munki de Lucien. How could he not recognize this name? The colonel of the Marine headquarters, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, the prized disciple of Admiral Zephyr, a supernova of the Marines. With so many illustrious titles attached to one person, it was impossible for any Marine to overlook him. However, the Marines had an agreement with the 7 warlords, and, as the officer responsible for this area, he could not yield. Colonel Lu Chen, technically you govern the East Blue, while this area falls under the jurisdiction of our Vice Admiral. I kindly ask that you hand over Crocodile. Jian's tone softened somewhat. Yet Lu Chen had no intention of relinquishing Crocodile. With a smile, he retorted, what I can govern in the East Blue, I shall also govern here in the Grand Line. What can you do about it? If you disagree, feel free to report it to your superiors. Get out of my way. As the conversation concluded, Jian's face turned an ominous shade of pale, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Firstly, his capabilities are undoubtedly inferior to Lu Chen's. Secondly, his backing is not as formidable as his opponents. How can we fight? Subsequently, Lu Chen, dragging Kiluo Kidaya, departed without a backward glance. Neither the Navy nor the surrounding townsfolk dared utter a word, merely watching him leave in stunned silence. After a few minutes, a striking figure appeared before Lu Chen, none other than Robin, who had stealthily rushed to him. You are the one who called me out from the basement, aren't you? Where is my mother? She inquired. I can tell you, but you must not disclose my affairs to anyone else. Lu Chen replied with a grave expression, having discerned that Robin might have surmised certain truths, hence his lack of surprise. All right, I promise. Robin agreed without hesitation. Lu Chen continued, your mother is not dead. I have placed her in a very secure location. In due time, you shall reunite. Where is she? Robin pressed. Even if you knew, what could you do? With your current strength, can you protect her? Being together would only hasten your demise. Lu Chen stated without mercy. Upon hearing this, Robin fell silent, ultimately uttering a mere few words. Thank you. Fate will bring us together in due time. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen led Kelokiter away, while Robin remained rooted to the spot, gazing at his receding figure. Not long after, within the palace of Alabasta, Lu Chen entered while escorting Kelokiter. It is time for you to fulfill your promise, is it not? Lu Chen remarked with a smile. It truly is him. He has even defeated one of the 7 warlords. Bairu and others were left astonished, unable to believe that Kelokiter had been vanquished in such a brief span of time. Thank you. Cobra quickly rose and expressed his gratitude earnestly. Lu Chen maintained a stoic demeanor as he replied, it was merely a transaction. Why seek is the historical text. Lead me to it. Very well. Please follow me. Cobra responded, guiding Lu Chen into the palace's basement, where a heavy tome of historical significance lay in wait. This is the historical text that our royal family has preserved. You may take it whenever you wish. Cobra stated, having already made a copy, rendering the original's existence inconsequential. You may leave now, Lu Chen instructed. Understood. After dismissing Cobra, Lu Chun promptly secured the historical text into his system backpack and, using his sword, created an opening to exit the secret chamber. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 50 energy points, swordsmanship level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: Supreme Great Blade level 1, 500 energy points. Hearing the commotion, Cobra rushed into the chamber only to discover that Lu Chun had already departed, and the historical text had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Chun was making his way towards the nearby coast, preparing to return Slayedthe to the Navy's Impel Down. As he walked, he checked his system interface. Host: Lu Chun, level S, rank Major, Devil Fruit, Sound Thunder Fruit, skills Swordsmanship S, Sword Intent S, Body Techniques B, Fruit Development B, Conqueror's Hockey S, Armament Hockey S, Observation Hockey S, Navy 6 Styles Shave, Navy 6 Styles Gale Foot, Navy 6 Styles Moonwalk. Cooking A, Talent, Skill Simplification, Energy, 969, Berries, 32, 890, 000, Chapter 82. Navy Major. Until we meet again. After this battle, my strength has once again ascended. Moreover, my energy points have exceeded 900, and I have acquired a new Supreme Great Blade. Now I possess 2 Supreme Great Blades. My power has taken another leap. This new Supreme Great Blade is a long sword with a cerulean blade, named Qingfeng. Days later, in a certain sea area of the Grand Line, Lu Chun awaited the Navy's arrival to escort Slayedthe to Impel Down. Suddenly, Slayedthe spoke. I never imagined I would fall into your hands. But I do have a question. Why did you greet me with long time no see? Have we met before? Haha, you will find out in due time. Lu Chun chuckled, offering a vague explanation. Slayedthe, recognizing the flippant remark as a habitual catchphrase, did not press further. Approximately half an hour later, a Navy ship approached. Lu Chun looked up and was taken aback. It's Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship. He had not anticipated that Vice Admiral Tsuru herself would come to escort Slayedthe, but upon closer inspection of Slayedthe's strength, it was understandable that she would need to be present. In the preceding days, Vivi had exposed the nefarious schemes of Baroque works. The Navy, naturally, had to take action, apprehending Slayedthe. Thus, Lu Chun seamlessly became a naval hero, earning commendations and the prospect of promotion. Before long, Lu Chun boarded Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship and transferred Slayedthe. Vice Admiral Tsuru, I did not expect it to be you. Indeed, defeating Slayedthe indicates that your strength has progressed further. The headquarters is considering your return to the Navy base. Numerous pirates have been emerging in the world. The headquarters may assign you to intercept some pirates heading to the New World in the Grand Line. Vice Admiral Tsuru stated earnestly. Yes, I understand. Lu Chun nodded. This was not merely the headquarters' intention. It was evident that with Slayedthe captured, one of the 7 warlords was no longer present, creating an opening for pirates heading to the New World, thus requiring someone to fill the gap. After all, he was the one who had captured Slayedthe. By the way, your grandfather asked me to pass on a message. If you see that brat Luffy, make sure to teach him a lesson. Vice Admiral Tsuru added. All right. Lu Chun smiled without speaking further. He would certainly comply with this request. The transfer order will be issued in a few days. For now, stay at the Grand Line base. If you need anything, just contact me via the transponder snail. Thank you, Vice Admiral Tsuru. After exchanging a few words, Vice Admiral Tsuru set sail with Slayedthe in tow. Watching Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship disappear from view, Lu Chun proceeded to the nearest Navy base, as instructed. The Navy had established bases throughout the Grand Line for the purpose of swiftly mobilizing forces and curbing pirates from reaching the New World. They intended to eliminate weaker pirates in the initial segment of the Grand Line. Because of this, the first half of the Grand Line has become a testing ground for pirate strength, with only a scant few succeeding in traversing it, leading to the emergence of pirate supernovas. Days later, Lu Chun arrived at a nearby Navy base, where the transfer order had already been issued. His rank had elevated to that of Rear Admiral, and he had assumed command of the base. His primary task was to intercept all advancing pirates, which aligned perfectly with Lu Chun's intentions. Concurrently, far away in the East Blue, I arrived at Lu Chen's base, accompanied by Barumabur and KB. Just a few days prior, the system had notified him of a new task completion. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the Phase 2 task. System reward, 10 energy points, 1 excellent quick blade. The 3 individuals could be considered as Lu Chen's trusted subordinates, thus they would accompany him. Barton still needed to manage matters in Donghai and temporarily act as the base colonel. In the office, teacher, KB and Barumabur stood upright, shouting in unison. AIN, your teaching is commendable. It appears their abilities have significantly improved. Lu Chen remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he observed their information. Their strength had reached D rank, triggering the next phase of the task. Beep, congratulations to the host for triggering Phase 3 task. Elevate KB and Barumabur's strength to A rank. System reward, 2,000 energy points. 1 custom large quick blade. 1 pair of boxing gloves. You flatter me. Il smiled gently. Barumabur, here, SA blade that should suit you well. Take it and use it. With that, Lu Chen produced a dual-bladed weapon from the system rewards. This was indeed the reward for completing the phase task. An excellent quick blade. Upon examining the reward, it was evident that it was intended for his 2 disciples rather than Lu Chen himself. Thank you, teacher. Barumabur's eyes lit up as he expressed his gratitude. This dual blade was far superior to his own. At least it was an excellent quick blade. Lu Chen nodded slightly and turned to KB, offering comfort. You practice martial arts, so I did not prepare a sword for you. I will find a good one for you next time. Thank you, teacher. KB's face beamed with joy upon hearing this. All right, seeing that you both have made progress, let us patrol the seas together. Lu Chen rose to his feet. Yes. With that, AIN and the others immediately followed suit. Notably, KB and Barumabur had trained for so long without truly participating in a real battle. Thus, under Lu Chen's guidance, they boarded several ships to patrol the nearby waters. In Lu Chen's view, it was not merely a patrol, but also the hunt for pirates. The flagship was the vessel aboard which Lu Chen and his companions were traveling, accompanied by 6 ordinary naval ships, totaling 7 naval vessels. Lu Chen reclined on a deck chair, basking in the sun leisurely. Here, juice. Suddenly, AIN approached with a glass of juice for Lu Chen. Thanks. Lu Chen accepted the drink, savoring the chilled beverage, feeling utterly relaxed. It was indeed a welcome respite after several days of hard work. To him, a lack of pirates meant genuine relaxation. You know, if Vice Admiral Karp sees you like this, he might just give you a beating, AIN teased. One must enjoy life. After all, we only live once. Lu Chen replied, taking another sip of juice. AIN chuckled, covering his face, amused yet silent. At that moment, KB suddenly rushed over to report, Colonel. We have spotted a pirate ship. Sail over there and eliminate them. Lu Chen responded sharply as he stood up. Yes. With a command, the 7 ships sped toward the nearby pirate vessel. Concurrently, on a pirate ship not far away, the crew spotted the approaching navy and immediately reported to their captain. Captain, several navy ships are heading our way. Oh, the navy dares to trouble me. Charge forward and open fire, annihilate them. A man with a red nose, drooping eyebrows, and triangular eyes, resembling a fox, commanded coolly. Chapter 83, Too Fast. Increase fire rate. Yes, Captain. With that command, the crew swiftly maneuvered the ship toward the oncoming navy vessels. Lu Chen stood at the bow, using a telescope to survey the pirate ship, and he recognized a familiar pirate. Character, Fokushi. Position, Captain of the Fokushi Pirates. Fruit, slow fruit, level. Skill, fruit development. Bounty, 24 million berries. So, it is him. Lu Chen murmured. Just as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded. Beep, congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Eliminate the Fokushi Pirates. System reward, 80 energy points. Major, who is it? Il n'inquiète pas. It is the Fokushi Pirates who consumed the slow fruit. Lu Chen replied with a serious expression, cautioning. Inform everyone to be careful and do not approach too closely. In truth, the slow fruit was quite troublesome. One could only blame Fokushi for developing it poorly. Understood. AI promptly went to relay the orders to the naval ships. Meanwhile, aboard the Fokushi pirates' vessel, fire. Fokushi raised his hand and commanded loudly. Yes. With that, the ship's cannons were aimed at the Navy vessels, and they all fired in unison. Boom! 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 A barrage of black cannonballs, the size of basketballs, hurtled toward the Navy ships. Quick! Return fire! AI drew his sword from his waist, shouting, Yes, Commander. With that command, all naval ships aimed their cannons at the Fokushi pirates' vessel. Just as they were about to fire, Fokushi suddenly stood at the bow, retracting his thumb, middle, and ring fingers, and launched slow photons with his raised index and little fingers. Slow light. A pink beam emanated from his hands, enveloping all the pirate ships. Everything within the range of the light experienced a drastic slowdown in speed. The naval soldiers poised to fire their cannons found their movements agonizingly slow, as if they were deliberately acting in slow motion. This was not the case. It was entirely the influence of Fokushi's fruit ability. The cannonballs fired by the Fokushi pirates, however, maintained their velocity, hurtling towards the Navy's ships at a relatively rapid pace. Be careful. AI's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. Even the speed of speech had become exceedingly slow. Yet, it seemed as though Lu Chun was unaffected, unsheathing his unparalleled quick blade, Wan Jian, and executed a swift draw slash. In an instant, a flash of sword light erupted. The crimson sword aura surged forth with astonishing speed. When 1S speed reaches its zenith, even when slowed down, their sword-drawing speed remains swift. Furthermore, Lu Chen's technique, the draw slash, was designed to overcome this very drawback. The draw slash relies on the speed of drawing the sword. Moreover, his innate strength was formidable. Thus, the reduction in speed was merely a fraction. The sword aura sliced through the incoming cannonballs, cleaving them in twain. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted in the air, sending plumes of smoke rising. However, Lu Chen's sword aura did not dissipate, but continued to accelerate towards the Fokushi pirate ship. Upon escaping the range of Fokushi's slow light, the sword aura's speed surged dramatically, even producing a sound of air being sliced. Whoosh! Quick, set sail! Fokushi exclaimed, urgently issuing orders. However, even his speech was slightly slowed. The sword aura crashed down upon the ship's bow. Boom! With a single stroke, the entire bow was severed and plunged into the depths of the sea. What? Fokushi's expression faltered slightly as he turned to gaze at the individual responsible for the sword aura, finally noticing Lu Chun standing at the bow of the ship. Suddenly, their complexion shifted drastically, exclaiming, Mengqi Di, Lu Ken, run. It's a Navy Rear Admiral. Mengqi Di Duchamp. What? It's him. Run, run. Chaos erupted aboard the pirate ship as they immediately began to flee. Some pirates even jumped directly into the sea to escape. With the bow of the ship destroyed and the crew in a state of panic, the vessel was nearly immobilized. Moments later, the slow light effect of Fokushi dissipated. Everyone, it is now our turn. Charge. Eliminate all Navy personnel. Lu Ken stood at the ship's bow, wielding his weapon, Zhan Tian, and called out with fervor. Kill. Charge. Slay the pirates. Onward. In an instant, all the Navy surged forward, closing in on the pirate crew and engaging in fierce combat. With Lu Ken present, the Navy soldiers exhibited a fearless spirit. They relentlessly decimated the Fokushi pirate crew. Lu Ken then executed the moonwalk technique, ascending aboard the ship, where he found Fokushi and remarked with a smile, Your fruit ability seems to be of little use against me. Upon hearing this, Fokushi's expression darkened, still unwilling to concede defeat. Suddenly, he drew a long sword from his waist and aimed for Lu Chen's ankle. Slow chain. The slow factor stored within the light sword shot forth from the blade, targeting Lu Chen's position. Utilizing the Navy's 6 styles, Lu Chen's right foot moved, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Fokushi had anticipated controlling Lu Ken, but the latter had simply vanished. Suddenly, Lu Chen's voice echoed from behind. Looking for me? Unfortunately, you've mistaken the target. Fokushi felt a chill run down his spine. as if he had plunged into an eternal ice cavern. Just as he turned around, he saw a flash of red sword light sweep past his neck. In an instant, his head was severed from his body. Fukushi did not even have time to feel pain, as he found himself spinning, bewildered, staring at the lower half of his body. Only then realizing the grim truth. So I'm already dead? His head rolled to Luchen's feet, which he picked up. This is worth 24 million berries. In this world, money seems less significant. What truly matters is power. To possess power is to possess wealth. After eliminating Fukushi, the Fukushi pirate crew descended further into panic. The captain is dead. The captain died too quickly. I haven't even escaped yet. Run. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to die under the sword of the Navy's supernova? Liu Kang refrained from further action, standing atop the ship's mast, observing the battlefield and gauging the Navy's strength. The Navy of the Grand Line indeed surpassed that of the East Blue. Furthermore, Bandit and KB had successfully dispatched numerous pirates utilizing the Navy's 6 styles. The most formidable was naturally Ein, who employed his fruit ability to continuously touch others, causing the pirates to regress in age, transforming them into mere children who could barely wield a sword. Any pirate attempting to flee was struck down by Luchen's sword energy, leaving none alive. Approximately half an hour later, all pirates had either been slain or captured. The system's notification chimed at this moment. Chapter 84. The Colorful Mist. What is its purpose? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward. 80 energy points. Liu Kang glanced at the system interface's notification and nodded in satisfaction. He leaped down from the mast, landing steadily before KB and Bandit. Well done, but you both need more practical experience. Whether you can awaken Haki depends on yourselves. Yes, teacher. KB and Bandit responded in unison. Indeed, Liu Kang nodded slightly and called out, "Form up, return to base." Yes, Rear Admiral. With that, all Navy ships altered their course and began their journey back to the G-39 Navy base. However, along the way, Liu Kang discreetly departed from the ship, heading toward another destination. Lieutenant Ein, where's the teacher going again? KB inquired curiously. Watching Liu Kang's departing figure, Ein smiled. He is probably off to eliminate more pirates alone. He just can't sit still. Oh, the teacher is indeed a righteous Navy officer, just like Navy hero Carp. KB exclaimed. Indeed, Ein affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Liu Kang was entirely unaware of their conversation, having distanced himself from the Navy ship. He chose to leave in order to fulfill another newly triggered task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Eliminate Mayor Wydun of Lelugia Island. System reward. 50 energy points. It was unclear why the system had initiated this task, but it was undoubtedly beneficial for the system, or rather, advantageous for himself. The task was relatively simple, yet the destination was anything but ordinary. Lelugia Island was known for its colorful mist, beyond a wealth of treasures within. The passage of time there was significantly slower than in the outside world. A year outside equated to merely a day within the colorful mist. Did the system wish for him to enter and cultivate therein, to accelerate his strength? Or was there another motive? After much contemplation, Liu Kang could not decipher the system's intentions. However, he perceived no harm in it, only potential benefits. A visit would be inconsequential. Days later, Liu Kang arrived at Lelugia Island, which featured a small town as his destination. Upon disembarking at the dock, he caught sight of a towering spire reaching into the clouds. The tower's pinnacle was concealed beneath a cloth, obscuring its full appearance. Yet it was clear that it was the Rainbow Tower, the bridge between the real world and the realm of the colorful mist. Presently, Liu Kang was not clad in his Navy uniform, but rather in casual attire, thus evading attention. Upon landing, he sought out a restaurant immediately. "Boss, I'd like a portion of fried rice," Liu Kang declared, plopping down on a chair and waving his hand. Certainly, the restaurant owner promptly began preparing the meal. Liu Kang settled in his chair, surveying his surroundings, when he suddenly spotted a familiar name. At the table behind him sat an elderly man with white hair, a furrowed brow, and an expressionless face engrossed in a book. Character: Henzwa. Position: Scientist of the Colorful Mist. Fruit: None. Level: Just skill, science about it. And what? A member of the Pumpkin Pirate crew was also a crucial element for entering the colorful mist. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Gain Henswa's trust and provide funding for his continued research on the colorful mist. System reward: 50 energy points. The task was not difficult. It merely required continued funding. If he could unveil the secrets of the colorful mist, it would yield a remarkable research outcome. At that moment, the owner brought over the fried rice. Here, that's your fried rice. Thank you. Liu Ken picked up a spoon and began to eat. First, he would fill his stomach. Halfway through his meal, a cacophony of drums and gongs erupted from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing the sound, the patrons in the restaurant reacted as if they had encountered a ghost, their expressions filled with terror. Everyone began to voraciously devour the food on the table, leaving not a single morsel behind. Liu Chan raised an eyebrow, seemingly unperturbed unlike the others. Shortly after, a young man with a fierce demeanor entered, accompanied by several soldiers. He was none other than Like, the grandson of Mayor Wei Dun of Lelugia Island. Like arrogantly surveyed the patrons of the restaurant and quickly noticed Liu Chan, who was still eating. He strode over with interest and said, "Oh, you're still enjoying that large plate of fried rice. Quickly pay the island tax, 2,000 belly." However, Liu Chan ignored him, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he continued to eat. "You little brat." Like's face turned red with anger, and he began to curse. Observing this, the restaurant owner immediately interjected, "My lord, he is new here and is unaware of our Lelugia Island's customs. Please do not take offense." Oh, hearing this only piqued Like's interest further. Since he is new, he likely hasn't paid the island tax yet. 20,000 belly. The restaurant owner's expression darkened, and he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, Liu Chan remained indifferent to Like, continuing his meal. "Hey, you little brat, I'm talking to you. Did you not hear me?" Like bellowed. Concern grew among the onlookers for Liu Chan. What was happening? Was he not afraid of Like? Perhaps he was new and unaware of the situation here. Yes, the young man is still too naive. He needs to learn the hard way. Like's face turned an ashen hue as he felt his pride being wounded. He drew his sword and swung it at Liu Chan. "How dare you ignore me?" Suddenly, Liu Chan's eyes turned cold, and his right hand moved slightly, brushing against the sword at his waist. In an instant, a flash of light from the blade swept across Like's neck. In that moment, heads parted from bodies, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. Like's head rolled to the ground, landing squarely in the middle of the restaurant. The speed of Liu Chen's strike was so swift that the others barely perceived his movement, as if he had not moved at all. After a brief moment, the patrons finally reacted, gazing in astonishment at Like's lifeless form. "What? The mayor's grandson is dead? He's dead. The mayor's grandson is dead," they exclaimed in disbelief. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the soldiers hastily fled, having never encountered a man of such formidable strength. They were clearly no match for him. If there was a time to escape, it was now. Liu Chan made no attempt to pursue them. He simply finished his meal, set down his utensils, and remarked nonchalantly, "Disturbing my meal is quite bothersome. It is akin to courting death. Friend, you should leave quickly, or the mayor will surely come looking for you," others implored. Yes, having killed his grandson, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. You still have time to flee, they continued to advise. However, Liu Chan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is nothing, merely eliminating a man who deserved it." Upon hearing this, the patrons fell into a stunned silence, for he spoke the truth. The lifeless body on the ground indeed warranted retribution. Suddenly, Henswa stepped forward and stated flatly, "Yes, he deserved to die." "Oomph. On what grounds do you say that?" "You too shall perish, for you squandered our resources on your foolish research into the so-called colorful mist. Indeed, otherwise, our Lelugia Island would not have fallen to such a state." As he spoke, anger quickly arose among the crowd. Yet Henswa remained unfazed, seemingly accustomed to the insults. He scrutinized Liu Chen's face and boldly asked, "You are Monkey D. Liu Chen, the grandson of the Navy hero Car, correct? You know me?" Liu Chen replied with a smile, surprised that the other party recognized him. This declaration left the entire room in stunned silence. What? He is the grandson of Navy hero Carp? How could he be here? Our little town is saved. Indeed, with him here, we shall no longer suffer under Wei Duan's oppression. Though Lu Chan was not dressed in naval attire, it was challenging to recognize him. Naturally, they had only learned of Lu Chen's exploits through the newspapers. Suddenly, Henzhua knelt before Lu Chen, his expression grave. Admiral Lu Chen, I implore you to save our town. That Wei Dun is actually a pirate. He is not a true mayor. This is all my fault. If anyone should be punished, let it be me, but please, I beg you, save our town. I am willing to atone for my mistakes. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an act of submission. Nevertheless, he stepped forward and helped Henzhua to his feet, saying earnestly, rest assured, it is the duty of the Navy to eliminate pirates. Moreover, while I am here, there is no pirate I shall not confront. Thank you, Admiral Lu Chen. Henzhua expressed his gratitude fervently. This admiral was capable of defeating even the warlords of the sea. He would undoubtedly assist them. Because of this, he chose to reveal the truth. Simultaneously, others joined in expressing their thanks. Thank you, Admiral Lu Chen. Thank you, Admiral Lu Chen. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out from outside. Who dares to kill my grandson? You scoundrel! Who dares to kill my son? The familiar voice sent a shiver down the spines of those present, with some even hiding behind Lu Chen. It was Wei Dun and his son Philip. With a loud crash, the restaurant door was kicked open. What entered was not merely a man, but two figures resembling robotic beings. Within these mechanical suits were Wei Dun and his son Philip. Upon hearing of Like's demise, they had donned their armor and rushed to the restaurant. Wei Dun, clad in his battle suit, roared, "Who killed my grandson?" The crowd trembled in fear, silenced by the intensity of his presence. At that moment, Lu Chen stepped forward, declaring, "It was I who did. It is you. You seek death." Wei Duan's eyes turned crimson as he raised his mechanical arms, aiming them at Lu Chen, ready to unleash flames. Navy 6 forms, shave. In an instant, Lu Chen vanished from his position before Wei Dun could unleash his fiery assault. A blade flashed before his eyes, severing his mechanical arms, which fell to the ground. Sparks erupted from a malfunctioning suit as it began to fail. What? Wei Duan's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Philip, witnessing this, hurriedly lifted his mechanical arms to aim at Lu Chen, preparing to unleash flames. "Father, be careful." Seething flames erupted from the mechanical arm's nozzle, enveloping the area where Lu Chen and Wei Dun stood. Yet, amidst the inferno, only Wei Duan's anguished screams could be heard. You little brat, why are you roasting me?" "What?" Philip quickly shut off the flame mechanism, only to find Wei Dun charred and smoldering, while Lu Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. "Are you looking for me?" "What?" Philip's expression shifted as he turned to look, but before he could Wei Dun's eyes blazed crimson as he lunged at Lu Chen with feral ferocity. "Dava Tudi!" Yet Lu Chen merely raised his blade, a single, effortless stroke. A silvery arc of light cleaved through Wei Dun's form, bisecting him just as it had Philip's moments before. Blood gushed forth, pooling across the restaurant floor in a dark, viscous stain. The onlookers stood frozen, stunned, speechless, unable to process the swiftness of it all. "The mayor is dead. Run, run." At the sight, Wei Dun's entourage scattered en masse, vanishing into the streets like startled crows. Patrons gaped at Lu Chen, mouths agape, utterly mute. They had known he was formidable, but none had imagined he could end lives so coldly, so effortlessly, without so much as a flicker of hesitation. At last, they grasped why he bore the title of the Navy's most ruthless supernova, a moniker forged not in legend, but in blood. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. System reward: 50 energy points. Lu Chen smiled faintly upon reading the notification. "Gentlemen, I trust you'll handle the cleanup. I have other matters to attend to." "Igriagis." "Of course," stammered the restaurant owner, bowing deeply. He dared not refuse. "Lieutenant General Lu Chen." "Thank you," interjected Henzhou, stepping forward with solemn reverence. "Name any request. I swear I shall fulfill it without reservation." Lu Chun replied plainly. Simple. I will fund your research into the seven-colored mist. Should you achieve a breakthrough, inform me at once. Agreed. Henzo accepted without hesitation. His life's devotion had always been the seven-colored mist, and until now, he had found no true collaborator. Before the words had fully settled, a cry pierced the air from outside. Terry Star, a colossal vessel. A pirate ship has appeared in the harbor. Lu Chun's brow lifted slightly. Another nuisance, perhaps? Without pause, he strode out, the others trailing in his wake. There, anchored at the port, loomed the Terry Star, ancient, weathered, its prow crowned by a crimson bull's head. Terry Star, Wayton gasped, voice trembling with sudden, feverish intensity. This was the very vessel he and the Pumpkin Pirate crew had encountered within the seven-colored mist 50 years ago. After a moment's quiet contemplation, he hurried to a small dinghy and rowed toward the ship without delay. The seven-colored mist is imminent, Lu Chun murmured, a faint, knowing smile playing upon his lips. Beneath his feet, the sea rippled, not with waves, but with the silent, effortless grace of sea step. He glided across the water, outpacing Henzo by a wide margin, and alighted upon the Terry Star's deck before the scholar even reached the gangplank. The ship bore clear signs of violent struggle, splintered timbers, scorched rigging, yet no living soul remained aboard. Strangely, its hull gleamed with an unnatural cleanliness, as though freshly sailed, untouched by decades of salt and dust. Henzo arrived breathless, dashing from hold to hold, calling out frantically, Is anyone here? Anyone at all? Chapter 86. Looting the Horde. Seeking the exit, cease your search, Lu Chun advised calmly. No one remains. Still, Henzo persisted, scouring every corner, every cranny, until he halted in the galley. His gaze swept over the familiar stove, the rusted kettle, the wooden table, then narrowed in quiet disbelief. This is the ship that vanished 50 years ago, yet it feels as though only a day has passed. Indeed, Lu Chun observed, eyes lingering on the untouched meal laid upon the table. The food shows no sign of decay. So the temporal flow inside the seven-colored mist is profoundly dilated, perhaps one day within equals 1 year without. Yet prolonged cultivation there would risk severing him from the world beyond, its politics, its wars, its very essence. After careful reflection, Lu Chun resolved not to linger for training. Beep, beep, beep. A sharp, insistent chime erupted from the device strapped to Henzo's back. He snatched it up, eyes widening in awe. I've never seen a radar respond with such intensity. He bolted from the galley, Lu Chun at his heels, emerging onto the sun-bleached deck, just as the horizon shimmered with a vast, undulating expanse of iridescent mist. The seven-colored mist, it's real, Henzo whispered, voice thick with reverence. Lu Chun gazed upon the spectral haze, its colors shifting like liquid opal, yet sensed no anomaly, no hidden resonance. That is the seven-colored mist, and beyond it lies the eternal realm. Henzo turned, eyes alight with fervent hope. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, would you escort me across? Lu Chun nodded. Very well. I shall accompany you. I, too, wish to see what lies within. Thank you, truly. Without further delay, Lu Chun lifted Henzo as though he weighed no more than a child and guided their small vessel into the luminous veil. As they vanished into the mist, a Navy frigate glided into the harbor. At its bow, a weathered officer watched the fading glow of the seven-colored mist, murmuring softly, 50 years and history repeats itself, unchanged. Meanwhile, within the mist's embrace, Lu Chun and Henzo floated amid a sea of prismatic haze, soft, shifting, timeless. Deeper they sailed, and before them, countless luminous orbs began to bloom, spiraling outward from a single radiant source, then drifting backward as though drawn by some unseen tide. Time here had no weight, no rhythm, no measure. Gradually, the mist thinned, revealing a desolate expanse, a graveyard of ships, shattered and silent, adrift upon a still, glassy sea. Henzo surveyed the ruin, voice hushed with awe. This is Ipsakensade, the eternal realm, the graveyard of ships. Oh, Lu Chun chuckled lightly, leaping from a boat onto the splintered deck of a nearby wreck. Perhaps a graveyard for vessels, but certainly not for me. He moved with purpose, searching each derelict hull. One did not journey into legend empty-handed. Treasure, gold, relics, arcane artifacts would be claimed without mercy. Wealth was never excessive. It was necessary, especially if Henzo were to continue his research unimpeded. Elsewhere, Henzo adjusted his instruments, scanning the wreckage with focused intensity. 10 minutes passed. Lu Chun had already amassed a considerable hoard. Each artifact, each ingot, each scroll neatly stowed within his system storage. Just as he prepared to depart, a voice, thin, mournful, ancient, drifted through the mist. "O intruder who disturbs the slumber of the dead, unburden your vessel of its cargo, or the curse of the departed shall claim you." Lu Chun did not flinch. He merely smiled. "Oh, do the dead still require earthly goods?" A pause, then the voice stiffened. "Flee, lest the curse descend upon you." At once, spectral figures emerged, pale, shrouded in tattered white linen, gliding soundlessly across the water. Lu Chun laughed, soft, amused, and drew Zhan Tian his longsword. In one fluid motion, he swept his blade toward the source of the voice. A blinding arc of silver light erupted, searing across the air, striking a nearby wreck. Boom! The vessel exploded, shattered into 1,000 splinters, cascading like black rain into the still sea. A child plummeted from the sky, tumbling, helpless, until Lu Chun, with the silent grace of Moon's step, stepped into the void, caught the boy midair, and set him gently upon the deck. From the shadows, other children rushed forth, voices trembling. "RGB, are you all right? What happened?" Only one, small, lips pouting, eyes blazing with defiance, stepped forward, shielding the others, and fixed Lu Chun with a piercing, unblinking stare. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What do you want?" Lu Chun's expression softened, recognition dawning like dawn over still water. "Ah, so it is you." In front of him stood a boy, the very naval lieutenant he had encountered on his first mission in the Navy, Rabbani. It was no wonder he recognized his name immediately. "What do you mean?" Rabbani furrowed his brow, a look of skepticism etched across his face. Observing his reaction, Lu Chun explained, "I am Monkey D. Lu Chun, brought here by your friend, Henzo." "Henzo?" Rabbani echoed, taken aback. Few were acquainted with that name, and Lu Chun did not appear to be a pirate. Moreover, had Lu Chun not intervened to save Akibi, he would have been impaled by the debris. Not to mention that single strike, none of them could have withstood it together. There was no necessity for him to rescue anyone. "Yes, he is over there, but he may not be quite the same as you remember." Lu Chun gestured towards Henzo's location. Rabbani nodded in response and quickly led his group away. Despite this, he still found it hard to trust Lu Chun. Of course, Lu Chun was indifferent to their belief or disbelief. It was far more crucial to scour the treasures in this place. After Rabbani and his companions departed, Lu Chun resumed his treasure hunt, thoroughly cleansing the location of all its riches. As for Rabbani and the others, they were presumably in search of Henzo. Shortly thereafter, having nearly exhausted the treasures, Lu Chun sprinted towards Henzo's direction. He needed to find an exit, otherwise he would be trapped here forever. However, as he proceeded, he seemed to lose his way, unable to find a route out. Just as anxiety began to set in, a loud explosion echoed. There! Lu Chun's eyes gleamed as he dashed towards the source of the sound. Moments later, he was able to discern the situation ahead. Yet, it appeared that only Henzo remained. Rabbani and his companions were nowhere to be seen. Had they perhaps traversed back 50 years? Lu Chun's brow furrowed as he swiftly approached Henzo and inquired, "What happened?" "Rabbani and the others perished in a bid to save me, along with Ian." Henzo's eyes glistened with tears. "Do not worry. They will not perish. We must escape first." Without waiting for Henzo's response, Lu Chun hoisted him and bolted towards the exit. They could not afford to linger. Any delay would risk them being trapped here indefinitely. Chapter 87, Rainbow Tower, Ancient Weapons. Henzo appeared reluctant, seemingly hesitant to leave, still wanting to search for Rabbani and the others. However, Lu Chun was not inclined to indulge him, having already spotted the Rainbow Tower. Following the path of the Rainbow Tower would surely lead to their escape. Meanwhile, at the port of Lelugia Island, Rabbani and his group anxiously observed the colorful mist. Would Henzo and Lu Chun manage to emerge? Will they make it out? The pink-haired ISO asked with concern. Rabbani reassured him, do not worry. We have subdued the Rainbow Tower. They will undoubtedly find their way out. Yes, yes. Iso nodded. Suddenly, a gasp arose from the crowd. Look, someone is coming out. At this, everyone turned to gaze. Two figures emerged from the colorful mist, gradually solidifying before their eyes. It was Henzo. A smile broke across Iso's face. Simultaneously, Lucha noticed Rabbani and the others, quickening his pace. In an instant, he stood before Rabbani's group, tossing Henzo towards them. Here, you've all been waiting for him. Luchan, they exclaimed in unison, bowing in respect. Very well, I shall not intrude on your reunion. I will take my leave. Luchan waved his hand and departed. Yes, Lieutenant. Rabbani thanked him with a bowed head. Soon after, Rabbani and his companions began to reminisce with Henzo. 50 years apart had indeed left much to discuss. However, there were reasons for Rabbani and his group not returning to find Henzo. Returning prematurely could potentially disrupt the time loop, shattering the timeline, leading to unpredictable outcomes. They might not even return to 50 years prior, but remain in their youthful forms, appearing 50 years later. Once their reminiscing concluded, Lu Chun handed a bag of money to Henzo. Here are 10 million berries, a starting fund for you. Should you require more, simply notify me, and I will ensure timely delivery. With my name attached, no one would dare to target you. Thank you, Lu Chun, Henzo replied earnestly. This would be the singular task he would undertake in his lifetime. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded slightly. He also asked Rabbani to extend his regards to his grandfather, Karp, at the Navy headquarters before departing alone. After Lu Chun's exit, Akibi smiled faintly. I never anticipated his strength had grown so formidable. Indeed, back then, he showed restraint. Otherwise, we might have perished, Rabbani chuckled ruefully. Fortunately, we joined the Navy. Had we remained pirates, we would likely have met our end at Lu Chen's hands. Currently, rumors were rampant throughout the Navy headquarters regarding Lu Chun. One concerned his strength. The other speculated about his parents, suggesting they might have been slain by pirates and subsequently rescued by Karp. This, it was believed, fueled Lu Chen's intense hatred for pirates, leading him to eliminate any he encountered. However, even Karp had said little about this matter, seemingly accepting it. Days later, Lu Chun returned to the G-39 Navy base, where he saw Ein overseeing the training of the Navy personnel. Most nearby foes had been vanquished, leaving little for them to do but train. Lieutenant Lu Chun, you have returned, Ein exclaimed, approaching with a smile. Yes. Has anything occurred at the base in my absence? Lu Chun inquired. Ein shook his head, nothing of note. However, everyone seems to have little to occupy their time. Rest assured, it will not be long before I take you all to confront another warlord. Really? Who shall we target this time? You shall find out in due time. Ein teased, her eagerness for battle becoming evident. After years of training at the Navy headquarters, she had little real combat experience. Observing Lu Chun in action kindled her anticipation of shedding blood on the battlefield. Subsequently, Lu Chun returned to his office, reclining his chair while examining the virtual interface before him. Just moments ago, the system had triggered 2 missions. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering the mission, acquire the design blueprints for the Pluto. System reward: 200 energy points. Materials required for constructing Pluto: 10. Pluto was one of the 3 ancient weapons, alongside Poseidon and Uranus. All 3 were invaluable artifacts. Regrettably, according to the narrative, the blueprints for Pluto would be publicly incinerated by Frankie. Now the system offered materials for its construction. Was it implying he could indeed construct Pluto? It appears that I must also acquire the skill of shipbuilding. Securing the design of the Ming Wang will undoubtedly enhance my abilities, and Lu Chun is certainly determined to pursue it. As for the other task, it pertains to Lu Chun's mission to eliminate one of the 7 warlords, as mentioned to AI in. That task can be postponed for now. My immediate focus should be on obtaining the design blueprints for the Ming Wang. Moreover, it is imperative that I avoid detection by Frankie. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly incinerate the blueprints, rendering the mission impossible. Thus, Lu Chun remained at the naval base, biding his time for the opportune moment. Several months later. Oh, has the crew descended from the Sky Island? Lu Chan sat in his office, observing the news of Luffy and his companions causing a ruckus at the naval base. It seems they are soon bound for Water 7. Consequently, Lu Chan rose, donned a black cloak, and allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips. In that case, it is time for me to set forth. After extensive training, his strength had finally ascended to the S rank. Host, Lu Chan. Level, S. Position, Rear Admiral. Fruit, Sound Thunder Fruit. Skills, Swordsmanship S. Sword Intent S. Body Technique A. Fruit Development C. Conqueror's Haki S. Armament Haki S. Observation Haki S. Navy 6 Styles Service. Navy 6 Styles Rankyakos. Navy 6 Styles Jepos. Cooking Talent. Skills Simplification. Energy 1099. Berries 39. 89 billion. After a brief glance at the system interface, Lu Chan left a note and vanished from the room. Not long after, AI knocked on the door, receiving no response, and thus entered. Rear Admiral, the naval headquarters just sent a telegram. Where are you? At this moment, he realized the office was completely empty and approached the desk to find the note left behind. It read, AIN, I have stepped out for a while. We can discuss matters upon my return. AIN's face darkened, frustration evident as he stomped his foot. Oomph. He leaves without taking me along. And the naval headquarters has assigned you a mission to Water 7. What shall we do now? Chapter 88. Water 7. The night returns. Since Lu Chan had already departed, AIN had no choice but to inform the naval headquarters, hoping they would send someone else to Water 7. Days later, Lu Chan piloted the warship gifted by the system, heading towards Water 7. Suddenly, a siren blared from his side. Upon glancing over, he spotted a train-like vessel gliding across the sea. The sea train, perhaps the Puffing Tom? In truth, the technology of this world is quite advanced, albeit distinct from the modern technology of Blue Star. For instance, the warship bestowed by the system incorporates certain technologies from Blue Star, which would be unattainable by this world as standards. It could be steered by a single individual, powered not by sails but by electricity. As for the electricity, Lu Chan typically charged it with the Sound Thunder Fruit. By following the sea train, he would reach Water 7. Meanwhile, at a nearby seaside station, an elderly woman and a young boy observed Lu Chan's unusual ship. Grandma, what kind of ship is that? I've never seen anything like it, asked Kamengni. Even I have never encountered such a vessel. Could it be one built by that master shipwright? Replied Kokoro, shaking her head. Having worked as a secretary at Tom's Workers for many years, she had never laid eyes on such a craft. All right, with that, Kamengni took a couple of bites of his biscuit, secretly memorizing the ship's design. Slayedthe. Lu Chan beheld a clear view of Water 7. The city appeared like a water-blue metropolis, seemingly floating upon the sea, yet did not sway with the ocean's currents. As he approached, the citizens outside were captivated by Lu Chan's vessel. What kind of ship is that? I've never seen it before. Is it a Navy ship or a pirate ship? There's no pirate flag, so it shouldn't be a pirate ship, nor a Navy one. The crowd speculated on the allegiance of the ship. Observing the gathering crowd, Lu Chan frowned slightly, thinking, this is not good. I did not wish to attract attention. I am here solely to retrieve the Ming Wang's design blueprints. Thus, he turned the ship's bow towards the back alleys of Water 7, seeking a secluded spot. Once assured that no one was nearby, he stowed the warship into the system's backpack. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. On his way to the Water City, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar ship, the Going Merry. However, the Going Merry now bore numerous wounds and signs of extensive repairs. On the verge of collapse, Lu Chan glanced at it from a distance, murmuring, "It seems no one is aboard," suggesting that Luffy and the others have already boarded. Of course, from that distance, he did not notice Zoro sleeping on the ship. He proceeded directly into the maritime metropolis. In the central commercial street, clad in his black cloak, Lu Chan searched for the shop he sought. Ultimately, he stopped before an exchange office, entering with a large bag in hand. Upon seeing the sizable bag, the shop owner immediately stepped out with a welcoming smile. "Esteemed guest, please enter the VIP room." He was the owner of the exchange office, named Dean. Lu Chan nodded slightly, following Dean into the private room. He plopped onto the couch and directly inquired, "Has anyone come before me to exchange for gold?" Dean furrowed his brow, responding him, "The information of our guests is confidential. We are unable to disclose such details." Before he could finish, Lu Chun retrieved a golden cup from the bag and placed it before Dean, asking, "Is this sufficient?" Instantly, Dean's eyes lit up, yet he gritted his teeth and said, "Guest, matters concerning other guests' information are indeed sensitive. This should suffice. If you remain silent, then you will lose everything." Lu Chun produced another golden cup, smiling as he spoke. Having accumulated a considerable amount of gold during his time in the Sky Island and the Rainbow Mist, he intended to exchange it all for berries in Water 7. Dean quickly accepted the gold, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed guest." Indeed, 3 individuals came to exchange here previously, 2 men and 1 woman. Seemingly a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. Lu Chun nodded, extracting all the gold, nearly filling the entire room. The gold radiated a brilliant glow, casting the entire chamber in a golden hue. Such a quantity, Dean's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. He had never encountered this much gold before, far exceeding what the previous 3 pirates had brought. "Name your price," Lu Chun stated coolly. 1. 5 billion berries, esteemed guest. What do you think? Dean tentatively proposed. A person capable of possessing such an abundance of gold was undoubtedly formidable. Much like that previous pirate, he dared not quote too low a price. "Agreed," Lu Chun replied with a faint smile. The price was quite reasonable. After receiving the money from the boss, he checked into a hotel. The next step was to wait for the right moment to head to Judicial Island. In the hotel, Lu Chun received a piece of insider information indicating that Isabagu had been attacked and was now unconscious. Isabagu, the mayor of the city of Chishui, also known as Mr. Bingshan. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the shipyard, a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing pink glasses, reported to the man before her, "Boss, there's news that the figure known as He Yi has also arrived in Chishui." She was Khalifa, a member of CP9, and the man in front of her was none other than Rob Lucci, the leader of CP0. He Yi, the man whose identity remains a mystery? Rob Lucci's pupils contracted slightly as he spoke. As a secret organization of the world government, they had once investigated He Yi. However, he appeared as if conjured from thin air, never revealing much of his strength, and had continuously evaded the Navy. They were even unsure of which faction he belonged to, as he seemed to operate alone. At one point, they had considered him to be Hawkeye, the world's strongest swordsman, but ultimately dismissed that notion. He Yi had become an enigma without resolution. Could he have come to Chishui for the design of the Pluto? Khalifa speculated, her brows furrowing slightly. "Uncertain, but we must exercise caution. The Pluto design must be ours." As she spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Lucci's eyes. The design of the Pluto must remain in the hands of the world government. Should it fall into the wrong hands, it would pose an extreme danger. Chapter 89. The Gods of Water. In the dead of night, at the hotel, Lu Chun was resting on the bed when suddenly, cries erupted from outside. "Help! Fire! Someone! Please!" Upon hearing the commotion, he leaped from the bed and opened the window to assess the situation. Not far away, a building was engulfed in flames, and a crowd had gathered to battle the fire. Has CP9 already begun their operations? Lu Chun muttered, a frown creasing his brow. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission. Save Nami and Isabagu. System reward, 50 energy points. A quick glance at the system's specific mission revealed that Nami was in danger. Without hesitation, he leaped from the window, donned a black cloak, and vanished into the darkness. Simultaneously, in Isabagu's office, flames raged, scorching the surroundings as Nami and Isabagu were bound by ropes and unable to move, helplessly watching the fire draw nearer. Nami's face flushed red from the heat as she cried out, "Someone, please save me." Suddenly, the door was smashed open with a loud crash. A dark figure appeared in the doorway. Lu Chun immediately spotted Nami and Isabagu inside, relieved that he was not too late. "Who are you?" Nami furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of familiarity towards the figure in black. "No time for questions. We need to get out now, or the flames will catch us." In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun was before Nami, cradling her in his arms while lifting the unconscious Isabaga with ease. "You are." Nami recognized the familiar voice and suddenly realized. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Chun kicked out, unleashing a powerful slash. Navy 6 style, shave, with a resounding blast. The slash extinguished the flames before them and shattered the wall, creating a safe passage. In a single move, he cleared a way to safety. He then led Nami and Isabagu out of the room, landing smoothly. He tossed Isabaga to the ground with his left hand and gently released Nami from his embrace with his right, grinning as he said, "We're out. I must take my leave." Just as he turned to depart, Nami suddenly reached out and removed his hat, revealing his true face. "Lu Chun, it really is you. What are you doing here? In this outfit?" Nami exclaimed with surprise, her face lighting up. "I have business in Chishui and saw your ship," Lu Chun explained. "I see," Nami replied. Lu Chun glanced at the unconscious Isabagu and continued, "If you wish to know about Robin, wait for him to wake up and ask. I have matters to attend to, so I must leave. Remember, do not tell Luffy that I am here, otherwise he will undoubtedly spill the beans." "Okay, I promise I won't say anything," Nami assured, nodding earnestly. She could lie to anyone, but never to Lu Chun. "Rest assured, with me around, you will be safe. Until next time." With that, Lu Chun swiftly evaded and vanished into the shadows, leaving Nami alone, gazing at his retreating figure. Her cheeks slightly flushed, whether from the heat of the flames or another reason. She could not tell. Has Lu Chun been watching over me all this time? Is he protecting me? He could have stopped me just now. After all, with Lu Chun's strength, it was impossible for Nami to have removed his hat. On the other side, Ding, congratulations. Host, you have completed the mission. System reward, 50 energy points. After Lu Chun departed, he made his way to the sea train station. To acquire the blueprints held by Frankie, he needed to reach Judicial Island, which could only be accessed via the sea train. Otherwise, even if Lu Chun attempted to go, it would require considerable effort. Upon arriving at the sea train station, Lu Chun discovered that the train had not yet departed and spotted Frankie and Usopp being escorted away by CP9 members. Robin was nowhere to be seen, likely already on board the train. As Lu Chun prepared to stealthily board the train, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. "Yo, what's she doing here?" At that moment, AI-N was leading a team of Navy officers to escort the CP9 members away. Their base was the closest to Chishui, and CP9 require Navy support. So the Navy headquarters had dispatched them. Originally, Lu Chun was supposed to go, but with his absence, they had to send AI-N in his place. Of course, Lu Chun was unaware of this development. It seemed he could not take this sea train after all. Furrowing his brow in resignation, Lu Chun realized that while others might fail to recognize him, AI-N would likely see through his disguise. Therefore, it was prudent to avoid her and make his way to Judicial Island independently. Ideally, he hoped she would simply come to Chishui and then return. A few minutes later, Lu Chun spotted a figure blending into the train, Sanji. Shortly thereafter, the sea train began its journey, departing from Chishui. "I should be on my way too." Lu Chun stepped out from the shadows, boarding the warship rewarded by the system, and followed the tracks toward Judicial Island. The warship sailed at a speed comparable to that of the sea train. Fortunately, it required only one person to operate, or else the journey to Judicial Island would have drained considerable energy. Best not to waste it unnecessarily. However, as time passed, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead. A cascade of dark clouds descended, accompanied by a torrential downpour, while the waves of the sea grew increasingly fervent. Could it be that the deities of water were approaching? Lu Chun gazed ahead, murmuring to himself. The term deities of water was a colloquialism among the inhabitants of the city of Chishui, referring to the imminent threat of a massive tsunami. As the rain intensified, the surging waves became more tumultuous. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. With determination, Lu Chun stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes fixed on the horizon. A colossal wave loomed before him, resembling a ferocious beast with its arms outstretched. The wave towered over several meters, potent enough to capsize the entire vessel. "Perfect, I shall test my new sword technique." Lu Chun smiled subtly, retrieving the supreme blade, Jean Tian, from his system backpack. The color of armament hockey solidified around his right hand and the blade of Jean Tian. A chilling sword intent coalesced around Lu Chun and converged into Jean Tian. In an instant, the blade radiated a terrifying aura, enveloped in a crimson mist. With a single fluid motion, Lu Chun raised Jean Tian, aiming at the ferocious tsunami approaching. With a decisive stroke, the blade shimmered with brilliance. Chapter 90. The Enigma of Identity. I cannot comprehend you. The red sword energy surged forth, directly challenging the formidable wave. The piercing sword energy cleaved the oncoming wave in twain, elegantly splitting it apart. The once daunting wave that threatened Lu Chun was now two separate torrents, allowing the warship to pass through the tumultuous waters unscathed. Not bad. I've only exerted 30% of my strength. Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction, sheathing Jean Tian. It was merely a tsunami. It hardly warranted his full power. Approximately half an hour later, the vessel exited the area of dark clouds, revealing a vast expanse ahead. Gradually, a small island emerged on the horizon, dominated by a formidable gate, the Justice Gate of Judicial Island. Judicial Island comprised 3 sections: the main gate, the court, and the Judicial Tower. Before long, Luffy would lead his comrades to storm Judicial Island. Lu Chen's task was to infiltrate it. He stored the warship in his system backpack and, utilizing his extraordinary speed, made landfall at Judicial Island. Selecting a secluded spot, he vanished, entering the island's interior. At the main gate, the station Navy personnel sensed a fleeting presence and turned to investigate, yet saw nothing amiss. One soldier queried his comrade, "Hey, did you see something fly by? What could possibly pass in broad daylight? You must still be dreaming." The other soldier waved dismissively. "Fine," he conceded, scratching his head, convinced he had merely imagined it. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had already infiltrated the main island, standing atop a towering structure, quietly observing the waters before the main gate. He soon spotted a marine train racing towards him, with a crimson figure standing atop, suddenly extending its arm to grasp the mast atop the gate, swiftly propelling itself forward. At that moment, the Navy below finally caught sight of the intruder and began firing their weapons. "Quick! We are under attack! An intruder!" Bullets rained down upon Luffy. Yet they failed to inflict any harm. Observing this, Lu Chun smiled faintly, realizing that soon he would make his move. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission. Eliminate Spandam. System reward, 20 energy points. Eliminate him? Such a trivial foe, offering merely 20 energy points." Lu Chun shook his head slightly, yet vanished from his position, heading towards the Judicial Tower in search of Spandam. In the office atop Judicial Island, Spandam sat seething in anger, confronting Robin. "Do you think the Straw Hat crew could possibly rescue you? Such delusions." With Luffy's group assaulting Judicial Island, Spandam had dispatched all members of CP9 to eliminate them. Robin remained silent, her gaze fixated anxiously outside the window. Frustrated by her indifference, Spandam abruptly rose and stormed toward her, delivering a sharp slap. "You wretched girl," just as his hand was about to strike Robin's face. The closed door to the room erupted with a thunderous crash. A blade gleamed. The iron door was neatly severed, crashing to the ground. "Who dares to intrude into my office, unaware of my presence?" Spandam bellowed in fury at the entrance. Suddenly, Lu Chun, cloaked in black, appeared before him, calmly stating, "Are you addressing me? Who are you?" Spandam trembled, sensing a chill from the razor-sharp sword. Robin frowned, recognizing Lu Chun. "It's him. How'd he get here?" "Isn't there a bounty of 100 million on my head from the world government?" "I haven't checked if it has increased," Lu Chun chuckled. With ample time at his disposal, he engaged Spandam in conversation. "The knight. You are the infamous knight with a bounty of 100 million berries." Spandam's eyes widened in realization. "It seems my bounty hasn't risen. Killing you should elevate it." With that, a cryptic smile graced Lu Chun's lips. Spandam's face turned pale, and without hesitation, he fell to his knees, pleading, "Lord Knight, please don't kill me. I can offer you as much berries as you desire." Before he could finish, he suddenly leaped up, drawing his sword and lunging at Liu Chun. Die, brat. Ivory charge. Simultaneously, his sword, Vankafried, transformed into a robust elephant, taking on the form of an elephant sword. Its trunk bore a long blade, and sharp tusks extended for the assault. Bored, Liu Chun shook his head slightly. He had long sensed Spandam's murderous intent. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Tian was unsheathed, unleashing a piercing strike. The sword flashed. The blade struck the ivory, sending both the colossal figure and Spandam crashing to the ground with tremendous force. Boom! Spandam, severely injured, spat blood multiple times, desperately reaching for the snail phone in his chest to call for help. Suddenly, another sword flash struck, severing his arm cleanly, blood gushing forth as his severed arm and the phone fell to the ground. My arm. Blood. Spandam wailed, clutching his severed limb. Your cries are truly annoying, Liu Chun remarked, visibly impatient, raising his hand for another strike. The sword energy swept past Spandam's head. In an instant, his head was severed from his body. Blood splattered. Spandam was no more. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. System reward. 20 energy points. Now it's quiet. Liu Chun wore a satisfied smile, reversing his sword to sever the sea stone chains binding Robin. Thank you. Robin flexed her wrists, glancing at the lifeless body on the floor. He was a member of the world government, and you are a Marine. Want you face consequences for killing him? Is it unreasonable for the knight to kill him? Liu Chun retorted. Upon hearing this, Robin fell into contemplation, sometimes wondering whether he was a navy or a pirate. I am simply myself. Why should I cling to a singular identity? I merely pursue what I desire, Liu Chun remarked with a smile. Hearing this, a figure flashed through Robin's mind as she seemed to grasp something. Stop dilly-dallying. Luffy and the others have come to rescue you. Go find them. I will take care of things here. All right, thank you, Robin said hurriedly before rushing out. Before she left, she cast one last glance at Liu Chun, unable to comprehend what kind of person he truly was. After Robin departed, a multitude of Navy soldiers appeared, discovering the lifeless body of Spandam lying on the ground. Commander, Spandam is dead. Did you kill him? Chapter 91, The Blueprint Acquired. Who gave you the courage? Get lost. Liu Chun growled, unleashing his formidable conqueror's haki, which swept through the surroundings, incapacitating all the Navy soldiers in sight. One after another, they collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Subsequently, Liu Chun strode towards the exit, while the incoming Navy soldiers outside were likewise overwhelmed by his haki. It could be said that he had alleviated some of Luffy's burdens by dealing with these Navy soldiers. Moments later, concealed at the pinnacle of the judicial tower, Liu Chun suddenly heard a familiar voice calling from below. If I may make a wish, I would like to be taken out to sea as well. Captured again? Liu Chun frowned slightly, recognizing Robin's voice. Looking down, he saw that Robin had been captured once more, flanked by several members of CP9. Their commander, Spandam, had already met his end at Liu Chun's hands. However, it seemed that Liu Chi and his companions did not regard Spandam highly either. It was likely that Robin had attempted to flee, but was discovered by CP9 members and recaptured. Liu Chun raised his gaze and suddenly spotted Luffy and the others standing across from the judicial tower. From left to right, there was Nami, Roronoa Zoro, Monkey D, Luffy, Sniper King, Sanji, and Chopper. Luffy lowered his body, his expression serious, and shouted loudly, Robin, we will definitely rescue you. What a remarkable display of spirit. Califa tossed her hair back, sneering disdainfully. Kaku remarked indifferently, it's futile. They cannot defeat us. After a couple of cold laughs, Lucci seized Robin, preparing to leave. You handle him here. I'll take her away. Understood, Captain. Califa and the others responded in unison. Just as Lucci was about to capture Frankie, Frankie suddenly produced several yellowed blueprints from within his body, placing them before Lucci and his companions. Are these the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton? Lucci exclaimed in surprise. He had searched Frankie and found nothing, but he knew that Frankie must have known where the blueprints were hidden. To his astonishment, they were concealed within his own body. Indeed, they are genuine. Frankie chuckled lightly, revealing several blueprints. In an instant, Lucci and Kaku exchanged glances, their pupils contracting as they confirmed their authenticity. I can't believe you hid the blueprints inside your own body. Ultimately, the craftsmanship passed down through generations of shipwrights from Water 7 was not an ancient weapon, but merely blueprints for a ship. If I were to act in accordance with the designer's intentions, I believe there is only one thing to do. Saying this, Frankie raised the blueprints high, puffing up his cheeks, preparing to unleash flames. Lucci's brow furrowed tightly as he scolded, "Stop! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Just as Frankie was about to breathe fire, a figure in black suddenly flashed before him, creating a gust of wind. No one could discern what had transpired. The next moment, the flames erupted from Frankie's mouth, scorching his empty hand. "Ah, it's so hot." The blueprints? Lucci was the first to realize that the blueprints had vanished. Scanning his surroundings, he finally spotted a man in a black robe standing nearby, holding the design for Pluton. He shouted, "Who are you? Hand over the blueprints." "I am Slayedthe. Do you not recognize my name?" Lucian chuckled softly as he tucked the blueprints away. "Since none of you desire these blueprints, I shall reluctantly accept them." "Bastard!" Lucci yelled, fixating on Lucian with fury. He had certainly heard of Slayedthe, but never expected to encounter him here. "Everyone, take your time. I shall take my leave." Lucian cast a glance at Robin, smiled, and turned to depart. His look at Robin was a reminder not to reveal his identity, for his mother remained in his possession. "Damn it, I will pursue him. You keep an eye on Robin." Lucci's expression hardened as he swiftly utilized the Marine 6 styles to give chase, determined to retrieve the blueprints. "Understood." Kaku and the others immediately obstructed Luffy and the others, preventing their approach. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward, 200 energy points. Materials required for constructing Pluton, 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Eliminate Lucci. System reward, 400 energy points, body technique 1. Materials for constructing Pluton, 10. Lucian gazed at the system notifications and then glanced back at Lucci, who was still pursuing him. Character, Rob Lucci. Position, CP9 Commander. Fruit, Zoan-type cat fruit. Leopard form, level. Skills, Marine 6 styles, Fruit Development A, Armament Hockey, Bounty. And suddenly, Lucian halted in his tracks, turning to face Lucci with impatience. "You are quite bothersome. Are you seeking death? Hand over the blueprints, and I may let you leave." Lucci replied with a stoic expression. The Navy and the world government knew little about Slayedthe, and he was uncertain of the other's strength, only aware that it was formidable. Upon hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but laugh. "I truly wonder how you found the audacity to utter such words. Was it courage bestowed upon you by Liang Jingru?" "Liang Jingru? Who?" Lucci retorted. "Forget it. You wouldn't know even if I told you. I can't be bothered to waste my breath." With that, Lucian's right fist was instantly enveloped in armament hockey, a tremendous crimson aura coalescing around him and gradually converging towards his fist. In an instant, Lucci's expression tightened as he sensed danger, promptly activating his devil fruit ability. His body began to swell, transforming into a towering 3-meter-tall hybrid of man and leopard. Roar! Lucci let out a furious roar. Lifting his right foot and launching a Marine 6 styles, Gale kicked towards Lucian. A white slash shot towards Lucian with incredible speed. "What you are playing with are merely remnants of my games." Lucian shook his head slightly, unleashing a power-infused punch, Mighty Tiger Fist. Roar! A punch surged forward, echoing like a tiger's roar. A massive shadow of a fist shot forth rapidly, surrounded by red hockey, resembling a fierce crimson tiger. The bloodthirsty beast opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Lucci with ferocity. The ferocious tiger fist directly swallowed the energy of Lucci's released Gale foot. In an instant, the energy of the Gale foot was completely neutralized by the tiger fist, which continued its relentless assault towards Lucci. "What?" Lucci furrowed his brow. With no time to think or evade, he unleashed a flurry of Gale feet. Chapter 92, The Ultimate Technique, The Great Wheel of 6 Kings. Gale foot, Gale foot. Multiple Gale foot strikes impacted against the tiger fist, yet they were akin to a single drop of water in the ocean, merely creating a ripple without any discernible effect. Simultaneously, the colossal fist drew ever closer to Lucci's position. This is bad. Lucci's expression changed drastically as he immediately covered his arms with haki, crossing them to block Lu Chen's attack. Boom! 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 The moment the fist made contact, Lucci felt as though his arms had been struck by 100,000 pounds of force. His arms went numb. A wave of soreness washed over him. He was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the buildings behind him. 1 building, 2 buildings, 3, until he finally came to a halt after demolishing 7 or 8 walls, collapsing heavily to the ground and violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. How formidable! Lucci slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave. Just a single punch had caused him to spit blood. How could it not be strong? No wonder the world government placed a bounty of 100 million berries on him. Moreover, that sum hardly seemed commensurate with his true worth. Lu Chen glanced at Lucci, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before him, launching a simple iron fist. The Marine 6 styles, Soru. However, Lucci's gaze sharpened, and the powerful muscles in his rear leg unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, narrowly evading Lu Chen's strike. Boom! Lu Chen's fist also released an air cannon. Suddenly, the wall before them emitted a crisp, cracking sound, developing cracks resembling a tortoise shell. Boom! Slayedthe. The entire wall could no longer withstand the force and collapsed with a resounding crash. Huff! Huff! Beside him, Lucci gasped for breath, adjusting his breathing and becoming serious. If he didn't take this seriously, he could very well lose his life. Life restoration, Lucci shouted, his robust body suddenly beginning to surge and contract. A notification from the system chimed. Ding! Skill life restoration detected. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Upon hearing the skill prompt, Lu Chen decisively chose to learn it. Life restoration is a high-level skill that can only be comprehended after mastering all 6 marine styles. Luffy also possesses this skill, though he remains unaware of it. Slayedthe. Lucci's muscles ceased their tumultuous movement, yet his body had become leaner, and he could distinctly feel his strength increasing. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot, appearing before Lu Chen at incredible speed. Gathering his full power in his fist, he swiftly swung it towards Lu Chen. The ultimate technique, 6 King's Fist. Countless fist shadows appeared, all striking Lu Chen's body, as if Lucci had 6 arms, simultaneously launching an assault. None could escape. Boom! 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 Lu Chen simply stood there, his hands covered in haki, effortlessly waving them to fend off Lucci's onslaught. Ding! Congratulations, host! Haki experience 200. Ding! Congratulations, host! Haki experience 200. Ding! Congratulations, host! With each attack, Lu Chen's experience in haki increased, presenting a splendid opportunity for growth. Thus, he hardly defended himself, allowing some strikes to land on his body. Though there was some pain, Lu Chen found joy in it. Pain and pleasure intertwined. Suddenly, with an air of nonchalance, Lu Chen scoffed. Hey, your strikes are hardly effective. Are you merely tickling me? What? Lucci's brow furrowed further, no longer holding back, as he aligned his fingers and unleashed even greater power, attacking Lu Chen's body in rapid succession. Finger gun barrage. A multitude of finger guns shot forth with incredible speed and power. However, to Lu Chen, it merely translated to increasing experience. Ding! Congratulations, host! Haki experience 120. Ding! Congratulations, host! Haki experience 120. Ding! Congratulations, host! While the power was formidable enough to shred Lucci's clothing, leaving it riddled with holes, Lu Chen's body only bore a multitude of red spots, with not a single drop of blood escaping his lips. Ha! Suddenly, Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile. Ding! Congratulations, host! Haki experience 200. The Marine 6 styles, Soru. Lucci assumed Lu Chen would counterattack, and in a flash, retreated several meters to create distance between them. Why are you running? Now you want to escape? I want to let you go. If you strike a few more times, I might just falter. Yet Lu Chen had no intention of attacking. He merely observed as his experience steadily climbed, wearing a satisfied smile. Pretentious. Lucci huffed disdainfully, convinced Lu Chen was merely putting on a show. How could he withstand such intense assaults without a scratch? Surely he was fainting, with blood boiling his mouth. With that thought, he summoned his explosive strength once more, creating a massive crater in the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chi reappeared before Lu Chun, launching a barrage of attacks that landed on Lu Chun's body. Flying finger gun, handgun, yellow lotus. Various strikes descended like raindrops in a torrential downpour, overwhelming Lu Chun. The assault lasted several minutes. Suddenly, Lu Chi dispelled the life restoration state, using his powerful leopard tail to ensnare Lu Chun, preventing his escape. Channeling all his strength into his fists, veins bulging and muscles taut, he aimed a punch at Lu Chun's chest. The ultimate technique, Six Kings Fist. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The immense shockwave crashed into Lu Chun's body, even penetrating it and shattering the large wall behind him. In an instant, Lu Chun was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Huff, huff, this time I should have one. Lu Chi panted, staring at the dust, finally letting out a sigh of relief. However, he seemed unaware of the principle that smoke does not equate to harm. A familiar figure gradually emerged from the haze. That of Lu Chun, who had just been sent flying. Clapping off the dust from his body and wiping away the trickle of blood from his lips, he smiled. Not bad. Your strength is quite commendable. How are you in skate? Lu Chi's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished. That last attack was his strongest move. How could it not affect Lu Chun? How could he possibly continue fighting? As I said, you are too weak. Lu Chun's gaze turned icy, exuding a chilling aura. In that instant, Lu Chi felt the murderous intent from Lu Chun, sending a shiver down his spine. He showed no hesitation, turning around and sprinting away, his leg muscles bursting forth as he utilized his utmost speed to flee. Chapter 93. The 60 million volt Thunder Dragon is known throughout the world. If he did not escape now, he would undoubtedly fall victim to the night soon. Witnessing Lu Chi's flight, Lu Chun remained unperturbed, even allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. However, in his right hand, white lightning began to coalesce gradually. Arcs of electricity flickered. A massive surge of lightning gathered in his right hand and enveloped his body. Then, Lu Chun raised his hand and waved it, unleashing countless bolts of lightning. The 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. In an instant, all the gathered lightning surged forth at an astonishing speed, pursuing Lu Chi. The bolts of lightning twisted and turned, resembling a silver thunder dragon, its gaping maw roaring as it advanced. Crackling sounds filled the air. Meanwhile, as Lu Chi continued to flee, he suddenly heard a terrifying roar from behind. Turning back, he was met with the sight of the colossal thunder dragon. His brows furrowed in shock as he exclaimed, "What? He is also a fruit user." The speed of the lightning, of course, surpassed Lu Chi's escape velocity. In the blink of an eye, the 60 million volt Thunder Dragon had caught up to Lu Chi. Upon contact, Lu Chi felt a wave of numbness wash over him. A powerful current surged through every cell in his body, shocking him to the core. It was as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh. The electricity coursed through his very bones, visible to the naked eye. Crackling sounds continued. Moments later, a charred odor wafted through the air, and black smoke began to rise from Lu Chi's body. However, this time the rule of no injury with smoke would not apply, as it was black smoke. White smoke typically indicated a lack of harm. Lu Chi's eyes glazed over from the electric shock, completely paralyzed, and he plummeted from the sky. Heh. Lu Chun chuckled softly, drawing his sword, and unleashed a wave of sword chi. The sharp energy sliced through Lu Chi's neck with precision. In an instant, the head was severed. Blood gushed forth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward: 400 energy points, 1 body technique, 10 materials for the construction of the underworld. Lu Chun did not even cast a glance at Lu Chi's corpse and departed directly, vanishing over the ocean. As for Luffy and the others, they were certainly safe, especially since the formidable Lu Chi had been eliminated by Lu Chun. Days later, news of the Straw Hat Pirates causing chaos on Judicial Island and the death of CP9's captain reached both the Navy headquarters and the world government. At the Navy headquarters, all admirals and vice admirals gathered in the conference room. Only 3 seats were occupied at the head of the table by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zifa, and Vice Admiral Karp. Each naval officer wore a serious expression, remaining silent as they awaited Sengoku's remarks. I believe you have all heard about the events on Judicial Island. Please share your thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku finally spoke. As soon as he finished, Sakazuki, Akainu, could no longer contain himself and interjected. The chaos on Judicial Island is a blatant challenge to the authority of the Navy. If we do not capture the Straw Hat crew in the night, where is our dignity? How can we stand in the world? As he spoke, his right hand, fueled by anger, began to transform into molten magma. We are already aware of this without you stating it, Sengoku replied calmly, glancing at Karp. The captain of the Straw Hat crew is none other than Karp's grandson, Luffy. However, Karp feigned ignorance, picking his nose as if to say, "Don't ask me. Luffy is my grandson. Anyone who touches him will face my wrath." Of course, he was well aware that both the knight and Luffy were his grandsons and inwardly cursed them. These brats are giving me no peace at all. I hope I never see them again. Observing Karp's demeanor, Sengoku shook his head in resignation and stated, "Increase the bounty on the Straw Hat crew in the night. As for the death of CP9's captain, we shall not intervene, nor should we disclose any information to the public. This is the directive of the world government." TCH, is that really necessary? Karp scoffed, unimpressed. If it weren't for face saving, why keep a secret? Even the entire Navy headquarters is already aware of it. Cough, cough. Sengoku cleared his throat awkwardly. Only then did Karp cease his commentary. Meanwhile, at Mary Gios, 5 elderly men with white hair sat around a table, upon which lay a bounty poster depicting a man clad in a black cloak, his face obscured. The bald elder, Saint Izang Baron V. Nasajuro, scrutinized the bounty poster with a grave expression and remarked, "I never imagined Lucci would perish at the hands of the knight." The dispatch CP0 has investigated Lucci's corpse and found traces of electrocution. The cause of death was a sword wound to the neck. This individual is exceedingly ruthless and possesses formidable strength. Indeed, nodded the long-haired elder, St. Marcasmaz, continuing, "A bounty of 100 million is far too low. It should be raised to 1 billion. Furthermore, we need to ascertain his true identity. Instruct CP0 to investigate promptly." The others echoed their agreement. As for the deceased Spandam, it seemed no one cared. Days later, news of the Straw Hat pirates wreaking havoc on Judicial Island and burning the Navy's flag spread throughout the Grand Line. However, the death of CP9's Lucci was not mentioned at all. Instead, the bounty on the night soared to an astonishing 1 billion berries. At Slayedthe Archipelago, Shikiaku's bar. "Look at this." Shikiaku handed a newspaper to the drunken Rayleigh beside her. "Huh?" Upon receiving the newspaper, Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief, the drunkenness evaporating as he suddenly burst in a hearty laughter. "Ha ha! Well done. This lad is quite to my taste, but alas, I can no longer teach him anything." Shikiaku smiled silently. If Lucien were present, he would likely refuse, exclaiming, "Misleading the youth." On Amazon Lily, Hancock clutched a newspaper featuring Lu Chun. Her cheeks flushed as she gushed, "Brother Lu Chun is so handsome. I wonder why he hasn't come to see me yet." Moreover, Sister Sheku sent word that Brother Lu Chun even killed the CP9 captain who obstructed the Celestial Dragons. Well, he is part of the Navy, so it's not so simple for him to come here. The awkward Joel D. Roger explained. In East Blue, in Windmill Village, a woman dressed similarly in a black cloak sat in a tavern, her eyes fixated on 2 individuals in the newspaper, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. "Robin, you have finally encountered your companions at sea. And Lu Chun, are you here to assist Robin?" This woman was none other than Alvia. Chapter 94. The Knight Gains Renown. Why me? She was a scholar, and upon seeing Lu Chen's presence, she surmised that it was he who had slain CP9's captain. First, only Lu Chen's strength could possibly achieve such a feat. Second, the involvement of CP9 was likely tied to something else, possibly the blueprints for the underworld. Regarding Ming Wang, Olivia is also somewhat knowledgeable. At this moment, within the G-39 naval base of the Grand Line, Lu Chun leisurely reclined in a chair, perusing a freshly printed newspaper, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Not bad, not bad. My bounty has been elevated to 1 billion. If I were a pirate, I would indeed be among the supernovas of the pirate world. Perhaps I could seize an opportunity to establish my own pirate crew. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Form a pirate crew. System rewards will be distributed based on the overall strength of the crew. As Lu Chen contemplated the system's issued task, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, leading to a decisive conclusion. Aha! That battle might just be my opportunity. Henceforth, the name Hai would undoubtedly resonate throughout the Grand Line. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by Ian's voice. Knock, knock, knock. Major Lu Chen. A telegram has arrived from headquarters. Gumin. Lu Chen swiftly concealed his smile. Moments later, Ian entered, his expression grave as he began to read the telegram aloud. Major Lu Chen, headquarters orders you to immediately proceed to Water 7 and capture the Straw Hat crew. Ensure their complete apprehension. Who issued this command? Lu Chen's countenance darkened as he inquired. Do they not know that Luffy is my brother? How can they expect me to capture him? Are they looking for trouble? Ian chuckled lightly, aware of Lu Chen's relationship with Luffy, and explained. I heard it was Vice Admiral Garp who mentioned your name, specifically requesting you. Understood, Lu Chen replied, a sudden realization dawning upon him. The world is aware that he is Garp's grandson. Sending him on this mission is tantamount to revealing that Luffy is also his grandson, and moreover, his brother. Is this a double assurance for him? When do we depart? Ian inquired with a smile. Isn't the Navy headquarters instructing us to apprehend them immediately? Let us set sail now. Very well. With that, the two departed the office, ready to board the ship. Along the way, Ian suddenly posed a question. Lu Chen, I noticed you were reading the newspaper as well. Did you see that man named Hai, whose bounty surpassed 1 billion? He is now recognized as a supernova among pirates. I wonder how you compare with him in strength. Oh, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the inquiry. Who, in your opinion, is stronger? Ian replied confidently. It must be you, for he has only emerged in recent years. His strength could not have escalated so rapidly. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen merely smiled in silence. How could one compare oneself with oneself? Even he was uncertain who was stronger. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing. I clearly saw you smile. Yet you deny it. I truly did not laugh. Their banter continued as they reached the dock, accompanied by over 100 personnel aboard a ship, en route to Water 7, including Barumabur and KB. After years of training, both had grown significantly taller, and their strength had notably increased. A few days later, the vessel carrying Lu Chen arrived in the waters near Water 7, where he and Ian stood at the bow, gazing at the beautiful Water 7 ahead. Quite a sight, Lu Chen remarked. The last time he had not taken the opportunity to appreciate the city's elegance. Ian nodded slightly, indeed. Last time, you were merely passing through. Ha! Lu Chen chuckled. He later learned from Ian that he had only been sent to support the CP organization in Water 7 and had not ventured to Eni's lobby. Meanwhile, the residents along the coast of Water 7 spotted the approaching naval ship. Look, it's a naval vessel. What brings them here? Are you foolish? What else would the Navy do but capture pirates? What? They are here to apprehend the Straw Hat crew, who are the saviors of the iceberg. Slayedthe. The naval ship docked. Everyone disembark, Lu Chen commanded, fixing his gaze on the wooden houses ahead. Yes, sir. With that command, all the naval personnel swiftly disembarked. They formed two long lines, leaving a passageway for two individuals to walk through, dispersing the surrounding crowd. Only Lu Chen and Ian remained aboard. Once the Navy personnel stood at attention, Lu Chen nodded and stepped off the ship, cloaked in the Navy's Justice Cloak, striding confidently to the center of the two formations. The others were struck by the imposing aura emanating from Lu Chen. It's him, the naval major, the supernova of the Navy, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, Munkide. Lu Chen, what brings him here? He must be here to capture the Straw Hats. At that moment, not far away, Zoro spotted the naval ship and hurriedly dashed towards Frankie's residence. Quick, I must notify Luffy and the others at once. Unbeknownst to him, he was merely running in circles. Suddenly, a multitude of civilians appeared ahead, blocking Lu Chen and the Navy's path. You cannot enter. This place is ours. There is no one here. Yes, there's absolutely no one inside. Luchan would not be overly courteous. With a cold gaze exuding the pressure of conqueror's hockey, he sternly commanded, "Get lost." With that low growl, the obstructing individuals trembled in fear, feeling as though they might perish at any moment. Their bodies instinctively parted to clear a path. Subsequently, Luchan led the Navy directly to the entrance of Frankie's abode and halted. "You all stay here," he instructed. "Yes, Major." Ian nodded, signaling for the remaining Navy personnel to wait outside. Luchan then advanced on his own, pushing open the door and inquiring with interest, "Everyone? It has been a while." The sudden arrival captured the attention of everyone inside the house, all eyes turning toward the entrance. "The Navy. Brother Luchan. It's Luffy's brother." Frankie and his companions immediately tensed up, even raising their weapons in preparation for battle. Only Luffy remained sprawled on a chair, sound asleep. Nami excitedly dashed over, embracing Luchan with joy. "Brother Luchan, what brings you here? Did you come to see me?" "Oh, my dear Nami." Upon witnessing this, Sanji was instantly moved to tears. Chapter 95. The Straw Hat Crew. Here, to capture. Well, to an extent. The Navy headquarters has ordered me to capture the Straw Hat Crew, which includes you, Luchan explained. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, as everyone stared at Luchan in disbelief. "You're here to capture us?" Among Luffy's crew, several had already assumed combat stances, while only Nami and Robin remained hesitant to engage. Robin understood they were outmatched, while Nami could not fathom that her brother Luchan would truly apprehend them. "Luffy." After a soft chuckle, Luchan directed his attention to the slumbering Luffy, moving swiftly toward him. "Oh no, he is going to capture Luffy." Sanji's expression shifted, and he quickly positioned himself in front of Luffy. Navy 6th form, shave. In an instant, Luchan swept past Sanji, appearing before Luffy, delivering a powerful punch enveloped in armament hockey. "Luffy, get up." With that strike, the chair Luffy was seated upon shattered into pieces. Bang! A large bump emerged on his head as he clutched it, crying out, "Ah, that hurts." "Who hit me?" "Luchan, why are you here?" "Consider your grandfather sending me to give you a few good punches," Luchan replied with a faint smile, launching several more blows. Bang! Bang! Luffy, initially intending to dodge, found the punches too swift to evade. Bang! Bang! After 2 more strikes, Luffy bore 2 fresh lumps on his head. "Oh, Luchan, your punches hurt just like Grandpa's," Luffy exclaimed, a look of helplessness on his face. Luchan explained, "It's merely armament hockey, specifically designed to counter those with Logia-type devil fruit abilities like yours." "Oh, I see." Luffy nodded, quickly sidestepping to avoid further attacks. "Ha!" Luchan chuckled lightly, sitting down and waving his hand. "Everyone, no need to be tense. I've been sent here by the headquarters to apprehend someone, and I just happened to come see my little brother. Luffy, in fact, I have 3 matters to address during this visit. The first is to deal with you on behalf of Grandpa. The second is to inform you about your father. He is Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the revolutionaries, and recognized by the world government as the most dangerous criminal." At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. "What? Monkey D. Dragon? Luffy, your father is actually the leader of the revolutionaries." Robin furrowed her brows, looking into Luchan's eyes, suddenly remembering something. A revolutionary? Could Luchan also be a revolutionary? Besides that, she couldn't fathom why Luchan, clearly part of the Navy, would oppose them. "It seems I haven't seen him much either," Luffy remarked, his brow furrowing. In his memory, there seemed to be little concerning his father. Suddenly, sounds of a scuffle echoed from outside. Clang! 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 Luchan turned to see Zoro with green hair entangled in a fight with the Navy outside, nodding at Barumabur and KB. "Go. Confront him." "Yes, Major." Responding to his command, Barumabur and KB rushed toward Zoro. Seeing this, Luffy hurried outside to intervene. "Hey, Zoro, stop fighting. They aren't here to capture us." However, as he stepped out, KB used sword to appear before him, delivering a swift kick. The sharp slash came at him with tremendous speed, but Luffy quickly utilized his rubber body to evade, standing ready against the man before him. "Who are you?" "Luffy, don't you recognize me?" "It's KB," KB said with a smile. Examining KB from head to toe, Luffy still felt he was not the same. The KB I know wasn't he like this. He was still a coward. Haha, Luffy, that was in the past. Now I'm learning from Major Lu Chun. KB scratched his head awkwardly. At that moment, Lu Chun stepped forward, halting Barumabur and KB. Enough, you two. Step back. Thanks to Lu Chun's training, although their strength was not on par with Zoro and Luffy, they wouldn't be defeated so easily. Lu Chun, is he really KB? Luffy asked suspiciously. Indeed, Lu Chun affirmed, continuing. There's one last matter I must inform you of. The Navy headquarters has ordered my mission to capture you, so you'd best make haste, otherwise you might find it difficult to escape later. With that, a knowing smile graced his lips. Ha ha ha. Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Nami, Robin, let us hurry. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Luffy, calling for his crew as they dashed toward the shore. Their new ship, the Thousand Sunny, was already anchored by the coast. All right. Nami and the others understood Lu Chun's intentions and quickly followed Luffy's lead toward the beach. Observing their retreating figures, Lu Chun smiled faintly, murmuring, Grandpa, I have completed what you asked. Suddenly, An approached him, inquiring, when shall we pursue them? Let us wait until they board their ship, Lu Chun replied. Understood. I nodded, offering no rebuttal. From the outset, she had known that Lu Chun's presence here was not genuinely to capture the Straw Hats. After all, Luffy was his brother, and it was Vice Admiral Carp who had sent him here. He would never truly apprehend Luffy. At this moment, KB and Barumabur approached Lu Chun. Sir, you two are not yet a match for Zoro and Luffy, lacking the opportunity to showcase your abilities. If you awaken your haki, you may stand a chance against them. Lu Chun stated seriously, his tone calm yet firm. This was both a reminder and a warning. They should not assume that merely mastering the 6 powers of the Navy made them formidable. Many were far stronger than them. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Barumabur and KB lowered their heads in shame. Seeing this, Ein quickly reassured them, don't be disheartened. The Major only has your best interests at heart. Besides, this outing is meant to take you into actual combat. Really, Instructor Ein? KB's face brightened. Yes. Ein confirmed with a nod. Immediately, Barumabur and KB expressed their gratitude. Thank you, sir. Indeed. Lu Chun nodded slightly, turning his gaze toward Luffy and the others by the shore, stating, all right, we should pursue them now. Yes, Major. With a command, everyone surged towards the shoreline in pursuit of the Straw Hat crew. Ein suddenly approached Lu Chun, whispering, what do you think? My previous statement was quite astute. Wasn't it? That statement? Lu Chun replied in question. Upon hearing this, Ein furrowed her brows slightly, appearing surprised. The look you gave me earlier indicated you wanted me to comfort them, didn't it? Furthermore, you would have brought so many people here unless you intended to confront that warlord you mentioned, right? Chapter 96, the second warlord, the Devil's Triangle. You guessed correctly. I indeed plan to take care of a warlord along the way, Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. Not long ago, 2 tasks had been activated, and the other was to eliminate one of the warlords, Gecko Moria. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Eliminate Gecko Moria. System rewards, 1,000 energy points. Materials needed for the construction of the Underworld King, 10. The rewards were substantial, making it imperative for him to proceed. Crafting the Underworld King as swiftly as possible was certainly an excellent choice. Upon hearing this, I became energized. So, who's this warlord? Gecko Moria, Lu Chun replied. That's him. It is said he is currently in the Grand Line and commands his own zombie army. His devil fruit ability is quite troublesome. If he robs you of your shadow, Ein trailed off, recalling the tales of Gecko Moria. In his youth, Moria had even challenged one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, but was ultimately defeated, losing all his crew. Yet, this also demonstrated his considerable strength. Coupled with his unique devil fruit powers, fear not. I am quite confident in dealing with him, Lu Chun remarked with a serene smile. All right. With that affirmation, Ein felt relieved. Having followed Lu Chun for such a long time, I am well aware that he would never engage in a battle without confidence. A few minutes later, all the Navy personnel boarded the ship. Lu Chun stood at the bow, urging the sailors to pursue the new vessel of Luffy and his crew ahead. Catch up to them. Yes, Major General. The helmsman of a Navy ship accelerated with all his might, chasing after the Straw Hat crew. Moments later, the Navy ship drew closer to the Thousand Sunny. Luffy, your brother won't really catch up to us, will he? Sanji asked with concern. He definitely won't. Before Luffy could respond, Nami furrowed her brows and assured him. Luffy grinned. Brother Liu Chun won't capture me. Meanwhile, Liu Chun stood at the bow, drawing the sword at his waist, John Tion. His right hand was instantly enveloped in the powerful aura of Haki, the sharp intent of the sword coalescing upon its blade. The Haki gradually enveloped the entire sword, winding around it, shimmering with red arcs of energy. The blade transformed into a deep crimson hue, exuding a fierce sword intent. Those around sensed a chilling aura. Major General Liu Chun is about to make a move. Everyone, step back. Yes, step back. On the Thousand Sunny, Zoro stared intently at the long sword in Liu Chun's hand, realizing that it was likely one of the supreme blades. Even though he had never heard of such a sword before. The last battle had been in the East Sea, and now, observing Liu Chun's swordsmanship, he could tell that he had grown stronger. While he himself was becoming more powerful, Liu Chun was also enhancing his abilities. Luffy, your brother is really going to strike, Usopp exclaimed, his face changing, shouting anxiously. Beside him, Chopper began to run around the ship in panic. Ha ha ha. Luffy simply laughed, watching Liu Chun at the bow. The next moment, Liu Chun smiled slightly and swung his sword. A flash of sword light erupted. The fierce sword energy cleaved through the air like a sharp axe, striking towards the Thousand Sunny. The calm sea was split in two by the sword energy, and even the clouds above seemed to be cleaved asunder. The sword energy howled forth. It accurately struck the surface of the sea beside the Thousand Sunny. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, generating colossal waves that surged towards Luffy and his companions. Oh no! Nami's expression shifted as she shouted, Luffy, Zoro, quickly adjust the sails. Okay, got it. With that, Luffy and Zoro sprang into action, turning the sails of the Thousand Sunny to face the other side. As the massive waves crashed against the ship, it felt as though a giant hand had slapped it. The Thousand Sunny was sent flying sideways at an incredible speed, leaving the Navy ship unable to pursue. Within moments, it vanished from sight. Major General Liu Chun, you are allowing the pirates to escape. At that moment, An approached him, teasing softly. However, Liu Chun would not admit it. Responding earnestly, I used my strongest sword attack. It merely went astray. Ein chuckled softly, covering her mouth, choosing not to say more. The crew aboard the ship understood Liu Chun's intention, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. This Navy Major General was not to be trifled with. Then, Liu Chun looked at the Navy personnel and said earnestly, since we have embarked on this journey, we cannot return empty-handed. Let us join forces to eliminate the warlord. Moonlight Moria in the Devil's Triangle. Yes, Major General. The sailors responded in unison. Meanwhile, on the Thousand Sunny, the crew sailed alone across the sea. Although they had all escaped danger, Nami, holding the log pose, wore a worried expression, saying, I really don't know what Brother Liu Chun is thinking. How do we end up here? To reach the next island, it will take at least 10 more days. Nami, let's set sail. Luffy shouted loudly, pointing ahead. He cared not for the details. He was simply eager to depart. Nami shot him a frustrated look, too exasperated to respond. A few days later, the Navy ship that Liu Chun was on drew near to the Devil's Triangle, and the sailors began to grow restless. We're almost at the Devil's Triangle. I heard that 100 ships disappear there every year. If we go, we should be fine, right? After all, Major General Liu Chun is with us. Of course, we'll be fine. We are on a Navy vessel. Who would dare to attack us? But I heard that people have seen the spirits of the dead there. The Navy personnel were already becoming agitated, while Liu Chun reclined on the deck, resting leisurely. Major General Liu Chun, even at this moment, you are resting so comfortably. Aren't you going to calm the troops? I asked curiously. Liu Chun smiled and replied, if I go, will it truly stabilize their hearts? Ultimately, it is their fear. Once we enter, they will understand. You have a point. I conceded. Suddenly, Liu Chun turned to Kaibi and Balumeb, asking, are you afraid? Not afraid. Kaibi and Balumeb replied in unison. Haha, I hope you remain unafraid afterward. Moonlight Moria has several formidable subordinates. You will be tasked with dealing with them. I hope you two will not let me down. Luchin cautioned, word by word. Yes, teacher, Kaibi and Balumeb said earnestly. This was the first mission assigned to them by Major General Lu Chun, and they had to accomplish it well. Otherwise, they would bring shame to Lu Chun. As time passed, the Navy ship had entered the Devil's Triangle. Ahead lay an area shrouded in thick fog, the dark gray mist enveloping the sea, reducing visibility to a mere 50 meters. The speed of a Navy ship had to be decreased. Lu Chun then gradually stood, surveying his surroundings from the bow. All around were various abandoned ships and the skeletal remains of countless humans. It was unknown how many ships and lives had perished in this area. Suddenly, a massive ghost ship appeared ahead, drifting toward their location. Gazing upon it, the ship appeared to be derelict for many years, rendering it impossible for anyone to be aboard. Thus, others deemed it a ghost ship. What is that? Is it a ghost ship? Could there really be ghosts? In an instant, the Navy personnel began to panic. Even Ein instinctively moved closer to Lu Chun, quietly asking, Lu Chun, do you think there are really ghosts in this area? Indeed, Lu Chun nodded affirmatively. In theory, Brook existed as a ghostly entity, merely inhabiting a skeleton. Ein's brows knitted as she suddenly noticed a skeleton on the ghost ship, which was playing the violin and singing. A ghost. There really is a ghost. Instantly, she was frightened and clung tightly to Lu Chun, her entire body hanging onto him. A fragrant scent wafted over, and Lu Chun smiled calmly, gently patting her back, reassuring her, it's all right. If it truly is a ghost, I can eliminate it. After a brief moment, Ein let out a long sigh, gradually calming herself. However, she soon noticed her appearance alongside Lu Chun, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Sorry, Lu Chun, she exclaimed. It's fine. You can cling on for as long as you wish. You're not heavy at all. Lu Chun replied with a smile. I nodded gently. As time progressed, the ghost ship drew ever closer to their vessel, and the figure of a skeleton atop it became increasingly distinct. The skeleton was tall and donned a black gentleman's suit, complete with an extravagant afro, resembling Brook, who had evidently been hiding in the Devil's Triangle. In an instant, the sailors aboard Lu Chun's ship were terrified, huddling together. A skeleton. A ghost. It's really a ghost. Run. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Assist Brook in retrieving his shadow. System reward. 300 energy points. After glancing at the task prompted by the system, Lu Chun prepared to approach Brook. If you're scared, stay on the ship. I'll go see this so-called ghost. I'm not afraid. I want to go too, Ein declared, standing tall. Hearing this, Lu Chun chuckled lightly, holding her small hand as they jumped toward the ghost ship. All right then, you can come with me. I'm not ready yet. Ein's face was filled with panic, but she could only follow along passively. Soon, Lu Chun and Ein arrived on the ghost ship, where Brook stood, curiously gazing at Ein. Yo-ho-ho, beautiful lady, may I see your underwear? He asked with a grin. Lu Chun, this skeleton can talk. Ein exclaimed in shock, hiding behind Lu Chun. Yet, Lu Chun showed no sign of fear and introduced himself. Hello, I am Monkey D. Lu Chun. You can call me Lu Chun. Hello, I am Brook. Aren't you afraid of me? Brook inquired. He had remained there for many years, and every crew that saw him had fled in terror. Never had anyone dared to approach him for a conversation. What is there to fear? Everyone must die and eventually turn to bones, Lu Chun replied. Yo-ho-ho. That is quite true. Brook laughed heartily. The loneliness of countless years had taught him to mask his solitude with laughter. Care for a drink? Perhaps we could chat? Lu Chun asked, pulling out a bottle of red wine from his system backpack, intrigued by the prospect of asking this man who had once died many questions. Although the author of One Piece had not delved deeply into the information about the Yomi Yomi no Mi, a man who had consumed it surely possessed knowledge about this world. Moreover, this world was undoubtedly different from the one depicted in the manga. Sure, it's been a long time since anyone has kept me company. Brook readily agreed. Lu Chun then turned to Ein, advising if you're scared, you can head back. I'll return shortly. No, I'd rather stay with you. Ein quickly shook her head. For some reason, being with Lu Chun gave her an inexplicable sense of security, even in the presence of the ghost that frightened her. Very well, then let us remain together. Lu Chun replied, no longer pressing the matter, accepting her decision. This way, please, both of you, this is my cabin. I hope you don't mind. Brooke gestured graciously, inviting them into the ship's quarters. Meanwhile, on the Navy ship, the crew observed the unfolding events on the ghost ship, whispering amongst themselves. Major Lucien and Ensign Ein have entered. They followed that ghost. Will they be all right? They will be fine. Major Lucien is incredibly capable. Cubby reassured the sailors with a serious expression. The Major will certainly be safe, and that skeleton may not truly be a ghost. Otherwise, it would not be able to speak. Upon hearing this, the sailors fell silent, aware of the relationship between Cubby and Lucien, given that Cubby held the rank of sergeant, far exceeding their own. Inside the ghost ship's cabin, Ein carefully poured red wine for Lucien and Brooke. "Thank you, beautiful lady," Brooke said with a slight nod of appreciation. "No need to thank me," Ein replied, momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling that the skeleton was not so frightening after all. Lucien smiled lightly, raising his glass. "Brooke, drink up, and perhaps share your story with me?" "Sure." Brooke downed his glass in one gulp and began recounting his tale. "Over 50 years ago, I led my pirate crew into the Grand Line, and since then, I have been hiding in this Devil's Triangle." He spoke of his experiences, albeit briefly, with a smile that never left his face. A blend of genuine amusement and perhaps a hint of bitter irony. Lucien nodded slightly, addressing him earnestly. "I did not expect your experiences to be so tumultuous. Since you cannot leave this area, I happen to be on a mission to eliminate Gecko Moria and can assist you in reclaiming your shadow." Though he was aware of certain facts, hearing Brooke's account firsthand was still somewhat poignant. Gecko Moria's techniques are quite treacherous. "It's best if you avoid unnecessary danger." Brooke quickly shook his head. They were mere acquaintances, and he did not wish for Lucien to take risks on his behalf. "I am a Navy major. Dealing with him is well within my capabilities." Lucien replied with a smile. "Well, if you insist, I will accompany you." His minions, the zombies, are created using Gecko Moria as fruit powers, and they are particularly vulnerable to salt, so it would be wise to prepare some, Brooke advised. "Thank you," Lucien responded. As their conversation continued, Lucien suddenly inquired, "I have one more question. Did the Yomi Yomi no Mi truly take you to the afterlife? What is it like there?" "I'm not entirely sure. The place is exceedingly dark, seemingly beneath the earth. I kept moving upward, only faintly hearing what sounded like animal calls. After returning to my body, certain memories felt lost, and I can't recall them clearly," Brooke explained. Lucien pondered deeply. Based on Brooke's account, it could be deduced that the so-called afterlife indeed existed. However, the true nature and purpose of the afterlife remained a mystery, as did the means of accessing it. After chatting for a while, Lucien brought Brooke aboard the Navy ship, setting sail toward Gecko Moria's lair, the terrifying three-masted ship. Upon seeing Brooke, the Navy personnel were too frightened to speak. Fortunately, Lucien provided an explanation, allowing the crew to regain their composure. Nevertheless, Brooke maintains a cautious disposition towards a skeletal state. Approximately half an hour later, a colossal phantasm gradually emerges in the distance, resembling a maritime castle adorned with sails akin to those of a ship. Notably, it boasts 3 gigantic sails. This is the lair of Moonlight Moria, the fearsome 3-masted vessel, reputed to be the largest sailing ship in existence. Moria resides within the castle, which is teeming with various formidable zombies, posing a significant challenge. Brooke fixates on the imposing ship, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing this, Lucien subtly nods and turns to the naval officers behind him, addressing them earnestly. "Ladies and gentlemen, Moria has long concealed himself in the Devil's Triangle, preying upon passing ships. It is now our duty to exact punishment upon him. Although the castle is filled with various zombies, I have already shared with you the means to vanquish them, Salt. Once we eliminate those minions, I shall personally deal with Moria." "Yes, Major General." The naval officers respond in unison. Armed with the protection of Salt, they observe Brooke, eager to test its efficacy against the malevolent forces. Thus, the ship advances towards the ominous 3-masted vessel. Shortly after docking, a horde of zombies appears, rushing towards their position at an alarming speed. These grotesque zombies resemble a myriad of stitched monstrosities, including a man with bat wings, another with elephantine limbs and a trunk, and a zombie sporting a crocodile's maw. Among them, the leader is a familiar face, Absalom, the wielder of the transparent fruit. Absalom glares at Lu Chun, questioning him with a hint of accusation. Hey, Navy, our captain is one of the 7 warlords. What business do you have invading our territory with so many of you? You've already identified us as the Navy. Thus we have come to eliminate pirates. Lu Chun replies, his face adorned with a smile that conceals an icy intent. Foolish to attack us with so few. Upon hearing this, Absalom's anger flares, and he gestures with his hand, barking orders. Go, kill them. With a roar, the zombies surge towards the naval officers. Soldiers, let's eradicate them together. At this moment, Ein raises his sword and shouts loudly. Yes. Instantly, the naval officers charge forward, and a chaotic battle ensues, filled with the cacophony of clashing steel and anguished cries. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, most are mere minions and bolstered by the salt. The naval officers find themselves undeterred, even against the pain-immune undead. At that moment, Absalom confronts Ein. As Ein prepares to strike, Absalom suddenly seems to vanish. Where has he gone? Of course, Absalom has merely activated his transparent fruit, lurking invisibly beside Ein. Ha ha ha, this Navy officer is rather attractive. He grins wickedly, extending his sinister hands towards Ein. Just as he is about to make contact, a swift, cutting sword aura hurtles towards him. What? Absalom feels a chill run down his spine and hastily retreats, narrowly evading the attack. However, the sword aura cleaves through several zombies in its path, creating a clear passage. Any entity or individual caught in that line would be severed. Hey, Lu Chun, what are you doing? You almost hit me. Ein exclaims, her brows furrowing in annoyance. Lu Chun, his expression serious, activates his Kinbunchika haki and replies calmly. That fiend went invisible. He almost took advantage of you. Startled, Ein instinctively hugs her chest, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. She realizes that the eerie sensation she felt earlier was due to that fiend lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the invisible Absalom glares viciously at Lu Chun and Brooke, cursing silently. It must be that skeleton who betrayed our abilities and weaknesses to the Navy. I shall make them pay. Before he can finish his thought, Lu Chun's eyes flash as he senses a hint of murderous intent through his Kinbunchika haki. He swiftly draws his sword, executing a precise strike. One sword style, quick draw the blade gleams brilliantly as a powerful sword aura shoots forth, accurately targeting Absalom's location. What? How'd he discover me? In an instant, Absalom's expression shifts dramatically, disbelief etched across his face as he witnesses the approaching sword aura. The speed is relentless, leaving him no time to evade. He merely draws his sword to defend himself. Upon contact, the chilling sword aura creates a fissure on Absalom's sword, rapidly spreading cracks across the blade. Soon, the sword shatters entirely. Clang! With a sharp sound, the sword aura slices through Absalom's body. Absalom screams in agony as he is cleaved in half, tumbling backward. With blood gushing forth, his once invisible form gradually becomes visible, though his body is no longer whole. Split in two, his eyes brim with regret and disbelief, never comprehending how Lu Chun had perceived him. Notification: congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 100 energy points. Initially, Lu Chun intended to leave Absalom for KB and Barumabur, but witnessing I nearly fall victim to him, coupled with the system triggering a task, he took decisive action. Absalom must perish. If he were to survive, he might later prey upon Nami. The sooner he is eliminated, the better. At this moment, Ein gazes at Absalom's lifeless body, hurriedly expressing her gratitude. Lu Chun, thank you. If it weren't for you, it's nothing. That creature was a stitched abomination, daring to take advantage of you. He deserved his fate. Lu Chun replies indifferently. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Ein feels a wave of relief. Subsequently, Lu Chun stands aside, allowing others to continue the battle. There's no need for him to engage in every skirmish. Suddenly, Lu Chun notices KB and Barumabur, who are collaborating to confront the Cerberus. Their frequent training together has fostered excellent synergy, rendering the three-headed beast utterly defenseless. A few minutes later, the duo successfully defeats Cerberus. After about 10 minutes, the battle at the entrance concludes with all zombies vanquished. Liu Chan surveys the remaining naval officers and commands solemnly. Those who are injured and unable to fight should remain behind to guard the ship. The rest of you, follow me into Moria's lair. Yes, Major General. With this proclamation, nearly all the naval officers surge forward, charging into the stronghold. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the three-masted vessel, a zombie hurriedly rushed into the hall, anxiously exclaiming, "Captain, something terrible has happened. The Navy has stormed in with their forces. Didn't T. Absalom go to intercept them? Why they still breached our defenses?" Moria, seated in the great hall, frowned in displeasure. The zombie hastily replied, "Lord Absalom has been slain." Upon hearing this, Moria sprang to his feet, slamming his hand on the table, and shouted, "Which Navy dares to kill my man? Come, let me see who it is." "Yes, Captain." His subordinates swiftly followed him out, including the ghost Princess Perona and Hogback. Meanwhile, Liu Chun led the Navy, having arrived just hundreds of meters from the castle, ready to close in. As Moria descended the stairs with his men, he suddenly caught sight of Liu Chun at the forefront, his brow furrowing in recognition. "It's him, Carp's grandson, the Navy's supernova, Monkey D. Liu Chun." "Captain, why have you stopped?" Hogback inquired, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Moria declared, "You all go and block him. I shall retrieve the secret weapon." "Yes, Captain." Hogback nodded and immediately took his men forward. Minutes later, the two factions confronted each other before the castle. Tension filled the air, palpable even without a single blow being struck. At that moment, Hogback noticed Liu Chun among the Navy, his expression shifting in surprise. "It's you, the Navy supernova, Monkey D. Liu Shen. What brings you here?" A rhetorical question. Liu Chun retorted sharply, glancing around for Moria, and asked, "Where's Moria? Why should I tell you? Do you not know our captain is one of the 7 warlords? The Navy has a pact with the 7 warlords." Hogback questioned, aware of Liu Chun's formidable strength. It was no wonder Absalom had been slain. He certainly would not stand a chance against Liu Chun. At that moment, he understood why Moria had chosen to retrieve the secret weapon. A 7 warlord? Moria doesn't even deserve that title, Liu Chun scoffed. In truth, he admired Moria's audacity to confront Kaido. However, since the demise of all Moria's crew, he had descended into a path of decline, excessively relying on the power of shadows, other strength, rendering him seemingly the weakest pirate among the 7 warlords. He could barely withstand even a few blows from Jinbei during the Marineford War. Weakness inevitably leads to elimination. Hogback was rendered speechless, fearing Liu Chun might strike at any moment. "If you want to speak, I'll just have to find him myself." With that, Liu Chun dashed towards the castle behind them. Not so fast. Perona floated in midair, suddenly appearing before Liu Chun, waving her hand as several white ghosts emerged from behind her. Negative ghosts. They immediately soared toward Liu Chun's position. "Conqueror's Haki." Liu Chun chuckled lightly, his gaze sharpening as he unleashed an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's Haki. The 2 negative ghosts were caught in its wake, their forms disintegrating into countless white ashes that dissipated into the air. Perona cried out, clutching her head in agony. Ultimately, the negative ghosts she summoned were manifestations of her own spiritual energy, making them particularly susceptible to the assault of Conqueror's Haki. Of course, aside from Usopp, who was exceptionally resistant, others lacking Conqueror's Haki would still be affected to some degree. As Perona regained her composure, she found Liu Chun had vanished from sight. "Where has he gone?" "Perona, go inform the captain. I will hold them off here." Hogback shouted while engaging with the Navy. "Understood." Just as Perona was about to depart, a white figure suddenly blocked her path. It was Ain, who had remained by Liu Chun's side. "If you wish to leave, you must first pass by the sword in my hand." Perona furrowed her brows, realizing she must first deal with Ain. Meanwhile, KB and Balumabur were collaborating to assault Hogback. Simultaneously, after leaving the battlefield, Lu Chun began searching for Moria within the castle. After a lengthy search, he still had not located him. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lu Chun. Could he be there? Chapter 100, Zombie Ores. Demon Warrior. A must-read. Not in the castle. He was likely in the freezing chamber where ores was kept. Thus, Lu Chun carefully sensed the temperature throughout the castle and raced toward the coldest area. In the freezing chamber, Moria gazed at the colossal form of zombie ores, his brow furrowing in concern. I never anticipated I would have to awaken you ahead of schedule. It seems I have no other choice. He lacked confidence in confronting Lu Chun, especially since Crocodile had recently fallen to him. He must utilize his strongest weapon acquired over the years, the Demon Warrior. The giant ores. However, without a suitable shadow, he was left with no choice but to merge his own shadow with ores. This would also allow him better control over ores. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from behind. Boom! A thick wall was cleaved open, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Cold air rushed out, and dust swirled around. Amidst the haze, a figure emerged. Lu Chun stepped forward leisurely, intrigued. Moonlight Moria, you are indeed here. How did you know I was here? Moria's face briefly paled. Lu Chun smiled and replied, take a guess. Moria's expression darkened at this response. Lu Chun, as a Navy captain, do you not realize I am one of the 7 warlords? How dare you lead your men to attack me? Enough with the nonsense. Before Moria could finish, Lu Chun interrupted him, speaking nonchalantly. I know what you intend to do. You wish to merge your shadow with ores, do you not? I shall wait for your shadow to fuse with ores. Spare me the idle chatter. He had already discerned that Moria had not yet managed to merge a shadow with zombie ores. The prior conversation was merely a tactic to buy time. Do not be so arrogant. Moria's displeasure was evident, for strength alone was the true currency of power. I will be waiting for you to merge with ores. With that, Lu Chun quietly observed, preparing to refrain from intervening. Character: Moonlight Moria. Title: Captain of the Moria Pirates. 7 Warlord. Fruit: Shadow Fruit. Level: Skill: Fruit Development. Bounty: 320 million berries. Weakness abounded. It was a mystery how Moria had attained the title of 7 Warlord. Witnessing Lu Chun's hesitation to act, Moria felt emboldened to hasten the merging of his shadow with zombie ores. You will pay for your underestimation, he coldly declared. Stop dawdling. Hurry it up, Lu Chun urged. Moria found himself momentarily at a loss for words, compelled to accelerate the fusion of ores with his shadow. Soon, Moria's shadow and zombie ores were entirely merged, the sealed corpse suddenly opening its enormous eyes and moving its colossal form. The surrounding walls and ice began to tremble and crumble under his movements. Ores was a giant of peculiar appearance. After all, it is the colossal demon that astonished the entire world 5 centuries ago. Character: AOZ Zombie. Position: None. Fruit: None. Level: Skill: Extraordinary Strength. Bounty: None. At last I have merged. Boy, you shall pay the price for your arrogance. Moria laughed triumphantly, casting a glance at AOZ behind him, and pointed at Lu Chun. AOZ, kill him. With a roar, AOZ unleashed a thunderous cry that reverberated through the vicinity, shaking the very ground and castle itself. The ceiling and surrounding walls crumbled under the force of his voice. Boom! 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 Yet, Lu Chun maintained his calm demeanor, a serene smile gracing his face. I am eager to discover the true strength of this demon warrior. AOZ bellowed, his massive fist hurtling towards Lu Chun's position. Despite the relatively slow speed of the punch, Lu Chun chose to remain stationary, slowly drawing his sword, Jean Tian, to meet it. With a resounding crash, the powerful impact sent Lu Chun flying, shattering several walls behind him before he finally came to a halt. The spot where AOZ had struck was left with a vast crater. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 experience in the skill armament hockey. Rising from the ruins, Lu Chun dusted himself off. Indeed, the strongest demon from 5 centuries ago is formidable. That single punch granted me 500 experience points. It is worth noting that finding an opponent capable of providing such a substantial boost to his armament hockey experience is a rarity. Unless it is his grandfather, Carp. Do you really think you can contend with AOZ? Moria sneered, clearly believing Liu Chun was merely putting on a show. However, Liu Chun suddenly sheathed his sword, enveloping his fists in armament hockey, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Come, let the battle intensify. You seek death. Moria's eyes narrowed, his teeth clenched in fury, wishing to crush Liu Chun on the spot. He understood that Liu Chun's swordsmanship was unparalleled, and the fact that he was abandoning it to show off was an affront of the highest order. AOZ, beat him to a pulp. Moria roared. Yes, master. With that, Zombie AOZ tightened his fists and began unleashing a relentless barrage of punches towards Liu Chun on the ground. Boom! 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 Each punch caused the castle to tremble, walls crumbling and debris flying. It was akin to a giant striking the earth with its fists. Meanwhile, Liu Chun simply absorbed the blows with his fists. Each impact sent a shockwave through his arms, but it was not unbearable. He could endure it. Listening to the melodic chimes of the system's notifications, Liu Chun found the pain less daunting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 experience in the skill armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 experience in the skill armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 experience in the skill armament hockey. Before long, AOZ ceased his assault, staring intently at the ground before him. After a fierce exchange of blows, the castle lay in ruins, enveloped in a cloud of dust that obscured the scene. Yet, a smirk crept onto Moria's lips, revealing his satisfaction. Ha ha! Just a Navy rear admiral, daring to cause a ruckus in my territory, seeking death. Little did he realize the principle of smoke without harm. Hey, aren't you celebrating a bit too early? Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the swirling dust. Liu Chun emerged from the debris, gazing at Moria with keen interest, taunting. Is that all the power your zombie possesses? It seems to have inflicted no harm upon me. Chapter 101. The Mighty AOZ. Shadows Converge. You insolent brat. You are unbearably arrogant. Moria's eyes turned crimson with rage. He had never seen a man withstand AOZ's blows without sustaining any injuries. Do not rush. I await your attempt to kill me. Liu Chun chuckled lightly, shedding his tattered clothing to reveal his well-defined muscles. It must be said that AOZ's punches are incredibly powerful. The recent flurry of exchanges has significantly increased his experience in armament hockey. If he perseveres a little longer, he will ascend to S rank, which is why Liu Chun chose to provoke Moria. And as he anticipated, Moria again commanded AOZ to attack. AOZ, kill him. With a roar, AOZ launched into another series of powerful punches directed at Liu Chun below. Boom! 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 Each strike was accompanied by a resounding explosion. The entire three-masted ship seemed to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. Yet, Liu Chun refrained from attacking, focusing solely on defense, watching his armament hockey experience grow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 experience in the skill armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 350 experience in the skill armament hockey. Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, the battle between the Navy and the Moria pirates raged on, all sensing the powerful tremors. What is happening? AI Indai furrowed her brow, gazing towards the source of the thunderous sounds. Suddenly, Hagabak declared with glee, it must be the captain fighting off Zombie AOZ. Your rear admiral is about to meet his end. You should be more concerned about yourself. KB retaliated with a punch that sent Hagabak flying. Seeking death. With that, the two resumed their fierce brawl. Time passed, and finally, the system announced the successful upgrade of Liu Chun's skill. A satisfied smile graced Liu Chun's face as he remarked, "Thank you." With that, he finally drew his way sword, the unmatched blade Zhan Tian and Qing Feng. With a swift motion, he unleashed two sword energies imbued with intent straight towards AOZ. Boom! Boom! However, the fierce sword energies merely knocked AOZ back, causing him to land heavily on the ground without inflicting any actual harm. Such formidable physicality. Liu Chun marveled at AOZ's chest. The two sword energies had only left two superficial marks, failing to breach the skin. Moria smirked wickedly. I have long stated that the demon AOZ is invincible. What does it matter if you wield the unmatched blade? You cannot harm him in the slightest. Oh, in response, a knowing smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. If I cannot kill him, can I not kill you? With the Navy 6 style, Suru, he vanished from his spot and reappeared before Moria, swiftly drawing his sword for a decisive strike. Suddenly, Moria's expression changed drastically, as he did not anticipate that Lu Chen would shift his target to attack him. Had he not just been relentlessly assaulting Oz? The vivid crimson sword energy struck dangerously close, leaving Moria no time to evade. Just as the attack was about to reach him, his figure unexpectedly transformed into a colossal form, blocking Lu Chen's path. The clash of sword energy resounded like thunder. Lu Chen glanced upward and was astonished to discover that the assailant was indeed Oz, while Moria had already swapped places with Oz. He must have employed his devil fruit ability, the shadow fruit, to exchange the positions of his shadow and his body. Since the shadow had merged with Oz, it was Oz who had been substituted. Suddenly, Oz let out a furious roar, delivering a powerful punch downward. Observing this, Lu Chen swiftly executed the Marine 6 style's technique to evade. The ground erupted with a tremendous impact, creating a deep crater and sending dirt flying. On the other side, Moria, cautiously fixated on Lu Chen, feared another assault. He hastily merged into Oz's body and arrogantly declared, "Kid, I am now within Oz's form. Let's see how you will strike me." With a cold chuckle, Lu Chen replied indifferently, "You rely too heavily on the strength of others, which is why your power remains mediocre. Oz is merely an external entity. Ultimately, he is inconsequential." "What do you know? Oz, kill him," Moria bellowed in fury. Oz relentlessly swung his massive fists toward Lu Chen below. However, Lu Chen had already evaded to a safe distance. Observing Oz, he gradually grasped two long blades, exuding an overwhelming aura as he enveloped them in a powerful sword intent. The formidable energy coalesced into two distinct, vivid auras, one white and one red. As Lu Chen swung his arms, the momentum of the blades danced in the wind like delicate fabric, shimmering with radiant light. In an instant, Lu Chen wielded both swords toward Oz, invoking the dual sword style, White Tiger Dragon Roar. In that fleeting moment, two streams of sword energy were unleashed simultaneously, the white and red energies surging forth. The intense sword intent manifested as two ferocious beasts, a white tiger and a crimson dragon, both resembling colossal primordial creatures, opened their gaping maws to tear into Oz. Oz seemed to sense the imminent danger and unleashed his mightiest strength yet, his muscles bulging as he hurled two fists toward the incoming sword energies. The moment the sword energies made contact with Oz, a deafening explosion erupted, sending powerful shockwaves reverberating outward and leveling the surrounding area. Even Lu Chen was compelled to retreat swiftly to evade the onslaught. After a brief interval, the residual energy from the battle dissipated, revealing the scene's true nature. Oz lay on the ground, his eyes glazed over like a lifeless corpse, his sturdy arms severed entirely by Lu Chen's sword energies, now lying beside him. Furthermore, Oz's body was shattered in numerous places, rendering him incapable of rising again. Suddenly, a gaping wound appeared in Oz's abdomen, and a blood-soaked Moria emerged from within, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I will not be defeated again, absolutely not." With that, he let out a furious howl, "Shadow Assembly." His roar echoed throughout the three-masted ship. Shadows of black surged from afar, each entering Moria's body through his mouth. 1, 2, 3. The number of shadows rapidly multiplied, causing Moria's form to swell. After absorbing enough shadows, totaling 1,000, Moria's body expanded to a size reminiscent of a giant. Such a colossal figure could certainly accommodate 1,000 shadows. By absorbing shadows, he had increased his size, thereby enhancing his strength, which now possessed the capability to shatter an island with a single blow. Moreover, his attributes had also transformed. Character: Moria. Position: Warlord of the Sea, Devil Fruit. Shadow Fruit. Level S. Moria gazed down at Lu Chun, his tone devoid of emotion. Kid, prepare to die. With that, he swung a massive palm toward Lu Chun's position. Boom! As Lu Chun stood, he beheld the enormous hand descending upon him like a miniature Wuxishan, accompanied by overwhelming pressure. Get lost! Lu Chun roared, raising his sword, Zhan Tian, to strike and swiftly utilizing the 6 styles to evade. The sword energy collided with Moria's gigantic hand, as if it had struck Oz's body. It was akin to a drop of water falling into the ocean, creating no ripples whatsoever. Fortunately, Lu Chun managed to sidestep Moria's attack, narrowly avoiding the impact. Bang! The ground trembled violently as Moria's palm crashed down, sending dirt flying in all directions. Reminiscent of an earthquake. This time, the power far exceeded that of Oz, leaving cracks resembling turtle shells across the terrain. The entire 3-masted ship appeared on the verge of being shattered by his strike. After a moment, Moria realized his previous palm had failed to strike Lu Chun and swung again, taunting, "If you have the ability, don't run away." "All right," Lu Chun responded nonchalantly. He raised his right hand, gripping Zhan Tian, accumulating potent haki upon the blade. The crimson aura entwined around the sword like arcs of lightning. One sword style, open sky. He then executed a direct strike toward Moria. The sword's brilliance flickered. The vivid red sword energy surged forth like a lethal weapon, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. The clouds above were split in two by the intense sword intent. Swoosh! The sword energy precisely struck Moria's massive hand. Despite his enhanced strength and physique, the violent impact and sharp sword energy propelled his enlarged form backward. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. The shadows Moria had absorbed erupted from his mouth and various parts of his body. Lu Chun approached Moria's side and remarked coldly, "You are overly reliant on the strength of others. Considering you once fought against Kaido, it is quite pathetic." With that, he swiftly severed Moria's head from his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System rewards: 1,000 energy points, materials required for the construction of the Underworld King, 10. As Lu Chun picked up Moria's head and prepared to leave, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Who? Lu Chun turned abruptly and saw a man clad in black attire, wearing a hat of black and white. It was none other than Bartholomew Kuma. Tyrant Kuma. Character: Bartholomew Kuma. Position: Warlord of the Sea, Revolutionary Army Officer, Devil Fruit, Paramecia type Pawpaw Fruit. Level: His skills: Devil Fruit Development, SS. Martial Arts, S. Bounty: 296 million berries. Bartholomew Kuma glanced at Lu Chun and then inquired, "If you could travel anywhere, where would you wish to go?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Chun furrowed his brow and instinctively took a few steps back, widening the space between them. "I am not inclined to travel at the moment. What brings you here?" "The Navy headquarters dispatched me to capture the Straw Hat crew, but it appears he is your brother, and also Ace's brother, correct?" Kuma asked expressionlessly. "Yes." Lu Chun nodded, realizing that Kuma would not harm Luffy, yet he could not guarantee his own safety. The formidable power of his devil fruit was indeed a cause for concern. "You have killed Moria. The Navy headquarters will undoubtedly seek retribution. Let them come." "Do I fear them? Well then, I shall take my leave. I cannot find a Straw Hat crew." With that, Kuma turned it apart. Lu Chun watched his retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Was that statement meant for me? He had declined to fulfill the mission assigned by the Navy headquarters under the pretense of being unable to locate Luffy and his crew. Once Kuma had left, Lu Chun returned to the battlefield, carrying Moria's head. However, he had triggered another mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Rescue Kuma before Dr. Vegapunk's transformation. System reward: 2,000 energy points, 20 materials for building the king of the underworld. Meanwhile, upon seeing Lu Chun's return, Ain hurried over, anxious, and asked, "Lu Chun, are you all right? Are you injured?" "I am fine. Moria cannot harm me." Lu Chun replied. "Good." Ain felt relieved. Lu Chun continued, "What is the situation of the battle?" "We have suffered 21 serious injuries and 76 minor injuries. All members of the Moria pirate crew have been captured, except for Perona, who managed to escape." "Should we pursue her?" Ain answered honestly. "No need. Let us return." Lu Chun waved his hand. At this point, attempting to chase Perona would likely be futile. It suffices to complete the task. Understood. Thus, Liu Chun led all the Navy personnel back to the G-39 Navy base. Days later, at the Navy headquarters. What on earth does this lad, Liu Chun, intend to do? First, he captures one warlord, and now he has killed another. What is his aim? Does he not understand the cooperative relationship between the warlords and the Navy? Sengoku stared at the incoming information, his expression troubled. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Kulmin. Before Sengoku could finish his statement, Karp strode in, nonchalantly picking his nose and inquiring, "What do you want?" "Take a look for yourself," Sengoku said, handing over the telegram. Karp took a glance and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, No doubt he is my grandson. Splendid work." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened. "You may find it amusing, but others will not share your sentiments. Liu Chun will likely be summoned back. Why can't he return? His strength rivals that of those vice admirals. How can they deny him even a vice admiral position? As long as I am here, who dares to touch him?" Karp replied with a serious demeanor. Sengoku nodded slightly, aware of the weight of those words. As long as Karp remained, as long as Liu Chun was a member of the Navy, no one within the Navy would dare to lay a hand on him. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the Grand Line, Liu Chun reclined on a lounge chair, leisurely basking in the sun. Glancing at his familiar interface, host, Liu Chun, level S, position, major, fruit, thunderfruit, skills, swordsmanship, S, sword intent, S, body techniques, A, fruit development, C, conqueror's hockey, S, armament hockey, S, observation hockey, S, Navy 6 styles, Shavis, Navy 6 styles, Galefoot, S, Navy 6 styles, moonwalk, S, life restoration, G, cooking, talent, simplified skills, energy, 2,469, berries, 18,989 billion, chapter 103. The Three Admirals of the Navy. Kizaru Akainu Akiji. At last, my level has reached S. And I have also learned life restoration. Ding, would you like to simplify the skill life restoration? Yes. Ding, simplifying skill life restoration. Simplification successful. Life restoration just requires speech. Life restoration is considered a hidden skill. The higher the level, the more powerful its effects. Luffy merely utilizes life restoration to replenish stamina, akin to eating. However, the life restoration skill is far from simple. As Liu Chun pondered how to further study life restoration, Ein suddenly approached, holding a telegram, frowning as he said, "Major, the Navy headquarters has sent an urgent telegram, instructing you to return immediately." Taking the telegram, Liu Chun glanced at it and noted that it did not specify the reason, merely instructing him to return at once. However, he suspected it was likely due to his killing of Moria. It was inevitable that some would use such matters against him. Yet, he had not anticipated the swift arrival of this situation. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Chun instructed, "Reply to them. I will return to headquarters immediately." Understood. I nodded but could not help but ask, "Is it because we killed Moria? What if I hadn't returned with you?" "No need. You take them back to the base. They're likely summoning me back to headquarters." Liu Chun smiled. Although Liu Chun smiled, Ein could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. After Ein departed, Liu Chun set off alone on a small boat, heading for the Navy headquarters. More than half a month later, at the Navy headquarters, Liu Chun sat alone in a small boat, slowly approaching the gates of the Navy headquarters. Before reaching the dock, he noticed several Navy personnel waiting on the shore. Could they be waiting specifically for me? Moments later, Liu Chun leaped from the boat, gracefully landing on the shore, and inquired, "Are you here to escort me?" "Yes. Major Liu Chun, please follow me." The leading Navy officer, Samuel Mandel, replied with a stoic expression. "Very well." Liu Chun nodded slightly and followed behind them into the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, the surrounding Navy personnel took notice of Liu Chun's return. After all, as the strongest supernova in the Navy, no one would be unfamiliar with him. It's Major Liu Chun. Why has he returned to the Navy headquarters? I don't know. Could something have happened? Mandel and his men were typically responsible for escorting those who had erred. Could Major Liu Chun have made a mistake? The news of Liu Chun's killing at Moria had yet to spread among the ordinary Navy personnel, so they were unaware. However, Lu Chun sensed that something seemed off. A few minutes later, the Navy personnel led Lu Chun to a sealed door, stating, "Major Lu Chun, the Marshal and others are already inside waiting for you." "Understood." Lu Chun nodded, pondering Sengoku. "Are there others as well? Could it be that this time, I am indeed in for a rough time?" He then pushed open the door, and before him stood Marshal Sengoku along with the three admirals, Akainu Sakazuki, Kizuru Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan. The four loomed over him, resembling a tribunal ready to interrogate a criminal. As he entered, the door suddenly slammed shut behind him. "Marshal Sengoku, admirals." Lu Chun first offered a respectful salute before stepping forward. Suddenly, Akainu interjected sternly, "Halt, remain right there." "Humph, the marshal has yet to speak. Who are you to command?" Lu Chun retorted with a cold scoff. Nevertheless, he did not pause, but continued to stride forward, intending to take a seat beside him. Akainu, enraged to the point of grinding his teeth, turned to Sengoku and said flatly, "Marshal, Lu Chun isn't wrong. Can he still sit there? Until he is formally charged, Lu Chun is still a rear admiral of the Navy," Sengoku replied. At this, Akainu was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Chun smirked, gazing triumphantly at Akainu, and remarked, "Did you hear that? I am still a rear admiral." Suddenly, Sengoku admonished sharply, "Lu Chun, sit down." "Yes, Marshal." Lu Chun promptly complied, maintaining his smile as he looked at Akainu, as if to say, "You fool, don't you know the relationship between my grandfather Carp and Sengoku? You dare to oppress me? Dream on." He also took note of Kizuru and Akiji's demeanor. Akiji at least managed a smile in Lu Chun's direction, while Kizuru seemed preoccupied with grooming his nails, as if he had no concern for the proceedings. After a moment of silence, Sengoku finally spoke. "Lu Chun, I will pose a few questions. Answer truthfully and without concealment." "Understood," Lu Chun affirmed. Following this, Sengoku inquired, "Did you kill the warlord Gecko Moria?" Lu Chun responded without hesitation, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu eagerly interjected, "Since he admits it, can we proceed with the charges?" Knowing full well the Navy has an agreement with the warlords, he still dared to kill one. "This is a blatant crime. I believe Rear Admiral Lu Chun would not kill a warlord without cause," Akiji added. This prompted Akainu to glare at him, clearly displeased. Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Akainu and said indifferently, "Do you wish to convict Lu Chun before I have finished my questioning?" "No," Akainu replied, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. "Then you would do well to refrain from interrupting me," Sengoku warned before turning back to Lu Chun, continuing, "Now Lu Chun, let us proceed to the second question. Why did you kill Gecko Moria?" "First, while traversing the Devil's Triangle, Moria attacked me and attempted to kill me. Naturally, I had the right to defend myself. Second, he is a pirate. It is only just for the Navy to eliminate pirates. Third, although Moria is a warlord, he has harmed many sailors and civilians in the Devil's Triangle. Is such behavior acceptable for a warlord?" Lu Chun spoke resolutely, without flinching. At his words, a faint smile crept onto Sengoku's lips. Indeed, he was Carp's grandson, just as adept at spinning tales as Carp himself. "You are merely deflecting. You sought out trouble with Moria's crew, yet now you claim they're the ones who sought you out." Akainu scowled angrily. "Admiral Sakazuki, some things cannot be spoken of lightly, and one must adhere to the truth," Lu Chun countered. "Do you have witnesses to support your claim that I sought out Moria's crew?" He stated confidently that he had eradicated all remnants of Moria's crew on the way back, leaving none behind except for the elusive Perona. He trusted no one would find her, and none of his subordinates would dare disclose this information. Chapter 104, Not Guilty. Who was struck? For it was Lu Chun himself who had dealt the fatal blows to the remnants of Moria's crew, and he did so in full view of all the Navy personnel aboard. All the Navy members were aware of Lu Chun's fierce methods, and thus dared not speak out. Akainu was momentarily at a loss, his expression darkening as he declared, "Your men will naturally defend you, but the fact remains you killed the warlord Moria. Do you think you can evade responsibility?" "I did kill him," Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Akainu turned to Sengoku and asserted, "Marshal, since Lu Chun has confessed, let us proceed with the charges. I agree to convict him." At once, Sengoku raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to respond, Liu Chun interjected with a smile. Admiral Sakazuki, are you out of your mind? Bang! In an instant, Akainu's face contorted with rage as he slammed the table and shouted, Liu Chun, what do you mean by that? I mean, you seem to have a problem with your judgment. As a Navy admiral, you would condemn me for the actions of a pirate? Do you not realize how many wicked pirates I have slain? Is it not the duty of the Navy to eliminate pirates? Are we to allow them to run rampant at sea for the sake of one pirate? I have surely dispatched more pirates than you have had meals, Liu Chun asserted with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Akainu's face turned a deep shade of anger, veins bulging on his fists as he roared, Liu Chun, you are courting death. Such words were the utmost insult to Akainu, who embodied absolute justice. With that, his figure suddenly vanished from sight, enveloped in blazing magma. He hurled a punch at Liu Chun. Stop, Sakazuki! Sengoku shouted, rushing forward to intervene. As the fiery magma fist approached, Liu Chun remained unperturbed, his right hand instantly cloaked in armament haki, ready to draw his sword. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind him. Who dares to touch my grandson? Bang! With a deafening crash, the heavy iron door shattered into fragments, scattering across the floor. A figure appeared before Liu Chun, none other than Carp, who had rushed upon hearing the commotion. His fist, enveloped in armament haki, collided with Akainu's head. Bang! In that instant, Akainu was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Fiery magma spilled everywhere, and the spot where he fell created a deep crater, his head appearing as if it had been nearly severed. Cough, cough! Akainu clutched his chest, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, he had timely reinforced his head with armament haki. Otherwise, he might have truly perished. The force of that punch was overwhelmingly powerful. Liu Chun beamed with joy at the sight of the familiar, broad-backed grandpa. Liu Chun, are you all right? Carp's gaze remained fixed on Akainu as he inquired. Grandpa, don't worry. That guy can't harm me, Liu Chun reassured him. Carp nodded, feeling relieved, his eyes narrowing as he unconsciously emanated Conqueror's haki, pressing it toward Akainu. Akainu, do you truly believe I have grown old? How dare you attack my grandson without my consent? The Conqueror's haki was released with precision, and only Akainu felt the immense pressure, overwhelming every cell in his body, rendering him unable to rise, even relinquishing his magma form. Akainu found it difficult to articulate. From the elevated platform, Akiji smiled, thinking to himself, Admiral Carp is indeed formidable. Akainu, that fool, dared to strike at Liu Chun. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Sengoku cleared his throat twice, addressing Carp with a serious tone. Carp, do you not intend to withdraw? I merely came to see my grandson. Is that so wrong? Carp replied, scratching his nose, his expression earnest. At this moment, Akainu finally regained his composure, staggering to his feet and taking a seat on a nearby chair. Warily observing the duo of Carp and his grandson, neither of them was easy to deal with. Sengoku sighed in resignation and nodded, stating, very well. But this inquiry is specifically concerning Major General Liu Chun. You should return promptly. What if I leave and someone takes action against my grandson? Carp retorted, plopping down directly across from Akainu. Akainu, however, dared not meet Carp's gaze, choosing instead to avert his eyes. He had long heard of Carp's formidable strength, but had not anticipated such overwhelming power, as a single punch had brought him to his knees. Truly, he was a man deserving of the title of Navy hero. Fine, you may remain here. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku conceded and turned to the trio, continuing, in that case, let's proceed to a show of hands. Those in favor of convicting Major General Liu Chun, please raise your hands. Akainu's eyes flickered as he cast a glance at Sengoku and Carp, but he dared not raise his hand. That would be tantamount to courting death. Sengoku then asked now, those against the conviction, please raise your hands. Upon hearing this, only Akiji and Sengoku raised their hands. Neither Kizuru nor Akainu did so. What is the matter with you two? Sengoku queried with a puzzled expression. Commander, I abstain, Kizuru stated, to which Akainu quickly echoed. Commander, I also abstain. Hearing their words, Sengoku nodded slightly and declared loudly, in that case, I announce that the Navy headquarters finds Major General Lu Chun not guilty. His voice rang out, seemingly directed at Karp. Commander, does that mean the bounty and achievements concerning Moria are also mine? Lu Chun seized the opportunity to inquire. Indeed, Sengoku replied with a wry smile. At that moment, Karp stood up and, with Lu Chun in tow, strode out. All right, since there are no issues, it's time for us grandfathers and grandsons to catch up. You should stay at the Navy headquarters to avoid being bullied outside. As he spoke, he shot a glance at Akainu. Akainu's expression darkened, brimming with resentment. Yet he dared not utter a word, suppressing his anger. On the platform, Sengoku's expression soured as he watched the departing figures of Karp and Lu Chun, contemplating. Am I not still the fleet admiral? Can't you discuss matters after you leave? After Lu Chun and Karp exited, numerous Navy personnel gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Quick! Look! It's Major General Lu Chun and Vice Admiral Karp coming out. They surmised that all was well and speculated that Vice Admiral Karp had intervened. Though they were unsure who had been struck, it certainly wasn't the fleet admiral, nor was it Vice Admiral Kizuru. After the two departed, Sengoku, Kizuru, and Akiji followed suit. The three wore expressions of relief, while Akainu sported a prominent red bump on his forehead. Anyone who saw it would immediately know it was Akainu who had been struck by Vice Admiral Karp. However, upon witnessing Akainu's menacing expression, none of the Navy personnel dared to meet his gaze, let alone laugh. Chapter 105. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Off to Slayedthe Archipelago. In Karp's office. He frowned as he addressed Lu Chun. You have not taken it easy these past few days, creating such a commotion. Aren't you worried about attracting trouble? Grandpa, isn't that why I have you? Lu Chun replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Karp's expression softened into a smile of approval. You are right. Some pirates indeed deserve to be eliminated. With me around, no one in the Navy headquarters would dare to lay a finger on you. I will also advocate for your stay at the Navy headquarters and your position as Vice Admiral. When Sengoku retires, you will be well positioned to succeed him. Yes, Grandpa. I hope so, but I doubt Admiral Sakazuki will agree. Lu Chun remarked, fully aware that Akainu had fought fiercely with Akiji over the position of Fleet Admiral. Karp's demeanor turned serious as he instructed, train diligently. When you possess the strength to defeat him, you will naturally ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral. Otherwise, I cannot assist you much. Understood, Grandpa, Lu Chun replied with a firm nod. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Defeat Sakazuki. System reward. 2,000 energy points. Growth type Quick Blade. Reincarnation 1. Sakazuki. After a brief moment of contemplation, Karp suddenly recalled something. By the way, Luffy will likely arrive at Slayedthe Archipelago soon. That kid has a penchant for trouble, so if you have some free time, lend him a hand. He needs to understand that his strength is still lacking and that there are many challenges he cannot resolve on his own. Got it, Grandpa, Lu Chun replied. Upon hearing this, he recognized Karp's genuine concern for his three grandsons, which included himself. His greatest worry, however, was likely Ace. Suddenly, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Defeat Luffy and his crew. System reward. 1,000 energy points, 10 materials needed for constructing the Pluto. After a long silence, Karp sighed heavily, saying, Lu Chun, you are the least of my worries. If I am no longer around, you must protect Luffy and Ace at all costs. Consider it a request from your grandfather. Huh? Lu Chun felt a heaviness in his heart at Karp's words, which sounded like a last testament. Grandpa, why do you say such things? You are as strong as ever. How could you be gone? Hee. Karp chuckled, but remained silent. The two conversed for quite some time, leaving Lu Chun perplexed by Karp's demeanor, sensing an underlying worry. Eventually, Lu Chun departed Karp's office, returning to his own for a temporary respite. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, the five elders convened once more, with a telegram regarding Lu Chen's elimination of Moria and another concerning Lu Chen's potential promotion to Vice Admiral laid out on the table. Monkey D. Lu Chun, is he also in the D clan? Shepherd Timbit expressed concern, although he bears the D in his name. He is Karp's adopted grandson and does not truly belong to the D clan, remarked the elder with the handlebar mustache, Topman Vacheli. I believe he, like the rumors suggest, harbors a deep hatred for pirates, as his entire family was killed by them. Indeed, Elder Izambaron Venus Shura nodded in agreement while stroking his lengthy beard. In that case, he is not a cause for concern. We should promote talents. Agreed, the others chimed in unison. Days later, at the Navy headquarters, Lu Chun received the promotion notice along with the Navy Justice Cloak befitting the rank of Vice Admiral, officially becoming a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. In his office, he mused, not bad. The Vice Admiral's cloak is indeed more durable. Satisfied, Lu Chun nodded at the garment behind him. Beside him, Ein smiled at Lu Chun, saying, "You look good in anything. With your fighting style, it's a wonder your clothes don't get damaged." "Ha ha," Lu Chun chuckled. Just days prior, Ein had returned from the Navy base in the first half of the Grand Line. Alongside him were Barton, Kobe, and Barumabur. As a Vice Admiral, it was essential to have trusted subordinates, and these individuals were among those Lu Chun deemed reliable. However, upon their arrival, Kobe and Barumabur were promptly sent to Zifa's advanced training camp. First, train for a few years before we discuss it. Suddenly, the sound of knocking and Barton's voice echoed from outside the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Rear Admiral Lu Chun. Please come in." Lu Chun responded. As soon as he finished speaking, Barton opened the door and hurriedly walked in, saying anxiously, "The Straw Hat crew and other pirate supernovas have arrived at the Chambered Archipelago." "Very well. Let us proceed to the Chambered Archipelago." Lu Chun swiftly rose and exited, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Pirate supernovas, you say? I am eager to witness their true strength." Barton and Ein followed closely behind him. As the trio emerged, all personnel at the naval base turned their attention to them, particularly the newly promoted Rear Admiral Lu Chun. "Look, it's Rear Admiral Lu Chun." "What do you mean, Rear Admiral?" "He is now a Rear Admiral, holding the same rank as his grandfather, Admiral Karp. How impressive! Within just a few short years, he has ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. Indeed, it is said that he achieved this promotion solely through the merits earned by defeating pirates." Walking alongside Lu Chun, Ein and Barton noticed the envious and admiring gazes of the surrounding Navy personnel. Barton jested, "Lu Chun, everyone is looking at you. You are now the object of admiration for all the Navy at headquarters. Indeed, you have amassed numerous honors, being the youngest Rear Admiral in naval history, a naval supernova, and the grandson of the naval hero, Puka." Ein chimed in, "Since you are all aware of this, as my subordinates, shouldn't you also make a name for yourselves?" Lu Chun smiled. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Barton could not help but cough twice, recalling the days when he was ruthlessly outshone by Lu Chun. "Lu Chun, you truly are too dazzling. We are merely inadequate embellishments in your presence." "No worries. There will be opportunities for you to shine in the future," Lu Chun assured earnestly. In truth, both Barton and Ein were formidable in their own rights, especially Ein's fruit abilities, which were quite powerful and could even provide auxiliary support. For instance, he could revert Karp back to his prime state from 18 years ago, certainly stronger than his current self. "Well, that is enough for me," Barton replied. Shortly thereafter, the three boarded a naval vessel, setting sail towards the nearby Chambered Archipelago. Approximately half an hour later, the vessel docked at the first island of the Chambered Archipelago. Ein looked at the island in the distance and curiously asked, "Lu Chun, why are we here at island number 1? "To search Island No. 1 for information on the pirate supernovas and to look for my brother, Luffy," Lu Chun replied calmly. In truth, this was not his primary objective. He had another matter at hand. I nodded. She was already aware of the relationship between Lu Chun and Luffy and knew he would not take hostile action against Luffy, considering he was his own brother and Karp was still at naval headquarters. Soon enough, the trio disembarked on island number 1 of the Chambered Archipelago, dressed in naval uniforms. They quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the street. "It's the Navy, no, it's Rear Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chun, the naval supernova. He has also come to the island. Is it to confront those pirate supernovas? Perhaps, but who knows if the naval supernovas are more formidable than the pirates?" Observing the crowd around him, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and quietly instructed, "Let us split up to find Luffy or other pirate supernovas and communicate through the Den Den Mushi." Understood. Upon hearing this, Ein and Barton immediately headed in different directions. Given the vastness of the Chambord archipelago, it would be challenging for the three to locate the pirate supernovas while remaining together. After Ein and Barton departed, Lu Chun swiftly vanished from sight. He found a secluded corner and changed into a long-lost black robe. The naval attire attracted too much attention. This outfit would facilitate his tasks better, Lu Chun mused with satisfaction. In truth, he did not come to Island Number 1 solely to find Luffy. His primary aim was to attend the auction taking place in the Chambord archipelago and fulfill a task triggered by the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Save Cammy. Eliminate St. Charlos. System reward. 2,000 energy points. The task appeared straightforward, but entailed opposing the entire world government. It was no wonder the reward was set at 2,000 points of energy. The target to be eliminated was none other than St. Charlos, a celestial dragon. Should he accomplish this, the name Black Knight would resonate throughout the Grand Line, rendering him an adversary of the world government. Contemplating this, Lu Chun furrowed his brow and murmured, "Grandfather, it seems I must proceed with this matter. Should any issues arise, you promise to assist me." His strength, though formidable, was not the strongest in the world. There were still those who instilled fear in him, and the terrifying existence of the 5 elders and him loomed. Meanwhile, at naval headquarters, achoo! Carp sneezed and continued to pick his nose, wondering which brat was speaking of him. Island Number 1, the auction venue. The bustling auction had commenced, with patrons bidding on the slaves displayed on stage. Guest number 13 bid 300,000 berries. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Guest number 34 bid 350,000 berries. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 350,000 berries going once. 350,000 berries going twice. Backstage at the auction venue, a sturdy iron cage held all the slaves destined for sale. Among them, a notable old man with white hair stood out, accompanied by a giant. The old man was none other than Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the pirate king Roger, who had sold himself. Suddenly, several auction staff entered with a registration book, stating indifferently, "The fishman has been taken out. Next is item number 23 for auction." No sooner had the words left their mouths than 2 arcs of silver electricity flashed. Zap! In an instant, the 2 were charred and fell to the ground, unconscious. Rayleigh frowned, sensing something amiss, and glanced towards the darkness on his left. A man clad in a black robe slowly emerged from the shadows, teasing, "I didn't expect the renowned Dark King Rayleigh to be imprisoned here. Black Knight, what brings you here?" Rayleigh immediately recognized Lu Chun, but still referred to him by the name Black Knight. Upon hearing this, the slaves in the prison turned their astonished gazes towards the figure in black. Black Knight, he is the infamous criminal with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Who would have thought he would be here too? Lu Chun remarked, just for fun. "Ha!" Rayleigh smiled silently, pondering, what could this kid be up to now? For Lu Chun, whether in his capacity as a naval officer or as Black Knight, every action he undertook was of great significance. Lu Chun inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" "No need." Rayleigh shook his head. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun exited the backstage and proceeded towards the auction venue. He had merely come to check if Cammy was present and wanted to chat with Rayleigh after seeing him. Meanwhile, at the front of the auction, Cammy was already on display and the bidding had commenced. She was trapped within a circular transparent dome, her neck bound by an iron collar. Mr. 4 bid 8 million berries. Is there a higher offer? Mr. 7 bid 8 million berries. Is there a higher offer? In the shadowy corners, Lu Chun observed the proceedings on stage, also taking note of Nami and her companions, who seemed poised to secure Cammy. Suddenly, St. Charlos, adorned with a transparent cover, rose, extending 5 fingers and shouting, 500 million berries. What? 500 million berries, an amount that far exceeds the value of a mermaid. Do you not see who that is? He is a celestial dragon. Does he lack for money? At this utterance, the crowd gasped, and none dared to challenge St. Charlos. Nami and her friends furrowed their brows, pondering their predicament. They only had 200 million berries and could not compete with such a sum. Then, a voice, imbued with a sense of ancient sorrow, rang out, 1 billion berries. At this declaration, Everyone turned to locate the source of the voice. A figure clad in black slowly emerged from the shadows, draped in a dark cloak, rendering his visage indistinct. Nonetheless, some in the crowd recognized his identity. It is Slayedthe, the notorious bounty criminal with a 1 billion berries price on his head. Who would have thought he would be here? 1 billion berries. Does he truly possess such wealth? Nami's expression brightened, realizing it was her brother Lucian, who had come because they were present. Nearby, Robin also observed the man in black, her brows knitting together. It is him. Why is he here? St. Charlos's face contorted with rage as he barked, I care not who you are. Do you know who I am? Do you dare oppose us, celestial dragons? Do you wish to die? Huh. Suddenly, Lucian emitted a cold chuckle, intrigued, and asked, What? You do not even recognize me? Chapter 107, Pacifist. You are still too weak. Upon hearing that familiar voice and seeing the familiar attire, St. Charlos was abruptly transported back in time to a few years prior. It was also on Slayedthe archipelago when a man in black had saved 2 slaves from him, leaving him to lie on the filthy ground for an extended period. It is you. You are the one who harmed me. You deserve to die. Instantly, St. Charlos's eyes reddened with fury. The fact that he had lain on the filthy ground was a secret he could not allow anyone else to know. The one who deserves to die is you. Lucian's gaze turned frigid as he uttered these words with indifference. What did you say? Before St. Charlos could finish his retort, a surge of silvery lightning erupted from Lucian's hand, extending toward him. Just as it seemed poised to strike, a corpulent figure abruptly appeared before St. Charlos, absorbing the electric blow. Zzz. The robust figure was scorched black from the impact. At that moment, Lucian finally discerned the man's features, a round head, short hair, and clad in a red vest coat. It was Bartholomew Kuma. He must have been dispatched as a bodyguard for St. Charlos. Originally paralyzed with fear, St. Charlos, upon seeing the Navy's appearance, immediately regained his arrogance, shouting, Hey, Navy, quickly kill him. No, I want him alive as my slave. Bartholomew Kuma replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes, fixing his gaze on Lucian, and said coolly, Hey, allow me, the strongest defender in this world, to see just how formidable you are. With that, he swung an enormous axe that was nearly the size of his own body toward Lucian. Divine retribution. Lucian, however, stood resolutely, slowly lifting his right hand. Countless bolts of lightning coalesced in his palm, shimmering with a silvery hue, forming a colossal pillar of lightning. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the massive lightning pillar surged directly toward Bartholomew Kuma. The speed of the lightning was evidently swifter than Kuma's attack. Boom! A resounding crash. The lightning pillar struck Bartholomew Kuma with precision, coursing through his body and ravaging every cell within him. Zzz, accompanied by swirling black smoke. A charred aroma filled the air. The spot where Kuma had stood was now a scorched wasteland, and he lay unconscious, unaware of his fate. Lucian glanced at the fallen Kuma before dashing in front of St. Charlos, delivering a direct punch. You can die now. No. Immediately, St. Charlos's face was stricken with shock, his eyes widening, mouth agape. Alas, he could not utter another word as a powerful punch obliterated his skull. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the entire venue. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the hall. A celestial dragon has died. Someone has killed a celestial dragon. Run, run. He is dead. The majority of the crowd fled in panic, leaving only Nami and her group frozen in place, stunned by the unfolding events. It all happened too swiftly. They had never anticipated that the man in black, Lucian, would slay a celestial dragon. Suddenly, Lucian appeared before Kemi, shattering the glass dome with a punch. Bang! The seawater gushed forth, and Kemi tumbled out. Fortunately, Lucian caught her just in time and tossed her Nami on the opposite side. Kemi. Sanji rushed forward, catching Kemi in his arms. At that moment, a swarm of Navy personnel burst into the hall, swiftly surrounding Lucian. Surround him quickly. He is the one who killed the celestial dragon. Yes, he is the one who killed the celestial dragon. Lucian chuckled softly, glancing at Nami not far away. You all go ahead. I will hold him off. Yes, let's go quickly. Hearing this, Nami bit her lip and nodded, immediately leading Sanji and the others to flee. At this juncture, she could only choose to trust Lu Chun. Otherwise, escape would be impossible, as Nami and her companions blended into the fleeing crowd. A subtle smile graced Lu Chun's lips. His eyes narrowed, and an invisible wave of Conqueror's haki swept around him. Conqueror's haki. Instantly, all Navy personnel affected by the aura rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Just as Lu Chun was about to depart, a familiar voice called from behind, "Stop!" Bartholomew Kuma, staggering to his feet, gritted his teeth and declared, "You shall not escape," having been rendered unconscious by the lightning. He had just awakened to find a sea of fallen Navy officers. He had to stop Lu Chun, otherwise he might never encounter him again. I have already said, "You are too weak." Lu Chun's eyes glinted with coldness as he spoke indifferently. Just as he was about to take action, an enormous figure appeared before him. It resembled the tyrant Kuma, but displayed no emotion. It was a robot engineered by Vegapunk, the Pacifista. Upon seeing the Pacifista approach, Bartholomew Kuma's expression brightened, and he immediately commanded, "Pacifista, entangle him." At this moment, he did not expect the pacifists to vanquish the darkness. He merely hoped they could ensnare it, allowing ample time for the Navy headquarters to dispatch an admiral. Surely, they would be able to eliminate this notorious bounty of 1 billion berries. The pacifist's eyes flickered as he opened his mouth wide, powerful energy converging within, and unleashed a formidable laser cannon aimed at Lu Chun's position. However, Lu Chun remained utterly motionless and took a few steps forward. Just as the laser cannon was about to strike him, he simply shifted to the left, allowing the beam to narrowly miss him, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The cannon struck the wall behind him, creating a massive hole. What? Jean Taowan's expression shifted as he realized Lu Chun possessed Kinbunchika haki. Without this ability, evading the laser cannon would have been impossible. Yet, upon reflection, how could a man who had awakened Haushika haki not possess Kinbunchika haki as well? Meanwhile, the pacifist launched another attack. But Lu Chun had already appeared before him, raising his haki-imbued right foot and delivering a powerful kick aimed at the pacifist. Tian Kenjiao. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming energy surged forth, forming a crimson foot slash directed at the pacifist's body. Bang! With a resounding crash, the pacifist was sent flying, taking Jean Taowan along with him. Chapter 108. Too slow. Let the outcome be decided. One man and one machine crashed through several walls of the auction house, ultimately bursting through the last wall and plunging into the sea beyond the island. Splash! After glancing at the spot where the pacifist and Jean Taowan had vanished, Lu Chun suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly departed from the scene, disappearing within the auction house. Moments later, a yellow light emerged, casting Jean Taowan, who had fallen into the sea, back onto the shore. Cough, cough, cough. Jean Taowan spluttered out seawater, gazing at the man clad in an admiral's cloak and yellow suit hovering above, complaining, "Old man, you're far too slow. The darkness has likely already fled." The man before him was none other than Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, and Jean Taowan was his subordinate. "I'll take a look." With that, Kizaru transformed into a beam of yellow light and sped toward the auction house. In but a moment, Kizaru arrived at the scene, gazing at the numerous unconscious Navy soldiers sprawled on the ground, muttering to himself, "It seems the darkness truly has appeared." With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Jean Taowan at the shore. The individual has indeed escaped. Jean Taowan's expression darkened as he retorted, "Are you not going to pursue? I told you your speed was lacking. Yet you did not believe me." Kizaru replied nonchalantly, "That person's speed is remarkably swift. He has long since fled, and I cannot ascertain his whereabouts." Just then, Jean Taowan was about to speak when a din-din mushy suddenly rang. He promptly answered, and a voice emerged, urgently calling for assistance. "Admiral Kizaru, we have discovered the Straw Hat crew, Kid and Law, 3 supernova pirates, and require support." "Where?" Jean Taowan inquired. "Island number 36. Island number 36. After hanging up, Jean Taowan sprang into action, declaring, "Old man, let's head to island number 36. "All right." Kizaru nodded, though a hint of impatience creased his brow. Meanwhile, at island number 36, the Straw Hat crew, the Kid Pirates, and the Heart Pirates were engaged in battle with the encircling navy. The strength of the three supernova crews was formidable, inflicting severe casualties upon the ordinary Navy soldiers present, who appeared utterly outmatched. There was no need to await Kizaru's arrival. The Navy had already suffered defeat. Fortunately, Kizaru and the warlord Bartholomew Kuma were en route and had dealt with several supernovas. However, at this moment, Luffy and his companions were struggling against the pacifist at the dock. The pacifist merely unleashed shockwaves, forcing Luffy's group to scatter. Only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji remained capable of fighting. Panting heavily, Luffy and his companions glared at the pacifist. Onward, Luffy shouted. All right, as Zoro and Sanji prepared to strike. Zoro unleashed a sword slash. Suddenly, a sharp sword aura emerged, slicing through the pacifist's body, continuing its trajectory until it severed an entire tree before finally coming to a halt. In an instant, the pacifist was cleaved in two, the upper half of his body slowly descending. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the pacifist's body detonated, sending a massive cloud of smoke billowing into the air, obscuring the area. Luffy stared at the smoke, asking, "Who is it?" "Luffy, have you forgotten me already?" A familiar voice emerged from within the smoke. Lu Chun, clad in a Marine Vice Admiral's cloak, stepped forth, wielding the formidable sword Jean Tion. Lu Chun, Luffy grinned widely. Just as he was about to rush forward to greet him, Zoro caught him and said, "Wait, he's with the Marines." It wasn't merely that Lu Chun was a Marine. Zoro sensed a trace of hostility emanating from him. Not murderous intent, but animosity. "I know, Lu Chun is indeed a Marine," Luffy stated earnestly, adjusting his hat. At that moment, Nami also sensed something amiss and asked, "Lu Chun, are you here to assist us?" "In a manner of speaking, but I am currently a Marine. Let us determine the victor here." Lu Chun slowly raised his sword Jean Tion, pointing the blade toward Luffy and his companions. "I understand." Luffy seemed to grasp the situation, adjusting his hat and looking back at his comrades. "Everyone, let us unite and win this battle." "Ha ha ha, all right." Zoro laughed heartily, being the first to respond. Shortly thereafter, the others echoed their agreement. Yes, together. As long as their captain spoke, they would generally comply. Together. Luffy's gaze sharpened as he commanded. All right, with that, Luffy and the others launched their attacks. Leading the charge was Luffy, crouching low, using his legs to enhance his power. Rubber jet pistol. Luffy suddenly vanished from his spot, charging toward Lu Chun, rapidly and relentlessly swinging his fists in attack. Armament haki hardened. Yet, to Lu Chun, these attacks posed no threat. He merely fortified his entire body with haki, allowing Luffy's punches to land upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch followed the last, never ceasing. Meanwhile, the system notification echoed in Lu Chun's ears. Ding. Congratulations, Host Skill Armament Haki Experience 100. Ding. Congratulations, Host Skill Armament Haki Experience 100. Ding. Congratulations, Host. What? Suddenly, Luffy noticed something amiss, for Lu Chun had not retreated a single step, remaining unfazed and composed as he stood his ground. Lu Chun seized the opportunity when his opponent was momentarily distracted, grasping Luffy's right arm and delivering a devastating blow with his armed haki-covered fist. The force of the attack caused Luffy to spit blood and sent him hurtling backward, landing heavily on the ground. He rolled several times before barely managing to stabilize himself. Luffy! Luffy! Zoro and Sanji shouted in concern upon witnessing this. Nami and Usopp rushed to check on Luffy's condition while the others continued to launch attacks against Lu Chun. At that moment, Zoro and Sanji sprinted towards him at high speed. The two, one on the left and the other on the right, simultaneously unleashed their strikes. Three-sword style, 600 troublesome winds. Diable jam, evil wind foot. Lu Chun regarded the two with a faint smile. Marine 6 styles, Soru. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage. This not only caused Zoro and Sanji to miss their targets, but also led to them inadvertently striking each other. Bang! Zoro was kicked in the chest, while Sanji was grazed by a powerful sword aura. Both fell to the ground and immediately began to argue. Hey! Are you not watching where you're attacking? Did you not see it was me? Isn't that you? Chapter 109. Total Defeat. The performance continues. Suddenly, the vanished Liu Chun appeared beside Zoro and Sanji, raising his hand to execute a strike imbued with sword intent. During a battle, is there time to squabble? Oh no! The powerful sword energy shot toward them rapidly, causing Zoro and Sanji to change their expressions drastically as they hastily attempted to defend themselves. Two-sword style, Rhino Horn. Zoro raised his dual swords, positioning them like the horns of a rhinoceros. Sanji, on the other hand, executed a high-speed spinning kick, generating intense heat that ignited flames on his right foot as he struck. Evil Wind Foot, chest meat. Unfortunately, their attacks were utterly powerless against Liu Chen's release strike. Bang! In an instant, Zoro and Sanji were sent flying by the razor-sharp sword aura, crashing heavily to the ground. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and the others shouted in concern. Meanwhile, Chopper swallowed a rumble ball, enhancing his physical abilities, and his limbs bulged with muscles and veins. With his newfound speed and strength, he darted forward, rapidly closing the distance to Liu Chun and quickly kicked with his reinforced legs. Hoof Cherry Blossom. Liu Chen's eyes glimmered as he nimbly retreated, twisting his body. Utilizing his observation haki, he effortlessly evaded all of Chopper's attacks. What? Chopper stared in disbelief. Suddenly, Liu Chun seized the opportunity when Chopper was momentarily stunned, hardening his left fist with armed haki, the metallic sheen of his fist crashing toward Chopper's head. Bang! With a tremendous sound, Chopper spat blood, hurtling backward like the others, rolling on the ground before gradually coming to a stop. Just as Chopper was sent flying, Frankie abruptly appeared behind Liu Chun, his massive fist delivering a powerful punch. Strong Iron Hammer. Simultaneously, Usopp operated his slingshot, firing off a rapid succession of shots. Must kill gunpowder stars. Several gunpowder stars were launched in a straight line toward Liu Chen's position. In midair, Brook appeared above Liu Chun, his sword poised to stab down. Flying Swallow Jump. Yet, Liu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot, employing Marine 6 styles. Suru, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his position, causing Frankie, Brook, and Usopp's attacks to not only miss, but also collide with one another. Bang! Bang! The gunpowder stars exploded, leaving Frankie and Brook covered in soot. Robin crossed her arms and closed her eyes. 80-petal flower, 4 trees. With a powerful strike, her arms appeared on Liu Chen's shoulder, all clenched into fists aimed at Liu Chen's head. However, before the attack could land, he reappeared before Robin and calmly said, "Too slow." A sword slash followed. The blade glimmered. Robin was also sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, devoid of the strength to continue fighting. In the end, only Nami remained standing among Luffy's crew, still possessing the energy to fight. Nami furrowed her brows, her cheeks puffed, gazing at Liu Chun with reluctance to engage. With a deep sigh, she declared, "Liu Chun, brother, it's futile. I am not your match." It was not a matter of cowardice, but rather her need to conserve strength to care for the injured crewmates and urgently lead them to safety. Upon hearing this, Liu Chun remained silent, turning to gaze at the staggering Luffy nearby, stating earnestly, "Luffy, you are too weak. In a Grand Line, there are numerous pirates and marine officers far stronger than you, each capable of annihilating your entire crew. Without the ability to protect your crew, what kind of captain are you? Even I, a marine rear admiral, can defeat all of you, let alone a marine admiral." Luffy shouted in anger, clenching his fists. "Ah, I can still fight. Very well. Then I shall see how much longer you can endure." With that, Liu Chun utilized Marine 6 styles. Suru, appearing before Luffy in an instant, his haki-covered fists raining down. Bang! 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 Each punch left Luffy bruised and bloodied. Brother Liu Chun, please stop hitting Luffy. He is your brother." Nami's eyes glistened with tears, brimming with emotion. Nevertheless, Liu Chun did not relent. He continued until Luffy could no longer rise, heavily crashing backward, unable to bear the weight of his own body. "Luffy, had I been using a sword earlier, you would have already perished." Liu Chen's expression turned serious, his tone stern. Luffy's mouth opened slightly as he struggled to articulate a few words, but he could barely form coherent speech. Tears of frustration welled up in his eyes. Weak. So weak. If only I could be stronger. At that moment, a notification from the system rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, task completed. System reward. 1,000 energy points. Materials needed to build the Underworld King. 10. Suddenly, Luchan sensed something unusual behind him. Turning around, he noticed a yellow light appearing, revealing the figure of Kizaru clad in a yellow suit. Hey, it seems I won't even need to lift a finger. Behind Kizaru, Senamaru was leading a large contingent of Marines and pacifistas toward them. Luchan glanced at Kizaru, thinking, continue your act. I shall quietly observe your performance. Soon, Senamaru arrived and issued a direct order. Go, take the Straw Hat crew away. Having just been soundly defeated by the darkness, he was filled with resentment. Yes. With a single command, a multitude of Marines charged toward the unconscious Luffy and his crew. The remaining Nami stood with her weather staff, blocking the path of all the Marines, shouting loudly, "Do not come any closer." However, the Marines paid her no heed, persistently intent on taking Luffy and the others away. As for Luchan, he merely stood by, silently contemplating, Rayleigh, if you do not make your appearance soon, they will be taken away. Suddenly, a wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth, causing all the approaching Marines to collapse to the ground. Hey, is there anyone left? Huang Yuan observed with keen interest the direction from which the overwhelming presence of the Haoshiku haki emanated. Soon after, Rayleigh emerged slowly, a bottle of wine in hand, taking a hearty swig before cheerfully announcing, "They are my friends. Is it your turn to make an entrance, Pirate King Rayleigh?" Huang Yuan's lips pursed in apparent dissatisfaction as he replied languidly, "Rayleigh, do not pluck the tender shoots. Their era has only just begun. Although I have often heard rumors of your presence on this island, I did not expect it to be true, nor did I anticipate your protection of these yellow-haired youngsters. Even in decay, you remain a pirate, Mr. Rayleigh. If you could have the bounties lifted, I would be able to retire in peace," Rayleigh jested. The two continued their exchange, seemingly intent on stalling for time. Chapter 110. The Five Elders Meeting. The Grand Line trembles. Meanwhile, Nami had awoken Luffy and the others, preparing for their escape. However, Jean Tamaru had noticed them and bellowed, "You think you can escape? Not a chance." Peacekeepers stopped them. At his command, two peacekeepers rushed forth alongside Jean Tamaru to intercept Luffy and his companions. Seeing this, the injured Luffy furrowed his brow and shouted, "Everyone, split up, split up." If all were to remain together, they would surely be captured by the peacekeepers and Jean Tamaru. Only by dispersing could they have a chance at survival. Understood. Thus, Luffy and his group divided into three paths, fleeing in different directions. Rayleigh had intended to assist, but found himself entangled with Huang Yuan, unable to extricate himself. He glanced at the unmoving Lu Chun beside him, seemingly imploring, "You rascal, if not for your brutal defeat of them, we would be devoid of the strength to flee. Why aren't you taking action?" Realizing his intent, Lu Chun drew two magnificent swords from his waist. Qing Feng Zhan Tian. Armed haki enveloped his arms and blades in a deep black hue, a potent sword aura coalescing upon the long swords. Zhantian émanait d'un crimson sword, while Qing Feng exuded a white one. Though differing in color, the intensity of their sword wills was equally formidable, even sparking a sense of rivalry between them. After a brief moment, the sword wills solidified. Lu Chun slowly raised his twin swords, striking towards the two peacekeepers with a dual-blade technique. Bai Hu Long Yin. Two surges of sword energy, imbued with tremendous power, cleaved through the air. One strike resembled a ferocious white tiger, while the other mirrored a massive crimson dragon, roaring towards the peacekeepers. The resonance of the sword energy echoed like the roars of a fierce tiger and a mighty dragon. The two beasts opened their gaping maws, engulfing the two peacekeepers entirely, reducing them to mere fragments. Bang! Bang! The subsequent explosions resonated, with the remains of the peacekeepers scattering across the ground. The shock waves rippled outward. Upon hearing the commotion, Jean Tamaru turned to see his two peacekeepers utterly annihilated. He halted abruptly and glared at Lu Chun, shouting, "Lu Chun, what are you doing? Are you allowing the pirates to escape? I am attempting to stop them, but it seems your peacekeepers are obstructing me." Lu Chun replied with utmost seriousness. Taken aback by his words, Jean Tamer momentarily fell silent, a figure flashing through his mind. Captain Carp. The two were like two peas in a pod, masters of trickery. After a brief silence, Jean Tamer gritted his teeth and said, "Since you believe my peacekeepers are in the way, then I shall refrain from further action." Agreed. Lu Chun readily consented, for he had spotted a familiar figure approaching Zoro and the others. The genuine Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma. However, Jean Tameru's insistence on halting Lu Chun's actions was also prompted by Kuma's arrival. With him present, capturing the Straw Hat crew would surely be a breeze. Yet, events unfolded differently than Jean Tameru had anticipated. One by one, Luffy's crew was whisked away by Kuma's fruit abilities, leaving none behind. Jean Tameru, bewildered, exclaimed, "Kuma, what are you doing?" Kuma offered no response, standing still. At this moment, Lu Chun appeared before Kuma and whispered, "Send me to Amazon Lily." Kuma's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by Lu Chun's knowledge of Luffy's whereabouts. After a moment of contemplation, Kuma raised his hand and struck Lu Chun with a palm. A bubble-like shield enveloped Lu Chun, propelling him skyward, his figure gradually diminishing until he vanished from view. Witnessing this scene, Jean Tameru felt on the verge of collapse, utterly confused by the unfolding events. Why had Lu Chun also been sent flying? Was he not formidable? Was he seeking vengeance for his brother Luffy? Rayleigh, observing the disappearing Luffy and his crew, allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips as he withdrew from the battle with Huang Yuan, making his way towards Bartholomew Kuma. Meanwhile, Lu Chun was engulfed within the bubble, continuing his ascent. The bubble would carry him for 3 days and nights before coming to a halt. Eventually arriving at Amazon Lily, he decided to close his eyes and rest. Simultaneously, events occurring in Slayedthe Archipelago began to escalate, rapidly spreading from the island's center. At Shaki's bar in Slayedthe Archipelago, Xiaoba expressed his concern. "I hope they are all safe." Shaki reassured him, "Do not worry, they will be fine. Besides, Lu Chun has left with them. Perhaps he is searching for Luffy." "Yes." Xiaoba nodded in agreement. Nearby, Cammy furrowed her brow, her expression a mirror of worry as she tentatively asked, "Aunt Shaki, will that dark figure be all right? He seemed to have saved me and then vanished." "Yes," Shaki affirmed, thinking to herself, "This rascal truly causes trouble wherever he goes. It would be strange if anything happened to him." At the Marine headquarters, Carp stood by his office window, gazing outside with a furrowed brow. Although he was aware that Lu Chun might be heading to assist Luffy, his greater concern was for Ace. Recently, Blackbeard had used Ace to negotiate with the world government for a Shichibukai position, and now they planned to execute Ace publicly. Lu Chun returned quickly. At Mariewa, damn it. That dark figure actually killed a celestial dragon. He is openly defying the authority of our world government. Saint Shepherd Tenbit thundered. Indeed, Saint Topman Vachely nodded slightly, speaking coldly. "I suggest raising his bounty to 2 billion berries and dispatching CP0 to gather intelligence. We must eliminate him." "Agreed," echoed the others in unison. Thus, bounty posters and news articles began to circulate throughout the Grand Line like a fierce storm, visible to every pirate connected to the New World. 3 days and nights later, in the windless sea near Newer Dao, a colossal energy sphere resembling a bear's paw appeared in the sky above the waters, suddenly bursting apart. Within it, Lu Chun plummeted rapidly from the air. Why was I not transported directly to Newer Dao? Was it a spatial teleportation? As he gazed ahead, he spotted an island isolated in the windless sea, which was none other than Newer Dao. Chiptur Sastizene, Enirdo. Boya Hankuk. Suddenly, in the waters below, several bizarre and gigantic sea creatures revealed themselves, opening their enormous jaws in anticipation of the falling bounty from above, namely, Lu Chun. Seeking death, Lu Chun scoffed lightly, unsheathing his long sword, Zhan Tian, and channeling a formidable sword intent into its blade as he struck downward toward the sea monsters. The sword energy, infused with a potent intent, sliced through the air, The crimson blade surged forth. The sea creatures below, gripped by terror, turned to flee into the depths. However, the sword energy was already upon them, leaving them no chance to evade. Boom! The overwhelming sword energy cleaved the entire sea surface in two, slicing through all the sea monsters with precision. Blood surged from beneath the waves, staining vast expanses of the sea crimson. Following this, several sea creatures' corpses floated to the surface. Drifting on the water, Luchin merely cast a glance before employing the moon step, hastening toward Slayedthe. He must reach it swiftly. He could not allow that fool Luffy to take advantage of his wife. Meanwhile, on Slayedthe, 3 guardians of the island rushed toward the shore, Slayedthe and her companions. They were patrolling nearby when they heard the commotion and hurried to the scene. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the depths of the jungle, followed by a plume of black smoke. Slayedthe, there's also noise over there. Someone must have appeared, exclaimed Slayedthe. Being tall, she spotted the anomaly first. Upon hearing this, Slayedthe turned to her companions and said, "You two go that way. I will head to the shore first, and then regroup with you." Understood. With that, the 3 split their paths, Slayedthe proceeding to the shore, while Slayedthe and her companion ventured into the depths of the jungle. On the other side, after a few minutes of flight, Luchin finally reached the coastline of Slayedthe. Just as he prepared to dash toward the island's center, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. "Who are you? Why have you come to our Slayedthe?" she demanded. "In the dark of night. I seek your empress, Boya Hancock," Luchin replied. Fortunately, he had donned a black robe early on. Otherwise, his identity as a member of the Marines would have been revealed. Yet, he recognized the identity of the woman before him, her fair features and slightly curled golden hair. With a quiver strapped to her thigh, it was Slayedthe. Slayedthe frowned slightly. Our empress does not entertain outsiders. They rarely read newspapers, let alone know that the person Hancock yearned for was standing right before them. Forget it. I can't be bothered to explain. Luchin waved dismissively, eager to continue on his way. Stop. Seeing him intent on leaving, Slayedthe quickly knocked an arrow and drew her bow, aiming it at his back. Take another step forward, and I won't be courteous. Yet, Luchin showed no signs of stopping, continuing his advance. Stand still, Slayedthe shouted, and seeing him unyielding, released her grip. The arrow flew swiftly toward Luchin's back, destined to strike true, but it pierced only his afterimage as he vanished in an instant, reappearing on a large tree several dozen meters away. After a moment's hesitation, Slayedthe could no longer see Luchin, who had disappeared into the jungle. Where'd he go? No time to waste. I must return and inform the others. With that, she dashed toward the town of Slayedthe. Approximately 10 minutes later, Luchin arrived in the village town of Slayedthe. The surrounding women, spotting the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure, quickly converged to encircle him. Who are you? What brings you to our land? We have never seen you before. Dressed so strangely, you must be an outsider. Scanning the crowd, Luchin noted that all were women, with hardly any men in sight. After a brief silence, he explained, I am Slayedthe, seeking your empress, Boya Hancock. I wish to meet an old friend. A friend of the empress? She has friends from the outside world? The crowd murmured, their expressions a mix of surprise and skepticism. Does she truly have a friend? Sensing their disbelief, Luchin furrowed his brow and was about to push through when a familiar voice called out, Make way. Let me see. With that, the crowd parted, revealing a short and unattractive old woman with a head full of white hair. Perhaps she would recognize him. Indeed, Slayedthe looked at the dark-clad figure before her and immediately recognized him, exclaiming in astonishment, Slayedthe, it's really you. How did you end up here? She nearly revealed Luchin's true name, clutching the newspaper detailing Slayedthe's recent defeat of a celestial dragon. She pondered how he could have reached Slayedthe in just 3 days. Tell Hancock that I have come for our appointment, Luchin said with a light chuckle, offering no further explanation. Understood. Slayedthe, not daring to delay, immediately sent someone to inform the empress. She then leisurely led Luchin to meet Hancock. Along the way, Slayedthe couldn't help but quietly ask, Slayedthe, did you truly kill a celestial dragon? Isn't it written in the newspaper? Surely, it cannot be false. By the way, how much is my bounty now? Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, as if slaying a celestial dragon were a trivial matter. 20 billion berries. She exclaimed. That is quite significant. 20 billion berries, yet still 30 billion short of the bounty of a Yonko. Upon hearing this, Guluoli Osa's expression darkened. Unsure of what to say. If this was merely the beginning, who knew what greater chaos lay ahead? She couldn't help but wonder how Kapu would react if he found out. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Luchin Gij, you've finally arrived. A woman clad in a red bodysuit, with skin as smooth as cream and a hint of blush on her cheeks, hurried toward Luchin. It was none other than Boya Hancock, who, upon hearing of Luchin's arrival, couldn't contain her excitement and rushed out. As she spoke, she embraced Luchin tightly. Cough cough. Feeling the softness against his face, Luchin smiled slightly and awkwardly cleared his throat. Hancock, for now. I'm not Luchin. Please call me Hey Yeah. It is not convenient to reveal my identity here. All right, then I shall call you Hey Yet Gid from now on. Hancock replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 112. A Private Conversation. Ace has been captured. Luchin nodded slightly. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System rewards. 50 energy points, sword skill level 1, and the ability to designate one skill at level 1. Brother Heiyi, did you come specifically to see me? I heard you killed a celestial dragon. Well done. Hancock's delicate brows furrowed as she pouted and whispered fiercely. It's not entirely to see you, but indeed. Part of the reason is for you, Lu Chun replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Hancock's entire being radiated a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with hearts. Brother Heiyi, you are so good to me. She seemed unconcerned about Lu Chen's other motives for being there, as long as it was partly for her. Lu Chun gazed at Hancock's radiant smile, reluctant to shatter her fantasies. However, the ever-practical Guluo Osa suddenly interjected, You're not here to dodge trouble, are you? Please don't involve our Amazon Lily. Shut up. Even if it involves Amazon Lily, so what? Am I afraid of those Marines? Hancock's expression shifted abruptly to seriousness as she retorted sharply. Hearing this, Guluo Osa's face darkened, and she advised, Hancock, you are now the queen of Amazon Lily and must ensure the safety of the entire island, you know? Hancock was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Luchin quickly interjected, Hancock, it's fine, don't mind her. Let us go inside and talk. There is something I want to discuss with you privately. Humph. Hancock coldly huffed at Guluo Osa, taking Lu Chen's hand and striding toward the Grand Hall. Let us go, ignore her. Watching the two depart. Guluo Osa shook her head in exasperation, muttering, being with this Lu Chun will inevitably lead to trouble. Hancock led Lu Chun into a room within the Grand Hall. As soon as they entered, a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped them. Looking around, Lu Chun realized it was likely Hancock's sleeping quarters. What did you bring me here for? Lu Chun asked, puzzled. Suddenly, Hancock's cheeks flushed, and she stammered. This room is more secluded. No one else can hear us. Lu Chun chuckled silently, fully aware of her implications. However, this was not the time for such matters. Once seated on the soft bed, Lu Chun adopted a serious tone. My brother Luffy should have also arrived at Amazon Lily. If your people find him, please notify me at once. Understood, brother Lu Chun. Hancock nodded vigorously, her gaze fixated on him, leaving Lu Chun uncertain whether she was truly absorbing his words. Suddenly, Hancock leaped forward, drawing very close, their breaths mingling in the air, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Lu Chun smiled. It has been years since we last met. You've grown more beautiful. Yes, brother Lu Chun, actually I. As she spoke, a blush crept across Hancock's face, her breath becoming heavier. Lu Chun understood her meaning all too well. Just then, a voice echoed from outside, Sister, a man has appeared on the island. Hancock was startled awake, immediately rising to her usual composure. A man? Where is he? He is already locked up. Sandersonia replied. All right, I'll go check it out. You head down first. Okay. Afterward, Hancock's face broke into a smile. Brother Lu Chun, is that man your brother? It's possible. Lead me to him. Lu Chun stood up and said, Let us go. Thus, the The two departed the room, heading toward the prison of Amazon Lily. In the prison, Luffy was wearing a frilly outfit, looking utterly helpless, almost on the verge of tears. Outside the cell, female warriors raised their bows, ready to shoot Luffy. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Her Majesty has arrived. Upon hearing this, the female warriors immediately lowered their bows and parted to create a path, gazing adoringly at the approaching Hancock. Even women would be mesmerized by Hancock's beauty. Lucien remained unaffected due to his formidable conqueror's haki, which shielded him from being easily petrified, should he fall victim to her charm. Once Hancock activated her abilities, he would inevitably be turned to stone. Your Majesty, so beautiful. Indeed, but why is there a man in black beside her? He seems to be a man too. Upon glancing into the cell, Lu Chun noticed Luffy and quietly said, Hancock, let them all leave. I need to speak with him privately. Hancock nodded, her expression serious as she commanded everyone step back. Yes, Your Majesty. With her command, all the female warriors retreated, yet Hancock remained by Lu Chen's side. Lu Chun smiled. Hancock, you should step out too. After I finish talking with him, I will come find you. All right, I'll wait for you. Upon hearing this, Hancock's face lit up, and she left with a cheerful stride. Once everyone had exited, Luffy continued to stare at Lu Chun, picking his nose. Who are you? What? Have you forgotten me so soon? Lu Chun removed his black hat, grinning as he inquired. Instantly, Luffy's eyes widened, and he rushed to the cell door, excitedly shouting, Lu Chun, it's you. How did you get here? Did Nami and the others send you to find me? He bombarded Lu Chun with questions, seemingly unconcerned about the circumstances of his defeat. You have many questions. I hardly know where to begin. I came to find you primarily for two reasons. The first is regarding Nami and the others. They are in the same situation as you, merely scattered across the world, and are not in any life-threatening danger. So you can rest assured. Lu Chun explained. Upon hearing this, Luffy sighed in relief. That's good, as long as they're safe. Lu Chun maintained a stoic expression as he continued. The second matter concerns Ace. He is about to be publicly executed at the Marine headquarters. With that, he produced a newspaper detailing Ace's impending execution and tossed it over. What? Luffy caught the paper and looked down to see Ace's captured photo. Instantly, his eyes reddened, fists clenched, and he punched the wall, bursting forth from his confinement. No, I have to save Ace right now. Luffy, do you really think you can save him with your current strength? To put it simply, can you defeat me? And do you even know where Ace is? Lu Chen's words caused Luffy to gradually halt. Suddenly, Luffy turned away, tears streaming down his face. Wah, brother Lu Chun, what should we do? Chapter 113, Vice Admiral Mole. Reinforcements to impel down. Now, Luffy was completely at a loss, yet still determined to rescue Ace. I will find a way to get you into Impel Down before Ace is transported to the execution site at Marine headquarters. Whether you can save Ace depends entirely on your own efforts, Lu Chun said, his expression grave. In this matter, he merely needed to provide a little push. As the destined child of fate, Luffy would undoubtedly survive any endeavor, so there was no need to worry about his safety. I understand. Thank you, brother Lu Chun. Luffy nodded, ceasing his tears. Crying is not a solution. We must swiftly devise a plan to rescue IC. Following this resolve, Lu Chun departed with Lu Fei, instructing Han Kook to prepare ample provisions for Lu Fei to replenish his strength. Days later, within the Grand Hall of New Dao, Lu Chun, clad in a black robe, sat beside Han Kook, who gazed intently at him, her eyes never wavering even slightly, despite the presence of her second and third sisters below. Her fixation on Lu Chun remained unwavering. Suddenly, a female warrior rushed in, reporting loudly, Your Majesty, a Navy ship has entered our waters, claiming to seek an audience with you. Do not entertain them. Drive them away. Han Kook replied sharply, not even glancing at the messenger. Her sole desire was to remain with Lu Chun, indifferent to the presence or intentions of others. The female warrior hesitated, and Guluo Liu furrowed her brow, advising, Your Majesty, you are the ruler of New Gua, and there are many citizens on New Dao. Furthermore, you are now one of the Shichibukai. Before she could finish, Lu Chun interjected, Let us go. I wish to see for myself. Indeed, let us go. Han Kuk immediately concurred, rising to follow. Guluo Liu Yu Sa's expression darkened, realizing her words had not registered at all. Off the coast of Dao, a Navy vessel anchored 3 kilometers away, accompanied by a carcass of a sea king. The leader aboard was none other than Vice Admiral Wushu. Suddenly, a Navy officer pointed ahead, exclaiming, "It's the Shichibukai? The ship of boy Han Kuk. Indeed. How beautiful. I have never seen such a stunning woman." They gushed. Wushu glanced back at the officers, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, there was no remedy for Han Kuk's overwhelming allure. Even his reprimands would elicit no reaction from the sailors, utterly enchanted by her beauty. It was precisely this charm that secured Han Kuk's place among the Shichibukai, alongside the formidable sweet fruit. Soon, Han Kuk's ship approached the Navy vessel, where she looked down upon the sailors, her gaze fixed on them. "What brings you to seek me?" "The world government has convened a Shichibukai meeting and hopes you can promptly attend at Navy headquarters," Wushu explained. Han Kuk raised an eyebrow, smirking lightly. "You wish for me to assist? You intend to kill Whitebeard's son, and he will not let you off easily." Realizing his thoughts had been discerned, Wushu refrained from arguing, instead asking, "Will the Empress attend?" "No." Han Kuk began to respond when Lu Chun, dressed in a Navy cloak, unexpectedly appeared behind her. Smiling calmly, "Vice Admiral Wushu, it has been a while. Lu Chun, what brings you here? I thought you were—" Wushu raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. However, upon reflection, he surmised that Lu Chun must have been propelled here. Lu Chun explained, "I was contemplating how to return when you arrived. Leave a ship behind, and I will persuade Han Kuk to accompany you." Wushu hesitated to respond. At that moment, Lu Chun's expression hardened, exuding a commanding pressure, and he coldly stated, "Did you not comprehend my words? If I do not manage to bring Han Kuk, I shall seek an audience with Admiral Sengoku to apologize. You may leave now." "Understood." Wushu acknowledged. "Admiral Sengoku prefers that you proceed to Navy headquarters promptly, so please be mindful of the time." Sensing the chill and pressure, Wushu merely added a quick remark before hastily arranging for a ship to be left behind, departing shortly thereafter. Despite their equal rank, Wushu's strength paled in comparison to Lu Chun's. Han Kuk observed the departing Navy vessel, her brows knitting in confusion as she asked, "Lu Chun, brother, what do we need the Navy ship for?" "To take Lu Fei with us to advance the city." Lu Chun replied, "Ah yes. We can disguise your brother as a Navy officer. Let us prepare well and set out for Navy headquarters tomorrow." "Very well." Subsequently, Lu Chun and Han Kuk returned to Dao, informing Lu Fei of their plans to depart together the next day. Meanwhile, upon the sea, Wushu dialed Navy headquarters, reporting, "Admiral, I encountered Vice Admiral Lu Chun. He has been propelled to Dao. He stated he would ensure Empress Han Kuk joins the meeting." "Understood, Vice Admiral." At Navy headquarters, Sengoku hung up the phone, his brow furrowed in concern as he shook his head in resignation. "Lu Chun cannot be assigned to the execution ground. For now, let him go to advance the city. If he were at the execution ground, an unforeseen incident could arise. He does not wish for a gifted traitor to emerge within the Navy. Moreover, there is an overwhelming amount of matters to attend to. He is quite busy." The next morning, Lu Chun and Han Kuk set sail for Navy headquarters, while Lu Fei donned Navy attire to blend in aboard the ship. Aware of Ice's capture, he had adopted a more compliant demeanor, refraining from causing further trouble. Shortly after their departure, Vice Admiral Ka Pu personally called, "Hello, Lu Chun. Sengoku wants you to temporarily proceed to advance the city to prevent Whitebeard from launching an attack." "Understood, Grandpa," Lu Chun agreed, suddenly inquiring, "Should I intervene?" Kapu paused, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, he finally responded, "It's best if you remain at the advanced city. Try not to get involved." "Understood, Grandpa." Lu Chun acknowledged, comprehending the underlying message. Though instructed to stay at the advanced city, it was never mentioned that he could not venture to Navy headquarters at night. In any case, Kapu would never allow him to witness Ice's demise. Return safely, Kapu concluded before hanging up. Opposite him sat Admiral Sengoku. Observing Kapu with discerning eyes, "You must be quite conflicted. I did this for Lu Chun's own good." With the strength of an admiral. He certainly overheard the conversation between Lu Chen and Ka Pu. However, he remained oblivious to Lu Chen's other identity. Days later, Lu Chen and Han Kuk arrived at the waters near the advanced city. Before them stood a foreboding fortress upon a small island, the world's largest prison, in Pei-er. Yet the true prison lay beneath the sea, consisting of 6 levels, each more terrifying than the last. The depths were teeming with formidable sea kings, making escape from Pei-er nearly impossible. The prison, navy headquarters, and judicial island formed a triangular relationship, obstructing all passage to the Grand Line. Soon, several black ships from Pei-er approached, encircling Lu Chen's vessel. Lu Chen stood at the bow, gazing at the leading woman aboard the opposing ship. With an air of elegance, adorned with a pair of brown sunglasses and a tilted hat that obscured the glasses, he wore a navy uniform complemented by striking pink knee-high boots. Character, Tuominuo, Domino. Position, Deputy Warden of Impel Down. Fruit, Level. Skills, Navy 6 Styles A. Martial Arts, Bounty. Upon spotting Lu Chen, Tuominuo immediately stood upright and respectfully saluted, exclaiming, "Admiral Lu Chen, I've been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." The prison had long been informed of Admiral Lu Chen's impending support. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded slightly, glancing at Hancock beside him, and explained, "The Empress is accompanying me. Please guide us into the prison." Certainly, however, any pirates wishing to enter must be searched, Tuominuo stated with firm conviction. Lu Chen, hearing this, chose not to elaborate. After all, Luffy was not concealed on Hancock, but rather hidden beneath his naval cloak. "Proceed with the search," Hancock remarked, casting a disinterested glance at Tuominuo. Were it not for her desire to accompany Lu Chen into the ominous prison, she would have no intention of entering such a place. Yet, that very indifferent gaze captivated Tuominuo and the surrounding navy, ensnaring them in a profound infatuation with the woman before them. Tuominuo stood frozen, momentarily forgetting his duty to conduct the search. "Hurry up with the search," Hancock urged. "Oh, right," Tuominuo exclaimed, regaining his composure and cautiously proceeding with the search, as if fearing to mar Hancock's exquisite visage. Lu Chen observed nearby, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, when one possesses strength and beauty, they are often forgiven and treated with greater respect. After a brief moment, Tuominuo completed the search and smiled, stating, "The search is complete. You may both enter." "Very well. Lead the way," Lu Chen responded. "Yes, Admiral Lu Chen." Under Tuominuo's guidance, they boarded the ebony prison ship en route to Impel Down. Along the journey, Tuominuo explained, "Admiral Lu Chen, the warden is unable to meet you personally due to some personal matters, so he has asked me to extend his regards." "I understand, thank you," Lu Chen replied with a slight nod. He was well aware of Magellan's circumstances. The warden of the deep-sea prison, a user of the Dokonomi, known as the Poison Man, could produce deep purple venom from any part of his body, including sweat, saliva, breath, and even size. Due to the adverse effects of his fruit, he often found himself confined to the restroom. It was only natural that he could not emerge. While the deep-sea prison was designed for criminals, it seemed more tailored for Magellan himself, as his powers would not endanger others within its confines. Minutes later, the ship docked, and everyone disembarked. Tuominuo, leading the way, continued, "The primary target of your watch this time, I believe you are aware, is Portgas the Ace, the sole son of the Pirate King." "Indeed, take me to see him," Lu Chen commanded. "That seems somewhat against protocol," Tuominuo replied awkwardly. Lu Chen's expression soured as he retorted, "What? Am I not even allowed to see him? Are you afraid I, an admiral, might kill him or rescue him? Is your prison so feeble?" "Not at all," Tuominuo hastily clarified. Suddenly, Hancock interjected impatiently. "Did you not hear what Admiral Lu Chen said? Take us to Ace at once." "Of course, we shall proceed," Tuominuo responded eagerly, his face lighting up at Hancock's command. Lu Chen's lips twitched in resignation as he shook his head, seemingly understanding the plight of Joel D. Roger. Tuominuo then personally escorted Lu Chen and Hancock into the elevator, descending to the 6th level of the underwater prison. Just as they were about to board the elevator, Hancock smiled sweetly, forming a heart shape with her hands, invoking sweet, sweet wind. The red heart struck Tuamenuo, instantly petrifying him. At this moment, Luchin turned and whispered, "Luffy, come out now." Understood. Luffy emerged from behind the cloak and swiftly clung to the ceiling. "I can only take you this far. There will be more rigorous inspections inside, and you will surely be discovered. So be careful," Luchin cautioned. "Got it, big brother Luchin." With that, Luffy vanished in an instant. Only after his departure did Luchin say, "Hancock, release the petrification." "Certainly, brother Luchin." Hancock touched Tuamenuo, dispelling the petrification and restoring him to his original state. Tuamenuo, bewildered by the recent events, brushed his hair and murmured to himself, "Why does it feel like something is amiss?" "Please, lead us into the elevator," Luchin urged. "Of course," Tuamenuo complied, opening the elevator for Luchin and Hancock to enter. He pressed a button for the 6th floor, activating the elevator, which began its rapid descent. Uncertain of how far they had descended, it felt like a considerable length of time. Soon, the elevator began to slow down, and with a thud, it reached the entrance of the 6th level of the prison. Several guards awaited at the entrance, ready to conduct another search of Luchin and Hancock. Once the guards completed their inspection, they saluted, reporting, "Admiral, the search is complete. You may enter." "Very well," Luchin nodded, leading Hancock inside. The inmates confined on the 6th level were all major offenders, resulting in many cells remaining unoccupied. Bang, bang, bang. The prison felt vast and empty, the sound of footsteps echoing throughout the desolate space. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Chapter 115. A heartfelt conversation. "Farewell, old friend." Through that faint light, a silhouette became discernible. The figure sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, head drooping, hands and feet shackled with sea stone. Despite the obscured features, Luchin instantly recognized him. "Polgat Diaz." "Who?" Ace inquired, lifting his head slowly at the sound of footsteps. His pupils widened, and his expression shifted in surprise. "Luchin, it's you." "Indeed. I never expected our next meeting would be in a place like this," Luchin reflected. "Hee." Ace smiled faintly, asking, as the son of that man, "I bear too much. Perhaps this is my fate. Before you came, the old man had already visited. What brings you here?" With that, Luchin sat on the ground and replied earnestly, "Do not worry. It is not Grandpa who sent me, but I have something to share with you regarding Luffy." "Luffy? Where is he?" Ace inquired, his expression brimming with excitement. Yet, Luchin refrained from divulging too much, stating, "You should be seeing him soon, but there are some things I wish to discuss with you. When we met in Alabasta, you were pursuing Blackbeard, correct? You and Luffy seem to share the same flaw, possessing limited strength, yet always eager to prove yourselves. Had you heeded Whitebeard's words back then, perhaps today, this outcome could have been averted." Upon hearing these words, AIC's expression stiffened, and with a hint of inquiry in his tone, he asked, "Who exactly are you? How could you possibly know so much? How could Luchin be aware of the matters concerning the Whitebeard pirates? Moreover, how does he know that we are pursuing Blackbeard? That is of no concern to you. I wish you a swift demise," Luchin replied, rising to depart. However, before leaving, he cast a glance at another individual in the adjacent cell, Shimping, one of the 7 warlords. Observing Luchin's retreating figure, AIC furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Had he truly erred in his judgment? Meanwhile, Luchin and Hancock exited the 6th level of the Infinite Hell, preparing to ascend to the upper levels via the elevator. Upon reaching the elevator entrance, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. Marshal D. Teach, the infamous Blackbeard. Blackbeard, noticing Luchin and Hancock, immediately broke into a cryptic smile. "Long time no see. Have I ever had the pleasure of meeting you? You are far too unattractive," Hancock retorted disdainfully, her distaste for Blackbeard's presence palpable. Luchin smirked and replied, "He was referring to me. Who would have thought that after our last encounter? You have already risen to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. You have done well, becoming one of the 7 warlords, but I have taken the lives of many in your ranks. Your demise would not be a significant loss." With a sinister chuckle, Blackbeard responded, "I am eager to see you when you think you can achieve that." "That day will come," Luchin asserted, turning to Hancock. "Let's depart." With that, they walked away. Blackbeard's presence in the underwater prison seemed to be aimed at creating chaos within. In order to recruit the notorious inmates into his crew, concurrently, the system triggered 2 consecutive missions. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Seize the Jinjin fruit. System reward: 2,000 energy points, sword technique level 1. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Prevent Blackbeard from recruiting several escapees and other convicts from the underwater prison. System reward: based on the strength of the escapees you thwart. The first mission was also something Liu Chen desired. First, the Jinjin fruit possesses formidable abilities. Second, seizing it from Blackbeard would weaken his strength, thus facilitating Liu Chen's task of eliminating him. As for the second mission, the rewards might be substantial. However, allowing those escapees to leave would only serve to further incite chaos on the battlefield. Ultimately, Liu Chen decided to thwart some individuals from escaping, thereby lightening Magellan's burden. Maintaining a measured approach is essential. The primary focus should be on those members of Blackbeard's crew. At the entrance of the underwater prison, Liu Chen bid farewell to Hancock. You should proceed to the Navy headquarters. I must remain here for the time being. After I conclude my business, I shall seek you out. Very well, brother Liu Chen. I shall await your return. Hancock replied, seemingly understanding the unspoken implications. Only Tomino, standing nearby, looked on with envy, utterly clueless. Colonel Liu Chen, are you quite familiar with Her Majesty, the Empress? To some extent. Why do you ask? Liu Chen inquired. I am envious. Tomino exclaimed. But that is of no consequence. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Did the warden assign me any tasks? Indeed. The warden has instructed you to temporarily assume his position and oversee the control room. Tomino reported earnestly. Oh. Upon hearing this, Liu Chen was somewhat astonished. He had not expected Warden Magellan to entrust him with such a significant responsibility. You're not only a rear admiral, but also the grandson of Admiral Carp. The warden has great faith in you. Tomino clarified. Very well. Lead me to the control room. Thus, Tomino took the lead, with Liu Chen following closely behind. He had not anticipated Magellan would assign him such an important task. Perhaps he was an admirer of Carp? The control room allowed for a view of every level of the prison, enabling Liu Chen to better grasp the overall situation within. He could make adjustments as necessary. Of course, the 5th level, the frozen hell, was not monitored due to the absence of surveillance devices. After approximately 10 minutes, Tomino escorted Liu Chen to a room teeming with monitoring equipment and technical personnel, essentially the control center of the entire underwater prison. Upon entering, the naval officers respectfully greeted. Warden Tomino, this is Rear Admiral Liu Chen from the Navy headquarters, appointed as the acting warden by Warden Magellan. Tomino introduced Liu Chen with a slight nod. Greetings to all. Liu Chen responded naturally. The naval officers collectively replied, Greetings, Rear Admiral Liu Chen. Please take your seats. Let's promptly restore surveillance and ensure that any incidents are reported to me immediately. Yes. With that, the officers began their respective tasks. Rear Admiral Liu Chen, if there is nothing else, I shall attend to my duties. Understood. Tomino then exited the control room, leaving Liu Chen alone. He settled into the central chair of the control room, observing the myriad surveillance feeds around him. Chapter 116, The Clown Buggy, Chaos in the Underwater Prison. Suddenly, a naval officer shouted, Acting Warden, the inmate Buggy the Clown has escaped from Cell 4 on the basement floor. Liu Chen turned his gaze to the monitor displaying Cell 4, which for some unknown reason appeared empty. Continue monitoring, locate his whereabouts, and dispatch personnel to pursue him. Understood. Acting Warden. Following his command, all the naval officers responsible for monitoring began to check the surveillance devices. A few minutes later, one of the officers reported, Everyone, Buggy the Clown has been spotted in Cell 22. Quickly pursue him. Yes. The guard stationed on the basement floor rushed to give chase. Liu Chen, meanwhile, lounged comfortably on the sofa, intrigued by the footage. Had Luffy and Buggy joined forces? It seemed the entire underwater prison was about to descend into chaos. As for the pursuing Blue Gorilla, he would soon be dealt with by the two of them as they embarked on their escape. Liu Chen, however, remained leisurely, knowing it was not yet time for him to intervene. He would wait until Luffy stirred the prison into a frenzy before making his move. After a moment of silence, Luchan closed his eyes to rest and stated, "Notify me of any significant developments, and I shall awaken." "Yes, Acting Warden," the guards replied in unison, refraining from further discussion. They had long been aware of the esteemed reputation of Rear Admiral Luchan, notorious for his ruthlessness against pirates even during his time as a commodore. Few pirates survived encounters with him. Even the most ordinary would meet their demise. It was said that this hatred stemmed from the fact that pirates had slain Luchan's entire family. And so, time passed, second by second. The underwater prison has become increasingly chaotic due to the antics of Luffy, to the extent that the acting warden had to awaken Luchan. "Warden, it's not good. That Straw Hat Luffy has already made his way down to the 3rd underground level, and many prisoners have been released. That's of no concern. ISNT Warden Magellan stationed on the 4th level. Once they reach the 4th level, we shall notify him to take action personally. Am I not meant to remain here in the monitoring room?" Luchan replied with reason. "Well, if you say so," the guard responded, his face a mask of skepticism. Though uncertain of Luchan's meaning, he nonetheless contacted Warden Magellan via the transponder snail. Strangely, Warden Magellan readily agreed to intervene. Naturally, Luchan found nothing peculiar about this. After all, he was transferred to the prison precisely to avoid an encounter with Luffy. With Luffy invading the underwater prison, it was clear that Magellan would not allow Luchan to take action, for that would surely lead to a compromise situation. Thus, Magellan's affirmative response was expected. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, bang! Sengoku's face contorted with anger as he slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Carp across from him. "How could it be your grandson again? Luffy has already infiltrated Impel Down." He. Carp chuckled, slowly lifting his thumb in a gesture of approval. Instantly, Sengoku's expression darkened further as he pressed on. "Did you know all along that Luffy would head to Impel Down, which is why you allowed Luchan to assist the underwater prison? Do you believe I would lie if I said I didn't know?" Carp retorted, picking his nose, his tone nonchalant. Sengoku, left speechless, took a long pause before finally sitting down, his brow furrowed in concern. "I've just received news that chaos has erupted in the New World. Red-haired Shanks is battling Kaido. It seems Shanks wishes to thwart Kaido's opportunity to attack the Whitebeard pirates. A confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy appears inevitable." Carp nodded, offering no further comment. After this battle, would the Navy headquarters ever return to its former state? The strength of the 4 emperors must not be underestimated. All one can do is hope that Ace and his 2 other grandsons remain safe. In the monitoring room of the underwater prison, the acting warden, the Straw Hat Kid, has been defeated by the warden and has been thrown into the 5th level, a guard reported to Luchan. Luchan, fixated on the surveillance screen, narrowed his eyes, emanating an aura of intimidation. "I can see that. No need to report to me. It was Warden Magellan's instructions for me to inform you." "Understood." With that, the guard obediently returned to his station. The intensity of Luchan's gaze had been overwhelming, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Luchan continued to watch the screen intently. Although Luffy was not visible, he remained fixated on the display. It would be a lie to say there were no feelings between him and Luffy. Could he not feel anger upon witnessing Luffy being attacked by Magellan's poisonous dragon? Furthermore, although Luffy would eventually be healed by the Okama King on the 5th level, he would nonetheless endure excruciating pain. After a moment of contemplation, Luchan exhaled deeply, silently vowing, "Luffy, take care. The matter you cannot accomplish, I shall undertake." Several hours later, Luffy's figure reappeared on the monitor, revealing that he had reached the 6th underground level. The prison riot was about to commence. As a guard prepared to report the situation, he noticed Luchan had already risen, ready to leave the monitoring room. "Acting Warden, where are you going?" "To kill." Luchan replied without looking back, leaving the stunned guards behind. In that instant, they sensed a killing intent akin to that of the Chief Warden, Magellan, but even more intense. Instead of heading directly to the underwater prison, Luchan made his way to the prison entrance. Bang! Bang! At that moment, A fierce battle erupted at the prison gates as the Shichibukai, Blackbeard's pirate crew, launched an assault. Blackbeard had descended to the 6th level of the prison to negotiate with the formidable pirates. And now he was determined to fulfill his promise to free them from Impel Down. Thus, he led his subordinates in an attack on the prison gates. A multitude of Navy personnel fell, some even being drawn into Blackbeard's endless dark void. The special Logia-type Yami Yami, Nomi, was indeed formidable. However, by the time Luchan arrived, Blackbeard had already brought his crew into the underwater prison. A guard spotted Luchan and rushed forward to report. Vice Admiral Luchan, the Shichibukai Blackbeard has launched an attack against us. Most of our brothers have entered the prison to prevent the prisoners from escaping, resulting in heavy casualties. Rest and tend to your wounds. I alone shall guard the gates, Luchan proclaimed, embedding his twin swords into the ground, unleashing an aura that radiated outward, stirring up a tempest of energy. Vice Admiral Luchan, the guard hesitated, unsure how to continue. Luchan pressed on. Those without the strength to fight may leave. The rest can remain here. Our task is to organize the prisoners' escape from Impel Down. So we shall wait right here at the gates. Yes, Vice Admiral Luchan. The guards, inspired by his commanding presence, swiftly set to work. Chapter 117. So it is. Did you not hear me? Some guards carried the injured. Others rearranged defensive positions, while others prepared cannons for an impending attack. Bang! 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 Despite Luchan standing at the entrance of Impel Down, he could still hear the tremendous sounds emanating from below. It was likely Magellan was engaged in thwarting the fleeing prisoners. The cacophony persisted for an indeterminate time before gradually subsiding. Luchan raised an eyebrow, suddenly standing up and gazing at the now sealed door before him, murmuring, "Here they come." As soon as he spoke, the heavy wooden door creaked open. Emerging from within were numerous prisoners who had just escaped, their faces lighting up with joy as they beheld the returning light. "We're out. We're finally out. I can't believe I'm free after all these years." Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted their reverie. "Itoriu Monbo." Luchan slowly raised his right hand. Wielding the supreme blade, Jean Tian, as a potent sword intent and domineering aura entwined around the blade, resembling black flames, forming a massive sword that spanned 100 meters. With a sweeping slash, he aimed at the escaping criminals before him. The terrifying black flame sword descended like a dark sun. The surrounding pirates widened their eyes, frozen in shock, helplessly witnessing their doom approach. Suddenly, a shadowy figure leaped high into the air. The individual transformed their hands into grains of sand, gradually coalescing into 4 large sand blades aimed at the colossal black flame sword. Desert King's treasure. Boom! The sand blades clashed with the Monbo, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept outward. Golden sand rained down from the sky, mingling with countless black flames that fell like a rain of dark fire. It's raining. It's so hot, so hot. My backside is on fire. Help! Many prisoners were caught in the inferno, including one with a red nose, seemingly suffering from fiery rear end. As the yellow sand gradually settled in midair, the expression of the Navy Vice Admiral, Luchan, was grave as he fixed his gaze on the figure across from him, the naval supernova, Luchan. "If you wish to proceed, you must first inquire whether the blade in my hand consents," Luchan declared, brandishing 2 formidable blades. Suddenly, Luffy emerged from the crowd, pleading, "Brother Luchan, let's go. I must rescue Ace." Upon hearing this, Luchan's countenance darkened, and he found himself at a loss for words, internally cursing, "You foolish boy. Do you wish for all these onlookers to believe that I am intentionally letting you escape?" The other prisoners present were equally astonished. "What? Vice Admiral Luchan is the brother of the Straw Hat Kid? Luffy's grandfather is Vice Admiral Carp, and now there's another Vice Admiral. Since they are family. Straw Hat Kid, do you recall when I took you to the underground 4th floor?" The clown buggy swiftly flew to Luffy's side, attempting to establish a connection, as if they were intimately acquainted. After a moment of contemplation, just as Luchan was unsure whether to intervene, Jinbei had already led a few individuals to pursue the Navy's warship. Magellan had long since relocated all the warships, so they needed to act swiftly to intercept them. Suddenly, A massive shadow loomed. The giant, clad in the attire of impelled down, with light brown hair and a black beard, was none other than Slayedthe. In an instant, Liu Chun executed the moonwalk technique, soaring into the air and darting past the gathered crowd, charging directly at the fearsome wolf, proclaiming, Slayedthe. As a prisoner of the 6th level of the underwater prison, I, Liu Chun, shall not allow your escape. The others were left bewildered. Is he letting them go? Brother Liu Chun, why aren't you responding to my question? Only Luffy remained oblivious to the situation. Infuriated, Buggy swung a fist, exclaiming, Straw Hat Kid, are you an idiot? Can't you see your brother has already let us go? I understand now. Luffy clapped his hands, realizing, Brother Liu Chun must not have heard me clearly. Buggy's mouth twitched in disbelief, left speechless. Meanwhile, Liu Chun stood before Wolf, taken aback by his enormous stature, larger than oars. Abruptly, Wolf launched an attack with a massive fist. His colossal hand was several times larger than Liu Chun's, but the speed was somewhat lacking. 6 styles, shave. Liu Chun swiftly evaded the strike with ease. Boom! Wolf's fist struck nothing but air, creating a shockwave that surged into the distance. This is intriguing, Liu Chun remarked with interest. He then raised his right hand, the blade of Jean Tian emanating a dense sword aura and domineering presence. Atirifayin oha hadyated utwa, causing the surrounding fugitives to freeze in fear. The crimson aura crackled like electricity, entwining around the blade. Tatsumaki, with a mere flick of his wrist, Liu Chun unleashed a powerful slash, sending a brilliant streak of red sword energy soaring skyward, as if to cleave the heavens themselves, aimed directly at Wolf. Wolf, sensing the terrifying energy of the strike, bellowed in alarm and utilized his fruit powers to expand his body several times over, becoming even more colossal, as if a single punch could shatter the entire underwater prison. However, he crossed his arms, opting for defense. The fierce sword energy collided with Wolf's form, resulting in a fountain of blood. With a pained scream, Wolf's expansion effects dissipated, and he gradually reverted to his original state, his arms severed by Liu Chun's strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Not far away, Blackbeard furrowed his brow, witnessing Liu Chun's unexpected growth and strength. We need to leave. Forget about Wolf. Let's get out of here. With Liu Chun in the lead and Magellan behind, he dared not linger, especially with the haunting memory of Magellan's terrifying venom fresh in his mind. At that moment, Liu Chun noticed the fleeing Blackbeard and, after a moment's consideration, chose to forego the pursuit in favor of blocking the other emerging prisoners. With a few swift sword slashes, he effectively obstructed their path. Any further movement, and you shall perish. How formidable! Some prisoners reconsidered, choosing to retreat instead. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had successfully escaped through the transvestite king and boarded a warship. Yet, the remaining warships were still surrounding them. Chapter 118. The Gate of Justice. The darkness returns. Seeing Luffy had departed, Liu Chun felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted through the air. Magellan, drenched in venom, emerged from the prison gates, demanding, "Where are the others? Where are the escaped prisoners?" Magellan, the warden. The majority of the fugitives have been detained. Only the Straw Hat crew managed to escape by boat. Liu Chun gazed toward the warships ahead. Instantly, Magellan's brow furrowed as he observed the firmly shut Gate of Justice, stating coldly, "No matter, they cannot escape through that gate. We shall encircle them right here." "All right." Liu Chun nodded and proceeded toward the individuals ahead. Just as he spoke, the Gate of Justice emitted a tremendous roar, slowly beginning to open. Magellan's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Who is it? Who ordered the gate to open?" This gate was under his sole command. Even Liu Chun lacked the authority to open it. Suddenly, Magellan had a realization and swiftly dashed toward the 4th level of the underwater prison. Meanwhile, Liu Chun vanished from the surface of the sea. Silver lightning flickered. When he reappeared, he was on the ship where Luffy and the others were escaping. Now clad in a black robe, he blended seamlessly among the others, not drawing any attention to himself. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the task, system reward, 3,000 energy points. The mission to obstruct the fugitives from leaving the underwater prison had been accomplished. Now, only the tasks of seizing the Gura, No Mi, and rescuing Ace remained. The warships continued to sail across the sea, heading straight for Marine headquarters. Marine Ford. Simultaneously, within the bay of Marine headquarters, Ace knelt upon the execution platform, flanked by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Below him stood 100,000 elite Marines, poised for action. Additionally, the Navy had summoned the Shichibukai, including Don Quixote da Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and Hancock. The three admirals sat atop the execution platform, from left to right, Kazu, Akainu, and Akiji. Other Navy officers, including captains and lieutenants, stood nearby, their eyes fixed ahead. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene as everyone silently awaited the inevitable arrival of the man from the sea. The four emperors, captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate. Suddenly, a Navy officer rushed before Admiral Sengoku, saluting as he reported, "Admiral Sengoku, the gate of justice has opened automatically without any command, and we are unable to contact the power room." "What did you say?" Admiral Sengoku's expression changed in shock. "That gate only opens at his command. How could it have opened inexplicably?" Meanwhile, Liu Chun stood outside the gate of justice at Navy headquarters. As the gate swung open, a beam of light spilled forth, illuminating the figure of Buggy at the ship's bow, leading others to mistakenly believe that Buggy had opened the gate of justice. Who opened the gate? Buggy? Could it really be? At that moment, Buggy was equally astonished, reveling in the attention of the crowd, thinking to himself, "Indeed, fate has chosen me to be the Pirate King." In the corner, Liu Chun merely chuckled lightly, unimpressed. However, since the events had impelled down, Buggy had been on an extraordinary streak of luck. Moments later, the fog over the sea surrounding Navy headquarters began to clear, revealing the silhouettes of numerous pirate ships. If one were to count, they would clearly see 43 vessels, all belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. The captains of each ship stood resolute aboard their respective vessels. Admiral Sengoku's expression turned grave as he uttered a few words. "He has come. Why do we not see Whitebeard's ship?" Akainu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed ahead. "The pirate crew of Whitebeard has arrived. Indeed, they each are powerful pirates renowned throughout the New World. Such a formidable lineup. Can we emerge victorious?" Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced back at the Navy, admonishing them. "What is there to panic about? Truly pathetic." Standing beside Vice Admiral Tsuru, Karp remained silent, his eyes fixed ahead. The absence of Whitebeard's ship does not signify his absence. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed. The waters of the bay surged, and a gilded ship rose from beneath the surface, the ship of Whitebeard. Whitebeard and several captains stood atop the pirate vessel. "Dad!" Ace spotted Whitebeard, tears welling in his eyes. "What?" It emerged from the depths. The four emperors, Edward Newgate. Such a formidable presence. Just gazing upon him evokes a sense of strength. The other Navy officers were already dumbfounded at Whitebeard's appearance. "Ace, wait a moment." Whitebeard surveyed the multitude of Navy officers before him, grinning widely. With that, he plunged his sword into the deck, channeling energy into a single, powerful punch. The air around his fist began to rupture. Boom! With a series of explosive sounds. The sea trembled under Whitebeard's might, triggering a colossal tsunami. Waves surged forth like ferocious beasts, overwhelming the Navy headquarters, casting it into darkness. What? Is this the power of Whitebeard? Such overwhelming strength. Hurry, run, or the tsunami will engulf us. Suddenly, Admiral Akiji sprang into action, vanishing from his seat in an instant. He appeared before the tsunami, his body encased in ice, extending his arms as frost spread outward, freezing the oncoming waves. Ice Age. The icy breath sealed the vast tsunami, protecting the entire Navy headquarters from harm. "Akiji, you brat!" Whitebeard sneered. In an instant, Akiji engaged in battle with Whitebeard. Akiji landed on the sea, encasing the entire area in ice. Concurrently, Liu Chun sensed the colossal tsunami and leapt from the ship, racing towards Navy headquarters. He felt compelled to witness the war of the best with his own eyes. A dark figure vanished before the eyes of the crowd, instantly capturing the attention of those aboard the ship. Who was that man in the black cloak? "I don't know. When did he board?" He resembles the latest wanted criminal. Hei, with a bounty of 2 billion berries. Upon hearing this, Buggy was struck with fear, his body nearly splitting apart. What? That guy's Hei? Here, on our ship? Does that mean he witnessed my grandstanding? Could it be that he was the one who opened the gate? A few minutes later, Lu Chun, racing with unrestrained speed, was enveloped in a silver lightning aura, utilizing the powers of the Raijin fruit to transform into pure lightning. He surged forward with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. Chapter 119. The Three Admirals of the Navy. Little oars, like a flash of lightning darting across the sea. Leaving behind arcs of electricity and a churning surface, a straight line was drawn across the waters. Soon, Lu Chun arrived at the bay of Navy headquarters. Looking out, the battle had yet to fully commence. Only Akiji and Mihawk had launched attacks, which were met with resistance from Whitebeard and his captains. In the next moment, all the pirates leaped from their ships, advancing across the ice. A Navy lieutenant raised his sword, shouting, "Charge!" With that command, the Navy also launched their assault. The clash erupted as the two sides collided, igniting the battle. Kill! You shall die! The sounds of clashing weapons reverberated throughout the battlefield, mingling with the cries of battle. Sengoku cast a glance at the swarming pirates, stating coolly, "Truly foolish. Do they intend to break through head-on?" With that, he picked up the Den Mushi to issue orders. Artillery units, target the enemy ships and the advancing pirates. Understood, came the response from the Den Mushi. Subsequently, all cannons in the Bay of Navy headquarters aimed at the pirates, firing in unison. Boom! 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 The cannons bombarded nearly every inch of land within the bay. Countless pirates and pirate ships were struck down, severely injured and collapsing. However, for the Whitebeard pirates, it was but a minor setback, especially the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, whose extraordinary strength left many Navy vice admirals unable to retaliate. Truly, as expected of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, each one formidable as a monster. On the platform, Kizaru smirked as he slowly rose. Observing Kizaru's movement, Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile. Was he about to perform again? With Kizaru's acting skills, he could easily win an Oscar. To minimize losses, the best approach is to capture the ringleader first. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Kizaru suddenly moved. His form transformed into a streak of yellow light, appearing above the battlefield, radiating a dazzling glow. Kizaru, the Vice Admiral Kizaru, has arrived. What? The Navy Admiral Kizaru. The pirates were thrown into a state of panic. The blinding yellow light illuminated the entire battlefield, resembling a new sun, casting its brilliance upon the land, as if competing with the very sun. Then Kizaru crossed his arms, gathering a multitude of light beams, and shot them down towards Whitebeard at breakneck speed. Jata no Kagami. Countless radiant light bullets rained down, akin to a torrential downpour, resembling a multitude of machine guns firing simultaneously. Whitebeard stood unmoved, unafraid. Hey, what is this dazzling light? As the multitude of light bullets was poised to strike before Baihuzi, a figure with blue wings appeared, shielding him. Countless blue flames surged forth, repelling the onslaught of light projectiles. The subsequent barrage erupted with resounding blasts, leaving no projectile unlaunched. A tremendous explosion followed, sending scorching shockwaves rippling outward. As the smoke cleared, the identity of the mysterious figure was revealed. Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as the Phoenix. With a subtle smile, Marco remarked, "How could I allow you to disturb our captain right from the start? How fearsome the Whitebeard Pirates are." Meanwhile, the surrounding Navy personnel stood in shock, bewildered by the sight of a man who had withstood an attack from Admiral Kizaru without a scratch. What is that blue flame enveloping him? It must be the legendary power. Kizaru mused, intrigued. The two then engaged in combat, but it was not long before Kizaru was sent flying, crashing heavily against a wall. He soon ceased his assault on Baihuzi, stating coolly, "It seems they will not permit us to easily strike at the heart." Lu Chun, unable to hear the conversation, would have surely given a thumbs up had he been able. Below, the 3rd Division commander, Diamond Jozu, shattered a massive sheet of ice, hoisting it high before hurling it towards the towering walls of the Navy. At that moment, Akainu, who had remained silent, arose, his expression fierce as he growled, "Abandoning your post. If we all leave, who will guard this place?" With that, his hands transformed into molten magma, coalescing into an enormous magma fist aimed at the ice. The colossal magma fist struck the ice mountain, erupting with a deafening roar and obliterating it into vapor. However, the devastation did not end there. The exploding magma fist fragmented into countless fiery projectiles, raining down like divine fire upon the battlefield, causing chaos among both pirates and Navy personnel. One ship was completely annihilated by the volcanic barrage. How formidable! Lu Chun marveled at the scene unfolding before him, fully aware that he had a mission to defeat Akainu. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated, as if the very ground trembled beneath them. Lu Chun turned to see a gigantic figure emerging from the bay. Reminiscent of oars but slightly smaller, seemingly a descendant of the zombified oars and a friend of Ace, Little Oars. Recognizing him, Lu Chun thought back to the pivotal role Oars had played in the Battle of Marineford. Had he not blocked the closing barrier with his massive body, the Whitebeard pirates would have been completely surrounded, and the chance to rescue Ace would have been lost. "Well, I won't intervene. I've already dealt with Moria. Whether you can make it through now is entirely up to you," Lu Chun murmured to himself. With Moria gone, no one would covet Little Oar's corpse, perhaps allowing for Ace's rescue to come to fruition. With the arrival of Oars, the barrier of the bay was successfully breached, allowing the pirates waiting outside to surge inside. Despite Whitebeard's pleas for Little Oars not to proceed, he resolutely prepared to rescue Ace. Ace, with tears in his eyes, anxiously shouted, "Oars, don't come over. Your massive frame will make you a target. Ace, I'm coming to save you." Yet, Little Oars had only thoughts of rescuing Ace. Undeterred by the relentless cannon fire from the Navy that pounded his body mercilessly. Despite the onslaught, he steadfastly pressed forward until he was ultimately felled by the combined efforts of the warlord Bartholomew Kuma and Don Quixote Doflamingo. Kuma's strike severely injured Little Oars, while Doflamingo severed one of his enormous feet. Fortunately, without Moria's presence, Little Oars remained alive, albeit gravely wounded and unconscious. Oars. Whitebeard's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Kuma and Doflamingo upon seeing Little Oars fall. Suddenly, a towering figure wielding a colossal axe, Vice Admiral Lawns, appeared beside Whitebeard, swinging his axe downwards. "Step aside, Whitebeard." Unfortunately, Whitebeard dismissed him entirely, gripping Lawns' axe with one hand, utilizing his devil fruit ability to shatter it and swiftly subduing Lawns, pressing his head into the ground. The tremors from the Quake fruit unleashed a wave of energy, crushing Lawns' iron helmet and causing him to suffer a concussion, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. In the next moment, Whitebeard hurled Lawns away, leaving him unconscious on the ground. How pathetic. The Navy's vice admirals are becoming increasingly useless. Lu Chun chuckled lightly, shaking his head in resignation. Truth be told, it was merely that Lu Chun and Garp were exceptionally strong. The Navy's vice admirals were already quite formidable. With Little Oars serving as a springboard, countless pirates began to charge toward the plaza of Navy headquarters. Suddenly, Lu Chun spotted 2 familiar figures. One was Ein, engaged in combat with the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, while the other was Hancock, rushing toward him. Noticing her, Lu Chun quickly shook his head, signaling her not to approach, as he had matters to attend to. Reluctantly, Hancock redirected her anger at others, attacking indiscriminately, targeting all men except one. Meanwhile, Garp quietly ascended the execution platform, sitting beside Ace, his eyes streaming with tears as they seemed to share a poignant conversation. Suddenly, a warship appeared in midair, plummeting swiftly. Numerous escapees from Impel Down descended from the sky, including Luffy, who, upon seeing Ace on the execution platform, shouted loudly, "Ace, I'm here." Lu Chun looked up at Luffy in the air, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It seems it is soon my turn to make an entrance." This time, during the Summit War, there remained much for him to accomplish. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield as a colossal warship plummeted from the sky, landing precisely upon the very stretch of sea that Diamond Jozu had gouged away. Indeed, The chosen one of celestial fortune. Lu Chen murmured softly to himself. Slayedthe. Luffy scrambled up to a vantage point and at last caught sight of Ace upon the execution platform. His heart surged with emotion as he cried out, voice ringing clear and fierce. Ace. Luffy. Ace, hearing his brother's voice, instantly turned and answered, his reply urgent, tender, and full of unspoken longing. Nearby, Captain Garp's brows knotted tightly. How in blazes did that boy get here? Garp. Once again, it's your wretched kin causing chaos. Admiral Sengoku thundered, fury blazing in his eyes. Garp merely scratched his nose nonchalantly. What was that, you say? He could sense it, unmistakably, that beyond his two grandsons, Lu Chen too stood somewhere within this very fortress. After all, Luffy had arrived at Marine headquarters unscathed. You. Sengoku faltered, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Akainu, standing at a distance, had already fixed his gaze upon Luffy, his expression darkening into a mask of cold, implacable resolve. Monkey D. Luffy, the rising star among pirates, son of dragon, commander of the Revolutionary Army, he, too, must perish. Compared to Ace, Luffy was perhaps the one he wished to eliminate even more urgently. Roger was long dead, but Dragon remained, alive, vigilant, and unwavering in his mission to dismantle the world government itself. Without hesitation, Luffy charged toward the execution platform, and thus, the true summit war began. After a brief, contemplative silence, a faint, enigmatic smile curved Lu Chen's lips. With effortless grace, he leapt from the towering ramparts, descending into the maelstrom of battle below. Hey, there's another pirate over here. Kill him. A handful of unremarkable marine officers surged forward, weapons drawn. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, then raised his right hand. A torrent of crackling, blinding lightning erupted from his palm, surging forward like a living storm. Discharge. Zzzt. In an instant, the entire line of Marines was engulfed, their bodies convulsing violently as arcs of searing electricity lashed across their forms, blackening skin, singeing uniforms, and felling them one after another in rapid succession. Lu Chen swept his gaze across the surrounding Marines, voice low but commanding. Any who wished to court death, step forward and try. Not a single soul dared move. The sheer terror of his power hung thick in the air, chilling even the bravest hearts. Suddenly, a Marine rear admiral bellowed, "Fall back. Withdraw immediately." "Aye, sir." At his command, legions of Marines began retreating in disciplined haste. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed faintly. "So, you withdraw not to flee, but to lure the Whitebeard pirates into a trap? Admirable tactics, strategist Sengoku. Truly formidable." Zzzt. Before the words had fully faded, he dissolved into lightning once more, reappearing, in the blink of an eye, directly behind Whitebeard himself. No one else noticed, save Whitebeard, who sensed the subtle shift in the air and turned slightly, brow furrowing. Boy, who are you?" "Knight." Lu Chen's voice was quiet, almost reverent, as he remained half-hidden behind the towering figure. Whitebeard chuckled, a deep, resonant sound like distant thunder. "Are the one who slew the celestial dragons?" "Yes," Lu Chen replied, tone grave yet sincere. "The Marines intend to draw you into their snare, to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates entirely. Tread carefully." He did not wish for the era's greatest sovereign, the indomitable Shirohige, to meet his end in such a hollow, unceremonious fashion. If he could aid, he would. Ha ha, so be it. And what then brings you to this battlefield? For amusement. With those words, Lu Chen shimmered into lightning once more, vanishing from sight, then reappearing again and again, weaving like a phantom across the chaos of war. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside Boa Hancock. "Hancock, have you secured the key?" "Brother Knight, I have it here." Her face alight with elation. She withdrew the key from within her robes and placed it reverently into his palm. "Thank you." He accepted it with quiet gratitude, then drew her into a warm, protective embrace before vanishing again in a flash of electric light. Brother Lu Chen touched me." Hancock flushed deeply, her breath catching, lost in a daze of sweet, fluttering reverie. Meanwhile, Smoker, wielding the powers of the Moku no Mi, had fully restrained Luffy. His Sea Prism steel 10-pronged staff, rendering the Straw Hat's abilities utterly useless. So, the Straw Hat Brat is Dragon S son after all? The Marines erupted in murmurs of exhilaration. Commander Smoker has subdued the Straw Hat. Incredible. What power! Before the cheers could fully rise, a deep, resonant thunderclap split the air. Chapter 121. The Final Confrontation. Whitebeard wounded. Correct boom. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. A colossal dragon of pure lightning erupted into being. Jaws agape, fangs gleaming with raw voltage, and descended upon Smoker and Luffy in a devastating roar. In an instant, the thunderous beast consumed them both, its electric fury radiating outward in blinding, scorching waves. Marines and pirates alike were thrown back, limbs seizing, hair standing on end, flesh smoking, all collapsing into unconsciousness. A sharp, acrid stench of burnt cloth and charred flesh hung in the air. Only Luffy remained unharmed, brushing ash from his straw hat, placing it back atop his head with a lopsided grin. I'm fine. Then, from the shadows, cloaked in black, Lu Xun appeared before him. Luffy, take this. The key to Ace's cuffs. Oh, thanks. Without hesitation, Luffy accepted it and dashed toward the platform, his stride unwavering, his purpose absolute. Watching him go, Lu Xun allowed himself a quiet, knowing smile. That boy, doesn't he even ask who I am? Originally, it had been Hancock who would rescue him, but fate had shifted, and now, the duty fell to him. As for Smoker, he lay motionless, utterly incapacitated by the sheer voltage. Other Marines rushed forward, weapons drawn, but Lu Xun merely shimmered once more into lightning, vanishing before they could close the distance. He had no desire for prolonged skirmishes, nor to draw undue attention. There remained far more vital matters awaiting his hand. At the rear of the battlefield, Swords suddenly materialized beside Whitebeard, and with a single brutal thrust, plunged his blade deep into the Yonko's chest. Crimson blood welled along the edge of the blade and dripped steadily to the ground. In that moment, the world itself seemed to hold its breath. All eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Mouths agape, hearts frozen mid-beat. Whitebeard has been stabbed. Lu Xun's expression hardened, his voice a low, venomous snarl. Foolish subordinate. He had intended to intervene, but had chosen first to aid Luffy. Damn it! Yet even his fury burned. A sharper truth pierced through. Whitebeard had not evaded the blow, because his body, long battered by age and illness, could no longer bear such strain. The strongest man in the world, perhaps falling in battle, was the most fitting, noble end he could ever claim. Moments later, Whitebeard led his crew forward in a final, thunderous charge. The true climax of the war had begun, yet the Marines were already withdrawing, retreating toward the central plaza. From the earth, towering barricades began to rise, sealing the bay, preparing to trap every pirate within its confines. We're being surrounded. Break through. The wall near ours hasn't risen yet. Charge. Save Ace. Among the chaos, Whitebeard's strike alone shook the very foundations of the world. Boom. His colossal fist descended, and the wall before him shattered into dust. Even the rear fortifications of Marine headquarters crumbled under the force, half the citadel left in ruins. That indomitable sovereign, the strongest man alive, remained, even now, unbroken. As the encircling walls rose higher, Akainu stepped forward, arms outstretched, palms blazing with molten magma, and launched a barrage of incandescent meteors into the sky. Meteor volcano. Fist-shaped orbs of searing magma plummeted from the heavens, relentless, indiscriminate, raining destruction upon ships and pirates alike. Where ice had once frozen the sea, fire now reigned, the bay's surface melting once more into a churning, boiling expanse. The pirates found themselves without a foothold. Amidst the chaos, Lu Xun swiftly dodged the descending meteors, cursing vehemently. Damn Akainu, just you wait, I will settle the score with you. Had he known, he would not have descended so early. The frozen ocean began to melt, and countless cannons emerged from the surrounding walls, launching attacks against them. Surrounded by numerous cannons in front and pacifists behind, they were caught in the midst of an ocean that was on the verge of complete dissolution. With no vessel left, they were utterly devoid of solid ground. The battle raged on, fiercely and tragically. Countless pirates fell one after another, their crimson blood staining the entire battlefield a vivid red. Fortunately, oars still clung to life. Whitebeard had another ship, and through oars' efforts, he managed to send most of the crew to the execution platform of the Marine headquarters. Naturally, Lucien also boarded a pirate ship to the plaza. However, this time he had learned his lesson and refrained from entering the fray. Instead, he quietly observed from the outside, fully confident that Luffy would not perish, merely waiting. He watched as Kizaru performed, kicking the severely injured Luffy into Whitebeard's hands. He watched as Aokiji paddled, sending Marco across. He observed a kind of desperately battling Whitebeard. However, Carp, standing on the execution platform, had to intervene, landing a powerful punch that sent Marco flying, then took the position originally held by the three admirals. You kids want to get past me? You should first ask my fists. Due to his injuries, Whitebeard fell helplessly, ambushed by Akainu's underling, who pierced through his chest, once again wounded. At the same time, Luffy implored the cross-dresser Ivankov to inject him with resistance hormones, allowing him to stand once more. It was time. Lucien slowly stepped out from the shadows, his expression grave. What he intended to do today would undoubtedly astonish the entire New World and indeed the whole world. On the execution platform, the new executioner was already prepared to execute Ace once more. Luffy and Ivankov raced towards the platform, but two pacifists suddenly obstructed their path. The two pacifists unleashed lasers from their mouths. Just as they were about to fire, a tiger's roar echoed. Tiger Pounce! A massive red fist shadow appeared, resembling a ferocious tiger, completely shattering the two pacifists. Who? Ivankov looked, but could not discern the assailant, only seeing a dark figure. No matter. We must save Ace. Luffy disregarded everything and charged forward. However, Whitebeard was gravely injured, and Sengoku directly ordered, urging, begin the execution. Yes, with that, the two executioners beside him swung their blades down, the sharp edges slicing rapidly towards Ace's neck. Time seemed to slow down significantly as everyone focused on the situation at the execution platform. Luffy sprinted desperately, yet he could not reach them in time, letting out a furious roar. Stop it! In an instant, an unconscious and powerful conqueror's haki swept through the surroundings, affecting both the advancing Marines and pirates, all collapsing to the ground. The executioners nearby were similarly affected. Conqueror's haki. Is this real? It awakened the Conqueror's haki. Witnessing this, everyone was astonished. The unconscious Conqueror's haki wielded such power. This only intensified Akainu's resolve to kill Luffy. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Ivankov charged once more towards Ace on the execution platform. However, the remaining Marine Vice Admirals were closing in on Luffy and Ivankov, determined to block their path. Whitebeard glanced at Luffy, standing before those pirates, and scoffed. Ha ha ha, a bunch of cowardly Marines attacking a young lad. Do you not desire my head? Chapter 122. Save Ace. Sengoku the Buddha. With that, the majority of the Marines charged towards Whitebeard, engaging him in combat. Whitebeard also instructed his subordinates, go, assist Ace's brother. Yes, Pops. The members of the Whitebeard pirates dared not disobey, rushing to help. With their assistance, a clear path was opened for Luffy to reach the execution site. A path has opened. Luffy's face brightened, and he quickly moved forward. Ivankov, following closely behind, shouted, we're almost at the execution platform, Straw Hat. Just charge ahead. Leave the rest to me. All right, thank you. Luffy nodded and dashed forward. Lightning, it's our turn to strike. Ivankov suddenly halted, speaking earnestly. Okay. Suddenly, a voice emerged from Ivankov's thick hair, and a figure emerged from within. It was the revolutionary cadre, Lightning, Imasena. Lightning leaped out, his hands transforming into massive scissors, swiftly running forward and cutting a long path into the ground. With a flourish, he threw the lengthy runway onto the execution platform. Luffy looked at the extended ladder, his expression filled with joy. Little Crab, You've set up the ladder. Thank you. It was the revolutionary cadre in Masona. Quick, stop the Straw Hat from reaching the execution platform. Attack him with cannons. The Marines once again launched their assault on Luffy, but they were all intercepted by the captains under Whitebeard's banner. With their presence, Luffy faced no obstacles. Meanwhile, Luffy had already climbed the long ladder, closing the distance to Ace, his smile growing wider. Ace, I'm coming. Luffy. Ace's expression changed in shock. Suddenly, Carp leaped up from below, using the Marine's 6 styles to reach Luffy, his expression grim. Grandpa, get out of the way. Luffy shouted loudly. After a moment of silence, Carp roared, how could I possibly move? I am a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters. I have been fighting pirates since before you were born. If you want to pass, you must step over my dead body, Straw Hat Luffy. That is the path you chose. Not far away. Lucien observed this scene from the ladder, a meaningful smile creeping across his face as he muttered to himself. Grandpa, your acting is truly remarkable. You've caught up to me. If all goes as planned, an unexpected event has occurred. The Marine hero Carp was unexpectedly knocked down by a single punch from a pirate. He fell heavily from the long ladder, his head crashing to the ground. Sengoku glared at the approaching Luffy, gritting his teeth. You are indeed their grandfather, Carp. How could he not realize that Carp was purposely acting? Ultimately, Luffy reached the execution platform, retrieving the key Lucien had given him to unlock Ace's shackles. Sengoku's expression darkened, his body emanating a golden glow as he began to transform, becoming a gigantic golden Buddha. His form was as colossal as that of a giant race. Surrounding him was a continuous radiance of golden light. Indeed, he possessed the powers of the devil fruit, the Zoan-type mythical beast, the human fruit, in its Buddha form. With a single hand, he could likely swap both Luffy and Ace to their doom. Sengoku, towering above, gazed down at the two, bellowing, Do you think you can escape from my grasp? As these words were spoken, the crowd turned their gaze towards the execution platform, all eyes fixated on the unfolding events. The formidable general of the Marines, Sengoku the Buddha, had unleashed his abilities, unyielding, truly deserving of his title as Fleet Admiral. Just as Luffy was about to unlock the restraints, a beam of yellow light severed the key. Ah, the key. At that moment, Sengoku clenched his fist and hurled it towards Luffy and Ace. Straw Hat Kid, you're a wicked villain who deserves no mercy. I shall execute both you brothers. Simultaneously, a dazed Marine awakened, scratching his head in confusion. What just happened? Why did I faint? Mr. 3, with a look of astonishment, quickly activated his third gear, inflating his body to barely withstand Sengoku's assault. Boom! However, the immense force of Sengoku shattered the entire execution platform. Luffy, Ace, and Mr. 3 plummeted downwards at alarming speed. Due to Mr. 2's influence, Mr. 3 was willing to assist Luffy in rescuing Ace. Conjuring a key with his ability and tossing it to Luffy, Straw Hat Kid, the key. The Marines below, seeing that Ace and Luffy were still alive, hastily prepared to fire upon them. Quick! The Straw Hat Kid is still alive. Open fire. Yes, fire. Countless cannonballs were unleashed towards Luffy and the others. Boom! 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 Several explosions erupted, encircling Ace and his companions in a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, a searing flame burst forth from the haze. A fiery silhouette emerged from the smoke. It was Fire Fist Ace. The key released the sea stone shackles, allowing him to regain his powers and envelop the 3 in flames, mitigating the explosive force of the cannonballs. Amidst the intense heat, Luffy beamed at the familiar figure, Ace. You've always been like this, reckless as ever. Ace grasped Luffy's clothing and pulled him and Mr. 2 downward. The crowd erupted in excitement, shouting in jubilation. Hooray! Ace is safe. Ace. Stalhatkit. Mr. 3. That guy is truly capable. Soon, Ace and Luffy landed safely, though Mr. 3 unfortunately hit the ground first, nearly breaking his neck. Luffy, let us charge out together. All right. With that, Ace and Luffy, wielding their extraordinary strength, carved a bloody path through the throngs of Marines. No number of soldiers could impede their escape. Even with Akiji blocking their way, they managed to evade him. Meanwhile, Whitebeard single-handedly confronted a large contingent of Marines, allowing his subordinates to flee. Suddenly, Akainu fixed his gaze on the retreating pirates, mocking them. The Whitebeard pirates truly are a bunch of cowards. What? Don't fall for his blatant provocation. Stopping now will only play into his hands. The Whitebeard pirates seethed with rage, though some maintained their composure. Seeing no effect, Akainu removed his hat and continued to taunt. But the captain is indeed of that character. It's truly beyond help. Whitebeard, after all, is a failure of the previous era. Upon hearing this, Ace suddenly halted, flames erupting from his fists as he glared at Akainu, coldly stating, "Retract your words. Stop it. Ace, don't fall for his trickery. Let it go. Quickly, we must leave." The surrounding pirates urged him. However, Ace was resolute, glaring fiercely at Akainu, infuriated by his insult towards their father. "Ace, hurry up," Luffy shouted anxiously. Akainu smirked maliciously. "Retract? I will never take that back. I speak the truth. Your father, Roger, conquered the Grand Line and sacrificed his life to usher in the era of piracy. Although it may not sit well with me as a Marine, he indeed deserves the title of Pirate King. In comparison, what is Whitebeard? Does he even possess the courage to face Roger in battle? Hiding away with a band of followers, content to be a mountain king." He continued, "Though many fools claim to protect the peace of various islands in Whitebeard's name, in my eyes, they merely subdue insignificant pirates. It's nothing more than a farce. Even when Roger was alive, he bowed before him, and after Roger's death, he could never become a true king. Thus, he will forever be overshadowed by Roger. Where did I err in my words? Upon reflection, he is indeed pitiful, being called father by so many." At this moment, Ace could no longer contain his fury, his rage transforming into an inferno that engulfed him as he advanced toward Akainu step by step. Meanwhile, Akainu incessantly spewed taunts like a machine gun. "I truly don't understand how you learned that. Have you practiced in secret?" "Silence. This era is named Whitebeard," Ace roared, launching a fiery punch at Akainu. Unyielding, Akainu transformed his right fist into molten lava and met Ace's attack head-on, stating with a deep voice, "Whitebeard and those who admire him are all failures." The clash of fire and magma erupted in a wave of scorching energy that swept across the surroundings. The earth trembled, cracking and shattering into countless fragments. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Ace crashed heavily to the ground, his body scorched. The magma fruit, being the superior form of the flame fruit, possessed greater power and could even burn Ace without the use of haki. Ace has been burned. Other pirates watched in disbelief at the scene before them. Akainu looked down at Ace with disdain. "To call yourself the strongest Logia user is utterly foolish. You are merely ordinary fire, while I am magma that can consume even flames. Our powers are not comparable." Suddenly, Akainu noticed Luffy, slumped on the ground behind Ace, his gaze turning icy as he coldly declared, "Joe LD, Roger and the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon, both of you are irredeemable criminals and must die here." He was far more intent on eliminating Luffy than Ace. With that, Akainu bypassed Ace entirely, launching a magma-filled fist towards Luffy. Exhausted, Luffy attempted to retrieve Ace's life card, but was oblivious to Akainu's approach. Even if he had noticed, Luffy, at his limit, could not defend himself. Just as the attack was about to strike Luffy, a fiery figure suddenly appeared before him. Ace, rushing to save him. The molten fist barreled towards Ace's chest. "Ace!" Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the familiar silhouette. "Ace! Ace!" The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked on anxiously from their position, shouting in desperation, including Whitebeard, Garp, and Marco. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked through the air, appearing before Ace. Akainu roared. The magma fist struck out. It felt as though it had collided with an iron block, utterly failing to melt the opponent. With a resounding boom, countless magma bursts erupted, enveloping the position of Akainu and his companions in a thick white mist, obscuring the events from the view of others. Even Akainu himself, caught within the chaos, could not discern the situation before him. only vaguely perceiving a dark silhouette materializing ahead. Moments later, as the dust settled, the witnesses finally grasped the unfolding scene. It was a man cloaked in black robes who had intercepted Akainu's attack, his arms gleaming with a metallic sheen, indicative of Busashoku haki. Who was he? How could he withstand an attack from Admiral Akainu? Unfamiliar, yet somehow reminiscent. Clad in black, possessing formidable strength. Could it be Heiyi, the notorious figure with a bounty of 2 billion berries? Akainu furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Heiyi, is it you? Are you opposing the world government once more? Old fool, your chatter is incessant. With that, Lu Chun delivered a punch directly to Akainu's face, catching him off guard and sending him hurtling backward, rolling several times before barely stabilizing himself. Not far off, Karp wore a faint smile, murmuring, You finally arrived, you rascal. Hey, how dare you? Akainu bellowed in fury, his entire body transforming into magma as he swung his right hand, conjuring a massive dog-shaped head of lava that roared toward Lu Chen's position. Unfazed, Lu Chen turned and delivered a kick, propelling Luffy and Ace toward the side of Ivankov, urging them to flee. What? Ivankov hesitated momentarily, but acted swiftly, leading Luffy and Ace away. Trying to escape? Not a chance. With that, Akainu extended his hands, unleashing searing magma fists aimed at Luffy and Ace, one after the other, in a wide and powerful barrage. Coupled with Ivankov's severe injuries, survival seemed bleak. Suddenly, Lu Chen appeared behind Ace and Luffy, a calm smile gracing his lips. Red Dog, do you wish to eliminate them? Have you consulted me? His hands steadily gathered haki, which coiled around his fists, forming arcs of golden electricity. In the face of the colossal magma fists charging toward him, Lu Chun merely raised a hand, executing the realized divine palm. Instantly, a palm imprint manifested, initially the size of a hand, but as it advanced, the energy surged exponentially, expanding until it reached a size akin to that of a giant, resembling a small mountain, aimed at the magma fists released by Akainu. As the fists collided with the golden palm, they proved utterly ineffective, akin to fiery stones plunging into the ocean, producing only a brief puff of white smoke before vanishing without a trace. Countless magma fists were entirely intercepted by Lu Chen's realized divine palm. Witnessing the enormous golden palm approaching, Akainu had no choice but to evade rapidly. However, half of his body was still caught in the aftermath, his form reduced to magma, scattering across the ground. Fortunately, he managed to transform back into magma, just in time to narrowly escape. Rising slowly from the ground, he reformed, but the right side of his face bore a grievous wound, the skin torn away, revealing raw flesh, a sight both alarming and gruesome. The onlookers gasped at this scene. Heiyi was incredibly strong. Not only had he defended against Admiral Akainu's assault, but he had also inflicted injury upon him. Truly formidable. And no wonder he commanded a bounty of 2 billion berries. Yet, he never claimed to be a pirate. Could he possibly be a revolutionary? Even Karp could not suppress his astonishment, pondering, where did this lad learn such martial arts? How could he wield such powerful techniques? If he wished to learn, why did he not come to me? Akainu's brow furrowed deeply as he gritted his teeth. Busashoku haki. Haushika haki. You are indeed, as the legends say. You must possess all 3 types of haki. Red Dog, behold, I possess more than mere haki. With that, Lu Chun unleashed a torrent of formidable lightning, releasing an astonishing 200 million volts. The crackling electricity coalesced around him, causing his form to swell into a colossal humanoid figure of lightning, resembling a deity descended from the heavens. With the power of the Thunder God, Lu Chun wielded his arms, unleashing a tremendous surge of electrical energy toward Akainu and the surrounding navy. Wherever the lightning struck, it transformed the ground into a realm of charred devastation, leaving the battleground reeking of burnt remnants. In the center of the lightning storm, Akainu could not escape the onslaught, and even in his molten form, he could not withstand the might of the lightning, the strongest of all natural elements. Lu Chun glanced at the battlefield, laughing triumphantly. Red Dog, farewell. I hope the next time we meet, you will not be so weak. Bastard. At that moment, Akainu slowly emerged from the lightning pool, his clothing tattered and blood trickling from his mouth. He was far from the imposing admiral he once was. Just as he intended to pursue the cloaked Lu Chun, he witnessed Lu Chun transform into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. His speed was astonishing, beyond Akainu's capacity to chase. Only Kizaru with his Pika Pika no Mi could hope to catch up to Lu Chun, as both could be considered capable of traveling at the speed of light. However, would Kizaru truly be willing to pursue Lu Chun? Meanwhile, as the battle between Lu Chun and Akainu raged on, Whitebeard was locked in combat with the other two admirals and Sengoku. With his battered physique, he stood against the might of two admirals and a fleet admiral. A remarkable feat. A single full-powered punch split the Navy headquarters in two. Boom! The earth trembled, as if a deity of destruction had descended. The very ground quaked beneath the strain. The violent tremors resonated throughout the Navy headquarters, cleaving the once impenetrable structure in twain, creating a vast chasm between the Navy and pirates. In a bid to allow his crew to escape, Whitebeard exerted all his strength to hold back the entire Navy. Suddenly, a swarm of shadows appeared on the execution platform, none other than the Blackbeard pirates and their main members, who had been watching the chaos unfold. The gates of justice opened abruptly, a scheme of their own. Upon his arrival, Blackbeard chose to confront Whitebeard head-on, utilizing the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi to nullify all abilities, compelling Whitebeard to retreat. Yet, Whitebeard quickly recognized the anomaly and countered with his blade, inflicting a wound upon Blackbeard, just as he prepared to unleash his power to shatter Blackbeard's skull. His battered body finally gave out, utterly incapable of channeling even a shred of ability. He failed to deliver that decisive, fatal blow. Seizing the opening, Blackbeard instantly ordered his crew to assault Whitebeard. A torrent of relentless attacks descended upon the aging pirate, each strike tearing deeper into his ravaged frame, leaving him riddled with wounds beyond count. Boom! 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 Gunfire erupted in rapid succession, blood gushing forth in crimson torrents, staining the battlefield crimson. Blackbeard's crew struck with the cold, methodical cruelty of butchers slaughtering a helpless lamb, perhaps driven less by triumph than by terror, dreading Whitebeard's final, apocalyptic retaliation. So they unleashed everything, every weapon, every ounce of strength, every ounce of fear. Across the chasm, Whitebeard's crew stood frozen in anguish, their voices rising in raw. Slayedthe Kriis, Papa, Papa, Papa. Moments later, the barrage ceased. Whitebeard stood, still upright, still unbowed, his gaze sweeping across the assembled Marines and Blackbeard's pirates. A faint, serene smile touched his lips as he spoke, his voice low, resonant, and unshaken. One day, another shall rise to inherit Ace's flame, even severed by blood. That fire will never fade. It flows unbroken from the distant past, carried forward across centuries, until one emerges who bears the weight of history itself and dares to challenge this world. You, Sengoku, the world government trembles at the thought of that war, the cataclysm that will engulf the entire world. I hold no interest in such chaos, yet when that treasure is found, the world will topple. Someone will find it. That day will come. Sengoku clenched his teeth, fury boiling in silence, until at last he roared, "One Piece is real." Then Whitebeard threw back his head and unleashed a roar, deafening, primal, echoing across the heavens and shaking the very foundations of the world. Sengoku bellowed, "You damned fool." That declaration would not merely reignite chaos. It would herald an even darker age. Whitebeard smiled softly, lost in memory. "My sons, my journey ends here. What a magnificent life it has been. Thank you. Farewell, my sons." His eyelids gently closed. His breath faded, still standing, still gripping his great sword, his silhouette towering, unbroken, unyielding, eternal. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, fell in battle. Though slain, his dignity remained unscathed. His body bore 267 sword wounds, 152 gunshot wounds, and 46 cannon strikes. Yet his final stance was that of a titan. In all his years as a pirate, he never fled, never surrendered, never disgraced his name. At 72, he stood peerless, rival to the pirate king himself, captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the legendary Slayedthe. The Battle of Marineford, the ultimate clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the combined might of the Marines and the 7 warlords of the sea, ended in his death. Suddenly, Blackbeard's crew moved. With solemn, deliberate slowness, they draped Whitebeard's body in black cloth. Chapter 125. The Gura Gura, no me. Mine at last. And now, the main act begins. Blackbeard laughed, loud and triumphant, yanking aside the cloth as he faced the stunned Marines with a chilling smirk. A spectacle destined to shake the world. What was that cloth? It had enveloped both Blackbeard and Whitebeard's corpse. What are you doing? They're imposters, false warlords who betrayed us. Don't let your guard down. The Marines stared, frozen, not daring to strike, yet unable to look away. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's crew formed a tight ring around him, speaking in hushed, eager tones. Apologies, we're cordoning off the area for now. Truly thrilling, though, if this fails. Shall we just disband on the spot? Beneath the cloth, utter stillness. No sound, no movement, no clue what transpired within. Then, a roar. Notoriu, Byako Ryuin. From behind the Marines, a figure materialized. Admiral Lu Chun, naval cloak billowing, 2 supreme-grade swords drawn. Twin slashes erupted from his blades, crimson and ivory, each coalescing into a roaring white tiger and a blazing red dragon, jaws wide, thundering forward with apocalyptic fury. Only then did the Marines realize he had been there all along. Admiral Lu Chun, it's really him. Why did he arrive now? Lafitte, the magician, frowned sharply, barking, protect the captain now. Understood. Giza's Baya and the others surged forward, activating their powers to intercept, but this was Lu Chun's ultimate strike. Sword intent unleashed in full. Infused with Kin Bunchaku and Haushika Haki. Grandfather, Ain, lend me your strength. Lu Chun called, voice ringing with urgency. Yes, Admiral. Ain responded instantly, vanishing in a flash of Rokushiki. Shave, closing in on Blackbeard's crew. Garp's lips curled into a wry grin. Brat, daring to order your grandfather around? Yet he moved, blazing forward with terrifying speed, fist cocked. Haki, infused knuckles crackling with raw, earth-shaking force, fistbone impact. Before him, Blackbeard's crew stood helpless. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive impacts shattered the air. Then, Lu Chun vanished. Rokushiki, shave, instantly within the black shroud. Lafitte's face paled. Stop him now. But before he could act, Ain appeared before him, her fingertip brushing his arm. Instantly, his body regressed. 18 years stripped away, his form shrinking into youth, his strength crumbling like ash. Inside the cloth, Lu Chun saw Blackbeard clutching an ordinary fruit, yet black aura coiled around it like serpents, twisting its very essence, transforming it into a devil fruit. Dark miasma enveloped Whitebeard's corpse, leeching something unseen, something vital, from his still form. Lu Chun, Blackbeard recoiled in shock. With his sole remaining hand, he struck, black energy surging across his palm, aimed to obliterate. Fojivma, I'm not a devil fruit user. Lu Chun smiled coldly, and struck. Itoriu, Batajutsu, a flash blinding. Precise, cut through the air. His blade met Blackbeard's wrist with surgical perfection. Ack! Blackbeard screamed, clutching his mangled hand as the fruit tumbled from his grasp. That single strike, charged with haki, was exactly what a Logian needed to feel pain. Oddly, Blackbeard flinched as if the wound burned deeper than flesh. Lu Chun's eyes gleamed. Swift as thought, he lunged for the falling fruit. My apologies, but this devil fruit is mine. Get lost. Upon witnessing the scene, Blackbeard, disregarding his own agony, activated the gravitational void ability of his Yami Yami no Mi, attempting to reabsorb the devil fruit. Yet Lu Chun's hand had already seized the fruit, and his peerless sword, wielded with lethal precision, flashed downward once more, severing Blackbeard's arm and forcing him to recoil. Damn you! Blackbeard roared, his entire body radiating an ominous, inky aura as he unleashed his ultimate technique. Ankikadu, countless viscous black tendrils surging forth from his limbs. coiling like serpents toward Lu Chun. Naval row Kushiki. Shave. In an instant, Lu Chun vanished, leaving only a ripple in the air, evading the dark torrent entirely. He reappeared dozens of meters away, clutching the artificially engineered devil fruit, the Zushi no Mi. What is that in his hand? A devil fruit? Where did it come from? Could be Whitebeard-s? Impossible. Does Blackbeard possess the ability to absorb others' powers? Bewildered, the onlookers exchanged stunned glances, utterly perplexed by the chaos concealed beneath Blackbeard's dark cloak. Blackbeard, this fruit is now mine. Lu Chun wasted no time. With deliberate calm, he took a bite. Its familiar, honeyed sweetness flooding his senses. As the fruit dissolved within him, a surge of raw, unprecedented energy coursed through his veins. Damn you, ARRGH. Blackbeard bellowed, teeth grinding in impotent fury. His hard-won Zushi no Mi, the very symbol of his ambition, snatched, devoured, claimed by him, Lu Chun. I was about to thank you, yet you curse me instead. Then forgive me for repaying your courtesy with severity. His gaze turned glacial, fists clenched. A shimmering white aura coalesced around his knuckles, a compressed sphere of atmospheric pressure. With a single, devastating strike into the empty air before him, he unleashed the power he had just inherited. Earthquake. Crack. The very air fissured with a brittle, crystalline shatter. The earth trembled violently, ripples of seismic force surging forward like a tidal wave, crashing toward Blackbeard and his crew. Boom! The ground convulsed. The Zushi no Mi had awakened, its might undeniable. So, we need not disband after all. An alliance with him may, indeed, prove most auspicious. Blackbeard's crew stood awestruck, elated, even while only Blackbeard himself seethed in silent, solitary despair. So long as he retained this ability, all of them could become devil fruit users. The Zushi no Mi might be lost, but others awaited. Though the quake shattered the earth beneath them, Blackbeard's crew, seasoned warriors all, retreated swiftly, withdrawing just beyond the devastation's reach. You little runt, I will kill you one day and reclaim what is mine. With that final, venomous vow, Blackbeard fled, his crew in tow, unwilling to risk confrontation with a legendary marine hero, Captain Garp, who now stood calmly beside Lu Chun. Chapter 126. Become a pirate? Truly a headache. Fine, then I hope our next meeting finds you still breathing. Lu Chun's laughter was cold, edged with quiet contempt. Suddenly, a chime resonated within his mind. Ding. Quest completed. Reward: 1,000 energy points, 2 sword techniques, and 3 designated skills elevated by 2 tiers. Ding. Quest completed. Reward: 2,000 energy points, 1 sword technique. You've acquired quite the prize, boy, Garp murmured, his voice heavy with quiet gravitas. The fruit of the world's strongest man. Wield it wisely, and you will surpass even your own limits. He voiced no surprise, no curiosity, about how Lu Chun had foreseen Blackbeard's capacity to synthesize devil fruits. Yes, grandfather. Lu Chun nodded, resolute. Truth be told, he had indeed dwelled upon the how, only the what. Acquiring the fruit was paramount. Yet his decision to claim it under the banner of the Marines had been deliberate, motivated by 2 immutable truths. First, ordinary men may consume only 1 devil fruit. A second would render them anomalous, unexplainable. But as a Marine, bearing a devil fruit granted him tactical flexibility, unforeseen leverage, hidden advantages. Second, with both Knight and Lu Chun present at the Summit War, suspicion would never alight upon a single identity. His dual existence remained veiled, his true self impeccably concealed. A moment passed in quiet contemplation. His gaze followed the retreating figures of Ace and Luffy, still pursued relentlessly by Akainu. Softly, he asked, "Grandfather, shall I intervene once more?" "No need. You've done more than enough." Garp shook his head, eyes tracing their path with quiet sorrow. As their grandfather, and as a Marine Vice Admiral, he stood paralyzed between duty and blood. Had Lu Chun not intervened, Ace would already be dead. Soon after, Trafalgar Law and the Heart Pirates arrived, determined to rescue Luffy and Ace. At that moment, Kobe broke from Lu Chun's side, sprinting toward Akainu, his small frame trembling with resolve. "Kobe, wait. What are you doing?" Belmere cried out, lunging to stop him. But Lu Chun raised a hand, halting her. "Leave him to me." "Yes, Admiral Lu Chun." Kobe reached Akainu just as the admiral was slaughtering the last remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. With unwavering voice, he cried, "Cease this slaughter. There is no glory in butchery. Every soldier has a family awaiting his return, and our objective has already been achieved. To continue this war, when it could end now, is to betray reason itself, to ignore the wounded. To multiply the dead is not valor, it is folly." Akainu did not flinch. His expression remained granite, cold, dismissive. "Who are you? Wasting my time with childish sermons?" He sneered. "The Marines need no soldier whose moral compass spins askew." Then, molten fist ignited, and he struck, a searing, incandescent blow aimed at Kobe's skull. This is a Kobe thought, calm in the face of oblivion. "I have spoken my truth. That is enough." Yet, just before impact, a shadow interposed. A black blade flashed, deflecting the molten strike with resonant clarity. Lu Chun stood between them, his left fist, already coiled with the nascent power of the Zushi no Mi, hovered midair, pulsing with contained cataclysm. His voice, low and unyielding, cut through the silence. "He is my subordinate. Did you seek my permission before striking him?" The name rolled off his tongue with icy precision. Akainu's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing at the unmistakable aura swirling around Lu Chun's fist, the unmistakable signature of the Zushi no Mi. A flicker of dread crossed his face. "Sakazuki, do you dare raise your hand against my grandson again?" Garp's voice resonated, not loud, yet seismic. With every measured step he took forward, an invisible pressure descended. His Haushiko haki, wielded with flawless, terrifying control. Few could command such precision, and Akainu had nearly killed 2 of his grandsons. Garp's restraint was fraying, his knuckles whitening, his breath deepening. One misstep, just one, and the admiral would be taught the meaning of true wrath. Then, Sengoku appeared. "Akainu, Garp, Lu Chun, do you wish for the pirates to witness the Navy's disgrace? Stand down now." "Yes, Fleet Admiral." 3 voices obeyed, powers withdrawn, tempers banked. Slayedthe. Shanks and his crew arrived, commanding the battlefield with quiet, unassailable authority. Sengoku, ever the diplomat, granted the red-haired pirate his due. Whitebeard's body was entrusted to him. With solemn respect, before departing, Shanks paused, his gaze lingering on Lu Chun, long, unreadable, and deeply knowing. Shanks suddenly glanced at Lu Chun, grinning widely. "Lu Chun, it has been a while. Your strength has notably increased. I look forward to seeing you grow even stronger. I hope you make good use of Whitebeard's power. We shall meet again before long." Lu Chun slightly nodded, feeling uncertain about the deeper meaning behind his words. It seemed as though there was an underlying implication. Shortly thereafter, the pirates began to exit the Navy headquarters harbor, while the Navy commenced the task of clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded. Akainu, however, maintained a reluctant demeanor, stating blandly, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I hope you uphold your promise to Red-Haired, bearing the responsibility for releasing all the pirates." Naturally, Sengoku replied impassively. "Why don't you go kill Red-Haired Shanks then? What are you saying here?" Lu Chun couldn't help but interject. Akainu's words seemed designed to force Sengoku to step down, paving the way for his own ascent. Logically, Akiji was relatively favored within the Navy, yet Akainu's eagerness during this conflict suggested ulterior motives, possibly aiming for the position of Fleet Admiral. Perhaps he had even secured the endorsement of the Gorosei, enabling him to defeat Akiji. In summary, regarding the 3 admirals in this war, one could succinctly say, Akiji was merely coasting, Akainu was fighting fiercely, and Kizuru was half-heartedly coasting. Akainu's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure as he growled, "Lu Chun, you remain merely a vice admiral. Do you intend to defy authority? Oh, if I were not a member of the Navy and became a pirate, could I then openly insult you?" Lu Chun retorted. This declaration astonished all present. What? Vice Admiral Lu Chun intends to become a pirate. If that were to happen, would the Navy endure such a calamity? Indeed, his strength was not far from that of the 4 emperors, and he had acquired Whitebeard's Gura no Mi. Sengoku's brow furrowed as he admonished the 2. Both of you silence. If you continue to argue, I will have you expelled from the Navy headquarters." Upon uttering those words, the pair immediately fell silent, departing without another word. Once they had left, Sengoku gazed at Liu Chen's retreating figure, murmuring, "Garp, keep an eye on your grandson. If he truly becomes a pirate, it will undoubtedly cause me further headaches. Moreover, the entire Navy might descend into chaos." Garp merely picked his nose and ambled away, paying no heed to Sengoku's words, thinking, "That kid is practically a pirate already. He's been giving you headaches for a while." Chapter 127. The War Concludes. The Ruined Navy Headquarters. "Master, I have embarrassed you," Kobe said, lowering his head in shame. "It's nothing to be ashamed of. You remain my disciple regardless," Liu Chan reassured him, patting his shoulder. "However, I do wish to impart this. Sometimes, in pursuit of certain goals, one requires sufficient strength. Therefore, hasten to enhance your abilities." "Yes, master," Kobe responded, determination igniting in his eyes as he nodded affirmatively. Liu Chan turned to Barumabur beside him, smiling as he said, "What are you laughing at? You too must strive to strengthen yourself. This world is likely to become even more chaotic." "Yes, master," Barumabur replied. In truth, during this battle, Kobe and Barumabur, having undergone prior training under Liu Chan, chose not to flee and remained engaged in combat, proving themselves to be malleable talents. Furthermore, Kobe could be considered another supernova within the Navy, often compared to Luffy by the author of One Piece. He had even trained under Garp, mastering the legendary bone pistol. Yet, for reasons unknown, red-haired arrival had been rather delayed. Had it not been for Liu Chan, Kobe might very well have perished. After bidding farewell to Kobe and Barumabur, Liu Chan proceeded with Ein towards the patiently waiting Hancock. As Liu Chan approached step by step, Hancock blushed, lost in a daydream, hugging herself and contemplating something. However, upon noticing Ein behind Liu Chan, her expression soured. "Liu Chan, who is this woman? Why is she standing next to you? When you confronted Blackbeard earlier, why didn't you call for me? Weren't you quite distant from me at that time?" Liu Chan replied, his expression darkening as he hurried to explain. In truth, he had distanced himself from the battlefield, hurriedly changed back into his Navy attire, and returned to the Navy headquarters. He had been anxious about Blackbeard consuming the Gura no Mi ahead of time. "Liu Chan, I'm about to leave. You better remember to visit me on Women's Island," Hancock declared, stepping forward to link her arm with Liu Chen's, grinning. "All right, I will go." Liu Chen nodded. Regardless, Hancock remained a warlord of the sea, and visiting her in his capacity as a Navy officer was not inherently problematic. Given her lack of assistance to Luffy, her status should remain intact until the World Conference. After the World Conference, the warlord system would be abolished. Moreover, the Navy headquarters at Marineford had been destroyed, and a new Navy headquarters would soon relocate to the New World. Before long, Liu Chan personally escorted Hancock away before returning to the ruined Navy headquarters. On the way, Ein cast him a sidelong glance and teased, "Liu Chan, are you intending to enter into a union with a warlord? A marriage between the Navy and pirates would certainly be intriguing. I fear my grandfather would likely beat me to death if he found out." Liu Chan chuckled. "Are you frightened?" Ein countered. "Frightened? Would I be afraid? As long as I am with the one I cherish, what is there to fear?" Liu Chan stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ein bit her cherry lips, seemingly at a loss for words. The two walked side by side, assisting other Navy personnel. As Liu Chan helped, he reviewed his attributes. Host, Liu Chan, level, SS, position, Vice Admiral, fruit, Gura no Mi, sound fruit, skills, swordsmanship SS, sword intent SS, physical arts S, fruit development S, conqueror S hockey SS, armament hockey SS, observation hockey SS, Navy 6 styles, shave S, Navy 6 styles, gale foot S, Navy 6 styles, moonwalk S, life return D, cooking A, talent, skills simplification, energy, World Weary Novel Station number 9, 379-29266, World Weary Novel Station number 19-379-29-29266, berries, 199. 89 billion. His power had reached a truly formidable level. Perhaps he could also enter the competition for the position of Fleet Admiral. It would be wonderful to become Fleet Admiral. However, upon reflection, becoming Fleet Admiral might not be as advantageous as it seemed. The Fleet Admiral must oversee the entire Navy and negotiate with the world government while also obeying the celestial dragons. What a hassle! Furthermore, if he truly became Fleet Admiral, would he be expected to personally deal with the darkness? It might be better to follow Garp's example of coasting or emulate Kizaru's half-hearted efforts. Remaining a Navy Admiral would suffice. Being a Vice Admiral felt somewhat lacking. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chun had settled on his course of action. He would first strive to attain the rank of Admiral. Not long after, the Navy began broadcasting to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, during the battle between our naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates in the Marineford Bay, we faced intense resistance from the Whitebeard pirates, which exceeded our estimated time. However, thanks to the valiant efforts of the soldiers filled with a sense of justice, we have completely defeated the notorious Whitebeard pirates and their numerous affiliated crews. Our naval headquarters has achieved a resounding victory. Upon hearing these words, navies and citizens across the globe erupted in cheers. Wonderful! The Navy is invincible. The naval headquarters is majestic. The world government is powerful. We have triumphed. Ha ha! I must train hard to join the naval headquarters. Lu Chun listened to the Navy's announcement in the square while gazing at the ruins before him, shaking his head in resignation. He truly could not fathom how the Navy could utter such statements. It appeared that the Navy had emerged victorious, yet it had thrust the world into a different climax. With Whitebeard's demise, the balance among the four emperors of the New World had been shattered, escalating the struggle for Whitebeard's territory to unprecedented levels. The world would become far more perilous. That evening, amid the shattered remnants of the naval headquarters, all admirals and above gathered in an open area. The naval headquarters had been left in ruins, yet everyone had a chair and a table. Sengoku sat at the head of the assembly, his expression grave as he exhaled a long sigh and spoke solemnly. Everyone after this, I may resign from the position of Fleet Admiral. What? Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Why would you say that? Yes, didn't we achieve victory? If you resign, who will lead us? The room fell into astonished silence. The abruptness of his declaration was jarring. Sengoku raised his hand to quell the uproar and continued. After this battle, the world may not become the peaceful place we envision. In fact, it may descend into greater chaos. I have received news of increasing pirate activity in various locations, all preparing to head to the New World to seize the great treasure. The world is about to become more dangerous, and I must bear the responsibility for this. At his words, a heavy silence enveloped the assembly. No one uttered a sound. Chapter 128. Mission failed. Naval Headquarters Science Division. This might truly lead to a significant event that none of them were prepared to shoulder. Perhaps Sengoku's resignation was indeed the wisest course of action. Meanwhile, Akainu bowed his head, the brim of his naval cap obscuring his expression, yet it was evident he was deep in thought. Perhaps he was calculating how to ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral. After a moment of silence, Sengoku waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone, you may return to your duties. There is no need to repair Marineford. I will propose establishing a new naval headquarters, preferably in a new world, to suppress the pirates there and prevent further unrest." "Yes, Fleet Admiral." Everyone responded in unison before rising to depart, each lost in their own thoughts. "Grandpa, I'm off." Lu Chun whispered to Carp beside him before stealthily slipping away. "That brat runs off too quickly." Carp sighed as he watched his grandson's retreating figure. "He has grown up. It seems I can no longer rein him in." After leaving the bay of the naval headquarters, Lu Chun headed towards the rear of Marineford, where the headquarters of the Naval Headquarters Science Division was located. Ordinary individuals could not gain entry. As he walked, he reflected on the mission to save Kuma, which ultimately had not been accomplished. Kuma's consciousness had been entirely altered. To restore Kuma's consciousness, he might have to consult the smartest person in the world, Dr. Vegapunk. However, even if he were to save Kuma's consciousness now, it would not count as completing the mission. That task could only be regarded as automatically forfeited, utterly unachievable. After several minutes, Lu Chun finally arrived at the entrance to the Science Division. Despite the devastation of Marineford, the door to the Science Division remained steadfast, showing no signs of damage. The sturdy, thick door was constructed of an unknown material, without even a hint of crack. Even amidst the chaos of countless Navy personnel engaged in battle, the door to the Science Division was well guarded, primarily by pacifists, with a few Navy members present. Soon, the pacifists noticed Lu Chun approaching, scanning him with their eyes to confirm his identity. Lu Chun, Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. Just as he reached the door, he was intercepted by a Navy officer. "Vice Admiral, please hold on. Do you have a pass?" "What pass? Can't a Vice Admiral enter directly?" Lu Chun queried, puzzled. Having spent little time in the Naval Headquarters, he was unfamiliar with many protocols. The Navy officer patiently explained, "Vice Admiral, our Science Division is highly secure. We can only grant access with a pass." Lu Chun frowned slightly and continued to inquire, "Who do I obtain the pass from?" "The pass is issued by Admiral Borisolino." At this, Lu Chun fell into contemplation. So it was Kizaru. Was he in charge of the Science Division at the Naval Headquarters? After all, he was the superior of Frankie, who served as Vegapunk's bodyguard. It could very well be the case. Initially intending to merely take a look inside, it now seemed more complicated than anticipated. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a yellow figure approached. Kizaru, with a curious expression, remarked, "Oh, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, what brings you here?" "Come and see. I haven't yet visited the Science Division." Lu Chun replied earnestly, "I came to take a look." Kizaru chuckled lightly. "Since you're already here, you might as well go in. I believe that individual would be eager to meet you." "Who?" "Dr. Vegapunk." "All right." Upon hearing this name, Lu Chun decided to follow him in. After all, this was the Naval Headquarters. Nothing untoward should happen. His only concern was whether Dr. Vegapunk harbored any ulterior motives towards him. With Kizaru leading the way, Lu Chun successfully entered the Science Division of the Naval Headquarters. Upon entering, he was greeted by a uniform design aesthetic. The walls, constructed of light blue metal, were adorned with various devices and pipes, suffused with a distinctive metallic scent, an indescribable sensation. Kizaru spoke as they walked. The Science Division of the Naval Headquarters is not very tall. Most of the research facilities are underground, fortified with robust defenses. They can withstand earthquakes, floods, and various attacks, but they might not endure close-range assaults like that of Whitebeard. Fortunately, they attack from the front, or else the Science Division would have suffered as well, and I would have had a difficult time explaining. Indeed, Lu Chun responded with a smile. For some reason, Kizaru, who typically spoke little, was suddenly quite loquacious. Soon, the two found themselves in a transparent elevator, gradually descending into the depths. Through the glass, Lu Chun observed a myriad of underground research facilities, each engaged in diverse studies. Artificial beings, genetic modifications, and man-made devil fruits. The most striking among these are undoubtedly the numerous pacifistas being manufactured underground. Each pacifista possesses considerable strength, approximately equivalent to that of an A rank. However, there are certainly limitations in their production capabilities, preventing mass manufacturing. Otherwise, relying solely on the pacifistas would certainly lead to the annihilation of the majority of pirates. In addition, there exist various peculiar creatures. The methods of their creation remain a mystery. What Lu Chun observed was merely the surface. Many rooms were concealed from outsiders, revealing only their secrets to those who dared to enter. After several minutes of descent, Lu Chun and Huang Yuan came to a halt. Exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a metallic corridor extending several dozen meters. Just as they were about to proceed, Huang Yuan suddenly called out to Lu Chun, urging him to wait until he activated the self-protection measures before advancing. Complying, Lu Chun stepped back a few paces. Just as he was about to step forward, a sudden chill ran down his spine, and his Kinbunchiku Haki sensed a hint of danger. A simple corridor concealed how many defensive mechanisms within? At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. Huang Yuan approached the wall, retrieving a metallic card from his pocket and placing it against the surface. "You may proceed now, General Lu Chun," he announced. Thus, Lu Chun and Huang Yuan continued onward, and the peculiar sense of impending danger dissipated. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door. Upon opening it, they found numerous Navy scientists engrossed in their research, among whom one elderly gentleman stood out. His cheeks were flushed, his hair a mix of gray and white, adorned with what resembled branches of an apple tree, while an enormous tongue protruded from his mouth, extending to his abdomen. The instant Liu Chan laid eyes on the elderly figure, a name flashed through his mind: Albert Einstein. Chapter 129. Dr. Vegapunk. A deal is struck. The bustling research lab was none other than the domain of the Navy Science Department, headed by Dr. Vegapunk, the smartest man in the world. Character: Dr. Vegapunk. Position: Head of the Navy Science Department. Fruit: Paramecia brain fruit. Level: Skill: Fruit Development SSS. Bounty: None. Dr. Vegapunk, look who I've brought, Huang Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Yet, Dr. Vegapunk was too preoccupied to acknowledge him, merely responding with indifference. Who have you brought? Navy Vice Admiral Liu Chun. Huang Yuan's words had scarcely left his lips when Dr. Vegapunk abandoned his current task, hastily making his way toward Liu Chun. He began rummaging through Liu Chen's belongings, examining him curiously. Could you possibly step aside? I have no interest in men. Liu Chen's expression darkened, nearly kicking him away. Clearing his throat, Huang Yuan interjected, Dr. Vegapunk, Liu Chun is a vice admiral of our Navy. Perhaps you should exercise some restraint. He. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled, finally relenting, yet his gaze remained fixated on Liu Chun. Intrigued as he remarked, Vice Admiral Liu Chun, I've heard much about your formidable strength. Your physical density is indeed significantly greater than that of others. It is truly remarkable that you managed to slay the Shichibukai Moria and defeat Crocodile. Such deeds are merely part of a Navy officer's duties, Liu Chen replied earnestly. Huang Yuan added, he has consumed the Gura no Mi, acquiring the powers of Whitebeard. What? Whitebeard is dead. How could his fruit appear so quickly? Dr. Vegapunk's expression shifted slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated the demise of the strongest man in the world, nor the emergence of his devil fruit in Liu Chen's possession. The specifics you should ask Vice Admiral Liu Chen. I'm not entirely clear on a matter, Huang Yuan said, finding a comfortable spot to sit leisurely. Dr. Vegapunk's attention remained riveted on Liu Chen as he eagerly queried, quickly, tell me how the powers of that devil fruit came to be yours. After Whitebeard's death, it seems Blackbeard utilized his abilities to transfer the powers of the Gura no Mi onto a fruit, which consequently became the new Gura no Mi. Liu Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Dr. Vegapunk's excitement surged, exclaiming, I never imagined anyone could achieve such a feat. If only I could obtain Blackbeard's blood. Perhaps I could conduct groundbreaking research. Liu Chen's expression darkened as he regarded the eccentric scientist, thinking to himself, surely he does not intend to procure my blood for experimentation. Suddenly, Dr. Vegapunk's demeanor shifted to one of calmness as he cheerfully asked, Vice Admiral Liu Chun, may I obtain a small sample of your blood for research? After all, it is the Gura no Mi. Perhaps I could replicate another fruit, thereby strengthening our Navy's might. Absolutely not. Liu Chun categorically refused, furrowing his brow. Who knows what experiments you would conduct with my blood? I cannot agree to that. Handing over his blood to this individual would be exceedingly perilous. If he were to create a new seraphim using it, the ramifications could be dire, potentially leading to a being more powerful than himself. However, Dr. Vegapunk remained undeterred. Pressing on, Vice Admiral Liu Chun, do not be so hasty in your refusal. You might consider my conditions. If you allow me to study your blood, I will grant you any request you desire, provided it is within my capabilities. Well then, I shall take my leave, Huang Yuan announced, rising to depart with a keen sense of discretion. Liu Chan observed his retreating figure, raising an eyebrow. Was Huang Yuan privy to something? Or had he merely grown accustomed to such situations? After all, Kuma and Dr. Vegapunk had previously engaged in transactions, and it was likely that Huang Yuan wished to remain uninformed. The more one knew, the greater the trouble. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled, ushering Liu Chun into a secluded office within the research lab, stating, Vice Admiral Liu Chun, this is my private office where no one can disturb us. Furthermore, the materials are crafted from sea stone, ensuring that even those outside, regardless of their devil fruit abilities, cannot overhear our conversation. I can't shake the feeling that this is rather odd, Lu Chen remarked, a shiver running down his spine. Yet, Dr. Vegapunk appeared entirely unfazed, continuing to inquire. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, please share your conditions. I'm solely focused on your blood. Very well, I have a question regarding the Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma, Lu Chen stated directly. In response, Dr. Vegapunk showed no surprise or further inquiry, instantly responding, the current Kuma can no longer be referred to as Kuma. He should be designated as PX0. He has lost his former consciousness, operating solely on program directives. Is there no possibility of restoring his consciousness? There is a possibility. I sealed his self-awareness. However, the value of your blood is insufficient for me to divulge the method for restoring his consciousness. Then it seems I shall take my leave, Lu Chen declared. Turning to exit, Dr. Vegapunk anxiously detained him. Wait. While your blood's value may not suffice, if you can procure Blackbeard's blood for me, I can reveal how to restore his consciousness. It is worth noting that XP0 can be regarded as a human weapon. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances surrounding your and Hey Huzi's blood, I would not have acquiesced. Very well, Lu Chen agreed without hesitation. However, after conversing with the individual, he perceived that Vegapunk was indeed a mad scientist. During their negotiations, Vegapunk exhibited not a shred of empathy for humanity, resembling an unfeeling cold machine. It is no wonder he has created such bizarre inventions and even conducted various experiments on bears. One cannot help but wonder why the bear consented to Vegapunk's modification requests. What secrets might lie hidden therein? Following the agreement with Vegapunk, Lu Chen departed the scientific division, feeling an aversion to remaining in that monstrous environment any longer. Staying there felt stifling. His acceptance of Vegapunk's conditions was also prompted by the activation of a new mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Rescue Tyrant Bear. System reward. 3,000 energy points, 20 materials for constructing the Pluto. In any case, killing Hey Huzi and obtaining his blood would be a matter of course. 2 missions would yield substantial rewards. Chapter 130, Admiral of the Navy. A contest among 4. After leaving the scientific division, Lu Chen returned to the few remaining dormitories at the Navy headquarters to rest. The available accommodations were rapidly dwindling. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Karp and Sengoku stood atop a height, gazing into the distance, both furrowed in concern. After a moment of silence, Sengoku spoke gravely. That person has also escaped from the underwater prison, and he did so without any external assistance, severing his own legs to make his escape. I am uncertain of his intentions, but he certainly poses a threat. Karp murmured. That individual is none other than the notorious pirate, the Gold Lion Shiki, who was contemporaneous with Whitebeard and Roger. Sigh. I hope he does not cause any further harm to the Navy. Otherwise, the headquarters may no longer withstand it. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Karp picked his nose and retorted, Old man, you aren't planning to resign just to leave this mess for someone else, are you? How could that be? I truly made a mistake this time. Sengoku lamented. As for the news of Gold Lion Shiki's escape from the underwater prison, only a select few are currently aware. We will keep it under wraps for as long as we can. Within the palace of Mary Geos, the 5 elders convened once more to discuss matters related to the Marineford War. Just moments ago, Sengoku sent a telegram announcing his intention to resign from the position of admiral, and they were to discuss their opinions on who should succeed him. Jagor, the saint of Lucius, placed the telegram on the table. Following this, Saint Marcus Mazes was the first to express his views. According to tradition, when an admiral resigns, a new admiral should be elected from the 3 marine admirals, allowing them to compete against one another. Indeed, that is correct. Saint Topman Walchilly nodded slightly and continued. However, this year, there may be someone else vying for the position of admiral. Although he is merely a vice admiral at the headquarters, his strength warrants consideration for the role of admiral. You're referring to Monkey D. Lu Chen? Upon hearing this, the nearby Saint Shepherd Tibert became intrigued. He had captured Whitebeard's Tremor fruit during the recent war, and his strength had likely increased yet again. Indeed, as a marine supernova, he should have the opportunity to contend for the title of admiral. Very well. It is merely an opportunity. It remains to be seen whether he can seize it. Agreed. Agreed. Others expressed their support one after another. Subsequently, the five continued to deliberate on significant recent events, such as the escape of Luffy and Ace, the enigmatic figure of the night, and the Blackbeard pirates. Meanwhile, Lu Chun at the Navy headquarters was completely unaware that he had been granted a chance to compete for the position of admiral. Half a month later, Lu Chun received a message from Sengoku, summoning him to the temporary office. Knock, knock, knock. He approached the office door and rapped gently. Soon, Sengoku's voice echoed from within. Come in. Yes. Upon opening the door, Lu Chun was greeted by the sight of the three admirals standing inside, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji. Seeing this scene, he could already surmise what Sengoku was about to discuss. Lu Chun, what brings you here? Akainu glared at him, a displeased expression on his face. Previously, it was Lu Chun and the knight who had humiliated him, so he found Lu Chun particularly irritating. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be the knight, for he had directly thwarted Akainu's plans to eliminate Ace and Luffy. Otherwise, the position of admiral would surely have been his. Admiral, I have arrived. However, Lu Chun paid him no mind, not even sparing him a glance. Just wait, Red Dog. One day, I shall teach you a proper lesson. It was I who summoned Lu Chun here. Do you have an issue with that? Sengoku inquired with a stoic expression. Upon hearing this, Akainu frowned and retorted, He is merely a vice admiral. Does he possess the qualifications to stand alongside us in vying for the title of admiral? Sakazuki, I am still the admiral of the Navy, and you are merely a marine admiral. Is this how you choose to address me? Sengoku chastised. My apologies, Admiral. Akainu's expression darkened as he hastily apologized. Enough. I have something to say. Sengoku snorted coldly and continued. The world government has approved my resignation from the position of admiral and allowed me to continue serving as the inspector general of the Navy headquarters. As for the role of admiral, it will be chosen from among the four of you. According to tradition, Lu Chun would not be eligible to compete for the title of admiral, but the five above have recommended him, which is why you now have this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun exhibited a perplexed expression. The five elders? What could they possibly be recommending me for? Have I performed exceptionally well? The endorsement of a vice admiral for the position of admiral by the five elders is indeed curious. Furthermore, the other three admirals could not help but cast glances at Lu Chun. This marine supernova, the youngest vice admiral in the history of the Navy, is not even an admiral, yet he finds himself contending for the title of admiral. Most importantly, he has garnered the attention of the five elders. Truly impressive. His future undoubtedly holds boundless potential. That concludes my remarks. You may decide amongst yourselves who shall assume the role of admiral. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Kizaru smiled and said, I voluntarily relinquish the title of admiral. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and the others did not display any surprise, finding it rather expected. However, with three individuals remaining in contention for the position of admiral, a resolution must be reached. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. For triggering the mission, assume the role of admiral of the Navy. System reward: 4,000 energy points, 2 sword techniques, 20 materials required for constructing Pluto. The rewards for the mission were substantial, but the difficulty was considerable. After all, it entailed defeating 2 marine admirals. Lu Chun currently lacked the confidence for such a feat, while it appeared that Akiji could not best Akainu. The reality may not necessarily align with that assumption. Since it is the position of admiral, let us determine who is strongest among us. What do you both think? Looking at Lu Chun and Akiji, Akainu suddenly spoke. I agree. Akiji nodded. Then Akainu turned to Lu Chun and asked, What about you? Certainly, but as I am of a younger generation, why not allow the 2 of you to compete first? Lu Chun said with a cheerful smile. Although he might not be able to defeat Qing Ji and Chi Inu, he could perhaps accomplish other tasks. All right, Chi Inu responded without hesitation. In his eyes, Lu Chun was merely an inexperienced youth with some ability, hardly someone capable of contending for the position of Admiral of the Navy. He was merely there to make up the numbers. Keep your distance while fighting. Do not let it affect Marin Fander, which has already suffered significant damage. Sengoku reminded. Chapter 131. The News of Ace and Luffy. Banku Forbidden Zone. Yes, Admiral. The three replied in unison. Sengoku waved his hand and said, All right, you may all leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. After finally obtaining a rare moment of peace, he could hardly wait for the new admiral to take office, allowing him to relax completely. Suddenly, Sengoku looked out the window and mused to himself with interest. If that young fellow Liu Chun becomes the admiral, he would surely be the youngest in the history of the Navy. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, after the three admirals and Liu Chun left the admiral's office, Kizaru was the first to depart on his own. He had voluntarily relinquished the position of admiral and had no desire to partake in this conflict. The remaining three were Chi Inu, Qing Ji, and Liu Chen. The tension between Chi Inu and Qing Ji was palpable, as if a battle might erupt at any moment. Observing this, Liu Chen smiled knowingly, thinking to himself, Let them fight. The sooner the better, for I shall reap the benefits of their conflict. Before long, the two left the Navy headquarters, their destination unknown. However, Liu Chen was aware that they were heading to the Banku Forbidden Zone in the New World. Their battle would likely last at least 10 days and nights, so he was not in a hurry and simply awaited his opportunity. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind, Liu Chen, Grandfather. Liu Chen recognized it as Carp's voice and asked, What is it that you need? Come with me. I have something to discuss with you. All right. Thus, Liu Chen followed Carp to a secluded ruin within the Navy headquarters. I owe you my gratitude regarding Ace and Luffy. Had it not been for you, they might have perished before my very eyes, Carp said solemnly, gazing ahead. Grandfather, what are you saying? They are like brothers to me. Saving them is only natural, Liu Chen replied earnestly. He found it peculiar that Carp would express such sentiments, which were not typical of his character. Carp chuckled lightly and continued. I know you have qualified to contend for the position of admiral, but given your current experience, it would be best not to assume such a role, as many would likely oppose you. Moreover, you possess another identity that makes the position of admiral unsuitable for you. Look at Sengoku. Since becoming admiral, has he enjoyed a good life? He hardly has time to leave the Navy headquarters, constantly burdened with various matters. I understand, Grandfather. I have thought the same, Liu Chen replied. The position of admiral indeed no longer suited him, as it could expose his identity as the knight. In truth, serving as a vice admiral would be the most advantageous. There are many vice admirals in the Navy, and one would not often be called upon. Besides, with Carp backing him, no one would dare to cause him trouble, right? Yes. Carp nodded slightly and cautioned, You must be more vigilant. This world is likely to grow increasingly chaotic. I understand, Grandfather, Liu Chen responded. The grandfather and grandson conversed for quite some time, during which Carp made a request of Liu Chen to inquire about Ace and Luffy's whereabouts, as he was eager to know their safety. Liu Chen readily agreed, as he too wished to discover their location. They were unlikely to be on Amazon Lily, and since Ace survived the Marineford War, where would he go next? The following morning, Liu Chen arrived early at Slayedthe Archipelago and went to Shaki's bar. Upon entering, he found Shaki alone, smoking and drinking. He teased Sister Shaki. It's been a while. Where's Uncle Rayleigh? Just as she was about to respond, Shaki suddenly halted and smiled. You're here to gather information, aren't you? That comes at a price. Speak. What do you wish to know, and I'll see the cost. Where are Ace and Luffy? Liu Chen asked directly. After a moment of contemplation, Shaki replied, The price for this information is rather steep, but I am the only one in the entire Slayedthe Archipelago who knows. Is it because Uncle Rayleigh is with them? Liu Chen countered. Rayleigh would surely teach Luffy, and Ace's strength indeed needed enhancement. Perhaps they would be together. Oh, you've guessed correctly. Shaki revealed candidly. They are currently training in a location and should return to the Slayedthe Archipelago soon. Liu Chen nodded and refrained from pressing further. Before long, Luffy might come to Marineford, making a public appearance to inform their companions of their meeting time. Naturally, that time would be 2 years later. In 2 years, Liu Chen's strength would surely be far beyond what it is now. After enjoying a few drinks at the bar, he returned to the Navy headquarters to report to Carp about Luffy and Ace, thus fulfilling the task he had been assigned. Grandfather, I must journey to the New World. If anything arises, please cover for me for a few days, Liu Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Carp's brow furrowed, and he asked, "What are you up to this time? Alone? If you're going alone, it is likely you intend to utilize your identity as the knight to conduct some business. You might get into trouble. I will be alone, but rest assured, it is certainly not anything malevolent," Lu Chun assured him, understanding Carp's concerns. "All right, take care on your journey. By the time you return, the Navy headquarters may have relocated to the New World, so you can directly head back to the new Navy headquarters," Carp said. "Understood, grandfather." With that, Lu Chun departed Marineford, heading towards the New World. 5 days later, a small boat drifted in the waters near the Banku Forbidden Zone, where a young lad was leisurely reclining. This boy was Lu Chun, who had hastened from Marineford to reach the Banku Forbidden Zone. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the entire island was divided into two halves, one half clad in icy snow, the other engulfed in blazing flames. Reminiscent of an island of ice and fire, the thunderous sounds of explosions echoed intermittently from the island, indicating that the battle between the two continued unabated. However, the end of 10 days and nights was not far off. The battle would soon conclude, and then it would be Lu Chun's turn to take the stage. Before long, the sounds of conflict ceased on the island. Lu Chun suddenly stood up, lightly stepping on the small boat, propelling himself swiftly across the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the icy side of the island. In comparison to the heat, he preferred to remain in the colder region, as excessive warmth would lead to perspiration. As he stepped onto the icy terrain, a wave of chill enveloped him, but it was mitigated by Lu Chun's haki, rendering it far more bearable. He has been racing through the area where ice and fire meet, searching for the figures of Chiho and Akiji. Chapter 132, Lu Chun vs. Sakazuki. A few minutes later, two silhouettes emerged ahead, one being the despondent Akiji and the other the spirited Chiho. Moreover, Akiji's leg was injured, as he was retreating from the Marine's restricted zone, while a smirk of triumph lingered at the corner of Chiho's mouth, as if proclaiming, "The position of Admiral is rightfully mine." "Hey, Admiral Sakazuki, it's been a few days. I didn't realize you were here to spar." Lu Chun suddenly appeared before Chiho, jesting. Upon seeing his arrival, Sakazuki's brow furrowed deeply. "Lu Chun, how did you find this place, and what brings you here?" "To challenge you, of course. If I win, I will become the Marine Admiral," Lu Chun replied earnestly. Hearing this, Sakazuki looked skeptical. "What do you mean? If we were to spar, it shouldn't be now, right? Why not now? Otherwise, how could I possibly defeat you?" Lu Chun replied with keen interest. With that, he slowly drew two unparalleled blades from his waist, their metallic sheen shimmering as he enveloped his hands with haki, which spread to the blades. Instantly, the two swords transformed into black blades. Simultaneously, haki entwined around the black blades, forming arcs of crimson lightning that crackled audibly. "Lu Chun, are you truly intending to strike? This is against the rules. Even if you were to win, I would report your actions to the world government, and you would never become the Marine Admiral," Sakazuki exclaimed anxiously, chastising him. He had fought Akiji for 10 days and nights to determine a victor and had little strength left for another battle. Moreover, Lu Chun's strength was formidable, boasting powerful swordsmanship, and the might of the Gura no Mi defeating him would not be an easy feat. "You certainly talk a lot," Lu Chun replied with a slight smile, dismissing him entirely. Crossing the two blades, he concentrated his immense sword intent upon them, generating a terrifying red aura that accompanied his haki. Dual blade flow, demon slash. As he spoke, both blades of war and Qing Feng simultaneously slashed forward. A streak of sword energy shot forth at tremendous speed, carrying terrifying energy as it raced toward Sakazuki. The overwhelming momentum resembled a red demon, extending its sharp claws toward Sakazuki. "Lu Chun, you seek death." Sakazuki's eyes reddened with rage, astonished that his opponent would actually strike without hesitation, indicating he had long desired this confrontation. Canine bite, crimson lotus. As he spoke, his hands transformed into searing magma, forming two massive canine heads that lunged to devour the incoming sword energy. The clash produced a powerful energy wave that swept outward. Sakazuki's magma canines were cleaved in two by the sword energy. The severed heads fell to the ground. Yet the power of the sword energy did not wane. continuing towards Sakazuki at breakneck speed. Sakazuki roared, his fists shrouded in haki as he intercepted the sword energy. However, the immense impact forced him back several meters before he barely stabilized himself. Marine 6 style shave. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Sakazuki. It was Liu Chun, seizing the opportunity to attack, extending a hand to firmly press Sakazuki's head against the ground. Suddenly, a white circle appeared around his right hand, encompassing Sakazuki's head within it. What? Sakazuki's expression changed dramatically as he recalled the terrifying technique Whitebeard had used against him. Suddenly, Liu Chun uttered 2 words, tremor. A colossal force of vibration surged forth, driving Sakazuki's head into the ground. His head felt as if it were caught in an endless tumult, akin to being jostled about violently. The ground trembled as it split into countless fragments, some collapsing while others rose, resembling a cataclysmic upheaval. Even Sakazuki could not suppress a heart-wrenching scream. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. In an instant, drawing upon his remaining willpower, Sakazuki transformed his entire body back into magma, particularly his hands, which erupted into searing lava. Infernal Hound. Marine 6 styles shave. Liu Chun, witnessing this, swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. His clothing, however, was scorched by the molten lava, turning charred and clinging to his body. Sakazuki, dragging his weary form, gritted his teeth and said, Liu Chun, you are shameless. I'm not nearly as shameless as you. Liu Chun replied cheerfully. Without further adu, he continued to concentrate sword intent upon the blade of war in his right hand, haki entwined around it, preparing for his next assault. Liu Chun, even if I cannot defeat you now, do not expect to have it easy in the future. Sakazuki roared in fury, his right hand transforming once again into a torrent of magma, turning the ground beneath him into the same molten substance. It was evident that his devil fruit had awakened. Had Akiji awakened after 10 days of battle, or had he awakened long before? Soon, a massive magma fist coalesced around his right hand, hurtling towards Liu Chun's position. Great eruption. 1 sword style, thunderclap blade. Liu Chun displayed no fear, slowly raising his blade of war. Instantly, the heavens darkened as ominous clouds gathered. Countless bolts of lightning flickered within the clouds, heralding an impending storm. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt, as thick as a pillar, descended rapidly, striking the blade of Liu Chun. The power of the lightning infused itself into the blade. Furthermore, Liu Chun utilized the abilities of the Raijin no Mi to amplify the lightning's potency upon the blade. A colossal lightning sword formed, cleaving downward towards Sakazuki. With just a single stroke, it seemed capable of slicing the entire island in 2. The clouds in the sky were severed by the blade's edge, parting the very layers of the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Sakazuki's unleashed attack was effortlessly cleaved in 2 by the razor-sharp sword energy. Boom! The massive magma fist detonated, scattering countless molten rocks that rained down upon Liu Chun's position. The area was vast, leaving no room for evasion. The only option was to attack. However, Liu Chun's assault continued unabated, striking directly against Sakazuki's body. Bang! The explosive sounds mingled with the crackling of electricity. Sakazuki's position was engulfed by powerful currents, while the piercing sword energy wreaked havoc upon the surrounding terrain. The power of Raijin no Mi was not inferior to that of Gura no Mi. Meanwhile, Liu Chun raised his blade of war, moving it gracefully around his body as countless sword energies coalesced around him, forming pink streaks of sword energy. Though small, each stroke held tremendous power. 1 sword style, heavenly maiden scatter. As he uttered these words, Liu Chun swung his long blade, unleashing a multitude of sword energies resembling pink petals, racing towards the incoming fragments of magma. Every piece of magma that came into contact with the sword energy was thoroughly crushed, transforming into countless shards of molten rock scattered across the ground. Since Liu Chun was stationed in the Icelandic region, the fragmented magma shards lost their heat before even touching the ground, solidifying into obsidian black stones. Not a single molten fragment reached Liu Chun's position, and he sustained not the slightest injury. In stark contrast, Sakazuki, already physically and mentally spent, collapsed to the ground after Liu Chun's assault, utterly incapable of rising. His entire body was charred black, resembling a humanoid lump of coal. Suddenly, he stirred. Thick, ashen flakes sloughed off his scorched frame, unidentifiable remnants of his seared flesh and armor. Just as he attempted to push himself upright, Liu Chun's black blade pressed coldly against his throat. "You've lost," Liu Chun declared, voice glacial and unyielding. "Umph. Attacking an exhausted man. This hardly counts as victory. Give me a few days to recover, and we'll duel again on equal terms," Sakazuki retorted, defiant to the last. Liu Chun heard no system chime, no confirmation of task completion. So it requires his verbal surrender? He mused. Without hesitation, he pressed the blade deeper, while a second sword hovered, point leveled at Sakazuki's temple. His tone remained detached, almost serene. "Surrender, or I will end you. And I assure you, I am not jesting. Should you perish, I shall simply report that you slipped into the sea and drowned, while I, too weary to intervene, watched helplessly." "Never," Sakazuki snarled, voice raw with pride. Liu Chun's expression did not waver, yet his eyes burned with lethal resolve. In one fluid motion, he drove the black blade downward, straight towards Sakazuki's skull. The weapon shimmered with Conqueror's haki, impenetrable even to Sakazuki. A direct strike would shatter bone and extinguish life without mercy, especially when delivered by a swordsman of Liu Chun's caliber. As the blade descended, inch by chilling inch, a wave of primal dread flooded Sakazuki's veins. The icy certainty of death, real, immediate, and absolute, pierced through his defiance. "I yield. I surrender," he cried out, voice cracking with desperation. At that very instant, Liu Chun halted, blade poised, its tip grazing Sakazuki's skin without breaking it. A crisp chime resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the mission. Reward granted. 2,000 energy points. 1 growth phase sword. Cycle of the 6 realms, and 20 units of Pluto construction material." A faint, satisfied smile curled Liu Chun's lips. "That is precisely as it should be. Surrender is all that was required." He sheathed his blade and turned away. "Farewell. Take your time returning. I shall head first to Marine headquarters." Sakazuki staggered upright, watching Liu Chun's retreating figure vanish into the horizon, then roared after him, voice trembling with fury. "Liu Chun, you dream in vain. The position of Fleet Admiral will never be yours." Liu Chun paused, not in hesitation, but in quiet amusement. "I never sought the title. I merely wished to strike you, nothing more." His tone was light, almost airy, like mist drifting over still water. Sakazuki choked, then erupted into a violent cough, spitting crimson onto the scorched earth. He had never imagined his humiliation would be so utterly, devastatingly personal. How deeply must he be loathed, for someone to forego supreme authority just to land a single, deliberate blow. Meanwhile, having departed from Bank's forbidden zone, Liu Chun set course, not for Marineford, but for Kurigana Island. In the wake of the Summit War, the system had activated several new directives. One stood out, ding. Mission activated. Serve as Rorinoa Zoro's sparring partner for 6 months on Kurigana Island. Reward: 1,000 energy points, 1 advanced sword technique. Initially, he had dismissed the notion. Acting as a mere training partner held no obvious prestige or advantage. Yet, upon reflection, the system never assigned tasks without purpose. There was intention behind the instruction, perhaps hidden depth, perhaps a subtle path forward. He would accept it. 6 months, after all, was but a breath in the span of a sailor's life. A few days later, a din mushy call arrived, from Sengoku himself. The moment Liu Chun answered, Garp's booming laughter filled the line. "Ha ha ha. Fine lad. You gave that brat the thrashing he deserved. Garp, hand over the snail?" Sengoku's exasperated voice cut in, followed by a rustling sound. Liu Chun merely smiled, silent, knowing. Naturally, Sakazuki had reported the incident, and thus Liu Chun had chosen instead to wander the new world, unburdened by bureaucracy. Moments later, Sengoku's voice returned, measured and grave. Lu Chun, Sakazuki has lodged a formal complaint with the world government, accusing you of underhanded tactics, ambushing him while he was incapacitated. As a result, you have been formally excluded from the fleet admiral succession. Sakazuki has assumed the title. And what punishment does the world government intend for me? Lu Chun asked, unruffled. None at all. Then I shall remain abroad for a year. Time to visit my sword master. Very well. Stay away for now. Sakazuki, as fleet admiral, is unlikely to treat you with any generosity. Garp's voice erupted once more, thunderous and indignant. So what if that boy wears the title? Let him try laying a finger on my grandson. He'll answer first to my iron fist. Ha ha. Thank you, grandfather. Lu Chun laughed, warm and unrestrained. Sengoku sighed, shaking his head. Well then, I'll hang up, since I'm no longer fleet admiral. Sakazuki will soon initiate a global recruitment drive, and there remains an open slot for an admiral. Should you wish to pursue that position, return for the selection. Understood, Uncle Sengoku. After a few more courteous words, Lu Chun ended the call. Admiral, a title that, though prestigious, carried quiet indignity, subordinate to Sakazuki, perpetually summoned at his whim. Even the blind Admiral Fujitora had endured relentless scrutiny and silent scorn under Sakazuki's command. Lu Chun had no intention of submitting to such hierarchy. Curiously, the system had issued no directive concerning the admiralship, no nudge, no whisper of obligation. The following day, Lu Chun caught wind of Luffy's return to Marineford, broadcast across the Grand Line as a beacon to his scattered crew. See you again in 2 years. Half a month later, Lu Chun set foot upon Kuraigana Island. Mist curled like ancient breath across the cliffs, the same ethereal veil that once shrouded his most grueling training. Memories surfaced, days spent under the watchful eye of Alvia, whose gentle strength had anchored him then. He wondered how she fared now in the East Blue, hopeful, yet certain she was safe. After all, the East Blue had not one, but 2 legendary protectors, Hero Garp and Lu Chun himself, the Navy's rising star. One family, 2 admirals, or more accurately, 2 admirals in waiting, their combined might a silent deterrent. No serious pirate dared stir trouble there. Only petty stragglers dared trespass. Chapter 134. The 6 Realms Reincarnation, Rorinoa Zoro. Perhaps, upon completing this trial, it would be time to return, to see Alvia once more, and to tell her of Robin's fate, sparing her needless worry. Half an hour later, Lu Chun stood before the weathered stone walls of Dracul Mihawk's castle. With deliberate grace, he ascended the path, each step releasing a whisper of sword intent, a subtle herald of his arrival. Inside, Mihawk's gaze flickered. From his window, he observed the lone figure below, and a faint, knowing smile touched his lips. So, you've come to me, after all. Lu Chun tilted his head, voice light with reverence and mischief. Just thought I'd pay a visit to my master. Or have I worn out my welcome? Mihawk's lips curved just slightly. Come up. Gladly. In one fluid bound, Lu Chun launched skyward, employing moonwalk, rising like a shadow through the mist until he alighted upon the balcony, then stepped calmly into the chamber. Seat. Mihawk gazed at the stool before him. Very well, sensei. Lu Chun seated himself and began savoring the steak and red wine before him. Each bite rich, each sip profound. Truly, only sensei's steak rivals perfection. He did not exaggerate. Mihawk's mastery over the grill was unparalleled. Even Lu Chun, possessing an A-rank culinary proficiency, could not match it. After all, Mihawk wielded the pan as often as he did the sword. Cooking was not mere pastime. It was devotion. And steak? His singular, abiding passion. A soft chuckle escaped Mihawk's lips. So what brings you here? Surely not merely to admire my countenance? He smiled faintly, amused, yet perceptive. It had been years since this young man last crossed his threshold. His sudden arrival could mean only one thing: purpose, not sentiment. Lu Chun finished the last morsel of steak, set down his cutlery, and replied, Indeed, nothing escapes your discernment, sensei. I came both to pay respects and to seek another. Oh, Mihawk's interest quickened. Though he withheld recognition, his intuition already whispered the name. After all, that person was also the comrade of his own younger brother. Let's defer reminiscence for later, sensei. For now, I shall go find the one I seek. With that, Liu Chun rose, cast aside his knife and fork, and strode through the castle's hushed corridors, searching for Zoro. Elsewhere, within the castle's shadowed chambers, Zoro lay swathed in bandages, his body wrapped like a mummy. Beside him, Perona unfurled a newspaper, her gaze flickering with restless impatience. What does it mean? Zoro's eyes remained locked on Luffy's photograph, searching, straining, as if meaning might bloom from ink and paper alone. Then, familiar footsteps, a voice both calm and knowing. He instructed you all to reconvene at Slayedthe Archipelago in 2 years' time. Liu Chun stood in the doorway, smiling. At the sound, Zoro twisted sharply, his pupils contracted. You, Vice Admiral Liu Chun. Perona's eyes flared crimson. In a flash, she lunged, swift, furious, unhesitating. But in the span of a blink, Liu Chun had drawn John Tian, the supreme greatsword. Its blade, sheathed in swirling haki, rested cold and precise against her throat. Little girl, he murmured, voice velvet and edged with steel, strike again, and I shall not hesitate to end you. Were it not for your bond with my sensei, you'd have perished the moment you raised your hand. She clenched her teeth, furious, humiliated, powerless. She knew well she stood no chance against him. Yet he was the one who slew Mariah, her adoptive father, the man who found her as a child. Broken and forsaken, and given her name, shelter, and purpose. Yet she missed the deeper resonance in his words, the quiet gravity beneath the threat. Zoro broke the silence. What brings you here? How did you even find me? Eustace Kid told me, Liu Chun replied lightly. Luffy and Ace are safe. I came to visit Sensei and, as fate would have it, to see you. A pause. Zoro looked down, ashamed, aching. He was too weak. Had he possessed true strength, he could have stood beside Luffy at the Summit War, could have altered fate's cruel arithmetic. But he hadn't. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Liu Chun, let alone challenge Hawkeye's, the world's strongest swordsman. Long he sat in silence. Then, unsteadily, he rose, and, without hesitation, dropped to his knees, head bowed low. I beg you teach me swordsmanship. Oh. Liu Chun tilted his head, a faint, knowing curve lifting his lips. You kneel? Do you imagine humility alone sways me? A man's knees bear the weight of honor, not supplication. But Zoro did not waver. His voice, low and iron-forged, rang clear. I must grow stronger, not for glory, not for pride, but to stand as Luffy's unshakable pillar when he claims the title of Pirate King. If kneeling is the price of strength, then I kneel without shame. And tell me, he added, gaze unflinching, would it not be thrilling to forge a swordsman mighty enough to one day surpass you? Liu Chun laughed, soft, rich, resonant. Very well, were it not for Luffy's sake. I'd have dismissed you without a second thought. He gestured toward the forest beyond the castle walls. You have 3 days. Hunt down the armed baboons, master them, survive them, and heal your wounds. Then, return, and I shall begin your instruction. Yes, thank you. Zoro's voice held no flourish, only solemn, unwavering gratitude. Liu Chun departed, leaving silence in his wake. Only after the door clicked shut did Perona stir, her voice bright with fierce, vengeful hope. Zoro, train hard, lure his techniques, then defeat him. And then, I'll kill him myself. Zoro glanced at her, expression unvarnished. You're still too weak. Even if I bested him, you'd fall before his first strike. Perona stamped her foot, then launched a flurry of punches at his ribs. What did you say? Ow, that stings. He yelped, recoiling. 3 days later, Zoro had subdued every armed baboon in the forest. His swordsmanship had sharpened, yet something remained elusive, the essence of the blade, the sword intent, the quiet, luminous core from which true mastery blooms. Only when that awakened would his art ascend to its next plane. Outside the castle, beneath a sky of tempered silver, Liu Chun stood waiting. Roronoa Zoro, he began, voice steady as tempered steel. To become a true swordsman, you must first awaken Kenai, the sword-s soul within you. Your understanding remains incomplete. Master that, and I shall have nothing more to teach. He drew the blade at his waist, Luan Hui, a newly granted divine sword, born of system reward, forged for evolution, sixfold cycle of rebirth. Its blade was obsidian, black as the void between stars, radiating an aura both ancient and ravenous, like a specter starved for the heat of battle, the salt of blood. To grow, Luan Hui demanded combat and thirsted for life force. A blade with spirit demands reverence and dominion. First, you must feel it, not as steel, but as extension of self. Subdue its will, absorb its intent, and from that communion, awaken your own. Lu Chun raised Luan Hui, its surface shimmering with dense, coiling haki. In an instant, the blade drank the aura, siphoning it wholly, until his arm withered, desiccated, as if drained of all vitality. Break! He roared, precise, commanding, unleashing sovereign haki, crushing the blade's defiant spirit beneath his will. A wave of inky energy erupted, spreading outward, washing over Zoro. His breath hitched, his pulse surged, then stuttered. Emotions surged, unbidden, unmoored. Elation, then bitter envy. Fury, then hollow longing. Pride, then crushing despair. His very countenance flickered, betraying the storm within. Yet Lu Chun stood unmoved, face serene, eyes untroubled. He had tamed the blade utterly. Thus, it could not sway him. He gazed upon Luan Hui and nodded, a quiet, profound satisfaction in his voice. An exquisite blade. Indeed, Luan Hui lived up to its name. The sixfold cycle, 6 realms, 6 emotions, each a path, each a sword technique. The celestial path, pride. The Azura path, jealousy. The human path, desire. The beast path, delusion. The hungry ghost path, greed. The hell path, rage. Each realm bore its own technique, for already bestowed by the system, unique to Luan Hui alone, like a sovereign's exclusive armament, irreplaceable, irreplicable. Is this a demon blade? Zoro asked. Odd. In essence, yes. Yet few could wield it. Fewer still could survive it. Lu Chun smiled faintly. Then, turning fully to Zoro, he began, patient, precise, to impart his deepest understanding of sword intent. I shall demonstrate once. Absorb what you can. I will spar with you, guide you, refine you. But in 6 months I depart. Zoro met his gaze, steady, unblinking. His eyes burned, not with fire, but with the quiet, unyielding light of resolve. Within half a year, he vowed to master far more sword techniques from Lu Chun. The remaining year and a half would be entirely his own, time to refine, internalize, and transcend what he had learned. At that moment, Lu Chun gathered his sword intent into Luan Hui, raised the blade high, and pointed it toward the heavens. The sky darkened. The earth trembled. A towering column of golden sword intent pierced the firmament, shattering the island's dense, clinging mist like brittle glass. Sunlight, long denied, poured down in radiant torrents, bathing the isle in celestial brilliance, as though a god had descended in solemn majesty. Zoro, bathed in that golden light, felt an involuntary reverence stir within him, a profound, almost sacred awe. Before him stood not merely a swordsman, but an indomitable force, radiant and untouchable, whose very presence demanded humility. Not far away, inside the castle, Mihawk, Hawkeye's, had already stepped on a balcony, drawn by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. His sharp gaze locked onto Lu Chun, and a rare, genuine smile flickered across his stern features. This boy grows stronger by the day. He has forged a technique of astonishing power, truly self-crafted, utterly unique. His eyes lingered on Luan Hui. And that blade, it carries secrets. What extraordinary trials has he endured? What fates have shaped him? The sword intent coalesced high above, solidifying into a colossal golden blade. 100 meters in length, shimmering with divine radiance. Cut! Lu Chun's voice rang out, clear, commanding, absolute. The golden blade descended in flawless vertical descent. Where it passed, mist dissolved like breath on glass. Shadows fled as though banished by dawn itself, leaving only purity, clarity, and unbroken light. Boom! A deafening detonation shook the earth. Before them, the ground split open, a chasm over 1,000 meters deep and hundreds of meters long, cleaving the island like a scar carved by the heavens. Rumble! The entire island groaned, swaying violently before settling into stillness, dust swirling like slow-motion ghosts in the aftermath. When the haze finally settled, only that immense, silent canyon remained, etched into the land with terrifying precision. Not bad. Lucha nodded, satisfied. Though Slayedthe was not yet an ultimate great sword, its power rivaled, and in certain respects, surpassed, that of the most revered blades in the world. In the next breath, Mihawk stood behind him, not with a sound, not with a ripple, simply there, as if he had always been. Your strength advances swiftly, he said, a quiet amusement in his voice. I'll look forward to our duel. Master. Liu Chun replied with a modest wave of his hand. I still fall far short of your mastery. Mihawk's sword intent resonated at the SSS tier, a threshold demanding not just talent, but relentless, grueling refinement. Even with system-assisted shortcuts, attaining such mastery would require time measured in admiral-level dedication. As for those rare, irreplaceable system-granted skill ascensions, he reserved them, carefully, deliberately, for moments of true desperation, when survival itself hung in the balance. This world teemed with power, legions of sovereigns, titans veiled in silence. The five elders, their true strength remained unmeasured, untested, perhaps even unrevealed. Mihawk merely chuckled, a low, knowing sound, and turned, vanishing back into the castle as a shadowed grandeur. Nearby, Zoro sat cross-legged, silent and still, cradling his 3 swords in reverent contemplation. Liu Chun let him be, granting him space to absorb, to reflect, to awaken. As one of the central pillars of a Straw Hat crew, Zoro ranked second only to their captain in raw combat prowess. His innate talent for the sword was nothing short of extraordinary, fierce, unyielding, and deeply intuitive. In the days that followed, their rhythm settled into a disciplined cadence. 1 day of sparring, relentless, unforgiving, followed by 3 days of rest. Not for Liu Chun, but for Zoro, whose battered body demanded time to heal. Without such respite, accumulated injuries would surely undermine his foundation. Yet Zoro, ever the indomitable, refused to yield. No matter how grievously wounded, he would rise again, trembling but resolute, and ask for one more bout, until his limbs ceased obeying, until his breath ran thin and his vision blurred. Even Liu Chun found himself quietly moved, wondering, in rare moments of humility, whether he could match such unwavering tenacity. Truth be told, Liu Chun had never truly known defeat. Not once had he been pushed to the brink of helplessness. Perhaps it was his own overwhelming strength that left him, at times, strangely solitary. Invincibility, how profoundly lonely it is. Time flowed like wind through ancient trees. 6 months later, on a quiet morning, Zoro lay supine on his bed, swathed head to toe in white bandages, recovering from yesterday's brutal clash with Liu Chun. At the window, Perona hovered, frowning. Hey, Zoro, he asked, leaving. Leaving? Zoro murmured, calm, untroubled. He tried to sit up, failed, then shrugged, sinking back into the mattress with a quiet sigh. In these 6 months, he had challenged Liu Chun countless times, learned immeasurably, mastered sword intent itself. Yet he had never won, not once. He had never even glimpsed Liu Chun's full, unreserved power. Still, he held fast to his conviction. One day, someday, I will stand above him. Meanwhile, Liu Chun had already departed from Karagana Island, though Mihawk remained, a silent sentinel upon the cliffs. 6 months had passed, and yet Zoro's eyes remained whole, unscarred. How then? Had he lost his sight in the original timeline? The world will seem to veil that truth. Perhaps the hour had not yet come. But such mysteries no longer held weight. What mattered now was returning to the East Blue. Yet scarcely had he set sail when a din mushy chimed, its shell pulsing with urgency. Captain Garp's gruff, unmistakable voice boomed through the line. Hey, brat, when are you coming back? If you don't hurry, Sakazuki's gonna revoke your rear admiral rank. Liu Chun laughed, warm, resigned. Coming right now, Grandpa. Indeed. In the past half year, the Navy's Central Command had relocated to the G1 branch in the New World, now the official Navy headquarters. Marine Ford lay in ruins. a solemn monument to war, guarded only by a skeletal garrison. Sakazuki had ascended to Fleet Admiral. Akiji had departed the Navy entirely, and the great naval recruitment worldwide, unprecedented, had birthed two new admirals, Kizuru and Fujitora. Liu Chen knew all this, though the newspapers had already chronicled it in bold, triumphant headlines. A few days later, at the new Navy headquarters, Liu Chen strode into Garp's office, just in time to hear his grandfather's voice, thick with mock reproach. "Grandpa, brat, you finally remembered you have a grandfather?" Liu Chen grinned. "Just came to visit you, of course." Garp snorted, picking his nose with theatrical nonchalance. "Is that so?" Chapter 136. Unmasking the Lion. Shiki the Golden Lion. Liu Chen only smiled, silent, enigmatic, and spoke plainly. "First, I'll attend to Navy duties. Then, I'll head home to the East Blue." "Good. That's wise." Garp nodded slowly, then leaned forward. "Have you seen the papers?" Ace has been sighted several times in the New World, leading what remains of the Whitebeard pirates. He has formed a new crew, still bearing the same name, honoring his father's legacy. If you meet them, lend a hand, if you can. "Of course, Grandpa. I understand." He did fully. Ace's path had been predictable. What remained uncertain, what lingered like a quiet, unanswered question, was Luffy's whereabouts. Perhaps Ace had hidden him, entrusted him to Rayleigh's tutelage. Fate, after all, has its own timing. A sharp, rhythmic knock broke the silence. Knock, knock, knock. "Admiral Garp? Rear Admiral Liu Chen. Is either of you present?" A nervous male voice called from outside. Garp barked. "What is it? Can't you see I'm having a family moment?" The officer paused. Then, steeling himself, "Admiral Sakazuki requests Rear Admiral Liu Chen's immediate presence." "It's urgent." At the name Sakazuki, Garp's expression darkened. He slammed his fist on the desk. "Get out." Yes, sir." The officer fled. No door opened. No glance exchanged. Just a swift, terrified retreat. No one dared cross Garp. Not even the Fleet Admiral. "Grandfather, I won't linger any longer. I shall go see what Akainu wants," Liu Chen said, turning to leave. Garp nodded slightly and advised, "Do not fear that lad. If anything arises, just inform me. Should he dare to give you trouble, I shall deal with him." "Understood, Grandfather," Liu Chen replied with a grin as he exited the office. He proceeded to the Admiral's office and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." The voice of Sakazuki soon echoed from within. Liu Chen pushed the door open and entered to find Sakazuki handling some documents. Upon seeing Sakazuki, Liu Chen's temper flared, and he stood silently before him. Sakazuki's displeasure was evident as he spoke. "Vice Admiral Liu Chen, the G1 branch, formerly known as Marineford, is in need of a vice admiral for garrison duty. You are assigned to G1 until the branch is completed. No objections, I trust." "Agreed," Liu Chen said readily. Life at the Navy headquarters was hardly enjoyable, rife with restrictions. Thus, he preferred the assignment below. Although Sakazuki's intention was to demote Liu Chen, the branch would likely remain under construction for 2 or 3 years. Sakazuki was taken aback by Liu Chen's swift agreement. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing else," Liu Chen replied. "If that's the case, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to exit. Observing Liu Chen's demeanor, Sakazuki recalled the last time he had been reprimanded by Liu Chen and scolded. "Liu Chen, what is this attitude? Is this how you address the Admiral?" "What does my attitude matter? I have spoken, and it is not as though you can prevent my departure. My grandfather has warned that should you dare lay a finger on me, he would not hesitate to retaliate." Liu Chen responded nonchalantly. Sakazuki's expression darkened. He was at a loss for words. Ever since Akiji departed from the Navy, its combat strength had diminished significantly. If Liu Chen and Garp, both of whom matched the strength of admirals, were to leave, the Navy under his command would truly lack combat capability, perhaps even unable to contend with the 4 emperors. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the Navy headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. An incident has occurred. Sakazuki's expression shifted as he dashed out. Liu Chen followed closely behind, reaching the walls of the Navy headquarters to ascertain the commotion. To his astonishment, numerous abandoned ships and colossal boulders floated ominously above the Navy headquarters. Is that the Golden Lion Shiki? Liu Chen gazed into the sky, where a massive ship, the pirate vessel of the Golden Lion, loomed. To possess such power. There is but one person I know, he pondered. What could he possibly be planning, especially so soon after the conclusion of the Marineford War? Carp and Sengoku also appeared atop the Navy headquarters, their brows furrowed as they observed the Golden Lion's ship in the sky. Meanwhile, countless Navy personnel were stationed in the bay, yet the enemy hovered above, out of range of their cannons, rendering them unable to retaliate against the airborne threats. Suddenly, the abandoned ships and boulders began to plummet rapidly. The system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task. Assist the Navy in resolving the current crisis. System reward, 200 energy points, 1 sword technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task. Eliminate Golden Lion Shiki. System reward, 3,000 energy points, 1 sword technique, 1 body technique, and 1 supreme great blade. The rewards for these tasks were indeed generous. As numerous abandoned ships fell from the sky, Akainu remained unmoved, standing his ground. Naturally, Carp and Sengoku refrained from intervening. Both were currently in advisory roles. Fire! Fire! Retreat! The ships are falling. The Navy below was thrown into chaos. A smile crept across Lu Chen's face as he leapt from the high wall, positioning himself in front of everyone, and shouted, Everyone, fall back. Stand behind me. It's Vice Admiral Lu Chen. He has come to save us. Quickly, take cover behind Vice Admiral Lu Chen. Hurry. The Navy personnel rushed to Lu Chen's position, seeking refuge behind him. Then, Lu Chen unsheathed his renowned sword, Reincarnation, channeling an overwhelming sword intent and imposing aura, which coalesced around the blade, forming arcs of crimson lightning and a vivid sanguinescence. 6 paths of Ashura, Jealousy's sword. With a focused gaze, he swung the sword. The blade of Reincarnation exuded an endless, bloody aura, reminiscent of a massacre, akin to a realm of Azura. The dense Azura energy enveloped the sword chi, resembling a formidable Azura unleashed upon the descending ships and boulders. Even if Shiki attempted to alter their trajectory, it was already too late. Bang! With a sword chi rampaged. All the boulders and ships were obliterated into dust. Countless fragments of stone and wood cascaded from the sky, resembling a hailstorm, albeit of a smaller scale. The sword chi cleaved through the heavens, aimed directly at the ship of Golden Lion Shiki. Chapter 137, Marineford, a familiar face again. Meanwhile, within the cabin of Shiki's ship, a few scientists rushed to report, Captain, a sword chi is heading towards us. Please evade to the sides immediately. Shiki's expression shifted as he barked. Do you take me for blind? As he spoke, he maneuvered the ship to dodge. However, the speed of Lu Chen's sword chi was astonishing. Even with Shiki's fruit abilities, the ship could not entirely evade the attack, resulting in a corner being sheared off. Boom! The ship exploded as a result. Countless debris rained down. Had it not been for Shiki's ability to float, their vessel would have plummeted from the sky. Vice Admiral Lu Chen is magnificent. Vice Admiral Lu Chen is truly formidable. His strength has grown. Ha! Our Navy is not to be trifled with. The Navy personnel were filled with excitement, their gazes towards Lu Chen brimming with admiration. Above, Sengoku observed Lu Chen below and murmured, This grandson has grown stronger once again, and that renowned sword in his hand appears to be a cursed blade. Indeed, one should not underestimate whose grandson he is, Carp remarked, picking his nose. Simultaneously, Sakazuki took note of Lu Chen's prowess but was more concerned about the Navy's perception of him. He immediately bellowed, You lot, what are you still doing? Hurry and clear the wreckage. Clean up the Navy headquarters. Yes, Admiral. The Navy personnel hastily complied, though they murmured discontentedly about Sakazuki's leadership. Ever since Sakazuki ascended to Admiral, it seems we have not had a moment's peace. Indeed, if only Akiji had become Admiral instead. Alas, he chose the path of a pirate. Shoo! Are you not afraid Admiral Sakazuki will hear you? I believe having Vice Admiral Lu Chen as Admiral would be splendid. At least he would care for our welfare. Sakazuki shot them a death glare, causing them to flee in fear. As for Shiki, he emerged from the cabin, gazing down at Lu Chen and murmuring, Is he the new star of the Navy? The grandson of Carp, Monkey D. Lu Chun indeed possesses the same aura as his grandfather. Observing that Shiki had ceased to make any move, Lu Chun approached the side of Sengoku and Carp, saying, "Grandfather, Sakazuki has assigned me to oversee Marineford, and I estimate it will be several years before I can return. Well, your journey to Marineford is prudent. It will allow you to ascertain Shiki's true intentions. His destination is the East Blue, and I fear he may undertake some retaliatory actions against the world." Carp responded with a grave expression. As a Navy officer hailing from the East Blue, he harbored deep concerns for the well-being of his fellow villagers. "I understand, Grandfather," Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. His agreement to Sakazuki's summons was largely motivated by a desire to return to the East Blue while fulfilling certain tasks. Suddenly, Sengoku interjected. "Sakazuki is quite audacious to send you to such a place. Pray tell, why don't you just prevent my grandson from going?" Carp retorted with irritation. "Ahem." Sengoku's countenance darkened as he coughed strategically. "Grandfather, Uncle Sengoku, I shall take my leave now." With that, Lu Chun slipped away, opting not to remain and witness their bickering, especially as he was about to depart from the New World. The following morning, Lu Chun set off from the new Marine headquarters towards Marineford, bringing Ain along. Post the Marineford War, Ain had attained the rank of Rear Admiral, yet she remained Lu Chen's aide. A few days later, they arrived at Marineford to complete their handover with the stationed Rear Admiral. However, shortly after the transition, Lu Chun stumbled upon alarming news concerning the East Blue. An island had been utterly destroyed, with no survivors, yet it bore the remains of peculiar large creatures. Strangely, these creatures had all perished in battle. Their injuries suggested they had fought among themselves. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun rose slowly. "I must venture to the East Blue alone to resolve a few matters. Are you planning to confront Shiki? He is a pirate of considerable strength." Having been a contemporary of the Pirate King, Roger, Ain expressed with a furrowed brow, clearly worried. "The East Blue has already suffered the destruction of villages, and I fear my childhood home may be next. It is imperative that I return," Lu Chun stated earnestly. His motivations transcended mere duty. There were individuals of great significance to him in the East Blue, and it was also a task Carp wished for him to undertake. "I shall accompany you," Ain declared. Lu Chun shook his head. "You must remain in Marineford to maintain order and assist me by delaying matters. Otherwise, Akainu will surely seek me out, and I find his presence rather vexing." Ain pondered for a long while before conceding. "Very well, take care on your journey. If you find yourself unable to contend with Shiki, you must escape swiftly. He is a merciless pirate. Rest assured, there are few in this world capable of contending with me," Lu Chun replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Ain, Lu Chun stealthily departed Marineford, heading towards the East Blue. However, before reaching the East Blue, he needed to visit another location. It was uncertain whether Shiki was in the East Blue or on a floating island known as Strong World. Accessing that place would be nearly impossible without special fruit powers like those possessed by Shiki. Thus, he sought to procure the means to reach the floating island Strong World. Lu Chun discreetly visited the Navy headquarters, where he approached Vegapunk to borrow an electrically powered flying vessel. Fortunately, he possessed the capabilities of the Goro no Mi, providing him with a continuous source of electricity. Regrettably, when he acquired the Goro no Mi, Enel had not yet constructed the spacecraft capable of reaching the moon. Otherwise, he could have seized it instead of borrowing from Vegapunk. Aboard the flying vessel, Lu Chun soared towards the East Blue. Flying high above, he was not concerned about being detected by the Navy below. They would merely perceive him as a distant speck, obscured by the clouds. With extraordinary electrical output, Lu Chun's vessel traveled at remarkable speed. Approximately 10 days later, a cacophony of voices roused Lu Chun from his slumber. "What is that? Is it a flying ship? It's the first time I've seen something like this." "No, that appears to be a creation of Vegapunk. It bears his insignia. It's the Navy." Standing on the deck, Lu Chun retrieved his telescope and suddenly spotted a familiar figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. "So it's you?" He deftly maneuvered the vessel towards the island ahead. Chapter 138. A Journey Together. The Purpose of the System. Meanwhile, upon the island, the inhabitants observed the rapid approach of the ship with trepidation. "That vessel seems to be heading our way. Should we flee?" They aren't coming to harm us, are they? I think I shall take my leave. Let me take a look. Suddenly, an orange-haired woman stepped forward, peering through a telescope, her lips curling into a subtle smile. It's him. Who? Which one? The surrounding elders inquired in unison. The girl smiled knowingly. You wouldn't recognize him. At this moment, the elders comprehended. They had never witnessed such a smile on Nami's face. Clearly, this was a long-standing friend. Soon, Lu Chen's vessel docked at the island, and he leaped from the ship, exclaiming, Nami, it's been a while. I didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Chen. Nami beamed with joy, rushing forward to embrace him tightly. It had been a considerable time since their last encounter at Slayedthe archipelago, and she now found herself alone, her companions scattered across the globe. How have you been? Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Nami's hair, reflecting, our little Nami has grown so much, and her hair has lengthened. Oomph. Nami's cheeks flushed at his words. Playfully punching Lu Chen's chest as she pouted, Lu Chen, how can you say that? Back at Slayedthe, you gave us quite the thrashing. Haha, that was merely to demonstrate that your current strength was insufficient, Lu Chen retorted. The perils of the New World are far more terrifying than you can imagine. It is the domain of the four emperors. His demeanor turned serious as he spoke. In truth, his primary intention was to fulfill the tasks triggered by the system. Oomph. Nami huffed, her curiosity piqued. What are you planning to do? Why are you alone? She had long known that Lu Chen was the embodiment of the night, and now he appeared in Navy attire, suggesting he was on a mission. The East Blue, Lu Chen simply stated. However, the astute Nami quickly deduced his purpose and continued to inquire. Are you going to the East Blue to prevent further destruction of islands? Yes. The East Blue is my homeland. It is necessary for me to return, Lu Chen confirmed. I want to go too. The East Blue is my home, and I worry about Belmir and the others. I fear they might be next. Nami expressed her concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell into deep thought and solemnly warned. Do you know who our impending enemy is? He is not easily dealt with, and your presence may place you in peril. I do not know, but I must go. Nami nodded affirmatively. Seeing that persuasion had failed, Lu Chen consented. All right, let's go together. Yay. Thank you, brother Lu Chen, Nami exclaimed. Lu Chen gave a slight nod. His agreement to her request was not solely due to his inability to convince her otherwise, but also because the system had triggered mission. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Accompany Nami to defeat the Golden Lion Shiki. System reward, 100 energy points. The task was straightforward, yet perhaps not so simple for the system itself. It was undoubtedly clear that the system had its own intentions. Once Nami had made her preparations, she and Lu Chen embarked on their journey towards the East Sea, in search of floating island-strong world. Days later, the skies above the ocean were clear and bright. The two continued to sail aimlessly through the air. Lu Chen was lounging leisurely on the deck when suddenly, Nami emerged from the cabin, her brows slightly furrowed. Brother Lu Chen, steer the ship to the left. A heavy rainstorm is approaching. Oh, all right, Lu Chen responded without hesitation, using the power of lightning to swiftly maneuver the ship to the left. At that moment, a massive dark cloud was racing towards them. Precisely the torrential storm Nami had mentioned. With thunder rumbling within, it threatened to unleash chaos wherever it passed. Minutes later, they successfully evaded the storm. Yay, brother Lu Chen. Do you have another devil fruit? Nami dashed over to high-five Lu Chen in celebration, quietly inquiring. After a light chuckle, Lu Chen nodded, yes, but keep it a secret. Otherwise, my secret will be out. All right then. Now I know two of your secrets, brother Lu Chen, Nami replied with a bright smile. All right, I acknowledge your prowess, Lu Chen remarked. Just as he spoke, the sunlight above was suddenly obscured by a colossal ship looming overhead. Lu Chen's expression turned serious as he pulled Nami behind him. Be careful, it's the Golden Lion Shiki. Isn't he one of the pirates from the same era as Pirate King Roger? Nami's countenance shifted. She had heard tales of that legendary pirate, yet how could he possibly be here? Indeed, Lu Chen affirmed, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. The individual had long, golden hair cascading down to the ground, resembling a lion's mane, with every strand of hair on his body shimmering gold. No wonder he was called the Golden Lion. Character, Shiki, position, Captain of the Golden Lion Pirates, Fruit, Fua no Mi, Level, SSS, Skills, Fruit Development, SSS, Hockey SS, Bounty, 2. 8 billion berries. Shiki floated in the air, observing Lu Chun and Nami with interest. Rear Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chun, what brings you here? Are there only 2 of you on your ship? Why am I here? Don't you know? Lu Chun smiled. Ha ha. Indeed, you hail from the EC. Are you here to stop me? Shiki guffawed, his laughter reckless. Enough with the chatter. Lu Chun, uninterested in further dialogue, drew his long blade, Reincarnation. Just as he was about to strike, Shiki suddenly appeared on his ship, his hand touching the vessel's hull. As he twisted his palm lightly, the entire ship fell under Shiki's control, beginning to spin wildly, hurling Lu Chun and Nami off. Nami! Lu Chun's brow furrowed deeply, unable to stabilize himself in time. As he reached out for Nami's hand, Shiki appeared before him. Young man, I'll be taking your friend for now. Shiki smirked, knocking Nami unconscious and whisking her away. Bastard! Lu Chun's anger flared, and he activated Moonwalk, temporarily pausing in mid-air, drawing Reincarnation. Just as he prepared to attack, Shiki shamelessly used Nami as a shield. Chapter 139. The Secret of Reincarnation, the Justice of a Navy. Ha 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 kid, you could go down first. In an instant, Shiki and Nami were back on their pirate ship. Lu Chun's expression darkened, and he shouted, Shiki, just wait. I will make you pay for this. With that, he swiftly activated Moonwalk, pursuing the spinning ship. Fortunately, the sails of the ship were unfurled, slowing its descent, allowing Lu Chun to return to the vessel in time. Naturally, falling from 10,000 meters would not be fatal for him, but he needed a tool to chase Shiki. Otherwise, he would lose his trail. Upon returning to the ship, Lu Chun retrieved the sea prism stone he had prepared earlier, breaking Shiki's control over the vessel, and quickly maneuvered the ship to pursue Shiki. Meanwhile, Shiki had returned to his cabin, handing Nami over to his subordinate and instructing, lock her up and take her back to Strong World. Yes, Captain. With that, a man resembling a clown left the cabin, his shoes making a sound with each step. After about half an hour, just as they were nearing Strong World, the helmsman shouted, Captain, someone is following us. What? Shiki approached, peering through a din mushy, and saw Lu Chun's ship. He muttered, that kid again? Didn't he fall after all? He has some skill. Let's see if he can hold on. Meanwhile, Lu Chun concealed his ship while noting that they were almost at Strong World. A smile crept onto his lips. At last, we have arrived. Moreover, he now understood why the system had triggered the mission to accompany Nami, for just after Nami was abducted, the system activated a new task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Rescue Nami. System reward: 1,000 energy points, sword technique 1, and 10 materials needed to construct the Poseidon. It seemed the system had foreseen certain events, prompting the need to bring Nami along. Regardless, triggering a favorable task was indeed beneficial for Lu Chun. Now, all that remained was to eliminate Shiki. Suddenly, Lu Chun's brow furrowed as he sensed an anomaly with his observation hockey. He looked up to see a lion formed from clouds charging towards the ship. Shiki! Lu Chun scoffed, slowly raising both hands, creating 2 vibrating energy circles. He struck fiercely at the air opposite him. Crack! Crack! With a loud sound, the air seemed to shatter, and rifts appeared in space. The cloud lions unleashed by Shiki exploded from the center, transforming back into thick clouds, reduced to mere powder, just as Lu Chun thought it was over. Shiki's ship vanished from sight. Bastard! Lu Chun cursed under his breath. He had no choice but to temporarily descend, as long as he could reach Strong World. He could find another way to locate the Golden Lion's position, trusting that the villagers on the island would possess the knowledge he sought. Upon descending into a forest, a colossal mantis, resembling a giant from ancient folklore, lunged towards Lu Chun with ferocious intent. Its sharp and massive forelimbs could effortlessly sever a tree that several individuals would struggle to embrace. The system rated this creature at a formidable B level, indicating its considerable strength. In the islands of the East Sea, such prowess, coupled with their overwhelming numbers, would render any island incapable of withstanding obliteration. However, before Lu Chun, there was but a mere shadow, With a swift draw, he unleashed a single, elegant slash from his blade, Slayedthe. A streak of black, sword light flashed, and just as the giant mantis prepared to strike, its body was inexplicably cleaved in two. Blood gushed forth, swirling towards Slayedthe, which absorbed the deluge until only a desiccated corpse remained. The blade, as if reveling in this act, took on an otherworldly hue. Intrigued, Liu Chen watched Slayedthe with fascination. It was his first encounter witnessing the blade absorb blood. This alone hinted that Slayedthe was no ordinary weapon and, upon further evolution, could transcend the limits of an exceptional blade. Moreover, Liu Chen harbored a bold speculation. Beyond this world, there must exist another realm, one that eclipsed even the world of One Piece, a domain of superior strength. After a moment of contemplation, a devilish smile crept upon his face as he remarked, "With so many beasts on this island, they shall serve as perfect fodder for my ascension. Such an opportunity is rare indeed." With that declaration, he commenced a relentless slaughter throughout the forest. Not a single beast encountered could escape Liu Chen's lethal grasp. Once the prey, Liu Chen had now assumed the role of hunter. The forest echoed with the pitiful cries of the beasts and the explosive sounds of battle. Most creatures possessed an A-level strength, yet A-level beasts were scarce. Hours later, Liu Chen had nearly exterminated all the beasts within his reach. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the left. The nearby underbrush stirred. Liu Chen turned, fixing his gaze upon the disturbance, and coldly commanded, "Come forth. Fail to reveal yourself, and I shall act. Please do not kill me." A small girl, her arms adorned with delicate wings and feathers, timidly emerged from the thicket. She shielded her eyes, too frightened to meet Liu Chen's gaze. "Why are you covering your eyes? I do not consume humans," Liu Chen queried, bemused, having sensed she was not a beast and thus refrained from attacking. The girl, named Slayedthe, shook her head vigorously. "If I see you, I shall perish. As my grandmother warned." Liu Chen's expression darkened, realizing she likely believed him to be a villain due to the carnage he had wrought upon the beasts. "I am no villain. I am a righteous Navy officer, here to combat SwordsmanWho," he explained, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke. "A Navy officer?" Upon hearing this, Slayedthe cautiously opened her hands, peering through the gaps at Liu Chen, who indeed bore a different uniform than those of SwordsmanWho's crew. Noticing Liu Chen's appearance, she discerned he was not the devil her grandmother had described. "Was the Navy? You are here to confront the notorious pirate SwordsmanWho?" "Indeed. The Navy specializes in apprehending pirates and bringing evildoers to justice," Liu Chen patiently elucidated. "Is that true?" Slayedthe's eyes sparkled with hope, wide as saucers. "Absolutely," Liu Chen affirmed. "Then you must drive away the Golden Lion pirates. They have brought illness to many in our village, including my grandmother," she lamented, her eyes glistening with tears. "Rest assured, merely tell me where the Golden Lion's crew is located. They are atop that highest mountain ahead." "Excellent." A meaningful smile graced Liu Chen's lips. "I shall ascend there and deal with them." "Big brother, will you accompany me to the village?" Slayedthe inquired. "No, I would not want to bring you trouble. I shall continue to hunt beasts here and then confront that lion," he replied. "All right, big brother, I believe in you." With that, Liu Chen escorted Slayedthe out of the forest, ensuring her safe passage before he set forth towards the lair of the Golden Lion pirates. All the while, he continued to slay any beast that crossed his path, regardless of their nature, transforming them into experience for Slayedthe. Before long, Slayedthe, initially a swift blade, had ascended to the rank of a fine blade, indicating a further enhancement in power. Hours later, Liu Chen stood before the entrance of the Golden Lion pirate stronghold. The towering gates were heavily guarded by numerous pirates, who, upon spotting Liu Chen, brandished their firearms to block his advance. "Navy, how did you manage to get here?" they shouted, immediately dismissing him due to his uniform. However, Liu Chen paid them no heed, lightly swinging his long blade to unleash a powerful strike. The rushing blade aura surged towards the gate, and the station pirates failed to react before the formidable energy cleaved through the solid wall. With a thunderous crash, The once impenetrable fortress crumbled, scattering debris in all directions and striking the startled pirates. How painful! Run! This Navy officer is too powerful. Quickly, notify the captain. The sentinels at the gate fled in terror, unable to withstand the overwhelming might of Lu Chun. Chuckling softly, Lu Chun shook his head slightly, lamenting, what a pity. These individuals could have also served as experience for Luan Hue. He then strode forward into the stronghold, mercilessly dispatching any pirate who dared to obstruct his path. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the stronghold, a flustered pirate exclaimed to the captain, "Captain, we are in grave danger. A Navy officer has breached the front gate, and we have lost countless brothers." Slayedthe, the captain, furrowed his brow at the alarming news and glanced at Nami beside him. "You all go and stop him. I shall join you shortly." "Yes, captain." The crew members hastily exited the hall to confront the intruder, while Slayedthe remained seated, casting a keen eye at Nami. "Have you yet decided to join my pirate crew? Doing so could spare your homeland and yourself from peril." "I shall not join you. My brother Lu Chun is here to rescue me. He will surely save me," Nami asserted resolutely. Just a mere Navy rookie. Does he truly believe he can intimidate the Golden Lion? Slayedthe scoffed. "Once I eliminate that brat, we shall see if you still refuse to join my crew." He understood that Nami's reliance lay with Lu Chun, and once Lu Chun was vanquished, all would be resolved. Moreover, Lu Chun was Captain Garp's grandson. Slaying him would perfectly avenge the humiliation suffered that day. Nami gazed at Slayedthe's retreating figure, her expression clouded with concern. Softly, she murmured, "Brother Lu Chun, I believe in you. You will defeat Golden Lion." Meanwhile, several high-ranking officers of the Golden Lion pirates burst forth from the Grand Hall, converging upon Lu Chun with lethal intent. "You Bandit, daring to challenge the Golden Lion pirates? You shall perish. Kill him." A sardonic, almost contemptuous smile curled at the corners of Lu Chun's lips. "These opponents will suffice." The instant the words left his mouth, he vanished, activating the Navy's Rokushiki technique, shave, reappearing before one of the pirate officers in a blur of motion. A single, precise slash, severing the throat. Crimson blood erupted, but was instantly devoured by Rin Ini, the blade drinking every drop. The slain officer collapsed, desiccated into a shriveled, lifeless husk. Before the remaining pirates could even raise their weapons, Lu Chun flickered away once more, reappearing, striking, vanishing, each stroke ending a life, each wound draining the victim utterly, leaving behind only hollow, mummified remains. This time, he dispensed with wide-ranging Zon Eki entirely, relying solely on Rin Ini to execute his foes, accelerating the blade's evolution. One by one, the husks fell, first one, then two, then three, until terror seized the surviving pirates. They broke ranks, fleeing in blind panic. "Run! He's a demon. Flee! We stand no chance against him." Now, I remember. He's Lu Chun, Rear Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, the Marine Supernova. Leaving already? Did you seek my sword's permission? Lu Chun's gaze hardened. Cold, merciless, suffused with lethal intent. Then he dissolved into pure motion, like a celestial dragon weaving through mist, gliding among the fleeing pirates, cutting them down without pause, without mercy. Moments later, he stood motionless before them all, while behind him, every fugitive stood frozen, transformed into brittle, bloodless cadavers. No trace of crimson spilled upon the earth. Simultaneously, Rin Ini shimmered with an eerie, pulsating crimson light. Evolution complete. Ascended to the rank of a greatsword. A faint, satisfied smile graced Lu Chun's lips. "You pirates have, at last, rendered a modest service." Suddenly, a voice, deep, weathered, resonant, cut through the silence. Never imagined the Marines would harbor one so ruthlessly efficient, truly rare. Golden Lion Shiki emerged from the hall, his expression tinged with genuine astonishment. He knew Garp, the revered Marine hero, yet this grandson of his was no noble warrior, but a remorseless slaughterer, cold, precise, unblinking. In mere moments, he had decimated half of Shiki's crew. The Marines do slay pirates. That is their purpose, is it not? Lu Chen replied, voice edged with icy disdain. And you slaughtered countless innocents in the East Blue. Is it not just, then, that I return the favor? A pirate presuming to lecture him on morality? Preposterous. Shiki's expression darkened. His gaze locked onto the blade in Lu Chun's hand, his brow furrowing. That sword is a Yodo? It is unlike any I have heard of. Drinking blood rather than haki yema consumes only haki. A blade that feasts on lifeblood. I have never witnessed such a thing. Chapter 141. Rokudo Rin Ini. Hell Path. Sword of Wrath, you concern yourself excessively with matters that are none of your affair. I shall dispatch you, and return to report. Lu Chun raised Rin Ini, pointing its tip at Shiki, and delivered a single fluid cut. A razor-sharp Zon Eki shot forth, swift, silent, lethal. Shiki responded instantly, lifting his right leg, channeling his Mido into a devastating counterstrike. Zanha, a golden arc of force erupted, clashing head-on with Lu Chun's black vein slash. Boom! The collision detonated, a shockwave of Raw-kin Bunchaku and Busashoku energy, fracturing into countless microblades, lancing outward like a storm of razors. An invisible maelstrom surged across the battlefield, shredding everything in its path. Several onlooker pirates were flayed alive, some reduced to crimson mist. Shiki chuckled low, intrigued. Remarkable, a swordsman of such caliber within the Marines? You possess the strength of a fleet admiral, yet wear only the insignia of a rear admiral. Why? You ask too much. Lu Chen replied, his voice a blade sheathed in frost. Shiki floated upward, levitating effortlessly, his voice booming like thunder across the ruins. Age breeds curiosity, especially toward intriguing anomalies. Tell me, would you consider joining my crew? All past grievances erased. Together, we could rule this world. Lu Chun shook his head, a quiet, pitying sigh escaping his lips. To rule this world with you? You stand too low, too blind. There are forces in this world who could erase you, and me, with a glance. You are still anchored in the past, unaware of the true scale of terror that now walks the seas. Shiki's expression soured, his voice dropping to a growl. Then let me test your strength myself. Slay you, and that navigator will have no choice but to join me. Sure, Senpu, Chikumaki. The earth trembled, groaned, then convulsed violently, as though the world itself were collapsing into seismic chaos. Lu Chun braced himself, scanning the horizon, his voice calm, yet edged with wariness. What is this? From the heaving ground, massive mounds surged upward, coalescing into 6 colossal lion heads, each roaring with primordial fury, jaws wide, fangs bared, surrounding him in an inescapable ring. Real war. No avenue of retreat remained, not even skyward, for Shiki commanded all earth beneath him. The lion heads rose with him, sealing every path, every angle, every breath of space. In moments, the 6 gargantuan maws closed, engulfing Lu Chen whole. Too green to challenge me, boy. Shiki gazed down, smug, upon the 6 petrified stone lions, now perfectly still, sealed. Then, without warning, black light erupted from within the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed across their surfaces, sharp, resonant, inevitable. Kere. Rokud Eirien ne, Jigokudo, Ikari no Ken. A thunderous cry, then boom! The 6 stone lions exploded, not into rubble, but into weightless, glittering ash, scattering like midnight snow. And there, amidst the settling dust, stood Lu Chun. But he was no longer as he had been. His right hand gripped Rin Ini, now wreathed in roiling black miasma, his entire form shrouded in a vortex of obsidian energy. His eyes burned crimson, fierce, feral, infernal, as though a demon had stepped forth from the 9th hell itself. A Yodo indeed. How did he come by such a weapon? Shiki's brow furrowed, his gaze locked onto Lu Chun's hands, his voice low, deliberate. And the Gura, know me, its power is his. So the rumors were true. The Whitebeard's fruit was consumed by him. The Marines buried the truth, but now I see it with my own eyes. Then Lu Chun threw back his head and roared. A guttural, earth-shaking bellow, raw, primal, unbound by mortal restraint. And with a single, effortless sweep of Rin Ini, he unleashed a Zon Eki, not of steel, but of pure, devouring void, hurtling towards Shiki like a comet forged from wrath. The accompanying black aura resembled a pitch-black demon from the depths of hell, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, all lunging towards the golden lion Shiki. The lion's 1,000 cuts. The golden lion Shiki floated mid-air, wielding his long blades with fervor, unleashing a series of slashes. The golden arcs of energy surged towards the demon. Yet, all the slashes were effortlessly caught by the demon's massive arms. Yes, caught. The solidified sword energy was hurled back towards the golden lion Shiki. The sword energy rebounded. What? Shiki's expression shifted slightly as he evaded his own sword energy in the air. However, the furious sword unleashed by Liu Chan appeared before him, striking him heavily. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. Shiki could not withstand such formidable sword energy, plummeting like a cannonball. Bang! He was buried deep into the ground, creating a large crater. Dirt flew, and dust billowed. At this moment, the black aura clinging to Liu Chan gradually dissipated, his eyes returning to normal, yet he gasped for breath, murmuring, "Phew, I can no longer use this technique. I nearly lost myself in the depths of hell." The 6 paths of reincarnation, combined with the cycle of reincarnation, wield immense power, even reaching SSS rank. However, the greatest fear lies in losing oneself within the 6 paths. Just moments ago, Liu Chan felt he was engulfed in the hell path, his heart consumed by rage. It seemed that only through slaughter could his anger be quelled. Cough! Suddenly, from the ruins, the golden lion Shiki rose slowly, appearing extremely disheveled, coughing up large amounts of blood. The cursed blade, indeed formidable, but you can no longer unleash such powerful sword techniques. Had he not utilized his armed color hockey to deflect some of the force, he would have been cleaved in two. One must commend the swordsmanship of this young brat before him. I possess more than just this. Liu Chan smiled slightly and suddenly raised his right hand, pointing his sword towards the heavens. The very skies seemed to change color. Countless dark clouds converged above, as if a tempest was about to unleash. Lightning flickered within the clouds, poised to strike at any moment. Thunder rumbled. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the storm clouds. It struck directly at the wheel of reincarnation in Liu Chen's hand, enveloping both the sword and his entire being in electricity. Zzz. Not only that, Liu Chen subtly harnessed the power of the thunder fruit, enhancing the electric might of the wheel of reincarnation, a flowing heavenly thunder's sacred blade. Chapter 142. The Demise of Golden Lion Shiki, the End of an Era. A colossal lightning sword materialized, slicing straight towards the Golden Lion Shiki at incredible speed. This is bad. Shiki's expression changed drastically, feeling an overwhelming pressure. The last time he felt such pressure was under the combined might of Garp and Sengoku. Were it not for their cooperation, he would never have been captured. Yet now, he felt immense pressure under the sword of a mere young man. Had he grown old? Just like Whitebeard, unable to withstand the ravages of time. The Golden Lion Shiki let out a defiant roar, sweeping his hand to control the surrounding blizzards with his fruit ability, Lion's Majesty. He manipulated the violent snowstorm to form 4 massive snow lions. The 4 blizzard lions charged towards the lightning sword unleashed by Liu Chen, extending their snowy claws to intercept the heavenly thunder sacred blade. However, lightning is one of nature's most destructive phenomena. The overwhelming power of the lightning engulfed the blizzard lions, melting them into wisps of water vapor. White mist dispersed, reduced to nothingness. The Golden Lion Shiki was struck by the immense lightning sword, the electric force enveloping him, illuminating every cell in his body. Zzz. In mere moments, Shiki's body was charred from the electricity. A plume of black smoke slowly rose. The entire ground was blanketed by the electric force, shimmering with silver arcs of lightning. You have grown old. The old era has truly passed, and a new age has dawned. Liu Chen stepped forward solemnly. Before him, the Golden Lion Shiki lay amidst the ruins, exhaling a wisp of black smoke, weakly murmuring, "The old era? Roger. Whitebeard. It seems I, Shiki, must follow you now. Haha. Indeed, after descending, send my regards to them, especially to Whitebeard. With that, Lu Chun struck down with his sword, beheading the golden lion Shiki. The wheel of reincarnation absorbed Shiki's body entirely, leaving only his head behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward: 3,000 energy points, sword skill 1. Body skill 1, supreme great blade 1. Cough. Upon witnessing Shiki's demise, Lu Chun could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He had indeed sustained some injuries during the battle, merely enduring the pain. Truly a formidable foe of the old era, his strength was no joke. Were it not for his age, akin to Whitebeard, Lu Chun might not have been his match. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Brother Lu Chun, Nami, spotting a familiar figure, hurried towards him. Turning around, Lu Chun noticed Nami rushing over and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "Iem Mifine." I knew Brother Lu Chun would come to save me. Nami smiled sweetly. Suddenly, she noticed the blood at the corner of Lu Chun's mouth and asked with concern, "Brother Lu Chun, you're injured. Shouldn't we go inside to rest?" "I'm fine. That golden lion has already been slain by me. We should depart this place. We can rest on the ship later," Lu Chun replied. "All right." Thus, the two set out on their journey back. The system chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward: 1,000 energy points, sword skill 1. Materials required for constructing the King of the Underworld 10. Days later, Lu Chun safely escorted Nami to Visalia Island, agreeing to meet again in the Slayedthe archipelago. While he lingered in Visalia for a few more days, primarily enjoying time with Nami. Subsequently, Lu Chun returned to Windmill Village to visit the villagers, particularly to Slayedthe, spending a few more days in her company. Only then did he return to Marineford. His station mission was yet unfulfilled, with several years still ahead. However, the news of Lu Chun slaying the golden lion Shiki had spread like wildfire, cascading through the world like snowflakes. With Shiki's demise, the old era had indeed drawn to a close. Indeed, Roger, Whitebeard, and the golden lion, 3 figures, all deceased, leaving few pirates behind. A new era has arrived, and the pirate supernova, along with the marine supernova Lu Chun, has likely reached the strength of a marine headquarters admiral. As the news spread, everyone began to pay increasing attention to this marine major, Lu Chun, dubbing him the Terminator of the old era, the inheritor of the new age. Thus, Lu Chun acquired yet another title. In a certain part of the new world, Lu Chun is indeed formidable. His strength has been steadily increasing, and we cannot afford to stagnate. Ace declared firmly, clutching the newspaper. Indeed, Ace, let us engage in battle. Luffy urged from his side. Since the war on the summit, the two have been training under Rayleigh's guidance in the new world, honing their mastery of haki. At the new marine headquarters, Sakazuki snorted in frustration, slamming his hand on the table. His ire was not solely directed at Lu Chun for abandoning his post, but also at his own impotence in dealing with him. After being ambushed by Lu Chun, he personally sought out the 5 elders of the Holy Land, reporting the incident. However, the 5 elders showed no inclination to punish Lu Chun, merely stating that he was disqualified from competing for the position of admiral. It was blatant favoritism. Sakazuki recognized this, which is why he dared not take severe action against Lu Chun or demote him. Meanwhile, upon returning to Marineford, Lu Chun was approached by Ein, who handed him a telegram. Lu Chun, this is a message from headquarters, requesting your presence at the Holy Land of Slayedthe. The 5 elders wish to see you. Oh! Upon hearing this, Lu Chun's interest was piqued. The 5 elders represent the pinnacle of power in the world, second only to one. They are indeed a force to be reckoned with. Suddenly being summoned could herald either fortune or misfortune. This time, you cannot evade me. We shall go together. Ein said with a smile. Very well, let us explore Slayedthe together. I have yet to visit. Lu Chun replied. So have I. After preparing, the two set off for Slayedthe. Marineford is in close proximity to the Red Line, so they swiftly reach the landmass. Slayedthe sits atop the Red Line and requires a vehicle to ascend. Unlike the currents of Reverse Mountain, there is no water route, only a winding path up the mountain. To navigate the Red Line by sea, one must traverse 10,000 meters underwater, requiring special ship coatings for passage. However, the depths are fraught with formidable sea kings, sea beasts, and underwater volcanoes, making it perilous. Comparatively, pirates prefer the underwater route over abandoning their ships to traverse the mountain path. Chapter 143, Izambaron vs. Najuro Sura. Luchun, how much longer until we arrive? This red line is indeed quite high, Ein remarked, gazing ahead. Although they were traveling in a government carriage, it would still take some time to reach Slayedthe. I am uncertain. This is my first visit to the holy land of Slayedthe, Luchun replied, shaking his head slightly. Very well, Ein responded. Suddenly, the driver of the carriage spoke. Gentlemen, we should arrive in about the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. Thank you, Ein replied. Luchun peered through a gap, observing the driver, a hint of intrigue gracing his lips. It is noteworthy that the driver possesses A-rank strength. In the holy land of Slayedthe, even a carriage driver is of A-rank, illustrating the formidable power concentrated there. Legend has it that the previous holy land was God Valley. 40 years ago, the Rocks pirates, who had already dominated the world, attacked God Valley, nearly obliterating all celestial dragons, prompting the relocation of the Holy Land to Slayedthe. Of course, it is possible that Slayedthe was always the Holy Land. The specifics remain unclear to Luchun. He is merely aware of the existence of the Rocks pirates. Before long, the carriage came to a halt, and the driver called out, "Lords, you may disembark. We have arrived at Slayedthe." All right. With that, Luchun and Ein stepped down from the carriage. Before them stood a colossal city. Even from the outside, the opulence was evident. It surpassed even the splendor of Slayedthe archipelago. It resembled a royal palace. Upon reflection, is it not fitting that Slayedthe, being the epicenter of the world government's power, resembles a palace? Let's proceed, Luchun urged. Agreed, Ein affirmed. Together, they approached the city gates. After presenting their identities, they were granted entry into the city. Upon entering Slayedthe, the clarity of the luxurious villas became apparent. There were no ordinary residences in sight. The streets were filled exclusively with celestial dragons, and the sight of Luchun and Ein in their navy uniforms rendered them conspicuous. Many celestial dragons regarded them with curiosity. Navy? What brings the Navy here? They must be here to serve us, for we are the exalted celestial dragons. Indeed, who would have thought it would be a vice admiral and a rear admiral? Listening to their unabashed conversation, Ein's brows furrowed in displeasure. She was unaccustomed to encountering so many celestial dragons and found their arrogance repugnant, bordering on shamelessness. Suddenly, a male celestial dragon obstructed Ein and Luchun's path, speaking without courtesy. "Hey, Navy, you will follow me from now on and serve as my personal bodyguard. I have my own position. I must decline," Ein replied, frowning. Upon hearing this, the celestial dragon Flynn Lawrence displayed displeasure, angrily retorting, "Filthy Navy. Did you not hear my command? I demand you serve me as my personal bodyguard, attending to my every need." Ein's brow furrowed tighter, her clenched fists betraying her suppressed fury. Suddenly, Luchun stepped in front of Ein, coldly asserting, "He is my aide. He cannot serve as your bodyguard." You, a mere vice admiral, dare to defy me? You are courting death. Kneel and lick my shoes, and perhaps I will let you go. Otherwise, I shall have you killed." Flynn Lawrence shouted in wrath. At these words, Luchun's gaze turned icy. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he uttered a single word, "Scram." The crowd gasped in shock. What? Daring to insult a celestial dragon? This is tantamount to seeking death. Who was he to utter such words to a celestial dragon? Luchun, no. Within Slayedthe, besides the celestial dragons, there were also their slaves. Notably, Flynn Lawrence's slave was the tyrant Kuma, who he was using as a mount. You, seeking death. Flynn Lawrence seethed, immediately ordering, "Kill him." As soon as the command was given, Luchun's hand had already gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharpened, ready to unleash his sword technique. Suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped the scene, accompanied by an ancient voice. "Stop." A man clad in a white robe, bald, and wearing round glasses approached. Upon seeing him, The other celestial dragons immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. God of War, God of War. Even Flynn Lawrence dared not utter another word, lowering his head. Lu Chun observed the approaching figure. The distance that had once separated them was bridged in the blink of an eye. Character: SwordsmanWho Nezhru Sheng. Title: God of Wealth and War. Fruit: none. Level: SSS. Skills: Swordsmanship, SSS. Armament Hockey, SS. Bounty: none. Remarkably powerful. Truly formidable. The God of Wealth and War, one of the five elders. I wonder who is stronger between him and Karp. SwordsmanWho approached Lu Chun. Slightly nodding in acknowledgement. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, you have arrived. Indeed, Lu Chun replied. Very well, please follow me. SwordsmanWho Nezhru Sheng continued. Understood. As he spoke, Lu Chun took AI in small hand. Just as they were about to leave, a piercing voice erupted from behind. God of War, this brat insulted me. Are you just going to let it go? Exclaimed Flynn Lawrence Sheng, his face filled with indignation. After all, he was a celestial dragon. Did he not care about face? How would he continue to navigate the circles of the celestial dragons in the future? SwordsmanWho Nezhru Sheng remained expressionless and simply retorted. Are you not aware that the celestial dragons cannot arbitrarily command the Navy to perform other tasks? Do you think I am ignorant of your thoughts? Do not presume that being a celestial dragon grants you impunity. If it were not for Topman Walchuli Sheng, I could have killed you on the spot. Topman Walchuli Sheng, the god of law among the five elders. Flynn Lawrence Sheng was momentarily speechless, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Chun, yet he dared not utter another word. For the god of wealth and war could indeed kill him. Even celestial dragons are not at the pinnacle of power. They too can be slain. Although SwordsmanWho Nezhru Sheng would not overtly kill him, his immense power offered countless methods to do so. Enough, let us depart. SwordsmanWho Nezhru Sheng snorted coldly, leaving Lu Chun and AI in a way. Chapter 144, Silver-Tongued, Unfathomable. Dreaded Navy, you will pay for this. Flynn Lawrence Sheng could only express his impotent fury. Meanwhile, SwordsmanWho Nezhru Sheng led the way in silence until they reached a deserted street, where he suddenly spoke. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, had I not intervened just now, would you have killed that celestial dragon? His question was akin to a bombshell. Even AI, in beside him, was slightly taken aback. Surprised that the other party would pose such a question, her face displaying concern as she looked at Lu Chun. She feared that Lu Chun might respond affirmatively. Moreover, it was because of her that Lu Chun had offended the celestial dragons. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun smiled and replied, killing is out of the question. Ha ha ha. SwordsmanWho Nezhru Sheng laughed heartily, saying no more. This left Lu Chun somewhat perplexed about the intentions of the man before him. Was he also dissatisfied with the arrogance displayed by the celestial dragons? The original text did not elaborate much on these five figures, hence he lacked understanding. He could only seek more interaction. Shortly thereafter, SwordsmanWho Nezhru Sheng brought Lu Chun and AI into a reception room in a palace. Major Rion, please wait here in the reception room. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, come with me. I will return shortly. Mimum, Eonuded. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, follow me. SwordsmanWho Nezhru Sheng instructed. All right. Thus, Lu Chun once again followed behind SwordsmanWho Nezhru Sheng to another location. As Nezhru Sheng opened a large door ahead, a familiar room resembling a tea room came into view. It was indeed the chamber where the five elders typically held discussions. Furthermore, the other four were seated within. Upon seeing Lu Chun's arrival, they all turned their gaze toward the entrance. Nezhru Sheng, why have you come with Lieutenant General Lu Chun? Asked Topman Walchuli Sheng. Nezhru Sheng chuckled. We ran into each other on the way. I see, Topman Walchuli Sheng replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Lu Chun was assessing the other four elders, each possessing SSS level strength. Truly, they were at the zenith of power, and their might should not be underestimated. The god of scientific defense, Jagor Lushiacidin Sheng, waved his hand. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, come here. We summoned you to the Holy Land today for a particular matter. You flatter me. There is no need for such formalities. As a Navy officer, Serving the world government is my duty, Lu Chun said with a smile. In the presence of these five, he dared not act presumptuously. After all, dignity would not fill one's stomach. Living was paramount. Ha! Shang Lushiacidin chuckled, continuing, in truth. We are aware that with your prowess, you are more than capable of becoming a Marine Admiral, and with your talent, becoming Fleet Admiral in the future is well within reach. Therefore, we hope you can gain experience in the new world. And when you possess the true strength to defeat Sakazuki, we five can nominate you to become Fleet Admiral. Hearing this, Lu Chun sensed a hint of a transaction in their words and quickly waved his hands, humbly stating, "You truly overestimate me. My strength is still insufficient to confront Admiral Sakazuki directly." These five old fellows could not possibly wish to nominate him for Fleet Admiral without ulterior motives. You're being modest. Our expectations of you are not high. As long as you serve the world government, we can assist you greatly and grant you even greater power. Shang Lushiacidin continued. Subsequently, the five elders engaged in extensive discussions with Lu Chun, almost entirely focused on him, summarizing their high regard for him and advising him to serve the world government in the future, almost as if they were imparting wisdom. Naturally, Lu Chun continuously nodded in agreement. What choice did he have other than to comply? As for the true implications of it all, he was left bewildered and simply returned home. After Lu Chun departed, the five gathered once more to discuss the recently departed Lu Chun, the god of environmental defense. Maka's Maz Sheng spoke first. What do you all think of him? Silver-tongued. However, it cannot be denied that, given his age and talent, he is indeed formidable. Topman Wal Chuli, Sheng stated candidly. Nejiru Sheng chuckled softly. Is that silver-tongued? That is called being tactful. It seems he did not learn much from Carp. I find him quite promising. He is a talent worth nurturing, but it depends on whether he can grow. Shepherd Tibi Sheng laughed. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had already reunited with Ai On, leaving Mary Joa and returning to Marin Fander. On the way, Ai In could not suppress her curiosity and asked, "What did the five elders discuss with you?" "Not much. It seemed they were quite optimistic about me, suggesting I should become Fleet Admiral, but I declined." Lu Chun replied solemnly. Ai In looked at him as if she believed him completely, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? They offered you the position of Fleet Admiral, and you refused? Isn't being Fleet Admiral much better than your current rank of Marine Lieutenant General? What does it matter? In the end, it's still Fleet Admiral. Unable to do what one truly desires. Honestly, there are other things I yearn for," Lu Chun remarked. Upon hearing this, Ai In rolled her eyes at him. "Other things? If you want freedom, why not become a pirate? Pirates have plenty of freedom." If I became a pirate, I fear no Marine could capture me. Moreover, if I became a pirate, would you follow me?" Lu Chun laughed heartily. "So we're going. It's merely a matter of piracy." Her delicate face slightly flushed. Lu Chun laughed heartily and strode ahead. "Hey, wait for me." Ai In quickly caught up. The two of them playfully chased each other along the road, gradually making their way back to Ma Lin Fan Duo. A few days later, in Lu Chun's office at Ma Lin Fan Duo. "Are you leaving again?" "Indeed, this time I wish to visit Yurindao, a place I have yet to explore," Lu Chun replied. "Let us go together." Il exclaimed soudainly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun agreed. "All right, let's go together." His journey to Yurindao was not for trivial matters, but rather to accomplish a mission triggered by the system earlier. During his days in Ma Lin Fan Duo, he had completed all necessary tasks, allowing him the leisure to venture forth. The endeavor to Yurindao did not require the guise of a night walker, so bringing Ai In along was perfectly acceptable. At the very least, she would serve as an aide, and her strength was not to be underestimated. Hooray! Il smiled sweetly. Ever since becoming Lu Chun's aide, she had grown fond of the adventures, preferring to roam rather than remain stagnant in one place. Chapter 145, 10,000 meters under the sea, Yurindao. To embark on his journey to Yurindao, Lu Chun first visited the Shuangwudi Islands, seeking out Xiachi to assist in coding the warship. This was essential for their voyage to Yurindao. He also inquired about Rayleigh and learned of his imminent return to the Shuangwudi Islands, coinciding with the nearing end of the 2-year period. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates would soon begin returning one after another, and Lu Chun had promised to meet Nami. After completing the mission at Yurindao, he might still have time to return to Xuanwudi Islands to see them. A few days later, with the ship's coating complete, Lu Chun and AIN, accompanied by a contingent of Navy personnel, set sail for Yurindao. The vessel slowly descended into the depths of the sea, submerging into the abyss. The azure ocean gradually enveloped the ship, and the surrounding light dimmed. Fortunately, the warship was equipped with numerous electric lights, restoring brightness as it drifted towards the 10,000-meter deep Yurindao, guided by the ocean currents. The ship bore the insignia of the Navy, along with Lu Chun's unique emblem as a rear admiral, preventing the fishermen pirates they encountered along the way from daring to attack. To do so would mean certain annihilation. For Lu Chun's ruthlessness was a well-known tale among pirate crews. He had slaughtered at least tens of thousands of pirates. Even the infamous Shiki the Golden Lion had met his demise at Lu Chun's hands. His formidable strength was undeniable. As the vessel swayed with the current, Lu Chun stood on the deck, admiring the underwater scenery. Countless peculiar fish swam by, their only commonality being their unappealing appearance. As the ship descended further, the size of the fish increased, and even sea beasts began to make their presence known. Suddenly, a Navy officer atop the lookout tower shouted, "Admiral Lu Chun, there seems to be a large number of sea beasts ahead. Should we evade urgently?" "No need. With me here, we shall charge forward," Lu Chun confidently declared. "Understood, Admiral." The Navy officer hesitated, but ultimately chose to trust his superior. As the warship continued its advance, enormous dark shapes loomed ahead, gradually becoming clearer. They were a multitude of sea beasts, each as large as a sea king. Some bore camel-like heads, others resembling cattle, and their forms were bizarrely diverse. They blocked the ship's path, gaping mouths wide open, seemingly intent on swallowing the vessel whole. At this moment, AIN emerged from the cabin, her expression filled with concern. "Lu Chun, can we manage this? If the coating is damaged, we will be left with no escape. We are already at a depth of 7,000 meters. Have faith." "Do you not trust me?" Lu Chun inquired with intrigue. AIN huffed, turning her gaze towards the looming sea beasts. As the ship drew closer to the creatures, Lu Chun held his breath, channeling his formidable conqueror's haki with precision, directing it toward the menacing sea beasts. The invisible crimson aura surged forth, and upon encountering the beasts, they trembled as if confronted by something terrifying, hastily retreating. They fled the current, hiding behind the rocks, no longer daring to obstruct the flow. "Is that so? Lu Chun, have you mastered your conqueror's haki to such a degree?" AIN recognized the technique he employed. "I have only just begun to release it accurately. I have yet to reach its pinnacle," Lu Chun replied. In truth, his conqueror's haki was at the SS level, and the proficiency required for enhancement was considerable. He had no idea when he would advance further. "Powerful indeed. Your strength is already remarkable, and you are still so young. You shall undoubtedly grow even stronger." Il smiled. "Ha!" Lu Chun chuckled silently. Just moments after the warship departed, several figures emerged from behind the rocks, whispering among themselves. "Who is that admiral? How could he drive away so many sea beasts? We thought to extort a profit from this. Are you seeking death?" "That man is Rear Admiral Lu Chun from the Navy headquarters, the supernova who ended the era of pirates. Do you not fear him annihilating your entire lineage?" Half an hour later, the warship carrying Lu Chun and AIN finally arrived at Yurindao. They navigated through the official passage and were soon granted entry after inspection. As they entered the vicinity of Yurindao, they were greeted by numerous beautiful mermaids swimming around the vessel, all eyes on Lu Chun and his companions. "Look, it's the Navy. It has been ages since the Navy visited our Yurindao. He seems to be the person from the newspaper, Munki Dilushen, Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Is he here to help us eliminate pirates? I heard he despises pirates." Lu Chun observed the enchanting mermaids surrounding him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he instinctively remarked, "Quite lovely." It was his first encounter with mermaids, and he was taken aback by the sheer number of them, particularly their beauty. Lovely? Do I not surpass them in beauty? Mermaids lack legs. What is there to admire? AI pouted, a hint of indignation in her tone. Are you upset? Luchin queried with interest. In response, AI turned her head away. No. Ha ha. Lu Chun chuckled softly, explaining, I merely have never seen mermaids before, so I couldn't help but take a longer look. That is more acceptable. AI's lips curled into a smile. At that moment, Lu Chun focused ahead, gazing at the virtual interface displaying his mission. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Resolve the troubles of Yu Rindao. System rewards. 2,000 energy points. 1 sword technique. 20 materials for the construction of the Pluto. Completing this mission, alongside the task related to the Tyrant Kuma, would allow him to gather the materials needed for constructing Pluto. Perhaps he could even complete the construction ahead of schedule. Possessing the 3 ancient weapons would solidify his standing in this world. Not long after, the warship reached the bay, and Lu Chun and AI, accompanied by the Navy personnel, disembarked. Upon seeing the Navy's arrival, the surrounding fishmen and humans parted ways. While the Navy personnel who had disembarked earlier cleared a path for Lu Chun and AI. Where shall we go now? First, let us visit the majestic dragon palace of the Fishman Island to meet King Neptune, suggested Lu Chun. Very well. With that, Lu Chun and Ein proceeded directly towards the dragon palace. Perhaps some fishmen had already informed Neptune of their arrival. From midway, a figure appeared ahead. With azure hair, a distinctive dot on his forehead and long wavy locks, he bore a strikingly noble countenance. This was Sharkstar, the eldest prince of Neptune. However, the other 2 sons of Neptune were nowhere to be seen. Lu Chun had little desire to encounter them anyway, as they were rather unattractive. Chapter 146. Ridiculous. Princess White Star. Admiral Lu Chun, greetings. I have come to welcome you on behalf of my father, who was informed of your arrival. Sharkstar greeted with a smile. He was well aware of Lu Chun's reputation. His respectful demeanor was largely due to Lu Chun being the grandson of Carp, which held significance for Fishman Island. Thank you for your courtesy, Lu Chun replied with a slight nod. Sharkstar chuckled. You flatter me. As a guest, it is only right to extend a warm welcome. Indeed, please take me to see my father, Lu Chun requested. Certainly. This way, please, Sharkstar gestured respectfully. Thus, Lu Chun followed Sharkstar as they made their way to the royal palace. After half an hour, they boarded Sharkstar's sea vessel and arrived at the base of a grand castle. Receiving bubble corals from Sharkstar to create bubbles, an excellent means for navigating the Dragon Palace. As Sharkstar activated the mechanism to announce their identity, a massive tunnel appeared before them. The vessel entered, swiftly sailing through the passage. Moments later, they reached the opulent and bustling Dragon Palace. Various species of fish and numerous beautiful mermaids filled the surroundings. Straight ahead stood a castle adorned with a golden dragon sculpture, the residence of the royal family of Fishman Island. Upon seeing Sharkstar, the guards promptly opened the golden gates with a resounding roar. As they entered the castle, they were greeted by an endless line of Fishman guards, with King Neptune seated upon the throne, an imposing figure resembling a prehistoric fish. He wore a crown and was more robust than an average mermaid, with a mane of thick, vibrant orange hair and tattoos resembling flames adorning his arms. It was a mystery how fishmen propagated, as his wife certainly did not share his size. Admiral Lu Chun, please take a seat, Neptune said warmly. As he spoke, several beautiful mermaids brought chairs for Lu Chun and Ein, while the other naval officers were left outside, as many were prohibited from entering the true Dragon Palace. Thank you. Lu Chun and Ein had just settled when Neptune continued. It is rare for one to visit without purpose. I presume you have matters to discuss. What brings you here? Admiral Lu Chun? Perhaps it pertains to the future of both humans and fishmen. I have heard that a new fishman pirate crew has emerged, seeking to disrupt the harmony between our peoples and seize control of the Fishman Royal Palace. As a just naval officer, I feel compelled to intervene. Furthermore, I deeply admire Princess Odoheim and wish to contribute my efforts. Hence I plan to cleanse Fishman Island of all pirate scum, Lu Chun stated emphatically, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes as he concluded. Upon hearing this, several fishermen ministers exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Neptune furrowed his brow and replied, Admiral Lu Chun, are you suggesting a purge of Fishman Island? Would that not be excessive? After all, I am the king here, and we advocate for harmonious resolutions. I believe those pirate fishmen will understand our good intentions. He wished to fulfill Odoheim's unaccomplished dream of peace. Chuckling lightly, Lu Chun retorted, You seek peace. Yet those pirate crews have no such aspirations. As a member of the Navy, it is my duty to eradicate pirates. Should you dare to obstruct me, you too shall face the consequences. With that, he unleashed a wave of conqueror's hockey towards Neptune. The king felt a chill sweep over him, sensing the cold malice emanating from Lu Chun. After a prolonged silence, he cautiously replied, I only hope that Admiral Lu Chun will refrain from impacting the lives of our citizens. Umph. Lu Chun scoffed, disinterested in further discourse, and rose to depart. Suddenly, Neptune recalled something and called after him, Admiral Lu Chun, I have one more request. Would you be willing to assist me? Speak, Lu Chun replied. Neptune continued, I hope you can help capture Bandit 9. Should you succeed, we can provide you with as many treasures as you desire from Dragon Palace. Lu Chun burst into laughter at this, fully aware that Neptune's plea was for White Star, yet unable to suppress his mockery. How absurd. Just moments ago, you implored me not to cleanse the pirates of Fishman Island, yet now you ask me to capture a single pirate? Moreover, Bandit 9 is a fishman, not a human. Neptune's expression darkened, rendered speechless. However, for the sake of his daughter, he desperately wished for Bandit IX's capture. After a moment's contemplation, Neptune spoke again. This request comes personally from me, Neptune, not as king. Please follow me. Very well. I am curious to hear what you have to say, Lu Chun replied, following closely behind. Wait for me. I'm quickly caught up, and the two trailed behind Neptune through the halls of Dragon Palace. Minutes later, they arrived at a formidable iron door adorned with axes bearing rose engravings. Neptune glanced at the axes and opened the iron door. With a resounding crash, light flooded the room, revealing a giant mermaid lying upon the bed, none other than Princess White Star of Dragon Palace, one of the legendary ancient weapons. She possessed flowing pink hair, azure eyes, exquisite features, a voluptuous figure, and a tail of varying shades of pink, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful mermaid. Father, White Star exclaimed joyfully, eager to approach, but upon noticing the unfamiliar figures of Lu Chun and Ein behind Neptune, she instinctively hid behind the bed, cautiously asking, Father, who are they? Fear not, they're members of the Navy. This is Admiral Lu Chun, and beside him is Rear Admiral Ein, whom I have invited, Neptune assured her. Oh, White Star clutched a shark plushie, still hesitant to draw closer. Observing her reaction, Neptune sighed and said, Please do not take offense, Admiral Lu Chun. My daughter is merely. Before he could finish, a massive axe suddenly shot through the giant door, hurtling directly towards Princess White Star's head. Chapter 147. Bandit 9. The Cowardly Star? White Star, watch out. Neptune anxiously shouted. Ah. Meanwhile, Bai Xing had already been frightened into closing her eyes, letting out a piercing scream. With the Navy 6 style, in an instant, Lu Chun's figure vanished from its original position and reappeared before Bai Xing, extending a single hand. His right hand, enveloped in armament hockey, effortlessly caught the massive axe. With a slight exertion, the entire axe was crushed into powder, scattering across the ground. Only when Bai Xing felt no pain did she slowly open her eyes, gazing at the man before her with wide eyes, softly saying, Thank you. It's nothing. Lu Chun waved his hand. Bai Xing, are you all right? Neptune asked with concern. Bai Xing shook her head. I'm fine, father. That's good to hear. Neptune finally felt relieved. Suddenly, Ein curiously inquired, King Neptune, are there no guards near Princess Bai Xing? How could an axe fly into her chamber? She was about to ask further, but hesitated, pondering how a princess could remain confined here. She was also astonished by Bai Xing's beauty, taking a liking to the charming mermaid princess. Neptune shook his head helplessly and explained, it is actually due to a pirate named Bandit, the one that both Lu Chun and I have mentioned. He consumed the target fruit, which means anyone he touches becomes his target. Whatever he throws will hit the target. Princess Baixing has been marked by him since childhood. Initially, he sent her love letters, but after she rejected his proposal, jealousy took root in him, and he began throwing weapons. Hence, we have no choice. Neptune continued conversing with Ein, while Lu Chun showed little interest, as he already knew the reasons behind it. Thus, Lu Chun continued chatting with Baixing. Your name is Baixing. Staying here must be so boring. How about I take you out? I can't go out. Father said going out would bring disaster to Fishman Island, and that person has been trying to kill me. Baixing shook her head repeatedly. Ever since she was persecuted by Vanderdecken, she had developed a sort of paranoia, fearing the outside world. Whenever someone approached, she assumed they intended to harm her. Her lack of fear towards Lu Chun stemmed from his earlier act of saving her. She believed he was a good person. Don't worry, I will protect you. As long as I am here, anyone who dares to harm you will be crushed like that axe. Lu Chun assured sincerely. With his strength, no one on Fishman Island could match him. However, he considered that Baixing might be even stronger. After all, she was one of the 3 ancient weapons. If she summoned powerful Sea Kings, he might not stand a chance. The Sea Kings encountered previously were merely shallow water variants, whose strength was generally low. The Sea Kings, dwelling at depths of over 3,000 meters, possessed formidable strength, yet they typically remained hidden in the deep sea, never venturing out. They likely harbored SSS-level power, otherwise Baixing would not be regarded as one of the 3 ancient weapons. Really? You could take me out? Baixing's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling. Naturally, Lu Chun replied, but father will not agree. Baixing glanced at Neptune and whispered, he is merely your father. He cannot control you. Don't you wish to see the outside world? The two continued their conversation, while Neptune remained absorbed in his own dialogue, seemingly oblivious to Lu Chun and Baixing's exchange. Suddenly, An exclaimed angrily that Vanderdecken is utterly despicable for daring to target Princess Baixing. I will definitely capture him. Rest assured, King Neptune. Thank you very much. Neptune quickly expressed his gratitude. An then turned to Lu Chun and asked, Lu Chun, don't you think we should help Princess Baixing? What? Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback, having not heard Ein's previous remarks. Do you not wish to assist Princess Baixing? Her plight is already tragic enough, Ein retorted. She had long been aware of the stories of Fishman Island, including those concerning Princess Odoheim, dedicated to advocating harmony between fishmen and humans. Of course, if you say we should help, then we shall. At that moment, Lu Chun finally grasped the situation and continued. However, Vanderdecken will certainly not be easily lured out. My suggestion is to take Princess Baixing out, drawing Vanderdecken out into the open. What? That is too dangerous. Neptune firmly rejected the idea. After a light chuckle, Lu Chun shrugged. But you were the one who asked for my assistance. Now you refuse my proposal. Are you questioning my abilities? I could simply leave without helping you. Neptune fell silent. His brow furrowed. Fine, I trust you, Lu Chun. Please ensure the safety of my daughter. I hope she remains unscathed, or else Fishman Island will be devastated. Understood. Lu Chun nodded, aware of Neptune's concerns, primarily fearing that Baixing might summon the Sea Kings, which would lead to the destruction of the entire Fishman Island. Princess Baixing, rest assured, I will protect you well, Ein said with a smile as she approached. Baixing slightly nodded. Ein, use your abilities to shrink Princess Baixing. Her size is too conspicuous. Lu Chun suggested. However, Ein furrowed her brows, questioning, aren't we trying to lure Vanderdecken out? Why should we draw attention? Walking boldly will only raise suspicions. We can take Baixing out and let a hint slip. I believe Vanderdecken will come. Lu Chun said, a smirk forming on his lips. I understand now, Ein realized. She reached out to touch Baixing's body, causing her to regress in age by 10 years. Instantly, Baixing's large form began to change, shrinking to a size comparable to that of an ordinary fish person. Why did I get smaller? Baixing exclaimed in surprise, spreading her arms wide. Now that you've shrunk, you can go out and see the world. Where do you want to go most? Lu Chun inquired playfully. To the sea forest. Then let us go to the sea forest. Thus, Lu Chun and Ein led Baixing away from the palace. Before their departure, Neptune earnestly implored them to ensure Baixing's safety. As they headed towards the sea forest, Lu Chun harbored another objective, to obtain the historical records of Fishman Island. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task. Obtain the fragments of Fishman Island's historical records. System reward, 500 energy points. Chapter 148, the fifth fragment of historical records. With this addition, Liu Chan would possess 4 fragments of historical records. There are a total of 30 fragments of historical records, among them, for serve as markers, while the other 26 contain historical accounts. The 4 red fragments document the location of the endpoint of the Grand Line, Raftel. The other 26 black fragments contain a complete account of the history of the blank 100 years. Collecting all 30 fragments of historical records will prove to be quite a challenge. As Bai Xing was led out of the palace by Liu Chan and AI in, her large eyes widened with curiosity, taking in a myriad of unfamiliar sights surrounding her. Liu Chan, what is that? Is it something to eat? I want to eat. After spending decades confined within a dim room, the world outside had undergone remarkable transformations. Everything sparked her curiosity. Liu Chan and AI impatiently explained each new sight to her and treated her to an array of delectable foods. Unfortunately for Bai Xing, her diminutive form limited her capacity to indulge in much. After half an hour, the trio arrived at a bus stop and boarded a vehicle heading towards the sea forest. It was astonishing to Bai Xing that automobiles existed in this world. Of course, the vehicles on Fishman Island were powered by large aquatic creatures, gliding along the ocean currents towards their destination. Moments later, a vast expanse of lush forest came into view, a vibrant green spectacle beneath the waves, enhanced by the radiant sunlight, rendering the sea forest the most beautiful locale on Fishman Island. It's so beautiful. I wish I could live here forever. AI marveled. Nearby, Bai Xing leaned against the window, gazing into the distance, tears welling in her large eyes as she softly whispered, Mama, rest assured, in the future, humans and fishmen will coexist harmoniously. Just as her mother said, Liu Chan reassured her, gently patting her head. Though her voice was barely audible, Liu Chan caught her words. Bai Xing nodded quietly in response. Shortly thereafter, the 3 alighted from the bus and strolled through the sea forest, heading towards Princess Slayedthe's destination. Due to the machinations of Bandit 9, Bai Xing had been too fearful to attend Princess Slayedthe's funeral, spending 10 years confined within her chamber. As they walked, Liu Chen's brow furrowed as his kin Bunchiko Haki sensed an imminent danger. Turning his gaze, he spotted 2 axes hurtling towards Bai Xing. Liu Chen scoffed, drawing his Nicaran blade and slicing through the air with precision. The fierce sword energy cleaved the 2 massive axes effortlessly in half, sending them crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, not far off, Bandit 9 approached with a throng of pirates, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Princess Bai Xing, do not flee. You must marry me. AI, keep Bai Xing safe. I will handle them. Liu Chen instructed AI and before advancing slowly towards the Vanderdeccan pirate crew. Understood, et en reprise. Taking Bai Xing's small hand and stepping aside to observe quietly. With Liu Chen present, their safety was assured. AI, will Liu Chen be alright? Bai Xing asked with concern, aware of Vanderdeccan IX's formidable reputation, which had eluded her father and brother for years. He'll be fine. Liu Chen is incredibly strong. AI reassured her with a smile. Meanwhile, upon encountering an obstacle, Vanderdeccan IX's fury erupted. Wretched human, get lost, or I shall be forced to respond with hostility. Liu Chen remained undeterred, sneering coldly as he nonchalantly executed a horizontal slash. Instantly, a fierce wave of cutting energy surged towards the hundreds of sea pirates before him. The speed of his sword strike was so swift that some pirates did not even have time to react before being bisected. Others attempted to defend themselves with their blades. But those weapons shattered upon contact with a razor-sharp energy. Regardless of their attempts, none could withstand the might of Liu Chen's strike, resulting in their swift demise. In mere moments, a deluge of blood stained the ground a vivid crimson hue. Do not look. AI quickly covered Bai Xing's eyes with her hand, casting a disapproving glance at Liu Chen, as if to chide him for his mercilessness. After the onslaught, nearly 100 pirates lay slain, leaving only Vanderdeccan 9 alive. albeit wounded, blood seeping from his abdomen due to the residual energy of the attack. Had he not managed to shield himself with a subordinate, he too would have met a grim fate. Such a weakling. To dare strike at me is tantamount to seeking death, Liu Chun remarked disdainfully, glancing at his familiar system interface. Vanderdecken IX's face turned ashen as he comprehended Liu Chen's overwhelming power. Cautiously, he asked, "Human, who are you to possess such strength?" "Enough of your prattle." With that, Liu Chen appeared before him in an instant, delivering a swift strike that rendered him unconscious. "AI, take by Xing and leave. I will deal with this scoundrel." "All right." AI nodded, recognizing the urgency to depart before further violence ensued. Soon after, Liu Chun transported Vanderdecken 9 to a more secluded area, swiftly eliminating him as a token offering to King Neptune. His departure was motivated by the quest to uncover the historical texts within the sea forest. He sprinted deeper into the forest, diligently searching for traces of the ancient records. The historical texts were substantial and relatively straightforward to locate. Approximately half an hour later, Liu Chun finally beheld the historical text and secured it within his system backpack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 500 energy points. After completing the task, Liu Chun continued towards Princess Eg's burial site. Upon arrival, he found Bai Xing alone before the gravestone of Princess Eg, accompanied by a familiar figure, the former warlord, Jinbei. "Munqi de Lushen," Jinbei exclaimed upon seeing Liu Chun. Momentarily taken aback, "I should have anticipated your presence here, given that she is here too. I did not expect you would bring Princess Bai Xing out. She was supposed to be under confinement in the palace. King Neptune instructed me to bring her out, and I took the liberty of eliminating Vanderdecken 9. Liu Chun replied flatly. "Indeed," Jinbei remarked, raising an eyebrow, scrutinizing the man before him. "Do you doubt me?" Liu Chun responded with a smile. Jinbei merely shook his head, refraining from voicing any skepticism. Given Liu Chen's extraordinary prowess, it was plausible that he could have abducted Bai Xing from the palace. The notion that King Neptune had personally permitted Liu Chun to escort Bai Xing out was the most difficult to accept. However, Bai Xing seemed quite fond of Liu Chun and AIN, and no security issues had arisen along their journey, indicating their benign intentions. Yet, the transformation that had rendered Bai Xing so diminutive further fueled Jinbei's suspicions regarding Liu Chen's involvement in her predicament. Chuckling lightly, Liu Chun chose to remain silent, uninterested in providing explanations. After a brief pause, Jinbei suddenly inquired, "Liu Chun, do you know the whereabouts of Luffy?" "I do not. Do you?" Liu Chun countered. Jinbei shook his head. "I do not know. That was the last time he saw Luffy and Ace after the war on the summit. Certainly, he learned that Luffy would reunite with his comrades at the Slayedthe archipelago in 2 years, which is why he awaited Luffy on the route to the New World. After all, that kid is as resilient as rubber. He is unlikely to perish." Liu Chun waved his hand dismissively. He was entirely unconcerned about Luffy. As the protagonist of this world, the chances of death were minuscule. It seemed as though a force of worldly will was safeguarding him. Should Luffy meet his demise, the entire world would undergo a cataclysmic transformation, perhaps even face obliteration. I wonder what brings General Liu Chun to the Fishman Island? Jinbei inquired curiously. "I have a bit of leisure time. I intend to deal with some pirates and offer protection to Fishman Island," Liu Chun replied casually. Ever since Whitebeard's death, Fishman Island had been left unprotected, and pirates had gradually become rampant. In the original narrative, it was the Yonko Big Mom who claimed Fishman Island as her territory, demanding an annual tribute of sweets. However, now that the Whitebeard pirates have been inherited by Ace, their strength, though not on par with the true Yonko, remained formidable enough to deter certain petty pirates, as Ace was still alive. The Whitebeard pirates had not been entirely vanquished. Jinbei's expression darkened as he regarded the man before him, momentarily at a loss for words. "Very well. Sometimes, I truly do not comprehend what kind of Navy officer Liu Chun is. For Fishman Island, perhaps a thorough cleansing was indeed necessary. If Liu Chun were willing to station himself on Fishman Island, it would provide immense security, not only due to his formidable prowess, but also because of the power he wielded. Monkey D. Gap. Could it be that Lu Chen's arrival at Fishman Island was at Garp's behest, aimed at assisting an old friend, Whitebeard? Not long after, Shirahoshi finished speaking to the grave of Queen Otoheim and approached Lu Chen and Ein. Lord Lu Chen, Lord Ein, shall we depart? All right. Lu Chen nodded slightly, taking Shirahoshi's small hand as they returned to the palace, leaving Jinbei standing alone, watching Lu Chen's disappearing silhouette, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. I truly wonder what this Vice Admiral intends to accomplish. After leaving the Sea Forest, Lu Chen directly escorted Shirahoshi back to Ryugu Palace, simultaneously instructing Ein to restore her to her original appearance. Here, the head of Vander Decken 9. Lu Chen tossed the severed head forward. Upon closer inspection, Neptune confirmed it was indeed Vander Decken 9 and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chen. A mere thank you is of little use. I would appreciate some of your treasures from Ryugu Palace. Lu Chen stated bluntly. At times, a simple thank you pales in comparison to tangible actions. Very well. I shall dispatch someone to retrieve it. Neptune was more than willing. Ryugu Palace was abundant in treasures, having salvaged many from sunken ships. Lu Chen nodded. This time, he intended to compel his subordinates to exert themselves, necessitating the acquisition of something substantial. However, the two ministers flanking Neptune appeared reluctant and even attempted to dissuade him. Your Majesty, those treasures are our Ryugu Palace's protection. How can we easily part with them to outsiders? Indeed, moreover, dealing with pirates is the Navy's responsibility. Why should we provide treasures? I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. Neptune firmly rejected their objections. Suddenly, Lu Chen fixed his gaze on the two ministers, sneering, I find you both rather reminiscent of pirates. Perhaps you ought to be dealt with. These two ministers were utterly useless, merely skilled at empty rhetoric. They truly deserve to be dealt with. The soldiers of Ryugu Palace are nothing short of pathetic. Inept in their duties, it is no wonder that they allowed a mediocre pirate like Hody Jones to breach the entire Ryugu Palace. These two ministers bear significant responsibility. The two ministers' expressions darkened, wanting to speak but hesitating. They were well aware of Lu Chen's might and dared not voice further objections. Soon, several soldiers emerged with a substantial amount of treasure. Lu Chen summoned the Navy to enter, directing them to transport the treasure while addressing the troops in Ryugu Palace. Esteemed comrades, I, Vice Admiral Lu Chen of the Navy Headquarters, have resolved to cleanse Fishman Island of all pirates. Today may very well be a fierce battle, with the potential for loss of life at any moment. However, all may choose whether or not to partake in this conflict. Those who join will receive a share of the treasures here and any bounties. Should you, unfortunately, fall in battle, I will ensure that your portion is delivered to your families. Upon hearing this, the Navy members were serious, their gazes devoid of greed for treasure, instead filled with fervor. All right, those unwilling to engage in battle, step forward. Lu Chen continued. At this, no one stepped forward. Instead, they roared in unison. Fight! 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 Excellent. I knew I could count on you all. Those who follow me, Lu Chen, shall not suffer losses. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Neptune and his two ministers watched from the side, their faces betraying astonishment. They must have been pondering Lu Chen's true identity. How could he address the Navy with such authority, as if he were rallying pirates? The treasures just acquired were so readily given away. Were these people truly part of the Navy? The longer they observed, the more they resembled pirates. Let us proceed to Fishman Street. Yes, with that, Lu Chen led everyone away from Ryugu Palace toward the chaotic realm of Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Most pirates congregated in Fishman Street, making it the perfect opportunity to apprehend them all in one fell swoop. Fishman Street. The Navy is here. The human Navy has arrived. Flee. Fools! Why are you running? With so many of us, should we fear a few Navy officers? As Lu Chen and his troops advanced into Fishman Street, chaos erupted throughout the area. Chapter 150. The New Fishman Pirates and the Slaughterhouse. Pirates dashed through Fishman Street, desperately seeking their comrades. Gathering at the entrance of Fishman Street with the intent of annihilating the approaching navy. At the entrance of Fishman Street, Lu Chun and Ein commanded the navy. Observing the desolate street with keen interest, dozens of pirate corpses already lay scattered across the ground, victims of their earlier arrival, executed to instill fear in the pirates. The remaining pirates had retreated deep into Fishman Street, rallying more of their peers. The navy numbered around 80, standing in formation to block the path of the pirates. Lu Chun stood at the center, with Ein to his left, both gazing intently ahead, awaiting the pirates to approach voluntarily. Soon, the sounds of footsteps and shouts echoed from the front. Kill, charge, annihilate the human navy, slay those inferior human navy officers. A throng of pirates surged forth from the depths of Fishman Street, a dense mass so vast that their heads were obscured. Their numbers were in the thousands, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. Among them were not only Fishman pirates, but also several human pirates at the forefront. Leading the charge were several officers from the new Fishman pirates, Bepo, Dosen, Hammond, and others. Lu Chun cast a sweep of his gaze, but did not spot Hody Jones among them, prompting him to inquire, "Where is your pirate captain, Hody Jones? And who might you be? Dare to inquire about the whereabouts of our captain? Who do you think you are? Just a mere human, coming to our Yu-Ren-Jie. Seeking death?" A few Fishmen pirates unleashed a torrent of insults upon Lu Chun. In response, Lu Chun's gaze turned icy, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he unsheathed his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the very individuals who had spoken. The ferocity of the sword energy was astonishingly swift, leaving the weak fishmen with no chance to react. Their heads and bodies were severed in an instant. A deluge of blood erupted, shocking the surrounding fishmen. What? How did a human die? What is happening? How formidable was it the pirates across from us? The fishmen were thrown into chaos, staring in disbelief at the navy. Only a few of the fishmen pirate officers recognized Lu Chun's prowess and understood the strength he possessed. Who dares to question your lord? With a slight flush on his face, the pirate officer Bao Tsong stepped forward and inquired politely. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun swiftly drew his sword, executing a rapid strike that surpassed the previous attacks in both power and speed. Even the skilled swordsman Bao Tsong barely perceived it, and without any opportunity to evade, he could only draw his long knife in defense. The moment the sword energy collided with Bao Tsong's blade, he felt an overwhelming force. With the back of his sword pressed tightly against his chest, the violent impact hurled him backward, crashing into dozens of fishmen pirates behind him, and he ultimately shattered through several buildings before coming to a halt. Whether Bao Tsong lived or died remained uncertain, as he was buried beneath the rubble. "Bao Gang!" Hammond and Dorsentos exclaimed anxiously, sending several fishmen pirates to check on Bao Tsong's condition. At that moment, Lu Chun spoke again. "It seems you have failed to answer my question, so I shall ask once more, where is Hody Jones? As the principal instigator of the chaos on Fishman Island, he must be eliminated." Hammond's face twisted with rage, baring his teeth as he shouted, "Brothers, charge! Eliminate these humans. They are mere humans, not worthy opponents for us fishmen. Kill them. Attack!" All the pirates surged forward, launching a surprise assault on the navy. "Why won't you answer my questions properly?" Lu Chun shook his head helplessly, furrowing his brow as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. The crimson aura of his haki surged like a tidal wave towards the pirates. Most of the pirates collapsed, their eyes shut in unconsciousness, while only a few retained their awareness. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Lu Chun coldly declared, "Slay all pirates without exception. Leave none alive. Even those who are unconscious shall not be spared." Yes, the navy momentarily paused, but quickly regained their composure. They finally comprehended the meaning behind Lu Chun's declaration to cleanse Fishman Island of pirates. In truth, Lu Chun could single-handedly defeat all the pirates on Fishman Island, but the sheer number was overwhelming, making it impossible to slay them all alone. Hence, he had summoned them to assist in the slaughter. "Kill them all. Leave none behind." The navy charged forward, mercilessly executing the unconscious pirates, turning the scene into a veritable slaughterhouse. "Are you truly a navy? How can you be so cruel?" Hammond's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the thousands of pirates would fall in droves, while the Navy continued their ruthless massacre of his subordinates. Cruel? Do you think you are worthy to speak of cruelty? Lu Chen scoffed. Oof. Hammond retorted angrily. Do humans not show cruelty towards us fishmen? Those are not my actions. As long as I remain on Fishman Island, no one dares to harm a single fishman. Lu Chan's expression turned serious as he stated firmly. You. Hammond hesitated, unable to retort. No one dares to harm a fishman on Fishman Island. Yet what are you doing now? Enough talk, you have said too much. It's time for you to perish. With that, Lu Chen's figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing before Hammond. The flash of his sword, the gleam of the blade swept past Hammond's neck. He barely had time to react, feeling the world spin, as though he were plummeting. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered his lower body gushing blood. Simultaneously, Ian had already dispatched several opponents. He easily eliminated the fishmen pirate officers, as their strength was woefully inadequate. None even achieving Class A weak. Truly too weak. Just as Lu Chen finished dispatching the remaining fishmen pirate officers, a furious roar echoed. Foolish human. What are you doing? Hody Jones shrieked, gazing at the sea of corpses before him, his eyes ablaze with rage. He had merely sought out Vander Decken to discuss a collaboration, yet not only did he fail to find him, but his own domain was also ransacked. Oh, you've arrived, Lu Chen replied with keen interest. Character, Hody Jones. Position, captain of a new Fishman Pirates. Fruit, level. Skill, Fishman Karate. Bounty, 45 million berries. The new Fishman Pirates were not yet renowned and only wreak havoc on Fishman Island. Thus their bounty remained modest. Chapter 151. The Sword of Greed in the Realm of Hungry Ghosts. Hody Jones's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed. Did you do all this? Command your subordinates to cease at once. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The new Fishman Pirates were his labor of love, created to fulfill the dreams of fishmen. How could he not be enraged at their destruction by a human navy? I shall see how you demonstrate your lack of courtesy. Lu Chen replied, intrigued. A fishman of Class A dares to act brazenly before me. How foolish. You. Hody Jones gritted his teeth, consumed by rage, raising his hand to summon the surrounding seawater, hurling it towards the navy executing the fishmen. Yao Jiao. Instantly, the seawater transformed into sharp, arrow-like projectiles, hurtling at the navy with incredible speed. Just as they were about to strike, a figure materialized before them. It was Lu Chen, who had swiftly arrived using the navy's 6 styles. Without even drawing his long knife, he merely unleashed his haki, forming a dark red shield that repelled all the water projectiles, which then reverted to mere seawater, cascading to the ground. Do not mind me. Continue to eliminate every pirate here. Leave none alive. Lu Chen instructed the navy behind him. Yes, Commander. With that, the navy resumed their grim task, slaughtering the remaining fishmen pirates. Damned. Hody Jones seethed with rage, seizing a red pill and swallowing it. He realized that the navy before him was immensely powerful. Had he not consumed the deadly pill, he would undoubtedly be no match for the navy. Only by taking the pill could he grasp a sliver of hope, perhaps even saving his fishmen brethren, as an immense quantity of lethal drugs coursed through his veins. Hody Jones felt every cell within his body erupting in excruciating agony, akin to being gnawed upon by ants. The intense pain compelled Hody to kneel, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Yet, despite such torment, he chose to endure. For he had a more significant mission yet to fulfill, to overthrow Neptune's reign and ascend as the new king of Fishman Island, leading the merfolk to dominate all of humanity. Moments later, Hody's body began to expand rapidly, his garments torn asunder, and his entire being transformed in hue, particularly his once ebony hair, which turned entirely white. His muscles surged, veins protruding, as his physique grew considerably larger. Furthermore, his power escalated from A to A, emanating a faint crimson aura reminiscent of blood. With a primal roar, Hody released his pent-up fury, extending his arms as seawater swiftly coalesced between his hands, forming 2 massive spheres of water, which he hurled at the opposing Lu Chen. The 2 water spheres moved with astonishing speed, spiraling unpredictably through the air. Nevertheless, Liu Chun remained steadfast, activating his Kinbunchika haki, and with a gentle flick of his right hand wielding the blade, reincarnation, he effortlessly intercepted the incoming orbs, slicing them in half and causing them to plummet to the ground as mere puddles. What? This is impossible. Hodie's eyes widened in disbelief. He possessed absolute confidence in his strength, convinced that no matter how formidable his opponent, they could never discern the trajectory of his water spheres, unless they could predict the future. There is nothing impossible, merely your sluggishness. Liu Chun replied nonchalantly. His Kinbunchika haki had awakened to the point of foreseeing brief glimpses of the future, allowing him to effortlessly deflect Hodie's assault. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hodie continued to deny the reality, repeatedly swinging his arms to unleash an array of attacks. Regardless of the technique employed, shark cannon, sea drum, mist shark, every assault was effortlessly evaded by Liu Chun, as if he were merely swatting away flies. In the face of Liu Chun's overwhelming prowess, Hodie found himself utterly defenseless. In an instant, Liu Chun stood before Hodie, striking down towards his chest. There is nothing impossible, merely your weakness. In a moment of realization, Hodie's expression shifted, and he attempted to retreat swiftly. However, his speed proved insufficient. Liu Chun's blade struck him, carving a significant gash into his flesh, from which blood flowed freely, all absorbed by reincarnation. In a heartbeat, Hodie found himself several meters away, glancing at his wound, gritting his teeth in pain. So powerful. Fishman Island is ultimately too small, while he might be the strongest there. In the wider world, he was but weak. Many could easily vanquish him, and Liu Chun was certainly among them. The reason for not hastily slaying him was to allow Hodie to witness the slaughter of all his fellow fishermen pirates. Some might deem Liu Chun cruel. Yet compared to Hodie's actions against humanity, this was but a trifle. Stop! As he beheld the Marines mercilessly slaying his fellow merfolk, Hodie let out a powerless scream, his heart quaking. They are dead. All of them dead. Not a single one left. Even if he seized control of Fishman Island, without his brothers beside him, he was but a solitary figure. With that thought, Hodie fixed a murderous gaze upon Liu Chun, arms outstretched, gathering vast amounts of seawater to hurl toward him. Foolish human. Perish! The cast seawater transformed into enormous sharks, their gaping maws aimed to devour Liu Chun. Sword of greed from the six paths of reincarnation. Liu Chun chuckled softly, pointing his sword skyward, unleashing a formidable sword intent. The intense sword aura morphed into a dark, crimson blade of energy that surged skyward, as if to pierce through the depths of the ocean. The sword energy penetrated the entirety of Fishman Island. With a single utterance, Liu Chun commanded, "Slash." As he brought his sword down, the dark red sword energy, resembling a ferocious red demon, consumed all of Hodie's unleashed attacks, and, in turn, engulfed Hodie himself. The flesh and blood were entirely absorbed by reincarnation. Not only that, but the sword energy also returned to Liu Chun's position. Chapter 152, The Ascension of Reincarnation. The Supreme Great Blade. Be careful, Ian exclaimed with concern, aware that the blade in Liu Chun's possession was a cursed sword, notorious for consuming its wielder. Yet Liu Chun remained unfazed, standing still, intrigued by the flying cursed sword, reincarnation. Reincarnation soared past him without inflicting any harm. Liu Chun, are you all right? Ian rushed over, worry etched on her face. Liu Chun shook his head. I am fine. Reincarnation wouldn't dare harm me. Suddenly, Ion's attention was drawn to reincarnation. Her eyes widening in astonishment. Liu Chun, look. Following her gaze, Liu Chun noticed reincarnation hovering above numerous corpses, absorbing the blood from the fallen below. Countless streams of blood converged upon the blade, transforming its once black surface into a vivid crimson hue. The surroundings were awash in red. As the entirety of Fishman Street became enveloped in blood, all being consumed by reincarnation, countless fishermen pirates gradually became nutrients for the sword. Everyone was captivated by the long blade hovering in midair, but few dared to approach, for those who drew near felt their blood boil, as if they might erupt. This was the bloodthirsty attribute of reincarnation being triggered, combined with the overwhelming aura of blood, compelling it to absorb the sanguine essence. Such a vast quantity of blood might elevate reincarnation to the level of the supreme Great Blade. Moments later, the area surrounding reincarnation transformed into a colossal sphere of blood. The blood sphere pulsated like a heart, contracting with each beat until it all was entirely absorbed by reincarnation. At last, reincarnation regained its original black hue. Yet it now exuded a bewitching allure. "Return," Liu Chun commanded softly, and reincarnation willingly returned to his grasp, observing the now ascended supreme Great Blade. He nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent." "What do you mean excellent?" "Liu Chun, you should refrain from using that blade. It is far too sinister," Ayn cautioned. No sooner had she spoken than reincarnation seemed to understand, lightly tapping Ayn on the head with its hilt, as if in protest. Who struck me?" Ayn wore a perplexed expression, utterly unaware of who it was. Looking down, she realized that Liu Chen's sword was missing and exclaimed indignantly, "You scoundrel Liu Chun! Why did you strike me? It was not I who harmed you, but rather the cycle of reincarnation that has manifested a rudimentary form of sentience." "It seems to be quite irate," Liu Chun explained with a smile. He felt elated by the emergence of intelligence within the cycle of reincarnation. "What?" Ayn furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly struggling to believe it. It seemed that no blade in this world had ever exhibited such sentience. Could Liu Chen's demonic sword truly possess such extraordinary qualities? Nevertheless, the demonic sword was indeed the most enigmatic blade in existence, defying all explanation. "Very well, I apologize. I was mistaken in my previous words. I am truly sorry," she conceded. Upon hearing this, the cycle of reincarnation ceased its agitation, gently tapping the hilt of the sword. Chuckling softly, Liu Chun raised his gaze to the residents of Fishman Island surrounding them. Observing the commotion, they were naturally drawn to the scene, only to discover that every pirate had been vanquished by the human navy before them. The once forbidden Fishman Street was now devoid of pirates, all eliminated by the navy, leaving no trace behind. Upon meeting Liu Chen's gaze, many fishmen and humans instinctively took a few steps back, fearing that the merciless navy might turn their wrath upon them as well. Liu Chun smiled knowingly, fully aware of their trepidation. He proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, Fishman Island shall be under the protection of Monkey D. Liu Chun. Let it be known, should anyone dare to harm even a single hair on a fishman, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Whether pirates or navy, anyone who infringed upon this decree would meet their end without mercy." His resonant voice echoed throughout Fishman Island, instilling fear in the hearts of all who heard it. As he spoke, Liu Chun exuded a hint of Haushika haki, adding an air of intimidation to his presence. In Ryugu Palace, Princess Shirahoshi's face brightened at the familiar voice. "Is that Lord Liu Chun? Has he come to aid us?" She wondered joyfully. "Alas, it seems I cannot stop him. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse." King Neptune sighed helplessly beside her. This matter was beyond his control, and even if he wished to intervene, he lacked the capability. Despite their allegiance to the world government, no assistance had ever been rendered to them. Discrimination against fishmen persisted. Liu Chen's disturbance might indeed serve as a fortuitous event for all fishmen. Meanwhile, in the Fishman Cafe, the fortune-teller Sherry furrowed her brow in frustration. "Why can I not discern who this individual is? There are no signs whatsoever." Upon hearing Liu Chen's words, the surrounding fishmen erupted in cheers. "Thank you, Lord Liu Chun. Thank you." Witnessing their exuberance, Liu Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Not bad. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards, 2,000 energy points. Sword technique level 1, and 20 materials for building the underworld. Liu Chun, you shall have much to occupy yourself with henceforth. Fishman Island is indeed a troublesome place." Ayn warned seriously. All pirates venturing to the New World would traverse this route, and curbing their activities would prove quite challenging. "No matter. I shall ensure they understand my might," Liu Chun replied nonchalantly. Indeed, I nodded. Whatever Liu Chun undertook, she would follow suit. Subsequently, Lu Chun and Ayn stationed their troops on Fishman Island for 3 days, slaying any pirates who dare to cause chaos, be they fishmen or human. Concurrently, the world was abuzz with the latest news. The naval supernova Monkey D. Lu Chun had appeared on Fishman Island, declaring his intent to protect it. The formidable naval Rear Admiral Lu Chun instilled fear akin to that of the previous Monkey D. Garp, causing trepidation amongst all pirates. Even amongst the pirate supernovas, few were unafraid of Lu Chun, especially since even Luffy had fallen to him, compounded by the terror of Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi. Who would not be afraid? Yet, Lu Chun would not remain on Fishman Island indefinitely. They merely needed to refrain from provoking him. Should they incite trouble or capture fishmen for sale, they would undoubtedly face Lu Chun's relentless pursuit, a fate they dreaded and wished to avoid. At the new Marine headquarters, Akainu fumed that Lu Chun is causing disturbances again. Abandoning his post, just wait until I report this to the higher-ups to see how they deal with him. He slammed his fist on the table in anger. Chapter 153. The New Slayedthe Archipelago, Landfall. Sakazuki never anticipated that even after dispatching Lu Chun to Marineford, he would still be restless, running off to Fishman Island and effectively bloodily purging it. The slaughter of nearly 10,000 pirates was, in his view, a disgrace to the Navy's reputation. Just when he struggled to find a pretext to reprimand Lu Chun, this incident provided him with the justification he sought. Consequently, Sakazuki dialed the 5 elders directly, reporting candidly, "Elders, I trust you are aware of the situation concerning Lu Chun. His actions have gone too far, utterly insulting our Navy's identity by so brazenly slaughtering pirates. I suggest we, Admiral Sakazuki, are you overreacting? Is there anything wrong with the Navy exterminating pirates? Your repeated troubles with Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Are you still holding a grudge from the last incident?" Interrupted the voice of Saint Emu from the transponder snail. Sakazuki's expression darkened, rendered speechless. However, he was well aware that he harbored resentment towards Lu Chun, reluctant to see him thrive. I believe Vice Admiral Lu Chun's actions were commendable. His uproar on Fishman Island will certainly deter some miscreant pirates from venturing into the New World, thereby blocking them at the gateway. What is wrong with that? Saint Emu continued. Understood. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, uttering a single word. With that, the call was abruptly disconnected, leaving Sakazuki alone in the wind, flustered. He had initially thought to reprimand Lu Chun, only to find himself at a disadvantage. Days later, Lu Chun returned to Marineford with his troops, blissfully unaware of the developments at the Navy headquarters. He knew only that his actions on Fishman Island had spread throughout the world. Given the lack of any response from the Navy or the world government, it seemed they had tacitly accepted his actions. For Lu Chun, this was a favorable development. In the days that followed, Lu Chun remained predominantly stationed at Marineford, overseeing the repairs to the damaged Marineford and personally training the Navy. His aim was to cultivate a personal elite force. The world order was bound to become increasingly tumultuous, and with many more tasks ahead. It was essential to train a loyal cadre. It was crucial to establish his own influence among both the Navy and pirates. Suddenly, Ayn entered the office to report. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, the Slayedthe Archipelago has descended into chaos recently, emboldened by the Navy's strength. The locals are requesting our assistance to suppress the pirates. Oh, today I happen to have some free time. Let us see just how audacious those pirates have become. It has been quite a while since I last took action. Lu Chun remarked with keen interest as he rose to his feet. In the Slayedthe Archipelago, there are numerous fishmen, and they are seizing the opportunity presented by the events on Fishman Island to enhance their notoriety. Indeed, Vice Admiral, Ayn promptly responded, and without delay, Ayn rushed out to assemble the Navy and set sail for the Slayedthe Archipelago. The naval fleet, aboard Vice Admiral Lu Chun's exclusive warship, advanced towards the nearby Slayedthe Archipelago. The ship's sail adorned with a distinctive emblem. The emblem prominently featured a circular design, within which lay a long sword, symbolizing the cursed blade, Slayedthe, the demon sword Slayedthe, suppressing myriad pirates. Vice Admiral Lu Chun stood on the deck of the warship, gazing forward with an air of authority as they drew closer to the Slayedthe Archipelago. "Which island are we heading to?" Ian inquired beside him. Island number 1, Lu Chen replied. Understood. Ian refrained from further questioning, aware that Lu Chen had his own plans, and simply relayed the orders to the other naval officers aboard the ship. 3 Navy warships lined up in formation as they advanced towards Island number 1 of the Shambadi archipelago. The Navy's flag quickly caught the attention of the pirates and residents above. A Navy ship? What brings a Navy here so suddenly? Aren't they still repairing Marine Ford? Fool! Open your eyes and see. That's the ship of the infamous Vice Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chen. Due to the events on Fishman Island, many pirates had already dubbed Lu Chen with a new moniker, the Butcher, after slaying nearly 10,000 pirates. He was regarded as a ruthless killer in the eyes of the pirates. Upon sighting Lu Chen's warship, many pirates fled in terror, some not even daring to glimpse Lu Chen's visage as they hastily made their escape. On the Navy's ship, Lu Chen observed the pandemonium on Island number 1, where all pirates were frantically fleeing to other islands, desperately attempting to evade Lu Chen's presence. Ian cast a sidelong glance at him, seemingly grasping Lu Chen's intentions. After the bloodbath on Fishman Island, was he now poised to unleash carnage upon the Shambadi archipelago? Before long, the warship docked at Island number 1 of the Shambadi archipelago. Disembark, Lu Chen commanded calmly. Yes, Vice Admiral. Immediately, all Navy personnel leapt from the warship, forming 2 straight lines on the shore, awaiting Lu Chen's orders. Subsequently, Lu Chen descended from the ship and addressed the assembled Navy with a solemn expression. Gentlemen, our sole purpose for coming to the Shambadi archipelago today is to eradicate pirates. Slay the pirates! Slay the pirates! Slay the pirates! The entire Navy echoed his rallying cry. Only by following Lu Chen could they feel the fervor that initially drove them to become Navy officers, which was none other than the desire to eliminate pirates. Accompanying Vice Admiral Lu Chen often meant the thrill of slaughtering pirates, a sentiment particularly embraced by those who had journeyed with him to Fishman Island. The bloodshed had desensitized them. Thus, Lu Chen led his troops to patrol the Shambadi archipelago, commencing from Island number 1. Upon discovering any pirates, they would immediately strike them down. Moreover, this time, the Navy Lu Chen commanded comprised the elite from the G1 branch, many of whom were adept in the Marine 6 styles, making it relatively simple to dispatch the lowly pirates. Residents of the Shambadi archipelago, witnessing Lu Chen's arrival with the Navy, expressed their excitement, applauding in welcome. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, Vice Admiral Lu Chen, Vice Admiral Lu Chen. The fervor rivaled that of a royal outing, as the surrounding residents warmly greeted him. As for the pirates on the island, they either fled entirely or remained hidden, scarcely daring to show themselves. Gazing at the ordinary residents, Lu Chen smiled and nodded slightly. You are too kind. This is our duty. Should any pirates cause trouble, please do not hesitate to inform us. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chen. He is truly a good man. When the Navy was last here, the pirates were rampant. Indeed, with Vice Admiral Lu Chen's arrival, all those pirates have fled. Thus, the once quiet Shambadi archipelago became lively once more. The name of Monkey D. Lu Chen, Vice Admiral of the Navy, reverberated throughout the islands. Countless pirates, upon hearing his name, began to flee in a frenzy, seeking refuge from Lu Chen's gaze. Particularly on Islands 1 through 29, the lawless zone of the Shambadi archipelago, where pirates were most abundant. The arrival of Lu Chen caused the entire area to be devoid of pirates, instantly transforming it into a scene of tranquility. The surrounding residents welcomed him with open arms. Suddenly, a Navy officer dashed up to Lu Chen and Ian, whispering, reporting to Vice Admiral Lu Chen, just as you anticipated. All the pirates are heading towards the dock on Island number 79. MHM. Lu Chen nodded slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Prior to landing on the Shambadi archipelago, he had secretly dispatched Navy personnel to infiltrate the pirates and gather intelligence. He would not act recklessly without prior consideration. He had long suspected that the pirates would flee, and his visit to the Shambadi archipelago was intended to be a grand spectacle. Lu Chen, you had already sent people ahead? Ian questioned, her voice laced with suspicion. Even she had not detected Lu Chen's maneuvers. Lu Chen nodded slightly, murmuring, "It seems that there won't be any large-scale battles this time. We'll scare off most of the pirates and suppress them, ensuring they dare not cause trouble in the Shambadi archipelago again." "Understood," Ian replied. However, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered across her face as she seemed to lament Lu Chen for not informing her sooner, leaving her to worry needlessly. "Don't be upset. I promise to inform you in advance next time," Lu Chen reassured her, noticing her displeasure. That is more like it," Ian pouted. Consequently, Lu Chen led the Navy from Island Number 1 to Island Number 79 without detouring to other islands. The progress was slowed considerably by the throngs of well-wishers lining the path. Nevertheless, Lu Chen maintained a serene smile throughout, showing no signs of concern. "Lu Chen, we're almost at the dock on Island Number 79. What are your plans?" Ian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Even now, she remained oblivious to Lu Chen's scheme. "You will find out once we arrive," Lu Chen replied with a slight smile. "MHM." Ian ceased her questioning, for the dock of Island Number 79 lay just ahead. Before they even reached the dock, the sounds of heated arguments filled the air. "Hurry up! Move faster! What are you dawdling for? Idiots run! Don't crowd here!" It was only upon Lu Chen and the Navy's arrival at the dock that they discovered the pirates had congested the area, overwhelming the dock's capacity. The entire dock was choked with pirates attempting to escape towards Island Number 79. Ian chuckled lightly. "No wonder you weren't in a hurry along the way. Now, it is their turn to feel anxious." Lu Chen chuckled and stepped forward. The naval officers on either side began to clear a path for him, wielding their long sabers to eliminate the pirates obstructing their way. It would be more accurate to say these pirates were trapped on the coast, rather than merely blocking the road. Let us fight them. Kill, brother. Didn't you say we would fight? Why are you running toward the sea? What about you? Why ask me?" The pirates on the coast were in a state of panic, desperately seeking to escape Lu Chen's gaze, some even plunging directly into the water. Those trapped at the docks and the pirates who had already taken to the sea were even more terrified, urging their subordinates to hasten their departure. "Quick, move faster. Run. The demon, General Lu Chen, is coming. Run." At that moment, Barumabur and KB rushed to report to Lu Chen, General Lu Chen. "The pirates on the coast have been eliminated. Should we pursue those who have escaped to the sea?" "No need. I will handle it myself. You have already taken action. I cannot remain idle," Lu Chen replied with a smile. "Understood." KB and Barumabur saluted in response, knowing their teacher was preparing to make his move, and they would once again witness his terrifying power. Subsequently, Lu Chen advanced, drawing the long saber, SwordsmanWho, from his waist. The appearance of the enchanting demon blade, SwordsmanWho, instantly stunned everyone present. The naval officers felt their blood boil with battle fervor, eager to charge forward and slay the pirates. Meanwhile, the pirates were seized by terror, sensing that a malevolent spirit seemed to lurk within that blade, ready to consume their flesh and blood. Demon blade, SwordsmanWho. That is General Lu Chen's demon blade. With its appearance, today may well be their last. Run. Lu Chen has drawn his demon blade. If we do not flee now, we will truly have no chance. Having ascended to the supreme blade, SwordsmanWho could accurately influence people's emotions, perfectly aligning with its name. The 6 paths of reincarnation, corresponding to 6 distinct emotions. Suddenly, a smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he raised the long sword, pointing it at the heavens. His hands, covered in armed haki, extended toward the blade of SwordsmanWho, enveloping its body. A mighty sword intent erupted from Lu Chen, golden energy surging from SwordsmanWho, reaching for the sky, transforming the atmosphere. The heavens seemed to be pierced open, the surrounding clouds cleaved apart, forcing all to take cover. The sword intent coalesced into a massive golden sword, imbued with overwhelming haki and pressure. Those nearby instinctively recoiled, fearing proximity. Any who drew too close would inevitably succumb to its weight and kneel. Some civilians, feeling the divine-like pressure, gazed upon Lu Chen, enveloped in golden sword intent, resembling a celestial being, a deity passing judgment upon criminals. At that moment, Lu Chen was entirely shrouded in golden sword intent, the formidable energy adhering to SwordsmanWho, elevating him into the air, wielding the colossal golden sword, emitting a deep, thunderous sound. Sword of the six paths of reincarnation, the sword of divine arrogance. Upon uttering these words, the immense golden sword descended upon the multitude of pirates below. The pirates, transfixed, looked up at the colossal golden sword, frozen in place, devoid of any thought of escape. They understood escape was futile. They were all within the range of a sword strike. Time seemed to slow dramatically as the golden sword fell, the clouds splitting in two as if the sky itself were being severed. Chapter 155. The people shout, 2-year pact. In an instant, the golden sword struck the surface of the sea, sweeping away all the pirates and their ships, engulfed by the tremendous concentrated energy. Amidst the cries of anguish, they gradually faded into nothingness. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. The tidal waves generated by the sword strike soared over 100 meters high, dispersing outward, sending onlookers fleeing in terror. One misstep, and they could be swept away and dragged into the sea. On the other side, the sea appeared as if it had been meticulously sliced open, the sword energy rampaging, rendering the surrounding waters incapable of filling the gaping chasm. Even the seabed was cleaved into a deep gorge by the razor-sharp sword energy. The echoes of the sword strike had yet to fully subside, and the entire Slayedthe archipelago trembled in response. In Shaki's bar, what is happening? Is an earthquake? Shaki furrowed her brow. Beside her, Rayleigh, who was drinking, remained unconcerned. Chuckling, didn't you say it? That kid, Lu Chun, has come to the Slayedthe archipelago with troops again. It's likely his doing. Ah, so it's him. His strength is growing rapidly. It won't be long before he surpasses you, Shaki teased. Indeed, we are growing old. The new generation is about to rise. Lu Chun's strength will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the world, but it is unfortunate that he has no interest in the Grand Line. Otherwise, he might very well become the next pirate king, Rayleigh stated seriously. Indeed, at Dock 79, after an indeterminate duration, the tremors finally ceased and the sea returned to calm. However, the surface was a scene of devastation. Wreckage of pirate ships lay scattered, countless severed limbs of pirates, and the once azure waters were now stained a deep crimson with blood. The vivid red sea starkly contrasted with the azure waters elsewhere. Many onlookers felt their scalps tingle at the sight, some even beginning to retch. Just how many pirates must have perished? At this moment, they finally understood why the pirates referred to General Lu Chun as the Demon of Death. He truly killed without a flicker of emotion. Having slain so many pirates, his expression remained utterly unchanged. Let us go, Lu Chun stated impassively. Yes. With a single command, the naval officers promptly followed General Lu Chun's lead. In a mere day, no, in less than half a day, he had eradicated the majority of pirates from the Slayedthe archipelago, an accomplishment unmatched even when the Navy headquarters was stationed at Marineford. Yet today, under General Lu Chun's command, his standing among the people of the Slayedthe archipelago soared dramatically. Particularly in recent years, all of Lu Chun's achievements had been in slaying the treacherous pirates, earning him the adoration of the populace. However, few were aware that Vice Admiral Lu Chun of the Navy held another identity, the Knight, a wanted criminal by the Navy, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chun returned to Marineford with his troops. The stationed naval officers, upon learning of the events in the Slayedthe archipelago, spontaneously gathered at the entrance, awaiting the victorious return of their comrades. General Lu Chun, General Lu Chun, General Lu Chun. Upon seeing Lu Chun return with the naval officers, the crowd erupted in cheers. Lu Chun inclined his head slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward and declared, "Everyone, slaying pirates is our duty as the Navy. You now have a more important task, to repair Marineford. Quickly, get back to work. In the future, everyone will have the opportunity to pursue and eliminate pirates." Yes, General Lu Chun. The naval officers responded in unison before dispersing to attend to their respective tasks. Lu Chun summoned Kobe and Helmeppo to his office. Gazing at the two young men, he said solemnly, "Your strength remains modest, yet the time has come for you to venture forth and hone your skills in the crucible of experience. I shall send you to an island for rigorous training. Return only when you have fully acclimated to its trials. Yes, sensei. Kobe and Helmeppo exchanged glances, their faces alight with exhilaration. Very well. Go and prepare, Lu Chen murmured, offering a gentle, affirming nod. Yes, sensei. Without delay, they bowed and withdrew to gather their belongings. Lu Chen, and asked, her brow furrowing with quiet suspicion, where precisely do you intend to send them? To my knowledge, none of the nearby islands offer meaningful training grounds. The little garden, he replied simply, the very island where the twin giants Dori and Bragi dwelled. It teemed with colossal beasts, all ranked at or below class, ideal for disciplined, incremental growth. Moreover, under the vigilant watch of Dori and Bragi, two steadfast, formidable allies, their safety would be assured. And Lu Chen added inwardly, it would be a welcome occasion to reunite with old friends. Raising Kobe and Helmeppo swiftly to class, it would also accelerate their readiness for forthcoming missions. Yet beyond this, Lu Chen knew another endeavor awaited him, another assignment, one far more personal, founding his own pirate crew. After a thoughtful pause, he spoke plainly, before long, I shall depart on a journey. I ask you to remain in Marineford and hold the line in my absence. May I accompany you? She asked softly. No, he replied, shaking his head. This voyage demands I travel as the night, unseen, untraceable. Understood, she murmured, her voice tender, her gaze steady. I shall wait for your return. With that, he stepped forward, drew her gently into his arms, and brushed a light, reverent kiss upon her forehead. A delicate flush rose to her cheeks. She playfully tapped his chest with a small, clenched fist. At dawn the following day, Lu Chen emerged from his office, and, walking quietly behind him, she turned toward her quarters to rest, while he changed into civilian attire and set out for the Slayedthe archipelago. According to intelligence gathered from Shaki, Nami and Luffy's crew were due to arrive there soon. It was time he met them once more. Inside a quiet tavern on Slayedthe, Lu Chen sat alone at the bar, sipping wine. Suddenly, a woman with flowing auburn hair and striking poise approached, her voice warm and confident. Barkeep, red wine, please. Coming right up, beautiful, the bartender replied. Before the words had fully settled, Lu Chen lowered his voice with quiet authority. Her tab is on me. Nami arched a delicate brow, turning toward the cloaked figure beside her. Then her expression blossomed into radiant delight. Lu Shu. He lifted a finger to his lips, silencing her mid-sentence. She understood at once, swallowed the rest, smiled sweetly, and whispered, How did you know I'd be here, Brother Lu Chen? I calculated your arrival. And besides, this archipelago has, in truth, become something of my domain. Knowing you were here required little more than patience and expectation. Chapter 156. The Annihilation of the False Straw Hat Crew. A parting farewell. Nami laughed softly, then asked, And what lies ahead for you, Brother Lu Chen? I shall depart again soon, but if fate permits, our paths will cross once more. Very well, she replied, her smile serene and trusting. If he said they would meet again, then they would. She needed only to wait. As they lingered over their drinks, the tavern door exploded inward with a thunderous crash. Several swaggering figures strode in. Among them, a man wearing a straw hat, another with fiery orange hair, a green-haired swordsman brandishing 3 blades, and a fox-like man beside him. Lu Chen turned slowly, his lips curving into a subtle, knowing smile, nearly betraying amusement. They were impostors, the counterfeit Straw Hat Crew. At their entrance, murmurs rippled through the tavern like wind across still water. It's the Straw Hats. Truly, their faces match the wanted posters. They've dared return to Slayedthe? Does no one fear Admiral Lu Chen's wrath? Nami, too, had noticed them, and with quiet amusement, she tilted her head toward Lu Chen. Look, Brother Lu Chen. They're grotesque, Lu Chen observed deadpan. That false Nami doesn't possess even 1,000th of your grace. Nami laughed, warm, luminous, delighted by the quiet praise. But the impostors grew bolder, strutting, threatening, even firing shots into the air. The Phonami strode directly to Nami, leveled a pistol at her face, and sneered. You're pretty. Mind if I put a hole in that lovely face? Nami merely smiled, a cool, unshaken smile. Not a tremor crossed her features. She needed no protection, not while Lu Chun stood beside her. Then, light flashed. A single, seamless arc of steel severed the imposter's gun-wielding hand at the wrist. Blood gushed forth. Yet she stood frozen, stunned, only seconds later letting out a raw, agonized scream. Ah! Clutching the stump, she snarled, Who did this? She hadn't even glimpsed the movement, certainly not from the woman before her, who hadn't lifted a finger. Who dares strike a straw hat? The others roared, surging to their feet, scanning the room with furious, desperate eyes. Then, Lu Chun rose. He shrugged off his dark cloak, revealing the crimson-lined mantle of a Marine admiral, and asked, with quiet, almost playful curiosity, "Are you looking for me?" Gasps erupted. It's Admiral Lu Chun. Truly, Admiral Lu Chun himself. I knew he'd protect us. Huh. The Straw Hats are finished. The impostors recoiled, panic flooding their faces. Admiral Lu Chun, but he had already moved. His right hand flicked the hilt of the Rinna blade. No more than a whisper of motion, like drawing a breath from the scabbard. Then, light cleaved the air. For precise, flawless arcs. For heads parted from their bodies. For corpses collapsed, silent and final. The patrons scarcely had time to blink before the carnage lay before them. Still, stark, irrevocable. Thank you, Admiral Lu Chun. Unbelievable. He struck them down in a single breath. May I bear your children? Truly, the demon of the Marines. Lu Chun sighed, waving a hand in weary dismissal. Please, no need for such praise. Whoever clears the mess, today's tab is on me. Drink well, rest well. Thank you, Admiral Lu Chun. Gratitude, Admiral. Moments later, he settled back onto his stool and shook his head, half amused, half resigned. Fame is a double-edged blade. Now, every soul on the Grand Line will recognize me on sight. Nami giggled. Brother Lu Chun, don't you have another identity? And why didn't you simply announce they were imposters? If I had, he replied, calm and grave, you'd have been exposed in an instant. Leave now, before I act again. Then, there'll be no chance to depart. Thank you, Brother Lu Chun. Until we meet again. With that, Nami rose to leave, while Usopp had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon witnessing Lu Chun's actions within, he refrained from entering, as he was already aware of the extraordinary relationship between Nami and Lu Chun. Still haunted by the events of Slayedthe archipelago, Lu Chun sat in the tavern, observing as Nami and Usopp departed. Only after their figures vanished from sight did he also leave the tavern, disappearing into the shadows. Besides Nami, there were two others he wished to meet. One was Luffy, and the other was Zoro. Somewhere on Slayedthe archipelago, the injured Kuma moved away from the dock like a mechanized being with 1,000 Sunny, which he had protected for 2 years, following behind. As Zoro arrived, he spotted Kuma. Lu Chun, watching from a distance, felt no surprise at Kuma's appearance. But Zoro's closed eyes did catch him off guard. For half a year, Zoro's eyes had been fine, yet after more than a year apart, they remained shut. Whether he was blind, injured, or facing another issue remained a mystery. Soon after, the other crew members arrived. Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Luffy, Frankie, and Brook. All 9 had gathered, and under the pursuit of several Navy personnel, they resumed their journey towards the Grand Line. Luffy, I hope you can surprise me when we meet again, Lu Chun murmured as he watched Luffy's group disappear. He deemed it unnecessary to intervene, yet it seemed he would soon depart from Marineford. With that thought, he vanished from the spot, returning to Marineford to pack his belongings. Unbeknownst to him, Ein had appeared behind him, asking suspiciously, Lu Chun, are you leaving? Yes, I will be leaving tomorrow, Lu Chun replied candidly. So soon? Ein furrowed her brow slightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun suddenly turned, placing his hand on Ein's shoulder, and smiled. What? Are you going to miss me? MHM. I nodded affectionately. Ha ha, that's wonderful. Lu Chun laughed heartily, then lifted Ein and headed towards the room. The next morning, Lu Chun personally took Kobe and Barameber out for training. But he did not see Ein's figure. She was inside a room, watching him through the window. Chapter 157, The Night Pirate's Double Agent. Naturally, he left quietly, Yet he deliberately allowed a few Navy personnel to know he was departing with Kobe and Barumibur. The intention was to inform some Navy members of his training expedition with Kobe and Barumibur, so that they would not suspect him regarding other occurrences. Days passed. Lu Chun took Kobe and Barumibur to the island of Little Garden, greeted his old friends Dory and Broggy, and shared drinks and conversation. It was not until the next morning that he donned a black cloak, transforming into the knight, and departed from Little Garden. This time, utilizing the identity of a knight. He primarily aimed to fulfill the task of forming a pirate crew. Initially intending to visit Punk Hazard to find Caesar, he reconsidered and ultimately abandoned the idea. If he captured Caesar in advance, Luffy and the others would have nothing to do, thus negating the subsequent battle at Dressrosa. He intended to make a significant impact during the Dressrosa conflict, so there was no rush. Luffy and the others would naturally reach Dressrosa. Everything would eventually become clear. Consequently, Lu Chun followed his itinerary, sailing alone through Fishman Island towards the New World, with Dressrosa as his destination. At this moment, Luffy and his crew were likely still leisurely exploring Fishman Island, where they had already learned of Lu Chen's deeds, witnessing the serene ambience of the island. However, by chance, they might still discover Noah of Fishman Island and the countless powerful Sea Kings. These were matters beyond Lu Chen's control, prompting him to leave Fishman Island early. Half a month later, Lu Chun lay leisurely on the deck, his pirate ship now adorned with a new pirate flag, which depicted an expanse of darkness. Upon it was a singular silver lightning bolt, the design he had conceived himself. He had even decided on a name, the Night Pirates. He was merely awaiting an opportunity to recruit more pirates to join his crew and ascend to the rank of the fourth emperor of the New World. Following Whitebeard's demise, the New World was left with only 3 emperors, Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks. The remnants of Whitebeard's crew, led by Ace, had sustained injuries in the Marineford War. And with Whitebeard's death, their standing had plummeted from that of an emperor. Consequently, a position among the emperors had become vacant, enticing the recent pirate supernovas to aspire to become the 4th emperor of the New World. Suddenly, Lu Chun furrowed his brow, feeling a significant drop in temperature around him. He looked up to find himself near the waters surrounding Punk Hazard. Last time he visited, he had not entered the laboratory. Unexpectedly, this time he was passing by the icy side of Punk Hazard, just as he was about to rise for a closer look. He caught sight of a Navy ship approaching from the opposite direction, seemingly en route to Punk Hazard. The Navy personnel aboard the ship also noticed the pirate vessel ahead and immediately reported to their rear admiral, Admiral Virgo. A pirate ship has appeared ahead. Should we engage? Oh, let me take a look, Virgo replied, stepping out from the cabin. Upon spotting the pirate flag, he waved his hand dismissively, destroy it. Understood, Admiral. The Navy personnel relayed the order, and the ship's cannons were unleashed. Boom! 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 A barrage of black cannonballs was fired at Lu Chen's pirate ship, dozens of projectiles soaring through the air. However, Lu Chun gazed at the approaching Navy ship with interest, thinking, how intriguing. I did not provoke you. Yet you come to challenge me? Get lost, he bellowed. With that, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth, sweeping towards the incoming cannonballs and redirecting them back to the Navy ship. What is happening? Why are the cannonballs returning? Who is on that pirate ship? I've never seen them before. Hurry and fire back. Do you wish to be hit? The Navy personnel were thrown into disarray, utterly unprepared for the strength of the opposing pirate ship. Many cannonballs fired by the Navy struck their own ship, resulting in explosions in mid-air. Yet several cannonballs still descended towards the Navy vessel. Just as they were about to make contact, a white figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, executing a series of kicks and unleashing numerous blasts to intercept the cannonballs aimed at the Navy ship. Explosions erupted continuously in the air. Boom! 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 At that moment, Lu Chun finally recognized the individual who had intervened. Character: Virgo. Position: Navy Vice Admiral, Commander of G5 Division. Member of the Don Quixote family. Devil Fruit. None level. Skills: Armament Hockey A. Navy 6 styles. Bounty: None. The man before him was none other than the infamous double agent of the Pirate King, Virgo. Unexpectedly, I encountered him in this maritime region. Could it be that he is here to find Kaisa? Suddenly, The system's prompt resounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Eliminate Wyrge. System reward. 500 points. Points offered on a silver platter are not to be disregarded. With this thought, Liu Chen's lips curled into a cryptic smile. By vanquishing Wyrge, it would also expedite Luffy and his crew's passage through Binghua Island, enabling a swifter completion of the next mission. At that moment, Wyrge landed firmly on the deck, scrutinizing the man in black aboard the pirate ship across from him, only to realize there was but a single individual. Yet, he found the man to be somewhat familiar. In an instant, he recalled the notorious naval criminal, Hai, the elusive figure whose true visage had never been seen by anyone. No wonder he did not recognize that pirate flag. Oh, have you noticed me? Then allow me to present you with a grand gift. Liu Chen observed the glint in Wyrge's eyes and smiled faintly. Power surged in his right hand, coalescing into a massive orb of white lightning. With a sweep of his hand, the colossal force of electricity surged toward the naval vessel opposite, transforming into a thunderbird. Instantly, Wyrge's brow furrowed as he executed the moonwalk, ascending into the sky. However, the naval crew below suffered the consequences. The gigantic thunderbird struck the ship's hull, and the overwhelming silver-white lightning engulfed the entire vessel, scorching both the ship and all aboard it to a charred black. The crackling electricity continued to flicker across the ship, leaving the naval personnel blackened and unconscious, none remaining unscathed. Moments later, Wyrge cautiously descended onto the ship's deck, but his feet were already enveloped in armament hockey. Otherwise, he would surely have been electrocuted. Chapter 158. Useless to me, a new technique. However, the electric force had diminished somewhat, thus the damage inflicted upon him was not substantial. You are high, aren't you? Upon witnessing Liu Chen wield the powers of the Thunderfruit, Wyrge became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. The other party must indeed be high. The bounty of 1 billion berries on his head was no empty claim, and his strength was unfathomable. No naval officer had ever escaped his grasp. Even the 3 admirals during the Marineford War, now the fleet admiral, had suffered setbacks at Hai's hands. Thus, Wyrge dared not presume his own strength could rival that of Hai. Do you recognize me? Liu Chen smiled, his curiosity piqued. What brings a naval officer like you here? Engaging Wyrge in conversation seemed prudent, for he would eventually meet his demise regardless. Official business. Wyrge merely uttered 2 words. Then his demeanor turned grave as he asserted, I am a rear admiral and the commander of the G5 branch of the Navy. I hope you will refrain from attacking me, or the Navy will not spare you. Oh, really? At this, Liu Chen impatiently nodded, casually remarking, Why don't you mention that you are also a member of the Don Quixote family? What are you talking about? Wyrge's expression faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. A pirate who had infiltrated the Navy for over a decade maintained excellent emotional control. Yet before Liu Chen's formidable observation hockey, he was utterly exposed. Do not pretend before me. Don Quixote da Flamingo has planted spies within the Navy. You have come to Binghua Island on his orders. Haven to you? Let me guess, you aren't here to meet Kaisa, are you? Liu Chen articulated each word distinctly. With every utterance, Wyrge felt a deeper astonishment. How did he know this? How could he be aware of such matters? Was he also a member of the Don Quixote family? But why hadn't Timingu informed him of these affairs? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Liu Chen jested, observing Wyrge's momentary daze. A sly smile crept across his face. After a prolonged silence, Wyrge's brow furrowed as he gravely questioned, Who exactly are you? How do you know these things? He was utterly bewildered. Few were privy to such information, and no one had ever known the identity of the man before him. Oh, you may regard me as a deity, a magnificent god, all-knowing. Liu Chen grinned. However, Wyrge was not swayed by this reasoning. He coldly declared, Since you are aware of my identity, I cannot allow you to live. As he spoke, his fists, enveloped in armament hockey, shimmered with a metallic luster as he forcefully stomped on the deck. Boom! He created a deep crater in the deck. In the blink of an eye, Wyrge vanished from his position, employing the Navy's 6 styles, and reappeared before Liu Chen. He unleashed a rapid kick aimed at Liu Chen's face. Yet, Liu Chen suddenly turned his head, as if he had perceived all of Wyard's movements. He merely took a gentle step back, evading Wyard's assault. Wyard's body continued to propel forward due to the momentum. Simultaneously, Liu Chan extended his right hand, shrouded in armament haki, clenched into a fist, and struck Wyard's chest with a punch. It was a simple straight punch, yet it was released with astonishing speed, producing a sound that cut through the air. It landed squarely on Wyard's chest. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Wyard coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body soaring away like a cannonball. Ultimately, he plunged heavily into the sea, stirring up a considerable wave. One blow was all it took. Liu Chan shook his head slightly and steered the ship toward Wyard's fallen location. At this moment, Wyard was struggling to rise from the water's surface, using the moonwalk to return to the naval vessel. How formidable! He gasped, clutching his chest. Despite having protected his chest with armament haki, several ribs had been shattered, and his chest had caved in. The bounty of 1 billion was truly not an empty boast. Liu Chen's gaze turned icy as he prepared to strike again. But Wyard suddenly shouted, "Wait! I concede. I am indeed a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo. But who are you? How do you know my identity? Since we are both pirates, why not let me go?" Wyard proposed. "Admit it, have you?" Liu Chen's lips curled into a knowing smile. This was the acknowledgement he sought from Wyard, and he had utilized the system to capture a brief video, which could be played back with the image bug. Yes. Wyard nodded affirmatively, though his left hand slipped into his pocket. Liu Chen nodded in satisfaction. "As long as you admit it, I will not let you go." No sooner had he spoken than Wyard erupted in fury, his veins bulging as he unleashed his utmost strength and the fastest speed. Navy 6 styles. In an instant, Wyard appeared before Liu Chan, wielding a net made of sea stone, hurling it toward Liu Chan. "Ha!" Observing this, Liu Chan merely sneered, making no move to evade as the sea stone fell upon him. Seeing Liu Chen's lack of action, Wyard assumed he was either caught off guard or frightened, a triumphant expression gracing his face. With his fingers aligned, he executed the Navy 6 styles. Finger gun. A projectile-like slash shot straight toward Liu Chen's chest. And Wyard's smile widened as he proclaimed, "Die." As the attack was about to land, the spear pierced through Liu Chen's clothing. Yet it was thwarted by the formidable haki emanating from within. Moreover, Liu Chan remained entirely unaffected by the impact, standing resolutely in place. What? Virgo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had witnessed the capture of the knight by the sea stone net. Could it be that the net was a counterfeit? Gradually, Liu Chan removed the sea stone net, stating indifferently, "Sea stone, you say? Alas, it is of no use to me." Upon consuming the devil fruit, he had simplified its essence, rendering himself immune to the constraints of sea stone and even the ocean, which explained Liu Chen's utter lack of fear. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Virgo shook his head frantically. "There is nothing impossible," Liu Chan retorted with a cold smile. "Allow me to send you to meet the King of Hell with my newly acquired technique." Electricity coalesced in his hands, forming 4 silver orbs of lightning, each the size of a basketball, swirling rapidly around him. The speed of their rotation increased, amplifying the intensity of the electric power they emitted. Panic surged through Virgo as he realized the impending danger, prompting him to flee. However, just moments after he began his retreat, the massive orbs of lightning struck his back. Boom! Crackle! The immense electrical force engulfed Virgo entirely, charring his body and leaving no unscathed area. His skin blackened and burnt as if encased in a thick shell. It was as though one could see his bones through the charred exterior. He plummeted heavily into the sea, lying motionless upon the surface, uncertain of his fate. Nonetheless, the system did not signal task completion, indicating to Liu Chan that Virgo was not dead. "Virgo, let me assist you on your journey. Your appearance has indeed been of service to me." Liu Chan materialized before Virgo, swiftly severing his head and storing it in his system backpack. He recorded the scene within an image worm, intending to deliver both the head and the recording to the messenger bird upon reaching the next island. It would serve as a grand gift, particularly to Akainu. Shortly after assuming command, the naval branch's leader faced treachery, an insider being none other than Doflamingo's subordinate from the 7 warlords of the sea, a fact that would certainly trouble Akainu for a considerable time. As Su Yun prepared to depart from Ice Fire Island, a man flashed through his mind, a man who must die. No, more accurately, it was a boy, Kazuki Momonosuke. He should currently be at the Punk Hazard Research Facility. With Luffy and his crew yet to arrive, now might be the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Suddenly, the system activated a new mission. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Eliminate Kazuki Momonosuke. System reward. 1,000 points, 1 physical skill. Such a substantial reward. Does the system also harbor disdain for this boy? Since the system has issued a mission, it seems a visit to Punk Hazard Island is in order. Quickly, Liu Chun docked his ship and leapt onto the shore, heading towards the research facility. He landed in the region of the Ice Island, which should also contain the entrance to the facility. As he stepped onto the icy terrain, a biting cold wind swept towards him. Even Liu Chun felt a chill. Indeed, this was the result of the fierce battle between Akiji and Akainu lasting 10 days and nights. Their powers had profoundly affected the environment, creating a lasting impact on the island. Roar! Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed ahead. Liu Chun looked up to see a colossal frost dragon emerging from the snow. Adorned with crystalline scales, its body a deep icy blue, resembling a western dragon, exhaling frigid air. Its enormous eyes, akin to basketballs, fixated on Liu Chun, releasing another breath of frost. Roar. Character, Frost Dragon. Rank, none. Fruit, n. Level. Skills, Ice Immunity, A. Frost Breath, Bounty, none. The scales were indeed beautiful. Perhaps they could be fashioned into a few hairpins. Unfazed, Liu Chun's gaze remained fixed on the Frost Dragon scales. Roar. The Frost Dragon, sensing its underestimation, let out a furious roar. It opened its massive jaws, gathering a multitude of frost within, preparing to unleash its frost breath. However, Liu Chun suddenly chuckled lightly stepping forward and creating a deep crater in the ground, vanishing from sight. He ascended straight into the air, appearing above the Frost Dragon. His right hand became enveloped in a dark haki, the formidable energy converging to form a colossal golden palm imprint, which expanded as he descended, capable of enveloping the dragon's head entirely. Realize Divine Palm. At that moment, the Frost Dragon aimed its gaping maw at Liu Chun, ready to release its frost breath. Simultaneously, Liu Chun's immense palm struck its head. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated as a powerful wave of frost erupted from the dragon's mouth, the force shattering several of its teeth. With a swift motion, dragon teeth flew, embedding themselves into the frozen ground nearby. The dragon's massive head, along with its body, crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The Frost Dragon's vision darkened, rendering it unconscious, sprawled on the ground, its fate unknown. The impact caused a massive wave of snow to surge outward, compelling nearby pirates to flee, their cries of distress echoing. Help! Run! An avalanche is coming. Liu Chun followed the sounds, spotting numerous heavily armed pirates attempting to escape. However, their speed was far too sluggish, and they were soon engulfed by the snow. A guide has appeared. Liu Chun smiled faintly, resolving the Frost Dragon's threat and subsequently storing its corpse in his system backpack. He approached the area where the pirates had been buried and stomped down, causing the ground to tremble. Boom! Countless snowflakes erupted, and several buried pirates were flung into the air, landing safely on the ground. Hey, wake up! Liu Chun approached, finding one pirate still breathing, gently slapping his face. Who are you? Pirate Job sprang up, startled to see the man who had just felled the Frost Dragon before him, causing him to instinctively retreat. Are you a pirate from the Punk Hazard Research Facility? Liu Chun inquired directly. I am not. Job hesitated before shaking his head. Uncooperative, are we? Liu Chun sneered, lightly stepping on the ground, which cracked open beneath him. The sheer force intimidated Job into confessing. Umph. Take me to the Punk Hazard Research Facility. I wish to meet your director, Caesar. Liu Chun continued. All right. Job nodded vigorously in agreement. Under the leadership of Xiaobu, Liu Chun made his way to the research facility on the island. After walking for an hour through the heavy snowfall, a formidable iron gate loomed ahead. Xiaobu attempted to open the gate, but it remained stubbornly shut. The more he struggled, the more anxious he became, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he exclaimed, "This should be able to open. It must open. Step aside." Lu Chan waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that the individuals inside the research facility had deliberately chosen not to open the door upon discovering his presence. "Indeed," Xiaobo replied. Moving aside, Lu Chan then stepped forward, clenched his fist, and enveloped in a cloak of armed hockey, delivered a powerful punch against the heavy iron door. With a thunderous impact, the door yielded, leaving a deep dent, and was sent flying. Inside, a multitude of oddly dressed, fully armed, modified humans awaited, the iron gate crashing into them as they raised their weapons to retaliate. However, their firearms proved ineffective against the gate's defenses, merely leaving charred marks upon its surface without inflicting any damage. Soon, the heavy gate struck the modified humans, only ceasing its motion upon colliding with the wall at the far end. At that moment, a flurry of snowflakes suddenly appeared before them. Gradually, these snowflakes coalesced into the figure of a woman, adorned with wings and claw-like feet reminiscent of a bird. This woman was the Snow Woman Monet. Serving as Caesar's secretary at the research facility, a staunch believer in Doflamingo's potential to become the pirate king, ultimately meeting her demise at Caesar's hands. Monet gazed intently at the man concealed beneath a dark cloak and inquired, "Who are you? Why have you come to Punk Hazard?" "I seek a young man," Lu Chan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Monet's expression shifted to one of surprise. "The knight, the bounty criminal worth 2 billion. Now, I present you with two choices. Either allow me entry, or I shall eliminate you, and then enter," Lu Chan stated coldly. After a moment's hesitation, Monet furrowed her brows and replied, "This is the territory of the Don Quixote family. Gaining entry will not be so simple." "How tiresome. Inform Doflamingo that I, the knight, wish to enter to find a young man. Should you refuse, do not blame me for being impolite," Lu Chan expressed with growing impatience. He had no desire to wreak havoc on Punk Hazard, needing Luffy and his companions to rescue its inhabitants and acquire Caesar's heart to create chaos in Dressrosa. Otherwise, his plans would be jeopardized. Very well, Monet recognized the pressure and refrained from making any rash moves, initially intent on using the Don Quixote family's influence to intimidate the knight. She now discerned that he showed no fear. Consequently, she contacted Doflamingo via a din mushy, relaying the situation. "Young master, the knight insists on entering the research facility to find someone. Should I refuse, he will force his way in." "The knight," Doflamingo mused. A slight frown crossing his face before a bemused chuckle escaped his lips. "I never expected the infamous knight would visit my research facility. Who is it you seek?" "A troublesome brat you captured," Lu Chan replied. "Fine. As long as you do not damage my facility, you may take him," Doflamingo consented without further ado. "Excellent." Lu Chan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to proceed, the din mushy spoke once more. "Might the knight be interested in joining the Don Quixote family? One cannot become the pirate king alone." "Not interested. I'm leaving." Lu Chan waved his hand dismissively and vanished into the corridors of the research facility. After his departure, Monet turned to the din mushy, asking, "Young master, why permit him entry? There are many secrets within that must not be revealed. He is not a marine. Whether he knows or not is inconsequential. Moreover, can you or Caesar contend with him? He possesses strength rivaling that of a marine admiral." Doflamingo replied sternly, not wanting to see his subordinates, especially those within the family, perish. "Understood, young master," Monet nodded. Doflamingo continued, "Follow him and ascertain whom he seeks. Additionally, instruct the personnel at the research facility not to provoke him." "Yes, young master," Monet affirmed before swiftly following in Lu Chan's wake. Meanwhile, far away in Dressrosa, a sly smile crept upon Doflamingo's lips as he murmured, "The knight, who exactly are you?" The knight had not been seen for some time, elusive as a phantom, and his true visage remained a mystery, causing considerable distress to the Marine headquarters. At the research facility, Lu Chan descended in the elevator to the lowest level as Monet monitored his every move from the control room, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Going down? Isn't that the biscuit room?" All the children they had captured were confined within that chamber. Suddenly, Lu Chun turned to the surveillance Den Mushy and smiled. Hey, stop spying. I harbor no ill intentions for now. Continue peeping, and I shall not hold back. What? He can sense us? Monet's brow knitted in concern. Their surveillance devices were well concealed, and how could he possibly know someone was watching? It was only conceivable if he had formidable Kinbunchiko haki. Chuckling softly, Lu Chun released a pulse of Haushika haki, incapacitating the hidden surveillance device, plunging the monitors into darkness. The elevator, then, came to a halt in the abandoned chamber at the lowest level of the research facility, where Kazuki Momonosuke had presumably escaped the biscuit room and consumed a failed artificial fruit created by Vegapunk. This particular fruit was derived from Kaido's blood, an apparent failure. Yet it seemed to possess unexpected qualities. However, regardless of who Momonosuke was or what fruit he had consumed, he was destined to perish today. Lu Chun entered the abandoned chamber, activating his Kinbunchika haki to sense his surroundings. Moments later, a faint smile graced his lips as he declared, "Found you." He proceeded deeper into the chamber, surrounded by discarded experimental specimens, a curious, musty odor permeating the air, likely due to the absence of human presence. "Momonosuke, come out." Lu Chun called out into the darkness ahead, a grin on his face. Meanwhile, hidden within the shadows, a pink dragon was drenched in sweat, trembling with anxiety. Muttering to itself, "You can't see me, you can't see me." It had heard footsteps earlier and assumed it was one of the modified humans from the research facility, prompting it to hide. Caught in a state of panic, it had transformed into its dragon form. In an instant, Lu Chun executed the Marine's six-style Suru, propelling himself forward and appearing before Momonosuke. "What? A ghost!" Momonosuke exclaimed, utterly oblivious to the presence of the cloaked man standing before him, whose lips curled into a knowing smile. Chapter 161. The Demise of Taizizu, Dressrosa. Little one, it is time for you to perish. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chun struck down upon Taizizu's head with a single palm. Bang! In an instant, Taizizu's skull shattered like a watermelon, blood splattering across the ground. To ensure Taizizu's demise was thorough, Lu Chun unleashed the power of the Raimei fruit, subjecting the lifeless body to a full-body electrical treatment. He would not relent until the corpse was rendered into a charred, ebony husk. At that moment, the system's voice finally resonated. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 1,000 energy, 1 body technique." Having confirmed Taizizu's death, Lu Chun departed from the abandoned chamber and exited the research facility. As for Monet, she remained oblivious to Lu Chun's actions within the laboratory. She simply noted that he had not left with a child and reported the matter to Don Quixote Doflamingo. "Dressrosa, what intentions lie behind this night?" Doflamingo reclined upon his throne, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had already left Ice Fire Island, continuing his journey toward Dressrosa aboard a pirate ship. After approximately 10 days, he finally arrived at Dressrosa. This city was undeniably beautiful, though its charm was merely superficial, adorned with flowers in abundance. Strolling along the streets, one could catch glimpses of vibrant blossoms, though there were even more toys scattered about. Lu Chun was acutely aware that these toys were, in fact, the former residents of Dressrosa, transformed into their current forms by sugar. After meandering for half an hour, Lu Chun found a cafe where he settled down, sipping coffee while perusing the newspaper on the table. The most prominent headline concerned the Navy scandal. Commander of G5 branch is actually a subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. Observing the contents of the newspaper, a faint smile crept across Lu Chun's face. Not long ago, he had already provided news footage regarding Virgo to the newsbird, and now the rumors of the Navy's lax oversight were rampant. Many were concerned whether the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Sakazuki could effectively fulfill his role. At this moment, one could only imagine the turmoil brewing in Sakazuki's mind. This was precisely the outcome Lu Chun sought to achieve. Having Sakazuki as Fleet Admiral felt akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Thus, some maneuvering was necessary to displace him from the position of Fleet Admiral. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes inadvertently caught sight of a familiar silhouette passing by. He lifted his gaze, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Character, Rebecca. Position, former royalty of Dressrosa. Fruit, none. Level, B. Skill, swordsmanship, B. Bounty, none. Curious. Lu Chen mused whether Rebecca had come to participate in the arena competition hosted by Doflamingo. Despite the absence of the Mara fruit, Doflamingo had opted to hold an arena event, as reported in the very newspaper he perused. The prize for this event was, intriguingly, a devil fruit of unknown origin, one that had never been seen before. It seemed even the devil fruit encyclopedia did not contain an entry for it. However, the more elusive the fruit, the more it would attract formidable pirates to the arena, aligning perfectly with Doflamingo's plans. It remained uncertain whether this event was aimed at targeting Luffy, or if it entailed a different scheme altogether. Abruptly, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. For triggering the task, participate in the arena competition and seize the unknown devil fruit. System reward, 2,000 energy, 1 sword technique, 1 body technique. A task? Initially, Lu Chen had little interest in joining the arena competition, but the emergence of the system's task indicated that this devil fruit might be something he truly needed. Thus, he resolved to participate. With purpose, Lu Chen made his way to the arena within the city. Upon arrival, he registered without delay. The registrar, accustomed to the bizarre appearances of aspiring competitors, was not particularly surprised by the figure clad in a black cloak. Name? He inquired. Hey, Lu Chen replied. Good. The registrar jotted down the name, finding it somewhat familiar but not dwelling on it. After completing his registration, Lu Chen received his number tag. Reminiscent of those used in school sports events, a simple cloth bearing the contestant's name and number. His designation was 9,527. The competition was not set to commence today. Hence, the arena was sparsely populated, with the true contest beginning in 3 days. The current days were reserved for preliminary eliminations. After successfully registering, Lu Chen exited the arena, only to encounter a somewhat familiar man outside. A robust figure, wielding what appeared to be a cane, though not quite a blind man's staff, was draped in a recognizable naval cloak emblazoned with the word justice. Character, Fujitora. Position, Navy Admiral. Fruit, Paramecia Gravity Fruit. Level, SSS. Skill, Fruit Development, SSS, Swordsmanship, SSS. Bounty, none. The man was indeed Fujitora, one of the newly appointed Navy admirals. At that moment, Fujitora seemed to sense something, turning his head toward Lu Chen's direction, his brow furrowing as he inquired of his naval aide. Is there someone over there? Yes, the aide replied. What do they look like? Clad in a black cloak, seemingly watching us. A black cloak? Fujitora frowned slightly, choosing not to linger on the matter as he turned to leave. Yet, Lu Chen continued to observe Fujitora's retreating figure, chuckling softly to himself. Is this Fujitora truly blind? He is likely dispatched by Sakazuki to capture Luffy. In truth, Fujitora was indeed blind but possessed an exceptionally keen observation haki, allowing him to perceive Lu Chen's gaze. Furthermore, Sakazuki, already burdened by numerous challenges, had evidently deployed Fujitora to apprehend Luffy and his companions, perhaps in an attempt to rectify the regrets stemming from the Marineford War, having failed to eliminate the deeply notorious pirates Luffy and Ace. Soon after, Lu Chen sought refuge in a nearby hotel, preparing for the impending competition 3 days hence. Meanwhile, within the Dressrosa Royal Palace, young master, the Dark Knight, has arrived in Dressrosa and is participating in the arena competition, a member of the Don Quixote family reported to Doflamingo. Upon hearing this, a faint smirk played upon Doflamingo's lips, accompanied by a peculiar chuckle. He, the Dark Knight, wielder of the Raime fruit. What use does he have for this devil fruit? How amusing, how amusing. In the dead of night, within the hotel, Lu Chen stepped out of his room to enjoy the fresh air, gazing at the star-studded sky. Suddenly, he recalled the name he had whimsically chosen. Dark Knight. Chapter 162. The Fall of Night, the Paramecia Dengeki Fruit. A pitch-black void, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. It seemed as though no one could penetrate this darkness. mirroring his own inability to comprehend the world or the system he possessed. Uncertain of the system's expectations or what his future held, he sighed. Ah well, for now, I shall simply enjoy the moment. After all, the system will not betray me. Lu Chun shook his head in resignation. As his strength grew, a subtle connection seemed to form between him and the system, leading him to sense that the system bore no malice towards him. Thus, he chose to trust the tasks assigned by the system. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated nearby. Sir, are you also enjoying the moonlight? Following the source of the voice, he beheld a woman with long, sleek black hair, a strikingly beautiful visage, and adorned with a vibrant red flower atop her head, standing on the balcony adjacent to Lu Chen's room. The woman before him was Violet, the second princess of the former Dressrosa and a member of the Don Quixote family. Her identity was of little consequence. What truly mattered was her fruit ability, which enabled her to see through all lies, undoubtedly allowing her to discern his true identity as well. With a cold chuckle, Lu Chun remarked, Do not feign innocence before me, Violet. While you may see through my disguise, your own pretense is ineffectual in my presence. Violet's expression momentarily flickered with surprise. She had always been the one to unveil the deception of others and had never anticipated that anyone could unravel her own. She was convinced that this man could never know her identity, yet he seemed to possess an unsettling understanding of her. Could he perhaps wield some fruit ability of his own, or possess some other extraordinary power? After a brief contemplation, Violet produced a din-din mushy from her bosom and crushed it entirely, then smiled as she spoke. Admiral Lu Chun, you truly are astute. I never imagined that the knight would be none other than Vice Admiral Lu Chun of the Marine Headquarters. There is much you remain unaware of, including the fact that I know you are not particularly fond of Don Quixote Doflamingo and are perpetually awaiting an opportunity to eliminate him. Are you not? Lu Chun replied with a smile. Violet remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to his assertion, and continued, I am curious how you came to know all this. It is unlikely that Doflamingo confided this to you, given that you are a notorious criminal with a bounty of 2 billion berries and would not collaborate with him. Would you? From her understanding, this Marine, despite his bloodthirsty nature, only targeted malevolent pirates, whereas Doflamingo was undoubtedly one of the most nefarious among them. I assure you, I would never ally with him. Lu Chun gestured dismissively, settling into a lounge chair on the balcony with keen interest. I know your intentions. Today, Doflamingo likely sent you to gather intelligence. Let me be clear. Should you wish for me to eliminate Doflamingo, there is but one condition: become my subordinate, my woman in the night. It must be noted that Violet's fruit ability was indeed formidable, capable of unveiling all deception. Upon establishing his pirate crew, Lu Chun would certainly require a first mate, and with Violet aboard, any potential spies on the ship will be promptly identified and dealt with. Eradicating spies was Lu Chen's utmost priority and a necessary action before undertaking any further endeavors. History had taught him this lesson well. Upon hearing his words, Violet's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her heart seemingly torn as she fidgeted with her dress. Do you truly believe you can confront Doflamingo alone? Of course not. I have my brother, Monkey D., Luffy, and Trafalgar Law with me, Lu Chun asserted earnestly. It is them, the infamous supernovas of the worst generation, Violet exclaimed in astonishment. Not only was she surprised, but she also felt a sense of seriousness, as she could sense the truth in Lu Chen's statement. This meant that Luffy and Law, alongside Lu Chun, would indeed take action against Doflamingo. Whether they would succeed, however, was another matter entirely. That's all you need to know, Lu Chun smiled. After a moment of silence, Violet bit her crimson lip and said, Very well, I agree. If you can defeat all members of the Don Quixote family, I shall become your woman. Excellent. Lu Chun replied with a devilish grin, advising, I trust you know what to convey upon your return. I shall refrain from elaborating. Simply play your role well, and when necessary, assist the Straw Hat crew. At the right moment, I shall make my appearance. Understood. Violet nodded with resolve. Having chosen to trust Lu Chun, she prepared to fulfill her obligations. Subsequently, she departed from the hotel, gradually fading into the shadows. Watching Violet's retreating figure, A satisfied smile graced Lu Chen's lips. At last, I have found a designated first mate. Now, I must seek out several strong captains. Although Violet's capabilities were lacking, it was essential to find several powerful captains who would place their complete trust in him. Luffy's recent upheaval in Dressrosa presented a splendid opportunity for Lu Chen. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of Dressrosa, the knight had come solely for the devil fruit, harboring no ulterior motives. Violet stated expressionlessly, "Oh, if that is the case, then let us not concern ourselves with him. Grant him the devil fruit. After all, it is merely a fruit of unknown abilities, and he already possesses a devil fruit." Doflamingo chuckled lightly. "Indeed, young master." 2 days later, Lu Chen made his way to the arena, where he could faintly hear the cheers of the crowd, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of fierce battles. However, he felt no interest in the commotion, scanning the surroundings in search of his target. At last, he spotted a figure clad in armor, disguised as Luffy, now more accurately referred to as Lucy. Within the waiting area of the arena, familiar faces came into view: Shishio, Cavendish, Rebecca, Bartolomeo, and Bellamy. Among them, the only one he could not bear to see was Rebecca. Naturally, her attire was designed for the optimal execution of her swordsmanship, as armor was excessively cumbersome and would hinder her movements, incompatible with her water dance. Chapter 163, Bullfighting Arena, Group A Elimination Round. Nonetheless, Lu Chen found the situation quite favorable, as it held considerable promise. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air behind him. "Hey kid, you must be new here. Do you have a death wish standing in front of me?" Sparta declared unceremoniously. Lu Chen turned to face a man towering several heads above him, his face contorted with rage. Upon examining the man's attributes, Lu Chen frowned slightly and replied indifferently, "Pathetically weak." The moment those words escaped his lips, the audience gasped in astonishment, many drawn to the unfolding scene. "It's the swordsman Sparta. He often bullies newcomers in the arena. That kid is in for a rough time. Indeed, to call Sparta weak, he is surely in for a beating. Oh dear, we should flee. He is not one to be trifled with." The majority of the competitors adopted a spectator's attitude. "Impudent brat. Are you seeking death?" Sparta thundered, rage enveloping him. As the words fell, he clenched his fists and unleashed a series of punches towards Lu Chen. However, his strikes were woefully sluggish, appearing to Lu Chen as if they were being played in slow motion. Lu Chen merely shifted his body with ease, effortlessly evading all of Sparta's attacks. The more Lu Chen evaded, the more infuriated Sparta became, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing fervently to eliminate Lu Chen on the spot, which only intensified his sense of urgency. At that moment, many spectators had already discerned that Lu Chen's strength surpassed that of Sparta, and a knowing smile crept onto their lips. Moments later, Sparta launched a punch that sliced through the air, aiming for Lu Chen's head. Were it an ordinary person, their skull would undoubtedly have been shattered. Yet, to Lu Chen, it seemed akin to a child's playful antics. With his formidable Kinbunchika haki, he had already sensed the trajectory of Sparta's attack. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the blow. Subsequently, he extended his right foot and placed it by Sparta's, causing Sparta to trip and crash to the ground. The impact reverberated through the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust and leaving Sparta's face bruised and battered. With a roar of indignation, Sparta sprang to his feet, raising his fist to strike once more, filled with the intent of his conqueror's haki. However, before he could attack, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a powerful aura directed at Sparta. In an instant, Sparta felt a chilling wave wash over him, as though he had fallen into an eternal ice cave, cold sweat cascading down his back. When he beheld Lu Chen again, his eyes were filled with terror. His fists halted mid-air, paralyzed by fear. In that fleeting moment, Sparta recognized the gravity of his situation and swiftly turned to flee from the formidable figure clad in black before him. What was happening? Why was Sparta running? Yes, it was utterly perplexing that he had chosen to flee. Intriguingly, most competitors had failed to notice Lu Chen's overwhelming prowess. Only a select few could perceive the terrifying aura of his conqueror's haki. Undoubtedly, he was a powerhouse, and his strength was anything but ordinary. Not far away, Lu Fei sensed a familiar presence and turned to look feeling that the silhouette was somehow recognizable, yet he could not identify who it was. Who could it be? Why does it feel so familiar? Lu Fei scratched his head in deep thought, but the answer eluded him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to dismiss it, concluding that he must not know the individual. With a light chuckle, Lu Chen turned to leave. As he did, the name Hai appeared behind him. Instantly, the entire waiting hall fell silent, shockwaves rippling through the crowd as everyone gaped at the two characters emblazoned behind Lu Chen. Hai! It was indeed Hai. He had arrived. The infamous bounty criminal with a price of 2 billion berries. Who could possibly stand against him? I hope I'm not grouped with him. Otherwise, my chances of survival are slim. As the spectators recalled the name and familiar attire, they suddenly recognized the man before them. In that moment, the other competitors hastily made way for Lu Chen, too fearful to obstruct his path. With a smirk, Lu Chen said nothing further and found a spot to rest. Today marked the beginning of the elimination rounds, where 100 contenders would battle, and only 5 would remain standing to advance to the next stage. Meanwhile, a man nearby, upon hearing the name Hai, revealed a slight smile, directing his gaze towards Lu Chen's resting place. After several minutes, the A group elimination rounds commenced. 100 contestants stood upon the arena, surrounded by an audience roaring in excitement as they cheered for the fierce battles unfolding. The more intense the clashes within the arena, the louder the cheers grew from his stance. From his elevated position, Lu Chen observed the contest below, where one individual captured everyone's attention. The other competitors were no match for him. With a mere wave of his fists, he sent 7 or 8 opponents tumbling from the stage, making his presence distinctly known. Yet his identity was obscured by a paper bag over his head. Despite the disguise, the system could still identify him. And even without the system, Lu Chen knew who he was. Character, Slayedthe. Position, captain of the first ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Fruit, their rank. Skill, martial arts. Armament hockey, bounty, 80 million berries. At this time, Bosch's had yet to acquire the Ricky no Mi, opting instead to pursue the fruit of the victorious Doflamingo. Despite it being an unknown fruit, it was still simpler than hunting down fruit users, as the other members of his crew were eagerly awaiting his success. Suddenly, a notification from his system rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission. Eliminate Slayedthe. System reward, 800 points. Oh, a mission has arisen. A faint grin crept onto Lu Chen's lips as he gazed down at Bosch's, his eyes now laced with intent to kill. Regardless of the circumstances, Bosch's was a member of the Blackbeard pirates. Eliminating him would weaken their forces, facilitating future encounters with Blackbeard, while also allowing access to Blackbeard's blood. After approximately 10 minutes, the A group elimination rounds came to a close. Undoubtedly, Bosch's remained standing, revealing his true identity and admitting to being the captain of the first division of the Blackbeard pirates, inciting cheers from spectators. One could only wonder what Bosch's was thinking. Why reveal his identity now? Was it a deliberate act of bravado? When next they met, he would need to be dealt with appropriately. Soon, the battles of Group A concluded, leaving Bosch's as the sole survivor, having bested all others. The host continued, "Let us welcome the 100 contestants of Group B." With that, one after another, the competitors entered the arena. Lu Chen was among them, assigned to Group B, yet as he made his entrance, the surrounding contestants instinctively chose to distance themselves, unwilling to stand too close, lest they become the first targets to be eliminated. They had all heard tales of the terror that was Hai, who had slaughtered countless Marines, a merciless demon endowed with the formidable power of the Goro no Mi. No one wished to become the first soul claimed by Hai's hand. Lu Chen surveyed the contestants around him, a wicked smile playing upon his lips, choosing to remain silent. Their reluctance to confront him might indeed be a boon, allowing him to conceal his true prowess while easily dispatching a few opponents. Nevertheless, among them were still a few formidable adversaries, particularly Elizabeth Law II, the king of boxing, a man whose royal punches possessed incredible might and were rumored to have the capability to defeat the 4 emperors. Yet, despite his formidable strength, his techniques required considerable preparation time, taking at least an hour to execute. Thus, Surrounding him were numerous competitors who shielded him at the center. Character: Yeliza Barrow II. Position: King of Lodian Kingdom. Fruit: none. Level: Skill: Martial Arts. Bounty: none. King Yeliza had presumably come this time to assist Li Ku Wang in reclaiming his throne, for they were indeed good friends. Suddenly, a gong sounded. The battle in Group B had commenced, and 100 fighters had seemingly plunged into chaos. Yet no one dared to provoke Lu Chun. Observing this, Lu Chun casually sat on the ground, intrigued by the combat before him, scrutinizing the attributes of each participant. Many of these individuals would soon become crew members of his night pirates. Thus, he must observe them carefully. Meanwhile, in the audience stands of the arena, a slender figure clad in a black cloak was also watching Lu Chun on the stage, her delicate brows furrowed as she murmured, "Truly worthy of the night." Even seated, no one dares to strike at him. Abruptly, a man approached Lu Chun, grinning broadly. "Senior Knight." "Oh." Lu Chun slightly raised his head to regard the approaching man, who had a grass-green crest, a scar beneath his right eye, a nose ring, a ghastly visage, and sharp fangs. None other than Bartolomeo. Character: Bartolomeo. Position: none. Fruit: barrier fruit. Level: Skill: fruit development. Bounty: 200 million berries. Do you wish to make a move against me? Lu Chun inquired with keen interest. Bartolomeo was indeed a formidable pirate, particularly due to the capabilities of his barrier fruit. As long as he could utilize it, he could defend against everything. How could I possibly strike at Senior Knight? In truth, I greatly admire you. Would you be willing to grant me an autograph? As he spoke, Bartolomeo retrieved several bounty posters, each depicting the likeness of Knight. Gazing at the posters, Lu Chun smiled. "Very well, I shall sign them for you." Originally, Bartolomeo had idolized Luffy, but since Lu Chun's portrayal of Knight had garnered fame earlier, Bartolomeo's admiration shifted to Lu Chun, a rather unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, for Lu Chun, it was a most fortunate circumstance. "Thank you, Senior Knight." Bartolomeo promptly handed over the posters and a pen. Lu Chun then inscribed Knight's name upon the bounty posters and returned them. Upon receiving the signed posters, Bartolomeo's eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed with joy at finally obtaining the autograph of Senior Knight. As this moment concluded, an aged voice echoed, "Knight, I wish to see just how strong you are." Bellamy, having dispatched 2 minor henchmen, began to stride toward Lu Chun's position. "Senior Knight, allow me to deal with him," Bartolomeo declared, securing the bounty posters. "Very well." I was rather reluctant to engage. Lu Chun chuckled. If he could avoid action, he certainly would. "How foolish," Bellamy exclaimed, his legs transforming into springs as he compressed them forcefully before unleashing them. He shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling toward Bartolomeo at great speed. "Humph." Bartolomeo scoffed disdainfully, interlacing his middle and index fingers to deploy the power of his barrier fruit, erecting a square shield before him. Bellamy, unable to perceive the invisible barrier, collided with it, akin to tofu striking stone. Excruciatingly painful, he was repelled by the force of his own impact. He crashed heavily to the ground, rolling multiple times before finally regaining his footing. Now bruised and bloodied, his mouth filled with crimson, glaring at Bartolomeo in confusion. What just happened? It felt as though I struck a wall. Even if I had slammed into a wall with my strength, I should have shattered it. Interesting indeed. Bartolomeo, Lu Chun remarked with a smile, utilizing his Kinbunchika haki. He sensed the barrier before Bartolomeo. He was uncertain whether he could breach it. While breaking through might be improbable, it was conceivable that he could send Bartolomeo flying alongside it. Before overwhelming power, Bartolomeo could not withstand. I refused to believe it. With that, Bellamy wiped the blood from his mouth and charged towards Bartolomeo once more. Simultaneously, his right arm transformed into a spring, compressing it to its utmost limit, ready to unleash tremendous force. When he was close to Bartolomeo, he released the pent-up energy from his right hand, directing all his strength into a singular, powerful strike aimed at Bartolomeo's face. Even Lu Chun, positioned behind Bartolomeo, sensed the surge of formidable energy approaching. Bellamy had indeed improved significantly since their last encounter. However, That mighty blow seemed utterly futile against Bartolomeo's flawless shield. Bang! The spring death fist struck against the barrier Bartolomeo had conjured, producing a thunderous sound. Yet, Bartolomeo remained unperturbed, standing as if the damage had rendered him entirely unharmed. In stark contrast, Bellamy was left bloodied, forcefully rebounding and collapsing to the ground. His injuries evidently more severe than before, lying unconscious. Witnessing this, the surrounding competitors hesitated to approach. "How about that, Senior Knight? Am I not impressive?" Bartolomeo grinned widely as he approached Lu Chun. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded slightly, continuing, "However, during that last strike, you did retreat a bit. True to form, Senior Knight. You noticed that detail?" Bartolomeo exclaimed in surprise. The immense power had indeed forced him back, yet he was confident that his barrier was unbreakable. Yes. Let's observe quietly," Lu Chun instructed. "All right." With that, the two stood in place, watching the battles of others, while no one dared to approach their position. As time passed, the number of combatants dwindled, leaving only Eliza Barrow II, Baruch and a few unfamiliar faces. At this juncture, the guards protecting Eliza Barrow II had long been defeated, and others dared not confront Lu Chun and Bartolomeo, redirecting their aggression towards Eliza Barrow II. However, Eliza Barrow II continued to unleash punches, accumulating strength, entirely disregarding the approaching foes. "Let us go," one urged the others. They were uncertain when Eliza Barrow II would complete her charge, making them hesitant to engage. "Let us all attack together. Our numbers are sufficient." "Very well, together." After deliberation, the remaining few charged towards Eliza Barrow II. Simultaneously, Eliza Barrow II suddenly ceased her punches, having completed her charge, and slowly exhaled a breath of murky air. The figure stood before the crowd, his body glowing a deep crimson, exuding an aura reminiscent of blood vaporizing. His skin tone was akin to that of Luffy in his second gear transformation. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the man before them. Alarmingly, he had completed his charge. They needed to retreat swiftly. Rumors had circulated that the King's fist of Eliza Barrow II possessed the strength to shatter a fortress with a single blow. Such terror. Consequently, the entire arena trembled in response to the might of Eliza Barrow II's punch, prompting the audience to flee in fear of his fist crashing into the stands. "Huh!" Eliza Barrow II roared, unleashing a powerful King's fist. In an instant, an immense force surged forth, its overwhelming power erupting like a resplendent sun. Racing from the area where Eliza Barrow II stood, those competitors who failed to evade in time were struck directly by the force, their garments torn asunder, flesh rent apart, obliterating everything before the arena. The once solid ground bore a deep imprint of his fist. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the arena was momentarily shaken by the impact of the punch, enveloped in a cloud of thick smoke. The situation within became obscured, with only the figure of Eliza Barrow II faintly visible amidst the chaos. Moments later, as the dust settled, he emerged into view, revealing a vast trench on the arena floor, while the other competitors lay sprawled, unable to continue. Observing this, Eliza Barrow II raised his fist, ready to celebrate his victory, only to find two figures materializing before him, Lu Chun and Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo's barrier absorbed the entirety of Eliza Barrow II's force, not yielding an inch. This was, of course, due to Lu Chun assisting him in sustaining the barrier. Otherwise, Bartolomeo would have retreated several steps. Eliza Barrow II furrowed his brow, fixating on the two before him, hesitant to strike again. Even his most formidable move could not conquer them, let alone in his current state. At that moment, the announcer struck the gong, signaling the end of the match and congratulating the remaining three competitors on their advancement. "Elder Heiyi, are you not going to make a move?" Bartolomeo inquired skeptically. "No need." Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. It must be acknowledged that Eliza Barrow II was indeed formidable. However, his charging time was too brief. Had he been able to charge for an entire day, he might have possessed the strength to defeat one of the four emperors. Subsequently, the three descended from the arena, heading towards the resting hall, just in time to witness the battles in Group C. Group C also comprised 100 competitors, among whom were the formidable Qin Jiao, his two sons, the giant Higher Ding, and a powerful Black Bull. The battles continued unabated. Lu Chun observed the skilled fighters, noting that Qin Jiao had reached S rank, with a few others also achieving S rank, yet none had attained SS rank. It was worth mentioning that Luffy had now also reached S rank, a significant improvement compared to 2 years prior. Elder Heiyi, that Lucy and Qin Jiao seemed quite strong, Bartolomeo remarked suddenly. Are you confident in dealing with them? Lu Chun asked. Not all. Bartolomeo shook his head. Huh. In response, Lu Chun chuckled, continuing, their strength is considerable among the competitors, but they are not the strongest. Indeed, especially with Elder Heiyi present, Bartolomeo nodded affirmatively. In his mind, Heiyi was the strongest in the entire arena. After a brief while, only Luffy and a few others remained in the arena, with Qin Jiao persistently seeking trouble with Luffy. After all, his original pointed head had been transformed due to Luffy's grandfather, Carp, resulting in his current appearance. The indentation had prompted Qin Jiao to target Luffy, believing that since he could not defeat Carp, he would take his frustrations out on his grandson. However, Qin Jiao seemed unaware that Heiyi was, in fact, Lu Chun, and also Carp's grandson. Otherwise, he would not dare to bully Luffy so easily. It was said that Qin Jiao was previously known as Jian Jiao. Perhaps he changed his name due to Carp's influence. Eventually, Luffy defeated Qin Jiao using his third gear, resolving the issue with the pointed protrusion on his head, leading Qin Jiao to decide to place the 8 Treasure Navy under Luffy's command. Chapter 166. Farewell, Sabo. Chaos approaches. This posed some trouble, as the 8 Treasure Navy held considerable power. If they could join the Heiyi pirates, it would be even better, though that seemed unlikely. The Group C competition concluded, and soon it was time for the D Group elimination matches, still featuring 100 competitors, among whom were the renowned Rebecca and Cavendish. Particularly notable was Cavendish's second persona, which was remarkably powerful. Soon, Lu Chun lifted his gaze to the arena, murmuring, Dressrosa is on the brink of chaos. Elder Heiyi, what do you mean by that? Bartolomeo inquired, perplexed. Hee. After a light chuckle, Lu Chun continued, prepare for battle. A great conflict is imminent. All right. Bartolomeo nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the D Group elimination match concluded, with only Rebecca emerging victorious, thanks in part to Cavendish's slumber, which allowed his second persona to surface and eliminate most of the opponents. With the conclusion of the D Group matches, the ensuing battles would not be as straightforward. All victors would converge to determine the ultimate champion. Whoever triumphed would claim the Devil Fruit. A quarter of an hour later, the victors from the 4 battle zones appeared in the new arena, surrounded by seawater, within which were numerous massive horned fish. The compartment containing the Devil Fruit rested upon one of the horned fish's back. Whoever secured it would claim the fruit. As Lu Chun, Bartolomeo, and Rebecca made their entrance, the arena erupted in fervent cheers from the audience, who eagerly anticipated the forthcoming battles. Elder Heiyi, what should I do? Bartolomeo whispered. Stop Lucy. Do not allow him to obtain the Devil Fruit. With that, Lu Chun fixed his gaze upon the opposing Lucy, or rather, the newly arrived Sabo. Surprisingly, even if Ace had not perished, Sabo had still come to Dressrosa. Character: Sabo. Position: Chief of Revolutionary Army Staff. Fruit: Nank. Skills: Martial Arts. Armament: Hockey. Bounty: 620 million berries. Understood. Elder Heiyi, leave it to me, Bartolomeo declared, thumping his chest. Soon after, a host appeared on the arena, energetically playing music. He was a member of the Don Quixote family, Diamante. Character: Diamante. Position: Member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: Fuafuanomi. Rank: Skills: Fruit Development. Bounty: 32 million berries, with the conclusion of the preliminary displays. The true competition was finally set to commence. Sabo commenced his search for the bullhorn fish entwined with the devil fruit in the arena, while Bartolomeo moved forward to intercept it with his barrier fruit. Naturally, Lu Chun had no intention of seizing the devil fruit at that moment. Instead, he had another matter to attend to, eliminating the formidable Boches before him. "What do you intend to do in the dead of night?" Boches inquired, sensing Lu Chen's murderous intent and furrowing his brow. "Simply to end your life," Lu Chen replied with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Bosch's face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "You seek death." Unyielding battleship assault. He propelled a powerful punch toward Lu Chen, his right hand adorned with an unusual iron gauntlet. In an instant, a formidable shockwave erupted from Bosch's fist, producing a resounding sonic boom, its velocity astonishingly swift. Just as it seemed poised to strike Lu Chen, he transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. Where'd he go? Bosch's expression shifted, momentarily bewildered. He had failed to perceive Lu Chen's departure. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. "Are you searching for me?" Lu Chen appeared at his back, a devilish smile adorning his face. "Scoundrel!" Bosch's growled, furrowing his brow as he extended his massive clawed hand toward Lu Chen. Yet before he could fully turn, Lu Chen's right hand made contact with his, arcs of electricity flickering as immense bolts of lightning surged forth, enveloping Bosch's arm and then his entire body. Bosch's felt a numbing sensation in his right arm, an excruciating pain coursing through him as if his limb had become weightless, the agony spreading throughout his body. The electric arcs crackled, relentlessly assaulting Bosch's, who ultimately succumbed, collapsing heavily to the ground, wisps of black smoke emanating from him. "Too weak," Lu Chen proclaimed impassively, his right fist enveloped in a dark coating of hockey as he struck Bosch's head with a single, decisive punch. The seemingly simple blow carried tremendous force. Even before making contact, the sheer force of the gust sent Bosch's skin taut, as if his very being was being pressed downward. Upon impact, blood erupted forth, and he was instantaneously silenced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 800 energy points. Witnessing this, the surrounding audience erupted in cheers for Lu Chen. However, he paid them no mind, continuing his advance towards Sabo and Bartolomeo. It was time to claim the devil fruit. Just as he was about to proceed, a figure suddenly obstructed his path, calling out, "Halt, Rebecca?" Lu Chen's eyes brightened. He was taken aback by Rebecca's audacity to confront him. Nevertheless, she had come to the arena to compete for the devil fruit, driven by her commitment to her nation, compelling him to summon unwavering determination. Without it, achieving strength would be impossible. Backwater sword dance. Rebecca brandished her swords, rushing toward Lu Chen's position with fervor. Yet, Lu Chen remained still, observing her with keen interest. Her speed was woefully inadequate. She was no match for him. As her sword swung toward him, Lu Chen vanished in an instant, her blade merely slicing through his afterimage. Realizing this, Rebecca turned to find Lu Chen now behind her, his speed surpassing her ability to perceive. In that moment, Lu Chen unleashed a rapid punch toward her. Rebecca shut her eyes in terror, frozen in place. A dull thud echoed, yet she felt no pain, only the sensation of something whizzing past her ear. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that Lu Chen's punch had struck the enormous bullhorn fish clinging to her, sending it flying into the audience, causing chaos among the spectators. Chapter 167. The Chosen Fruit, the Third Devil Fruit. How dare you attack us? Hey, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Don't think you're impressive just because you're a pirate. Our king is one of the 7 warlords. The audience's animosity toward Rebecca temporarily shifted to Lu Chen, who became the target of their ire. However, Lu Chen remained unfazed, turning to Rebecca and quietly stating, "This nation may appear peaceful on the surface, but it is ravaged beneath. Let me rescue it from the abyss." "You." Rebecca's brows knitted, her thoughts caught between understanding and confusion. Lu Chen then turned to the myriad spectators in the arena, his gaze hardening as he commanded, "Silence." A wave of powerful conquerors' hockey surged forth, enveloping the audience. In an instant, many fell unconscious, leaving only a few standing, predominantly the original competitors. "Now it is quiet," Lu Chen remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he surveyed the audience. He then approached the battleground where Sabo and Bartolomeo were engaged, while Rebecca watched his retreating figure, inexplicably hesitant to continue her assault. Lu, I have my sights firmly set on that devil fruit. You would do well to leave now to avoid bodily harm, Lu Chan stated coolly. Sabo felt an unsettling familiarity emanating from the man before him. Have we met before? Despite knowing Lu Chan was the notorious bounty hunter known as Hei Yi, he felt an inexplicable connection. Perhaps, Lu Chan replied. Regardless, Sabo persisted, that devil fruit is essential for us. We cannot surrender it to you. Then I must regretfully disagree. That devil fruit is also vital for me, Lu Chan replied, his demeanor devoid of mercy. Bartolomeo suddenly interjected, allow me to handle him. Senior Hei Yi. No need. I can manage alone. You go after the devil fruit. Lu Chan shook his head. Understood, Senior Hei Yi. With that, Bartolomeo swiftly set off in search of the bullhorn fish bound to the devil fruit. Seeing this, Sabo swiftly moved to obstruct him, his right hand morphing into a claw as he lunged toward Bartolomeo. Dragon Claw Fist. Do you think I am invisible? Lu Chan smirked, employing the Marine 6 styles to vanish from his position, reappearing before Sabo, his arms enveloped in haki, gleaming with a metallic sheen. With his arms, he intercepted Sabo's Dragon Claw Fist. A tremendous crash erupted. A shock wave radiated from the two, stirring a cloud of dust. Sabo raised an eyebrow, his expression grave as he regarded the man before him, exclaiming, impressive. That last punch was his utmost effort, yet his opponent merely took a step back, while he himself had been forced to retreat several paces due to the recoil. This clearly indicated the superior strength of his adversary. However, he could not relinquish the devil fruit. It was essential for their revolutionary cause. Dragon's Breath. Sabo took a deep breath, his hands enveloped in haki, and gently placed his fists on the ground, raising his gaze to the position where Lu Chan stood. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the earth, generating an immense force. The entire arena trembled in response to Sabo's strike, as a colossal fissure, resembling a ghostly pattern, emerged from the point of impact and spread outward. It was akin to the breath of a mighty dragon, shattering the arena into fragments. In a moment, dirt and dust were sent flying. Countless stones hurtled towards Lu Chen's position, while Sabo deftly maneuvered amidst the debris to search for the horned fish bound with the devil fruit. A mere trick. Let me show you the true dragon. Lu Chan snorted coldly, his entire being enveloped in white lightning. Particularly in his hands, a surge of electricity surged. And as he brought his hands together, the power expanded rapidly, gradually forming a colossal lightning dragon. A hot 1 million volt lightning dragon. As Lu Chan released the electric energy, a dragon composed entirely of 60 million volts of lightning opened its gaping maw and lunged toward Sabo. Any debris in its path was obliterated by the overwhelming electric force, turning the char impressive. Despite the distance, Sabo could sense the terrifying power of the electricity and quickly changed direction to evade. However, that lightning dragon, under Lu Chen's control, was able to change course and continued to pursue Sabo at an astonishing speed. Sabo, unprepared for the dragon's velocity, was ultimately struck mid-air. Boom! Crackle! The dragon's gaping maw engulfed Sabo, and the immense electric power consumed him, flickering across his body, illuminating his cells. Sabo let out a cry of agony, crashing heavily to the ground, his body charred by the electric surge. At that moment, Bartolomeo approached Lu Chan, holding a treasure chest. Senior Hei Yi, I've found the devil fruit. Good. Accepting the chest, Lu Chan retrieved a fruit resembling an apple, yet it was hideously bare, resembling a bald head. Transformation fruit upon consumption. It allows the user to change their appearance to any form they desire, including alterations to body and aura. Excellent. Lu Chan couldn't help but exclaim upon reading the system's description. Senior Hei Yi, do you know what kind of devil fruit this is? Bartolomeo inquired curiously. I suppose so. Lu Chan accepted the fruit and expended energy points to simplify it, enabling him to consume it again later. With the transformation fruit, he could present himself more adeptly, especially since he couldn't reveal his true visage after establishing his pirate crew. Let us depart. Yes, Senior Slayedthe. After speaking, the two exited the arena together. Meanwhile, Sabo, staggering to his feet, intended to intervene when a figure appeared beside him, advising Sabo, "Enough. It's been said that the captain called, instructing us not to provoke Slayedthe. He is not to be trifled with." Hearing this, Sabo glared at Slayedthe's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. On the other side, Lu Chun seized the opportunity to consume the transformation fruit, altering his appearance to resemble his past self, complete with black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. Chapter 168. A True Pirate Man, only wishing to provide them a home. Reuniting with Bartolomeo, Lu Chun still donned his black robe, deeming it unnecessary to reveal his transformed visage just yet. "Senior Slayedthe, where shall we go now?" Bartolomeo asked. "Let us head to the toy factory," Lu Chun replied. "All right." Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Hey, can you take me along?" Rebecca hurried forward, a pleading tone in her voice. The arena lay in ruins. The devil fruit had been secured by Slayedthe, and it seemed her only option was to follow him, eager to witness what he would do in Dressrosa. Bartolomeo glanced at the woman behind him, remaining silent. "Let us go together," Lu Chun casually agreed. Thus, Rebecca trailed behind the two, heading towards the toy factory in Dressrosa. Boom! Bang! Before they could reach the toy factory, Lu Chun already heard the sounds of explosions and battle emanating from within. Looking up, he saw smoke billowing from the entrance of the factory. Hasten to the toy factory. Lu Chun's brow furrowed, instinctively quickening his pace. He couldn't afford for his carefully laid plans to fall apart. All right, Bartolomeo immediately followed, his formidable strength allowing him to keep pace with Lu Chun. However, Rebecca struggled to keep up, panting, "Hey, wait for me. Women are truly bothersome." Hearing this, Lu Chun shook his head helplessly. Using the Marine Six powers, he flashed to Rebecca's side, lifting her effortlessly and holding her slender waist as he sped towards the toy factory. In that instant, Rebecca realized something was amiss, feeling as if she were soaring between buildings, suspended in midair. More importantly, a man was embracing her waist, the very man who had saved her before. Slayedthe, a pirate like Don Quixote Doflamingo. Yet, this pirate seemed somewhat different from Doflamingo. "Hey, little girl, could you refrain from moving around? Otherwise, I can't guarantee you won't bump into something," Lu Chun remarked, his gaze fixed ahead. At his words, Rebecca's cheeks flushed, and she nodded shyly, realizing she was not dressed appropriately. Several minutes later, Lu Chun finally arrived at the toy factory. However, chaos reigned within. Members of the Don Quixote family and the Navy were united against Frankie alone. Had it not been for Senor Pink, a steadfast man who refused to allow any interference in their battle, Frankie would likely have been defeated by now. Character: Senor Pink. Position: member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: Paramecia type yo-yo fruit. Level: Skill: Fruit development A. Bounty: 23 million berries. Senior Slayedthe. What shall we do now? Bartolomeo asked, perplexed. Let us proceed to the underground factory. Leave Pink to deal with Frankie. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chun resolved. Firstly, he did not wish to squander time here. Reaching the underground factory sooner would aid in completing their mission. Secondly, facing a true man among pirates, Lu Chun had no desire to defeat him. Let Pink and Frankie engage in their battle of men. Understood. With that, Bartolomeo and Rebecca promptly followed Lu Chun's lead towards the underground factory. The surrounding members of the Don Quixote family and the Navy attempted to intervene, but were thwarted by the moving barrier released by Bartolomeo, preventing them from approaching the trio. Before the night, I shall take charge of these individuals. You need only to advance. Bartolomeo crossed his arms, sprinting while conjuring barriers. Excellent. Lu Chun nodded slightly, his path unobstructed. Regardless of the attacks unleashed by the surrounding navy or pirates, none could approach, thwarted by the barriers erected by Bartolomeo. It must be said that Bartolomeo's barrier fruit is quite remarkable. Moments later, the trio finally arrived at the underground factory, the Smile Factory, the second artificial devil fruit factory built in Dressrosa, a collaboration between Kaido of the Beasts and Don Quixote Doflamingo. To destroy this place would be tantamount to declaring war on Kaido. Nevertheless, this task must fall to Lu Chun. Surveying the chaos, the factory was in disarray. Countless pirates and toys transformed from the little people were laboring slowly, all tools bound by Sugar's contract. They could only toil away, rendered mere tools of labor. Predecessor of the night, there is no one ahead. Bartolomeo gestured towards the empty space before them. Following Bartolomeo's direction, Lu Chun spotted several familiar figures. The sniper King Usopp, Robin, numerous little dwarves, and Sugar standing behind Toripole. Sugar herself was not in great peril. It was Toripole who posed a challenge. Character, Toripole. Position, member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit, sticky fruit. Level. Skill, fruit development. Bounty, 60 million berries. At this moment, most have been transformed into toys, with Usopp only returning due to the uplifting cries of the dwarves. Otherwise, he would have continued his flight. Alas, Usopp was still too weak, quickly subdued by Toripole, beaten and kneeling before Sugar. Since you are so eager for me to consume this candy, then allow me to give you this grape. Sugar picked up a candy from the ground, preparing to feed it to Usopp. Just as she was about to do so, a figure materialized in front of Usopp, striking the grape from Sugar's hand. Who is it? The sudden intruder instantly captivated everyone's attention. The figure before Sugar was a man clad in a black robe, standing in a shaft of sunlight, illuminating him as if he were a beacon of hope. Little one, you are rather arrogant. Lu Chen's gaze hardened, exuding a formidable pressure that bore down upon Sugar. It hurts. Sugar, lacking strength, could not withstand the overwhelming pressure. Her legs snapped beneath her with a sharp crack, and she collapsed, howling in agony. Toripole, save me, knight. You bastard. Toripole furrowed his brow, one hand pinching his nose as copious amounts of slime erupted from the other nostril. Sticky cannon, like a torrent of mucus, it shot towards Lu Chen's position. Discharge. Lu Chen remained undaunted, extending his right hand, gathering immense electrical energy. With a slight lift, the powerful current surged towards Torpole's slime. Zzz. A bolt of lightning enveloped the slime, igniting it and triggering an explosion. Boom! With a resounding crash, the slime had not even reached Lu Chen before it detonated mid-flight, generating a massive flash of fire. Simultaneously, Lu Chen regarded Sugar with keen interest, the electrical power coalescing in his hand as he coldly declared, "Now, it is your turn." As he spoke, his palm, imbued with potent electrical energy, reached towards Sugar. Toripole, unable to intervene in time, could only fling more slime onto the ground near Sugar. Desperate to reach her, he dared not bind Sugar with slime, for should the current ignite the slime clinging to her, she would undoubtedly be adversely affected, potentially losing consciousness. Regrettably for Toripole, he underestimated Lu Chen's prowess. Not only was one hand extended towards Sugar, but the other was gathering even greater electrical energy. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Before Toripole could reach her, a colossal Thunderbird, charged with 30 million volts, shot directly towards Torpole's body at astonishing speed, leaving a silver streak in its wake. The speed was too swift for Toripole to evade. Even attempting to withdraw the slime proved futile. The Thunderbird collided with his massive body, engulfed in slime, reaching its melting point and igniting the entire mass, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! An immense shock wave radiated from Torpole's explosion, enveloping the area in thick smoke, obscuring any view of his condition. Meanwhile, Sugar was subjected to the dazzling lightning striking her head, electrifying every cell in her body. Sugar's eyes widened as she emitted a heart-wrenching scream, unable to endure the excruciating pain, and thus succumbed to unconsciousness. The lightning charred her body, leaving her in a state of uncertain fate. With her fall, all toys throughout the kingdom of Dressrosa reverted to their original forms, including those within the toy factory. Everyone gazed in disbelief at their restored selves, filled with exhilaration and excitement. I am back. Ha ha ha, I have returned as well. That damn Don Quixote Doflamingo dared to treat me so. Kill them. How dare they enslave me? In an instant, the entirety of Dressrosa descended into chaos. marking the first strike against Doflamingo. Many lost memories surged back into the minds of the people. Particularly for Rebecca, standing nearby, memories of her mother, father, and grandfather flooded her consciousness. Her expression shifting as a torrent of emotions overwhelmed her, tears streaming uncontrollably. At a loss for words, Lu Chun turned his attention towards the smoke-shrouded torii pole, slowly approaching, picking up a long knife from the ground, and decapitating him for all to see, proclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, torii pole is dead. Congratulations on regaining your freedom." "Thank you. Thank you, Lord Knight. Many thanks." The pirates expressed their gratitude. For although Knight was a stranger to them, he had undeniably saved their lives. Had he not appeared so suddenly, they might have been destined to toil in this factory for eternity, living a life devoid of hope. At that moment, Robin hurried over, gazing at the unconscious and severely injured Usopp, cautiously inquiring, "May I see him?" Lu Chun nodded in affirmation, and as he raised his head again, numerous powerful pirates had gathered around him, eager to express their gratitude in person. Only the strong seemed to truly comprehend the value of great power. The ordinary pirates were primarily focused on fleeing the premises. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the underground factory, two figures appeared, silently observing Lu Chun, who was surrounded by the crowd. "Knight, is he going to take action against Doflamingo?" Sabo wore a puzzled expression, utterly perplexed by this man's stance, unable to discern his true visage. "Forget it. We already know what we wanted to investigate. Let's not concern ourselves with anything else." All right. With that, the two swiftly departed from the factory. Just as Qingjiao, Cavendish, and others were expressing their gratitude to Lu Chun, the entire underground factory suddenly trembled violently, as if it were being uprooted. "Everyone, let us exit first," Lu Chun exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. "Right?" Thus, the crowd utilized their abilities to escape the factory. It was undoubtedly the Black Spade Pika from the Don Quixote family who was attacking, a user of the Sure fruit, capable of controlling all stones. Though his power was formidable, his strength was lacking. In an instant, Lu Chun appeared beside Rebecca, lifting her effortlessly. "Let's go." Rebecca nodded affectionately, seemingly accustomed to this. Slayedthe. The group emerged from the factory. Looking up, they beheld the entire factory, along with the palace of Dressrosa, rising hundreds of meters into the air, with all the stones of Dressrosa undergoing immense transformation. Buildings collapsed and scattered, resembling a seismic event. When the aftermath settled, a highland formed on Dressrosa Island, with the palace perched atop it. What transpired? What was happening? At that moment, everyone remained oblivious to the specifics, only suspecting that it was likely the work of Doflamingo and his crew. Lu Chun gazed towards the distant mountains, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, his Kinbunchika haki detected an anomaly. He extended his right hand and grasped several threads flying down from above. Other pirate strongmen noticed the disturbance and severed the threads descending upon them. However, many weaker individuals fell under the thread's control, beginning to turn on one another. What is happening? Bartolomeo inquired suspiciously. Lu Chun replied, "It's Doflamingo's ability, parasite line. Once struck by these threads, one becomes subject to his control. It's a terrifying power." "I see," Bartolomeo responded. Meanwhile, a colossal thread birdcage enveloped the entirety of Dressrosa, but had yet to begin constricting. Nonetheless, these threads were exceedingly sharp, capable of cleaving buildings and any other objects in twain. Furthermore, it seemed nothing could sever them. Chapter 170, 1 Billion Berries, Thunderous Fury. Doflamingo intends to drag the entirety of Dressrosa down with him. Suddenly, a curtain of threads appeared in midair, and Doflamingo materialized before the crowd, holding his den mushi and announcing to the entire island, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Doflamingo. I understand that your hatred for me knows no bounds. Now we can commence a game that could end with my demise. I am currently within the palace. Anyone can come and attempt to slay me, or be slain themselves. If you can procure my head, the game shall end. However, if no one can take my head, the game will continue, and you all shall perish. Additionally, there is another way to conclude this game. Eliminate the individuals I will name next. Leave no one alive. Moreover, anyone who manages to kill one of them will receive a substantial bounty from me. After his words, the images of several individuals appeared on the curtain. Rebecca, Robin, Violet, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Kairos, Zorro, with a bounty of 200 million berries. Luffy, Sabo, Law, and King Riku, with a bounty of 300 million berries. And Heiyi, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. The announcement sent shockwaves across the nation. Even Liu Chan was taken aback. Did I really have a bounty of 1 billion berries? What had been meticulously planned for over a decade was now shattered by Heiyi, or Liu Chan, causing all of Doflamingo's wrath to converge upon him alone. 1 billion berries? That's far too little. Elder Heiyi deserves a bounty of 2 billion berries. Bartolomeo remarked disdainfully. Liu Chan smiled silently, looking at the previously rescued toys, now reverted to human form. Their gazes towards Liu Chan had transformed, filled with a predatory intensity as if they wished to devour him. They seemed to have completely forgotten who had saved them, who had restored them from toys to humans, and who had just been fervently calling out Heiyi's name. All prior memories appeared to have been overshadowed by greed. Kill! Charge! For 1 billion berries! Kill Heiyi! Kill Heiyi! In an instant, countless pirates, Navy soldiers, and citizens of Dressrosa surged toward Liu Chan's position, intent on ending his life. This was the tragedy of human nature. Elder Heiyi, allow me to deal with them. Bartolomeo was about to act when Liu Chan raised a hand to stop him. No need, they're merely insignificant pests. It's the perfect opportunity for me to stretch my limbs. Alright, Elder Heiyi. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo swiftly retreated to a safe distance. He was well aware of Elder Heiyi's prowess. If he were to strike, there would be no chance for him to intervene. Observing the throng brandishing various weapons, Liu Chan remained undaunted, a faint smile curving his lips. Let me show you the consequences of provoking me. With that, he gathered immense electrical energy in his hands, gradually intensifying before he swung both arms skyward. Boom! Crackle! A powerful surge of lightning erupted from his hands, soaring into the heavens, altering the very sky above Dressrosa. Dark clouds gathered, roiling with thunder, flickering as if a colossal technique were brewing. Those preparing to charge forward sensed something amiss, halting in their tracks and gazing upwards, bewildered. What is happening? Is it going to rain? I don't know. It seems that pirate called Heiyi is behind this. Liu Chan observed the crowd with keen interest, a strange smile gracing his lips as he uttered 2 words. Thunderous fury. As his voice fell, the thunderclouds in the sky roared, unleashing an uncountable number of lightning bolts that cascaded downward. Striking with such swiftness, it resembled an unrelenting storm of lightning. Run! At that moment, the individuals below finally recognized the imminent danger and began to flee. Unfortunately, they barely had time to utter a word before being struck by the rapidly descending bolts of lightning, one after another collapsing to the ground. Crackle! Crackle! A series of tremendous booms echoed throughout Dressrosa, plumes of black smoke rising. Each wisp of smoke signified another person felled by Liu Chan's thunderous fury. In mere moments, the storm subsided, yet those present remained entrapped in the aftermath of that overwhelming technique, unable to recover from its impact. Throughout the expanse of Dressrosa, tendrils of black smoke wafted through the air, bringing an eerie stillness to the surroundings. The silence enveloped the area, and Liu Chan gazed upon the charred remnants of several individuals, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Observing this, Rebecca bit her lip, casting a glance at Liu Chan. Though her heart ached, she felt utterly powerless. This entire situation was undeniably of their own making. Had they not chosen to assault the figure of Hai, such a fate would have been avoided. Hai, you are truly remarkable. That move was exceptional, Bartolomeo exclaimed as he hurried over, grinning widely. Nothing to mention, Liu Chan waved dismissively, turning his gaze towards the distant high ground, confident that the previous maneuver had not gone unnoticed by Minggu. However, Minggu was likely engaged in battle with Luffy at that moment. It would be prudent to let Luffy expend some energy before confronting Don Quixote Doflamingo. Beep. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Eliminate Don Quixote Doflamingo. System reward. 2,000 energy points. Upgrade a designated skill by 1 full level. Nonetheless, Lu Chun turned to his companions, Qing Jiao and the others, and spoke earnestly. Everyone, I must first secure the head of Don Quixote Doflamingo. The subordinates of the Don Quixote family shall be entrusted to you. Understood, Hai. We shall ensure he pays for turning us into toys. The group responded unanimously. Having already regarded Lu Chun as their linchpin, they had attempted to dismantle the birdcage, only to discover that it was impervious to their efforts. As Doflamingo had asserted, only by severing his head could this grotesque game come to a definitive end. Chapter 171. The Battle at the Royal Palace of Dressrosa, Part 1. With that, the group followed Lu Chun, charging towards the royal palace. Due to the immense power Lu Chun had just displayed, the ordinary citizens dared not impede their advance, making the journey considerably smoother. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Fire Fist, Mara Mara no Mi. Lu Chun turned towards the source of the sound to find a raging inferno ahead, within which two familiar figures emerged. It was Fire Fist Ace and Sabo, valiantly obstructing the navy, led by Fujitora. To his surprise, Ace had also arrived. It seemed this world had undergone significant changes because of his presence, yet ultimately, the will of this world would correct itself. With a fleeting glance, Lu Chun resumed his swift run. His foremost task remained the elimination of Doflamingo. All other matters could be set aside for the time being. Minutes later, a colossal figure loomed ahead, engaged in combat with Zoro, Pika, whose immense stature belied the power of his punches. Regrettably, he lacked the mastery of hockey. Had he enveloped himself in armament hockey, his strength would have ascended to an entirely new echelon. Hi, do not flee. At that moment, Pika noticed Lu Chun and his companions heading towards the palace. Determined to thwart their progress and prevent any disruption to the plans of the young master. Merging with the massive stone giant, he transformed one of his colossal arms, hurtling towards Lu Chun and his group at great speed. Let me handle this. I will join you. Qing Jiao and King of Punch, Elizabello II, prepared to advance. But Lu Chun utilized the Marine's 6 styles to instantaneously appear before them, commanding, "You two go ahead. This one is mine." Very well. Recognizing Lu Chun's prowess, Qing Jiao and the others did not protest, bolting forward, undeterred by Pika's impending massive punch. Lu Chun's decision to engage stemmed from the activation of a system task. Beep. Congratulations to the host for triggering a task. System reward. Stop Pika. System reward. 200 energy points. According to the narrative, it was meant to be King of Punch and Qing Jiao who would intercept Pika, yet the system had called upon Lu Chun to act, perhaps for a reason that would ultimately prove beneficial. As Pika's colossal fist hurtled towards him, Lu Chun clenched his right fist, enveloping it in armament hockey. With a powerful leap, he shot forth like a cannonball, aiming directly for Pika's punching hand. The ground where he had stood bore the marks of his immense force, leaving a shallow crater in its wake. Bang! Tiger Fist. The concentrated hockey surged from Lu Chun's fist as he unleashed it upon Pika's stone-like hand. Roaring forth, the impact felt akin to a colossal tiger tearing into Pika's massive form. With an explosive sound, Pika's enormous stone fist shattered like fragile glass, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface, spreading from the fist to engulf his entire arm. In an instant, Pika's arm disintegrated into powder, cascading towards the ground. Meanwhile, Zoro observed Lu Chun's swift passage, murmuring to himself, "Is he the one known as Hai? His martial prowess is impressive. Hey, I leave him to you. I must take my leave." With those words, Lu Chun swiftly departed, leaving behind only an afterimage. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 200 energy points. Zoro regarded Lu Chun's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow, a sense of familiarity washing over him before he quickly refocused, re-engaging in battle with Pika. As two blossoms bloom, each expresses its own beauty. Lu Chun's speed was astonishing, and he soon caught up with Qing Jiao and the others, advancing towards the royal palace of Dressrosa. Along the way, they encountered numerous pirates attempting to obstruct their path, but they dispatched them with ease. They swiftly reached the first level of the palace. Concurrently, the officers of the Don Quixote family had also set out, preparing to intercept Lu Chun and his companions. On this first level, Lu Chun spotted Luffy and the others, still struggling to ascend due to the absence of assistance. With Qing Jiao and the others joining, they alleviated some of the pressure on Luffy and Law. Yet Law remained bound by Sea Prism stone chains, his abilities stifled. The officers of the Don Quixote family are in your hands. Today, I shall claim the head of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Lu Chun declared solemnly. Understood, Hai. We shall be vigilant. Bartolomeo, Qing Jiao, and the others replied, charging towards the Don Quixote officers. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy sprinted upward, calling out to Lu Chun, Doflamingo should fall to my fists. Very well. Let's see you test Doflamingo's strength first. Lu Chun chuckled, pleased to have Luffy serve as a means to wear down Doflamingo's stamina. Previously concerned that Luffy would not ascend in time, it appeared he could indeed prove useful. Luffy, do not blame your older brother later. This is all for your benefit. I hope you can rapidly increase your strength. Before long, they reached the second level. Though they encountered a few Don Quixote officers, the pirates following them obstructed their advance, allowing Lu Chun and Luffy to smoothly arrive at the third level. The third level was shrouded in mist, resembling a world lost in fog, with visibility reduced to about 20 meters. As Lu Chun and his companions stood in momentary bewilderment, a grotesque giant toy emerged from the mist, adorned with a black hat and towering at least 10 meters high. Though lacking weapons, its hideous appearance was undeniable. Character: Naodai SwordsmanWho. Position: none. Fruit: none. Level: C. Skills: Crawling C, Biting C. Bounty: and this is the Naodai SwordsmanWho crafted by Slayedthe. Upon witnessing the emergence of this doll, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and murmured to himself, that fellow is still alive. During their time in the underground factory, he had neglected to check on Slayedthe's fate due to Saka's intervention. It was likely at that moment that Saka rescued Slayedthe, although Lu Chun had still managed to eliminate Toroboro, depriving Doflamingo of another ally. Suddenly, the Naodai SwordsmanWho crawled rapidly towards Lu Chun and Lu Fei. Rubber gun. Lu Fei took the initiative and delivered a powerful punch to the doll's head, causing it to separate from its body. Bang! However, as he knocked down one Naodai SwordsmanWho, more emerged from the mist, surrounding Lu Chun and his companions. Chapter 172. The Battle at the Dressrosa Royal Palace, Part 2. Astonishingly, the Naodai SwordsmanWho that Lu Fei had just decapitated rose once more, picked up its head, and reattached it, joining the other dolls in their assault on Lu Chun and his companions. Oomph! Lu Chun scoffed, his hands crackling with radiant lightning, manifesting a series of lightning orbs before him like a barrage of projectiles. With a swift motion, he launched them towards the encroaching Naodai SwordsmanWho. ZZZT. Each lightning orb that struck a doll engulfed it in an electrifying blaze, ultimately reducing it to charred remains. Though these dolls were immune to pain and would not perish from losing their heads, they could still sustain damage, albeit proving to be quite troublesome. For instance, Lu Fei found himself in a precarious situation as he struggled to manage so many dolls while carrying the shackled Luo. Just as Lu Chun prepared to intervene, a figure appeared before them, wielding a long sword and dispatching numerous dolls with ease. Oh, someone has arrived. Looking up, they beheld an individual clad in a red cloak, bearing a scar on his forehead, yet the most striking feature was his singular leg. Character: Julius. Position: none. Fruit: none. Level: B. Skills: Swordsmanship B. Physical combat C. Bounty: 200 million berries. The newcomer was none other than the one-legged soldier toy, Julius, and the father of Rebecca. Due to Doflamingo's machinations, his bounty had skyrocketed to 200 million berries. In an instant, Lu Chun's mind sparked with inspiration as he turned to Julius and said, "You hold the line against these dolls while he and I ascend to eliminate Doflamingo." Julius slightly raised an eyebrow, replying coolly, "No. There is someone I must kill on the 4th floor, and it must be by my hand." Lu Chun chuckled lightly, fully aware that Julius referred to one of the Don Quixote family members, Diamante, who had ruthlessly taken his wife's life. Yet, Diamante must be dealt with by Luchin. For Ray Baika awaited his arrival on the fourth floor. Even if Julius was Ray Baika's father, he could not disrupt Luchin's plans. What do you mean? Julius furrowed his brow, uncertain of Luchin's intent. However, he had heard of the formidable black-robed man before him, who had liberated the nation from those transformed into toys. Shortly thereafter, all the Nodai, Jaziwani were dispatched by the trio, and as they prepared to ascend to the fourth floor, a figure emerged ahead accompanied by explosive sounds. Bang! 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 Luchin raised an eyebrow and looked forward, spotting a woman in a blue-black bodysuit, adorned with a hat, gracefully descending. Her sides embellished with a pair of hand-formed wings, none other than the celestial robin. The figure ahead was a man clad in black armor-like attire, sporting a blue explosive hairstyle. Character, Guladius. Position, member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit, bomb fruit. Level, a skills, fruit development. A bounty, 34 million berries. It was Guladius, the bomb man, who had struck Robin down. Kaya, it's you. Guladius exclaimed upon recognizing Kaya, his expression turning alarmed. He was well aware of Kaya's notorious reputation and formidable abilities. Moreover, their young master had decreed that upon encountering Kaya, he should be allowed to ascend to the palace without obstruction. This was both for their safety and because Duffulaming wished to defeat Kaya himself. Haha. Luchin let out a cold laugh, preparing to strike. Yet Guladius voluntarily cleared a path, stating indifferently, "You may pass, but the others must remain." Oof. I too shall ascend. Without a second thought, Lu Fei disregarded Guladius's words and began to climb upwards. Upon touching the wall, Guladius suddenly pressed against the wall behind him, causing the area Lu Fei had touched to bulge outward. Lu Fei thought this was quite convenient. This is nice, quite effortless. Bang! The next moment, the bulging object exploded, sending both Lu Fei and Luo crashing down. Interesting. Luchin chuckled lightly, swiftly moving forward to catch Lu Fei and Luo, preventing further injury. They would need both of them to deplete Duffulaming's stamina, as it must be acknowledged that Duffulaming's strength was indeed formidable, particularly regarding his mastery of devil fruits. He surpassed most devil fruit users and had reached the level of devil fruit awakening. Thank you. Lu Fei steadied his straw hat and sincerely expressed his gratitude, preparing to ascend once more. However, he was halted by Luchin, who pulled on his arm, stretching it. Yet Lu Fei continued to climb. After a considerable time, he sensed something was amiss and called out to Luchin, "Hey, why are you pulling me? I'm giving you a lift. Inflate." Luchin smiled faintly and, with a forceful tug, pulled Lu Fei back. At that moment, Lu Fei seemed to grasp Luchin's intent, covering his mouth with his hand, and began to inflate, puffing up his rubber belly until it resembled a massive balloon. Luchin clenched his fist, his muscles bulging, and delivered a powerful punch to Lu Fei's belly. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lu Fei shot upwards toward the fourth floor like a soccer ball. Meanwhile, Luchin scaled the vertical wall with rapid strides, each step creating deep impressions in the thick earthen wall, leaving behind a remark. "Hey, the one-legged warrior, you take care of that explosive-haired fellow." Julius was momentarily speechless, gazing at the Don Quixote officer before him, and reluctantly raised his sword to engage, resolving to defeat the man before him before ascending. Simultaneously, Robin joined forces with Julius to commence battle. "I'll assist you." "All right." Thus, the two engaged in combat with Guladius. On the fourth floor of the palace, Luchin landed steadily, gazing ahead at a vast expanse of sunflowers, with Ray Baika standing amidst the floral sea. Shortly thereafter, Lu Fei, carrying Luo, also landed beside him with a steady thud. "Thank you." "Hee. No need for thanks. You two should ascend to confront Duffulaming first. I shall follow shortly," Luchin remarked with a gentle smile. "All right." Having spoken, Luffy took the key from Lei Baika and unlocked Luo's sea prism stone handcuffs. Then they made their way together to the fifth level of the palace. "You've come too?" Lei Baika said tentatively, gazing at Luchin's face, which was shrouded in his black cloak. Though he rarely spoke to the knight, his presence here suggested he might have something to convey. "Yes, we shall confront Doflamingo shortly. But there is another matter to attend to first. Lu Chun replied with a serious demeanor. Chapter 173. The Battle at the Royal Palace of Dressrosa, Part 3. Slayedthe looked at him with suspicion, pondering what further task remained in this place. With that, Lu Chun advanced, activating his observation haki to scan the vast sunflower field. And finally, he located the individual he sought. Come out, he bellowed, but was met with silence, save for the empty sunflowers swaying in the breeze. What are you searching for? Slayedthe inquired, stepping closer with curiosity. However, Lu Chun did not respond. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips as he declared, If you do not emerge, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. As he spoke, his right hand began to gather electric power, forming two volleyball-sized orbs of silver lightning that radiated brilliance. With a swift gesture, Lu Chun propelled the lightning orbs into the sunflower sea, cutting through it with remarkable speed, leaving a white arc in their wake. Suddenly, a man clad in orange emerged from the flowers. Diamante, who had been hiding there, was forced to rise and evade as the lightning orbs approached. The orbs raced past him, and while he was relieved to have dodged the attack, a flick of Lu Chun's finger caused the orbs to halt abruptly, change direction, and continue towards Diamante. What? Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief. He attempted to swing his sword to deflect the orbs, but he seemed to forget that metal conducts electricity. In an instant, upon contact, the lightning orb surged through his sword into his entire being. Zzz. Diamante screamed, his body scorched, though his strength prevented him from being electrocuted to death. At that moment, Slayedthe's eyes glistened with tears as she unsheathed her sword, advancing step by step towards Diamante, filled with hatred. It was you. You killed my mother. I will kill you, she cried. With a fierce shout, Slayedthe charged forward, determined to slay the man before her. Just as her sword was about to strike Diamante, he finally regained his senses, his eyes flashing as he swept his cloak in front of him. Clang! Her sword met his cloak as if striking steel, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The cloak, indeed forged from iron, was rendered weightless by Diamante's devil fruit ability, providing formidable defense. What? Slayedthe's expression shifted, and as she attempted another attack, Diamante had already risen, brandishing his light and agile sword towards her. The sword, seemingly weightless and serpentine, left Slayedthe with no opportunity to retaliate. It was a clear display of one-sided domination. Seeing Diamante's sword nearly harm Slayedthe, Lu Chun finally intervened. He suddenly appeared before her, his right hand coated in armament haki, blocking Diamante's sword with a firm stance. Clang! Slayedthe, terrified, shut her eyes as if bracing for death, but moments later, realizing she felt no pain, she slowly opened her eyes. To her astonishment, she saw the familiar black silhouette before her, her mouth agape. It's you. Hee. Lu Chun smiled faintly. In an instant, his other hand, also draped in armament haki, gleamed with metallic luster as he delivered a powerful punch to Diamante's chest. Not good, Diamante exclaimed, hastily raising his cloak for protection. Yet, Lu Chun's punch was not something a mere iron cloak could withstand. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as his fist imprinted the cloak and shattered through it, landing heavily against Diamante's chest. The sheer force sent Diamante crashing into the wall behind him, embedding him within. Dust swirled around him as he coughed up blood violently. Cough. Cough. Are you all right? Lu Chun inquired with a smile, offering his hand to help Slayedthe rise. I'm fine, thank you, she responded, placing her hand on his and being pulled up, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she lowered her gaze. I'm glad you're okay. Now I shall apprehend Diamante for you. Wait, you. Before Slayedthe could finish her sentence, Lu Chun had already vanished, becoming a fleeting shadow as he sprinted towards Diamante. In the blink of an eye, he returned, seemingly lifting Diamante as if he were a mere chick, depositing him before Slayedthe. Here, he has been thoroughly beaten, unable to resist. His fate is now in your hands, with the murderer of her mother before her. Slayedthe's eyes brimmed with tears, her hands trembling as she raised her sword. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling to the ground. staring intently at Diamante. She found herself unable to strike, as though burdened by immense pressure, emitting muffled sobs. Woo woo woo. Kill him. He must be your enemy. Show no mercy to your foes, lest we become the ones who perish. Observing this, Lu Chun searched Diamante's unconscious form thoroughly, finally retrieving a handgun and presenting it to Slayedthe. This is the weapon he used to kill your mother. Use it to exact your vengeance. Hearing his words, Slayedthe halted her tears, her gaze resolute as if she had made a momentous decision. She aimed the gun at Diamante's head, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck Diamante's skull. As a blood hole appeared, the already unconscious Diamante succumbed to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 1,000 energy points, sword skill 1. Upon seeing the system notification, Lu Chun's face broke into a satisfied smile. Thank you. Slayedthe beamed with a long-lost smile. It's nothing, Lu Chun replied. Why did you help me? Slayedthe inquired further. She was puzzled by Lu Chun's assistance, sensing that the task he mentioned was somehow intertwined with aiding her. Perhaps it is fate. I must take my leave. 2 others await me above. With that, Lu Chun turned and departed, leaving Slayedthe with only his silhouette. As she gazed at his retreating figure, Slayedthe's mouth opened slightly, her foot already taking a step forward, yet the words remained unspoken. Wait, be careful. Chapter 174. The Battle at the Royal Palace of Dressrosa, Part 4. The top level of the palace. When Lu Chun arrived, the battle between Doflamingo and the two, Law and Luffy, had nearly concluded. Law lay gravely wounded, his right arm severed clean, blood streaming steadily from the wound. Luffy, having exhausted himself in Gear 4th, had shrunk in stature and now lay breathless upon the ground, chest heaving with ragged gasps. So, it seems you still couldn't best Doflamingo, Lu Chun remarked lightly, stepping forward with serene composure. Yehey! Both Luffy and Law turned sharply toward the source of the voice, only then recalling that another had accompanied them upward. Yehey! You finally arrived. At the sight of Yehey, Doflamingo's eyes flared with cold, venomous intent. This was the man who had once extended an invitation to join his family, yet later, amid the chaos, had slain several of his kin. The urge to strike him down surged violently within him, yet he would not grant Yehey the mercy of swift death. I arrived a touch later than intended, though I did pause briefly en route to deal with one of your subordinates. What was his name again? Diamante, wasn't he it? Dispatching him cost me but a fleeting moment, Lu Chun observed, unruffled and effortlessly poised. Doflamingo's temples throbbed with suppressed fury, his brow veins pulsing visibly, yet he mastered his rage. After all, he was the architect of others' wrath, never its subject. No one had dared speak to him thus before. After a measured silence, his voice lowered, edged with icy disdain. You will answer for your deeds. I confess, I'm deeply curious why you've concealed yourself for so long. Is it truly because you fear your own appearance? If so, I'd be happy to arrange cosmetic surgery. How else could you wander the world for years, yet never dare reveal your face? It was classic Doflamingo, psychological warfare, striking not at the body, but at the soul. Are you attempting to provoke me? Lu Chun replied, voice smooth as polished onyx. If so, your strategy is disappointingly simplistic. I'm not so easily roused. He wore the black robe, not out of shame, but because he knew precisely how striking his visage was. In his former life on launching, he had been hailed as a campus paragon, handsome, poised, and effortlessly magnetic. A dry, mirthless chuckle escaped Doflamingo's lips, skepticism etched deep into his expression. Then, without warning, he raised both hands, fingers shaped like a pistol, gun line. A barrage of needle-thin, bullet-like filaments erupted from his fingertips, each strand sharp enough to pierce bone. Lu Chun merely smiled, his Kenbunchaku haki fully awakened, anticipating the assault with preternatural clarity. His body swayed like a reed in a midnight breeze, evading every filament with languid, drunken grace, none so much as grazing his skin. Color line, but Doflamingo was no mere opponent to be outmaneuvered. Seizing the fleeting opening, He flicked all 10 fingers in rapid succession, 5 iridescent threads, each distinct in hue, lancing forth like razored wires. They carved through stone and earth alike, slicing the ground as though it were parchment, 10 lethal filaments converging upon Lu Chun in a symphony of lethal precision. Busashoka Haki. Lu Chun's gaze sharpened, his arms instantly sheathed in the dark, metallic luster of hardened haki. He caught each thread barehanded, absorbing their ferocious impact. The force drove him backward several meters, yet his expression remained untroubled, calm, unshaken, as if untouched by violence. Their power was immense. Ordinary techniques could no longer settle the balance. Yet, just as Lu Chun reached to seize a strand, Doflamingo's filaments coiled and shattered midair, splintering into 1,000 gossamer needles, converging upon him from every angle. Truly, the Ito no Mi was a formidable ability, especially now awakened. Its threads could transmute his entire being into silk-thin resilience, rendering lightning all but impotent. Lu Chun retreated fluid, unhurried, dodging with measured elegance. But Doflamingo's threads pursued relentlessly, swift, precise, unyielding. At last, Lu Chun stilled, his entire form enveloped in Busashoka Haki, a shimmering, obsidian aura radiating quiet authority. The filaments struck, rending his outer robe into tattered shreds, but failing to breach his skin. Yet Doflamingo's intent had never been mere injury. A cascade of threads surged upward, coiling, tightening, then shattered his black hat into dust. And there, beneath the veil of shadow, was revealed a face of striking symmetry. Jet black hair, deep obsidian eyes, sun-kissed amber skin, Lu Chun's original visage from launching, untouched by time or war. All present beheld it, and the image seared itself into memory, indelible and vivid. Yehe is this young, and yet this formidable? Who is he? Doflamingo studied him, silent, calculating, then murmured, tones stripped of mockery, edged only with quiet awe. So you are young. And not ugly, far from it. You hid yourself not from shame, but for another reason entirely. Lu Chun tilted his head awry, effortless smile playing at his lips. I'm not ugly. I simply feared my own charm might incite mass infatuation. Best to remain enigmatic. A beat of silence. Then Doflamingo's brow darkened. His patience had expired. You seek death. In one fluid motion, he drew his arms back, hundreds of near-invisible filaments erupting from his palms, twisting, braiding, coalescing into a single, monstrous cord, the thickness of a ship's hawser, humming with lethal potential. With a whip-crack lunge forward, overkill whip, Lu Chun activated Rokushiki, shave, vanishing from sight, just as the whip cleaved the air where he stood. The impact sheared through the castle's stone floor like a scythe through melon, great slabs of masonry plummeting into the abyss below. Then his palms crackled. Lightning coalesced, raw, brilliant, hungry. With a decisive flick of his right hand, a tempestuous bolt launched forth, blazing, roaring, alive, its form coalescing mid-flight into a snarling, luminous thunder beast, jaws wide. Fangs forged of pure voltage. 30 million volt thunder beast. It struck Doflamingo before he could blink, engulfing him in a cataclysm of light and thunder. Boom! The ground cratered, shrapnel and smoke billowing skyward in a churning, ashen storm. Then, through the haze, emerged a silhouette. Doflamingo stood unscathed, his entire body transformed into shimmering, interwoven silk, utterly insulating him from a storm. A low, guttural cackle rose from his throat, dark, triumphant, chilling. Yehe, you are still too weak. My devil fruit is awakened. Your lightning? It cannot touch me. As he spoke, the figure of Doflamingo, now ensnared in threads, gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. It seemed so. Lu Chun nodded in agreement. The previous move was merely a probe. After the awakening of the devil fruit, the strength of its wielder naturally surged. In that case, let me defeat you with my fists. Suddenly, Lu Chun's fists were enveloped in haki, and with a swift application of the Marine 6 style throw, he propelled himself towards the ground, leaving a deep crater in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position and reappeared before Doflamingo. delivering a powerful hockey-infused punch directly to Doflamingo's face. The impact was tremendous. The speed was so blinding that Doflamingo had no time to react, taking the blow squarely and causing blood to spray forth, his red glasses shattering upon impact. He was sent flying backwards, rolling several times on the ground before managing to stabilize himself using the threads in his hands. Slowly rising, Doflamingo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth and growling high. "You seek death." At this moment, he understood that the true strength of Hai lay not only in his devil fruit ability, but also in his martial prowess. That punch had left him with a throbbing headache. If Hai were closing again, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose, especially considering he had already expended considerable stamina in his earlier battles with Luffy and Law. Utilizing the powers of the devil fruit also demanded a toll on one's energy. Mighty Tiger Fist. Liu Chun chuckled lightly as he concentrated his formidable haki into his right fist, the dark energy coalescing as he launched a powerful strike towards Doflamingo. A colossal wave of energy erupted, materializing into a gigantic black tiger with its jaws agape, pouncing towards Doflamingo. Spiderweb wall. Doflamingo's brow furrowed as he sensed the potency of the attack. Instantly, he spread his arms wide, releasing countless transparent threads that swiftly wove into an immense web-like defense. The net spanned nearly hundreds of meters in diameter, perfectly encompassing the attack unleashed by Liu Chun. The impact of the mighty tiger fist collided with Doflamingo's web, creating a resounding roar. The mighty tiger appeared to claw and thrash as if attempting to break free from Doflamingo's constraints. The overwhelming energy surged outward. Yet Doflamingo maintained a firm grip on the web, straining to redirect the force of the impact. With a thunderous crash, Liu Chun's ferocious punch struck the buildings behind Doflamingo, toppling several structures before the energy finally dissipated. So powerful, Doflamingo's expression tightened, realizing he could no longer afford to hold back. His opponent's strength was not significantly inferior to his own. He then placed his hand upon the ground, causing the earth beneath to transform into white threads that spread forth like creeping vines. The entirety of the ground was now under Doflamingo's control, and even the surrounding buildings he touched were transformed into white strands. "Wild wave, white threads," Doflamingo exclaimed, as the countless white threads converged into tentacle-like assaults that spiraled towards Liu Chun from all directions, akin to a closing lotus blossom. Marine Six Styles, Moonwalk. In response, Liu Chun propelled himself into the air, utilizing the moonwalk to deftly evade Doflamingo's relentless onslaught. However, the barrage of white threads was seemingly endless, leaving Liu Chun momentarily overwhelmed as he narrowly avoided being ensnared by the threads. As he ascended, he deftly dodged Doflamingo's strikes, and upon reaching a sufficient height, he halted midair. Yet, the myriad of white threads surged toward him, forming sharp spikes that encircled him, as if to chill him to the bone. Boom! Observing the impact in the air, Doflamingo smirked wickedly. "Hi, you have ultimately failed to reach that stage." Just as those words left his lips, an even more immense power erupted from the area ensnared by the white threads, shattering them to pieces. In an instant, Liu Chun, radiating golden light, appeared before everyone. Though his body was battered and torn, he had fully elementalized, eluding Doflamingo's attacks. Buddha's palm. Liu Chun extended his right hand, channeling a formidable strike imbued with both haki and Conqueror's haki downwards towards Doflamingo. The immense pressure descended, pinning Doflamingo to the ground, the earth beneath him cracking under the weight of such formidable force. Doflamingo roared in anger, knowing he could not evade the blow. With a sweeping motion of his arm, thousands of white threads emerged from the ground, their tips shrouded in haki, launching towards Liu Chun's colossal golden palm. Boom! Instantly, a cataclysmic wave of energy erupted in the air, sweeping outward in all directions. Surrounding buildings crumbled under the force, shattering into countless fragments scattered across the ground. The overwhelming energy washed over the two combatants, as if intent on obliterating everything in its vicinity. "Get down!" Lu Chen's brow furrowed as he exerted more pressure, unleashing his SSS-grade Conqueror's Haki that cascaded down towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, releasing his own Conqueror's Haki. The two waves of Conqueror's Haki clashed, the crimson energy flickering in the air like innumerable arcs of lightning. Ultimately, Lu Chen's Haki proved more potent, as the massive golden palm crushed Doflamingo's white threads beneath it, delivering a heavy blow to Doflamingo himself. Chapter 176. The Battle at the Dressrosa Royal Palace. 6. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout Dressrosa Island, causing the ground to tremble violently, with debris flying as if a colossal earthquake had erupted from Lu Chen's position. Doflamingo's location was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Yet a massive handprint could still be discerned. Although Doflamingo's status remained obscured, Lu Chen cast a glance at the birdcage suspended in the air, which had yet to dissipate. This indicated that Doflamingo had not met his demise and still clung to life. Suspended in midair, Lu Chen dared not relax his vigilance, fixating intently on Doflamingo below as he murmured, "How remarkably resilient you are. Have you perhaps employed some means to shield yourself from my attack?" The fleeting moment had been too brief for even Lu Chen to discern how Doflamingo had survived his onslaught. Moments later, as the dust began to settle, the true form beneath was revealed, not Doflamingo himself, but a sphere woven from white threads. Though the sphere had deflated, it was evident that Doflamingo was concealed within, albeit in an unknown state. The sheer force and dominance of Lu Chen's attack would have inflicted harm upon Doflamingo, even with the protective barrier of the white threads. Inside the cocoon of threads, Doflamingo had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness, yet a flicker of awareness persisted within him. Suddenly, Doflamingo opened his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent flashing within them as he commanded the white threads to mend the damaged organs within his body. If he did not expedite this restoration, the darkness would undoubtedly launch another assault, leaving him with only one fate: defeat. At this moment, Lu Chen had already sensed something amiss. A meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Doflamingo, you shall ultimately fall in my hands." The principle of striking when the enemy is weak was well understood by Lu Chen, who would not afford his adversary any opportunity to react or retaliate. With that, an immense surge of energy and pressure erupted from him, sweeping outward in all directions. The various objects surrounding him trembled under the onslaught of his ferocious energy, appearing on the verge of collapse. The overwhelming energy detonated in the air, cascading toward the ground, where the multitude of Buddhas awaited. In an instant, Doflamingo's complexion shifted as he perceived that Lu Chen was poised to strike once more. Had Doflamingo promptly dismantled the birdcage, Lu Chen might not have acted so swiftly. Alas, one could only blame Doflamingo's insatiable greed, his unwillingness to concede defeat, and his desire to prolong the battle. Simultaneously, every individual within the Palacio de Dressrosa was observing the nearby clash, not only due to its implications for their very lives, but also because the time remaining for the birdcage was dwindling. It was nearing closure. If the battle did not conclude soon, they would all perish. Abruptly, Lu Chen shut his eyes, radiating a brilliant golden aura, directing his gaze toward Doflamingo below. Unleashing a colossal golden hand aimed at him. What appeared to be a single strike was actually a flurry of movements, manifesting countless golden palm prints, as if 1,000 warriors were attacking simultaneously. The Buddha's palm. 10,000 Buddhas assemble. At that moment, Doflamingo finally emerged from the circle of white threads, his expression shifting drastically. He dared not linger even for a moment, immediately employing his most potent technique, 16 sacred bullet divine execution. From the ground, 16 strands of tightly wound white threads, imbued with armament Haki, surged forth at an alarming speed toward Lu Chen suspended in midair. However, the immense golden hands released by Lu Chen were not to be trifled with, intercepting all the white threads encased in armament Haki. A fierce clash of energy erupted in the sky, with waves of power oscillating violently. The energy detonated midair, scattering in all directions, accompanied by a series of deafening explosions. Under Lu Chen's formidable assault, the gravely injured Doflamingo found himself utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. The 16 powerful threads, enveloped in armament hockey, were all struck down by the colossal golden hands, embedding themselves into the ground. Doflamingo no longer had the strength to mobilize them, as the golden hands continued their relentless descent upon him. One palm followed another without pause. The ground, already riddled with craters, now succumbed to such forceful blows, causing the entire expanse to collapse, while surrounding structures were obliterated into countless fragments. Simultaneously, the citizens of Doflamingo's kingdom observed the commotion, yet all they could perceive was the towering cloud of dust, utterly oblivious to the outcome of the battle. Everyone remained silent, their eyes fixed on the scene, awaiting the final verdict, be it life or death. Suddenly, a gasp reverberated through the crowd. It's gone. The birdcage is gone. It's truly vanished. We have won. The knight has triumphed. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the citizens of the Palacio de Dressrosa erupted in joyous celebration, reveling in this hard-won victory, with no time to spare for Lu Chen's condition. Only Rebecca and Violet, closest to the fray, hastened toward the battlefield, seeking the figure of the knight. Knight, are you still there? Knight, knight, the two women called anxiously. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the smoke ahead. What's wrong? Did you miss me? Upon hearing the voice, Rebecca and Violet swiftly turned in its direction, discovering a familiar silhouette standing resolutely. They rushed forward. Knight, are you all right? Are you hurt? Coughing twice and spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lu Chen released his grip on his injured arm, murmuring, Doflamingo is quite powerful. He managed to wound me. His arm bore a significant hole from Doflamingo's white threads, yet it was not a grave injury. A few days of rest would suffice. Such a large wound. I will fetch the princess to treat you, Violet said, her brows furrowing as she stood to find the princess of the little people. Chapter 177. The battle in the Palacio de Dressrosa. End. Left alone with Lu Chen, Rebecca gazed at the shocking injury, tears pooling in her beautiful eyes as she gently inquired, Does it hurt? It's a wound. It will hurt. There is no wound that doesn't tea. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Then how can you feel a bit better? Rebecca bit her cherry lips, suddenly realizing her question was misplaced. With that, Lu Chen said, The wound feels like fire, burning with pain. If you blow on it, perhaps it won't hurt as much. All right. Without hesitation, Rebecca moved beside Lu Chen, brushing her hair aside as she prepared to blow on his wound. Whoosh whoosh. Observing her earnestness, a faint smile spread across Lu Chen's face. She truly possessed a simple heart. Do you feel any better? Rebecca asked as she blew. I feel much better, Lu Chen responded. Then I shall blow a little more. Just as she finished speaking, Violet appeared, accompanied by a member of the little people, and upon seeing Rebecca and Lu Chen's intimate posture, halted in her tracks. Rebecca, you two, Violet. Hearing the voice, Rebecca's face flushed crimson as she stood quietly, lowering her head, unsure of what to say. Oh, are you the one who came to heal my wounds? Lu Chen quickly intervened. Yes. Violet recalled the more pressing matter and turned to the little people beside her, solemnly stating, Princess, please assist Knight in healing. If it weren't for him, we would not have achieved liberation in Dressrosa. Of course, that is my duty. The little people princess, Meng Shuili, softly replied. With that, Meng Shuili flew to Lu Chen's wound, activating her healing fruit ability. Waves of pearly white energy emanated from her hands, gradually enveloping Lu Chen's injury. Soon, Lu Chen felt a cooling sensation at the wound, followed by an itch, a sign of healing. In an instant, the wound was completely healed, restored to its original state. Yet, Meng Shuili appeared somewhat fatigued, her complexion pale as she said, All done. Thank you. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude. Thank you is unnecessary. It is my duty. After saying this, Meng Shuili continued to heal the other citizens. Lu Chen watched Meng Shuili depart, harboring the desire to recruit her into his pirate crew, yet it seemed unlikely she would agree. He then leaped to a higher vantage point, surveying the entire situation in Deliasai Luosa. Under the leadership of the king of Liku, the people were actively attempting to save themselves. while the pirates appeared to be converging in their direction. As for Dufyalangming, he had long since succumbed to Luchen's formidable assault. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 2,000 energy points. Choose one skill to enhance by one major level. One must admit, Dufyalangming's awakened fruit was indeed powerful. Few could develop their abilities to such an extent. Minutes later, numerous pirates, including Bartolomeo, Qingjiao, and Khan Dishu, gathered around Luchen, their expressions serious yet tinged with admiration. One might mistakenly believe they were encircling Luchen for nefarious purposes. Senior High, I never imagined your true form would be so formidable, and your strength is equally impressive. Bartolomeo exclaimed with a grin. Not overly strong, but sufficient to deal with Dufyalangming, Luchen humbly replied. Hi, I'm grateful for your life-saving grace. Had it not been for you, we would likely have perished beneath this birdcage. Indeed, to express our gratitude, I am prepared to join your pirate crew. Me too. Count me in. The overwhelming majority of pirates raised their hands, eager to join High's crew. Everyone, Luchen raised a hand to signal silence and declared, Firstly, I appreciate your recognition of my strength as High. However, I must inform you that my pirate crew currently consists solely of myself, so consider your decision carefully. Ha ha ha. Senior High, though you are alone, once we join, you shall no longer be solitary. Indeed, we are all here, despite Luchen's words. The pirates remained resolute in their desire to join. Witnessing their determination, a faint smile crept across Luchen's lips as he turned his gaze towards the distant Slayedthe, confidently stating, In that case, I, High, shall graciously accept your camaraderie. As long as you brothers follow me, you shall surely enjoy abundant feasts, and no one will dare to harm you. Wonderful. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter. Bartolomeo waved his hand, instructing the surrounding pirates, Quick, fetch the wine. We shall drink to our newfound brotherhood here. All right. With that, the surrounding pirates hurried off to fetch drinks. Seizing the opportunity, Luchen approached Slayedthe with a smile. Shall we go? Where to? Slayedthe inquired, her brows furrowed in suspicion. We had an agreement, did we not? You were to join my pirate crew. Are you having second thoughts? Luchen's expression darkened slightly. Me? Slayedthe was taken aback. Not expecting High still desired her presence in his crew, especially with so many powerful pirates already on board. She had thought Luchen would not seek her out again. Indeed, who else could it be? Luchen replied earnestly. Slayedthe's face brightened as she followed Luchen, suddenly recalling the promise made that night. It seemed she was meant not only to join the High pirate crew, but also to become part of High's world. As this thought crossed her mind, Slayedthe slowed her steps, her cheeks flushed, her thoughts wandering. Before long, the pirates returned with fine wine, pouring drinks for everyone present, including Slayedthe. Everyone, raise your cups, Luchen proclaimed, lifting his vessel high. Upon his command, others followed suit, lifting their own cups. After this cup of fine wine, we shall all be one family, united under the High pirate crew. Cheers! With Luchen's call, the others raised their drinks and downed them in unison, subsequently smashing their cups upon the ground. Bang! 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 From this moment forth, we are one pirate crew. I believe that in the near future, the flag of the High pirate crew will soar across the vast seas. Luchen declared with conviction. High pirate crew! High pirate crew! The other pirates shouted in unison. Chapter 178. The establishment of the High Grand Pirate Crew. After a brief respite, Luchen led the High Grand Pirate Crew away from Slayedthe. However, the establishment of the High Grand Pirate Crew and the tumultuous events in Slayedthe were bound to stir a storm throughout the New World. The name of the High Grand Pirate Crew would undoubtedly resound across the New World, comprising 5,630 members. Captain, High. First Mate, Slayedthe. Ship 1, Jume Pirate Crew. Captain, Khan Dishu. Ship 2, Badawa Club. Captain, Bartolomeo. Ship 3, Babeo Water Army. Captain, Lao Tsai. Ship 4, Fitness Combat Union. Captain, Adia. Ship 5, Dongtata Tribe. Captain, Leo. Ship 6, Yubang Pirate Crew. Captain, Hai Ding. Ship 7, Udamalia Fleet. Captain, Aolong Busey. With such a considerable assembly, the High Grand Pirate Crew could be regarded as a formidable force in the New World, though they still paled in comparison to the Four Emperors' crews. Nonetheless, they could certainly contend against the crews of the Four Emperors. Thus, Lu Chen's mission to establish a pirate crew was finally fulfilled. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 4,000 energy points. Choose 3 skills to enhance by 1 level. Senior High, where do we head now? Bartolomeo asked, puzzled. To find a suitable base. That will be the headquarters of our high pirate crew. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Do not ask further. Follow this pointer and come with me. Understood. Set sail. Taking the pointer, Lu Chen's ship led the way, with the other vessels closely trailing behind. With such a large pirate crew, it was only fitting to venture out and train, fostering the spirit of camaraderie. Except for Leo of Ship 5, who remained in Slayedthe, all other ships followed Lu Chen to their next destination. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and his crew continued their journey aboard their ship. As time passed, news of the chaos caused by Hai and Slayedthe and the establishment of the High Grand Pirate crew spread like wildfire throughout the New World. Moreover, during the battle in Slayedthe, notable figures such as Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Lu Fei, Death Surgeon Law, and Revolutionary Chief of Staff Sabo all made appearances, drawing the attention of nearly every faction in the New World. Even the former Marine Admiral Fatsi Zhangguo personally arrived in Slayedthe, in the New World, at the new Marine headquarters. Damn it! Hi! How dare you cause such chaos in Slayedthe and Slayedthe? How am I to explain this to the 5 Elder Stars? Akainu seethed with rage, his teeth grinding, yearning for the opportunity to eliminate Hai immediately. Originally, he was troubled enough by the Straw Hat crew and the remnants led by Ace. Now, a new formidable force, the High Grand Pirate crew, had emerged, evidently trending towards becoming the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Yet he felt utterly powerless to intervene. Kapu also caught sight of the news about Hai and raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, "What is this kid up to? How did he end up like this? Has he acquired yet another devil fruit?" He had long been aware that Hai was Lu Chen, and he had recently learned that he had consumed 2 devil fruits. So it was hardly surprising to hear that he had now ingested a 3rd. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Kapu's mouth. Well, I suppose I shall have to ask this fellow in person next time. On Daughter's Island, Hancock clutched the newspaper about Hai, her eyes sparkling with affection. How did Brother Lu Chen end up like this? Has he undergone some transformation? Regardless, he still looks incredibly handsome. In Marineford, Ein sat in Lu Chen's office, occupying his usual seat, holding a newspaper that detailed Hai's exploits. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze toward a distant spot, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "Be cautious." Meanwhile, in a certain maritime region of the New World, several ships sailed across the waves, while a figure lounged on the deck, basking in the sun and sipping fine wine. "Hi, Senpai, look. Your bounty has risen again, now reaching 3.5 billion berries." Bartolomeo approached Lu Chen, grinning widely. "Another increase. It's still a way off from the Yonko's bounty." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. With his current strength, he could be considered one of the strongest supernovas among pirates, with no one capable of challenging him. Indeed, Hai Senpai is formidable. It won't be long before he becomes the 5th Emperor of the Sea, Bartolomeo continued. "Gather all the captains immediately," Lu Chen declared, rising abruptly. "Understood, Hai Senpai," Bartolomeo responded, promptly utilizing a din-din mushy to summon the other captains to the main ship. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task. Become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. System rewards: 8,000 energy points, body technique 1. In the main ship's conference room, 6 captains, their first mates, and Captain Hai had gathered, all sitting upright and awaiting orders. Since all of you are present, I won't dilly-dally. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss matters regarding our High Grand Pirate Cruise Base. I have decided to establish our headquarters on Hive Island, Lu Chen stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, surprise washed over the faces of the 7 present. "Captain, are you referring to the former headquarters of Iraq's pirates? I've heard it is currently occupied by the Blackbeard pirates, who are no trifling adversaries." Only that location is worthy of Hai Senpai, who is destined to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Though opinions varied among the group, no one voiced dissent, fully aware that a fierce battle awaited them. The Blackbeard pirates are not to be feared. Our aim is to eradicate them entirely and claim Hive Island as the base for our High Grand Pirate crew, Liu Chun stated with a serious expression. Eliminating the Blackbeard pirates was not only a task from the system, but also a personal desire of his. If he did not eliminate them, his grandfather Kapu could very well fall victim to their hands. The Blackbeard pirates would only grow stronger. So it was better to strike first and resolve the threat. Yes, Captain. Following you, we fear no Blackbeard pirates. Indeed, the captains were filled with enthusiasm, though Violet wore a worried expression. Having heard of the Blackbeard pirates during her time with the Don Quixote family, she knew they were home to many notorious pirates, including a runaway Marine Admiral, Akiji. Very well, since all of you are in agreement, I shall not hesitate. I will confront Blackbeard and Akiji, while the rest of you will deal with the other captains of the Blackbeard pirates, Liu Chun declared solemnly. The Blackbeard pirates had 10 captains, with only 9 remaining after the defeat of Basis and Dressrosa. Liu Chun's side had 7 captains, but Leo, a member of the Small People tribe, had to remain in Dressrosa to assist in city construction, leaving them with 6. Facing 9 of Blackbeard's captains would indeed be a challenge. Captain, rest assured, we shall handle this matter. Yes, if you could take on 2, surely we can manage the rest. Indeed, Captain, have faith in us. The captains all nodded in agreement, their confidence unwavering. Good. With your assurances, I shall rest easy, Liu Chun replied with a smile. Yet deep down, he remained concerned about their abilities to contend with the formidable captains of the Blackbeard pirates, especially Shiryu of the Rain. However, with Violet by his side, he felt a measure of reassurance. With that, Liu Chun disbanded the meeting, instructing everyone to prepare. Only Violet lingered, approaching Liu Chun from behind, her worry evident. Are we truly going to Hive Island? Yes, are you worried? Liu Chun noticed her concern. Indeed, Blackbeard is not easily dealt with. I fear for your safety, Violet murmured, her cherry lips pressed together, hesitant to speak further. Do not fret, trust in your man. If I have chosen to confront Blackbeard, I am confident in my abilities. What you should be wary of is another individual, Liu Chun said with a gentle smile, his demeanor calm. Who? Shiryu of Arain. That one. Violette's face registre de surprise, as she recalled the notorious figure, one of the 2 trump cards of Impel Down, who had joined the Blackbeard pirates. According to my information, he likely possesses the clear fruit. If he develops that ability to its fullest awakening, only your fruit may be able to perceive him, Liu Chun stated earnestly. Understood. I will certainly keep an eye on him, Violet assured, nodding firmly. Very well. Liu Chun inclined his head slightly, gazing out at the sea through the window. Although he had previously eliminated the original user of the clear fruit, circumstances in this world seemed impossible to circumvent. It was likely that Shiryu would still obtain that fruit, which was why Liu Chun required Violet's presence in the High Grand Pirate crew. This was also the critical reason for Kapu's ambush on Hive Island. Likewise, if Hive Island could indeed be captured, it would serve as the ideal headquarters for the High Grand Pirate crew. Several days later, the fleet of the High Grand Pirate crew drew closer to Hive Island, the silhouette of the island becoming increasingly distinct on the horizon. The vast island was dotted with yellow mounds resembling honeycombs, with a gigantic skull looming atop it. Suddenly, Bartolomeo's voice rang out from the deck. Captain, we are almost at Hive Island. Excellent. Liu Chun nodded slightly, stepping out onto the deck with Violet, gazing towards Hive Island, a faint smile gracing his lips. At long last, we have arrived. He then turned to the 6 captains beside him, his expression serious as he inquired, how are the preparations coming along? A tough battle awaits us. Captain, we are all set. It has been quite some time since we last fought. We are itching for action. Indeed, this will be our first battle since the establishment of the High Grand Pirate crew. We cannot afford to lose. Let us annihilate the Blackbeard pirates. The 6 captains were eager to engage, brimming with anticipation. Ha, splendid. Liu Chun laughed heartily, gazing ahead as he proclaimed, all ships, full speed ahead, destination Fengchao Island. Yes, full speed ahead, full speed ahead. At his command, all vessels surged forward towards Fengchao Island. Meanwhile, The pirates of the Blackbeard pirates on Fengshao Island also took notice and hurried to report to their captain. Hey, you stay here and keep watch. I will report to the captain. Understood. With that, a pirate swiftly dashed into the hive of Fengshao Island. Captain, Captain, pirate ships are approaching us. The pirate shouted breathlessly as he ran. Marshal D. Teach furrowed his brow slightly, a grin spreading across his face as he inquired, which pirate is it? He assumed it was another pirate seeking to join him. The Black Knight pirates had numerous ships, easily dozens. The panting pirate replied, it's a whole fleet. Upon hearing this, Teach squinted and chuckled. So many have come. Their intentions cannot be benign. Come, let's go see for ourselves. All right. With that, several captains followed closely behind him to investigate personally. Teach had met the leader of the Black Knight pirates once during the war on the summit. Yet he remained unaware that the leader was, in fact, Lu Chun. Very few knew this secret, and most of those who did were already deceased. A little over 10 minutes later, Lu Chun, accompanied by all the members of the Black Knight pirates, successfully landed on Fengshao Island, but did not rush to enter. Captain, I have long been aware that this place possesses an exceedingly intricate terrain, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. It truly appears to be as complex as rumored. With so many hives, entering without a map could easily lead to disorientation. Indeed, the crew marveled at the craftsmanship of Fengshao Island. Therefore, for the time being, let us refrain from entering carelessly and wait outside for the Blackbeard pirates to emerge. Lu Chun nodded slightly. It is crucial to note that even Absalom, who possesses the transparent fruit, would meet death if he infiltrated Fengshao Island, having had his powers seized by Blackbeard. Of course, it could also be that Absalom was simply too weak. After all, in the presence of Blackbeard, all devil fruit powers are rendered futile. Suddenly, several figures emerged from within Fengshao Island. Leading the way was the captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Marshal D. Teach. Following closely behind were several captains, Lafitte, Van Oka, Poison Q, and Katarina Devon. Among them, Lu Chun's attention was particularly drawn to Akiji, who wore a hat and had lost a leg. Many speculated that Akiji had joined the Blackbeard pirates as a spy for the Marines, yet this remained mere conjecture. The truth may only be known to Akiji himself. It was unclear what insights he had gleaned following that great battle. Chapter 180. The Black Knight Pirates vs. the Blackbeard Pirates. To think he chose to join the Blackbeard Pirates. However, today, he stood opposite Akiji, and regardless of Akiji's true thoughts, it seemed they would both have to take a gamble today. I never expected the infamous Black Knight to visit my humble abode. What does it mean to bring so many people? Teach revealed his yellowed teeth, grinning widely. Your reputation is not less than mine, Lu Chun replied with a light chuckle. Teach let out a sinister laugh and asked, Black Knight, we are both pirates. There's no need for pretense. What brings you to my stronghold? Simply put, to kill you, Lu Chun stated nonchalantly. At this declaration, the members of the Blackbeard pirates were taken aback. Never had anyone dared to speak so plainly and confidently to Blackbeard. You bastard, who do you think you are to say such a thing? Do not think that your bounty makes you strong. Before a captain, you are nothing. Arrogant. This is utterly outrageous. Kill them. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were eager to spring into action, their spirits ignited. Only a few captains seemed hesitant to engage. Akiji cast a glance at Black Knight, a familiar feeling stirring within him, though he could not pinpoint its source. It felt as if Black Knight was someone he knew. Perhaps it was merely an instinctive sensation. Teach's gaze turned icy as he coldly remarked, You traveled a long way, just claim my head. How presumptuous. Do you truly believe the Blackbeard pirates are easy prey? Presumptuous is not the word. I simply wish to kill you, and I happen to be in need of a suitable base, Lu Chun continued. Upon hearing this, Teach's expression darkened, and he snorted derisively. Umph. You think you can kill me to establish your reputation for the Black Knight pirates? It won't be that easy to kill Blackbeard. Oh, Lu Chun was about to respond when his kin Bunchika Haki suddenly detected a hint of danger. Violet, standing behind him, seemed to notice something as well and urgently shouted, Captain, be careful. Instantly, Lu Chun clenched his fists, coating them with haki that gleamed like metal. and hurled a punch toward the empty space ahead of him. Get back! With a resounding crash, his black fist struck what appeared to be empty air. Yet something obstructed its continued advance. A powerful force emanated from the point of impact, sweeping outward, and Lu Chun discerned the presence of a person. It could only be Shiryu. When Teach and his crew emerged, he had noticed Shiryu's absence, prompting him to remain vigilant, and it seemed his suspicions were justified. Shiryu, after acquiring a devil fruit, you have taken to ambushes, have you? Lu Chun sneered. As he spoke, Shiryu's figure gradually materialized before him, his long sword still poised in readiness. Character: Shiryu of the Rain. Position: Captain of the Blackbeard pirate crew. Fruit: Transparent fruit. Rank: SS. Skills: Fruit development S. Swordsmanship SS. Armament Haki SS. Bounty 1, 0, 3 billion berries. Hee. Shiryu chuckled lightly, a cigarette dangling from his lips, as he quickly retreated. He had not anticipated that the pirate Black Knight would possess such formidable strength, capable of detecting his presence. Furthermore, the woman behind Black Knight seemed to have sensed him as well. Was it due to her devil fruit ability, or something else? Captain, are you all right? Violet asked with concern. She had been standing behind Lu Chun, utilizing her fruit ability to assess the situation ahead, and had just caught a glimpse of the person appearing when others seemed oblivious. Upon realizing that the individual was targeting Lu Chun, she immediately alerted him. I'm Fina. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively, casting a smile at Blackbeard. You still enjoy your underhanded tactics, do you? Why not? As long as it leads to victory. Why should I care for formalities? Teach replied with a grin. Attack. Lu Chun's eyes narrowed as he gestured lightly. Yes, Captain. At his command. All the pirates of the Black Knight surged forward to assault the Blackbeard pirates. Countless pirates rushed past Lu Chun, swiftly charging into battle. Onward. Teach immediately signaled his black crew to charge forward, while he and Lu Chun remained motionless, rooted in place, unmoved, unflustered, withholding their assault. Let's relocate, Lu Chun said calmly. This place is ill-suited for our battle. Agreed. Teach nodded without hesitation. After all, this was his stronghold, Honeycomb Island, and he had no desire for it to be reduced to rubble in a clash with the night. Just as they prepared to depart, Teach paused, a thought striking him like lightning. He turned toward the distant figure of Akiji and called out, Akiji, join us. Let us witness firsthand the true extent of the Knight's power, though uncertain of the Knight's precise strength. Teach knew full well that this man had bested Doflamingo and even humbled Akainu, a feat that spoke volumes. Bringing Akiji along served dual purposes. Not only would his formidable presence bolster their odds, but it would also ensure that the island remained intact. Akiji's ice-based might, if unleashed recklessly, could easily shatter the very foundations of Honeycomb Island. A soft, knowing chuckle escaped Lu Chun's lips. No words followed. For this was precisely what he had hoped for. Teach dragging Akiji into the fray would significantly ease the burden on his own crew. Moreover, Akiji was no ordinary figure. He was an anomaly, a force both restrained and profound. Very well, Akiji replied, his voice low and uninflected, then fell silently into step behind Teach and Lu Chun. Moments later, the three arrived at a desolate ruin on the eastern shore of Honeycomb Island. The night, Teach mused, a sardonic grin playing upon his lips. You've chosen a rather fitting gravesite. Should you choose to swear fealty to the Blackbeard pirates, I might even grant you clemency. Dream on, Lu Chun retorted, his tone laced with icy disdain. Humph, Teach snarled. Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Once you fall, your Gura no mi shall be mine. The Rumble fruit is, after all, a prize of unparalleled might. His failure to claim Whitebeard's Quake fruit during the summit war still rankled him deeply, so much so that he had long delayed selecting a more suitable power. Now, however, the Knight's Rai no Mi, the Thunder fruit, presented itself as an exquisite alternative. Oh, you wish to claim my fruit? Lu Chun replied, his expression utterly unruffled. Then prove you possess the strength to do so. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Teach wasted no time. He turned to Akiji and commanded, let us strike together. End him now. Very well, Akiji began, but Lu Chun raised a hand, halting him mid-sentence. Admiral Akiji, Lu Chun said smoothly, must we rush so? Perhaps first, you'd care to observe this. With that, he drew from his system inventory a long, elegant blade, the Yotu Rinne, now elevated to the rank of Muko Daikatana. The supreme greatsword. The moment it emerged, the air thickened, suffused with an ancient, visceral scent of blood and an endless, ravenous hunger for slaughter. The blade itself seemed to stir with restless anticipation, its edge thrumming with latent ferocity. Chapter 181. Forced Ascension, Anka Kadu. It had been quite some time since Lu Chun last unsheathed Rinne. So long, in fact, that the sword appeared almost offended, its aura flaring with indignant intensity. There, Lu Chun murmured, gazing at the blade with quiet reverence. Today, you shall fight once more. At his words, the sword's wrath subsided, its crimson gleam softening, its fury receding like a tide, until it settled once more into its familiar, lethal serenity. Yet the sight of that unmistakable blade sent shockwaves through both Akiji and Tich. Both stared, stunned, their eyes flickering between Lu Chun's composed face and the Yotu Rinne in his hand. Who are you? Tich demanded, voice edged with suspicion. How do you possess that sword? Lu Chun only smiled, a quiet, enigmatic smile, and offered no answer, letting the question hang like mist in the wind. Then, turning to Akiji, he asked, do you not wish to know? You've already told me, Akiji replied, shaking his head faintly. In that case, Lu Chun continued, voice low and deliberate. Would you stand aside? Allow me to face Tich alone? His existence poses a threat to both of us. Agreed. Akiji assented without hesitation, so swiftly that Tich's face darkened with indignation. What is the meaning of this? He barked. Are you turning traitor? I merely wish to grant you both a fair duel. With that, Akiji stepped back, retreating to a distant vantage point, where he stood motionless, observing not only the two combatants but the entire perimeter. Should anyone attempt to intervene, he would act swiftly, decisively. The day of your demise has arrived. Blackbeard Tich, Lu Chun declared, his smile turning sly, almost predatory. Slowly, he raised Rinne and delivered a deceptively simple, yet devastating, horizontal slash. A razor-edged wave of ki tore through the air, silent, swift, lethal, hurtling toward Tich with terrifying velocity. Busashoka Haki. Tich was no novice. He instantly hardened his arms with armament haki, bracing to absorb the blow. Boom! The impact sent shock waves rippling across the ground. Though he endured the strike, the sheer force drove him staggering backward 3, 4, 5 steps before he finally regained his footing. You seem rather weak, Lu Chun remarked coolly. Tich's Yami no Mi rendered all devil fruit powers null, so he wisely refrained from using his own, opting instead for the martial discipline he knew best, swordsmanship. You dare insult me? Tich roared, fury blazing in his eyes. In an instant, his right arm vanished beneath a churning shroud of darkness, his devil fruit's power surging forth in full force. Yami no Mi. Yami Mizu, black liquid, thick viscous, and impossibly dense, erupted from his limb and surged outward, spreading like ink in water, spiraling toward Lu Chun with terrifying purpose. A profound gravitational pull emanated from it, so potent that even Lu Chun, his feet planted deep into the earth, felt his body dragged forward, gouging too deep. Jagged furrows into the soil as he struggled to resist. Itoryu Badoken. Lu Chun's gaze sharpened, his pupils contracted like a predator's, and in one fluid motion, he drew Rinne and unleashed a crimson arc of pure, concentrated force. The slash cleaved the air, not merely faster, but denser, more devastating than the last. What? Tich's expression flickered, genuine surprise flashing across his face. He had not expected the knight to counter so effectively beneath the crushing weight of his gravity. He twisted sideways, barely evading the blade's path, as the slash struck the earthen mound behind him, slicing it clean in two, its surface as smooth as polished obsidian. A quiet, mocking laugh escaped Lu Chun's lips. You're not quite what I expected, he remarked, voice laced with disdain. Your yummy no me remains unawakened. Does it not? If awakened, the dark fruit would resemble a black hole, consuming not only devil fruit abilities, but all forms of energy, even non-devil fruit techniques. But Tich had not yet reached that zenith. The Quake fruit, the prize he was destined to seize at Marineford, had instead been claimed by Lu Chun. Had Tich obtained it, this confrontation would have been infinitely more perilous. Damn you! Tich snarled, his fury now bordering on primal. Realizing escape was unlikely, he threw his arms wide and unleashed his ultimate technique. Ankakadu. From his body poured torrents of inky. Liquid shadow, like sewage from a ruptured sewer, spreading with unnatural speed across the ruins toward Lu Chun. This darkness was no mere illusion, it was hungry. Anything it touched, flesh, stone, steel, would be drawn inward, compressed, shattered, and dissolved into its abyssal depths. Its reach was vast, its inevitability absolute. Rokushiki shave. Lu Chun chuckled softly and vanished, reappearing a dozen paces away, having evaded the initial wave. Yet the black tide did not recede. It surged onward, relentless, unyielding, pursuing him with eerie persistence. Even when he leapt skyward with moonwalk, the darkness followed, coiling upward like a serpent, refusing to relent. It clung, like a shadow that refused to be shed. Worse still, the tide began to fracture, splitting into countless tendrils, converging upon him from every direction, front, back, left, right, above, below. A subtle furrow appeared between Lu Chun's brows. This was no longer a battle to endure. It was time to ascend. He activated the accumulated skill enhancement opportunities, channeling them all at once. Ding! Congratulations, host. The level of your Busashoka Haki has been elevated to SSS. A series of system notifications resonated, announcing that Lu Chen's Haoshika Haki and Kin Bunchika Haki had both ascended to the esteemed rank of SSS alongside his sword intent. A radiant golden light, invisible to others, flickered around him, and his aura surged with remarkable intensity, as if he had experienced a profound enhancement in that fleeting moment. Noticing an anomaly, Teach raised an eyebrow, swiftly directing the black water towards the position of the knight, baring his teeth in a menacing grin as he proclaimed die. Instantly, torrents of black water surged from all directions, enveloping Lu Chun entirely. He was completely encircled. The black water formed a dark sphere, shrouding Lu Chun within. Due to the powers of the Yami no Mi, those outside remained oblivious to the situation inside, unaware of Lu Chun's fate. Had he perished? Akiji stood at a distance, fixated on the sphere, murmuring to himself. Though concern flickered in his mind, he sensed that Lu Chun would not succumb so easily. The young man harbored too many secrets. Upon glimpsing the demon sword, Akiji had recognized Lu Chun as the Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chun, grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. The demon sword possessed sentience and would not readily acknowledge a master, and having not heard of Lu Chun's demise, he believed the man within was indeed Lu Chun. The knight was Lu Chun, and Lu Chun was the knight. Despite the myriad uncertainties, Akiji opted to trust his intuition. Ha! Knight, no matter how powerful you are, your devil fruit will always belong to me. Teach cackled with triumph. However, a narrow fissure suddenly appeared upon the surface of the black sphere. Crack! The sphere shattered like glass, producing a sharp, crystalline sound. What? This is impossible. Teach's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the gap. Disbelief etched across his face. Blackbeard Teach, you didn't think I was dead, did you? A familiar voice resonated from the fissure, revealing that Lu Chun remained unharmed within. He had not been crushed into dust by Teach's attack, and was, in fact, perfectly fine. Impossible! Teach roared, commanding the black water to surge towards the massive black sphere once more, seemingly intent on sealing the gap. 6 paths of reincarnation, sword of arrogance. An enraged shout emanated from within the sphere, and once again, the black sphere was enveloped by the relentless black water. It was riddled with cracks that emitted blinding golden light. Crack! Crack! The fissures multiplied, and the golden light spilling forth grew increasingly brilliant. Suddenly, the entire black sphere exploded, and a beam of golden light shot skyward, as if seeking to pierce the heavens. The fierce sword intent, the overwhelming haki, and the soaring sword energy all radiated the might of that formidable power. At that moment, Liu Chun wielded the weapon known as Reincarnation, now transformed into a fully golden demon sword, its powerful sword intent forming a long golden blade that ascended into the sky. Remarkably, Liu Chun emerged unscathed. In truth, he had unleashed his haki to create a formidable barrier, preventing Teach's black water from inflicting any harm. Against fruit users, haki proved to be the most effective countermeasure. Moreover, Liu Chun had elevated his haki to its utmost pinnacle, easily countering Teach's yami nomi abilities. You are Liu Chun. Teach's brow furrowed deeply as he finally articulated this realization, fully confirming his suspicions. There was no one else it could be. Furthermore, through the powers of the yami nomi, he sensed multiple devil fruit auras emanating from Liu Chun, suggesting that Liu Chun possessed more than one devil fruit. Realizing this now seemed rather belated. Liu Chun smirked, raising the long sword Reincarnation and bringing it down toward Teach's position with great force. The golden giant sword moved in tandem, resembling a celestial pillar descending from the heavens, bringing with it an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon Teach. Teach, overwhelmed by the immense weight of the pressure, let out a furious roar as he struggled against it, but to no avail. His expression twisted in anguish. Blood streamed from his orifices as he gazed upward, helplessly watching the colossal golden sword plummet toward him. With a single stroke, the heavens and earth seemed to change hue. The once empty sky bore a gash, as if cleaved by the potent sword intent. Teach was struck mercilessly by the giant's sword, even with his haki-enhanced arms raised in defense. He could not withstand the tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening crash, a deep chasm formed at Teach's location, resembling a canyon more than a mere trench. The chasm extended from beneath Liu Chun's feet, gradually stretching forward for over 1,000 meters. That singular strike made the entire Hive Island tremble, akin to an earthquake. A notification chimed, congratulating Liu Chun on completing his task and rewarding him with energy points. Hearing the system's prompt, Liu Chun affirmed Teach's demise and, upon observing the lifeless body of Blackbeard, swiftly appeared before Teach to claim a piece of his flesh for a transaction with Vegapunk. Liu Chun, I never expected your strength to have grown so formidable. You truly caught me by surprise, Akiji remarked, having appeared before Liu Chun, astonished at his development since they last met. Liu Chun chuckled and inquired, so you did suspect, but I am curious as to why you joined the Blackbeard Pirates? Akiji countered with a question of his own, leaving Liu Chun momentarily stumped. Ha ha ha. After a brief silence, both men shared a knowing smile. Let us proceed. We should see for ourselves, Liu Chun suggested. Indeed, the two men walked side by side, engaging in conversation. Do you wish to return to the Marines? No, not anymore. Then how about joining my night pirates? I shall not remain here indefinitely, and I require a powerful ally to guard Hive Island. Ah, you have quite the plan. Treating me as free labor, Akiji teased. Ha ha ha. Regardless, you will no longer be a Marine. You can remain on Hive Island and pursue your desires. How splendid is that? Liu Chun replied with a grin. If Akiji were truly to join the Night Pirates, they would undoubtedly establish themselves as contenders for the title of the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Very well, I shall join your pirate crew. Akiji nodded slightly. May our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed. With that, the two made their way toward the front lines, where the battle between the Night Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates continued. However, it was evident that the Night Pirates were at a disadvantage, as the formidable strength of several captains from the Blackbeard Pirates was undeniable. Ordinary pirate crews are no match for him. However, with the emergence of Liu Chun and Qing Ji, all eyes in the vicinity were immediately drawn to them. It is Heiyi, Qing Ji. How have they returned? What about Blackbeard? Why do we not see him? Has the captain perished? Liu Chun stepped forward slowly and coldly declared, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach has been slain by my hand. Those who do not wish to meet their demise must lay down their weapons and surrender, joining my Heiyi pirate crew, or else I shall show no mercy. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. What? The captain is dead? Dead? Blackbeard, The captain is formidable. The captain is formidable. Annihilate them. In an instant, the members of the Slayedthe pirate crew were incensed, launching a fierce assault on the Blackbeard pirates. Many from the Blackbeard crew chose to flee, while others laid down their arms in surrender, especially the captains, who predominantly opted for escape. Observing this, Lu Chun turned to Qing Ji and smiled. Qing Ji, it is now your turn to assist me. We must eliminate these captains. We cannot allow a single one to escape. Chapter 183. Slayedthe of the Rain, Thunderstorm. Understood. Qing Ji nodded in agreement. Without delay, the two surged forward to confront the fleeing captains. Lu Chun pursued Slayedthe of the Rain, while Qing Ji went to intercept the other fleeing leaders. As the captain of the Blackbeard pirates and his central figure, Blackbeard's death shattered the fragile alliances among the remaining captains. Slayedthe, is it not a bit late for you to think of fleeing? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, locking onto Slayedthe's back. In an instant, he was upon him, delivering a punch imbued with the power of thunder. Slayedthe raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of danger. He swiftly turned, enveloping his hands in haki and cloaking his cursed blade, Thunderstorm, transforming it temporarily into a black sword. He used Thunderstorm to parry Lu Chen's strike. Crackle. However, Lu Chen's Thunderfruit abilities were not so easily thwarted. The moment their strikes connected, the electrical energy surged through Lu Chen's fist, rapidly extending toward Slayedthe, enveloping him entirely. The powerful current coursed through Lu Chen's body, relentlessly torturing Slayedthe. Slayedthe let out a ghastly scream. His expression contorted as if every cell in his body were being devoured by ants. Get away. Suddenly, Slayedthe roared, desperately attempting to push Lu Chen away with the remnants of his consciousness. However, Lu Chen had a firm grip on Slayedthe's curse blade, making it impossible to escape without relinquishing his weapon. As a swordsman who would willingly forsake their sword, bastard, Slayedthe yelled, clenching his fist and striking at Lu Chen's face. Seeing this, Lu Chen released his hold on Slayedthe's blade, dodging swiftly and remarked with interest, "You shall not escape today. If I cannot escape, then I will kill you." Slayedthe's eyes widened, the blade shimmering with crimson light. Thunderstorm, a bloodthirsty, cursed sword. The moment his words fell, Slayedthe vanished from sight, utilizing his fruit's powers to render himself and all he bore transparent. Instantly, Lu Chen's brow furrowed, activating his observation haki, yet he could still not perceive Slayedthe's presence. Only when Slayedthe exuded killing intent did Lu Chen catch a glimpse of him. Slayedthe had indeed mastered the transparent fruit to a remarkable degree, surpassing the previous user considerably. However, eliminating him would prove to be a challenge. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Lu Chen. Realizing the danger, he promptly dodged to the side, executing the Marine 6 styles Soru to evade Slayedthe's attack. Just moments ago, the spot where Lu Chen stood was struck by a slicing blow that cleaved the ground nearby in two. Boom! Dust erupted. Yet Slayedthe's figure remained absent. Slayedthe, as a swordsman, do you truly prefer to rely on the powers of your fruit? Lu Chen scanned his surroundings with a cold smirk. Of course, Slayedthe did not respond. To do so would betray his position, and he was not a fool. In reply, Slayedthe unleashed a series of slashes from all directions towards Lu Chen's position. Marine 6 styles Jeppo. Detecting the imminent threat, Lu Chen immediately hardened his entire body with haki and employed Jeppo to soar upwards. Yet the slashes had already descended, detonating beneath his feet. Boom! A tremendous roar. The sword energy raged beneath Lu Chen, as if seeking to tear everything asunder. The ground shattered into fragments, which were then pulverized into dust, engulfing Lu Chen within. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Slayedthe wore a smug grin. Hey ye, is that all you have? However, as the dust settled, an unscathed Lu Chen emerged, intrigued. Slayedthe, your swordsmanship seems rather lackluster. Just prior, Slayedthe had undoubtedly relied on rapid movement to release his slashes from multiple angles. Yet, Lu Chen had withstood Slayedthe's sword energy attacks with his SSS level haki, thus remaining unharmed. What? This is impossible. Slayedthe's expression shifted in disbelief. In that very moment, his words betrayed his location. Lu Chen's eyes glimmered as he focused on the direction for which the voice had come. channeling a powerful surge of electrical energy in his hand and hurling it with force. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A colossal dragon of lightning formed, its maw wide open, roaring toward Shirley's position at an astonishing speed, tracing a silver arc through the air. What? Shirley's complexion paled as he realized the lightning dragon was upon him. Too late to evade, and was consumed whole. Boom! The overwhelming might of the electrical energy detonated upon Shirley, enveloping him and mercilessly ravaging his body, eliciting another heart-wrenching scream. Lu Chun scoffed coldly, advancing toward Shirley to finish him off. In that instant, sensing the threat of death, Shirley struggled and activated his transparent fruit, rendering himself invisible as he fled into the distance. At this point, Shirley understood that he could not hope to defeat He Yi. His only option was to escape, confident that He Yi would never locate him. Lu Chen's brow arched, sensing the residual electrical energy from Shirley fading as he retreated. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Then, Lu Chen held his breath, focusing intently as he unleashed the full force of his electrical power, transforming into a giant formed of lightning, the immense energy surging skyward, filling the heavens. Instantly, the sky transformed, dark clouds gathering as if to engulf the entire honeycomb island. As Shirley, poised to flee, sensed the sudden shift in the air, a chilling aura enveloped him, prompting him to hasten his escape. The ominous clouds roiled above, crackling with thunder, as if lightning could strike at any moment. Countless thunders. Lu Chen gazed ahead, sweeping his hand with authority as he bellowed. With a single command, the tempestuous storm unleashed its fury upon every object on the ground, sparing none. In the wake of the overwhelming might of the thunder, everything was reduced to dust. Shirley, caught within the maelstrom of lightning, desperately sought refuge from the onslaught. Just as he evaded the first bolt, another, swift as a flash, hurtled towards him. Within the domain of the storm, any movement was detected by the electric power, which relentlessly pursued its target. All of this lay firmly within Lu Chen's control. There was nowhere for Shirley to hide. As time passed, Shirley made a fatal misstep and was struck by a descending bolt of lightning. The crackle of energy surged through him, rendering him numb and in excruciating pain, leaving him crumpled on the ground, his form exposed. There, Lu Chen's eyes glinted as he swiftly pinpointed Shirley's location. Channeling the remnants of the storm's power, he directed it towards Shirley, who was bombarded by a barrage of formidable lightning strikes. Boom! 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 One after another. The thundering impacts left no room for Shirley to react, drowning out his anguished cries. It was unclear how much time had passed before the sky returned to its serene, clear state. The ground, once ravaged by the tempest, bore deep craters, each a testament to Lu Chen's relentless assault. Among these craters lay the largest, the deepest, where a charred corpse, Shirley, lay in a grotesque form, consumed by the very power that had obliterated him. With Shirley vanquished, Lu Chen turned to survey the scene behind him, noting that several captains had already been dealt with by Aokiji. The remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates had been disarmed and were now surrendering. Lu Chen approached Bartolomeo and the other captains with a solemn demeanor. "Thank you for your efforts. I trust you are all unharmed?" "Captain, just minor injuries. Nothing to worry about," they replied with relieved smiles. Lu Chen nodded slightly, recognizing that while they were not gravely injured, the encounter had indeed been perilous. At that moment, Aokiji approached, his tone calm. "All is resolved." Indeed, Lu Chen acknowledged. The presence of Aokiji, a former Marine admiral and now the captain of the Blackbeard pirates, caused the other captains to tense up. Sensing their unease, Lu Chen smiled reassuringly and explained, "There is no need for concern. Aokiji, formerly known as Admiral Kazan, is now our vice captain. During my absence, you are to heed his commands." "Understood, Captain," they chorused, their gazes toward Lu Chen now tinged with admiration. The ability to recruit Aokiji and defeat Blackbeard showcased their captain's formidable strength. "Vice Captain?" Aokiji raised an eyebrow, surprised by the significance of the role bestowed upon him. Unlike Blackbeard, who had merely appointed him as the captain of the 11th Division, Lu Chen's recognition was markedly different. Indeed, Lu Chen affirmed. "Very well, Akiji conceded, accepting the position without hesitation. The others will secure the area. The rest of you, follow me into the hive. With a command, the members of the night pirates busied themselves. Lu Chun led them through one entrance in a hive island, and upon entering, they soon encountered multiple forks in the path, uncertain of which to take. Without Akiji's presence, they might have easily become lost. The interior resembled a labyrinthine hive, with intricate passages that were challenging to navigate. Each chamber contained openings sealed with glass, allowing light to filter through while remaining ventilated. As they traversed, Lu Chun instructed his crew to observe the decor. Lamenting Blackbeard's poor aesthetic choices, everything was drab and dark. Soon, the crew members selected their preferred chambers, with Lu Chun's quarters being the largest. Ultimately, only Lu Chun, Violet, and Akiji remained in the expansive hive room. Lu Chun, when do you plan to depart? Akiji inquired, having gleaned hints from Lu Chun's earlier words. In a few days. I must attend to certain matters and then assess the situation, Lu Chun replied. Understood, Akiji nodded. However, Violet, standing nearby, sensed something amiss, her face displaying surprise. Lu Chun? Akiji knows you're Lu Chun? Yes, I intended for him to be aware, Lu Chun confirmed, explaining if he were unaware of my identity, he might have taken action against me. Akiji's strength is considerable, so when I am not at the base, it is prudent to follow his guidance. Very well, Violet agreed, trusting Lu Chun unconditionally. You should rest as well, Lu Chun suggested. All right, she replied. After Violet departed, Lu Chun retrieved a large snail phone from his pocket and dialed. Hello, long time no see. Lu Chun, is it really you? What prompted you to call? Came the voice of Vegapunk from the other end. I have obtained Blackbeard's blood. We agreed on a trade. Where are you now? Really? Of course. I'm at Marineford. Come find me. Understood, but I can't return just yet. It will take a few days. That's fine, just hurry. Vegapunk's tone indicated urgency before he hung up. After resting for 3 days on Hive Island, Lu Chun bid farewell to his crew and departed, making his way to Little Garden to retrieve KB and Bellamy. Not long prior, the system had signaled the completion of their respective missions. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System rewards: 2,000 energy points, 1 custom greatsword, 1 pair of gauntlets. 5 days later, Lu Chun arrived at Little Garden, reuniting with his friends Dory and Broggy, as well as witnessing the ongoing battle between Bellamy and KB. Lu Chun, you finally made it. Ha ha ha, it's about time. Your 2 apprentices have been quite bothersome on the island. Dongli and Buloki expressed their grievances to Lu Chun. Lu Chun chuckled and replied, Gentlemen, it is precisely because I have faith in you that I entrusted my 2 disciples to your care. Ha ha, not a single truthful word escapes your lips. Yet the progress of your 2 disciples is indeed remarkable. Indeed, they both chimed in, lavishing praise on Bailumaibai and KB. Lu Chun remarked, That is all thanks to you, my esteemed brothers. Teacher. Upon hearing Lu Chun's voice, KB and Bailumaibai immediately ceased their sparring and rushed towards him. Lu Chun nodded slightly, observing the 2. They had both grown considerably more robust, and their strength had notably increased. Teacher, no matter how skilled we become, we cannot compare to your prowess, they exclaimed with cheerful smiles. Chuckling softly, Lu Chun turned his gaze towards Dongli and Buloki, asking directly, What are your plans for the future, my brothers? In a few days, we intend to return to Slayedthe, Dongli replied. Oh, excellent. Lu Chun's interest peaked at this revelation. If time permits, I would love to visit you both. Slayedthe is situated in a village within a new world, and the majority of the giant clan's combatants hail from there, making it the strongest village. Interestingly, it has not been heavily featured in the known narrative of the Pirate King, and neither Luffy nor his companions have ventured there. Ha ha ha, should you wish to come, be sure to inform me in advance. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safe passage, Buloki jested. Of course, Lu Chun nodded, fully aware of Dongli and Buloki's identities as Navy officers. The Navy's entrance and exit from that place could be somewhat troublesome, and he did not wish to endanger their friends. Are you leaving now? Won't you stay on the island a bit longer? Dongli inquired. Unfortunately, the Navy has urgent matters, and we must return, Lu Chen clarified. Very well. Then we shall meet again in Slayedthe. Agreed. With that, Lu Chen departed with Bai Lumai Bai and KB, especially noting KB's substantial enhancement in strength. Character, KB, position, Navy Major, fruit, rank, skills, martial arts say, swordsmanship, C, armament hockey, bounty, and initially, Bai Lumai Bai had not awakened hockey, but upon witnessing KB's awakening, he engaged in rigorous training on the island and similarly awakened armament hockey. Character, Bai Lumai Bai, position, Navy Captain, fruit, rank, skills, swordsmanship, A, armament hockey, bounty, none. Their current strength was already comparable to that of ordinary Navy majors, and with further growth, they would undoubtedly surpass even typical Navy vice admirals in prowess. Furthermore, KB, as a character akin to a protagonist within the realm of the Pirate King, possesses a certain degree of luck. Upon returning to Navy headquarters, Lu Chen contemplated entrusting KB and Bai Lumai Bai to Garp to allow KB to learn the Iron Fist technique. Subsequently, Lu Chen bestowed the boxing gloves and customized longswords, rewards from the system, upon Bai Lumai Bai and KB as tokens of their trials. Thank you, teacher, they exclaimed joyfully, gazing at their new weapons. This is all you deserve. Lu Chen nodded slightly, leading them back to Marineford. Approximately 10 days later, the trio returned to Marineford. Upon arrival, Lu Chen made a beeline for the research department. Since the conclusion of the Marineford War, the Navy headquarters had relocated to the New World, and Lu Chen had assumed that the research department would follow suit. However, to his surprise, it remained concealed within Marineford. This may very well explain their decision to maintain the scientific division in Marineford, as few would suspect its presence there. Upon reflection, according to the original storyline, Luffy and his crew returned to Slayedthe Archipelago 2 years later and seemingly encountered Kizaru. Perhaps Kizaru was stationed in Marineford to safeguard the research department. With Lu Chen taking his place, Kizaru was afforded some leisure time, thus not appearing at Marineford. At the research department, as Lu Chen approached the entrance, he was intercepted by station Navy personnel. Admiral Lu Chen, this is a secure area of the Navy. Without an appointment, we cannot allow you entry unless you are a Marine Admiral. I have an appointment with Dr. Vegapunk. You may verify with a phone call. Lu Chen replied. The Navy's protection of Vegapunk was exceptionally stringent, bordering on excessive, even resembling a form of house arrest. Yet, Vegapunk seemed indifferent, consumed solely by his scientific pursuits. Understood. Admiral Lu Chen, please hold on for a moment. The officer promptly contacted Vegapunk. Dr. Vegapunk, Admiral Lu Chen is here and claims to have an appointment. Yes, let Admiral Lu Chen in at once. Understood. Before the officer could hang up, Vegapunk disconnected the call, approached Lu Chen, and stated earnestly, Admiral Lu Chen, you may enter. Excellent. As the heavy iron door swung open, Lu Chen proceeded inside. Following the officer, without proper identification, navigating within would prove quite challenging unless one resorted to brute force. Shortly thereafter, after passing through numerous doors, Lu Chen finally arrived at Vegapunk's laboratory. Ha! Admiral Lu Chen, it has been far too long. Have you brought what I requested? Vegapunk eagerly inquired upon seeing Lu Chen. Your question is rather obvious, Lu Chen replied coolly. Ha! Vegapunk chuckled, gesturing to the officer at the entrance. You may leave now. Your presence is no longer required. Yes, doctor. The officer promptly exited. Vegapunk then ushered Lu Chen into a private office, urgently asking, Admiral, quickly bring out Blackbeard's blood. Very well. With that, Lu Chen retrieved a bloody piece of flesh from his system backpack. Vegapunk furrowed his brow. This is meat, isn't it? Has Blackbeard perished? He had been confined to the laboratory and was unaware of the outside events. Is the meat insufficient? Lu Chen countered. He refrained from divulging Blackbeard's fate. The prevailing rumor was that Blackbeard's crew had been annihilated by the night pirates, leading many to believe they had fled rather than been eradicated. All right, there is still some residual blood within the meat. Vegapunk seized the piece and placed it into a petri dish. Of course, you must provide me with the item you mentioned for rescuing Kuma, Lu Chen stated directly. Deal. Vegapunk promptly produced a round device, entirely black, the nature of which was unclear. What is this? This device contains the final consciousness of Bartholomew Kuma. By placing it on his body, his consciousness will return. Initially, it was merely an experiment, but unexpectedly, it succeeded, Vegapunk explained. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, Liu Chen's expression brightened. He had not anticipated Vegapunk's technology to be so advanced. Retaining such a contingency. Upon careful reflection, it is evident that even the creation of artificial devil fruits showcases the remarkable proficiency of his technology. As the circular disc glimmered, Liu Chen prepared to depart. I must take my leave now, he declared. Liu Chen, my dear general, do visit often when you have the chance. Vegapunk waved with a smile. It is perhaps best if I refrain from such visits, Liu Chen murmured to himself, waving his hand dismissively. Should Vegapunk discover his true identity, along with the existence of 3 devil fruits, he would undoubtedly be compelled to dissect him for research purposes. It would be wise to limit their interactions. With this flesh, I wonder if I could create a new seraph or an artificial dark fruit, Vegapunk mused, his gaze fixed on the tissue within the petri dish. A subtle smile playing on his lips. His fascination with the ability to absorb others' devil fruits was profound, as it represented another avenue for the creation of such fruits. As Liu Chen exited the research department and returned to Marineford, he intended to journey to the Slayedthe archipelago. However, a familiar figure approached him. Ein? What brings you here? What? You return and do not think to see me first? What brings you to this place? Ein rolled her eyes, pouting slightly. I am here to see the doctor about a matter. How did you know I was here? Liu Chen responded with a smile. I asked KB and the others. Ein replied with a huff. If I hadn't come looking for you, would you have come find me? At this, Liu Chen's expression darkened, and he quickly stepped forward to comfort her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Oh, how could that be? I was planning to seek you out later tonight. Humph. You scoundrel. Ein's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she continued. Where are we headed now? To the Slayedthe archipelago, to find someone. There are matters to discuss. May I accompany you? Of course. Let's go. With that, the two boarded a small boat headed for Shaki's bar on the Slayedthe archipelago. As Liu Chen and Ein entered the bar, Shaki immediately noticed them, exhaling a puff of white smoke and teasing. Well, you've brought a lovely lady with you this time. Shaki, please don't tease me. Just bring us 2 drinks. Liu Chen waved his hand. This was indeed the first time he had brought Ein to a bar on the Slayedthe archipelago. Certainly, Shaki nodded and began mixing the drinks. Meanwhile, Ein surveyed her surroundings, seemingly pondering. What is this place? Why did Liu Chen come here? It appears to be a bar, yet it is nearly deserted. Could it be because of his sister? But that seems unlikely. Here you go, Pink Lady. Shaki presented 2 glasses filled with a pink concoction. Thank you. Liu Chen expressed his gratitude. Just as they were about to enjoy their drinks, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Is it little Liu Chen who has come to visit? What a surprise. Rayleigh sauntered in, a jug of liquor in hand. He then noticed the naval woman seated beside Liu Chen. Oh, and you've brought a young lady along. King of Darkness. Rayleigh. Ein's brows furrowed as she immediately recognized him, astonished. Rayleigh waved dismissively and plopped down beside them. Just call me Rayleigh. Ein's face was a canvas of disbelief. The former right-hand man of the Pirate King had appeared in this humble bar, a sight that was hard to fathom. Liu Chen chuckled, continuing, Rayleigh, do not frighten her. I actually have a serious matter to discuss with you. What is it? Rayleigh inquired, his interest piqued. I'm not seeking you out, but rather Shaki, Liu Chen replied, handing her a note. Shaki, please help me gather information about this individual. I am willing to pay any reward. Oh. Shaki examined the note, her eyes widening with surprise before she quickly concealed her reaction. The reward is negotiable, but it will certainly be substantial. If I find anything, I shall inform you in advance. Thank you very much, Liu Chen said, raising his glass and downing the wine in one go. After spending some time in the bar, Liu Chen and Ein eventually departed. Perhaps due to the encounter with Rayleigh, Ein had remained unusually quiet, not even posing a single question to Liu Chen on their way back. Once they had left, Rayleigh approached Shaki, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Who is this Liu Chen lad seeking information about? Here, Shaki handed him a note. Upon reading it, Rayleigh raised an eyebrow in recognition. Is it him? He's acquainted with Bartholomew Kuma. Lu Chun is seeking information on Kuma, and to rescue him, he must first ascertain his current whereabouts. We need to find an opportunity to restore his consciousness to his body. In doing so, Lu Chun will gather the necessary materials to construct the King of Darkness, perhaps even bringing it to fruition. Upon returning to Marineford, Lu Chun noticed Ein's silence and inquired, "Ein, why are you so quiet?" "Oh, it's nothing." Ein shook her head slightly. Despite her words, Lu Chun perceived that Ein was harboring something in her heart. If something is troubling you, do not hesitate to speak. Bottling it up will only cause distress. It's nothing. If there was something, I believe you would certainly be the one I confide in, Ein replied, flashing a brilliant smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun realized that Ein had discerned his close relationship with Rayleigh and Shaki. After spending so much time together, and given that their rapport transcended mere hierarchical boundaries, it was not difficult for her to make such deductions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Chun drew Ein into an embrace, his expression turning serious as he stated, "Rest assured, I shall not engage in any perilous endeavors. My visit to Rayleigh and Shaki was solely for the purpose of obtaining information about one individual. It will not involve any dangerous undertakings." Chapter 187. The World Conference, Part 1. "Yes, I understand." I nodded affirmatively, her intuition having already sensed much about Lu Chun, though lacking concrete evidence. It could all be attributed to a woman's sixth sense. She had already surmised that Lu Chun might very well be the notorious bounty hunter with a price of 3.5 billion berries, the captain of the night pirates, the Dark Knight. Days later, Lu Chun received information regarding Kuma from Shaki. It turned out that Kuma was located in the Holy Land of Slayedthe, where the World Conference was soon to commence, yet he had not received an invitation. He pondered whether he could somehow gain access to Slayedthe. If so, it would prove advantageous. If not, he would have to resort to infiltrating it. Regardless, the mission must be accomplished to gather the necessary materials for constructing the King of Darkness, as he believed the system would not offer any further rewards for such materials. Thus, this task was imperative. It was merely a matter of whether he could secure an invitation to the Holy Land, which would greatly simplify matters. The following day, the ringing of Lu Chun's den mushy echoed, and on the other end was Carp's voice. "Hello, Lu Chun. I have a task for you. Proceed to the Holy Land of Slayedthe to protect Princess Shirahoshi." "Grandfather? I have not received any orders from Akainu. This task was originally yours, and you're simply passing it off to me, aren't you?" Lu Chun asked with curiosity. "This is none of your concern. Aren't you acquainted with Shirahoshi? You go and protect her. How fitting. No more words. I have matters to attend to." As soon as the words left his mouth, Carp abruptly ended the call. At the new naval headquarters, Carp, indulging in a donut, gazed leisurely out the window, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I truly wonder where that young man is headed and what he intends to do, considering he informed me about this matter so early. Is it truly of such significance? I suspect he is off to engage in some dubious activity. Let us hope nothing troublesome arises." In Marineford, Lu Chun found Ein and cheerfully remarked, "This time I shall embark on a mission to Marineford. Would you care to accompany me?" "Of course," Ein replied with a bright smile, her thoughts unclouded. "Very well. Let us set forth. The World Conference will commence in 3 days, and we can explore Marineford in the meantime," Lu Chun declared. Indeed, I nodded affectionately. Their previous visit to Mary Geos had been marred by an unfortunate meeting, yet this time they wished to revisit, for it was a sacred place, rich with wonders absent in other locales. After preparing, the two, accompanied by a contingent of Navy personnel, journeyed towards the Red Earth continent, the port they must reach to access the sacred Mary Geos. Several hours later, their naval vessel arrived at the port, which was already teeming with Navy officers on guard. Their duty was not only to ensure the safety of Mary Geos, but also to safeguard the representatives from various nations who had come for the World Conference. As Lu Chun and Ein disembarked from the ship, a young naval rear admiral approached them with utmost respect, bowing before Lu Chun. "Admiral Lu Chun." "Indeed." Lu Chun nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon the young man, who seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not place him at that moment. "Do we know each other?" "Admiral Lu Chun. We trained together in the senior training camp." "Fred," Gavin replied. "Ah, it's you. Fred Gavin." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun feigned a moment of realization. In truth, he had not recalled who the individual was. He merely recognized the name from the system interface. To think that Admiral Lu Chun remembers my name. Fred Gavin beamed and continued, I've been sent by the Naval Headquarters to assist you in maintaining order. My subordinates and I are at your command. Very well. Proceed with your preparations. I am merely here to oversee matters. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. Understood, Admiral Lu Chun, Fred Gavin responded, promptly moving to arrange the necessary tasks. Although he had trained alongside Lu Chun, the latter was now a vice admiral, a formidable figure within the Navy, and an object of admiration for many aspiring officers. Lu Chun's prestige had nearly eclipsed that of Carp and Fleet Admiral Akainu, establishing him as a new generation hero of the Navy. On another note, after Lu Chun and Ein had departed, Ein, seizing a moment of privacy, curiously inquired, Do you truly remember him? I cannot recall him at all. Would you believe me if I said I did not remember? Lu Chun smiled in response. After a brief silence, Ein shook her head. No, it is implausible to call someone by name and not know them. Then I must indeed remember. Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. You are deceiving me. The more he insisted, the less Ein believed him, and in a fit of playful anger, she pinched the flesh at Lu Chun's waist. Ouch! Mercy, mercy! Lu Chun pleaded repeatedly. In this manner, the two bantered and laughed as they entered a nearby tent to rest, for the World Conference was yet to commence. Their arrival was merely preparatory. The actual meeting would not begin until 2 days later. The following morning, various kings and representatives began to arrive at the port, having come early. Lu Chun and Ein joined them, observing the procession of monarchs, among whom were a few familiar faces. Old Kai, the heir of the 8 Treasure Water Army, and the king of boxing. However, they did not recognize the current Lu Chun, unaware that he was the famed Black Knight, though they had heard of his illustrious name. Each passing king cast a curious glance towards Lu Chun. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures disembarked from ship, King Cobra of Alabasta and his daughter Vivi. Vivi surveyed the area, and upon spotting the man gazing into the distance at the port, she tugged at Cobra's sleeve, asking, Father, is that not Vice Admiral Monkey D? Lu Chun, he is the one who defeated and captured Crocodile. Indeed, Cobra nodded, as he was well acquainted with Lu Chun and even remembered their previous agreement. Father, allow me to greet him and express my gratitude. With that, Vivi dashed towards Lu Chun without waiting for a response. Hey, Vivi, don't run off, Cobra called after her. But she was already determined. I shall return shortly, Vivi replied without looking back. Originally, she had intended to invite Luffy and his crew to aid her nation, only to later learn that it was Lu Chun, a Navy officer, who had apprehended Crocodile in the dead of night. She had hoped for a chance to meet him, and having seen his name and image repeatedly in the newspapers, she had developed a deeper impression of him. Hey, Lu Chun, it seems a girl is running towards you. Could she possibly be seeking you out? Ein remarked with a hint of mischief. Surely not. Lu Chun felt a twinge of unease, pondering whether he had met Vivi before or perhaps forgotten her. Ein rolled her eyes, snorting lightly. At that moment, Vivi approached, beaming as she greeted Lu Chun. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, thank you for capturing Crocodile and saving our country. Oh, it was my duty. Lu Chun finally understood how Vivi recognized him. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, what brings you here? Vivi inquired with curiosity. I am here to ensure the safety of those participating in the World Conference and to maintain its orderly execution. Lu Chun replied. I see. Just as she was about to speak further, Cobra called out from a distance, Vivi, enough chatter. We must be on our way. They needed to proceed to Mary Geos to await the commencement of the World Conference. Coming. Vivi waved goodbye to Lu Chun, saying, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, see you later. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded, offering no further words. Once Vivi departed, Lu Chun turned serious and stated, See, I told you I did not know her. This is our first meeting. That seems more plausible. I nodded slightly in agreement. Meanwhile, as Vivi returned to her father's side, Cobra took her hand and quietly advised, in the future, avoid too much interaction with Lu Chun. His identity is complex, and associating with him may pose risks. Why? Vivi furrowed her brow in confusion. They belonged to the world government, and the Navy was an arm of that government. To Vivi, Lu Chun represented justice and a fearless naval officer. Do not question my reasoning. Simply heed my words, Cobra instructed with a serious demeanor. To comprehend the gravity of the situation, one must recognize that Lu Chun has taken away the world's essence from his grasp, without handing it over to the Navy or the world government. His ambitions may indeed be grander than anticipated. This individual harbors secrets so profound that even now, one cannot ascertain his true intentions. Wei Wei, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. Not far off, Lu Chun observed the silhouette of Cobra, lost in contemplation. Cobra, it seems this time you may meet your demise, should you wish to save yourself. The task may prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the system has not triggered a mission to rescue Cobra, perhaps because it is genuinely too formidable. The 5 elders and Cobra are at an impasse. He remains oblivious to how Cobra might perish, for he simply vanished in the holy land of Slayedthe. Some matters are beyond even Lu Chun's capacity to address. It is more prudent to focus on what is within his reach. The following day, a grand vessel sailed across the ocean, prompting Lu Chun to lift his gaze and recognize several familiar figures, notably the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, the focal point of his protective efforts. Her considerable size inevitably attracted attention. "It's Shirahoshi," Ian exclaimed joyfully. She had a fondness for Shirahoshi, perceiving her as a child at heart, despite her imposing stature. "Let's go greet them." Indeed, with that, the two approached the port to extend a warm welcome, ensuring their safety. The long-standing discord between the fishmen and humans raised concerns about potential threats to the fishmen, which is why Carp was dispatched, though the responsibility now unexpectedly lay with Lu Chun. Initially, he presumed Carp to be unmotivated, but upon reflection, something felt amiss. This task seemed too trivial for Carp's character, who would typically relish such an endeavor. Yet, why was this assignment so timely? Pondering this conundrum, Lu Chun resolved to set aside his speculations and focus on the present. "Lord Lu Chun, Lord Ian." Shirahoshi spotted them from the ship and waved enthusiastically. "Ah." Lu Chun inclined his head slightly, and upon her arrival, he greeted her with a smile. "You've arrived. It has been a long time." "Indeed, it has been ages since I last saw you, Lord Lu Chun," Shirahoshi replied with a beaming smile, genuinely delighted to reunite with him. "What is this? Did you not just express how long it had been since we last met?" Ian teased. "Oh, yes, and I almost forgot to mention you, Lord Ian." They shared a hearty laugh, engaging in conversation, while Lu Chun approached King Neptune and solemnly stated, "King Neptune, it has been a while. I shall personally ensure your safety during this visit to Slayedthe." "Thank you, Admiral Lu Chun. I'm also grateful for your assistance during the previous incident." Neptune quickly expressed his gratitude. With Lu Chun as protection, he felt considerably more at ease. For this vice admiral bore the spirit of the legendary Navy hero Carp. Since Lu Chun had cleared Fishman Island of threats, it had become a much safer place, deterring pirates from abducting fishmen. For the island, it was truly a monumental achievement. However, Neptune had not been particularly supportive of Lu Chun in the past, so he felt compelled to express his thanks now. "Too kind," Lu Chun replied. Meanwhile, the crowd became captivated by the beauty and charm of Shirahoshi, some even taking photographs. This sudden attention left Shirahoshi feeling uncomfortable and somewhat frightened. "Lord Lu Chun, what are they doing?" It was her first time venturing beyond Fishman Island, stepping onto solid ground. "Oomph. No photography permitted here. If you dare to take another shot, my blade will not discriminate." Lu Chun's gaze hardened as he unleashed a hint of his conqueror's haki. His voice low, yet resonant enough for all to hear, akin to a whisper in their ears. Those of weaker disposition felt a surge of fear, refraining from any ill intentions. The others, well aware of Lu Chun's reputation, stood respectfully aside. "Now, let us proceed. They dare not take photographs anymore," Lu Chun remarked, turning to Shirahoshi with a smile. "Thank you, Lord Lu Chun." Shirahoshi beamed, her innocent smile evoking a sense of warmth among those around her. Under Lu Chun's guidance, King Neptune and his 2 sons, along with Shirahoshi, ascended to the Holy Land of Slayedthe. Chapter 189, The World Conference, Part 3. This marked Lu Chun's second visit to Slayedthe, but the previous occasion paled in comparison to the grandeur and solemnity of this event. The World Conference was underway, and accordingly, Slayedthe had prepared numerous arrangements, including automatic elevators and a variety of entertainment facilities. However, these distractions were not his focus. He sought to ascertain the whereabouts of Kuma. With the World Conference in session, the 5 elders and Im would be preoccupied, perhaps providing the perfect opportunity to rescue Kuma. Yet, undertaking this endeavor alone posed considerable risks. Collaboration might be necessary. Contemplating this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, pondering the possibility of a fortuitous encounter. "Lord Lu Chen, what brings about your smile?" Shirahoshi inquired, having noticed his expression. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled something." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, I see." Ian, overhearing their exchange, regarded Lu Chen thoughtfully but chose not to inquire further. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Chen escorted Shirahoshi and the others to the palace where the World Conference was being held. The threat posed by Charlos, who intended to harm Shirahoshi, had been neutralized in advance by Lu Chen, rendering her temporarily safe. Thus, Lu Chen approached Ian, stating, "Ian, I must step out alone for a moment. Please guard Shirahoshi and the others. Remember, if a celestial dragon makes a move, do your utmost to avoid confrontation or seek me out." "You're leaving again?" Ian furrowed her brows, expressing concern over Lu Chen's potential foray into danger. "Rest assured, I am merely attending to a personal matter and will meet with someone. There is no imminent danger," Lu Chen reassured her. After a moment of contemplation, Ian reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Very well. But please exercise caution and return promptly if anything arises." "Indeed, and you take care as well." With that, Lu Chen turned and swiftly vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to him, a man lingered in the shadows, observing Lu Chen's departure and murmuring to himself, "Lu Chen, leaving already? I wonder what his intentions are. I only hope he does not bring harm to Wei Wei." This individual was none other than Cobra, the king of Alabasta. As Lu Chen departed, he did not fade into the night. Rather, he continued to roam Slayedthe under the guise of a Navy officer, employing his observation haki to sense the presence of those around him. As a vice admiral, he could navigate most areas of Slayedthe with relative ease. While walking, a soldier from Slayedthe suddenly passed by, yet the system interface displayed a familiar name, causing Lu Chen's eyes to brighten as he called out to the soldier, "Hey, halt!" The soldier paused, momentarily taken aback, but then turned to face Lu Chen, lowering his voice deliberately. "Vice Admiral, are you referring to me? Come over here." Lu Chen beckoned, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. The soldier, upon hearing the command, reluctantly strode towards Lu Chen, yet his gait appeared somewhat peculiar. Standing before Lu Chen, the soldier was clad in a silver helmet that concealed all but his eyes and mouth. "We've met before, haven't we, my friend?" Lu Chen jested. "No, we have not," the soldier replied, shaking his head. Yet Lu Chen chuckled softly and whispered in the soldier's ear, "Sabo, it has been years. Do you not recognize me?" In an instant, Sabo's expression shifted, his fists clenched, ready for combat. He was taken aback that Lu Chen could still identify him. If discovered, the revolutionary's mission might falter prematurely. "Calm down. I harbor no ill intentions." Lu Chen waved his hand, seeking to soothe Sabo's agitation. Should the soldier act rashly, Lu Chen's plans could unravel. Despite their previous encounter in Dressrosa, where he had concealed his true identity under the cover of night. "Yes," Sabo nodded slightly, inquiring quietly, "What is it you wish to discuss?" He understood that Lu Chen would not seek him without reason, and the fact that his identity remained unexposed suggested there might be other matters at hand. "Let us converse over there." "All right, soon." Lu Chen and Sabo found a secluded corner. Lu Chen spoke candidly. "I am aware that you are now the chief of staff of the revolutionaries. I have no interest in your mission to marry Gios, but you must know about Bartholomew Kuma. He appears to be one of you." Upon hearing this, Sabo's expression grew serious, astonished that Lu Chen was privy to such information, and thus he hesitated to respond. "Do not be alarmed. I know you are here to rescue Bartholomew Kuma, who once assisted Luffy. I wish to help him as a token of gratitude," Lu Chen stated earnestly. "Is that truly the case?" Sabo furrowed his brow, skepticism creeping in. After all, Lu Chun was now a vice admiral, an adversary to pirates and revolutionaries alike. Truth cannot masquerade as falsehood, nor can falsehood become truth. You shall see for yourself when you meet the current Bartholomew Kuma. I possess what is necessary to save him. And should you require it, you may come find me here, Lu Chun said with a smile. Very well. Sabo nodded and departed. He had yet to see Kuma and could not ascertain his condition, having only heard rumors that he had become an emotionless machine. Despite this, Sabo was unwilling to accept such a fate for his comrade. Lu Chun remained, watching Sabo's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "You will surely return to me." Initially intending to seek Kuma directly, he had unexpectedly encountered Sabo along the way and sensed several concealed figures nearby, likely other captains of the revolutionaries. Only a few captains possessed the capability to infiltrate Mary Geos. However, with their strength, escaping the grasp of the five elders might prove challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun found a quiet spot nearby, leisurely sipping coffee while awaiting Sabo's return. In less than half an hour, Sabo indeed hurried back, accompanied by several figures who, upon seeing Lu Chun, chose to remain hidden, hesitant to reveal themselves. "Oh, you have returned?" Lu Chun inquired with interest. "Yes. You mentioned you have a way to save Kuma. Is that true?" Sabo asked earnestly, his demeanor grave. He had just witnessed Kuma being humiliated. The kind individual who had treated him like a son, now reduced to such a fate, igniting his fury. Although he had initially intended to rush in and rescue Kuma, he was stopped by three other captains. In that moment, Sabo recalled Lu Chun's words and rushed frantically to where Lu Chun stood. "I have never spoken falsehoods," Lu Chun asserted, though he himself found the declaration hard to believe. "All right, I am willing to trust you. Can we save Kuma now?" Sabo saw no other option but to rely on Lu Chun. Otherwise, there would be no chance to rescue Kuma. "Patience. We shall discuss this after the World Conference begins." "I have my methods," Lu Chun replied. "Very well." Sabo nodded. He was uncertain about Lu Chun's motives, but once the World Conference commenced, all attention would be drawn towards it, facilitating their efforts to rescue Kuma. Hence, he agreed. They subsequently arranged a time and place to meet, set for after the World Conference began, naturally in the vicinity of Kuma's location. After finalizing their plans, Lu Chun returned near the palace where the World Conference was to take place and met up with Ein. "Lu Chun," Ein exclaimed with a beaming smile upon seeing him return. "Nothing to worry about. I was merely exploring Mary Geos," Lu Chun replied with a grin. "Yes. The World Conference is about to commence. Should we return or continue waiting outside?" "Let's remain outside. We still need to escort Shirahoshi and the others back." "Has there been any trouble?" "No disturbances." "Good." Over an hour later, the World Conference commenced, with representatives from various nations entering the Grand Hall, while Lu Chun and Ein remained outside. As the proceedings began, Lu Chun prepared to leave. "Ein, stay here. I will return shortly." "All right." Ein was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Lu Chun's departure, and in frustration, she stamped her foot, yet she could not impede his exit. With that, Lu Chun vanished from sight. Watching him disappear, Ein grumbled, "Always leaving, always busy. Is it a dire emergency?" Meanwhile, upon arriving at the agreed location, Sabo was already waiting. "Lu Chun, you have come." "Yes. Let us go meet Kuma." Lu Chun nodded slightly, forgoing any further pleasantries. "All right." With that, the two hastened towards Kuma's whereabouts. Kuma had already become a slave to the celestial dragons, confined within one of their abodes. As Lu Chun and Sabo arrived, they witnessed Kuma in a courtyard, a celestial dragon seated upon his back, subjecting him to humiliation. Kuma was pierced by several swords, yet little blood flowed, and his face bore no expression, resembling a cold automaton. "Damn it!" Sabo's anger ignited anew at the sight. Meanwhile, Lu Chun observed silently, recognizing Kuma and noting the man atop him, who had ties to his own past, Saint Roseward, the father of Charlos. "Lu Chun, what is your plan to rescue Kuma?" Sabo inquired anxiously. "Do not rush. We only require this," Lu Chun replied, producing a black disc from his pocket with a smile. Sabo pressed for details. "What is that?" "You need not concern yourself with the particulars. Just know it can save Kuma, Lu Chen assured him. Very well. Upon hearing this, Sabo nodded, knowing he had no choice but to trust Lu Chen's possession, for even if he forcibly took Kuma, rescue would still be impossible. Marine's 6 powers. Finger pistol. Lu Chen held the disc in hand, using his finger pistol technique to propel the disc swiftly towards Kuma in the courtyard. The nearby Tenryubito and guards were utterly oblivious to the swiftly approaching disc. As the disc drew near to Xiong, it seemed to be drawn magnetically towards his chest. Suddenly, a pair of eyes began to flicker with light, and the individual stood frozen in place, as if stuck. Why aren't you moving? Useless. Move now. Saint Rosward drew his long sword and thrust it towards Xiong's body. Just as the blade was about to strike, a large hand appeared, grasping the sword with a swift motion, followed by a fleshy, palm-like sphere manifesting in its grasp. Bang! 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 A surge of energy erupted, and the long sword was crushed to smithereens in the immense grip. Saint Rosward let out a horrified scream, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. He merely felt the seated man abruptly rise, his massive frame and blood-red eyes fixated intently on him. What do you want, slave? The fallen Saint Rosward was instantly engulfed by fear, scrambling backward on the ground in terror. You bastard! Xiong's voice resonated with a mechanical coldness as he brought both hands down fiercely towards Saint Rosward. However, the surrounding guards rushed in to block him, and the tremendous energy collided with them. Boom! A deafening crash. All the guards were instantly overwhelmed by the immense energy, their bodies reduced to a cascade of blood that splattered upon the ground. Help! Help! Saint Rosward's eyes widened in terror, filled with unrestrained fear, nearly soiling himself. As a Tenryubito, he had never witnessed such a scene. In the blink of an eye, Xiong's other hand struck Saint Rosward, enveloping him in a circular motion and sending him hurtling away, destination unknown. Xiong! Sabo, witnessing Xiong seemingly regaining consciousness, hurried over and inquired, Xiong, how do you feel? I feel as if I have awakened from a long slumber. Xiong spoke in a stuttering manner, reminiscent of a malfunctioning robot. Now, he was entirely robotic, yet retained the consciousness that belonged to him. What happened to you? Sabo hesitated, sensing Xiong's abnormality, yet he could feel that this was the true Xiong. Soon after, Xiong approached Lu Chen, his expression devoid of emotion, and said, Thank you. Although his consciousness was trapped within the disc, he still had awareness of the outside world and understood that Lu Chen had released him. It's nothing. You helped Luffy as well. Consider it a favor returned. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. MHM, Xiong responded, though his speech system seemed to stutter again. Observing this, Su Yun was unfazed, urging, you all should leave quickly. It won't be long before someone discovers the dead bodies. All right, thank you, Brother Lu Chen. Sabo expressed his gratitude and quickly departed with Xiong. Having witnessed Lu Chen saving Xiong, Sabo now held an increased trust in him. Chapter 191, World Conference, Part 5. You all should hurry. I can no longer assist you. Be extra cautious, Lu Chen advised. Understood. With that, Sabo and Xiong swiftly departed, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen vanished from sight, leaving no trace. Shortly after their departure, a patrol of soldiers stumbled upon the scattered remnants of bodies and promptly notified more soldiers, initiating a search throughout the holy land of Mary Geos. Meanwhile, Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task. System reward: 3,000 energy points, 20 materials for constructing the Pluto. Lu Chen, upon completing the task, returned immediately to the castle where the World Conference was being held, standing alongside Ein. Although Ein was curious about Lu Chen's activities, she refrained from asking further questions. Suddenly, waves of soldiers began rushing towards the same location, indicating that something significant had transpired, sparking a commotion. Hurry! You head to East Street. We'll go to South Street. Yes. Ein looked on with suspicion, then instinctively turned to Lu Chen and asked, What are they going to do? Has something happened? Who knows? Lu Chen replied with a smile. He could surmise that the discovery of the soldiers' corpses was likely the cause for the mobilization. Oh, I nodded. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Lu Chen, as if silently questioning, could this incident possibly be your doing? Lu Chen could only evade her gaze, pretending to be oblivious. In no time, the entirety of Mary Geos descended into chaos, with the Navy getting involved, capturing revolutionaries infiltrating Mary Geos. Of course, Lu Chen and Ein did not partake in the fray. They had more pressing matters to attend to, and Lu Chen had no desire to get involved. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to how to proceed. Now that he had gathered all the materials for constructing Pluto, he still needed to find someone to build it. Mere materials would not suffice. Finding Frankie for the construction was virtually impossible. However, seeking out Water 7 might be feasible, albeit somewhat troublesome. With the materials assembled, the absence of a shipwright posed a dilemma. Not long ago, Lu Chen had acquired the shipbuilding skill, having reached A rank. Yet attempting to construct one of the ancient weapons, Pluto, alone was clearly unrealistic. Thus, he needed to locate other talents. One step at a time. No need to rush. The World Conference would last for 7 days, and during this time, Lu Chen and Ein would remain in Mary Geos. At noon, the conference temporarily adjourned, allowing all participating kings to take a break. The meeting would resume in the afternoon, while the evening was reserved for rest. When White Star emerged, she spotted Lu Chen and Ein still outside and joyfully ran over. Lord Lu Chen, Lady Ein, you are still here. Indeed, we came specifically to protect you. We will be accompanying you for the next few days. Ein replied with a smile. She was quite fond of White Star, who resembled a large, playful friend. Oh yay, this is my first time on land in so many years. Can you take me around for a tour? White Star's large eyes sparkled with a hint of longing. Instantly, Ein's heart softened, yet she turned to Lu Chen and asked, can we take White Star out for a stroll? Most residents of Mary Geos are Tenryubito, and the relationship between Tenryubito and fishmen is far from cordial. Thus, it would require Lu Chen's protection for them to roam freely. Of course, I have nothing else to do. Lu Chen agreed. Oh yay, thank you, Lord Lu Chen, White Star exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Consequently, the three of them set off to explore Mary Geos. Despite the recent attack, the streets remained bustling with life. Naturally, only White Star and Ein were elated, for Lu Chen did not particularly enjoy shopping. Indeed, shopping seemed to be an activity favored by women, and Lu Chen merely played the role of a bodyguard. White Star was not obliged to attend the meeting, so the two accompanied her for an entire afternoon, ensuring she had her fill of exploration. As night fell, Lu Chen and AI returned to the dock's residence to rest, planning to return to Mary Geos the following day. 2 nights later, an unfamiliar man approached Lu Chen under the guise of anonymity. Clad in a black cloak, he attempted to conceal his identity, yet Lu Chen, through the system, discerned who he was before even seeing his face. General Lu Chen, I presume you have already deduced my identity, the man stated, removing his hat with a hint of nonchalance. Indeed, I am curious as to the purpose of your visit, especially given your current attire, Lu Chen replied, nodding slightly intrigued. It is a matter of request, the man, Cobra, responded candidly, a touch of resignation evident in his brow. Speak, Lu Chen commanded. After the World Conference, I hope that you, General Lu Chen, can personally escort Princess Vivi back to Alabasta. On what grounds should I agree to that? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, retorting. Do you assume I would simply comply? Although he was aware that Cobra would meet his demise at the hands of the 5 elders following the conference, this did not obligate him to acquiesce. If you refuse, I will inform the world government about your possession of the historical texts. Regardless of the circumstances, you cannot safeguard that piece of history, Cobra stated, an air of determination surrounding him. Are you attempting to threaten me? Lu Chen's expression darkened, an involuntary aura of conqueror's haki radiating from him. The overwhelming pressure enveloped Cobra, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. After a moment, Lu Chen withdrew his haki, granting Cobra the chance to catch his breath. I apologize for my earlier words. I sincerely regret my approach. I hope you can forgive me, Cobra hastily said. Oomph. Lu Chen scoffed coldly. I could end your life right now, and no one would know it was me. The previous incident was a transaction between us. I saved your entire nation, yet now you come to threaten me. He had no intention of accepting Cobra's apology, but deemed it unnecessary to dwell on the grievances with a man on the brink of death. Cobra, momentarily at a loss for words, adopted a serious demeanor. General Lu Chun, should you agree to escort Princess Vivi safely home, I will comply with any conditions you propose, and I will keep our secret, even beyond my demise. I will ensure Vivi's safety. Now leave, Lu Chun waved dismissively. A man nearing death held little significance, and he was confident in Vivi's safety, a fact he was already aware of. Thank you, General Lu Chun. Cobra expressed his gratitude earnestly. With Lu Chun's assurance, he felt a weight lifted, allowing him to pursue his own intentions with greater peace of mind. Now depart, Lu Chun reiterated, uninterested in further interaction. Understood. Cobra turned to leave, gazing at the summit of Mary Geos while murmuring, Vivi, this is the last thing your father can do for you. I hope you can forgive me. Shortly after Cobra's departure, AI entered the tent, softly inquiring, what did he want from you? In truth, AI had been outside, having already sensed Cobra's presence and identified him by his silhouette, though she could not hear the particulars of their conversation. He sought my assistance in escorting Princess Vivi safely back to Alabasta, Lu Chun replied. Upon hearing this, AI furrowed her brows, appearing somewhat displeased. Why did he come to you? Are you familiar with Vivi? Not particularly. We merely crossed paths while pursuing Crocodile in Alabasta. However, Cobra must be aware of his impending fate, which is why he sought my help. Lu Chun concealed certain details. Some matters were better left undisclosed to AI, as she already bore considerable knowledge, which could become burdensome. AI paused, glancing at Cobra's retreating figure, suddenly realizing something, though she chose not to pursue the matter further. The World Conference continued, spanning 7 days. On the 7th day, Lu Chun stationed outside the palace, sensed a powerful energy surge emanating from the center of Mary Geos. The overwhelming force caused the very ground of Mary Geos to tremble, akin to an earthquake, with countless debris cascading from rooftops. The closer one was to Mary Geos, the more pronounced the effects, much like proximity to a seismic epicenter. Fortunately, Lu Chun was situated at a considerable distance, thus the impact was minimal, yet he could still perceive the magnitude of the energy. The level of power should be no less than SSS rank. Lu Chun contemplated the source of the tremors, pondering whether this was the handiwork of him. Sabo must have been discovered, yet with Kuma's presence, he should be able to escape swiftly. Certain matters were beyond his current capacity to address, so he chose to refrain from interference. Given his present strength, engaging with Im was unnecessary, especially as he had limited knowledge of her, save for her position at the pinnacle of power in this world. To associate with a ruler is akin to cohabitating with a tiger. Maintaining a degree of distance is prudent. Regardless, for now, remaining hidden was the wisest course of action, as he was uncertain of Im's capabilities. As the World Conference concluded, kings from various kingdoms emerged. Although they all sensed the tremors, none dared to intervene, for the affairs of the Holy Land Mary Geos were beyond their jurisdiction. Lao Lushen, Lidi Ion. Suddenly, Shirahoshi approached them with quickened steps. Shirahoshi, AI greeted with a smile, continuing, you are finally here. Let us escort you back to Fishman Island. Yay! Shirahoshi exclaimed joyfully. However, Lu Chun remained silent, as he noticed Vivi anxiously waiting at the entrance. Yet Cobra had yet to appear. Following Lu Chun's gaze, AI spotted Princess Vivi and, biting her lip, suggested, Lu Chun, why not bring her along as well? Very well, Lu Chun nodded. He approached Vivi, stating seriously, do not wait any longer. Your father will likely not be coming out. General Lu Chun, what do you mean by that? Vivi's expression shifted slightly, as if she had begun to grasp the implication. Your father came to see me, hoping I would ensure your safe return. It appears the time has come to fulfill that promise, Lu Chun explained. In an instant, realization dawned upon Vivi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed into the distance. Father, you have long. After a moment of contemplation, Vivi seemed to reach a resolution. Wiping away her tears, all right, I will follow you. Since it was her father's choice to entrust her to General Lu Chun, she would choose to trust her father's decision. Let us proceed. Okay. Thus, Vivi followed closely behind Lu Chun as they boarded the Navy vessel. As she glanced back, An unsettling sensation crept over her, as if she were being watched. The SSS rank Conqueror's Hockey sensed an observer, though it could not discern their identity, only that they possessed considerable strength. Could it be that I'm had dispatched someone to watch over Vivi? It was unlikely that Im herself was involved. Perhaps it was one of the 5 elders? Regardless, Vivi was safe for now. Subsequently, under the protection of Lu Chen's naval vessel, ships from Fishman Island and Alabasta Kingdom successfully returned to their respective nations. After escorting the mission, Lu Chen's task was considered complete as he returned to Marlin Vander. However, the reconstruction of Marlin Vander was nearing its end, and soon Lu Chen would have to return to the Navy headquarters. If he wished to venture out again, it would pose some difficulty. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance by appointing Qing Ji as the vice captain of the night pirate crew. With him at the helm, the crew was unlikely to encounter any significant troubles. Suddenly, the den mushi on Lu Chen's desk rang. Surprisingly, it was a call from Sakazuki. The Admiral Akainu had never directly contacted Lu Chen before. Could it be that he had encountered some predicament? After deliberately delaying for a moment, Lu Chen finally answered the call. "Hello? Admiral Akainu. What brings you to call me?" "Oomph." Sakazuki grunted, speaking in a dispassionate tone. "You should be fine now, right? There's a task I need to assign to you. The reconstruction of Marlin Vander is almost complete. After you complete this mission, return to the Navy headquarters." "Understood, Admiral." A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips as he found himself intrigued by the task Sakazuki had mentioned. "The specific details will be sent to you via telegram. Pay attention to the reception. Goodbye." Sakazuki had no intention of engaging in further conversation and hung up the phone. Were it not for the recruitment of 2 Marine admirals, one shirking responsibilities and the other causing chaos, he would not have had to delegate this task to Lu Chen and request his assistance at the headquarters. Now, without Lu Chen, the situation had become somewhat troublesome. Originally, this task was meant for Garp to relay to Lu Chen, but Garp claimed he was too busy, leaving Sakazuki to handle it himself. It was likely that Garp had ulterior motives, wishing to see Sakazuki face difficulties. Chapter 193. The Great Desoro. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Uncertain of what task Sakazuki had assigned him, his interest in the mission piqued. It seemed that the specifics could not be discussed over the phone, likely out of fear of eavesdropping. Not long after, I entered the room, holding a telegram. "Lu Chen, the headquarters just sent a telegram specifically for you." "Let me see." Lu Chen nodded, taking the telegram. It contained precisely the mission details Sakazuki had mentioned. The content was extensive, mostly emphasizing the importance of completing the task diligently, without reckless actions or unnecessary violence. The primary focus was on a pirate, Gilder Tezelo, known as the Golden Emperor, a wielder of the Jin fruit's powers. To Lu Chen's surprise, he had resurfaced, and the order was for Lu Chen to capture him. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission. Eliminate Gilder Tezelo. System reward: 2,000 energy points." Another mission triggered. It seemed that this venture to the Great Desoro was indeed necessary. Additionally, not long ago, Lu Chen received a call from Rainbow Island, specifically from Henzo. He expressed a need for more research funding for his studies on the Rainbow Mist. Consequently, Lu Chen transferred a staggering 1 billion berries to him for continued research. This left Lu Chen somewhat financially constrained, but a trip to the Golden City could yield a substantial bounty. After all, Desoro controlled 20% of the world's berries, an unimaginable fortune. Lu Chen hoped Henzo could produce some valuable results. Otherwise, his investment would be squandered. "Lu Chen, what is the mission?" It even came from the Navy headquarters. I inquired with curiosity. "To apprehend a pirate, Gilder Tezelo." Lu Chen replied candidly. "Indeed, I hadn't expected his ship to arrive here." "Yes, please prepare everything for immediate departure." "Understood, Commander." With that, I exited the room to ready the warship. This operation would involve not only the Navy, but also CP-0, with the potential for encountering several celestial dragons, which could complicate matters. However, as long as the mission was accomplished, the rest was secondary. An hour later, all Navy ships were fully prepared and departed from Marlin Vander, heading towards the Great Desoro. The Great Desoro was situated within the New World on the Grand Line, drawing many pirates and, naturally, numerous Marines as well. Yet, Lu Chun was well aware of their tactics and would not allow large numbers of Marines to infiltrate easily. 3 days later, the Navy fleet led by Lu Chun arrived in the waters where the Great Desero was located. The ship was visible in the distance, glimmering with golden light. All Navy ships, halt here. Major Ein and I will go investigate. We will notify you immediately if we receive any news, Lu Chun declared. Yes, Commander. The Navy responded in unison. Suddenly, KB and Barumi approached, grinning. Teacher, take us with you. Yes, Master, we also want to see. Not possible, Lu Chun decisively rejected. This is not a leisure trip. That place is extremely perilous, and one misstep could be life-threatening. Besides, I need you two to remain here for security. Understood, teacher. KB and Barumi nodded slightly, realizing that the Great Desero was indeed not a place for mere amusement, but rather a very dangerous domain. Ein, let us depart. All right. With that, Lu Chun and Ein boarded a small boat, still clad in their Navy uniforms, pretending to be merely enjoying a casual outing. After all, there were still many Marines in the vicinity, and their presence wouldn't attract undue attention. As time passed, the duo drew closer to the Great Desero. Upon sight, they were taken aback by the immense golden ship which sparkled under the night sky, casting a golden hue over everything around it. The ship stretched an astonishing 10 kilometers in length, pulled by 2 massive Navy vessels, unaffected by the winds or currents, showcasing unparalleled luxury. Lu Chun, this entire ship is made of gold, isn't it? Ein exclaimed, astonished. Although he had heard about it before, seeing a ship entirely crafted from gold was truly unbelievable. Sort of. If it were entirely made of gold, it would surely sink, but there must be a significant amount of gold present, Lu Chun replied. Then Gilder Teselo's devil fruit must have awakened. Gold is merely at his fingertips, and he lacked for nothing, I noted. Indeed, as they navigated the ship into the entrance of the Great Desero, golden powder began to rain down from above. Be cautious, do not inhale the golden dust. Lu Chun cautioned. Understood. Ein hesitated, but complied. Raising an umbrella, he had prepared to shield himself from the surrounding golden particles. Meanwhile, Lu Chun employed a layer of haki to cover himself, repelling the encroaching golden dust. Once contaminated by the golden particles, one could fall under Gilder Teselo's control. So it was imperative to avoid contact. Before long, the golden dust had stained the umbrella a brilliant gold. If one were to sweep this place, they could easily earn thousands of berries daily. Traversing through the spacious, elongated corridor, a brilliant light appeared ahead, signaling their imminent entrance into the Great Desero. However, just as they stepped inside, several oblivious pirates blocked Lu Chun and Ein's path. Ahoy, Navy! Surrender your money, or do not blame us for our rudeness. Hand it over. Those who approach the Sualuo ship are undoubtedly carrying wealth, hence their intent to rob. Is it not sufficient to merely sweep some gold dust? Must they resort to robbery? Begone! With a thunderous roar, Lu Chun unleashed his conqueror's haki, instantly incapacitating numerous pirates in the vicinity, creating an unimpeded passage. In an instant, the pirates before him collapsed one after another, inexplicably falling to the ground. It was only then that the surrounding pirates sensed the anomaly, their eyes widening in terror as they beheld the Navy officer before them. It was Major Lu Chun, the notorious pirate hunter, the Navy's rising star. Run, flee. If we do not escape, we shall be slain. In a frenzied rush, the pirates scattered, gripped by fear of Lu Chun and the dread of impending slaughter. Yet, Lu Chun, disinterested in pursuing them, could only shake his head in resignation. When did I acquire such a title? Chapter 194. The Pirate Hunter. The moniker of Pirate Hunter is rather unflattering. Ein stifled a laugh, continuing, Is there anything he said that is incorrect? Hearing this, Lu Chun wore an expression of exasperation as he pressed onward, eventually arriving at the dock and mooring the ship at the shore. The waters surrounding the Sualuo were already cloaked in a layer of golden dust, transforming it into a veritable sea of gold. As the two disembarked, a woman clad in a black bodysuit, with flowing red hair and an alluring figure, approached them with a mesmerizing sway, as if captivating souls with every step. Character, Bacala position, crew member of the Sualuo fruit, lucky fruit level, a skill, Fruit development, S. Bounty, 70 million berries. However, Lu Chun displayed no change in demeanor, his gaze remaining remarkably clear, not even sparing Bacala a second glance. This woman was not to be underestimated. She was undoubtedly a chosen one, favored by the goddess of fortune. Major Lu Chun, Major Ian, what a surprise to see both of you here today. Are you here to enjoy Arte de SwordsmanWho? Bacala flashed a professional smile. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded slightly, adding, lead us around and provide an introduction. Certainly. This way. Please, Bacala replied with a smile. Thus, Lu Chun and Ian followed her into the true heart of the de SwordsmanWho. Only upon entering did they grasp the vastness of the ship, resembling a small city, entirely adorned in gold, with some decorations crafted from pure gold. It housed every conceivable form of entertainment, making it less of a vessel and more akin to a nation. Seated in a vehicle made of gold, Lu Chun surveyed the expansive de SwordsmanWho, noting the omnipresent surveillance bugs. Should anyone attempt to pilfer the gold, they would be imprisoned in the underground dungeons. Those dungeons, filled with gold, offered endless wealth but no sustenance, leaving one to gaze at gold until starvation claimed them. Soon, Bacala led Lu Chun and Ian to a grand hotel, the 8-star hotel, the King of Gold. The entire establishment was constructed of gold, a true spectacle of opulence, with all forms of entertainment housed within. Gentlemen, please enter. Bacala gestured, her professional smile unwavering. Very well, Lu Chun nodded, accompanying Bacala inside. Upon entering the hotel, they were greeted by a scene of golden splendor, exceedingly luxurious. Yet, after seeing so much gold, Lu Chun found it rather mundane. Major Lu Chun, have you brought any money to exchange for chips? We also offer loans for chips here, Bacala spoke softly. I dislike owing people money. Here is 10 million berries. Exchange them for chips. With that, Lu Chun produced a pre-prepared black box. Certainly, Bacala nodded, converting the 10 million berries into chips and handing them to Lu Chun. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Understood, Lu Chun acknowledged. As he watched Bacala turn to leave, likely heading to the surveillance room, he thought to himself that this woman was not to be trifled with. Lu Chun, are we really going to gamble? That is 10 million berries. Ian expressed her concern, her brows furrowed. This place felt unsettling, with its inhabitants exuding an air of madness. Do not worry. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Very well, Ian replied, choosing to trust Lu Chun's judgment. With that, Lu Chun found a spot to sit and began to partake in various games within the venue, leaving no opportunity unseized. It seemed as though the goddess of fortune favored him, as he never lost a single game, consistently winning. His chips multiplied, reaching 15 million berries, then 20 million, 30 million. Ian watched in astonishment, elated by Lu Chun's unexpected fortune. Suddenly, Bacala reappeared. Gentlemen, I see you have amassed quite a fortune. You are now eligible to enter the VIP room, where the stakes are higher and the rewards greater. Many have won vast sums there, with the potential to become millionaires. Bacala announced cheerfully. Absolutely. Lu Chun replied without hesitation. Very well, follow this way, Bacala began, but before she could finish, Lu Chun interjected indifferently. Not yet. I will leave once I have 100 million berries here. Major Lu Chun, 30 million berries is already sufficient for entry. You could win even more inside. You will soon reach 100 million berries, Bacala urged. What? Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Lu Chun's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. I dare not, Bacala replied, her countenance darkening, but she acquiesced and waited nearby. She could only watch as Lu Chun continued to win at the table, persisting until he reached 100 million berries before concluding his game. At that point, Lu Chun rose from the table, smiling as he declared, All right, lead me to the VIP room. Of course, this way, Bacala responded. Under Bacala's guidance, they arrived at a secluded area surrounded by golden walls. A man with a large head, clad in black, emerged from the golden barrier, as if possessing the ability to pass through walls. Character, Mr. Tianzhong position, guard fruit, pass fruit level, B skill, fruit development, B, marksmanship, B, bounty, 20 million berries. Mr. Tianzhong, please escort them inside, Bacala instructed. Understood, Mr. Tianzhong replied, taking Lu Chen's hand and leading him through the golden wall. The so-called VIP room was a hub of various factions, including the Navy, pirates, and celestial dragons, all participating in games that were surprisingly simple, just guessing high or low. Bacala took the initiative to introduce the setup to Lu Chun, then said, Major Lu Chun, I wish you an enjoyable time here. As she spoke, her delicate hand moved to touch Lu Chen's shoulder. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed. A black blade intercepted in front of Bacala's arm, resulting in a crimson gash on her fair skin. But I prefer not to have other women touch me, Lu Chun remarked indifferently, with a slight furrow of her brow. Bacala covered her arm and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Slayedthe was observing Lu Chun and his companion in the VIP room, a knowing smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. How very intriguing. Chapter 195. Not worth the price. Lu Chun, why are there so many Navy personnel here? I see numerous officers from the Navy headquarters, AI whispered, glancing around. This was her first visit to the SwordsmanWho, and the reality exceeded her prior knowledge, leaving her quite astonished. This place is neutral. The Navy cannot act against pirates, nor can pirates act against the Navy. Coupled with the substantial stakes and the influence of the celestial dragons, it has naturally become such a venue, Lu Chun elucidated. Oh, I see. Et on dead, sti somewhat incrédule. At the same time, all eyes were drawn to Lu Chun and AI's entrance, as those who could enter were certainly not ordinary individuals, most of whom recognized Lu Chun. It's him, the Navy Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Lu Chun, the Navy's supernova, rumored to possess strength rivaling that of the admirals. Who knows if it's true? It's likely true, but this is a neutral ground. He wouldn't dare to act against us. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, refraining from gazing too long, returning to their own activities. Lu Chun, where shall we play? Are we really going to gamble? AI inquired as they walked. Why not give it a try? Lu Chun replied with a faint smile. Approaching a table where a crew member was shaking dice, while customers around them placed bets, the minimum wager being 100,000 berries. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun placed a wager of 50 million berries on big. The surrounding patrons gasped in astonishment. What? 50 million berries on the first roll? Truly the audacity of a Navy supernova. Lu Chun, are you really betting so much on your first try? How impressive. Such courage. Lu Chun merely smiled, awaiting the crew member to reveal the outcome. When the dice were revealed, indeed it was big, igniting excitement among the spectators. Big. It truly is big. He had won 50 million berries, totaling 100 million berries. Incredible. This Vice Admiral is remarkable. AI gazed at Lu Chun in awe. It's nothing. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively, attributing his success to his observation hockey, which allowed him to foresee the outcome of the dice. Naturally, he was merely testing his luck. The 50 million berries were won back, and even if he lost, he wouldn't mind, as he still profited 40 million berries. He did not believe that the SwordsmanWho relied solely on Bacala as a backup. Hence, this wager was merely a probe. In fact, 100 million berries was not a significant amount for the SwordsmanWho. Shortly after, the second round commenced. In using his observation hockey, Lu Chun sensed it would be small and placed a wager of 100 million berries on that outcome. Observing this, many followed suit, eager to profit alongside him. Lu Chun found it inconsequential, though he wondered if SwordsmanWho would permit it. The dice were cast, and the result was small. Lu Chun had once again guessed correctly, doubling his 100 million berries to 200 million, and with his previous 50 million, he amassed a total of 250 million berries. He continued to win, utilizing his observation hockey with ease. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Bacala entered, her brows slightly furrowed. Captain, Lu Chun has already won nearly 300 million berries. Are we not going to intervene? No need for haste. Vice Admiral Lu Chun's worth is not so easily quantified. It is prudent to allow him to win a bit more, SwordsmanWho remarked, holding a glass of red wine crafted from pure gold. Understood, Captain. Bacala nodded slightly, as if grasping his intent. As time passed, Lu Chun's winning soared. his fortune reaching a staggering 3 billion berries in just a few rounds. It should be noted that Liu Chan wagered only half each time, retaining the other half, which caused the resulting figures to be significant. He effortlessly accumulated 3 billion berries, and those who had bet alongside him also profited considerably. Vice Admiral Liu Chan, please place your bet. We all wish to follow your lead, they urged, eager to partake in a grand wager, believing that after so many successful rounds, surely the next would follow suit. Very well. Liu Chan smiled faintly, placing a mere 10,000 berries as his wager on big. The others, unaware of his modest stake, hastily followed suit, with some betting their entire fortunes, oblivious to the fact that Liu Chan had only wagered 10,000 berries. While he did indeed predict big through his observation hockey, he sensed something amiss, thus limiting his wager. After all, 30 million berries were more than sufficient. Moments later, others realized that Liu Chan had only staked 10,000 berries. What? Only 10,000 berries? Vice Admiral Liu Chan, are you jesting? Why such a minimal wager? Is something amiss this time? Many began to reconsider their bets. But once placed, the SwordsmanWho did not allow for retractions. Liu Chen's gaze sharpened as he regarded those behind him, stating coolly, "Must I disclose my wager to you?" Instantly, the crowd fell silent, recalling Liu Chen's formidable identity and strength, and refrained from further comment. Opposite them, crew member SwordsmanWho appeared helpless, unsure of how to proceed. "Begin." "Yes, commence already. What are you waiting for?" "Open the dice." The crowd urged impatiently. Although Liu Chen's wager was minimal, the collective bets likely totaled around 1 billion berries. A loss would equate to a significant defeat. After a brief silence, SwordsmanWho reluctantly revealed the outcome. 3-2-3, 8 points small. The moment the words left his lips, dismay swept through the crowd. What? Small? How is this possible? Could it be that Liu Chan and the SwordsmanWho are conspiring to deceive us? They had consistently wagered large amounts. So why the sudden diminishment in Liu Chen's stake? As the crowd faced defeat, their ire turned towards Liu Chan. Yet, he remained unperturbed, stating coolly, "Is it fair to blame me for your losses? I am a Navy officer. Would I collude with these pirates to swindle your money? Such a trivial sum holds no value for me. I could earn far more by simply taking down a few pirates." His words carried an air of authenticity. Chapter 196, Pirates and the Navy? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, refraining from further comment. They recognized Liu Chen's formidable strength and understood that he was not to be trifled with. Moreover, there was undoubtedly something amiss, as Liu Chan had won continuously. Perhaps he had discerned something that warranted caution in his subsequent bets. SwordsmanWho remained perfectly composed, pressing onward. "Admiral Liu Chan, may I ask, will you continue playing?" "No, I shall not," Liu Chan replied with a serene smile. "Having already won such a considerable sum, it is only fitting that I now indulge in some well-earned leisure." "Huh?" At these words, SwordsmanWho's countenance darkened instantly, speechless, utterly disarmed. "Heh." Liu Chan merely smiled, saying nothing, for he had long seen through the deception. Opposite him, SwordsmanWho held a subtle device, capable of manipulating the dice's outcome. In the fleeting moment before the lid was lifted, he had altered the result, turning a big into a small. Such an opulent establishment could hardly rely solely on baccarat. Indeed, it employed advanced technology. Yet even the most sophisticated contrivances proved utterly futile before Liu Chan, not because he could not detect them, but because he had already ceased playing. The cards were laid bare, the winnings secured, the exit imminent. 30 billion belly, a sum so vast it would take slaying 3 supernovas to amass. And yet, in this world, supernovas were neither abundant nor easily hunted. "Fine, let us depart." "Understood." Ein cheerfully hoisted the stack of 30 billion belly in chips and turned to leave. They had taken only a few steps when a familiar figure materialized before them, Baccarat, who had earlier withdrawn. Her expression was radiant. Her voice honeyed. "Admiral Liu Chan, so soon you bid farewell? Are you truly leaving? Having won, why remain?" Liu Chan countered coolly. Baccarat covered her lips with delicate fingers, her smile unwavering as she continued. "Admiral Liu Chan, you may be unaware of our house rule. No patron may depart without first wagering all their chips. Once more. Oh, this regulation is news to me. Lu Chun's tone held quiet amusement. None present know of it, because no one has ever truly won. Those who lost were quietly confined to the subterranean prison. At this, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Such a rule exists? I've never heard of it. How would I know? This is my very first visit. So it's designed to trap guests, blatantly exploitative. None were fools. All perceived Bakera's intent with crystalline clarity. This is indeed our house custom. Regrettably, we neglected to inform you earlier, my oversight. I trust you will forgive the omission. Her smile remained polished, professional, unfaltering, as if dissent were unthinkable. Yet Lu Chun refused without hesitation. I decline. You cheated me out of 10,000 belly just moments ago. I have chosen not to hold you accountable for now. But now you demand 30 billion belly as tribute? Do you truly underestimate my capacity? He owed them no courtesy. Admiral Lu Chun. Unsubstantiated accusations are unbecoming. Bakera's laugh faltered, just slightly, her composure fraying at the edges. She had not anticipated that he knew. Oh, unsubstantiated? Lu Chun's voice lowered, deliberate, incisive. If my eyes do not deceive me, you are the user of the lucky fruit, capable of siphoning fortune from others upon touch. How many guests in this room have you brushed against? Once bets are placed, loss becomes all but inevitable. You, Admiral Lu Chun, cannot make such claims without proof. Her brow twitched, just once before smoothing into practice calm. Yet that fleeting flicker of panic had not escaped the watchful eyes of many. Moreover, nearly all who had entered the inner chamber had suffered uninterrupted losses, save those who had aligned themselves with Lu Chun. It was no coincidence. Fortune, drawn inexorably toward him, left others barren of luck, especially when greed spurred them to wager more. All was governed by fortune, by design. It is true, I lost every time. Damn it. She must have done something. She touched me. I felt her hand too. No wonder I kept losing. In an instant, suspicion crystallized into collective outrage, all directed at Bakera. Bakera's elegant brows drew together, her tongue momentarily stilled. She had not foreseen that Lu Chun knew her devil fruit ability, nor that he had deliberately avoided her touch from the outset. Had he anticipated her every move? Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Chun declared, voice ringing with authority, this vessel, SwordsmanWho, abuses its guests. I propose we demand the full restitution of our funds. What say you? I stand with Admiral Lu Chun. So do I. Agreed. Voices rose, not only from Navy officers, but even from pirates. No soul disdained wealth, and having lost so much, reclaiming even a fraction felt like salvation. Oomph. With a sharp, indignant exhale, Bakera gestured to the Nakasan beside her, then withdrew from the inner chamber, leaving only this parting remark. Please. Wait a moment. I shall summon the captain himself. He shall clarify all. She knew full well she stood no chance alone against such a gathering, and haste was imperative. She must fetch Guild Tesoro without delay. Lu Chun watched her retreat with no trace of surprise, and addressed the assembly once more. It seems she has fled, to fetch the captain and turn the tide against us. Let me be clear. The SwordsmanWho is no reputable establishment. Today, I, Lu Chun of the Navy, shall purge this vessel of its pirate infestation. He paused, gaze sweeping across the crowd. Who among you will stand with me? I will. And I. Naval officers and world government agents stepped forward without hesitation. A few pirates exchanged hesitant glances before asking, almost sheepishly, Admiral Lu Chun, you want to turn on us, will you? No. My quarrel lies solely with the SwordsmanWho's pirates, not with you. Aid me in this, and your freedom remains intact. His tone was grave, unwavering. Releasing a handful of pirates entailed negligible loss, especially when the true target was Guild Tesoro and his cadre. Then we fight with you, crush them, kill them all. In an instant, the pirates, born to chaos, launched the first assault against SwordsmanWho's attendants. Pillage, violence, and mayhem were second nature to them. Their uprising ignited the broader conflagration. Navy officers surged forward, joining the fray against the ship's crew. None of those present were amateurs. Every guest was formidable, and the SwordsmanWho's crew fell swiftly beneath their coordinated onslaught. Yet what would other Navy officers or pirates think were they to witness this spectacle? The Navy, allying with pirates? Chapter 197. A phenomenon unseen in ages. Indeed, a phenomenon unprecedented in recorded history. Such an alliance last occurred decades ago, during the assault on the Valley of the Gods by the Rocks pirates, when GOLD, Roger, and the Navy's legendary hero, Vice Admiral Garp, fought side by side. Yet afterward, the Navy had quietly attributed all credit to Garp, deliberately obscuring Roger's involvement, lest it tarnish the Navy's immaculate reputation. Now, Luchon's actions would assuredly provoke outrage within Navy ranks, but that was no concern of his. His sole imperative was the eradication of the DeSalro's pirates. Charge! Slay them, slaughter them all, reclaim our wealth. Onward, recover what is ours. In a heartbeat, nearly every patron aboard turned upon the DeSalro's crew, overwhelming them utterly. The Navy stood firmly with Luchon, and yet Luchon himself did not lift a finger, merely observed, arms crossed, as the tide of battle turned. Luchon is this truly wise. On displayed a worried expression and spoke. It's nothing to fear. Luchon waved his hand dismissively, showing indifference. All right then. Upon hearing this, I refrained from further comments, acknowledging that everything was to be decided by Luchon. She merely wished to inquire a couple of things. Within 10 minutes, all the crew members of the DeSaloro had been subdued, with both pirates and Navy reclaiming their original stakes. This was their initial objective. Hence Luchon did not elaborate further. Whether they would ultimately succeed was beyond his control. It all depended on their fortunes, and it was not something Luchon could guarantee. At that moment, numerous pirates and Navy personnel gathered around, all gazing at the imposing golden wall they had just encountered. General Luchon, what shall we do now? We cannot possibly escape. Indeed, we all tried earlier and could not breach this golden wall. It seems we require your intervention. The crowd murmured, all eyes fixed on Luchon, for it appeared that only he could shatter such a barrier. Everyone, please stand back. Luchon nodded slightly. Once they made way, he swiftly drew his enchanted blade, Slayedthe, enveloping his fists with armament hockey, and unleashed 2 slicing strikes. With a hiss, crimson sword light flashed, forming a character that charged straight towards the colossal golden wall. Slayedthe had already become a black blade, capable of wielding hockey's might without needing to be coated. In an instant, the once massive golden wall was cleaved into 4 sections, revealing a vast opening. With a thunderous crash, gold bullion fell to the ground, and a cloud of white smoke billowed forth, causing many to rush out, eager to escape the confined space. However, just as they exited, anguished screams echoed. The cries terrified those still inside, dissuading them from emerging. After a moment, as the dust settled, the crowd finally discerned the situation outside. A throng of individuals clad in golden armor surrounded them, having ensnared those who had rushed out, transforming them into lifeless golden statues. The reason remained a mystery. Furthermore, a familiar figure emerged, Gilder Tetsolo, a devotee of the omnipotence of gold. Curiously, his devil fruit ability was also acquired from Don Quixote da Flamingo. It was strange. Every time da Flamingo hosted an auction, genuine items were always stolen or pilfered. Would he not learn from his mistakes? Clap, clap, clap. I never expected the esteemed Vice Admiral Luchon to possess such formidable strength. I am truly impressed. Gilder Tetsolo remarked with a grin, applauding. Your strength is commendable as well. Your devil fruit ability has awakened, Luchon replied with a smile. Anyone capable of awakening their devil fruit ability undoubtedly possessed remarkable talent and power. Gilder Tetsolo's expression darkened, surprised that Luchon had discerned his awakened ability. Was the Navy's intelligence network so astute? However, the Navy was aligned with the Celestial Dragons and should not easily disclose his information. Enough of this prattle. It is time for you to meet your end. Luchon spoke coldly, devoid of any courtesy. Regardless of Gilder Tetsolo's identity or connections, anyone who appeared before him was destined for death. We shall see who perishes first, Gilder Tetsolo retorted, undeterred even in the face of the renown of the Vice Admiral. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Chen shared the same intent, to eliminate him. Golden splash. Tetsolo raised his hand, commanding all the gold aboard the Desoloro, including the gold dust they had previously inhaled. In an instant, numerous starving pirates and navy personnel were ensnared by the golden powder, their bodies encased in gold, rendering them immobile. What's happening? Why am I like this? Help! My legs! Many cried out for assistance, while only a few who had not inhaled the gold dust remained unaffected. Soon after, silence fell as those ensnared could no longer speak. Liu Chen, what is happening to them? Why are we unharmed? Ain inquired, her face etched with concern. She had feared they would also transform into gold, having felt nothing amiss. We did not inhale the gold dust. They must have. Tetsolo's fruit has awakened, granting him control over all the gold aboard the Desoloro, Liu Chen explained. Indeed, all the gold on this ship will be mine to command. Today, none shall escape. Tetsolo's expression turned menacing. Not so fast, Liu Chen suddenly chuckled coldly, drawing his enchanted blade Luin Hue and swiftly executing a strike. Blade drawl in an instant. A fierce and sharp sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at Tetsolo. What? Tetsolo's face paled as he sidestepped, taken aback by Liu Chen's speed. Had he not been on guard, he would have surely lost an arm. However, he remained unaware that the sword energy was not solely meant to attack him. The powerful sword energy struck the formidable golden vessel, the Desoloro, slicing through the hardened gold as if it were mere parchment. The blade, imbued with haki, was far superior to ordinary sword energy. In the blink of an eye, a massive crack appeared in the deck of the Desoloro, with the sword energy wreaking havoc within, as if it aimed to cleave the entire ship apart. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing. In a mere moment, it had split the Desoloro, allowing torrents of seawater to flood in, drenching the crew and patrons alike. Help! Vice Admiral Liu Chen, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill us? Help! Yet, the surrounding individuals failed to comprehend Liu Chen's intentions, even beginning to cast blame. Liu Chen, however, remained unfazed, dismissing them as ignorant fools. As the seawater surged in, the gold encasing those under Tetsolo's control began to dissolve, reverting to gold dust scattered on the ground. Once liberated, the individuals realized Liu Chen's true intention was to rescue them. Alive? I can move. I can move, they exclaimed. Thank you, Vice Admiral Liu Chen. We were wrong to doubt you. Indeed, you were worrying for nothing. They resumed, following Liu Chen, showering him with praise. However, Liu Chen maintained his stoic demeanor and remarked, Everyone, let's first ponder how to deal with this group before us. At present, he could not summon the Navy. The surrounding signals had been jammed. He could only utilize this group of inept individuals to temporarily distract the others while he confronted Tetsolo. Especially, he needed to stall back Hala, for her luck-based devil fruit was exceedingly enigmatic, and perhaps even he could not guarantee victory against her. The command was given, eliminate them, kill them, charge forth, seize their gold, and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. In an instant, all the naval officers and pirates surged towards the crew of the Desoloro, driven solely by the desire to recover more gold. Liu Chen shook his head slightly, reflecting that gamblers are indeed gamblers, willing to disregard everything in pursuit of wealth. On the other side, Taizwa Luo utilized his abilities to restore the severed Desoloro, preventing further seawater from flooding in. The faint seawater that had already entered gradually dissipated due to the formidable drainage capacity of the Desoloro. One must admit, the Desoloro is a fully equipped super-large vessel, boasting immense power. It was unexpected that a dignified vice admiral of the Navy would resort to collaborating with pirates. One wonders if the Navy headquarters were to discover this. Would you still hold the title of vice admiral? Taizwa Luo inquired with keen interest. Simply offering your head would suffice to atone for your sins. Liu Chen replied nonchalantly. This statement instantly infuriated Taizwa Luo, who roared in fury, seeking death. Aware of Liu Chen's formidable strength, he ceased to conceal his power and unleashed his ultimate attack, the Golden Giant. As he swung his arms, gold began to flow around him, enveloping his entire body and gradually forming a colossal golden giant, towering at least several dozen meters high. From his elevated vantage point, The transformed Tai Zwoluo gazed down upon the crowd, his voice resonating with an ethereal, thunderous quality. Lu Chun, prepare to die. Upon finishing his declaration, his enormous golden fist came crashing down towards Lu Chun. Ain, go and hold off the others. I will deal with him. Lu Chun forcefully pushed Ain aside to prevent her from being caught in the crossfire, leaving himself to confront Tai Zwoluo alone. Fine. I was momentarily taken aback, still processing what had transpired when she was pushed away, but she understood that she was now of no help and might as well engage the others. The massive fist descended with a force that seemed to cleave the air, creating a thunderous roar. It appeared that there was no escape for Lu Chun, as the enormous fist enveloped all possible avenues of retreat. Yet, Lu Chun seemed unperturbed by the impending strike. Instead, he drew his sword, aiming to test the hardness of the gold created by Tai Zwoluo's fruit ability. Bang! His powerful slash struck Tai Zwoluo's fist, leaving merely a shallow mark, failing to cleave through the golden surface. One must acknowledge the strength of Tai Zwoluo's abilities. The less gold he controlled, the greater its hardness. Otherwise, the gold aboard the ship would not have been so easily cut by Lu Chun. Boom! In the next heartbeat, Tai Zwoluo's colossal golden fist crashed down where Lu Chun stood, producing a massive crater in the ground. While both were made of gold, there appeared to be a differential in hardness. A thunderous sound erupted, and clouds of smoke billowed outward. The others noticed the clash between Lu Chun and Tai Zwoluo, assuming Lu Chun had been hit. Yet, they seemed unaware of the principle that smoke does not imply injury. As time passed, a figure emerged from the smoke. It was Lu Chun, entirely unscathed. He had deftly evaded the descending golden giant's fist just a second before impact, employing the Navy 6 style Saru to swiftly dodge. Of course, even if he had been struck, it would not have cost him his life. At most, he would have sustained minor injuries. You managed to evade that, but your swordplay seems insufficient to pierce my gold. Prepare to die. Tai Zwoluo expressed mild surprise, a sinister grin creeping across his face as he launched another assault, the massive golden fist hammering down upon Lu Chun in rapid succession. He had only heard of Lu Chun and had yet to witness his true prowess. Based on that previous attack, he believed Lu Chun's strength to be exaggerated. The reports were merely sensationalized fabrications. Lu Chun remained undaunted, raising his long blade, pointing it towards the heavens. His right hand was instantly enveloped in Busashoka Haki, which surged along the blade of his sword, intertwining with it. In that moment, a tremendous force erupted upward, seemingly breaking through the clouds and ascending to the heavens. Boom! The heavens and earth shuddered, dark clouds rolled ominously, and powerful lightning gathered above. What seemed to be his sword technique was, in fact, Lu Chun harnessing the power of his Raijin fruit to summon lightning. Boom! Boom! A torrent of thunder coalesced, suddenly crashing down from the sky like a cement pillar, barreling towards the blade in Lu Chun's hand and attaching itself to it. It formed a colossal sword seemingly forged from lightning, its brilliance blinding. Boom! Lu Chun gripped the sword with both hands and struck down towards Tai Zwoluo's massive fist. One sword style, heavenly thunder sacred sword. The lightning-infused blade collided with Tai Zwoluo's fist, temporarily halting his advance. Chapter 198. Divine Retribution of Gold. The clash of fist and blade unleashed a powerful shockwave, sweeping outward in all directions, dispersing everything and everyone in its wake. The sheer energy fluctuation was beyond what they could withstand. Even those who could endure were but a handful. Moreover, they were reluctant to involve themselves, preferring to distance themselves from the chaos. Boom! Accompanied by the explosive sound of thunder, the sword energy released by Lu Chun was shattered by Tai Zwoluo's golden giant, scattering into countless bolts of lightning. Ha ha! Your swordsmanship is nothing to boast about. Is that so? Lu Chun retorted with a cold smile. What do you mean? Tai Zwoluo furrowed his brow slightly. Before he could react, the dispersed lightning began to coalesce once more, attaching itself to his body and enveloping him entirely. Even the golden giant, composed entirely of gold, had high conductivity, ranking third among all metals. Zzz. A powerful current ravaged Tai Zwoluo's form, tormenting every part of his being, every single cell. Tai Zwoluo trembled, feeling as if countless ants were gnawing at him, unleashing a howl of agony. After a brief moment, the power of the lightning began to dissipate, and within the golden giant, Tai Zwoluo was left charred and blackened. Fortunately, the vast area of the golden giant allowed much of the current to be conducted away, sparing him from death. Nevertheless, Tai Zwoluo had sustained internal injuries, and, at that moment, realized that Lu Chen was not to be underestimated. How does it feel? Lu Chen inquired with genuine interest. Lu Chen, you seek death. Upon hearing this, Tai Zwoluo's fury ignited. His eyes turned blood red, and a torrent of energy surged forth from them, divine fire of gold. His eyes emitted beams of red radiation, hurtling towards Lu Chen with an astonishing speed surpassing even that of lightning. Even Lu Chen had to rely on his formidable Kinbunchika haki to narrowly evade the attack. Wherever the radiation swept, even gold bore scorch marks. What a powerful radiative gaze, akin to that of a superhuman. Lu Chen mused, furrowing his brow in surprise. Don't run. Tai Zwoluo continued to unleash the radiation, but each release came with a brief pause to accumulate energy. While dodging, Lu Chen sought opportunities to strike back. As he narrowly evaded a radiation attack, he seized the opportunity, two long blades materializing in his hands. With the swords crossed in its formation, his hands were instantaneously enveloped in the haki of armament. Following this, a surge of colossal energy coalesced above the dual blades, its momentum steadily ascending, forming an even mightier force. Concurrently, Tai Zwoluo sensed a shift in Lu Chen's demeanor. The youthful visage, unwilling to be outdone, tossed his massive golden head, unleashing the golden divine fire once more towards Lu Chen's position. Suddenly, Lu Chen opened his eyes, their focus sharpening as he crossed his blades to unleash, double sword style, white tiger dragon roar, with two distinct beastly roars accompanying his strike. Two powerful slashes surged forth, transforming into one white and one red blade of energy that hurtled towards the radiation released by Tai Zwoluo. One took the form of a white tiger, while the other morphed into a crimson dragon, both beasts charging toward Tai Zwoluo's roar. They opened their gaping maws, devouring the golden divine fire unleashed by Tai Zwoluo, completely consuming it, and continued their assault toward the golden giant that Tai Zwoluo had become. What? Tai Zwoluo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that those two blades of energy could absorb the very essence of his golden divine fire. It was simply inconceivable, and he found himself unable to evade. The potent blade energy struck accurately against his chest, sending his massive form hurtling backward, crashing into the walls behind him, shattering them into countless fragments. Only when his hands were thrust into the ground did he finally come to a halt. The golden giant form of Tai Zwoluo bore a large, gaping wound, blood seeping forth. The combination of Conqueror's haki and the black blade had proven sufficient to penetrate the formidable hardness of his golden exterior, injuring the body concealed within. However, Tai Zwoluo grimaced, staunching the wound with gold to prevent further blood loss, gritting his teeth in anger. "You bastard! How dare you injure me? I will kill you!" Lu Chen replied with a cold smirk. Enraged, Tai Zwoluo ceased to hold back, swinging his right hand back, encasing his fist in armor, then launching it forward with ferocity, the result akin to molten gold, his fist engulfed in flames as he aimed at Lu Chen. Golden Inferno. This was his second strongest technique. Anything caught in that overwhelming inferno would surely melt. Yet, Lu Chen was no ordinary foe. Quake of heaven and earth. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he sheathed his swords, clenching his fists. A tremendous wave of energy coalesced within his arms, manifesting as two enormous white circles. This was the long-neglected power of the Zhenzhen fruit. As Tai Zwoluo's colossal fiery golden fist approached, Lu Chen leapt into the air like a rocket, intentionally meeting the punch head-on. Boom! Atteindre explosion érupted. The immense flames released by Tai Zwoluo enveloped Lu Chen, obscuring him from view. Within the inferno, the air around Lu Chen was violently repelled, creating a vacuum-like space where the flames could not encroach. His fist collided with Tai Zuo's. The force of the shock wave seeming to shatter the very fabric of space before them, causing cracks to appear in the golden giant's massive arms. "Get out!" Lu Chen roared, unleashing an even greater surge of strength. Instantly, more and more fissures resembling demonic patterns emerged on the golden giant's arm, reducing it to countless fragments of gold that fell away one after another, still tainted with the flames unleashed by Tai Zuo. Gasp! Even Tai Zuo was caught in the backlash, violently coughing up blood, leaving him as merely a golden giant with one remaining arm. With a pallid complexion, Tai Zuo swiftly retreated to avoid any direct confrontation with Lu Chen, realizing that the overwhelming energy was beyond his capacity to withstand. Had it not been for his fear of the entire Dasuo ship sinking, he knew he would not have survived. He feared that all the gold upon him would be shattered. Gradually, Lu Chen descended from the flames, landing steadily, expressing interest as he remarked, "It has been quite a while since I last utilized my fruit's abilities. I nearly forgot I possess such power." Coughing violently, Tai Zuo expelled several mouthfuls of blood, gazing at Lu Chen with a pale countenance. At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the Marine Vice Admiral before him. He recalled a report he had seen earlier, which indeed stated that Lu Chen had acquired Whitebeard's devil fruit, the Zhenjin fruit, a paramecia-type fruit, once wielded by the strongest man at sea, now lay in Lu Chen's hands. He had grossly underestimated Lu Chen's prowess. "Lu Chen, I admit, I previously underestimated your strength. But not anymore. You will ultimately regret the decisions made today," Tai Zuo declared gravely, his demeanor serious. "Let us see about that," Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, appearing unfazed. "Golden divine punishment." With that, Tai Zuo roared, emanating boundless pressure as an abundance of gold began to coalesce around him, forming towering pillars of gold. Under his command, the golden pillars flowed like liquid gold, entirely under his control. The pillars reassembled, coalescing into a massive golden bullet, hurtling toward Lu Chen with great speed. The enormous golden projectile enveloped all possible escape routes for Lu Chen, initially intending to evade. Lu Chen realized that Tai Zuo could still manipulate the trajectory of the golden bullet, rendering it akin to a homing missile, impossible to evade. Interesting. Lu Chen mused with a slight smile, opting not to wield his long blades again, but rather to hone his mastery of the Zhenjin fruit's capabilities. He stood firm, awaiting the approach of the massive golden bullet, his hands cloaked in the haki of armament, extending them outward as two energy circles formed within, prepared to confront Tai Zuo's assault head-on. In an instant, the enormous golden bullet controlled by Tai Zuo loomed before Lu Chen. As his palms made contact, it felt as though a colossal projectile collided with him, bearing tremendous force. His hands seemed insignificant against the bullet, devoid of power. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. The immense impact propelled Lu Chen backward, crashing into the wall behind him, shattering the thick golden barrier into fragments. Despite this, Lu Chen remained undeterred, veins bulging in his arms as he let out a furious roar, channeling all his strength into his limbs to halt the golden bullet unleashed by Tai Zuo. Bang! 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 The wall behind him continued to crumble, yet Lu Chen's grip steadily tightened, gradually managing to control the massive golden bullet, its velocity slowing. "What? Slayedthe." Tai Zuo sensed something amiss, attempting to regain control of the golden bullet, but to his astonishment, it had slipped beyond his grasp, seemingly affected by an overpowering force that rendered it uncontrollable. Suddenly, Lu Chen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Gripping the golden bullet tightly, he unleashed a furious roar, transmitting a tremendous surge of vibrational energy from his palms to the golden bullet. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, fine fissures appeared on the surface of the golden bullet, gradually spreading outward in increasing numbers. Before long, the once massive golden bullet was completely shattered into countless fragments by Lu Chen's Zhenjin fruit powers, leaving Tai Zuo utterly devoid of control. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible," Tai Zuo exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, unable to fathom the reality before him. even witnessing it firsthand. He refused to acknowledge or accept it. Marine 6 Style Shave. In an instant, Lu Chen's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage, while his true form materialized before Taizolo. A fist infused with the power of the Zhenzhen fruit struck Taizolo squarely on the face, pinning him firmly to the ground. Bang! The ground shattered from the vibrations, rendering Taizolo motionless. "Let me go. You can take all the gold you want," he pleaded, fear evident in his voice. "Gold? If I kill you, won't the gold still belong to me?" Lu Chen retorted with a cold smirk. Taizolo was left speechless, utterly at a loss for words. He had once believed that wealth could accomplish anything. Yet it seemed he had finally grasped a crucial truth. No amount of money held any value when faced with a mightier force. "Farewell." Lu Chen smiled as he activated the Zhenzhen fruit's ability, encasing Taizolo's head and reducing it to a pulp. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. In the aftermath, Lu Chen hoisted Taizolo's corpse and proclaimed, "Gilad Taizolo is dead. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped, turning to the source of the voice. "P.S. dead. P.S. really dead. Gilad Taizolo has truly been slain by Lu Chen, the Rear Admiral, the strongest Marine supernova. The captain is dead. I surrender." Many pirates hastily chose to surrender, fearing further combat, while Bakara, thanks to her luck fruit, managed to escape right under everyone's noses. "Lu Chen, Bakara has escaped. What should we do?" Ein rushed to his side, inquiring anxiously. "Forget it. Her fruit is too peculiar. I cannot guarantee I could capture her." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Notify the Marines outside to come in and clean up the battlefield." Understood. With that, Ein promptly set off to inform the station Marines not far away. Lu Chen then turned to the remaining pirates and cheerfully said, "Gentlemen, if you wish to leave, do so swiftly. Otherwise, once my Marines arrive, you shall find it impossible to escape." "Thank you, Rear Admiral Lu Chen." The more astute pirates wasted no time fleeing, disappearing in a flash. Now is not the time to linger. In their eyes, Lu Chen was indeed a man of his word, willing to let them go, unlike Akainu, who would surely seize them all without hesitation. Some pirates even began to think that this notorious pirate-slaying Rear Admiral was not so keen on killing after all. Chapter 199. The New Marine Headquarters. Before long, the station Marines near the Desoro ship rushed over to find that all the pirates aboard had been defeated, while others who had come for entertainment had long since fled. Many Marines were astonished by Rear Admiral Lu Chen's strength, yet Barumabur and Kabi felt somewhat helpless, for they had arrived too late to engage. Their foes had already been vanquished, unable to suppress their feelings of helplessness. They could only acknowledge the sheer power of their teacher. No one could stand against him. "Rear Admiral Lu Chen, all pirates have been captured. What shall we do with this ship?" Kabi reported dutifully, seeking guidance. "Find someone to bring it back to Marine headquarters. We cannot allow this much gold to be lost." Lu Chen replied with a smile. "Yes, sir." Kabi understood immediately and hurried off to arrange for Marines capable of controlling the giant sea turtle to set course for the new Marine headquarters. They had effectively occupied the nest, securing a considerable fortune, especially with Gilad Taizolo's bounty, amounting to at least hundreds of billions, if not over 1,000 billion berries, enough wealth to last several lifetimes. After eliminating Gilad Taizolo, Lu Chen would return to the new Marine headquarters as a Rear Admiral, effectively reinstating his position. Several days later, as Lu Chen and his crew were en route back to the new Marine headquarters, Akainu opened a communication channel. "Lu Chen, what on earth did you do? I ordered you to capture Gilad Taizolo, not kill him." Akainu's voice boomed with fury over the line, his rage palpable. Had he been present, he would have certainly confronted Lu Chen directly. "It's nothing. I was merely following your orders, Admiral. I attempted to capture Gilad Taizolo, but he resisted, and I had no choice but to fight. I never anticipated he would crumble so easily." Lu Chen responded nonchalantly. "You will pay for this when you return." Akainu seethed, momentarily speechless. He could not counter Lu Chen's reasoning, so he relented, especially since the deed was done. The matter was further complicated by the fact that Gilad Taizolo's death had drawn the ire of several celestial dragons, who blamed Akainu for sending Lu Chun to eliminate him. Their interests had been jeopardized, and trouble was to be expected. Fortunately, the decision to apprehend Slayedthe Zolo had been made by the world government. Otherwise, Akainu would have found himself in a precarious position. After ending the call, Akainu's face flushed with rage as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it, a Marine Admiral, a Rear Admiral, one who cannot be killed, and another who escapes when captured. These two are truly thorns in my side." Meanwhile, Lu Chun, having hung up, wore a faint smile, as if to say, "Who told you to send me to capture Slayedthe Zolo? You brought this upon yourself." "Lu Chun, how did it go? Did the Admiral say anything?" An approached him with concern after he ended the call. After all, they had not acted according to Akainu's instructions, and blame was inevitable. "Didn't he say much, just that we should hurry back?" Lu Chun replied with a grin. "Really?" I was somewhat incredulous. When had Admiral Akainu ever been so easy to deal with? He was not known for such leniency. So was he perhaps more forgiving towards Lu Chun? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, Akainu had been bested by Lu Chun in the past, though that was merely hearsay, and no one dared to speak of it openly at Marine headquarters. The only ones who truly knew were likely Lu Chun and Akainu himself. "It is indeed true," Lu Chun affirmed with utmost seriousness. "That's a relief." With Lu Chun's confirmation, Ain felt much more at ease, knowing that they would not have to fear Admiral Akainu's wrath upon their return. Hee. Lu Chun merely smiled in silence, pondering what Akainu might say upon their return. Regardless of what transpired, he felt no fear. If it came to confrontation, he was ready. Approximately 10 days later, under the command of Lu Chun, the Navy, accompanied by the magnificent ship, the SwordsmanWho, arrived at the port of the new naval headquarters. The appearance of this grand vessel swiftly captured the attention of everyone at the naval headquarters. What a colossal ship! Its Vice Admiral Lu Chun, they have returned, and to our astonishment, they have brought back the legendary SwordsmanWho. It is rumored to be laden with countless treasures and gold. In no time, a throng of Navy personnel gathered at the port, eager to witness the splendor of the famed ship constructed of gold. "Lu Chun, I see many Navy personnel have assembled. Shall we dock?" asked Ain. The two had already positioned themselves on the deck, prepared to return to the new naval headquarters. "Let us dock," Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. "All right." Ain stepped forward, issuing orders to the naval officers in the control room. "Prepare to dock." "Yes." With that, the surrounding naval vessels began to navigate towards the port, dropping anchor in preparation to dock. Simultaneously, the Navy officers onshore responded, ready to welcome their long-absent Vice Admiral. "Lu Chun, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, welcome back. It has been a long time, Vice Admiral. You have once again vanquished a formidable pirate, truly impressive." Many ordinary Navy personnel at the new headquarters had benefited from Lu Chun's generosity, while those in higher ranks were often his classmates or seniors, all hailing from Slayedthe's training camp. Essentially, everyone was familiar with him, and even those who weren't recognized his name. After all, he was the most outstanding student Slayedthe had produced in recent years, without exception. Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, a Navy officer reported to Slayedthe, who was engrossed in his work, "Marshal, Vice Admiral Lu Chun has returned." Upon hearing this, Slayedthe furrowed his brow slightly, setting aside his pen and paper, and rose with a cold huff, muttering, "Humph. I shall see how Lu Chun justifies himself. It is imperative he acknowledges my strength." The officer dared not speak, remaining silent as if he had not heard. It was only after Slayedthe left that he could finally exhale in relief, thinking, "Thank goodness he is gone. What I have done if he hadn't He was merely a messenger and dared not offend either Marshal Slayedthe or Vice Admiral Lu Chun, who was renowned far and wide. Furthermore, Lu Chun's grandfather was the celebrated Navy hero, Carp. As Lu Chun appeared at the dock, numerous Navy personnel surged forward, eager to exchange a few words with him, though most were restrained by his subordinates. Nevertheless, Lu Chun greeted them warmly. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. It has been a long time. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, it is you who has worked hard." Indeed, after completing Marinfander and returning to the new naval headquarters, you have also eradicated such a significant pirate. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, you have truly labored. Hearing these words, Lu Chun smiled broadly, addressing the gathered crowd. Today, I treat everyone to a grand feast. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. The crowd responded in unison with gratitude. Lu Chun currently possessed a surplus of wealth, which he intended to lavishly spend. Much of it could be allocated to the Black Knight pirate group, while the remainder would be used to reward his naval comrades, keeping a portion for himself. Suddenly, familiar figures approached. Lu Chun, you rascal, you finally know to return. Carp scolded, munching on a donut. Grandfather, I have returned. Haven't I? Lu Chun quickly replied with a smile, knowing well not to provoke the old man. What do you want to come back for? To see this old man? A man's ambition lies beyond the home. One should explore the world, preferably eliminating the 4 emperors so the navy can have peace. Slayedthe retorted, seemingly exasperated. Grandson, what is wrong with seeing your grandfather? Before long, the 2 old men began bickering. While Admiral he observed the magnificent SwordsmanWho with interest. Lu Chun, you actually brought it back. Admiral he, this vessel is remarkable. Its facilities are exceptionally complete. With some modifications, it could serve as our Navy's warship. Lu Chun remarked with a grin. Such a grand warship would surely be impressive for the Navy, as long as the gold was adjusted, and the speed of navigation was sufficient. Retaining the primary structure in gold would enhance its durability. Quite right. That is an excellent suggestion. Admiral he nodded in agreement. I concur, Sengoku added, indulging in a snack while expressing interest in the vessel. Ha ha ha. As long as a few agree, I shall proceed. Lu Chun smiled with satisfaction. Before towing the SwordsmanWho back to the naval headquarters, he had already acquired a considerable amount of gold and belly from within, justifying his claim of having more money than he could spend. Very well. Sengoku nodded, intrigued to see how Lu Chun would transform the warship. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed. Lu Chun. The Navy personnel ahead parted to clear a path as a man clad in an admiral's uniform stormed forward, angrily exclaiming, Do you even realize what you have done? How dare you kill Gil de Teselo? Have you disregarded my orders? Marshal Slayedthe, I merely eliminated a pirate. Is it truly necessary for you to be so furious? After all, are we not the Navy, tasked with vanquishing pirates? Meanwhile, it appears you have taken the lives of quite a number of innocent civilians, Lu Chun replied with keen interest. You. Slayedthe's expression darkened as he retorted. Speak again, and you shall face my wrath. I have heard that on O'Hara Island, you ordered the bombardment of numerous innocent civilians. If I am not mistaken, there should be many witnesses to that. Lu Chun's demeanor turned serious as he spoke earnestly, having witnessed the incident firsthand, though Slayedthe was unaware of his presence on O'Hara Island. You lie. Slayedthe's expression faltered momentarily but quickly masked it, pretending as if nothing had occurred. However, many strong individuals nearby noted Slayedthe's change in demeanor, suspecting that Lu Chun's words might hold truth, especially given their understanding of Slayedthe's nature. Marshal Slayedthe, I believe Lu Chun has done no wrong. Killing a pirate is hardly a crime. Slayedthe was the first to speak up. His family had been slaughtered by pirates, and thus he harbored a deep-seated hatred for all pirates, making him more willing to support Lu Chun, especially since Lu Chun was his proudest student. Even though the current marshal was also his student, he did not consider him a source of pride. It is indeed unjust to punish a Navy officer for slaying a pirate. Carp chimed in from Lu Chun's side, patting his shoulder in affirmation. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, grandfather, Lu Chun beamed. With the support of these 2 figures, Slayedthe was unlikely to dare impose punishment lightly. Zifa gave a slight nod, while Carp continued to indulge in his donut, offering a silent affirmation. Silence often speaks louder than words. The old man also shared the sentiments of Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Zifa. Vice Admiral Crane displayed a radiant smile, her weathered face reflecting years of experience. I felt the same way. Sengoku seized the moment to voice his agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun was initially taken aback, then confirmed that it was indeed Sengoku who had spoken, thinking to himself that he was becoming increasingly adept at deflecting responsibility, likely having learned from Kazuru. The previous Sengoku was not like this. Only under Kazuru's influence could he have acquired such remarkable evasive skills. In that instant, Sakazuki found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. The four individuals before him were among the most formidable forces within the Navy, not only possessing considerable strength, but also wielding significant respect among their peers. However, he suddenly realized that Lu Chun's reputation among these Navy officers was also quite notable, primarily due to his numerous pirate kills. It could even be argued that the reputation of the four present was not particularly high. Otherwise, so many Navy personnel would not have gathered here. What? Am I mistaken? Zifa inquired, furrowing his brow. After a prolonged silence, Sakazuki finally managed to utter a single word, correct. He dared not contest the statement, given that he was currently the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, since you have acknowledged this, does that mean there is nothing more to discuss? Lu Chen interjected. None. Sakazuki shot Lu Chen a glare, his teeth clenched in frustration. Were it not for the multitude of Navy personnel present, he would have relished the opportunity to engage Lu Chen in a battle to ascertain who was superior. Chapter 200. The Reconstruction of the Tesoro. Thank you, Lu Chen replied with a smile. If not for Carp and the others being present, he and Sakazuki would indeed have engaged in a more extensive dialogue, though he was uncertain how long that conversation would last. Oomph. Sakazuki snorted, sweeping his sleeve as he departed. He had lost all desire to remain. Watching Sakazuki's retreating figure, Lu Chen shook his head in resignation, pondering how fortunate he was not to have chosen to assume the role of Fleet Admiral, as that would have undoubtedly brought him much distress. Previously, he had thought the position of Fleet Admiral was manageable and not overly taxing, but seeing Sakazuki now, it appeared to be an overwhelming burden, fraught with endless responsibilities. Lu Chen, I look forward to your successful reconstruction of this vessel. Once completed, do remember to summon me, Vice Admiral Crane said, leaving in haste, as she had more pressing matters to attend to. Certainly, Granny Crane, just you wait. Lu Chen called back loudly. Shortly thereafter, Carp, Zifa, and Sengoku offered Lu Chen a few parting words before each returned to their respective duties. Lu Chen, what shall we do next? Ain inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Based on their earlier conversation, she discerned that Lu Chen had been deceiving her all along, fearing that she would worry too much. Thus, he had claimed that Fleet Admiral Sakazuki would not hold them accountable, when in fact he did harbor resentment. However, Lu Chen had concealed this fact, vowing to express her gratitude later that evening. First, we shall navigate to a nearby uninhabited island and dock along the shore. After tonight's celebration, I shall commence the ship's reconstruction, Lu Chen stated, outlining a general plan for the upcoming months. In order to construct the Mingguang, he needed to familiarize himself with shipbuilding techniques and enhance his skills in that area. Although he had previously studied and simplified the process, he had not made an effort to improve his proficiency until now, and he needed to find a location to expedite that enhancement. Very well. I will contact the Navy base to locate available shipwrights and scientists and arrange for tonight's dinner, Ain replied. Agreed. Lu Chen nodded, watching Ain depart. Having collaborated for many years, they had developed a close bond, allowing Lu Chen to trust Ain to handle most of the intricate details. In the afternoon, Ain successfully recruited several willing shipwrights to accompany Lu Chen to the nearby deserted island for the ship's reconstruction and made arrangements for the evening meal. As long as they were compensated, the Navy's mess hall would accommodate additional requests. With the right payment, the Navy's chefs would procure ample ingredients from nearby markets to prepare a lavish dinner. Particularly enthusiastic were the shipwrights, who had heard of the impending reconstruction of the Tesoro. Their excitement intensified upon learning they would be working alongside Vice Admiral Lu Chen. Unfortunately, the Navy headquarters required a significant number of shipwrights to remain at the base, and only a select few could accompany Lu Chen. During dinner at the Navy headquarters mess hall, all available Navy personnel gathered, including not only ordinary sailors but also numerous officers, vice admirals, rear admirals, and brigadier generals, many of whom Lu Chen had either met or recognized. As everyone convened around the tables laden with an array of delicacies, there was a conspicuous absence of fine wine. Their mealtime was rather limited, and they would soon need to return to their posts. Suddenly, Lu Chen rose and addressed the assembly of Navy personnel, exclaiming, "Esteemed colleagues, first and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude for your presence here tonight. Your willingness to join me signifies your recognition of my efforts. This evening, let us indulge in a feast. And in the future, we shall celebrate to our heart's content. Let us toast to Vice Admiral Lu Chun. To Vice Admiral Lu Chun. With that, everyone raised their glasses filled with water to toast Lu Chun. Naturally, Lu Chun did not let the moment pass. He lifted his glass and cheerfully exclaimed, "Cheers! To our health! Cheers! Let's eat!" Everyone downed their water and began to feast heartily. Lu Chun and Ein sat together, enjoying their meal amidst laughter and jovial conversation. Meanwhile, in the Fleet Admiral's office, Sakazuki seethed with rage. Damn it! Despite having closed the doors and windows, he could still hear the laughter and chatter emanating from the nearby mess hall. He was hard at work in his office, while those individuals were merrily dining. Most frustratingly, it was mealtime, and he had no power to stop them. Could he really deny the Navy their meals? The very thought filled him with ire, causing his teeth to grind in frustration. After about an hour, the noise began to subside. Most of the Navy personnel returned to their respective posts, leaving only those shipwrights who would accompany Lu Chun to assist in the reconstruction of the Tesoro. They were now under Lu Chun's temporary management and had no other duties to attend to. At that moment, the shipwrights stood respectfully before Lu Chun, addressing him with reverence. Vice Admiral Lu Chun. These shipwrights were seasoned veterans, having spent many years at the Navy base. In their line of work, experience only improved with age. They had long admired Lu Chun, the Navy's rising star, and upon hearing that he required their assistance, they eagerly volunteered. "Well, you all seem quite capable. It appears you may have to work hard in the days to come," Lu Chun remarked, scanning their attributes and nodding in satisfaction. Although the shipwrights present may not possess SSS-level skills, most were rated A or higher, with one distinguished white-haired shipwright at SS level, who would soon retire from the Navy with honor. "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, we are merely fulfilling our duties," one of them replied with a smile. "As for myself, I am also nearing retirement, and before I do, I hope to contribute to the construction of a better, larger vessel. This presents me with a wonderful opportunity. It seems we each have a chance to make history." Amidst a clamor of animated discussions, the faces of the crowd shimmered with excitement. They were all aware that the vessel about to undergo transformation was none other than the legendary ship, the SwordsmanWho, said to be constructed entirely of gold. "Very well, everyone, please return and rest well. We shall convene at the port early tomorrow morning, and I will escort you to the nearby island to commence the transformation of the SwordsmanWho," Lu Chun declared with a smile. "Understood, General Lu Chun," came the chorus of replies. With that, the crowd dispersed, preparing for the journey ahead. Once everyone had departed, Lu Chun turned to AI in, inquiring, "How are preparations for tomorrow coming along?" "Everything is ready. You need not worry," AI in replied with a gentle smile. "Thank you. I may need to lean on you a bit over the next few days." "No problem. It's my pleasure to assist you, especially since you've treated me so well." "Haha, then I shall be even kinder to you." "Sound good." The next morning, after rising early, Lu Chun and AI brought the shipwrights to the island where the SwordsmanWho was moored. Upon arriving, they began to closely examine the magnificent vessel, entirely adorned in gold and drawn by two colossal turtles. What an immense ship! Yesterday, I caught only a distant glimpse, but now I realize just how grand it truly is. Indeed, I never imagined it could be this large. It's astonishing. I wonder how long it will take to transform. Lu Chun chuckled, calling out to the crew, "Esteemed colleagues, having seen the vessel, it is now time for us to focus on the transformation. Here are the blueprints I finalized last night. Take a look." "All right, let me see." The shipwrights eagerly gathered around to examine Lu Chun's plans. As a shipwright with an A-level skill in shipbuilding, Lu Chun's drawing abilities were commendable, especially with the reference provided by the blueprints of the Pluto. Following the design of Pluto would ensure that the vessel's capabilities would be exceptional. "General Lu Chun, this blueprint is impressive, but certain aspects require modification," one shipwright suggested. "Yes, the overall plan is solid, but the details need refinement," another agreed. "I concur." After reviewing, the group offered their insights. Lu Chun welcomed their feedback and declared, "If that is the case, let us commence our work." With a single command, Everyone set to work with fervor. Some modified the blueprints, while others prepared tools, dismantled SwordsmanWho, and gathered materials. The primary challenge facing SwordsmanWho was its overall weight. If they could resolve the issue of excess weight, the ship would achieve greater speed and eliminate the need for the two giant turtles to tow it. After all, should those turtles perish, the vessel would be rendered immobile, which was quite a predicament. The first step was to reduce the weight of SwordsmanWho. The second step involved a complete overhaul, equipping it with new power systems, including not only sails but also electric equipment. It should be noted that Lu Chun possessed the abilities of the Thunder Fruit, which he could utilize discreetly. The third step involved applying a new exterior coating and decoration. Currently, SwordsmanWho appeared excessively opulent, failing to meet naval standards. So it was necessary to revamp its outer shell. To acquire additional equipment, Lu Chun contacted Vegapunk and procured a substantial amount of apparatus, essentially trading gold for the items. After all, these were components dismantled from SwordsmanWho, and Vegapunk required significant funding for his experiments. Thus, he was more than willing to accept the offer. Consequently, the transformation of SwordsmanWho progressed in an orderly fashion. As Lu Chun participated in the modifications, he also enhanced his shipbuilding skills. Ding! Congratulations! Host's shipbuilding proficiency has reached level 1. Ding! Congratulations! Host's shipbuilding proficiency has reached level 1. Ding! Congratulations! Host's shipbuilding proficiency has reached level 1. Ding! Simply hammering the wooden planks allowed for skill enhancement, so Lu Chun undertook most of the hammering tasks without arousing suspicion from the others. A month later, the dismantling of SwordsmanWho was finally complete. Fortunately, during this time, all other preparatory work had been finalized, leaving only the comprehensive transformation to begin. Thus, Lu Chun, accompanied by the shipwrights from the island, commenced the transformation. The island resonated with the rhythmic sounds of hammers, and the shipbuilding skills of Lu Chun steadily improved, reaching level S within a month. Ideally, he aspired to elevate his shipbuilding skills to level SSS, essential for crafting Pluto, but he knew he could not accomplish this alone. He needed to find an opportunity to involve more individuals without being detected, a daunting challenge. 2 more months passed, and the transformation of SwordsmanWho continued. Yet most of the work was nearing completion. It had now evolved into a powered sailing vessel. One day, AI brought Lu Chun his meal, and upon seeing the completely revitalized SwordsmanWho, he was momentarily speechless, exclaiming, "Lu Chun, can this still be considered SwordsmanWho? Of course not. Henceforth, this vessel shall be named SwordsmanWho, our very own ship." Lu Chun responded with satisfaction. He was immensely pleased with the transformation, as it was the first warship he had personally crafted. "Our ship est en face up with joy." Indeed, Lu Chun confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, AI's cheeks flushed with delight, never anticipating that Lu Chun would include him in this venture. "Thank you. There's no need for thanks. Your contribution is only fitting," Lu Chun reassured him. "How much longer until the ship is fully transformed?" "At most, 3 months." "Very well." Lu Chun awaited the completion of SwordsmanWho, eager to fulfill the remaining tasks that could not be overlooked. Only then would he possess the capability to surpass the strongest being in the world, known as Imu. In his perception, Imu was a mysterious woman, her abilities equally enigmatic, leaving him uncertain of her strength. Thus, caution was warranted. After all, prudence is never misplaced, for a careful approach ensures long-lasting success. 2 months later, SwordsmanWho had begun to take shape, its overall design reflecting Lu Chun's familiar style. Without further ado, the following image showcases its progress. "Haha, it's finally nearing completion," Lu Chun exclaimed joyously. Indeed, I never expected General Lu Chun's shipbuilding skills to be so remarkable. It is truly magnificent. I've never seen such a colossal ship. Once launched, it could easily intimidate thousands. Moreover, with General Lu Chun's reputation, I doubt any pirate would dare approach. The shipwrights were filled with excitement, taking pride in having participated in the construction of such an impressive vessel. "Lu Chun, I have completed the sails you requested." AI suddenly appeared, steering a military ship toward them. Not long prior, Lu Chun had instructed AI and to commission the sails and various paints to undertake a significant overhaul of Luan Hui Hao's appearance. The vessel would be adorned in the blood-red hue reminiscent of the demon blade Luan Hui, befitting Lu Chun's title as the Pirate Slayer. Excellent. Let us install them immediately, Lu Chun exclaimed joyfully. The sails had arrived just in time. With the crew's collective efforts, the sails were successfully mounted, and the next step was to paint the entire ship's body. Chapter 201, Scheming. Days later, the comprehensive transformation of the ship, Luan Hui Hao, has been entirely completed, and it has been rejuvenated, now serving as a warship exclusively belonging to Lu Chun. Upon hearing this news, Vice Admiral He personally came to the small island to observe. Gazing at the newly refurbished warship before him, he could not help but exclaim, "Excellent. The transformation is impressive. What is the name of this vessel?" "Luan Hui Hao, a name that stands alongside my sword," Lu Chun replied. "Indeed, it is worthy of such a name." Vice Admiral He nodded slightly, then suddenly changed the subject. "Lu Chun, you are not so young anymore. Do you have any thoughts of marriage? My granddaughter is still single. If you're interested, I could introduce her to you." Hey Popo, isn't your granddaughter several years younger than me?" Lu Chun paused for a moment, unsure how to respond. "So what? She is still of an age where marriage is possible. She has already joined the Navy and is training under General Slayedthe. You should find an opportunity to meet her," Vice Admiral He said earnestly. His word did not sound like mere jest. Lu Chun's expression darkened slightly, uncertain of how to answer. Fortunately, I was not present. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. Noticing Lu Chun's silence, Vice Admiral He continued. "Lu Chun, I'm telling you, my precious granddaughter is waiting for you. Remember to visit. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." Lu Chun could only nod with a forced smile. While it seemed that Vice Admiral He's last remark was a joke and should not be taken too seriously, it appeared that avoiding the encounter would be unwise. It seemed that before his departure, he must indeed meet this granddaughter of Vice Admiral He and take the opportunity to visit his mentor, Slayedthe, as it had been quite some time since they last had an earnest conversation. Ever since the demise of Edward Weevil and his mother, Slayedthe had been training the new generation of Navy personnel at the Navy headquarters, missing the chance to participate in the recent war due to his deployment. Not having had a battle with Whitebeard had become a significant regret for Slayedthe, as they were men of nearly the same era, one a naval officer, the other a pirate. A few days later, Lu Chun returned to the Navy headquarters with the warship. Luan Hui Hao had become the largest ship in the Navy, even more imposing than the flagship of the fleet admiral. This was tacitly accepted by Sakazuki, as most of the gold cut from the Desoleto had been handed over to the Navy, thus acknowledging the ships belonging to Lu Chun personally. It did not belong to any individual naval officer nor to the Navy headquarters, making it quite a lucrative outcome. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chun traveled to another island near the New World's new Navy headquarters, where Slayedthe served as the chief instructor for the new Navy training. Dressed in the cloak of a vice admiral, Lu Chun arrived on the island, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around, as he had already become a well-known figure within the Navy. "Is that Vice Admiral Lu Chun?" "Indeed it is. I can hardly believe I'm seeing the real Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Pinch me to see if I am dreaming." Lu Chun scanned the surroundings in search of his mentor Slayedthe, but was uncertain of his whereabouts. The new training base was vastly different from the previous one, having undergone renovations that left him unsure of Slayedthe's current location. Thus, he approached a nearby naval officer and inquired, "Hello, could you tell me where General Slayedthe is?" "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, General Slayedthe should be at the advanced training camp, in the last training area over there. You may go and see him," the naval officer responded, somewhat nervously. "Thank you." With that, Lu Chun turned to head in that direction. Observing the reactions of those around him, he could only shake his head helplessly. Alas, there is no way around it. My reputation is simply too great. Soon, Lu Chun found the training base where Slayedthe was instructing the current advanced training camp students. "You lot are the worst group I have ever trained. After all this time, how can there still be someone who hasn't mastered the Navy's 6 styles? You have only a few days left. Get out of my sight." Slayedthe roared at the students below. Why does that sound so familiar? Lucien mused inwardly. It seemed he had heard such words before. Perhaps every generation of students faced this statement. Suddenly, Slayedthe seemed to notice the gaze of the students directed towards the back, and upon looking, he spotted Lucien not far away, his demeanor softening somewhat. All right, you continue with your training. Yes, instructor. With a single command, everyone resumed their training. Slayedthe then walked towards Lucien, jesting, "You rascal, what brings you to this humble place?" "Teacher, what are you saying? I have been at Marineford all this time." "It's that Akainu who had me transferred elsewhere," Lucien replied solemnly. "Humph. Speak up. What is it you wish to discuss?" "I cannot believe you would visit me without reason," Slayedthe snorted, resembling a petulant old man. "Teacher, I genuinely came to see you," Lucien insisted earnestly. This time, he was telling the truth. "Very well. I shall momentarily take your word for it." Hearing this, Lucien could not help but chuckle and continued, "Teacher, what do you plan to do once you retire?" Upon hearing this, Slayedthe's eyes shifted slightly, as if he had never contemplated such a question. Since the tragic loss of his family to pirates, he had effectively been in a semi-retired state, teaching the new generation at the Navy headquarters, never truly pondering this matter. "If I were to retire, I might find a small island to rest, and, should I encounter any foolish pirates, I would swiftly deal with them," Slayedthe replied with a smile, as if envisioning a delightful future. Yet, on his smile-laden face, there lingered a hint of melancholy. What was a beautiful future if he faced it alone? The matter of his family had always been his greatest regret, leaving him with a sense of loss. No amount of beauty could alter the fact that he was solitary. This situation had also shaped his perception of pirates, leading to the events of his eventual betrayal. "Teacher, rest assured, once you retire, I will certainly visit you frequently and help you deal with those pirates," Lucien promised earnestly. "As long as you have that intention, it suffices. By the time I retire, you will likely have become an admiral. You won't have time to see me." Ha ha ha. That may not necessarily be the case. Following this, Lucien and Slayedthe discussed many matters unrelated to pirates and the Navy. After their conversation, Slayedthe took Lucien to revisit the cafeteria of the training base, after which they parted ways. As they separated, it coincided with the rest period for the advanced training camp. Lucien arrived early to wait, and soon spotted Vice Admiral Hay's granddaughter, Conch, still exuding her spirited demeanor. Though she was not particularly old, akin to Lucien's age when he first joined the Navy. It had been several years since they last met, and she had already grown so much. Back when the Navy headquarters was still located at Marineford, they had met a few times. As Vice Admiral Hay had brought Conch to Marineford for a visit, which was how they became acquainted. However, their exchanges had been minimal. Conch, seeing them at rest, Lucien waved to her. "Lucien Gidge." Upon noticing him, Conch smiled brightly, her face lighting up with joy. She had not expected Lucien to come here and visit her. In truth, she had already noticed Lucien earlier. However, since he had gone to find Slayedthe, she assumed he was merely there to see teacher Slayedthe, not realizing that Lucien still remembered her. The other trainees at the training camp, upon seeing Conch sprint towards Lucien's position, could not help but reveal their envy. So, Conch is actually acquainted with General Lucien. Observing their familiarity, it was evident they had known each other for quite some time. Surely, Lucien's visit was not solely to see him. Heh! Who would have thought Conch knows General Lucien? Soon, Conch reached Lucien, her face beaming with delight as she exclaimed, "Brother Lucien, I didn't expect you to remember me and know what I look like." Of course, Lucien nodded. In truth, he hardly remembered. He merely recognized her through the system, having seen Conch's grown-up appearance before. Thus he could easily identify her. He, Brother Lucien, what brings you here? Are you here to teach me hockey?" Conch asked with a bright smile. "Hockey is not something one can grasp at once. It depends on fate. I came to see you and coincidentally meet the teacher. I had no idea you would be training today, so I just chatted with the teacher," Lucien replied earnestly. This time, he was genuinely speaking of falsehood. In reality, he had come to see Conch and fulfill General He's request to meet his granddaughter. It must be said that General He's granddaughter had grown increasingly enchanting over the years. Just as Conch was about to speak, Another woman with golden hair and a well-proportioned figure rushed over, standing behind Kong Quebec. With a smile, she said, "Hi, General Lu Chun. I never expected to meet you in person today. And you, Kong K, knowing General Lu Chun and not telling me. You didn't ask. Kong que replied, exasperated." The woman in front of them was indeed Yun K, the daughter of a Kainu. She and Kong K graduated from the same class. Thus, they were considered to be of the same tier as KB. Lu Chun had not interacted much with Yun K. He had rarely seen her, as she had only recently been sent to the Navy headquarters by Sakazuki. Perhaps fearing that some pirates might trouble his daughter, it was better to send her directly to the headquarters for peace of mind. "General Lu Chun, hello. My name is Yun K," she greeted with a smile. The new generation of Navy personnel admired Lu Chun greatly. Hence Yun K took the initiative to greet him. "Ah, you must be the daughter of Fleet Admiral Akainu," Lu Chun said, showing no intent to hide this fact. "Yes, but my father is my father, and I am me. Do not confuse us," Yun K nodded. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Lu Chun's lips as a brilliant idea struck him. He invited, "How about you two join my squad after leaving teacher Slayedthe's class? Come fight pirates with me." "Sure." Iagra, Yunka readily accepta. How could she refuse? Joining General Lu Chun was a dream for many in the Navy, and she never imagined he would directly extend an invitation to her, even if it was due to Sakazuki's influence. Yun K was determined to show Lu Chun her capabilities. "And you, Kong K?" Lu Chun turned to her and inquired. "I need to ask my grandmother," Kong K replied. In truth, she was eager to join, but felt it necessary to consult her grandmother first. As general, he had previously mentioned that after graduating from the Navy training camp, she should join his squad. "All right, I await your news. It won't be long before I'm off to hunt pirates again, so you two must hurry," Lu Chun said with a smile before hastily departing, not wanting to delay their rest. Bringing Sakazuki's daughter into his squad and taking her on pirate hunting expeditions would certainly stir some reactions. After all, would Sakazuki dare to punish his own daughter alongside him? And with General Hie's daughter as well, surely they would come to his defense. This was Lu Chun's scheme, and the thought of it made the corners of his mouth rise in a meaningful smile. Approximately 3 days later, Kong K and Yun K found a moment to personally seek out Lu Chun, informing him of their decision to join his squad after graduating from the advanced training camp, and that Kong K's grandmother had also agreed. This was within Lu Chun's expectations, as General Hie's intention was to facilitate a bond between Lu Chun and Kong K. Thus, her consent was not surprising. However, General He was not a fool and was well aware of Lu Chun's intentions. Fast forward 2 months, Kong K and Yun K graduated from the training camp, and Lu Chun himself went to personally retrieve them from teacher Slayedthe, accompanied by a woman named Ai Un. There was no way around it. Upon hearing that 2 women were joining his squad, Ai Un insisted on accompanying Lu Chun, and he had no choice but to comply. Upon arriving at the new recruits' training base, they encountered Slayedthe. "You little rascal, I knew your last visit was for no good. You came to poach my recruits," Slayedthe remarked with interest. As the head instructor, he was well aware of the situations involving Yun K and Kong Quebec. However, it seems Sakazuki, preoccupied with his duties as Fleet Admiral, had likely not received any updates. "Ah, teacher, I truly came to see you last time," Lu Chun said with a wry smile. Chapter 202, The Pirates' Grand Festival. If he had known, he would have arrived later to avoid running into teacher Slayedthe. "Hurry along. If you dare come back to poach recruits, don't blame me for being rude." Fortunately, Slayedthe was not angry and teased instead. "Thank you, teacher." Lu Chun expressed his gratitude quickly. "Off you go." Slayedthe waved his hand. "All right then." After this, Lu Chun moved towards Kong K and Yun K, and besides them, there were several other newly graduated Navy personnel eager to join his squad, which he gladly accepted. However, he did not take too many in, as that would leave other Navy leaders without new recruits, and the Navy headquarters had to approve such matters. Thus, Lu Chun carefully selected only a few capable individuals. Looking around, he soon spotted Kong K and Yun K along with those wishing to join his squad waiting for him, and they waved at him. "General Lu Chun, we are here." General Lu Chun. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun quickened his pace, smiling as he approached them. You've all been waiting for me. Haven't you? Sorry for the wait. It hasn't been long at all, General Lu Chun, came a voice from the crowd. Indeed, we haven't been waiting long. I never imagined General Lu Chun would be so amiable. I thought he was a stern Navy leader. Lu Chun heard all their comments and simply smiled before addressing them. Everyone, please follow me back to my base. My squad has moved to a nearby island. Lu Chun wished to avoid being around Sakazuki constantly, so he relocated to the island where the reincarnation was docked, and coincidentally, Sakazuki also preferred to avoid seeing Lu Chun. Thus they agreed to this arrangement. The islands are relatively close to each other, facilitating smooth communication. Following Lu Chun, the group arrived at the dock and was immediately taken aback upon seeing the ship, known as the Reincarnation. What kind of vessel is this? Is it a naval ship? I have never encountered anything like it before. What are you talking about? Don't you see the Navy flag flying above? Moreover, there is General Lu Chun's exclusive insignia on it. It must be his warship. How impressive. It's truly magnificent. Yunk, Kong K, and others were captivated by Lu Chun's reincarnation. Having spent most of their time at the training base, they were largely unaware of any news regarding Lu Chun's ship. Lu Chun smiled and continued, indeed. This is my warship, and it will also be the vessel you will embark onto the seas to eradicate pirates. Come aboard and take a look. With that, everyone eagerly dashed up the gangway to explore the reincarnation. Inside, they encountered numerous things they had never seen before, some of which they had only heard about, such as the ship's comprehensive imaging worm surveillance system, anti-eavesdropping system, and ultra-long-range electromagnetic cannon attack system. Fully armed, it could be said to be the most formidable warship within the entire naval base. The ship was capable of accommodating over 10,000 naval personnel, having undergone some reduction from the original SwordsmanWho, yet its equipment was more sophisticated, boasting autonomous propulsion. If it had not been reduced, it would require an immensely powerful engine to operate, which could not be sourced at the moment, hence the compromise. Otherwise, the current reincarnation could accommodate even more personnel. Set sail. Lu Chun glanced at the still exploring crew and issued a commanding order. Yes, with the command given, the reincarnation set off towards a nearby island. However, en route, a phone call interrupted, and Ein promptly handed the phone to Lu Chun, stating, "It's a call from Admiral Sakazuki." Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, uncertain of the purpose behind the call, but knowing it must be important. After a moment's consideration, he answered, "Hello, General Lu Chun. I have an important mission for you. Take your reincarnation to the Pirate Expo in a new world and eliminate all the pirates in the vicinity. You will also be assigned 100 naval warships," Sakazuki instructed. Upon receiving the news about the Pirate Expo, he immediately thought of Lu Chun, especially since he was available and the Grand Naval Warship could undoubtedly unleash formidable combat power in this operation. Sounds good. Lu Chun readily accepted. The Pirate Expo, masterminded by Buena Festa and Douglas Barrett, offered the reward of the Pirate King's treasure, which is a permanent pointer leading to Raftel. Many pirates dream of such a prize, as it represents the true treasure sought after by all pirates, for all of the Pirate King's riches lie in Raftel. His agreement to participate was not solely due to this, but also because it triggered a system task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Eliminate Douglas Barrett. System reward, 8,000 energy points. Additionally, as one of the figures from the old era, it was only fitting for him to be dealt with by Lu Chun, especially since many from the old era had already perished at his hands. Hearing this, Sakazuki was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lu Chun to agree so readily. However, he thought little of it, entrusting this task to Lu Chun should yield results. This mission was inherently a slaughter task, perfectly suited for Lu Chun. Originally considering sending Fujitora, he ultimately decided that Lu Chun alone would suffice. Should additional manpower be required, he could dispatch nearby naval vice-admirals, and perhaps even summon Garp, as he was Lu Chun's grandfather. If Lu Chun faced any peril, Garp would naturally come to his aid. This was precisely the shrewd strategy Sakazuki had in mind. Chuckling at the thought, Sakazuki ended the call, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly, his aide entered the room, presenting a list. Admiral, here is today's distribution list for the advanced training camp members, including those cadets General Lu Chun has taken from the camp. Sakazuki nodded slightly, glancing over the list, curious to see which unit his daughter Yonk had been assigned to. However, upon discovering her name and the corresponding unit, his eyes widened in shock, and he slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Lu Chun, how dare you take Yonk? If anything happens to her, I will not let this go." Sakazuki could hardly fathom that his daughter would willingly follow Lu Chun, a man known for his reckless nature, often choosing to clash with pirates and eliminate them entirely. Moreover, this mission was exceptionally perilous, involving not only several notorious supernovas, but also the 7 warlords, along with that man. None could guarantee they could handle him. Meanwhile, the aide stood bewildered, pondering, could it be that General Lu Chun is romantically involved with the Admiral's daughter? Ha ha ha. Lu Chun could already envision Sakazuki's flustered expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" I asked curiously. "You are unaware, but shortly the headquarters will send the navigation chart, and upon returning to the small island, all Navy personnel will board the ship and prepare for the mission," Lu Chun replied with a serious demeanor. "Understood." Hearing this, Ein ceased his inquiries. The mission was of paramount importance. Consequently, the reincarnation, laden with a group of new recruits, returned to the island where Lu Chen's unit was stationed, summoning all naval personnel aboard and assembling them on the deck in anticipation of departure orders. They awaited not only the departure command, but also the arrival of additional naval warships from the new naval headquarters. "Lu Chun, all naval personnel are accounted for." Unapproached Lu Chun, reporting. "Very well." With that, Lu Chun rose and ascended to a raised platform on the deck, allowing him to survey all of his subordinates below. The Navy stood in unison, perfectly aligned, facing a throng of naval leaders cloaked in justice, while behind them were ordinary sailors wielding long rifles and sabers. Although they appeared to be standard naval personnel, each had undergone special training under Ein, with nearly all boasting strength at or above C rank. Their capabilities slightly surpassed the overall strength of the naval headquarters, making them formidable against pirates on the battlefield. This was precisely what Lu Chun had tasked Ein with, to create a navy loyal to him and the true essence of justice. In simpler terms, it was a navy that existed solely to eradicate the most wicked pirates. "Greetings, everyone. I have gathered you here today, as we have a new mission. This mission involves the extermination of pirates, though I cannot disclose the specifics. However, I must emphasize that this task is exceedingly dangerous, even life-threatening. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may step forward. I will hold no grudges." Lu Chun solemnly addressed the assembled navy. He was earnest in his statement, for this mission was indeed perilous, and numerous naval vice admirals and rear admirals would accompany him. This matter sufficiently demonstrates the perilous nature of the task at hand. After a brief silence, no one stepped forward. All remained steadfast in their positions, unwilling to depart. Observing the crowd below, Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Since you have all chosen to follow me, Lu Chun, into the fray, I shall recognize you as my brothers. From this moment forth, we shall share both fortune and adversity, life and death. We will ensure that those pirates are annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Instantly, the entire naval force echoed his fervent cries. Many of the sailors had long been comrades of Lu Chun, accustomed to this lifestyle and its inherent dangers. "Very well," Lu Chun said with a smile. Suddenly, an approach from behind, quietly informing him, "The warships from the Marine headquarters have arrived." "Indeed," Lu Chun replied, turning to behold the hundreds of ships now gathered, awaiting his command. "Set sail." His authoritative shout resonated across the vast sea, reaching the ears of everyone aboard the surrounding vessels. With that, the ship named Reincarnation led the fleet, followed closely by the other naval ships, advancing towards their destination. The sight of such a formidable naval armada was awe-inspiring from afar. This significant operation harkened back to the previous demon extermination order, and this time, it too encompassed elements of that order, necessitating the deployment of so many warships. However, Sakazuki had not disclosed this information to Lu Chun, a fact Lu Chun was well aware of. Meanwhile, at the new Marine headquarters, Garp stood atop a high vantage point, watching the naval ships gradually recede into the distance while munching on a donut. He murmured to himself, "This time, it seems there will be quite a commotion." That lad Lu Chun never fails to surprise, just as he did back in the day. His thoughts drifted back to their first encounter, when Lu Chun's prowess had left Garp utterly astounded. Now, it seemed everything fell into place, though on the other side, Sakazuki gazed at the distant fleet with a hint of concern. "Yunk, you must return safely to me, for I cannot face your deceased mother without assurance." Yunk's mother had passed away early, leaving her alone, and due to Sakazuki's status as a Marine admiral, he had been unable to provide paternal affection, a source of deep guilt for him. After several months at sea, the fleet steadily approached the pirate stronghold, besides the gathering of various pirate factions. Noteworthy figures such as the supernovas, the warlords of the sea, revolutionaries, and the world government were all anticipated to partake. Interestingly, the Black Knight pirates, as new generation pirates, seemed disinterested in joining the fray, instead only sending a small contingent. This was a plan meticulously orchestrated by Lu Chun, who intended to appear in his own identity, allowing Black Knight to remain concealed. The simultaneous presence of both could lead to complications, particularly in the chaotic environment of the Pirate Expo. The Pirate Expo was exceptionally vibrant this time, with many vying for the treasure left behind by the Pirate King, Roger. Yet, few were aware of the true nature of Roger's treasure. The Buena Festa event felt reminiscent of Doflamingo's schemes, presenting what appeared to be rewards but seemingly serving as bait to eliminate the supernovas. Was this a deliberate strategy to facilitate internal strife among the pirates? Admiral Lu Chun, "I intend to lead a team to infiltrate the island," Smoker proposed. "Smoker, there is no need for such formality here. Simply call me Lu Chun," he replied with a smile. "If you wish to blend in, I shall accompany you. Are you sure you want to go in? You are the commanding officer for this operation. Who will lead the ships outside if you enter?" Smoker questioned skeptically, having been in the same training cohort. He reflected on how Lu Chun had risen to the rank of Rear Admiral. "Line, take command. I need to see this for myself." "That man is not to be trifled with," Lu Chun stated solemnly. "Understood." Smoker nodded, aware of the formidable nature of the man Lu Chun referred to, realizing that only Lu Chun could confront him. He then turned to Line, instructing, "You will have full command of the fleet. Smoker and I will venture inside. Be cautious out there," Line replied, concern etched on her face. The interior would be teeming with pirates, making the incursion perilous. "Exercise caution yourself," Lu Chun advised. "Of course," she affirmed. With that, Lu Chun, Smoker, and Dasky changed into new attire, disguising themselves as attendees of the Pirate Expo, successfully infiltrating the island hosting the event. Lu Chun donned a beach outfit, complete with sunglasses and short black hair, rendering him nearly unrecognizable without the Marine Admiral's cloak. The trio strolled through the streets while observing the gathering pirates, eventually finding a secluded spot to enjoy coffee. "Lu Chun, there are numerous pirates here, particularly those supernovas," Smoker murmured. "Yet, I do not see the Straw Hat crew." Dasky interjected, unaware that Luffy was Lu Chun's brother and the grandson of Marine hero Garp. At her remark, Smoker shot Dasky a glance, as if to say, "Do you not realize Lu Chun is that boy's brother?" However, Dasky, oblivious to the implication, innocently asked, "Smoker, why are you looking at me?" "Nothing," Smoker replied, his expression darkening with exasperation. Lu Chun, unfazed, noted that Dasky occasionally seemed oblivious. No matter, they would surely arrive. For the prize was Roger's treasure, a coveted goal for any pirate. Indeed, Smoker agreed. With Lu Chun present, even if the Straw Hats arrived, it was unlikely they would be apprehended. After all, it would not do to capture them in Lu Chun's presence, and he was the overall commander of this mission, a fact that commanded respect. "They will come?" Upon hearing this, Dasky's interest peaked, her small mind racing with thoughts. Lu Chun, however, remained indifferent to whether Luffy and his crew would show up. Regardless, he intended to defeat Barrett, and whether they arrived or not was inconsequential. Yet, according to the nature of this world, Luffy would inevitably make an appearance. "Lu Chun, aside from the supernovas, we seem to have other findings." Dasky and I will investigate. You stay here and coordinate with the Marines. Smoker suddenly declared. Certainly. Exercise caution and notify me immediately of any developments via the Den Mushy. Lucha nodded slightly. At present, Baile remains underground and will not emerge for the time being. Very well. With that, Smoker and Dasky departed, gradually fading from Lu Chen's view. Lu Chen remained where he was, gazing at the imposing platform ahead, which served as the stage for the Pirate Expo. Shortly thereafter, a female host with fluffy light green hair and a face adorned with freckles ascended the platform, calling out loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am, the host of this Pirate Expo." She continued, "Now, let us welcome the initiator of this event, Mr. Buena Festa." Applause erupted from the crowd. Accompanying the applause was an elderly gentleman with a wild mane of white hair, none other than Buena Festa, a pirate of the same era as the Pirate King. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Buena Festa, the organizer of this Pirate Expo. Without further ado, I will primarily present our grand prize, which is the treasure of the Pirate King, Roger. Whoever claims the first prize in this competition will possess Roger's treasure. As for what lies within, I shall not elaborate. Once you acquire the treasure, you will undoubtedly understand," Buena Festa declared with a smile. After a brief pause to build anticipation among the pirates below, he continued, "Now, I declare the Pirate Expo officially begins." It started. We have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Indeed, let's commence without delay. Charge! The treasure of the Pirate King is ours. In an instant, all the pirates plunged into a frenzy, setting sail on their ships toward the starting point, ready to begin the contest. Lu Chun ascended the platform, observing the multitude of pirates below. Apart from Luffy and his companions, nearly all the Supernova pirates were present. Eustace Kid, Basil Hawkins, X-Drake, Scratchman Apo, Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, and Capone Beach. Additionally, Law was nowhere to be found, and stood at the podium, microphone in hand, announcing, "I hereby declare the competition officially underway." With her command, the pirate ships sailed along the current, their destination the sky island above, where the treasure of the Pirate King awaited. Lu Chun was in no rush. He merely watched the multitude of pirate vessels, murmuring to himself, "Go ahead, the challenges above are far from trivial." Though it was indeed the treasure of the Pirate King, it was in truth a genuine trap awaiting their fall. Minutes later, Luffy and his crew arrived, piloting the Thousand Sunny to join the fray. Meanwhile, an operated a large screen on the ground, narrating the fierce battles unfolding above. Chapter 204, The Pirate Expo, Part 3. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the large screen. Arriving late are our pirate supernovas, Monkey D, Luffy, and the Straw Hat crew, but they currently rank last. Will they have a chance to claim the top spot? Casting a glance, Lu Chun reclined on a nearby chair, leisurely watching, for he knew that all those above would eventually descend. There was no need to stand. Watching from a reclined position posed no issue, and he could even afford to doze off if the spectacle grew dull. Indeed, the only individual finding the battles above uninteresting was likely Lu Chen himself. At that moment, and continued her commentary at the podium, but a man's appearance, none other than the clown Buggy, captured attention. The fortunate king, Clown Buggy. The battle on the Sky Island ultimately saw Buggy claim the treasure of the Pirate King Roger. However, this would soon change, as Barrett would undoubtedly make his appearance. Upon hearing Buggy's name, Lu Chun cast another glance at the unfolding scene, for the true conflict was about to commence. After an indeterminate duration, a resounding boom echoed from the sky, startling Lu Chun from his reverie. He suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the Sky Island above. For reasons unknown, the island had erupted in an explosion, transforming into fragments of varying sizes that rained down. Among the debris were not only the shattered remnants of the island, but many pirates who had stood upon it. "Oh, is it about to begin?" Lu Chen mused, rising slowly with interest. Since the pirates had fallen, Barrett should also make his entrance. However, it was premature to engage directly. These pirate supernovas still held some utility in exhausting Barrett's haki and stamina. It must be acknowledged that these supernovas possessed their own merits. Zodenli, hai est in den Mushirang. It was Smoker calling. Hello, Lu Chun. The Pirate Expo is a trap targeting the supernova pirates. You must exercise extreme caution outside. We may not be able to exit for a while. Fear not. Remain vigilant. There are some complications outside as well, Lu Chun advised. Understood, you too. Smoker replied before ending the call. The two needed no further words to understand each other's sentiments. The more pressing matter was to address their respective predicaments. Run. The Sky Island has exploded. We cannot remain here. Hurry. Help someone save me. In an instant, the audience below descended into chaos, each desperately fleeing to evade the falling debris. Lu Chun stood his ground, casting a glance at the descending boulders. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against intervening. Those present were far from innocent, and there was no obligation to act. His earlier consideration stemmed from the identity he would soon reveal: Rear Admiral Lu Chun of the Navy. As a naval officer, it was his duty to rescue civilians. However, these individuals were predominantly pirates. If they perished, so be it. Even if they were civilians, Lu Chun would be disinclined to intervene unless his naval identity necessitated it. In truth, there was little reason to act. Before long, countless stones fell from the sky. Those who needed to escape had largely done so. Yet Lu Chun remained within the danger zone. Activating his observation haki, Lu Chun continued to walk leisurely, seemingly oblivious to the tumbling rocks. Just as a massive boulder was about to land atop him, he suddenly stepped forward, making a significant stride. Not a single stone fell upon him. For Lu Chun, it was as if he were disregarding the falling debris. His observation haki allowed him to foresee their trajectories, permitting him to navigate through the gaps where no stones would fall. In just a few breaths, Lu Chun had completely distanced himself from the area of falling rocks. Behind him, the debris had all cascaded to the ground, resting solely in his wake. Boom, boom, boom. Without a glance back, Lu Chun pressed onward towards the forefront of the island, where a fresh battle had ignited and a figure awaited his intervention. Looking ahead, he observed a substantial expanse of flat land created by the island's collapse, where a robust man stood, none other than Douglas Barrett. Character: Douglas Barrett. Position: Pirate, Devil Fruit. Fusion Fruit. Rank: SSS. Skills: Fruit Development SSS, Conqueror's Haki SS, Armament Haki SSS. Bounty: for billion berries, a man of formidable strength. He had once been the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Roger, imprisoned in the 6th level of the underwater prison. He had seized the opportunity to escape during Luffy's ruckus and impelled down, ultimately being found by Buenafesta. Together, they orchestrated this grand pirate festival. At this moment, Barrett was engaged in combat with several supernovas. Unfortunately for them, their capabilities paled in comparison to Barrett's overwhelming power, rendering them mere punching bags in the face of his might. Even when they united their efforts, they were no match for Barrett alone, who dominated the battlefield with ease. Luffy's arrival was no different. Despite utilizing Gear 4th, he remained outmatched, suffering a relentless beating. As time passed, Luffy reverted to his normal state, weakened and awaiting the cooldown of 10 minutes to utilize Haki again. Barrett surveyed the slumped supernovas at his feet with disdain, declaring, "Is this the so-called worst generation? You are all pathetically weak. Not a single one of you can defeat me. Allow me to bring an end to this so-called era of evil." "Oh, and how formidable do you believe yourself to be?" A chilling voice suddenly resonated as a figure approached Barrett's position. Noticing the man, Barrett furrowed his brow and muttered, "Monkey D. Lu Chun, Marine Vice Admiral, the strongest Marine. I did not expect to see you here. Indeed, I too am surprised that you are still alive." Lu Chun teased. "Cap's grandson certainly possesses a sharp tongue," Barrett chuckled, unabashed. He had heard tales of Lu Chun, not only for his prowess, but also because he was the grandson of Carp, the only Marine Roger feared. "Not bad. I should be somewhat stronger than you," Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. "Humph." Barrett scoffed. At that moment, Lu Chun's arrival shifted the atmosphere among the surrounding pirates, who turned their attention towards him. The Marines. Monkey D. Lu Chun, the brother of Straw Hat Luffy. To their astonishment, he had arrived. Was his purpose to capture them, or was it Barrett he sought? The supernovas had heard whispers of Lu Chun's strength, rumored to rival that of a Marine admiral. and they had previously suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Admiral Kizaru. Thus, they harbored a degree of trepidation towards Lu Chun, fearing that should he engage, they would all be apprehended by the Marines. Rest assured, my target this time is not you, but him, Lu Chun stated, directing his gaze towards the man before him, acknowledging Barrett's formidable strength. If my hawk excelled in swordsmanship, then this man was unparalleled in his physical prowess and supreme haki, exhibiting both tremendous power and capability. Defeating this cadre of supernovas had required no exertion on Barrett's part, effortlessly dispatching them without employing any techniques. Even now, Luffy would need to ally with all present to confront Barrett, and even then, victory would hinge on sheer happenstance. Brother Lu Chun, at that moment, Hancock hurriedly approached him, concern etched on her face. How have you been? Are you injured? Have you sustained any wounds while dealing with the pirates? Her barrage of questions left Lu Chun momentarily speechless, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, responding, Hancock, there's no rush. Once I've dealt with this man, we can chat. Hancock affirmed, fully trusting Lu Chun's words, though she cautioned, be careful. This man is very strong, once the right hand of Pirate King Roger. It's all right, trust me, Lu Chun smiled. With that, Hancock stepped aside, ceasing her interference. Barrett's gaze sharpened, his eyes slightly reddening as he exuded an intimidating aura, intoning, none have managed to defeat me. Do you believe you can? Indeed, I do, Lu Chun replied firmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Barrett lunged forward, launching a swift attack towards Lu Chun. You're seeking death. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind only an afterimage as he closed the distance. His right hand cloaked in black armament haki, gleaming like metal. A straightforward punch aimed squarely at Lu Chun's face sliced through the air with a thunderous crack. Boom! Impressive speed. Lu Chun's expression shifted as he crossed his arms, armament haki enveloping his limbs to block Barrett's strike. Bang! A deafening impact resonated as their haki clashed, unleashing a powerful shockwave that reverberated outward, shaking the ground beneath them. As time progressed, the fierce clash of Conqueror's haki caused the ground beneath them to give way, fissures resembling tortoise shells forming and spreading outward. Boom! Retreat! We must evacuate. This place is no longer safe. The weaker pirates hastily fled the combat zone, leaving only those of considerable strength behind, eager to witness the clash of these titans. They yearned to comprehend the terrifying extent of their powers. As the ground continued to crumble, both fighters were compelled to retract their haki, swiftly retreating, yet they remained firmly planted on the ground. Kid, you truly are formidable. Your haki is no less impressive. It has been ages since I've encountered someone of such strength. Truly, a tiger begets a tiger cub. Carp's grandson is no exception, Barrett remarked with a grin. Faced with such a powerful adversary, he felt exhilarated, growing ever more emboldened in battle. You are indeed strong, but at present, I believe I am slightly your inferior, Lu Chun replied earnestly. After merely one skirmish, which was essentially a contest of haki, a semblance of victory had already emerged. Though his strength did not yet match Barrett's, he possessed the potential to grow. Oh, do you still intend to kill me? Barrett inquired, intrigued. As a man of great power, he sensed the murderous intent in Lu Chun's eyes. This individual was certainly not there to apprehend him, but rather to end his life. Certainly, Lu Chun chuckled lightly. Oof. Then let us see if you possess the strength to do so. Barrett scoffed, unleashing a terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki, generating a formidable red pressure that bore down upon Lu Chun. Conqueror's haki. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Chun naturally refused to be outdone. His gaze sharpened as he unleashed his full Conqueror's haki, confronting his opponent head-on. The two formidable forces of Conqueror's haki clashed violently, generating an immense energy shockwave that manifested as two colossal energy barriers, chaotically colliding in an attempt to determine supremacy. The sound echoed like the relentless explosion of countless cannonballs at the point of their confrontation. Additionally, a more powerful wave of energy radiated outward. The ground fractured anew under the tremendous impact, sending countless fragments soaring into the air, suspended as if defying gravity. Most of the debris quivered, as the sheer might of their conqueror's haki seemed to shake the very island, as if an earthquake were imminent. Remarkably, this was merely a clash of haki. Neither combatant had yet unleashed their full potential. Soon, the barrier formed by Liu Chen's conqueror's haki began to be pressed back, falling into a disadvantageous position as Barrett's overwhelming haki advanced towards him. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly be sent flying, uncertain of where he might land. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 1 in Conqueror's Haki. Liu Chen raised an eyebrow, without hesitation, immediately utilizing his points and the remaining skill upgrade opportunities to enhance all skills eligible for upgrade. Particularly, the skills pertaining to the 3 types of haki needed to be elevated to their peak levels. Otherwise, defeating Barrett would be impossible. As his levels increased, Liu Chen's aura gradually intensified, and a more potent conqueror's haki surged towards Barrett, bringing their contest to a stalemate. What is happening? Barrett pondered, casting a suspicious glance at Liu Chen. Previously, Liu Chen had not exhibited such formidable haki. How had he suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that he had awakened once more? Under the immense pressure, Barrett's conqueror's haki experienced a resurgence in capability, which was not outside the realm of possibility. In the next instant, the surging haki swept towards Barrett, rendering his own haki utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Boom! The overwhelming and powerful conqueror's haki crashed upon Barrett like the tide of an ocean, battering against his formidable physique. In an instant, the sheer force propelled Barrett backward. Yet his legs remained firmly entrenched in the ground, preventing him from being sent flying. He merely slid backward across the surface, carving deep, long ruts that stretched for hundreds of meters. While this distance appeared considerable, it was in truth brief. Had it been anyone else, they would have been launched away by such tremendous pressure, perhaps embedded into the mountainside across from them. Once the haki subsided, Barrett halted, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Excellent! At last, I have encountered an adversary worthy of my full strength. It is a pity, however, that you are a Marine and not a pirate. Had there been a pirate of your caliber, the title of Pirate King would undoubtedly belong to you, and you would have my recognition. Were it not for the current crop of supernova pirates being so weak, I would not have sought to end this so-called era of evil. Perhaps I would even assist one of them in becoming the Pirate King. Regrettably, there remained a powerful pirate he had yet to perceive, one known only by a code name. Hei, a man whose true name remained a mystery to all. However, Barrett was now aware of another name. Monkey D. Liu Chen, a name that would be etched into his memory. Oh, Liu Chen mused, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, reflecting, had I not been a Marine tasked with a mission from the system, I might have truly considered recruiting him as a formidable ally. Yet, Barrett's temperament is exceedingly unpredictable, akin to a volatile bomb ready to detonate. Enough of this banter. Allow me to witness your true power, Barrett declared with a serious demeanor. Upon uttering these words, he unleashed his formidable armament haki, merging it with his being to enter his first transformation, demon form. As the possessor of a combined fruit, he could fuse haki with his essence, significantly enhancing his speed and strength, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. This was one of the reasons he was known as the Devil's Heir. In an instant, his power surged to new heights as he launched a devastating punch towards Liu Chen. Ding! At that moment, Liu Chen had already discerned Barrett's trajectory, drawing forth the demon blade reincarnation with remarkable speed, raising it to deliver a strike, with powerful haki coiling around the blade. A resounding clash echoed. The reincarnation struck as if against an impenetrable iron block, failing to advance even a fraction, with blade and fist locked in a stalemate. Seeking death. Suddenly, Barrett unleashed another fist aimed at Liu Chen's chest. Yet, Liu Chen had sensed the impending danger, swiftly drawing a second supreme blade to parry Barrett's assault. Kid, not bad. Barrett smiled with satisfaction. The stronger his opponent, the more exhilarated he became, convinced he had chosen the right adversary. You're no slouch yourself, Liu Chen replied with a light laugh. In battles among the strong, there often exists a mutual respect. He could not help but admire Barrett's formidable prowess. befitting of someone who had once been the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger. He even speculated that Roger's strength was merely slightly superior to Barrett's. Perhaps only the true conqueror's haki compelled Barrett to submit, allowing Roger to ascend as the legitimate Pirate King. This could elucidate why Barrett, despite his immense strength, chose to serve under Roger. After a brief exchange, the two resumed their fierce combat, their speed so rapid that few present could discern their movements. Observers could barely glimpse two distinct figures perpetually flashing throughout the battlefield, from the eastern side to the western edge, then from the northern to the southern realm. No one could ascertain the exact status of their clash, only hearing the continuous booms and witnessing countless boulders soaring into the air. So powerful! This is truly astonishing. Never before have I witnessed such a formidable battle. Neither combatant resorted to any techniques. It was all a contest of haki and endurance. Truly, the first mate of Pirate King Roger and the Marine Rear Admiral Lu Chun. How could the Marines suddenly produce such a formidable figure? At this moment, the surrounding pirates were already struck dumb with astonishment, unwilling to intervene, lest they provoke both Barrett and Lu Chun simultaneously, potentially facing instant annihilation. The terrifying energy ravaged the battlefield, sweeping outward, compelling onlookers to retreat, praying to remain unscathed. Not far away, Hancock gripped her delicate hands tightly, anxiously observing Lu Chun's battle, murmuring, "Lu Chun, please stay safe. That brute cannot possibly be your match. Lu Chun, be careful." Nami over there is also concerned about Lu Chun. "Nami, how is the situation?" Luffy slowly opened his eyes and asked with concern. He understood that it was Lu Chun who had taken action, yet he remained in a weakened state and was unable to utilize haki. Although he could not see the battlefield, he was aware that such a high-level conflict was beyond his participation. He would never engage unless Lu Chun required his assistance. It appeared that neither side could gain the upper hand at the moment. Nami answered truthfully, hoping that Luffy would not worry. "Luffy, please rest. If anything happens to your brother, we will certainly intervene." Chopper laid him down on the ground and offered him some water, knowing how much Luffy cared for his brother. Chapter 206, Pirate Universal Exhibition, Part 5, alright. Hearing this, Luffy finally felt at ease enough to rest. Meanwhile, the battle between Lu Chun and Barrett continued, with each blow exchanged being visceral and powerful. It was impossible to determine the victor in such a short time. Both Barrett and Lu Chun were aware of this reality. But after several minutes of fighting, they finally paused to stare at each other. "Monkey D, Lu Chun, you are indeed formidable. You have earned my respect once again. Even if I were to perish at your hands today, it would be worth it," Barrett said with a solemn smile. Since encountering a powerhouse like Roger decades ago, he had not faced an adversary with such overwhelming haki, and Lu Chun was the first. "Flattery will get you nowhere. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered," Lu Chun replied earnestly. For the first time, he treated an enemy with such seriousness. Even when defeating Don Quixote da Flamingo, he had not displayed his full strength. Against Barrett, however, he knew he must unleash all of his power, including his trump cards. Naturally, in the face of Barrett, the abilities of his devil fruit were nearly useless, as that formidable haki countered all devil fruit powers. Nevertheless, Lu Chun was not solely reliant on his devil fruit abilities. He continued to enhance his haki. "Since that is the case, I should also demonstrate some of my strength," Barrett chuckled, unleashing his most powerful abilities. With the might of his combined devil fruit powers, he spread his arms wide, awakening his fruit's capabilities, and began absorbing the very island beneath them, as well as the naval vessels at sea. Suddenly, Lu Chun recalled something and hastily took out a Den Mushi, urgently instructing Ein, "Quick, have all the Navy disembark and move our ship away." He nearly forgot that Barrett's combined fruit ability could absorb surrounding structures, merging them into a colossal giant. He could not allow his ship, the reincarnation ship, which had taken him so long to construct, to be easily consumed. "Understood." Ein, sensing the impending danger, wasted no time notifying all nearby Navy personnel and urged the crew aboard the reincarnation ship to activate maximum power and retreat. Meanwhile, Barrett's awakened fruit ability began affecting all the buildings on the island, causing many to rise from the ground, while others were violently torn apart and transformed into countless fragments hurtling toward Bandit. Additionally, the naval ships at sea were also influenced by Bandit's power, unable to escape the invisible pull, and were drawn toward the island. Fortunately, thanks to Ein's warning, many naval officers jumped from their ships to escape. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to mere fragments. Only a handful of Navy ships survived, with Lu Chen's reincarnation ship managing to escape a significant distance due to its powerful engines, evading Bandit's fruit abilities. Other ships that were already far away quickly made their retreat. Nevertheless, a multitude of buildings and vessels continued to converge toward Bandit, transforming into swirling clouds of black debris that gradually fused with him. What a formidable ability! Lu Chen marveled at Bandit, unable to contain his admiration. Such a fruit had been developed to such an extent. It was indeed a testament to his prowess. To Lu Chen's surprise, Bandit had chosen to forego his medium-sized bullet form and instead unleashed his strongest state to combat Lu Chen. However, upon reflection, it was clear that only in this form could he hope to contend with the mightiest version of Lu Chen. The so-called medium-sized bullet form would be utterly ineffective, as a single strike would shatter it. As time passed, the number of structures accumulating around Bandit increased, his size growing to that of half an island. His towering figure loomed over the clouds, gazing down upon the people below, akin to a giant ready to crush ants. Armament Haki, Bandit bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully as the formidable armament Haki enveloped his colossal form, transforming him into a steel giant cloaked in Haki. This man, who had once been defeated by the Demon Slayer Order, now posed a challenge to the very symbol of the world government's power, absorbing the so-called naval vessels. It seemed that, at this moment, he had emerged victorious. What? Can armament Haki cover such a vast area? Is this truly armament Haki? What manner of man possesses the ability to cultivate Haki to such an extent? Surrounding pirates and Navy personnel were left in shock, having never witnessed anyone with such overwhelming Haki. Monkey D, Lu Chen received my strike. Bandit shouted down at Lu Chen, who appeared as an insignificant insect from his vantage point. All right. In response, Lu Chen felt no fear. A surge of sword intent erupted from him as he raised his right hand, wielding the reincarnation sword, pointing it toward the heavens. A towering sword intent ascended into the sky, matching Bandit's height, perhaps even surpassing it. A golden aura enveloped him, and the sword intent radiated a brilliant gold. He soared into the air, brandishing his golden sword as if he were a god incarnate. Lu Chen had long since elevated his sword intent and techniques to the SSS level, his power exceeding that of the past. 6 paths of reincarnation, heavenly Tao's sword of arrogance. Lu Chen murmured, and with each word, the surrounding air trembled as if a divine being was about to punish the mighty demon. As soon as he finished speaking, the soaring sword intent coalesced into a formidable golden giant sword, cleaving straight toward Bandit. What powerful swordsmanship! Bandit frowned slightly, recognizing the strength of Lu Chen's sword techniques and intent. He could not afford to be complacent, gathering more Haki into his fist. He unleashed a powerful punch to meet Lu Chen's formidable strike. Boom! The massive fist collided with a powerful slash, releasing an immense shockwave that echoed with a thunderous roar throughout the clouds. It was as if a colossal bomb had detonated in mid-air, scattering the clouds in disarray due to the fierce confrontation between the two combatants, dissipating them into nothingness. Yet their battle only generated more smoke and dust, replenishing the mist that had been dispersed. Following this, an even more formidable wave of energy, surpassing the previous exchanges, surged outward. Fortunately, this energy radiated from above, dispersing in all directions. The onlookers on the ground remained unscathed, while the clouds above were entirely blown away, and the flying birds and beasts were sent tumbling into unknown realms. Such power! Both warriors were exceptionally strong, and it seemed that only Lu Chen could contend with Bandit in this arena. Indeed, the outcome of this duel remained uncertain. Observing the scene, the audience fixated on the aerial clash, eagerly anticipating the eventual victor. Yet, the struggle in the sky persisted. with the mighty golden giant sword relentlessly cleaving towards Barrett's massive form, as Barrett had already extended his other arm to counter the assault. With Liu Chen's exertion, the golden sword gradually and steadily approached Barrett's position, and even someone as formidable as Barrett appeared to be unable to withstand such a powerful strike. As time elapsed, the overwhelming sword intent struck Barrett's body directly, and despite his use of Busashoka Haki to harden his form, the golden slash penetrated deeply. The strength of Busashoka Haki varies. Certainly, the two warriors exhibited comparable prowess in Haki, yet Barrett's extensive coverage rendered his Busashoka Haki relatively weak. Suddenly, Barrett unleashed a furious roar, erupting with an even greater force, directly propelling Liu Chen's sword technique away. A thunderous boom echoed, reverberating through the area. The shockwave radiated outward from their battleground, forcing many weaker individuals to cover their ears, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Moments later, Barrett's body, previously wounded by the golden giant's sword, healed and returned to its original state upon the activation of his abilities. You are indeed strong. You have not disappointed me. Barrett's eyes glowed crimson, filled with a fervor for battle. Facing such a powerful adversary ignited a sense of combat spirit within him that he had never experienced before, reminiscent of his clashes with Pirate King Roger. If you had been in the same era as Roger, he might not have succeeded in becoming the Pirate King. No pirate could escape your grasp. Barrett continued, expressing heartfelt sincerity, devoid of flattery or ulterior motives, only the unvarnished truth. You flatter me. Liu Chen chuckled. To be acknowledged is indeed a source of joy. Even if the recognition comes from a pirate, it holds little significance. However, today we must determine a victor. Allow me to witness the extent of your strength. As soon as the words left his lips, Barrett roared in fury, launching another assault on Liu Chen. Under his command, the giant, originally endowed with merely 2 arms, underwent a fusion, manifesting additional elongated arms that barreled straight towards Liu Chen. With such a wide-ranging attack, it seemed Liu Chen had no opportunity to evade, yet he relied on his formidable Kinbunshika Haki to navigate through the narrow openings. Utilizing Barrett's flailing arms, he leaped through the air, dodging the oncoming punches and successfully entwining Barrett's arms together in a chaotic knot. Seizing the moment when Barrett was momentarily ensnared, Liu Chen finally had the opportunity to unleash his sword technique. Gathering formidable sword energy in his hand, he traced a circle in front of him along Barrett's arm. This seemingly light gesture belied the rapid succession of several sword strikes unleashed with incredible speed. With each swing, a wave of sword energy materialized. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Liu Chen had merely drawn a circle slowly in the air, leaving behind numerous lingering shadows. With each shadow left in his wake, dozens of sword energies emerged around his form. As he completed the circle, an abundance of sword energy surrounded him, all radiating a soft pink hue akin to delicate petals. Ai, Tenio Sankai. Liu Chen then executed one final sword strike, softly uttering the words. In an instant, all the sword energies surged towards Barrett's position with breathtaking speed, resembling a shower of blossoms. Yet these petals were far from mere decoration. Each represented the formidable sword energies Liu Chen had released. Seemingly diminutive, yet possessing immense power and overwhelming numbers. What? Barrett's expression shifted, realizing that such a vast quantity of sword energy would not be easily resisted. Nevertheless, he conjured a massive Busashoka Haki shield to deflect Liu Chen's sword techniques. The sword energies sliced through the air with remarkable speed, striking against Barrett's shield, while some bypassed it entirely, assaulting his enormous form. Countless sword energies battered against the shield, rendering it impossible for Barrett to promptly repair the damage, allowing even more sword energies to breach his defenses and pierce through his colossal body. The sheer size of Barrett made it cumbersome to control, leaving him unable to effectively block all the strikes. Though these sword energies appeared minuscule, each bore an indomitable sword intent. Their might comparable to that of the earlier reincarnation sword technique. One sword energy pierced through Barrett's body, followed by 2, then 3, 4, 5, and even more. as increasing numbers of sword energies penetrated Barrett's massive form, leaving it riddled with wounds and devoid of its former splendor. Boom! 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 The sword energies also stripped away more matter from Barrett's body, causing his once massive form to become significantly emaciated, with a slender midsection and robust limbs that appeared somewhat incongruous. Even Barrett's original self suffered a slight impact, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Such strength! He had not anticipated that Liu Chen's swordsmanship would be so formidable, seemingly surpassing even Roger's technique, though Roger's haki was undeniably stronger, particularly his Haushika haki.